A once peerless genius was crippled 10 years ago. A decade later, a mysterious jade stone appeared by fate. The youth awakened in an instant, obtaining supreme inheritance. From then on, he leaped over the dragon's gate like a fish, shattered the void with his fists, and with divine might, entered the enigmatic ancient world, embarking on a path of counterattack to sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 001: The World of Yuan Cultivation. Eastern part of the sacred Heavenly Imperial Dynasty, Dragon's Descent City, Hua Xing Sect. The dawn's light peeled away the veil of the dark night, scattering across this ancient land. Facing the rising purple dawn, the disciples of Hua Xing Sect bustled about, beginning their daily cultivation. This was a world of martial warriors, where martial prowess flourished while literary arts declined. The strong ruled over the vast lands, and cultivation was the only path for individuals to prove themselves and rise above others. However, while most Hua Xing Sect disciples were still shaking off their drowsiness and preparing for cultivation, Zuo-chan had already returned from outside the sect, dragging the carcass of a recently slain black-spotted giant tiger. Not a bad haul. Although the meat of this savage tiger beast is coarse, it contains abundant vital energy, which will greatly supplement Little Ant's vitality. The entire beast should be enough to sustain both me and Little Ant for half a month. Zuo-chan wiped the sweat from his face while thinking about some things, feeling rather pleased. Zuo-chan, did you go hunting again? Many disciples passed by, greeting him with looks of envy. Although the savage tiger was only a first-tier beast, its vitality was astonishing, and it was known for its ferocity. For most of them, hunting it alone would be extremely difficult except for Zuo-chan, whose physical strength was terrifyingly formidable. As he passed by, some people still sneered and mocked him. Killing a raging tiger beast is worth such a show-off? Just brute strength without any real talent. If you can't awaken your power, you'll remain a waste for life. You might as well leave our Hua Xing sect now. That's right. What's the use of strong vitality if you can't awaken? You're just wasting the sect's resources. Hearing these words, Zuo-chan paused slightly, his eyes flashing with coldness. But remembering that his aunt was alone at home and needed his care, Zuo-chan suppressed his thoughts and continued on his way. To establish oneself within the sect, strength is the foundation. Although Zuo-chan couldn't awaken his power, he had been rigorously training his physical body for over a decade, making his blood and chi strength several times greater than that of an ordinary person. If it came to a real fight, aside from the few strongest individuals, there truly weren't many who could be his match. If not for the burdens weighing on his heart, how could Zuo-chan have endured others pointing fingers at him without uttering a word? Stop! At that moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the left as a tall, slender young man walked over with a stern expression. I knew it! The savage tiger beast I was chasing in the back mountains last night suddenly disappeared. Turns out you got the benefits. But it's fine, I won't press the matter. Just hand the savage tiger beast back to me. The young man approached Zuo-chan with an air of arrogance, his eyes faintly tinged with mockery. Ridiculous! You were sleeping soundly in the sect last night while I worked hard to hunt that beast. Why should I hand it over to you? Shameless! Zuo-chan glanced at the latter, rolled his eyes on the spot, and walked away without paying any attention to him. One shouldn't be so shameless. Jiang Chintian was one of the strongest disciples in the sect, usually looking down on everyone else. Although he had decent talent in cultivation in terms of physical strength, he wasn't even half as strong as Zuo-chan. How could someone like Jiang Chintian, who prides himself on nobility and strength, bear the thought of being surpassed in physical prowess by someone who couldn't even awaken his power? Thus, he and Zuo-chan had long been at odds with each other. Jiang Chintian, relying on his ancient elemental power, had seized countless pill resources that rightfully belonged to Zuo-chan. Now, he wanted to take the savage tiger beast for free. How could Zuo-chan agree to that? Moreover, when Zuo-chan encountered the savage tiger beast last night, he noticed under the moonlight that its abdomen emitted a faint white glow. This almost strange scene directly aroused Zuo-chan's probing heart, having never heard of such a phenomenon. This time when he went back, he was to dissect it as well and probe it clearly. Not handing it over? Fine. I'll see what qualifications you trash have to guard this tyrannical tiger beast. After saying that, Jiang Chintian took a step forward, his ancient Yuan power running, and blasted out a fist on the spot. If it was usual, Zuo-chan would still be able to resist for a few moments, but right now his entire body was weak. Hunting this tyrannical tiger beast last night had consumed too much strength, and he hadn't recovered at all. At this moment, enduring this Jiang Chenhai's full-force punch, being rushed into his body by a wave of ancient elemental force, Zuo-Chun stumbled and fell a few meters away on the spot, grunting, a mouthful of blood spewed out from his entire mouth. Zuo-Chen's pupils condensed in vain as he looked at the other party angrily. This Jiang Qintian's seemingly random strike actually harbored a sinister intent, clearly storing up his full strength in secret, or else he wouldn't have been directly struck with internal injuries in this state. Ha ha ha, what sect body refining first person? It's a complete waste. He can't even carry one of my punches. Looking at Zuo-Chen's wretched posture, Jiang Qintian laughed out loud on the spot. Then he compared his fists to Zuo-Chen and turned around with that tyrannical tiger beast ready to leave. Many disciples were looking at this scene in their eyes, but no one came up to defuse it. Some of the disciples who were originally jealous of Zuo-Chen's ability to hunt the tyrannical tiger beast were naturally happy to watch the jokes at the moment, while the other few, even if they wanted to help Zuo-Chen, they were powerless to do so, thinking about Jiang Qintian's strength of the third sky of condensed seal, who dared to go forward. However, at this very moment, a scene that everyone did not expect appeared, only to see Zuo-Chen rise violently, his main body stepping out in one step, his right hand's 5 fingers bending and rushing towards Jiang Qintian's back to grab it fiercely on the spot. Jiang Qintian was solemnly alarmed, hurriedly letting go of that tyrannical tiger beast, rushing to the side to dodge away. Jiang Qintian knew the strength of Zuo-Chen's fleshly body. If this was caught solidly, the consequences were unthinkable. He was in the third heaven of the condensed mark realm, although he was far beyond Zuo-Chen, but in essence, he was still in the stage of exercising his internal elements and strengthening his physical body's origin. Don't look at Jiang Qintian's surface arrogance. In fact, for Zuo-Chen, he was still very scrupulous. You can try and see what happens if you take this tyrannical tiger beast away. Little master, I guarantee that I'll make you shed your skin even if you don't die. And I don't know if young Master Jiang can afford that kind of consequence. Zuo-Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and grinned coldly, his voice cold to the extreme, carrying a dash of thick threat. On weekdays, some small things will pass. If this tyrannical tiger beast is all taken by this Jiang Qintian, Zuo-Chen will simply crash his head to death. Little Ant's legs and feet are inconvenient. Recovery is difficult. In addition to the need for those precious pills and treasures, weekdays also need a large number of blood to maintain. He hunted these beasts' meat is an important source of blood. This is an important thing to help little Ant recover from her leg injury and suppress the bone poison. Wanting to take the tyrannical tiger beast away is absolutely impossible. You! Jiang Qintian was furious and anxious to strike, but he was vaguely scornful. For some reason, looking at Zuo-Chen at this moment, Jiang Qintian had a vague feeling of a cold scalp. Regardless of whether Zuo-Chen's attitude was a disguise or not, Jiang Qintian knew that if the other party were to strike out madly without any regard, it was he himself who would definitely have to pay a huge price. Fine, fine, fine. Count yourself as ruthless today. When I compete for the qualification to go forward to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it will be the day I waste you. Jiang Qintian didn't dare to make a move after all, abandoning that tyrannical tiger beast and looking at Zuo-Chen morosely before going far away. Today, this loss was considered a loss, and in front of so many eyes, he didn't dare to take a shot at Zuo-Chen. He, Jiang Qintian, had always been almost horizontal in the sect. When had he ever lost face so much in front of others? However, Jiang Qintian really didn't dare to make a move, and if he pissed off Zuo-Chen, he himself would have to fight for a serious injury. It just so happened that 9 days later, it would be the day when the city lord's daughter, Long Xinyue, would go to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace to train, and at that time, the other party would be looking for a follower disciple within the Harmonized Star sect to go with them. If he was seriously injured because of the fight with Zuo-Chen, causing him not to be able to compete for that qualification 9 days later, then Jiang Qintian would definitely cry to death. Looking at Jiang Qintian's departing back, Zuo-Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Not much joy. Instead, a few points of despondency appeared on his face. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace? That is, let countless people dream cannot reach the behemoth in terms of heritage is enough to compare a large imperial dynasty. Compared with that Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the tiny Huaxing sect, such as a city of small sects, it is really like a mole cricket on the ground in general. It is said that even if a disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace walks out, it has the strength to sweep the entire Huaxing sect. The way of Yuanwu, awakening is the first step, and after awakening you will be born with the ancient elemental seal in your body. Each person awakened, the number of ancient elemental marks varies, but 9 marks for the most, 1 for the least. The normal people generally only have 2 or 3 ancient elemental marks, with 4 or more ancient elemental marks are already the major forces competing for the genius. As for 5 or more, that is placed in any place is an extremely dazzling existence. Of course, similar to the kind of heaven-defying genius with 8 or 9 ancient yuan marks, it can be said that it is only possible to be born out in countless years. Searching through the endless earth cannot find a few, but appeared it is definitely an instant attraction of the 8 winds and clouds so that countless forces to chase the existence of the fight. This Long Lin city lord's daughter, Long Xian, was said to possess 6 ancient elemental seals, and her cultivation talent was top-notch when looking at the entire sacred heavenly imperial dynasty, and only such a stunning character would be valued by Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. If my 9 ancient yuan seals from back then were still in my body, not to mention that I wouldn't be able to mix it up in such a small and unimpressive place like the harmonized star sect, even a behemoth like the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace would go crazy when they saw me, wouldn't they? With the 9 ancient yuan seals added to my body, a mere Long Xinhua wouldn't even be enough to look at in front of me. With a complex expression, not knowing what he had thought of, Zuo-chan bit his lower lip, the entire 5 fingers of his right hand clasped in the palm of his hand, clenching it into a fist, and finally dragging the tyrannical tiger beast towards a compound in the distance. The courtyard was very dilapidated. There were only 2 rooms inside. After Zuo-chan threw down the body of the storm tiger beast, he directly entered a room and quickly took out a bunch of tools, a 9-inch curved sword, a bowl, and a basin of fresh water. After getting ready, Zuo-chan directly began to decompose it. Desolate beasts all had essence blood in their bodies, which was very effective in recovering Xiao Gu's leg, and the only way to keep the essence blood fresh and not waste the blood qi in it was to decompose it as soon as possible while this tyrant tiger beast was not long dead. Quietly, Zuo-chan's expression was focused and serious as he closed his eyes and began to pinpoint and grope the meridians and bone alignment within the tyrant tiger beast's body. After half a ring, the entire meridian and bone trend within the flesh of the tyrant beast seemed to form an invisible pattern, completely engraved in Zuo-chan's mind, and in the next moment, Zuo-chan suddenly opened his eyes, picked up a 9-inch curved blade that he had polished himself, and sliced along the back of the tyrant beast. Immediately afterward, Zuo-chan brought the bowl over, slashed a certain meridian in the heart of the tyrant tiger beast, and began to contain the essence blood, and when he sealed the essence blood in the bowl without dropping a single drop, he began to continue to carry the blade. From the beginning to the end, Zuo-chan's blade movement was like flowing clouds and water. His blade was swift and precise. I'm afraid that even the best decomposition masters in Longlin City would be stunned when they watched this scene. It would be impossible for them to finish decomposing such a desolate beast without half a day. Yet Zuo-chan only used less than an hour. What is this thing? Suddenly, while stripping the intestines of the tyrannical tiger beast, Zuo-chan was surprised to see a piece of jade. Chapter 002 Mysterious Jade. What's going on? Inside the bodies of desolate beasts, there are those that give birth to beast crystals, but I haven't heard of the birth of jades yet. This jade immediately attracted Zuo-chan's attention. He knew that all powerful desert beasts, the body will appear a beast crystal. But the beast crystal is round, obviously not this way, and this storm tiger beast is only a first-order desert beast. The body cannot be born beast crystal. Wiping away the blood on it, Zuo-chan picked it up and scrutinized it carefully against the light, only to see that the entire jade was filled with a mysterious ripple around it, and under the sunlight, gradually Zuo-chan rubbed his eyes, and he actually saw these countless ripples running. Moreover, the lines formed a vortex with each other, and in an instant, Zuo-chan's sight was completely sucked into it. This is not good. Zuo-chan felt something was wrong on the spot. However, it was already too late. What I have accomplished is irreversible. Vaguely, Zuo-chan seemed to hear a domineering and cold voice. At the same time, a feeling of dizziness appeared, and Zuo-chan felt his consciousness fall into chaos, gradually getting lost. In the next moment, his body had fainted in the center of the courtyard, and Zuo-chan didn't know that not long after he fainted, the jade had actually transformed into a bit of illusory light and disappeared into the center of his brow. Subsequent to the jade entering the center of his brow, a silver light flowed out from Zuo-chan's body surface, and countless dense runes appeared in vain, constantly flickering, as if they were thunder snakes roaming up. Those who are ignorant are in for it. Embrace the shadow or die in the darkness. Between the drowsiness, intermittently Zuo-chan seemed to hear a few words like this. Zuo-chan's face struggled up as he vaguely felt that his entire body was painfully itchy and extremely uncomfortable. Yet he couldn't open his eyes. When this unbearable feeling lasted for half a quarter of an hour, the struggle on Zuo-chan's face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a very calm and natural face. While Zuo-chan was unconscious in the courtyard, a young woman appeared from another room. This woman's face was like a morning glory, wrapped in plain clothes, and her dress wasn't very flashy. But it seemed that under the backdrop of her radiance, Even the most brilliant and flashy brocade had been eclipsed. It's just that it's hard to imagine such a woman in a wheelchair. Little Dust, what happened to you? The woman saw the scene in the courtyard. On the spot, the flowers changed color. Hurriedly as himself dragged the wheel to the center of the courtyard. Unable to move, she could only waste her energy and bow down, slowly lifting Zhuo Chen's body and letting the latter's back rest on her. And then the woman's eyebrows furrowed as she touched Zhuo Chen's forehead, seemingly sensing something. Well, just as the woman was worried but unable to do anything about it, Zhuo Chen woke up leisurely after a short while. What's going on? Zhuo Chen opened his eyes, only to realize that he had fallen asleep against his little aunt's body at some point. Dusty, what happened? Why did you faint? The woman was relieved when she saw Zhuo Chen wake up, but she was still worried as she asked. I don't know. Zhuo Chen stood up and looked at the corpse of the tyrannical tiger beast on the ground after he dissected it with his own hands, and couldn't help but shake his head, a confused look in his eyes. He vaguely remembered the scene before he fainted. He was holding the bizarre jade he had gotten from the body of the storm tiger beast in his hand, and that jade seemed to contain some kind of strange power that drew his consciousness into it. What the hell is going on? Could it be that everything is a dream, originally unreal? There was no such thing as jade? Then why had he suddenly fainted? And why was the voice that resounded in his mind still clear in between his unconsciousness? What I have accomplished is irreversible. Zhuo Chen spat out the words he had heard in his unconsciousness in a clear manner. Just as he uttered these words, Zhuo Chen's body suddenly shook as he finally realized where something was wrong. The disappeared jade at this moment was actually suspended in his mind, beating like a heart. Originally, it was a physical object, but after entering his body, it was like a part of his memory. And when Zhuo Chen's consciousness was focused, he would see the existence of this jade. What was even more amazing was that it was as if there was a space within that jade, and when Zhuo Chen's attention was focused on this place, a strange change appeared, only to see a mysterious and blurred humanoid silhouette appear in the center of this space. The posture of this virtual shadow was very peculiar, standing with its feet in a specific orientation, breathing like a real person, while its arms were raised above its head and its hands were joined together, slashing diagonally down in one direction. The whole action was done in one breath from beginning to end, and it looked very simple. What the hell is this? Ancient Yuan technique? It doesn't look like it, but it's just a mere shadow. Zhuo Chen muttered, but his body moved without him realizing it, learning from the shadow's stance and starting to move slowly according to the shadow's movements. What was unbelievable to Zhuo Chen was that this was obviously a very simple action, but putting it on himself was incredibly difficult, and he couldn't do it at all if he wanted to complete it completely. Thinking carefully, Zhuo Chen deduced that in order to complete this movement, he was afraid that it would require the support of ancient Yuan power in his body. In other words, he could not fully imitate this movement until he had awakened. In the moment that followed, Zhuo Chen suddenly realized that his physical body had similarly changed. Raising his hands and feet was filled with a powerful sense of strength, and even the operation of his qi and blood was unknown how much smoother than before. How can this be? Could it be that my flesh has recovered? Zhuo Chen's voice carried a touch of trembling. Everyone thought that Zhuo Chen was a waste, but who would know that more than 10 years ago, the waste in their eyes was a top genius that was hard to find in the ancient times, born brilliant, innately possessing 9 ancient elemental seals with an unrivaled talent, and even more so, he had the Holy War Imperial body to add to his body. Flesh and ancient Yuan mark at the same time has the strongest talent, but grow up is the fist broken 4 directions of the earth. Flesh can break mountains and rivers. Not to mention a mere Jiang Qintian, even if it was Long Xinyue who had 6 ancient elemental seals. If he wanted to compare himself to Zhuo Chen, there were only 2 words, waste. It was only a pity that would shows in the forest, and his terrifying talent drew everyone's attention, even alarm. Disaster finally struck when he was 6 years old, and the internal clansmen of the Zhuo clan of the Endless Battle Domain where he was from brewed a shocking plot to find a chance to plunder his ancient elemental seal in the raw, nullify his proud physical body physique, the Holy Battle Imperial body, and even dragged his parents into the process. If it wasn't for the fact that, in the end, Little Ant had gone through a lot of trouble to bring Zhuo Chen to escape from the Zhuo clan, running across the 10 directions, traveling across the domains, and coming to this Cangdom domain today, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to save his life. Even if she eventually escaped from the pursuit, but in the process, Little Ant also suffered a serious injury as a result, and her legs were eroded by bone poison, resulting in her inability to walk. As for Zhuo Chen, he was also unable to awaken again due to the fact that his physical body was destroyed and his dark wounds could not be dispelled. With his mind racing, Zuo-chan walked straight to the front, breathing in and out. His right hand formed a fist with 5 fingers and instantly blasted out. Bang! Flesh, body, chi, and blood gathered in an instant, as if it had gone crazy, running, and in the next moment, a strong force broke through, and an air explosion appeared in the courtyard. Even though the sound of this air explosion was slight, it was still shocking to hear. Being able to strike such an effect meant that Zuo-chen's physical body possessed at least 1,000 kilograms of strength, and his strength had skyrocketed. This kind of power, purely in terms of physical strength, had completely suppressed that Jiang Chintian. If the two of them fought again, Zuo-chan would no longer be in that state of being suppressed. He would have complete certainty of defeating the other party. Flesh body strength, at least 300 pounds, has been raised. Recovered. Little ant. My fleshly body's dark injuries have completely recovered intact. Zuo-chen's heart was beating wildly as he spoke in surprise to the woman in the wheelchair. After saying that, he continued to strike, his fist power booming, and blasted on the right wall in front of him on the spot. Only to see where a fist fell, the hard wall surface cracked open, revealing a deep mark in vein. Looking at the fist prints on the wall, Zuo-chan was completely convinced that his physical body had unconsciously recovered intact, and the dark injuries of the past had completely disappeared. From today onwards, one could finally begin to awaken. Flesh body recovery, could it be? Is it precisely related to this jade entering my body? Zuo-chen's gaze flickered up, and the existence of the entire jade stone became a bit more mysterious in Zuo-chen's eyes. Has the dark wound been exorcised? Good. The words were not finished, but the woman herself was already sobbing. She was happy for Zuo-chan. Little ant, when I awaken and become an inner disciple, my treatment in the sect will be a world of difference compared to now, and I can receive more pills, and also I'll be able to hunt more desolate beasts and seize resources. Little ant, one day, I'll make you pull out all the bone poison from your legs. Zuo-chan waved his fist and puffed up his chest. Looking at the little ant sitting in the wheelchair, it was very heartbreaking. If it wasn't for himself, how would the little ant have suffered such an injury? Fortunately, there is still room to turn this around. As long as the bone poison can be removed one day, the little ant can still become able to walk like a normal person. Otherwise, Zuo-chan might blame himself for the rest of his life. Little ant's legs have been poisoned for 10 years. There's no rush. It's still most important for you to cultivate. The woman in the wheelchair spoke, a pleased smile appearing on her face. At this moment, when the two of them were elated, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open, and a tall, fat man of about 200 pounds hurriedly ran in. Brother Dust, did you mess with Jiang Chintian again? I heard Jiang Chintian put out words, threatening to waste you on the day you become Long Xinyua's follower in 9 days. This time, Jiang Chintian seems to have moved to true anger. Dagger? Slow down. You're in a hurry to reincarnate. When Zuo-chan saw the visitor, he couldn't help but be laughing and cursing, while being somewhat touched inwardly. I grew up with my sister-in-law from the field, no relatives, that is, after entering the star sect. Friends are also very few, the real heart, only a knife, and only the latter can come forward at the critical time, righteousness to help themselves. Chapter 003, Fury. Brother Dust, Jiang Chintian is the young master of the Jiang family. The Jiang family is almost a single-handed existence in this Long Lin city. It's not like you don't know that there are some things that you can just close your eyes to and get past. Why bother fighting with this kind of person? The ones who suffer are us after all. Little Dagger opened his mouth, but looking at that brawny physique, no one could associate it with the word small in his name. Jiang Chintian? Zuo-chan then laughed coldly. There are some things that can be endured, but going overboard is intolerable. Jiang Chintian has been targeting me for not a day or two. This time, seeing that there is a chance to follow Long Xinyua's leap of the Dragon Gate, he feels that he has the backbone to completely target me. After a moment of contemplation, Zuo-chen's eyes suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly refined light that was cold to the extreme. Long Xinyue embarked on the path to the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace to select a follower, rather than designating him, Jiang Chintian, as the only one. Whether or not this qualification will fall on him is still unknown. But Jiang Chintian's strength is originally very strong, and it is said that in the past 2 days, the Jiang family has found a blood velvet grass for Jiang Chintian. With the help of this blood velvet grass, Jiang Chintian's breakthrough to the 4th heaven of seal condensation is just a matter of days away, and at that time, who else can compete with him? Little Dagger worried. The 4 heavens of seal condensation? The condensed seal realm is merely the initial realm of cultivation. It is still essentially the moment of refining chi and blood and laying the foundation of the origin. How much difference is there between the 3rd heaven and the 4th heaven? What are you afraid of? Chun exhaled a deep breath. On the contrary, this qualification, I, Chun, want it. Little Dagger's words reminded Chun. Who wouldn't want the opportunity to go to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace? Before, he hadn't thought about it because he couldn't awaken. But now it was different. Chun, whose flesh had recovered, awakening was no longer difficult. If he could succeed in awakening within these 9 days, what was a Jiang Chintian? That qualification, why not fight for it? People moved to higher places, and Chun was no exception. Staying permanently in this small harmonized star sect, what kind of success could there be? If one was able to enter into a great power like Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, whether it was to find a method to restore little Auntie's legs, or for one's own cultivation, there would be countless more opportunities. Waving his hand to stop Little Dagger from trying to persuade him, Chun suddenly hooked his finger at Little Dagger. Little Dagger, have a fight with me. Good. Little Dagger nodded in agreement, and on weekdays, he was Chen's companion. Chun took a step out. A dull rattling sound appeared in the earth, his luck and concentration. His chi and blood rolled up, and in the very next moment, his right fist was swung out with a roar, straight towards the small knife. Little Dagger folded his arms together and blocked in front of him on the spot. However, right afterward, all of his fat flesh trembled as he stomped back more than 10 steps and directly fell to the ground. How is that possible? Dagger's eyes widened. On a normal day, I would be able to defend myself against at least 3 of your punches in a row. Nothing is impossible, Little Dagger. My physical body has fully recovered to its peak state and my strength has grown by more than 300 pounds. I can start awakening and cultivating next. Jiang Chintian wants to deal with me? I still have to find trouble with him. Chun smiled and went over to reach out to pull Little Dagger up. Hee. It's good that you've awakened, Brother Dust. Dagger smiled nervously. He wasn't very good at talking, but inside he was just as happy. Little Dagger, the sect gives us a dragon's blood pill every 6 months, so it's time to collect the second half of the year's dragon's blood pill, isn't it? Chun opened his mouth. Although he now had a chance of awakening, there was no guarantee of a one-time success, but with the dragon blood pill, he would be able to raise his chi and blood to its peak state in the shortest possible time, and he would have a greater certainty of direct awakening. Well, it's ready to be claimed. Little Dagger nodded. Brother Dust, if you need it for your cultivation, you can take that dragon blood pill of mine along with it. No need. I'm awakening. I'm not in the way, your dragon blood pill. Keep it for yourself. Chun waved his hand. He was able to accept the help from Little Dagger's weekday life, but he absolutely could not use the cultivation resources that belonged to his brother. After pushing Little Ant into the house to rest, Chun left the courtyard with Little Dagger and walked all the way to the sect's Hidden Dan building. Hidden Dan building, this kind of place Chun rarely came to, because there was usually nothing for him to do, and a commoner disciple like him really didn't have that kind of spare money to buy extra pills. However, this time was different. The dragon blood pill was a benefit that the harmonized star sect rewarded every disciple with, so he naturally had to come and collect it. This was of vital importance to Chun, and could be said to be a major event concerning his perfect awakening. Elder Li, I've come to collect my dragon blood pills. Chun stepped into the Dan collection building and spoke directly. Dragon blood pill? Behind the table in front, an old man raised his head, handing him the dragon blood pill that belonged to Little Dagger, and after seeing Chen's face, Elder Li's face directly grimaced as he said in a cold voice, "That dragon blood pill of yours has already been claimed. You leave." "What? The dragon's blood pill has been claimed?" In an instant, Chun frowned and said, "Elder Li, is there a mistake? This same elixir, the clan rewards the disciples with 1 each, and each person comes to collect it, so there should not be a matter of being claimed wrongly by someone else. Unless it was someone who came instead of himself and received a double portion? Are you doubting my justice? Go back, your dragon blood pill was indeed claimed." Elder Li shot a glance at Chun, revealing a touch of sulkiness. Eyebrows staring, Chen's eyes flashed, and a monstrous anger instantly rose in his heart. The dragon blood pill was an important part of his ability to rapidly awaken. Whoever received the dragon blood pill was simply blocking his own path of cultivation. The dragon blood pill, unless a disciple comes in person, others are not qualified to claim it. Isn't Elder Li violating the sect's rules by handing it over to someone else like that? Chun stared tightly ahead. Rules? You're just an unawakened waste, and you're qualified to speak about rules to me, an elder? The dragon's blood pill has value for other disciples, but it's useless to you instead, so it's better to award it to disciples with potential. Of course, if you have the ability, You can go to Jiang Chintian and get the dragon blood pill back yourself. Elderly mocked. He did not take Zhuo Chen's questioning to heart in the slightest. He was one of the 9 elders, and he was even guarding such an important place as the Hidden Dan building, and he had a high status within the sect. Facing a waste disciple like Zhuo Chen who couldn't even do an awakening, he wouldn't have any scruples at all. If he didn't really have a ghost in his heart and was afraid of making a big deal out of it, he was afraid that he would directly make a move to throw Zhuo Chen out of this place. A disciple with potential? With him, Jiang Chintian. Zhuo Chen laughed back in anger and didn't argue any further, turning to leave on the spot, but suddenly turned his head over after taking a few steps. I hope that Elder Li won't regret it. Jiang Chintian, little master. I'll waste you. Stepping out of the Hidden Dan building, Zhuo Chen clenched his fists and spoke in a calendrical voice. This Jiang Chintian is really staring at himself. Even the dragon blood Dan belonging to himself is going to be snatched. What's even more irritating is that even the elders of the Hall sect are helping Jiang Chintian to do this kind of banditry together. Originally, he had thought of fighting Jiang Chintian 9 days later when the city lord's daughter, Long Xinyue, arrived and many disciples were vying for that follower's qualification to settle some things once and for all. But now, the anger within Zhuo Chen had spread completely. A battle after 9 days? No, little master, I can't wait until then. I want to awaken. Awaken immediately. Only if I succeed in my awakening and step into the first sky of the condensed seal realm, becoming a true Yuan martial artist, will I have the reserves to sweep away everything and crush Jiang Chintian. The conviction in Zhuo Chen's heart was strong to the extreme. Brother Dust, nothing more to say. This dragon blood pill of mine, you take it and cultivate it. Right at this moment, Little Dagger directly took out his dragon blood pill. Put it away, Little Dagger. I appreciate your kindness. The dragon blood pill is merely an aid to allow me to awaken faster. Even without the dragon blood pill, I would have awakened 2 days late at most. Zhuo Chen pushed away Little Dagger's arm and directly shook his head. He knew that Little Dagger was an orphan and it wasn't easy to cultivate. You take it and cultivate it. The value of this dragon blood pill is even greater for you. Little Dagger this time was strong-willed. Just as the two pushed back, a few disciples from the back walked over, and at the same time they saw Zhuo Chen, a taunt came from them. A waste that hasn't awakened at 16 years old. If it were me, I would have rolled out of the sect long ago. Haha, not bad. Still coming to receive the dragon blood pill? Isn't this a waste of resources? Someone laughed coldly at this moment. But fortunately, this time, this waste is a disappointment. According to me, the sect shouldn't have distributed the cultivation resources of a waste like him. It should have been all used to cultivate a genius like Big Brother Jiang Chintian. Hearing this voice, Zhuo Chen and Little Dagger turned their heads at the same time and saw the 4 disciples at the back who had also walked over from the direction of the Hidden Dan building. These 4 people, Zhuo Chen was not unfamiliar with that Jiang Chintian in general, also belonged to the disciples of the Jiang family in this Dragon Lin city. One of them, Jiang Chenhai, was even Jiang Chintian's own brother. Normally, Zhuo Chen was generally respectful to these disciples with clan backgrounds in Dragon Lin city, avoiding them when he could. However, today he didn't want to avoid anything. Little Dagger, there's no need for your dragon blood pill. Someone has sent it to your door. Zhuo Chen suddenly grinned. What do you mean? Dagger opened his eyes wide and spoke in confusion. Nothing meaningful, robbery. Zhuo Chen faintly spat out a sentence. The next moment he took a futile step out, blocking the road and keeping these 4 people in front of him, murmuring and speaking, disciples of the Jiang family? That's fine. Let's use a few of you to start. Zhuo Chen looked at one of them and said in a cold tone, Jiang Chenhai, you are really bold and overconfident. Do you really think that just because you rely on the Jiang clan you can act as an authority in the sect? Today, Little Master will put words here. All hand over their dragon blood pills. Otherwise, leave a finger behind and go over again. Seeing Zhuo Chen's gesture, the 4 Jiang clan disciples glanced at each other and immediately burst into laughter as Jiang Chenhai said, Did I hear you right? Zhuo Chen, you want to rob our dragon blood pills? Have you gone crazy dreaming about the dragon blood pill? I think you'd better think carefully about how to resist my big brother's suppression when the time comes. You are powerful in flesh, but, after all, you are an ordinary person. Could it be that you want to pick 4 at a time? Ha ha. Another person mocked. Chapter 004 Seals of Matchless. Snap! A loud slap sound came out, only to see Zhuo Chen arrive in front of Jiang Chenhai with a single healthy step, and directly slapped out. One of Jiang Chenhai's faces swelled up on the spot, and blood foamed from his mouth. I won't repeat the same words. After saying that, Zhuo Chen turned back and said, Little Dagger, bring the knife. All right. Little Dagger happily ran up and handed Zuo-Chen a short knife that he was wearing. This guy, Little Dagger, seemed to be naive and cautious on weekdays, but when it came to the critical moment, he was also a person who could stand his ground. Seeing the short blade in Zuo-Chen's hand, Jiang Chenhai and the other four were startled. But after all, for people were present, what would they be afraid of? The four of them joined forces and began to strike on the spot. Only, the ending seemed to be fundamentally one-sided. Zuo-Chen, whose fleshly body had recovered, his fleshly strength was too terrifying, vigorously surging, and in less than a moment he stomped these four people to the ground. I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Zuo-Chen opened his mouth, word for word. Don't. Just as Zuo-Chen's word fell, the four people at his feet had directly pissed themselves in fear, taking out the dragon's blood pills they had received on the spot and handing them over with fear and trembling. Good boy, that's right. Zuo-Chen put away the 4 dragon blood pills, and then patted the swollen right side of Jiang Chenhai's face. Go back and tell your big brother Jiang Chentian, that little master, I will be coming to find him soon. Looking at the back of Zuo-Chen and his duo as they left, the 4 disciples of the Jiang clan were directly stunned, and in addition to deep scorn, there was also a chill that came from the bottom of their hearts. Today's Zuo-Chen seemed to be completely different from before, unexpectedly so arrogant, so strong. A quarter of an hour later, the Metamorphosis Star Sect Yuan Power Battlefield. In the Yuan Power Battlefield, there existed many cultivation chambers, where magical runic formations existed, converging spatial and temporal energies from the 8 directions all day long, and it was a place where the disciples of the sect gathered to cultivate on weekdays. Of course, in the halls outside of these individual cultivation rooms, there was even a huge and sturdy central battle platform to provide many disciples to spar and fight with each other. Today, Zuo-Chen came here to awaken. Having obtained 4 dragon blood pills from the 4 members of the Jiang family, this was a large resource, and it was a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to start awakening straight away. Finally, it's time to set out on the road again. In a cultivation room, Zuo-Chen sat cross-legged within the earth, his heart inexplicably surging, and the stuffiness that had been silent within for 10 long years was finally going to be completely dispersed with today's awakening. The conditions for becoming a Yuan martial artist were harsh. Awakening was the first step, and only if the awakening was successful and an ancient Yuan mark was born in the body, everything would be possible. Regular people were only 2 or 3 ancient Yuan seals, and as for an existence like Jiang Chentian, who possessed 4 ancient Yuan seals, he was already a top-tier disciple in this kind of small sect. As for someone like Long Xinyue, who possessed 6 ancient Yuan seals, it was a top-tier power like Yuanwu Heavenly Palace that was comparable to an imperial dynasty that had to compete for it. It could be imagined that back then, Zuo-Chen, who was carrying 9 ancient Yuan marks and had a physique that surpassed normal people, how powerful was that talent? Back then, being victimized by his own clan, this had to be said to be a heavenly irony. Zuo-Chen would always remember the face of the one who had gained all of his talents, the young master of the Zuo clan, Zuo-Chenqiu. Sitting in the center of the cultivation room, Zuo-Chen took a deep breath, his gaze deep and resolute. Father, mother, I believe that you guys didn't die. Wait for me. Once again stepping into the endless battlefield, I will definitely kill the Zuo clan directly and come to retrieve you guys. Zuo-Chen did not want to think about everything in the past. He was confident that even if he had experienced the pain of having his foundation taken away, drained of his essence and blood, grafted away the ancient elemental seal, and knocked down to the mortal dust, as long as his life was still alive, he would be able to stand up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sequentially, Zuo-Chen swallowed all 4 dragon blood pills, and in an instant, the medicinal power was integrated into his limbs and bones, and the powerful qi and blood were drawn out from the pills and perfectly integrated into his meridians and bones. His body's qi and blood trembled, and at some point, it had already boiled as if it was raging like a blazing fire. With the help of the dense space-time energy within the cultivation room, Zuo-Chen began his awakening. When one awakens, one must cultivate, and qi turns to the circumference of the sky, thus combining one's own qi and blood, absorbing the energy of space and time, and accomplishing the ancient Yuan power in one's body. This process, on the other hand, requires the assistance of a cultivation mind method. For Yuan martial artists, no matter whether you are strong or weak, set foot in cultivation, you need to choose a kind of ancient Yuan power mind method, only through which you can grow your own qi, blood, and ancient Yuan power. In the world, there are millions of ancient Yuan force mind methods with different strengths and weaknesses, and a powerful ancient Yuan force mind method can allow you to take many fewer detours, cultivate faster than normal people, and condense more refined ancient Yuan force. With infinite benefits. Unfortunately, back then, regarding some of the cultivation techniques within the Zhou clan's imperial clan, with all of them being stripped of their memories when Zhuqian was abolished nowadays within this harmonized star sect, the only thing that Zhuqian knew was an ordinary human-level heart technique, the Gathering Yuan Decision. With the method described on the Yuan Gathering Decree, he successfully mobilized the qi and blood in his body, and time passed by, and after half an hour, the qi and blood penetrated the circumference of the sky, running through the major meridians of his body. At this very moment, Zhuqian realized that the jade stone in his body had suddenly changed. A red glow emanated around the jade stone, as if it had become his second heart, and some sort of mysterious connection had appeared with his physical body. Whenever his qi and blood flowed through the jade stone, the speed of the qi and blood's operation would be increased exponentially. Under serious sensing, Zhuqian discovered that in the presence of this jade, the speed of his qi and blood operation had increased by 10 times in a raw manner. How is this possible? At least in the aspect of qi and blood operating speed, it was already catching up with ordinary earth-grade heart techniques. The strength of the heart method determines how fast or slow the qi, blood, and ancient yuan power in your body operates. In the simplest terms, Zhuqian and someone were engaged in a life and death struggle, but both of them were severely depleted by the end of the day and began to work hard to regain their strength, and by the time Zhuqian's strength was restored, his opponent was still struggling to regain his breath. Then how would the battle end? This jade was really too mysterious. It was simply a treasure. If it was spread out for outsiders to know, I'm afraid that it would be Zhuqian who would once again suffer from that former disaster and be targeted by countless people. This is only just touching this jade stone not long ago, and I don't know what other benefits will come from the existence of this jade stone. Zhuqian was very much looking forward to it. Under this crazy operation of qi and blood, gradually half an hour passed, and the many flows of qi and blood in the major meridians, flesh and blood only, finally inspired some kind of secret power, and feeling this mysterious power that suddenly appeared, Zhuqian could not help but be excited. This strange feeling is very comfortable and even a little familiar. 16 years ago, Zhuqian descended into the world, was born with an awakening, and his memory is not known. But now this situation, it seems like he experienced it back then. If there is no accident, this is a sign of imminent awakening. Is it going to work? Zhuqian's body trembled. The 4 dragon blood pills were swallowed together by himself. A large amount of newborn qi and blood had converged in his body, and the presence of the jade had caused his qi and blood to operate a full 10 times faster than in its normal state. If he was still unsuccessful, then he would truly be a waste of space. Boom! A thunderous riot appeared within his body, and immediately afterward, brand new ancient elemental seals surfaced on his watch body, flickering with a brilliant light that sank and sank. 1, 2, 3. 9 ways. Recovered that year's self is to have 9 seals, reach the limit of the number of ancient elemental seals, as a common people cannot imagine the terrible talent. Now once again awakened, following the recovery of their own physical body, the number of their own ancient elemental seals has also recovered. However, at this time, the vibration of the physical body did not stop, and many forces flowed and returned to the center of the body, and in an instant a brand new mark reappeared. What? 10 ancient yuan seals. How is it possible? Is this an illusion? Zhuqian was roaring furiously inside, his eyes widening. 9 ancient yuan seals was already the maximum number. The so-called 9 extremely exalted, dominating the world, being an emperor, being an honor, being a king, and being a great accomplishment of the physical body alone. One could tear dragons and elephants alive, swallowing mountains and rivers, and this was the limit, the theorem. That was why Zhuqian back then caused the jealousy of countless people, ultimately leading to disaster. As for the 10 seal yuan martial artist who had never appeared before, even in that golden age where there were countless powerful people coming out of heavenly prides, no one had ever heard of such a character. It was simply breaking the taboo. With 10 seals in your body, wouldn't it be unrivaled in heaven and earth? It wasn't that Zhuqian was proud, it was a fact. Revenge is expected, Zhuqianqiu. You had plundered everything from me. I hope you have had a good time all these years. Now that I have awakened once again, I will definitely return to the endless battle realm, kill the Zhou clan, personally defeat you, and also let that old man understand that he was wrong to have chosen you after all. A powerful will spread, and Zhuqian's eyes erupted with a terrifyingly cold aura. Only those who have lost can understand the preciousness of getting it again. For this day, Zhuqian endured for 10 years. Yes, he had awakened and possessed a talent that was even more terrifying than in the past, and could make the world tremble when rumored. 10 ancient yuan seals. He could finally cultivate again, practicing the powerful ancient yuan technique and becoming stronger step by step. Just as suddenly, Zhuqian's face changed, and the excitement of the party sharply tightened. Within the body, there was a strange change. The 10 seals even disappeared 2 seals, followed by a reduction again, less than half a quarter of an hour reduced to 5 seals. Since it has been successfully awakened, there is no reason for the ancient elemental seal to decrease, unless it is under a possibility. Calming down for a few moments, Suichen's gaze flickered. Some people, after the ancient Yuan seal is awakened, because their fleshly body is too weak, the ancient Yuan seal will be temporarily hidden. This is actually the reason why the physical body is unable to harness the ancient Yuan seal. I see my physique was wasted back then, and although I have recovered now, it is only a recovery where the dark wounds have disappeared and my physical body has reached a normal state, and not a recovery of the Holy War Imperial body from back then as well. Now the physical body is even stronger than normal people by quite a bit, but it is far from being able to compare to the time when I possessed the Imperial body back then. The 10 seals, I am unable to manage them for the time being. However, this is nothing, as my fleshly body becomes stronger again in the future. Then sooner or later, these 10 seals will all appear. People with special physiques such as Divine Body and Imperial Body might not necessarily possess how extraordinary ancient elemental seals were, but those who possessed many ancient elemental seals definitely had powerful and extraordinary physiques. This was because only a powerful physique could harness more ancient Yuan seals. Chapter 005, Time to Settle Scores. Suichan was precocious, and back then, when he was only 5 years old, he had already read a lot of canonical books, and his insights on cultivation might not even be comparable to some of the elders of the harmonized star sect. Quickly figuring this out. It's also good. It's considered a temporary low profile, lest it cause others to covet it, leading to the disaster of that year to come again. This is instead a good thing, Suichan muttered. Collecting himself, Suichan pushed open the cultivation room and walked out. The awakening was successful, although he only possessed 5 ancient elemental seals right now. This kind of talent was still enough to boast the entire harmonized star sect, and when one looked at this sacred heavenly imperial dynasty, it was also a first-class existence. From the moment of awakening, Suichan was no longer a wasteful disciple in everyone's eyes, but an existence that even the strongest disciples of the harmonized star sect like Jiang Chintian could only look up to. Jiang Chintian, Elder Li, it's time to settle the score between us, Suichan said in a low voice. Stepping out of the cultivation room, the Yuan power battle stage in the central hall was bustling with activity, attracting Suichen's gaze. However, at this moment, with his eyes coalescing within the central battle platform in front of him, the corners of Suichen's mouth suddenly curved up in a playful arc. I was about to look for you. This is considered to be stepping through the iron shoes without looking for a place. You sent yourself to the door. On that central battle stage, a slender young man with an astonishing aura happened to be the one who blasted an opponent out of the battle stage with a single punch, and this person was no one else but Jiang Chintian, who Suichan was preparing to go forward to look for. This Yuan power battlefield was more than just a place for the Huanqing sect's disciples to practice. Many disciples were willing to come here to spar and fight when they made progress as well as during their leisure time, and it wasn't a surprise to meet Jiang Chintian here. However, Suichan did not expect that this Jiang Chintian was also waiting here precisely for himself. At the first moment Suichan appeared, Jiang Chintian's gaze condensed over. Suichan? How dare you? How dare you rob my brother and the others of their dragon blood pills? Are you really not afraid of death? For a time, the surroundings were silent, and many disciples trembled. Jiang Chintian had gotten angry, naming his name. Was this an early strike against Suichan? Your punk brother, he doesn't know his own strength and has taunted me many times. If you don't give him some punishment, it will be me, Suichan, who is really deceivable. Suichan lightly glanced at the other party, while walking towards the central platform. As his steps were taken, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and at the end, his battle intent increased to the extreme. Numerous gazes converged and turned their eyes, and after seeing Suichan, some of them laughed out loud. This kid Suichan, has he taken the wrong medicine? Puffed. Daring to yell at senior brother Jiang Chintian, are you trying to find death on your own? In the past, relying on a brute strength, he barely fought with big brother Chintian just a little bit. When it really comes to fighting, big brother Chintian will beat him up with one hand to waste him. There were some Jiang clan disciples who were practicing in the star transforming sect, including some of Jiang Chintian's followers who were sneering. Not paying attention to the taunts of the outsiders, Suichan ascended the battle platform step by step. The entire person was calm and unparalleled, but for some reason, the many disciples whose gazes were condensing at the moment were suddenly flooded with chills. It's time to spit out what you've swallowed, little master, right? Chun spoke again and had already stepped into the center of the battle stage, coming before Jiang Chintian. After his awakening, a dragon's blood pill was no longer considered to be of great value to Zhuo Chen's cultivation. However, what he couldn't swallow was this breath. His face shifted, Jiang Chintian frowned, but then spoke condescendingly. Resources, they are not for waste. Using them is a waste. 16 years without awakening. What's the point of you wanting those resources? No need to say more. I'll let you off the hook today. Return those 4 dragon blood pills, and I can guarantee that after 9 days, I'll let you lose decently. Oh, by now you still don't dare to fight? 9 days later? Little master me. Can't wait for that time. Zhuo Chun said and directly blasted out a fist. You don't dare to fight? It's not up to you. I'll force you to fight. Bang! The sound was thick and dull, and the solid punch blasted directly into the middle of the right side of the opponent's face. After stumbling and almost slumping to the ground, Jiang Chintian stomped backward 3 steps before he had already caressed half of his instantly swollen face. You! Dare to sneak up on me? Jiang Chintian's entire person directly became hideous as he pointed a sword at Zhuo Chen. I'll waste you. After all, young and fiery, Jiang Chintian had some scruples in his heart, but in front of so many disciples to be beaten face to face by all of them, it was practically being bullied at the door by Zhuo Chen. This could still be tolerated? I hate it when people point their swords at me. Zhuo Chen spoke coldly, and his entire aura underwent a huge transformation. It was as if he had seen that scene 10 years ago, where the young man called Zhuo Chenxiu, after plundering everything that originally belonged to him, pointed a sword at himself and said in a condescending tone, "Waste, get lost. Not killing you would be merciful to you." From that moment on, Zhuo Chen told himself that from now on, no one would ever be able to stand in front of him with the same stance. The qi and blood within his body shook and spread in an instant, followed by the ancient Yuan power that had just appeared within his body after awakening, boiling within his limbs and bones. Not only did Jiang Chintian tremble in shock, but the many disciples surrounding the battle platform also had strange faces one after another. What did they feel? Ancient Yuan power. How could ancient Yuan power appear on this Zhuo Chen? Wasn't he a waste who couldn't awaken? The scorn in his eyes turned into a kind of madness as Jiang Chintian broke through the front with his sword and chopped on the spot. He had actually sensed ancient Yuan power in Zhuo Chen's body. He couldn't wait, with the support of ancient Yuan power, with Zhuo Chen's fleshly body that had originally surpassed normal people. Even Jiang Chintian was no longer sure of victory. He wanted to kill Zhuo Chen now, even if he didn't mind touching the rules of the sect. Anyway, the latter had no background, he had the support of the Jiang family, and it was worth it for the sect to punish him at most. Huh? You're also underestimating me too much. Zhuo Chen glanced at Jiang Chintian, and his body came to Jiang Chintian's left side in a lightning-fast speed, snatching the Shen iron sword alive when the other party didn't even react. Ka-ching! Hands entwined, as if there was 1,000 pounds of vigorous force spreading, and in the blink of an eye that basalt iron sword that originally belonged to Jiang Chintian was actually snapped in two. This shocking scene caused everyone at the bottom of the battle stage to retreat in horror, staring incredulously at the shocking scene in front of them. Although the material of the Shen iron sword was not cast from how precious an ore, it was at least very hard and could cut through ordinary iron and stone. So how could it be broken by a waste? No, ancient Yuan power. There are fluctuations of ancient Yuan power in Zhuo Chen's body. He has awakened. Someone from below sensed everything and was the first to speak, and the entire room was shocked. Awakened? Not bad. I have indeed awakened. Jiang Chintian, with your strength, you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Even if I've just awakened, I'm not something you can fight against, you are the real waste. Zhuo Chen looked at Jiang Chintian, his voice cold. I heard that you got a blood velvet flower and used it to break through to the third sky of seal condensation. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if you break through to the third sky of seal condensation, you're still not qualified to fight me. Sword light is lax, footsteps are frivolous. You can't even hold the Shen Bing in your hand. Waste. Zhuo Chen returned the word waste, completely, to Jiang Chintian. His right hand threw out with a roar, and half of the tip of the sword snorted into the center of Jiang Chintian's right leg. Ah! Blood light appeared at first, gurgling and leaving from the right leg. Jiang Chintian tore his heart and lungs out, half kneeling on the ground, incredibly looking at the broken sword body as well as the right leg that had been impaled by Zhuo dust and wasted. You punk assassinated me. Jiang Chintian's voice was hoarse as he pointed at Zhuo Chen and hissed. Blind your dog's eyes? Zuo stomped on Jiang Qintian's chest, and immediately afterward, his ancient yuan power revolved, and 5 silver-colored ancient yuan seals surfaced in a twinkling of an eye above his head. Backstabbing? Just you, Jiang Qintian, have this qualification to be assassinated. The 5 seals were unrivaled and swallowed qi like a tiger. Even now, the 10 seals are not visible for the time being, but only with the 5 ancient elemental seals. But that kind of underlying strength is really there. Zuo pure physical strength has already reached thousands of kilograms, which is nearly double that of Jiang Qintian. How can Jiang Qintian imagine? Not to mention a sword made of Shen iron, even if it is made of Shen crystal, Zuo can crack it with one punch under full power. 5 seals. Not only were the many disciples present at this moment trembling, Jiang Qintian was going crazy. Even his voice was trembling, and he didn't know if it was fear or annoyance. The entire person prostrated on the ground, a mouthful of reverse blood spurting out on the spot, fainting. 5 ancient elemental seals, looking at the entire harmonized star sect. There was no one who could compare to Zuo. In a small sect like the harmonized star sect, it was feared that a person carrying 5 seals would rarely appear for decades or hundreds of years. Seal condensation triple sky? So useless? Zuo looked around the 4 directions, then glanced at Jiang Qintian and left the yuan power battlefield with his hands in the air. As he traveled along the way, the many disciples on both sides of the autonomous separation of a road, but everyone is tightly controlled their own mouths, silent as a cicada. How terrifying. How did this punk suddenly become so strong? Only after a long time did someone look at Zuo's back and said, on one side, there was someone who didn't agree. You're blind. If he's a waste, what are you and I? Are we even worse than trash? Leaving the yuan power battlefield, Zuo squinted his eyes and walked in the familiar sect. There was a kind of leisure and relaxation that he had never experienced before. All these years of bitter cultivation, the pressure he had carried was too heavy. Fortunately, he had waited painstakingly until today, and finally stepped on the path of a yuan martial artist once again. I can take a little breather, the yuan wu wei, condensing seal, evoking spirit, melting martial, and Shen transformation. I've only just taken a step. The road ahead is still long. I can't slack off. Zuo pondered. His eyes were bright, as if they were harboring 2 bright celestial lights as he looked up towards the sky, towards the top of that endless dome. Zuo, isn't it comfortable to have the imperial bones and marks belonging to me growing inside your body? Wait for me. I will come to waste you with my own hands. As many memories occupied Zuo's mind, a stern cry broke his recollection. Zuo, you have great guts, daring to injure fellow disciples in the yuan power battlefield and disregarding the sect's rules. Elder Li has ordered you to come with me to the sect hall to receive the Patriarch's judgment. Chapter 006 Sect Sanctions. Turning his eyes, a coldness emerged in Zuo's eyes as he looked at the visitor and sneered. Came so quickly? Jiang Qinhai, your big brother was beaten by me, and you still have the guts to be an errand boy and speak to me in such a manner? Don't put your high and mighty appearance of a clan disciple in front of me. Be careful of little master stepping on you. Your elder brother has to lie down in front of me. What are you? After saying that, Zuo directly slapped his face, and the other half of this Jiang Qinhai's face was similarly swollen, leaving 5 fingerprints that saw red in depth, but it was symmetrical on both sides. This is a slap in the face to make you grow up. Don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with, or your big brother will be your downfall. Zuo put away his arm and strode broadly towards the front. Damn it, you've caused a big problem. Elder Li won't let you go, my Jiang family won't let you go. Jiang Qinhai was at the back, looking at Zuo's back. His tone was sinister. Thinking back to the scene just now, he was trembling in his heart. A wave of fear attacked his body. Fortunately, he did not take a step further linguistically, otherwise the consequences are really unimaginable. It has come to this point, the Patriarch is going to personally rule this Zuo. Why does he still have such a big backbone? The Great Hall of the Harmonized Star Sect. The Patriarch sat in the center of the hall, listening to Elder Li below and Jiang Qintian, who was lying on the ground, making complaints. What Zuo disregarded the love of fellow disciples and hurt people, seriously injuring Jiang Qintian by means of backstabbing, and so on listed a large basket. According to Elder Li and Jiang Qintian, if this crime of Zuo is realized, expulsion from the sect is a small matter, and it is simply intolerable for heaven not to pay for this matter. Elder Li, are you telling the truth? The Patriarch inquired in a deep voice, an invisible majesty on his entire body. His aura was thick and astonishing. Everyone can testify that Suichan is nothing more than an unawakened waste. So why was he able to seriously injure Jiang Chintian, who was in the third heaven of condensed seal? This is simply a heavenly joke. Elder Li was enraged. His entire person was on the verge of erupting. If it wasn't in front of the patriarch, I'm sure he would have already broken into a rage. Jiang Chintian was a disciple that he valued. In order to help Jiang Chintian fight for a place to go to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, Elder Li didn't know how much he had worked hard. At this juncture, Suichan scrapping one of Jiang Chintian's legs would not only affect Jiang Chintian's inability to compete for a place next, it would more likely affect the cultivation foundation. The seal condensation realm, also known as foundation building, was a realm of laying a foundation, and the foundation determined the potential. Suichan was almost scrapping Jiang Chintian's foundation. Just as Elder Li opened his mouth again, Suichan arrived, strutting with his head held high, his entire person revealing an extraordinary aura from top to bottom. Disciple Suichan seeks to see Lord Sovereign. Suichan arrived outside the grand hall, his voice thick. Come in. The sovereign's voice came out, neither happy nor angry. My disciple is aggrieved. I ask the patriarch to be clear. Elder Li gave the dragon blood pill that originally belonged to my disciple to Jiang Chintian privately, and now he's here talking nonsense, full of lies and framing my disciple, so I ask the patriarch to make a decision for my disciple. Suichan appeared, and without even looking at Elder Li and that Jiang Chintian, he directly arched his hand and spoke to the patriarch in front of him. The sect elders were high up in the hierarchy, so how could they easily care about the idle matters of the disciples below them? In the harmonized star sect, disciples like Suichan who did not have the strength and talent were not valued, and only those with the most outstanding talent would be valued by some streams of elders who secretly taught them. The fact that this Elder Li appeared here with Jiang Chintian said it all, and the latter should have accepted Jiang Chintian as a disciple. But it's good that we're here today to clean up together. What about the elders? Today it's useless for anyone to come. Whoever eats something must spit it out. Listening to Suichan's statement, Elder Li and the two of them were simply going to be furious. Why is this person Suichan so eloquent today? Even in front of the patriarch, he didn't say anything? Reaching out his hand to stop the agitated Elder Li and his duo, the patriarch sized up Suichan and then inquired of Elder Li, he is Suichan? Is he the unawakened, over-ambitious, disobedient disciple that you said before, proposing to be scrapped and expelled from the sect? Not bad, he is Suichan. 16 years old this year, yet still a waste. He had a small quarrel with Jiang Chintian before, and I didn't expect him to be seriously injured this time by means of backstabbing. Elder Li nodded, his gaze like a wolf, staring fiercely at Suichan. Today, he not only wanted to expel Suichan from the sect, but also to make him pay the price. Boom! Amazing blood chi rode in all directions and erupted with a roar, only to see Suichan take a step out. His fists lined up side by side, and 5 silver-white lights erupted in an instant, as bright and dazzling as the light of the heavens. I'm a waste, what are you then, he Jiang Chintian? The Yuan Power battlefield is a place for fighting and sparring. Who knows that Jiang Chintian is so useless that he is already wasted before I can really make a move. Also, the rules of the sect stipulate that each disciple, unless they come to collect, otherwise no one else is qualified to collect pills on behalf of you. Elder Li, you are the janitor of the Hidden Pills building. Why did you give him the dragon blood pills that originally belonged to me privately? I don't understand. Just who is it that has broken the rules of the sect? Suichan opened his mouth clangingly. His voice was loud and clear, as if the sound of the heavens was vibrating. While Elder Li's face turned pale, the corner of Suichan's mouth hooked up into a faint arc. To waste one of his legs, this is a favor to him. If it were someone else, he would be completely wasted. The 5 seals are unrivaled, and the chi is swallowed like a tiger? The patriarch's eyes widened. Even with his years of cultivation and insight, he was shaken at this moment. Over the years, the harmonized star sect had churned out quite a few disciples, but there had never been an existence that possessed a talent like Suichan's. Possessing 5 ancient elemental seals, although the time of awakening was a bit late, but with this kind of talent, one would definitely be able to compete for the qualification to go forward to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and in the future, when one enters within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, one would most likely have to rise up to become an official disciple of. At that time, in terms of the entire harmonized star sect, the benefits would be even more unimaginable, and might even be able to get the attention of the big shots within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and thus receive inexpensive supplies. Hatefully, this kind of talented disciple who could make the entire Huanxing sect rise by a huge step was being suppressed like this. Proud as Elder Li said, arrogant, no one in sight, with 5 seals and great talent. Shouldn't you be proud? Shouldn't you be arrogant? Shouldn't he be arrogant? Jiang Qintian was one of the several disciples with the strongest talent in the harmonized star sect, but he only possessed 4 ancient elemental seals, and compared to Zuochen nowadays, he wasn't even on the same level, 1 ancient elemental seal only, but the gap was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed, representing a twofold heaven and earth. Blind, really blind. Are you two's eyes clogged with? Or do you think that I, the patriarch, am blind? 5 ancient elemental seals are all trash? You elders have a really high vision. Surprised, the patriarch laughed back in anger. Elderly, I've always felt that you treat people fairly and justly. That's why I've allowed you to guard this important place, the hidden Dan building. Now it seems that it was my vision that was wrong in the first place. Elder Li and Jiang Qintian both looked at each other, equally shocked to the extreme. Who would have thought that a waste that had been silent for several years would rise in a single day, bearing the terrifyingly dazzling 5 ancient elemental seals? And who could have thought that with Elder Li's important status, along with the Jiang family of Longlin City behind Jiang Qintian, could not even impress the patriarch's heart, allowing him to support this brat. This kind of talent, if there is no accident, basically that the qualification to go to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is Wuchen's, although now it is only entering as Long Xinyu as attendant, but in the future it is not without a chance to become a formal disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, or even likely to become that most honorable true disciple. At that time, not to mention him being a tiny elder, even the entire harmonized star sect and even the Jiang family behind Jiang Qintian were not worth mentioning in front of Zuochen. Today, if I don't straighten Zuochen to death, I am afraid that I won't have another chance. Looking at these two's expressions, Zuochen coldly laughed. No talent goods. 5 ancient elemental seals scares them like this? If all 10 of their own seals were revealed, wouldn't they be scared to death? Zuochen, don't worry. I will give you an explanation for this matter. As for that dragon blood pill, 1 isn't enough. I'll reward you with 10 dragon blood pills. The patriarch turned his head with a smile on his face. Disciple has thanked sovereign. Zuochen smiled faintly. Now that he was awakened, in terms of the strength of his own qi and blood, the value of the dragon blood pill wasn't great anymore, but it could be left for little dagger to cultivate. Zuochen understood that he had this kind of treatment, but it was only brought about by his own talent. In the past, how would the patriarch offend an elder of the hall because he was an ordinary disciple? In fact, whether it was a disciple of the harmonized star sect or any other sect, anywhere, if one wanted to stand up and be valued, there was only one way to go, to prove that one possessed absolute strength. Especially at this time now, Long Xinyu was about to come, and with his 5 seals talent, he was bound to be valued and get the chance to join Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. When later on, he became an official disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, then his status would be unrivaled, and when that time came, even the immediate Huanqing sect patriarch would have to bow down in the face of himself, so it was only normal for the latter to show kindness to himself now. Unsurprisingly, in addition to the rewards from the patriarch, that Elder Li was not only dismissed from his position, he even apologized to Zuochen in front of the patriarch and promised to make up for all the pills that the clan owed to Zuochen over the years. As for that Jiang Qintian, in the last month or 2, he was already a half-wasted person, and I'm afraid it was hopeless if he wanted to seize the opportunity to go to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. For this kind of person, Zuochen doesn't have the slightest mercy. Leaving the main hall, the many disciples lined up outside the main hall bowed their heads one by one, their gazes showing the colors of admiration and currying favor, and the kind of condescension they had in the past was completely gone. It's true that strength is the most important thing. In the past, how could these people have such an attitude? This is perhaps the slavery of the world. Coming out of the great hall, Zuochen sneered in his heart. The night passed, and as the morning approached, the purple energy rose in the east, and while some disciples were still lying within their blankets, Zuochen had already arrived at the top of the cliff at the back of the sect. He always remembered that his father had told him when he was a child that when a day had just opened and the purple energy rose in the east, it was the time when the energy of space and time was most active on that day, and this was the best time period to cultivate. In the past, at this time, Zuochen had come to this place to quench his physique alone, but today was different. He had come to start formal cultivation. Chapter 007 Long Xinyu. Sitting on the top of the mountain, running the Yuan gathering decision without realizing it, Zuochen had already entered the state of cultivation. The qi and blood roared, using his body as an oven and continuously running along the meridians and bones, and during this process, the surrounding spatial and temporal energies were all converging towards Zuochen at an astonishing speed, transforming into a trace of pure ancient Yuan power. At the same time as this cultivation, the jade in Zuochen's body once again appeared to change, the red aura regenerated, pulling the ancient Yuan power in Zuochen's body to furiously operate and refine. As expected of Zuochen, this jade stone was not only able to make the qi and blood run faster, it had the same effect on the ancient Yuan power cultivation. This was equivalent to when the jade existed. Zuochuan's speed of running the gathering elemental determination to cultivate was 3 times faster than in the normal state. Moreover, whether it was ancient Yuan energy or qi and blood, after being transformed by the jade, it seemed to be stripped of impurities and continuously purified, becoming more and more refined. What Yuan martial artists refined was space-time energy. However, there was more than just one type of space-time energy present in the space of heaven and earth. There were also some shadowy substances, and these were not suitable to be refined. The top-level cultivation techniques refined the purest spatial and temporal energy, with very few impurities, avoiding many of the drawbacks of cultivation. From high to low, there were the following ancient elemental energy mind techniques: divine-level mind techniques, heaven-level mind techniques, earth-level mind techniques, and human-level mind techniques. Similar to the lowest human-level mind techniques such as the gathering of elemental determination, the ancient elemental energy that was cultivated had a large amount of impurities. However, with the presence of this jade, this cultivation into the body was constantly stripped of impurities, which was simply unbelievable. Although the cultivation was a human-level heart method, with the existence of this jade, at least in the 2 points of the speed of cultivation and the degree of condensation of the ancient elemental force, it was already no weaker than an ordinary earth-level heart method. Deep in the depths of the main body, the ancient Yuan power continued to condense, becoming more and more pure and powerful as Zuochen's cultivation continued, and it operated in all the limbs and bones. Boom! After 2 hours had passed, a muffled sound boomed between Zuochen's essence, followed by a terrifying qi and blood tremor. With his eyes wide open, Zuochen let out a cry, followed by his right fist swiftly blasting out, and a sonic boom sounded out in an instant. The surrounding area was in a mess, and the spatial and temporal energies that had coalesced here exploded under the pull of the powerful qi. The second sky of condensed seal? Awakening for the second time is tantamount to retracing the same path from back then, and with the presence of the jade, the speed of cultivation is truly terrifying. 10 years of accumulation had exploded in one day. Zuochen narrowed his eyes, and he was very satisfied with this result. Today's talent is nothing. Wait until one day, one's body completely recovers, and all 10 ancient elemental seals appear. Wait until that time, with the help of this jade, then the future path is unimaginable. It is estimated that the Dragon Heart Moon is about to arrive in the near future. With my current cultivation speed, I can definitely pass the Dragon Heart Moon's appreciation, and thus enter the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Finishing his cultivation, he pondered in his heart. Having reached the second sky of the seal condensation realm, and possessing a certain degree of ancient Yuan power in his body, Zuochen thought of the humanoid silhouette that he had seen in that jade earlier. Would he now be able to strike that one movement in its entirety? Thinking in his heart, Zuochen immediately focused his energy, and his consciousness condensed above that jade. When Zuochen's consciousness coalesced, inside the jade, a humanoid silhouette emerged and began to evolve that one seemingly simple action once again. Zuochen meditated and began to concentrate on learning, imitating the movements embodied by this virtual shadow. Now, he already knew the extraordinary nature of this jade, so even if it was the simple movement, Zuochen didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn it. Maybe when he familiarized himself with the movement, he would have a huge gain. After awakening, with the support of ancient Yuan power, it was really different. Rehearsing this movement once more, Zuochen felt that the ancient Yuan power in his body seemed to form a specific running track and float away in his body. The entire movement was barely complete. It was only that the shape was similar to God, and it looked very strange. It was only then that Zuochen realized that the movement was not simple. The posture and angle contained in it were all very peculiar. Moreover, just by a single movement it was able to drive the ancient Yuan power within his body to operate, which was really a bit unimaginable. In the next few days, Zuochen was almost completely immersed in this state of cultivation, striving to strengthen himself. During these few days, not only had there been a refinement in the ancient Yuan power, it was that while gradually familiarizing himself with this movement, Zuochen discovered that whenever he struck this one movement, the degree of that split-second burst of power reached a point that was completely unattainable in a normal state. Moreover, by continuously learning this movement, he had already rehearsed 70% of the resemblance, and in the past few days, his strength had increased from 1,000 pounds to 1,100 pounds, an increase of nearly 100 pounds, and this alone was worth Zuochen's efforts to fully comprehend this movement. Knock, knock, knock! In the air above the entire harmonized star sect, the drums sounded 3 times, deafening the ears. Is the test convened by the Dragon Heart Moon going to open? Zuochen, who was cultivating in the back cliff, was startled and quickly headed towards the sect's main hall. As the strength reached, Zhuo Chen's steps were steady, and even his entire aura was enhanced by an unknown number of times compared to before. When he came to the front of the main hall, he saw several hundred disciples gathered as much as they could, and the crowd was bustling. Long Xian Yu has come out. A disciple suddenly cried out, causing countless people to stare. Zhuo Chen looked ahead, only to see a peerless woman around 18 or 19 years old walking with her arms folded, overbearing. It was a natural aura of superiority. The other party walked out of the harmonized star sect's main hall, and it was the patriarch and the elders who were all full of smiles and condescendingly stood behind it. Is this the daughter of this Dragon Lin City's city lord? Dragon warrior? Glancing at the other party, Zhuo Chen didn't go crazy like the other disciples, but muttered, "What a big stance!" With the patriarch's words, he then directly announced, "Those whose strength is at the third heaven of seal condensation, and who possess at least 4 ancient Yuan seal reporters, are qualified to become the entourage of great Miss Long Xian Yu. Of course, those with outstanding talent, even if they can't meet the requirements for the time being, they are still qualified to undergo the selection. As for the others, stop. Disciples whose names are read out, come forward for the test." What? Condensing seal triple sky? A minimum requirement of 4 seals of talent. Countless disciples were eclipsed. All of them went crazy and screamed. This was too harsh. Of the hundreds of disciples in the entire harmonized star sect, there were only about 20 disciples who had reached the third heaven of seal condensation, and of those, only about 10 possessed the 4 ancient elemental seals, so according to this requirement, there were not many people who were truly qualified. What kind of test was this? This was simply just a chance for the few. I don't need trash by my side. Not even an attendant. Long Xian Yu was opening her mouth and glanced around, simply ignoring the yelling. Under the harsh conditions, too many disciples were blocked out of the gate, and only a very small number of people tested, and soon it was Zhuo Chen's turn here. Is it my turn? Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly arrived in front of the seal heavenly monument in front of the crowd. The test opened, and when Zhuo Chen's hands were close, an unparalleled brilliant light suddenly appeared on that originally dull and lightless seal heavenly monument. 1, 2, 3. Below, the crowd held their breath and quietly watched the shocking scene in front of them. By the time it was finalized, 5 dazzling rays of light exploded into the 8 directions, as if Zhuo Chen's entire body was covered in them. The seal heavenly tablet manifested 5 rays of light, which represented that Zhuo Chen possessed 5 ancient Yuan seals. The 5 seals are unrivaled, swallowing like a tiger. That is to say that the awakening of the 5 seals of the person, even if no longer cultivate, until adulthood can have a ferocious tiger-like explosive power. The surroundings were suddenly surprisingly quiet, and every disciple had a look of jealousy and unwillingness. Thinking back to not long ago, Zhuo Chen was still a waste who had not awakened even after joining the harmonized star sect for several years, but at this critical moment of the Dragon Heart Moon's arrival, the latter had awakened and possessed such amazing talent. Even Jiang Qintian, Wang Feiyu, Zhao Zhongli, and other top disciples within the sect that had originally made people optimistic would be eclipsed in comparison to Zhuo Chen. Immediately followed by the strength test, although Zhuo Chen's strength at the condensed seal second heavenly realm didn't dominate in front of those few disciples who had stepped into the third heavenly realm, it didn't matter anymore. 5 ancient elemental seals were enough to surpass all of them in the future. Moreover, even at the condensed seal second heavenly realm, many of them had awakened for a year or 2 years before reaching such heights, while Zhuo Chen had only awakened for just a few days and he had such strength. This human comparison would really make people vomit blood in anger. This Zhuo Chen, what kind of luck did he have? On the path of a Yuan martial artist, talent comes first, and realm is only secondary. There were dozens of disciples present who had passed the test, and almost every one of them possessed a realm higher than Zhuo Chen. However, if they were to compare talent, they were all scum in front of Zhuo Chen. If there were no accidents, the qualification to follow Long Xinyue forward to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace this time would belong to Zhuo Chen. Below the earth, I don't know how many gazes converged, this qualification could be accepted by whoever it fell on. But on what grounds was it Zhuo Chen, the guy who had been a waste for a few years? Unfortunately, with the patriarch on top and Long Xinyue personally present, who would dare to be reckless? Putting these 2 points aside, now after the awakening of Zhuo Chen, looking at the entire Huanqing sect, which disciple dares to mess with it? Think of that Jiang Qintian as one of the strongest disciples in the sect, and there is the Jiang family behind the support, but all useless, messing with Zhuo Chen, directly beaten into a cripple. This time even the qualification to participate in the test is gone. Taking a step forward, Zuo-chan stood with his hands in the center of that earth, and the light of his eyes moved as he looked around at the crowd for a while, eventually condensing on Long Xinyue's body, which at this moment was flickering with the brightest light. I heard that you have awakened for no more than 9 days? Long Xinyue's eyes flowed with interest as she continuously sized up Zuo-chan. Not bad, Zuo-chan said quietly. The realm is a bit lower, however, carrying 5 ancient elemental seals. This kind of talent is qualified to be my attendant. Long Xinyue nodded, a few smiles appearing on her face, obviously but still relatively satisfied with Zuo-chan. Hearing these words, a touch of joy overflowed on Zuo-chan's face. Then thank you, eldest Miss Long. The qualification, finally in hand, was undoubtedly the greatest joy other than awakening. Staying in a small sect at the bottom of the imperial dynasty like the harmonized star sect could not possibly have a way out, and only by going forward to the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace could Zuo-chan obtain more cultivation resources to strengthen his fleshly body so that all 10 of his ancient elemental seals would appear, and at the same time, he would also be able to obtain better elixirs and treasures to dissolve the bone poison for his little aunt. Chapter 008 Who Dares to Stop Me? What a laugh. After making a mistake, you want to just walk away, thinking that you can go forward to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and reach heaven in one step? Just at this time, a sharp voice appeared, followed by a figure coming from below, taking a few steps to reach Zuo-chan. Zuo-chan wrinkled his brow and a cold light flashed out. At this point in time, there was still someone blocking his path, wasn't there? Someone broke the stalemate, and for a while, many people's faces appeared to be different. Some people sneered. Finally, someone still stood out. After all, watching a waste like Zuo-chan, who had been stepped on by them for 3 years, all of a sudden stand on top of everyone's head, it made people very uncomfortable. Having injured a disciple of my Jiang clan, you are destined to have your fate in the future, which is to serve as a slave in my Jiang clan to redeem your sins. The visitor opened his mouth and a palm was in the air, directly striking out at Zuo-chan to suppress him. Zuo-chan laughed coldly. He crippled Jiang Qintian. Jiang family can't swallow this breath after all? Thinking that they are weak and easy to bully? Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, but a big jumping-off point for himself. It is about his road to rise. Today, the qualification is in hand. This district to Jiang family also want to block their way. No, absolutely not. Even if it was the God of Heaven, don't try to stop yourself from taking this step. Get thee outta here. Zuo-chan killed with an angry fist, a little inch of on coalescing and crashing into the center of that palm. Boom! A great force roared out, as if a newly awakened savage tiger was exploding. This Jiang family powerhouse stomped back 3 steps, incredulously looking at Zuo-chan in front of him. He was the head of the Jiang family's guards, an existence whose strength had stepped into the 5th sky of condensed seal, stronger than all the disciples of the harmonized star sect present. To put it bluntly, but in terms of realm, even if the strongest disciple of the harmonized star sect was present, he would not be able to fight with himself. Yet at this moment one was unable to suppress a mere Zuo-chan? Obviously, Zuo-chan wasn't doing well either, although the condensed seal realm was still essentially based on the physical body, with ancient Yuan power coming in second. But after all, he himself was only at the 2nd sky of condensed marks, and he was still a full 3 minor strata behind against this Jiang clan powerhouse at the 5th sky of condensed marks. However, relying on his strength that had become much stronger after his awakening, it wasn't so miserable. Nowadays, Zuo-chan possessed a mere 1,100 pounds of physical strength. Yet this Jiang clan escort leader's physical strength had vaguely reached the powerful level of 1,300 pounds, and the latter's ancient Yuan power was even more majestic than Zuo-chan's. Many people were watching this battle, and even Long Xinyue was standing on one side, her gaze deep, and she didn't know what was going on in her mind. What is the Jiang family? You are nothing more than a slightly bigger dog in front of me. Zuo-chan spoke sternly as he took a step, and the earth shook. There is a gap in the realm, but it is nothing, although this person is strong, but after all, he is only in the condensed seal realm, mainly because he is more powerful than Zuo-chan in the point of physical strength. Then Zuo-chan will have a chance to win. Insulting my Jiang clan, you are not worthy of death. The current you is not even qualified to be a slave or servant in my Jiang clan. This Jiang family powerhouse looked sinister and unreserved. The battle spear that was originally carried weaved forward, carrying a blazing forceful aura as it stabbed at Zuo-chan in an instant. A terrifying sense of crisis appeared, although Zuo-chan's physical body was powerful. After all, he had just been awakened not long ago. He had not even practiced any of the ancient Yuan arts, and his fighting means were very limited. Under these crazy strikes from the other party, a state of decadence appeared on the spot, and his body was constantly retreating, dodging the bombardment of that war spear. If there was an ancient Yuan technique, it wouldn't be so difficult now, Zhuo thought in his heart. It was a pity that time was too tight, and as he had to work hard to raise his ancient Yuan power realm in the past few days, he didn't have much time to cultivate a type of ancient Yuan art means. Ancient Yuan technique. Looking at the war spear that was blasting ahead, an action suddenly appeared in Zhuo's mind. Almost instinctively, Zhuo's feet stepped, while his arms were raised and his hands were folded in a peculiar pose, and in the very next moment his hands instantly chopped down diagonally. This chop contained a certain magical rhythm within it, striking out along with a special regular angle and slashing down along with the entire body, appearing smooth and natural, almost as if it was done in a single breath. Boom! In a collision, the powerful force attached to the battle spear was completely dissolved, and at the same time it was viciously recoiled back. The moment the war spear rebounded, that Zhang clan's strongest person directly flew out with a miserable scream, and while his figure was in midair, his mouth was already spewing blood, and it looked like he had suffered a great deal of trauma. On the contrary, Zhuo only let out a muffled grunt. His complexion was a bit ugly, and his body then took 3 steps backwards. The difference between the high and the low, the Zhang clan guard of the 5th sky of seal condensation was actually knocked out by Zhuo of the 2nd sky of the district. So strong? This move is not an ancient Yuan technique, yet it outperforms quite a few battle tactics. Zhuo's eyes glowed, his heart shaking. Even he himself, in fact, hadn't expected such an ending, and that strike just now had been struck purely due to instantaneous instinct because he wanted to defend himself. How is it possible? You're only at the 2nd sky of seal condensation. This Zhang family guard mumbled and opened his mouth, slumping to the ground as a sharp pain stimulated his nerves, and his entire face was bleak, as if he was about to collapse. Zhuo's gaze was cold and a murderous aura spread. Zhang Qintian colluded with Elder Li and snatched the dragon blood pill that originally belonged to me, so it's normal to waste one of his legs. Moreover, he was defeated in a battle with me in a dignified manner. That's a lack of strength, and it's no one's fault. Your Zhang family, a family in the hall, doesn't even have this kind of broad-mindedness. No wonder it's still a small family after all these decades and can't develop. It's useless to say anything. Injuring my Zhang family's young master is just a casual matter in your mouth? Simply lawless. No one can save you. Death, death, death. You must die. This Zhang clan powerhouse hissed on the spot as his eyes widened in anger. Right at this moment, Zhuo turned his sight and saw a large number of figures running from the distance, each holding a war spear, and many people converging, giving off a cold and icy aura. The Zhang family guards? Is this to round me up? Zhuo narrowed his eyes and quietly clenched his fists. A large number of Zhang clan guards surrounded Zhuo, blocking his path of retreat. The Sansen war spear pointed at Zhuo, glowing with a bit of cold aura that made people's hearts tremble. Enough! Accompanied by a clear and cold voice, Long Xinyue, who hadn't taken a stand for a long time, suddenly stood out. Zhuo is my Long Xinyue's chosen follower. Is your Zhang family not putting me in their eyes by doing this? Or is it that the matter of my Long Xinyue choosing her follower is determined by your Zhang family? Long Xinyue was extremely strong and looked around at the many Zhang family guards as she walked to Zhuo's side. Seeing Long Xinyue's gesture like this, the Zhang clan's crowd looked at each other with scorn appearing in their eyes. They did not expect that at this time, Long Xinyue would stand up for Zhuo. Eldest Miss Long, what do you mean by that? Zhuo injured my Zhang clan's young master. He only came to punish him today. You are an outsider and have no right to intervene. A Zhang family powerhouse stepped out and frowned. Discipline? This matter, I've just investigated it. That was Zhang Qintian who didn't know what to do. He was beaten up instead of being strong. This is the blame, it's no one's fault. The fault does not lie with Zhuo. In other words, even if Zhuo is wrong, so what? I will protect him, you Zhang family. To move him is to cross my dragon family. To cross me, Long Xinyue. Long Xinyue's voice was loud and clear, not only to the Zhang family's crowd, but also into the ears of everyone present. Whoever touches him is messing with me, Long Xinyue. The faces of the Zhang family's crowd suddenly changed, invisibly taking a step back. Not to mention the fact that the Long family is the lineage of the city lord of this Longlin city, and their heritage was originally stronger than the Zhang family. Even this Long Xinyue, although a junior, is not something that the Zhang family can afford to mess with nowadays. Thinking about this Long Xinyue, the terrifying talent, searching throughout the entire Holy Sky dynasty is at the top of the kind of people, the future potential is unlimited. Now, the latter is the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace named to be recruited disciples. Her day rise is the chickens and dogs along with the entire Long family to rise. At that time, what is the Jiang family? It wasn't worth it to provoke Long Xianyu because of a Zuo-chan. Get lost. While there is still room for dissolution, if you still don't know how to behave, don't say it's me. Zuo-chen's talent is in front of your eyes. The day Zuo-chan stands up, it's the day you bury your Jiang family. Long Xinyue waved her hand, extremely dry and direct in her words. Hearing Long Xianyu's words, the faces of the Jiang family members were unsightly, weighing their thoughts in their hearts, and ultimately, they had no choice but to retreat, and that originally condensed murderous aura disappeared with them. As the matter came to an end, Zuo-chan was also a bit more relaxed in his heart and arched his hand at Long Xinyue. Thank you, great Miss Long. I'll keep today's matter in my heart. Good. Long Xinyue's eyes lit up and she spat out a good word on the spot. Originally, Long Xianyu came to the star-transforming sect to find an errand boy only, but she did not expect to meet such a talent as Zuo-chan, the five-seal talent, although it was not comparable to Long Xianyu's own, but it was already not considered to be bad, and it could even be said that it was very excellent, if it was not that the age of awakening of 16 years old was just a little bit too big. Zuo-chan himself had the qualifications to become an official disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. She also understood that with everything that Zuo-chan had shown, the future was destined to not be ordinary, perhaps not becoming that kind of top-tier powerhouse that spanned the world, but it would definitely be a great person that spanned one side. To be able to obtain a promise from Zuo-chan, what one would obtain in the future might be far more than today. This was also the reason why Long Xinyue helped Zuo-chan. If Zuo-chan was a loser with no strength and no backbone, why would she, Long Xinyue, risk offending the Jiang family to save Zuo-chan? Although you have become my attendant, I am not harsh. Follow me forward to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. As long as you perform well, it is not impossible for you to become an official disciple in the future. At that time, you and I will be senior siblings. So in the future, don't call me Miss Long, it doesn't sound comfortable. How about just calling me senior sister? Long Xianyu said immediately after. All right, senior sister Long. A smile appeared on Zuo-chen's face. I'll give you half a day to prepare. Tomorrow morning, we'll hit the road and head to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. After Long Xinyue finished speaking, she turned around and left. Chapter 009 Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. This Long Xianyu seemed to be arrogant, but she was actually good to herself, of course. Her favorable attitude towards herself today also had the reason of pulling herself together. However, one day, Long Xinyue would understand how rich the rewards she would receive in the future for lending a helping hand to Zuo-chan today. Having gotten his wish after Long Xianyu left, Zuo-chan sensed the condition of his body. The battle had just been completed, and he had almost exhausted the ancient Yuan power in his body during the battle with that Jiang clan's guards. However, at this moment, even without intentionally operating a mental method, due to the existence of that mysterious jade, the power within his body was in a state of autonomous recovery every moment. It's time to go back and prepare for the preparations. Then tell little Ant the good news, Zuo-chan muttered. Returning to the dilapidated courtyard, Zuo-chan saw little Dagger pushing little Ant's wheelchair and waiting in the courtyard. Little Ant, I'm back. Zuo-chan walked in, a glittering luster flickering between the eyes of the entire person. In 9 days, Zuo-chan had grown too much, from an ordinary person who had never awakened to having the strength of the condensed seal second sky at this moment. Everything had changed drastically. Did it work? The woman in the wheelchair was speaking. Behind her, a look of inquiry also appeared in Dagger's eyes. Zuo-chan was silent for a moment. It was then that he suddenly laughed. The whole person's complexion, never before excited. Little Ant, I've succeeded and captured the qualification. Tomorrow we'll follow Long Xinyue to move out and go to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. As Zuo-chan opened his mouth, the two of them, little Ant and little Dagger, simultaneously revealed a face of relief and a smile. The knife tiptoes up to run up on the spot a bear hug. I know. Dust brother you can. What Jiangchen Tian Fei you stream, compared to you are all waste, cultivation for so many years what is the use? In front of my brother Dust, nothing. On the other hand, the little Ant on the wheelchair was relatively calm, just sitting there with a quiet face, smiling at the two giddy figures in front of her. Just then, Dagger's face suddenly looked a bit gloomy. Brother Dust, are you guys leaving tomorrow? The atmosphere of the entire courtyard had invariably dropped. Seeing the expression on little Dagger's face, Zuo-chan went over and patted the latter's shoulder. Little Dagger, I will eventually leave the harmonized star sect. That's how life is. There is still a long road ahead. After I leave, you should cultivate well in the star transforming sect. with your talent and carrying the 4 seals sooner or later, you will be able to open up the meridians in your body and truly rise to power. I think we will meet again soon. The knife's eyes lit up. The whole person's gaze flickered. At this moment but a light appeared. Will we meet again? Why can't you? Little dagger, have you forgotten about your talent? You're different from me. As long as you work hard to open those closed apertures in your body, you can have a complete cultivation talent at that time. Could it be that you don't have the confidence to stand up and enter the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace? Suichen's eyes were filled with motivation as he looked at Little Dagger. As a matter of fact, don't look at Little Dagger following his own ass on weekdays, but in terms of cultivation talent, there really weren't a few people within this harmonized star sect who were as good as Little Dagger. Little Dagger's body but possessed 4 ancient elemental seals, not the least bit inferior to those few topmost characters within the harmonized star sect. Unfortunately, there were 2 meridians in Xiao Dao's body that were blocked for some reason, which led to a slow progress in cultivation, and now he was only at the 2nd heaven of condensing marks. But this is nothing. As long as the knife can work hard to refine the body, one day will be completely blocked meridians in the body to open. That time the future will be unlimited. About to leave, looking at Little Dagger, a friend who had played together for many years, how could Zuo-chan be reluctant to part with it? Only his own road ultimately depends on the knife to walk by himself. Zuo-chan said this is also motivating each other. Don't worry, Brother Dust, after you leave, Little Dagger will refine his body every day, and one day he will likewise go forward to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Little Dagger's fists clenched. Well, go for it. Then Zuo-chan began to pack up his things. The things were very simple, except for a few pieces of clothing and whatnot. The other thing was Zuo-chan's 9-inch scimitar that had been used for quite a few years. I don't know when, nightfall, the 4 directions gradually returned to calm. However, Zuo-chan almost stayed awake all night, and early in the morning, Zuo-chan was with his little aunt, met with Long Xinyue, and under the watchful eyes of Little Dagger and quite a number of Huanqing sect's disciples, he directly set foot on the road to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, located in the middle of the Sacred Sky Imperial Dynasty, located in the Shattered Sky Mountain Range, although it is situated in the Imperial Dynasty, but not subject to the influence of the Sacred Sky Imperial Dynasty. On the contrary, the Imperial Dynasty also have to give face to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. This Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was about 30,000 miles away from the Huanqing sect, but fortunately, there was a spatial runic teleportation array, so it could be reached within half an hour. Standing in the space-time teleportation channel constructed by the Rune Grand Formation, several people were in a good mood, talking to each other. Long Xian, you said something about the rules of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. After a new disciple joins the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it is said that there will be a trial, in which one hunts and kills desolate beasts, obtains beast crystals, or searches for all sorts of spirit herbs, spirit medicines, ores, and other materials, which can be turned over to the sect, and exchanged for contribution points, which are equivalent to the currency of the Divine Flame sect. As long as you have enough contribution points, then you can exchange them within the sect for various ancient yuan techniques, elixirs, and various rune weapons, etc. Redemption. Zuo-chan looked at Long Xinyue. It was obvious that the latter already had some understanding of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Wouldn't it be simpler to barter? Wouldn't it be too much of a hassle to exchange materials for exchange points, and then exchange them for other treasures? Zuo-chan continued. Long Xinyue glared at Zuo-chan. Seeing that you aren't that kind of a fool, why can't you even think about this? The hallowed Yuanwu Heavenly Palace has unimaginable depths, and the precious treasures it contains are of immeasurable value. For example, if you need to exchange the essence blood of a 9th-ranked desolate beast, how are you going to barter for it? Could you find a treasure of the same value to exchange? This is rather me drilling the bullseye. Zuo-chan smiled sarcastically. Then Zuo-chan figured out that this kind of exchange, that is, on weekdays, disciples get all kinds of materials and supplies, can be exchanged for contribution points day by day, month by month. When the contribution points are extremely plentiful naturally, they will also be exchanged for top-level treasures at one time. Of course, the fact is that this first trial for new disciples is actually a kind of welfare. The danger in the trial isn't too big, and as long as you get the supplies, you can exchange them for contribution points. But later on, it will be harder to get contribution points, and you usually get them by doing the various tasks of the sect. Long Xian, you spoke eloquently. I joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and I'm going to go directly to my master's retreat. So I probably won't participate in this new disciple trial, but I can recommend you to participate in the trial instead of me. Everything you get from the trial, how about that is considered something I give to you? All right. Thank you, Senior Sister Long. Zuo-chan directly agreed with a playful smile, pretending to be heartless. He naturally understood why Long Xinyue was so good to him. It was a kind of investment. It had to be said that this Long Xinyue's vision was very good, able to see some of Zuochen's extraordinary. She probably understood that a character like Zuochen couldn't possibly be willing to be a follower all the time. Moreover, her own talent wasn't top-notch, but it wasn't bad either, so she was also considered to be pulling in ahead of time. The two of them conversed, and time quickly passed. And at the end, the entire space-time channel suddenly shook, and an extremely vast mountain and river was reflected before their eyes. The wind and clouds were shrouded, the earth was pale, and at a glance, the endless mountains and rivers were covered by a dense aura, spectacular to the extreme. Arrived? Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Zuochen muttered, carefully holding his little ant's wheelchair and bringing her down from the teleportation array. Zuochen sensed the 8 directions and nodded slightly, his gaze brightening slightly. This square circle of endless earth is actually covered by a rune-gathering array, a masterstroke, worthy of being a top-tier power of the Imperial Dynasty. You can sense the runic grand formation here? Long Xinyue glanced at Zuochen in surprise, a wave curling up in her heart, as she suddenly realized that she was somewhat unable to see through this follower of hers. The way of runes and the way of Yuanwu could be considered 2 very different paths. Those who have studied runes can carve out all kinds of runes and add them to weapons, armor, etc. to make their attributes stronger. In addition to that, runes have many magical and wonderful uses. Looking around the world, there are thousands of Yuanwu practitioners, but there are very few people who really have attainments in the way of runes, and any rune master who goes out will be welcomed by the forces of the 8 directions. This Zuochen, although his talent in cultivation could not be compared to himself, it was still not bad, and could even be said to be comparable to some of the ordinary disciples within this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. If he also had some talent in the rune Dao, it would be extraordinary, and would have even more value in the future. Hee. Is it hard to sense the runic grand formation here? Zuochen laughed, but a touch of gloom swept across the depths of his eyes. Back then, he was more than just a heaven-defying talent in cultivation. His comprehension of runes was also unimaginable, and even at the age of 5, Zuochen was already able to carve out some simple runes with his own hands. Unfortunately, that year's talent was nullified, and along with it, Zuochen's talent and comprehension of runes also faded quite a bit. Nowadays, Zuochen already had a direction for restoring his cultivation talent, but it was too difficult to restore his talent for runes. Otherwise, over the years, Zuochen's situation in the star-transforming sect wouldn't have been so difficult. Because even if Zuochen was an invalid, if he had a certain amount of runic talent, I'm afraid that those people wouldn't be suppressing him, but would instead run their asses up to compliment him. Ahead, there was a spacious passageway for pedestrians, rocking all the way up, disappearing into the ethereal smoke and clouds, leading straight to the top of the mountain, where Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was built on top of Shattered Hollow Mountain. It could be seen that within the 4 directions of the earth, there were quite a few teenagers who had come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, like the 3 of them, all of them similarly filled with enthusiasm and curiosity. These teenagers, all of them, were new disciples from the 8 sides of the Imperial Dynasty, or even from other Imperial dynasties. Chapter 010 Nailin Shuiyang. Senior Sister Long, you're here? At this time, a youth wearing a red robe lit up in front of his eyes and walked straight towards Zuochen and Long Xinyue. Senior Brother Shui, we meet again. Long Xinyue also unfolded her smile and walked forward. Well, if you're here, Senior Elder will be very happy. Quickly go. I'll take you to meet her. A gentle smile appeared on the Senior Shui's face. Yes, Long Xinyue answered, but she did not leave, but turned to look at the 2 of them. Zuochen. He is. It was only then that this Senior Shui brother noticed the presence of Zuochen and Xiaonan. A majestic pressure came, and Senior Brother Shui's sharp eyes condensed on Zuochen, looking down on everything as if he wanted to see through Zuochen in an instant. My attendant, who came with me this time in the future, please take care of Senior Brother. Long Xian, you said. Hearing Long Xinyue say this, Senior Brother Shui nodded, and his attitude towards Zuochen was obviously much colder as he said indifferently, later on, you can go to the sect square to register for a place, and there will be someone to help you make arrangements. With Senior Sister Long's status as a true disciple, even though you are a follower, you still have the treatment of an outer disciple. You guys go and get busy. Don't worry about me, Zuochen said, then glanced at Long Xinyue and turned to leave. It wasn't because of how this Senior Brother Shui's attitude was, it was just that Zuochen was very uncomfortable with this Senior Brother Shui. He wasn't accustomed to someone who used their aura to suppress people at their first meeting. Was this to give himself a downward spiral? He went far away alone, leaving the 2 of them behind. Long Xianu. Senior Brother Shui frowned and said in a deep voice, Senior Sister Long, this servant of yours, he's a bit arrogant. Hee, senior brother is wrong. Suichan is an attendant, not a servant. Let's go and see master. Don't worry about him. Long Xinyue looked at Suichen's back. A flash of appreciation swept across her eyes. And then she changed the topic without a trace. And the two of them soon traveled all the way away. Auntie, let's go. Suichan helped his little aunt push her wheelchair and went all the way up the ancient path of heavenly stairs, gradually approaching the peak, and could already see the many magnificent buildings above. There was no excitement and curiosity like many new disciples, and other than the initial appreciation for Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, Suichan appeared calm. In this dark night continent, there are 8 domains exist. Each domain, in addition to the imperial dynasty, there are many beyond the world of superpower, such as the domains of the imperial family, casually an imperial family, are to override a large imperial dynasty above. This Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is not extraordinary, but it is only a top clan within the Longwu dynasty. Back then, Suichan, who was a disciple of the Endless Battle Domain left-style imperial clan, had seen many great scenes, and a mere Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was not enough to make him admire it much. After ascending all the way to the top and walking in between, Suichen's eyes suddenly lit up and stopped there, and the corners of his mouth then also curved up into a clear and cozy arc. It was at the same time, a gentle smile also appeared on the face of the little ant in the wheelchair. In front of that, I don't know how many new and old disciples converged together, starry-eyed around the back of a young girl, each face excited, scrambling to perform in front of the woman. A silhouette is simply to converge into a torrent, and with the new disciples more and more, this kind of torrent seems to have a tendency to get stronger and stronger. The young girl was about 17 or 18 years old, light red robes on her body, her eyebrows were like a picture, her eyes were clear, her powder was slightly applied, and a bit of her hair was hanging down in a bun, fluttering slightly with the wind. Between every move, there seems to be a moving charm that makes those disciples surrounding her adore her. A number of people were opening their mouths in the surrounding earth. If I can marry Nalan Shuame, it's worth not being able to cultivate in this life. Bah, marry Nalan Shuyang? Dream on. Someone snorted. What kind of existence is she? And is she something you're qualified to get your hands on? People have the star god body, and now they already have 6 ancient elemental seals in our Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. The talent belongs to the top, and in the future, once the god body has become a great success, the 7th ancient elemental seal will inevitably be born, and at that time, even if you look at this entire Songdao domain, it will be a rare genius, so don't think too much about it, you and I. It's said that that white crane guy has been pestering people's asses all day long, and so far he hasn't gotten a proper look from Nalan Shuedao. A murmur of voices rang out, but almost all of them were clearly transmitted into Suichen's ears. That Nalan snow dance, is it famous? Suichan turned to a Yuanwu Heavenly Palace disciple and asked with a smile. More than famous. She is one of the 3 flowers of our Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Beauty and talent go hand in hand. People privately rumor that the most difficult tasks are not those at the top of the task list, but rather winning a smile from the snow dance goddess. This disciple seemed to have his entire body excited to the extreme when he talked about the 4 words Nalan Shui dance. Oh, is it hard to win her smile? Suichen's expression was a bit strange. Quietly looking ahead, that figure a breath of light red robes on the body, bright eyes and white teeth, Li Qi Tianqing. This niece, but really a crazy beauty embryo it? Well, the legs seem to have slimmed down quite a bit. Well, there's also that chest that wasn't outstanding 2 years ago seems to be round and full quite a bit. How come I didn't find this girl to be so outstanding before? Or is it because of not seeing her for a long time? Suichen's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. Seeing that you're new here, you don't know any better. You mustn't go and cause trouble. I don't know how many people are pursuing Nalan Shuedao. Each and every one of them has extraordinary origins. Take that white crane for example. His uncle is one of our Heavenly Palace's elders. This disciple kindly reminded. It's rare for you to kindly persuade me, but it seems that you've overthought it. Suichen glanced at this disciple. Right then and there. Brother Dust, you're here, I knew you would come. With a fresh and pleasant sound of surprise, the red figure quickly ran over from the side of the avenue in front. The young girl's eyes contained tears. The pearly face caused infinite pity. Close. The young girl directly jumped in Suichen's arms. A time of tenderness. I do not know whether it is a surprise or a sad sob. Only, as the young girl approached, what followed were those eyes that were like murderous knives, all piercing towards Suichen, itching to replace that guy. Suichen did not pay attention to everything around him, but gently embraced the young girl in his arms, and a long-lost tenderness appeared on his face. Little dance, good boy. Back then, Zhuchun fled all the way here, and his grandfather lived in seclusion in the eastern part of the imperial dynasty. Not long after, his grandfather picked up a little girl. The girl was picked up, hanging around her neck, a jade pendant, written with the 4 words Nailan Shui dance. Since then, the two were playmates who had been familiar with each other since childhood. The difference is that Zhuchun's body has been depleted over the years, unable to awaken, no different from an invalid. On the contrary, it is little dance, day by day, stronger and stronger, more and more powerful talent, and in the end, it even directly awakens 6 ancient elemental seals, accompanied by the divine body plus body, the star god body. This kind of talent counted. Even a top-tier person with talent as strong as Long Xinu was vaguely inferior in front of Xiao Dance. Only 2 years ago, a group of outsiders came and picked up Little Dance, and before leaving, Little Dance cried and told Zhuchun to work hard to become a disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and meet here. This was also one of the reasons why Zhuchun insisted on making an effort to come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. To Zhuchun, his grandfather and Little Dance were the most important people in his heart. Brother Dust, every year at this time, Little Dance will wait for you here. I know that one day you will come to me. Never leave me again. Okay? The woman's tears continued to fall, but she hugged Zhuchun's arms a few points tighter. Leave? How do you talk, girl? Little master, I have stepped into the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace by virtue of the heavenly talent. Here will be the springboard for my rise. From now on will leave an immortal legend in this great land. Countless beautiful people will be because of my arrival and fall in love with what the inner disciple, true disciple, sooner or later will be subjected to my feet. As my only designated witness, how can you cry? You should feel proud and honored. Come on, girl. Quickly give master a smile. The smile on Zhuchun's face was brilliant. These years of bitter cultivation had caused Zhuchun to smile a lot less, and only in front of Little Dance, the ninny that he had played with since childhood, did Zhuchun seem to be able to show some of the smile that originally belonged to him at this age that he should have. And in fact, Zhuchun didn't realize that since his successful awakening, his own personality was also slowly opening up. Bah, stinky you. The woman finally raised her head and pounded Zhuchun's chest, her face blooming. Little ninny, you can't recognize me after seeing Zhuchun? On the wheelchair, the white-clothed woman sized up Nailan Shuamai, a warm luster coming through her eyes, and she couldn't help but be smiling as she opened her mouth. No way, Sister Yun. Little Dance has been thinking about you every day. Now it's good, we can be reunited again. Nailan Shuamai's pretty face was red, and at this moment, she hurriedly walked over and supported the wheelchair. When the beautiful person smiled, for a moment, I don't know how many people lost their concentration. In the following one after another, they were furious, as if Zhuchun had turned into a heavenly enemy. Who is that guy? This kid. How could he be so familiar with Nailan Shui dance? The Divine Flame sect disciple who had just been reminding Zhuchun stood back with his mouth wide open at this moment. He still remembered that not long ago, there were a few distinguished true disciples who were hitting on Nailan Shui dance, yet in the end what they got one by one was Nailan Shui dance's cold eyes. And Nailan Shui dance familiar, just many people at this time only noticed the wheelchair on the woman, that such as natural wrapped not by the face of heavy makeup dress up, but clearly not worse than Nailan Shui dance a few points off. This kid, what virtue and ability, even can let 2 beautiful women around him? While many people were discussing, quite a few older students who were better informed secretly swept their gazes towards another direction, where there was a person with an incomparably shadowy face, both fists clenched tightly, staring dead ahead. Seemingly feeling that his appearance was inappropriate, this teenager adjusted a bit, and thus stepped out towards the front, coming straight in front of Zhuchun and Little Dance. Let her go. This voice entered Zhuchun's ears, dull and incomparable, with an unknown amount of suppressed emotions. Chapter 011. What kind of idiot is this? Eh? Zhuchun glanced at this person and immediately rolled his eyes, directly ignoring it. Where did the idiot come from that disturbed the gathering between himself and Xiao Dance? If it weren't for the fact that he had just arrived and everything was still unfamiliar, he would have already slapped his face and flown over. Little Dance, he is that Zhuchun, the reason why you rejected me? While this man said that, he was looking at Zhuchun fiercely. White Crane, are you funny? Can you not get in the way of me and Brother Dust? The sunshine on Little Dance's face disappeared and was replaced by a heartfelt disgust. Spare, this White Crane is not thin skin, but in front of so many people were taunted. The face is also a bit unaffordable. In front of the beautiful people, the bear can also become a hero, let alone in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace has the background of the White Crane. Zhuchun, right? Leave Little Dance and you can continue to stay in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in the future. You only have one chance otherwise, I will make you leave crawling like a dog. Brother Dust, let's go. Little Dance glared at the white crane and ignored it, then pulled Switchan and prepared to leave. The surrounding area was quiet. People always have the habit of watching, especially at this time when many people were jealous to death of Switchan. They were even more eager to see what White Crane, who even dared to mess with those royal sons and daughters, would do to this guy. Little Dance didn't pull Switchan. Instead, she saw the teasing look on Switchen's face. Let me leave, right? Give me a reason, Convince me first. Switchan revealed a wide smile. Humph. With a loser like you, what qualifications do you have to get your hands on Little Dance? If you are sensible, get lost. Little Dance's divine body is destined to be extraordinary. Besides my dragon elephant treasure body, who can be worthy of it? White Cranes raised his head, but it was a pity that he, who was half a head lower than Switchan, could never find the feeling of looking down on the ladder. Oh! Switchan nodded. His right hand lifted lightning fast, and a slap was flung away. What kind of an idiot is pretending to be superior in front of me? Didn't your lord teach you to be restrained and humble? Is Little Dance something that trash like you are qualified to call? Switchen's chi and blood shook. 5 seals appeared, and the ancient Yuan seals in his body surged out crazily between his right hand. Snap! Another slap, and the White Crane stumbled, already fumbling. The dragon elephant treasure body is bullish, isn't it? Talent is strong, isn't it? Come. Let me see where you are strong. Switchan took a step forward, and in front of everyone's stupefied eyes, he swept his foot out horizontally. Powerful chi and blood burst out with terrifying strength. His right leg was like a steel whip that fiercely lashed out, only to hear a click. With the shattering of 2 ribs, White Crane was already smashed down on the stone steps 3 meters away. Who did I think it was? I didn't expect it to be this kind of pretentious trash. Switchen's voice was ice cold. It really dirties little master's hands. Little Dance, don't look at me with such eyes. Although, brother, I know I'm a little bit overbearing. But it's not so much that it shocks you who carries the star god body, right? Without even looking at the White Crane, Switchan turned around and said to Xiao Dance with a smile. 5 seals? Brother Dust, you have awakened 5 ancient Yuan seals. Ignoring Switchen's teasing, Little Dance's that beautiful eyebrow arched up and her eyes glowed with a bit of light. Of course, it's just a pity that it's still a bit short. My holy battle imperial physique hasn't been remodeled yet. But, given time, brother will remodel a stronger physique sooner or later. As Switchan spoke, he and Little Dance pushed Little Ant's wheelchair and left the sight of the crowd. Greeting the ancient road staircase up, about a quarter of an hour later, the 3 came to a vast building in front. In addition to the 4 sides of an attic standing in the castle, the most eye-catching is reflected in the eyes of the 3 halls. These 3 halls, according to Little Dance, were the Hall of Sutras, the Hall of Treasures, and the Combat Pavilion. In fact, if one pays close attention, one will find that these seemingly scattered buildings are planned in a certain way, and they are staggered among each other. Moreover, with Switchen's senses, the entire vast sect was wrapped in countless imperceptible runic formations, and if not for some of his talent for the runic path, he would not have been able to pay attention to those runic hubs hidden in the shadows. Very good. Switchan sighed in admiration. From his gaze, the runic formations that existed here were extremely extraordinary, not too much weaker compared to the runic formations within the Zhua clan's imperial clan back then. After being together with Little Dance and learning quite a bit about the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, Switchan and Little Auntie were accompanied by Little Dance to the sect square, where new disciples were required to record a few things and receive the benefits that the sect gave to every new disciple. The time and space ring, as well as a few other things to pay attention to, and so on. After a while, Switchan was greatly famous. In these 2 years, I don't know how many male disciples who adored Nalan Shui Dance, but the only one who could be so close to Nalan Shui Dance was Switchan. For a while, he didn't know how many people were inquiring about the identity and origin of Switchan. Brother Dust, you attracted so many eyes the moment you arrived. Little Dance laughed happily. For her, there was actually nothing happier than Switchan being able to step back into the path of cultivation. Really? It seems like you're responsible for most of this, right? Didn't you see how hostile those boys were towards me? It seems like I'm going to have a tough time in the future. Switchan showed a look of lamentation. Listening to Switchen's words, Xiao Dance slightly tilted her head up and looked at Switchen's resolute face. Suddenly feeling some heartache, she softly said, Brother Dust, you've suffered during these years. Hee. What is suffering? Switchan gently stroked Little Dance's long hair, his gaze piercing through those billions of miles of the 9 heavens. Believe me, there will always be a day when I will return, cut down the enemies of the 4 directions, and reclaim everything from the past. Zuo-chun muttered. The time of a good person's companionship always felt short. Nightfall quickly descended. Zuo-chun and some other new disciples were arranged into some simple accommodation, and the little ant, Zuo-chun naturally could not let the latter follow him to suffer. Fortunately, there was Xiao Dance, and he could help the little ant to arrange to live in her place. The stars and moon shrouded and spread over the endless earth. The hustle and bustle of the day had also slowed down a few points. However, for these new disciples, their hearts might not be calm. Some of the disciples who were unable to sleep also came outside the dormitory, and some of those who had familiarized themselves for a few moments all gathered together to talk. Tomorrow morning is the trial, and it is said that as long as one is able to make it into the top 100 of the trial, one will be able to directly become an inner disciple. Many people talked about this topic the most. New disciple trials? Only then did Zuo-chun remember that there seemed to be such a thing. According to Long Xinu, this was a good opportunity, and if one could obtain a large amount of materials in the trial, then they could be exchanged for contribution points, exchanging for quite a few pills as well as ancient yuan techniques and so on. Contemplating something, Zuo-chun sensed something and suddenly turned his gaze, his eyes narrowing instantly. The gazes with which many disciples viewed Zuo-chun were not friendly, and were even a bit icy. Moreover, what caught Zuo-chun's attention was not exactly these, but in the depths of that darkness, there was a hidden killing chance lingering. Although it was vague, how strong was Zuo-chun's sense of killing aura. When he was 6 years old, he didn't know how many strong people had joined forces to appear at the Zhou clan's imperial clan to behead Zuo-chun, and at that time, Zuo-chun was unusually sensitive to this kind of aura. Is someone trying to kill me? Zuo-chun's face suddenly sank. He had only just come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and had only come into contact with a few people in total before and after. What kind of grudges would he have with people? His mind changed instantly, and within a moment, Zuo-chun's brows were furrowed. Could it be that white crane that I beat up during the day? Associating it with some of the things he had experienced in the Harmonized Star sect in the past, Zuo-chun seemed to know something. Although there was no evidence, and Zuo-chun couldn't think of a reason for White Crane to want to kill himself, there was no need for a reason. Zuo-dust only need to understand their own situation can be, this world is never cruel, cannot let you careless once, because careless this time perhaps is the price of life. Don't mess with little master me. I'm a very vindictive person. Zuo-chun swept his gaze across the surroundings and rolled his tongue, revealing a chilling smile. If one remembered correctly, it seemed that it was possible to fight and plunder each other in the trial, and although the rules of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace didn't allow new disciples to kill people in the trial, a trial was a trial after all, so how could it really not be a little dangerous? This trial seemed to be a good opportunity for Zuo-chun to find out the enemy and make a decision. Although Zuo-chun had joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace as Long Xinyue's attendant, however, given Long Xinyue's talent and status, even as an attendant, Zuo-chun wasn't a few points worse than an ordinary disciple. If some disciples wanted to do something, Zuo-chun didn't mind accompanying them. At 10 minutes before morning, the sun rose into the sky, and within the central square in front of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, thousands of new disciples gathered here, waiting to be picked up. I'm sure you all already know the importance of the trial. This is the first action that reflects your talent and strength. However, I hope that you can actively participate while not forgetting the rules of the sect. You can embrace the group, but if something happens that jeopardizes your lives due to scrambling, then you will be directly scrapped of your roots and expelled from the sect. A man of about 40 or so spoke in a Lang voice from the void station without anger, giving off a great shock. Is this Protector Xiahou Wu? As Zuo-chun looked at this person, his body trembled as the power in his body surged, and he was somewhat secretly surprised in his heart. Yesterday, I chatted with Little Dance, and Little Dance said that in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the highest status is the Mysterious Palace Master, followed by the 2 Deputy Palace Masters, the Left and Right Great Protectors, the Elders, the Hall Masters, the True Disciples, the Inner Disciples, and the Ordinary Disciples. This Xiahou Wu was the right protector of one of the Left and Right Great Protectors. The latter status was lofty, in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, only below the 3 Great Palace Masters. In Zuo-chun's senses, the other party's strength was unfathomable. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the fame of the sacred Heavenly Imperial Dynasty is really extraordinary. The previous Zuo-chun had really underestimated this clan a bit. Chapter 012 Purple Extreme Devil Cow. Condensing the seal, evoking the spirit, melting the martial arts, and metaphysical transformation. Xiahou Wu Right Guardian is definitely a strong person who has stepped into the 4th major realm of cultivation, the metaphysical transformation realm. This kind of terrifying existence, each one of them was a supreme expert, and could erupt with unimaginable killing power with their hands. According to reason, similar to the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, such a force, such an expert, even if it exists, it must be the stream of the Palace Lord, and this Xiaohu spare the status of respectability but clearly in the three Palace Lords below. Action! All follow me. At this time, Xiahou Wu's voice broke Zhuo Chen's contemplation. This piece of the shattered sky mountain range where Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was situated was vast and incomparable. The buildings belonging to the sect only occupied a very small portion of it, and this place of trial was situated between a large piece of mountains behind the sect. The mountains were all wrapped in some sort of powerful spatial rune formation, causing them to form a small world that was self-contained. Go in, 10 days of trial time, hunt and kill the desolate beasts inside, obtain all kinds of materials, and at that time you can all take them out and exchange them for contribution points. Of course, if you don't want to exchange them, everything you have obtained can likewise be taken for your own use. Xiahou Wu emphasized some final things, and then waved his hand towards the front. A silhouette hurriedly ran, impatiently disappearing into the depths of the forest ahead, and when all of them entered the place of trial, Xiahou Wu's majestic face disappeared, and instead, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This year's new disciples, they're very good. The geniuses of the 6 ancient Yuan seals, the heaven-splitting demon body, the Zhongshan hegemony body, and the physiques of those few brats are not simple yet, and I heard that there are also 2 brats who possess the talent of runes. Oh, there is also that little guy called Zhuo Chen. It is said that he only joined as a follower, counting as half a disciple of the sect, but he is very unusual, able to defeat White Crane, who is at the 3rd heaven of the condensed seal realm with a mere 2nd heaven of the condensed seal realm. Stepping into the place of trial, looking at these figures rapidly running around, Zhuo Chen was much calmer. Although it was said that the sect specified that it was possible to form a team with a companion, it was obvious that people were always selfish, and the vast majority of them possessed their own arrogance, and it was impossible for such people to be willing to line up alongside others, and in the event that they found any treasures, they would have to share them with someone else who would be willing to do so. 10 days? That's enough. Trying out these 10 days, not to mention earning contribution points, at least it will allow me to perfect my chi and blood a bit more during the hunt with the desolate beasts. After some of the figures had almost gone, Zhuo Chen also exerted his feet and his entire body quickly disappeared ahead. The content of this new disciple trial was very simple. Most of it was to hunt and kill the desolate beasts that existed in this place, and collect their skins, bones, crystal cores, and other materials to be used for sect contribution points. Danger is there, but not big, because many are just first-order beasts. This kind of low-level beasts new disciples can completely deal with. What's a tryout? The thing about trials was that one was able to get benefits while at the same time being able to enhance one's strength, and this was what Zhuo Chen understood as trials. However, for Zhuo Chen, with 5 seals in his body, even though he was only at the 2nd level of the condensed seal sky now, it would be such a waste of time and energy to focus on those lowest-level first-order desolate beasts. Thinking that when he was in the star transforming sect before, Zhuo Chen was able to hunt a first-order desolate beast like the tyrannical tiger beast without being awakened, for the current him, a mere first-order desolate beast was simply not enough to worry about. His target was the 2nd-ranked beast hidden in the deepest part of the training ground, which was also the strongest in this place. Perhaps with Zhuo Chen's strength nowadays, it was a bit difficult to deal with 2nd-order desolate beasts, but the benefits were something that other people didn't dare to think about. As he traveled along, casually hunting a few first-order desolate beasts that were in the way, Zhuo Chen really felt bored. Dealing with this kind of desolate beast was no different from wasting time. Roar! Fortunately, not long after going deeper, Zhuo Chen saw several figures fleeing in a hurry, and with them came deafening hissing sounds. Run, damn, what bad luck! How could we encounter a 2nd-ranked desolate beast here? Some people complained about their luck as they fled. Zhuo Chen was like a different kind of person. Not only did he not flee as those few people did, instead, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. A 2nd-order desolate beast? Wasn't this precisely one's goal? Thumbing. A black wave of light shot out, nearly severing a disciple's right arm. Purple extreme demon bull? Zhuo Chen's gaze stared. A robust black-purple figure pounced out, trampling on all 4 limbs, shaking the ground and rumbling continuously. You guys go away. Zhuo Chen stepped forward and spoke to a few people. Tiger killing. Zhuo Chen rushed out under the horrified gazes of those people, and between the movements of his hands, a shocking ancient Yuan power boiled out. Yuan martial artists used ancient Yuan techniques as their means of combat, but before some people awakened, when they fought with their flesh and blood, they were not able to cultivate ancient Yuan power, so that's how it was born. Combat techniques. To a true Yuan martial artist, combat techniques might just be lowly and useless ordinary means, not bothering to cultivate them. But in fact, at least in the condensed seal realm, a realm that condensed chi and blood and stabilized the foundation, combat techniques were still very useful. This tiger form kill was one of the several combat techniques that Zuo-chun had mastered. His hands were like tiger claws, shaking the air in front of him, and in an instant, he was able to divert the hatred of that purple extreme demon bull. Kill! Zuo-chun coldly spat out a single word. His body's chi and blood were like the sea, completely exploding as a terrifying forceful chi pierced through the front along both palms, breaking into the purple extreme demon bull's head. Between the vibrations of the ancient Yuan power, Zuo-chun's hands tightly gripped the horns of that purple extreme demon bull, and surprisingly began to brutally fight. This person doesn't want to die. He even wants to fight against a second-order desolate beast alone. Let's run away. Those few people who were originally being chased by the purple extreme demon bull. After seeing the sudden appearance of Zuo-chun, they were grateful, but at the same time, they didn't forget to quickly leave this place. If they joined forces, it was not actually impossible to fight the purple extreme demon bull, but doing so would definitely result in serious injuries, affecting the next training, which would be more of a loss than a gain. It was only when they were far away that one of them was puzzled. He seems to be that Zuo-chun who just entered the sect and beat up White Crane? Humph, this kind of person is arrogant but is out of his depth. If you provoke White Crane, you are bound to be killed. It's also good that we have one less competitor for our future. Another person spoke with a cold smile. Deep in the forest, Zuo-chun was moving his hands, with his talent. Even though there had been very few real actual battles over the years, but don't forget that he had come from a top-tier clan in the endless battle domain at a young age, and had seen an unknown number of exchanges between powerful people, and those extraordinary battle experiences had long been deeply engraved in his mind. Over the years, the memorized moves had been continuously changed and perfected by Zuo-chun, becoming suitable for himself, and had long been familiar with them. Boom! The purple extreme demon bull roared up to the sky. Its feet rushed up to the sky, but it exerted force so violently that Zuo-chun's body flew out directly. As his main body smashed down on the earth, Zuo-chun let out a muffled grunt and wiped away the blood foam at the corner of his mouth, and instead of having the slightest fear between that one eye, it was filled with even stronger battle intent. Now that's cool, Zuo-chun muttered. In such battles, one's chi and blood became more and more rounded, and one's understanding of combat became more pure. In the past, before he had not awakened, even when facing a mere first-order desolate beast, Zuo-chun would have to expend a tremendous amount of strength to fight it. However, nowadays, he was able to condense the strength of the second sky of the seal and fight against second-order desolate beasts on his own. If this was seen by outsiders, they would definitely tremble in shock, knowing that there were quite a number of new disciple trials, and the only ones who had the ability to hunt second-order desolate beasts alone were that strongest of the very few, with their strengths crossing over into the third and fourth heavens of the condensed seal. But, damn, I'm so stupid. The strongest part of this purple extreme demon bull is clearly that pair of horns, but I chose to fight hard there. Zuo-chun cursed, earth-shaking 7 killing fists. It was in the next moment that Zuo-chun's feet stomped on the ground, utilizing the force to leap into the front, while striking out yet another combat technique, and utilizing this tremendous force, his entire body blasted and catapulted out. The 10 fingers clenched and the fists rippled, spreading a blood-colored heavenly light, a scene of chi and blood surging to the extreme. Blood chi emerged and vaguely surrounded Zuo-chun's fists as he killed with punch after punch. Undoubtedly, with Zuo-chun's strength, although he had mastered some of the many combat techniques, he still fell short of wanting to deal with this purple extreme demon bull. But the benefit lay in the fact that Zuo-chun's base was too terrifying, having grown up exercising his physical body, comparable to an unusual special physique. The speed of replenishing his chi and blood and ancient Yuan power exceeded the imagination, which allowed Zuo-chun to maximize the amount of exertion. In this way, as the battle continued, the purple extreme demon bull would definitely weaken first, and at that time it would be Zuo-chun's chance to exterminate everything. The two figures between the battle, the 8 directions of the earth were in a mess, and the two figures were soon deeper into the deeper part of the forest. Zuo-chun did not know that it was while he was struggling with the purple extreme demon bull. A black-robed man had suddenly arrived at the place where he had initially stood. This was also a new disciple, with a head of black hair that vibrated without wind. His body was tall, and the most striking thing about him was that his entire skin was as if it had been eroded by a violent poison, surfacing with a touch of greenish-purple color. To be able to fight the purple extreme demon bull alone, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, someone wants you dead. Closing his eyes and sensing the surrounding aura, He suddenly laughed coldly, and in the next moment, the man strutted out, running along the imprints of the fight towards the depths of the forest. A few moments later, deep within the earth, a hissing sound of grief and indignation came out, followed by the purple extreme demon bull's body, which was like a small hill, rumbling and smashing into the ground, dying. It's really thick-skinned, but how can it stop my brother from crushing me? Chun let out a sigh of relief, and after determining that the purple extreme demon bull no longer had any threatening power, he began to sit on the ground, recovering his consumed chi, blood, and ancient yuan power. Chapter 013, The Chase. There were only a small number of second-stage desolate beasts in this trial land, which were put in by the sect intentionally to cultivate the unity of some new disciples. Generally speaking, to deal with such a powerful desolate beast, it was inevitable that quite a few people would have to join forces together. As for the likes of Zhuo, it was rare. After regulating for a small moment and feeling that his body was still empty, the aftermath of consuming too much, Zhuo was a bit depressed. He knew that he had indeed been a bit reckless this time, going so far as to directly strike at the sight of this purple extreme demon bull. One must know that a powerful second-stage desolate beast could even fight with a spirit-summoning realm powerhouse. It was fortunate that it was this purple extreme devil cow with a relatively low bloodline. If it was some other ancient war beast bloodline or a fey beast, he was afraid that he would have been killed here today. It was at the same time that Zhuo was recovering his ancient yuan power that a figure came swiftly within the earth at the back, gradually approaching this place. Killing intent? What a powerful fluctuation. This seems to be the heaven-splitting demon body. Zhuo, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Having read the canonical books since he was young, and having lived amongst the geniuses of the imperial clan, he had seen quite a few special physiques. Even the holy war imperial body that he himself had once possessed was originally a powerful physique that ranked in the top 100 on the continent. Regarding this heaven-splitting demon body, Zhuo had the same understanding. Go! Zhuo made an instant decision and took a step out, his entire being transformed into an arrow off the string. He understood that at this time, when a strong person with a special physique appeared, the other party, no matter who it was not something that the current self could deal with. Late! A hoarse voice came, cold and dull. Shocking fluctuations were transmitted, and a black chain tore through the air, entangling Zhuo's shoulders. The main body was locked down, unable to move. Zhuo frowned. Since he was unable to leave, he was fortunate enough to stay for the time being. We know each other? Zhuo turned around and saw this black-robed prowling youth. Unrecognizable. The youth spat out 3 words. Give an explanation? Zhuo lowered his head and looked at the black chains wrapped around his own being. This chain, which was not a weapon, but rather an ancient yuan power that had condensed the energy of space and time, was an ancient yuan art. However, to be able to externalize the ancient yuan technique and strike this kind of attacking means, it meant that the one in front of him was at least a strong person who had stepped into the 5th sky of condensed seal, 3 whole strata above himself, and a lot more powerful than that purple extreme demon bull that had just been decapitated by himself, and was not at all something that the current Zhuo would be able to defeat. Someone wants you dead. The black-robed youth stared at Zhuo. Give up resisting. Your fleshly body is very powerful now, but there's still a huge gap compared to a true divine body. Besides, you are only a mere condensed seal 2nd sky. The gap between you and me is too great. The black-clothed youth said as he took control of that one black chain and started to increase its strength. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Brezi. Xiao Brezi's ancient elemental force operated and transited between the chains, and for a moment, Zhuo felt a tremendous pressure ensue. And not only that, all of his own strength had the feeling of being forbidden. There was a difference of 3 whole strata between the 2nd sky of seal condensation and the 5th sky. If it were Zhuo back then, he might be able to make up for this gap because at that time he was a top genius, a genius that made many of the strongest empire clans especially fearful of him. Unfortunately, the current him wasn't anymore, and even though he had recovered 10 ancient elemental seals, he could only manifest 5 of them. Looking at the face in front of him that seemed to be in control of everything, Zhuo suddenly grinned. Worthy of being Yunwu Heavenly Palace, gathering geniuses from all 8 directions, even special physiques can be encountered here. It's just a pity to kill me, with you not having that qualification yet. Bang! A terrifying chi and blood tore through everything, bursting out from between Zhuo's limbs and bones. Zhuo's shoulders trembled as a shocking power was forced out of his body, and the black chains that were originally entangled exploded with a bang, turning into bits of debris. earth-shaking 7 killing fists, a fist killed with a powerful wind, and successively, 7 terrifying fist shadows floated through the air along with Zhuo Chen's body. Eh? Xiao Brezi's eyes widened as his ancient yuan power spread out, instantly condensing 2 chains once again to pierce towards the front. At this time of striking out, he opened his mouth disdainfully, fighting against the ancient yuan technique with an ordinary combat technique. You're really thinking too much. Bang bang, the fist aura was dispersed, only the 2 black chains were also completely shattered. How is that possible? Xiao Brezi was shocked. He clearly sensed Zhuo Chen's weakness, no matter how powerful the latter was. After battling with the purple extreme demon bull, it was simply impossible for him to strike at himself again. Moreover, what he had used was an ancient yuan technique, and even an ancient yuan technique that wasn't too powerful should be stronger than the opponent's combat technique. But what was going on here? In this moment of distraction for him, Zhuo Chen in front of him was blinking and disappeared, his body directly disappearing into the depths of a jungle. Damn! Tricked. Xiao Brezi stomped his foot and his gaze was gloomy. Let's see where you can escape to. Even if you weren't injured, you wouldn't be a match for me. In the distance among the trees, after Zhuo Chen sensed that Xiao Brezi was gradually getting rid of by himself, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his entire face swelled red on the spot, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood with a puff. The gap between himself and Xiao Brezi was too great. Even in his peak state, he was unable to counteract the other party's power of the condensed seal fifth sky, not to mention the fact that he was already greatly depleted after the battle with the purple extreme demon bull. Fong had spared an all-out strike and used up all the ancient yuan power that had been stored up for a long time, and now the power in his body had dried up. Today's battle, although it was a defeat, it also made Zhuo Chen understand one thing, and that is a rule that belongs to this place. This place was no longer that tiny harmonized star sect, but the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace that was countless times more powerful than the harmonized star sect. In this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, everyone was a minor genius selected from the 4 directions of the earth, and among them there was even a number of top-notch characters similar to Long Xinyue. These people, both from the 4 directions, in this environment filled with great pressure and competition, some people might disregard everything for the sake of benefits, even rising to the point of killing each other, and such things would not be rare. When we are still in a small environment, we can never imagine how much courage it should take to face the future, especially in this world where the strongest is the most important, and if you want to grow, you have to learn to face everything. The word cultivation has been paralleled by 2 other words since the beginning of time, and those 2 words are cruelty. Possessing a heaven-splitting demon body, although it is only an ordinary physique, it is still enough to make countless people envious, and relying on this kind of underpinning, one can mix well even in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. But unfortunately, you shouldn't provoke me, Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen muttered, and a bone-chilling cold aura spread out from his body. A purple extreme demon cow that I've been fortunate enough to hunt and kill. I'll just feed it to the dogs. I hope you can take it with alacrity. The trial has only just begun. Time, it's still long. Calming down, Zhuo Chen began to deduce who was trying to deal with him. Without a doubt, 9 times out of 10 it was that white crane. Other than that, he really couldn't think of anyone he had provoked in this strange place. I didn't expect that your tentacles would reach inside this new disciple trial, Zhuo Chen muttered. Thanks to Little Master's resourcefulness, or else I'm afraid I'll end up here today. Zhuo Chen reached out and wiped away the bloody foam at the corner of his mouth. Inside this trial land, there was one benefit, that is, there was no shortage of all kinds of healing herbs, although none of them were that precious, but at least for Zhuo Chen's current realm they still had a good effect. While searching for medicinal herbs to heal his wounds, he instead took the opportunity to map out the environment and whatnot in the area, where powerful desolate beasts existed, where there were some suitable environments for combat, and so on. With the previous lesson, Zhuo Chen was now a lot more cautious, always keeping an eye on the movements around him. He understood that he still didn't have enough experience. Fortunately, the ones that existed along the depths of this trial land were all strong second-order desolate beasts, and except for the occasional group that came to hunt, ordinary people would not come easily, which made Zhuo Chen's healing and cultivation a lot less troublesome. In the end, Zhuo Chen decided to respond to all changes with no change, and first peacefully raise his strength. As for the rest, if someone was still ungrateful, even if it was at the risk of shaking some of the big names within the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, he himself wouldn't mind taking out certain so-called geniuses. After recovering from his injuries, Zhuo Chen continued to begin his cultivation, constantly looking for opportunities to hunt those second-stage desolate beasts that acted alone. Along the way, although he had suffered some not-so-light injuries, his strength had been astonishingly enhanced as the day of the trial passed day by day. By the 8th day of the trial, Zuo-chan had finally crossed into the ranks of the third sky of condensed marks, and had a thorough comprehension of the powerful stance he had obtained from the mysterious jade in his mind. However, he didn't have too much joy about the refinement of his strength because he knew that he had the base from back then, and now that he had awakened, reaching the peak of the condensed seal realm in a short period of time would be a normal thing to do. Stepping into the third sky of seal condensation alone, whether it was one's own fleshly body, chi and blood, or ancient yuan power, there was a huge increase. Even if he was still unable to compare with Xiao Brezi of the fifth sky of seal condensation, at least the gap between the two would not be so large, and even if he utilized the move he had obtained within the mysterious jade, Zuo-chan was certain that he could fight the other party head-on. There are still 2 days to go before the end of the trial, and it's about time for me to have some fun with you guys. Zuo-chan appeared at the edge of an eye-catching small cliff, overlooking the bottom. There were quite a few desolate beasts gathered in this area, and there were also quite a few precious medicinal herbs growing around this cliff, so it attracted many new disciples, and quite a few of them saw where Zuo-chan was at the moment because of it. It's Zuo-chan? There was no news of this person after he entered the trial land, but I didn't expect him to appear today. Someone's gaze flickered, secretly condensing on Zuo-chan's body. After all, someone like Zuo-chan, who had caused some trouble on the first day of his arrival, was bound to be remembered by many people. However, in many people's minds, although Zuo-chan was remembered, he wasn't remembered just because of his own strength. Instead, he was just a follower of someone else. And how capable could a follower be? Chapter 014. This kid is too evil. Miracle Dragon's Beast Crystal? When someone saw the item in Zuo-chan's hand, their gaze instantly shrank, and a regal light erupted in an instant. Surprisingly, it was a second-order beast crystal, which was a good thing to take back to the sect to exchange for a large number of contribution points. The trial had reached this 8th day and was nearing its end, yet many people had already begun to move against each other, plundering resources and grabbing treasures. At this moment, looking at the second-order beast crystal in Zuo-chan's hand, no one could suppress the covetousness in their hearts. At this very moment, a figure stepped out unexpectedly from the crowd and quickly rushed towards Zuo-chan as he approached. Hand over the beast crystals. Second-order beast crystals are not something you are qualified to control. The eyes of the visitor had a guarded meaning as he stared coldly at Zuo-chan, a strong aura spreading out from his body, and it was feared that his strength had at least stepped into the third sky of condensed seal. Making me hand over the beast crystal? Well, very good. Zuo-chan narrowed his eyes. Then in the next moment, he directly made a move, a slap directly slapping out. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Many people looked on with cold smiles and unkind gazes. If Zuo-chan was undefeated, I'm afraid that this was not the only person he would face next. However, the next scene caused everyone to suck in a breath, also at the height of the condensed seal triple sky. However, the gap between this person and Zuo-chan was just too great. In less than 10 moves, he was directly blown to the ground by Zuo-chan. If you don't want me to chop off that hand of yours, take the initiative to take off the rune ring and give it to me. Zuo-chan calmly looked at the other party. A moment later, Zuo-chan threw back the ring that had become empty. Thank you. Within this person's runic ring, there were quite a few first-order beast crystals as well as various medicinal herbs stored, but they were all swept away by Zuo-chan without a single bit left. If you want to hit him, you have to be prepared to be swept away, don't you? Good way, good way. Zuo-chan's heart was gorgeous. Just by sweeping this person's spatial ring alone, it was enough to allow himself to redeem nearly 1,000 more contribution points. Many people stared at this place, completely stunned at this moment. Wasn't Zuo-chan only at the second sky of condensed seal? How did he break through to the third sky of seal condensation in such a short period of time, almost no weaker than the vast majority of new disciples present? This waste of a man, Wang Lai, was careless. Although that Zuo-chan stepped into the third sky of seal condensation and isn't that powerful, his fleshly body is almost comparable to some unusual divine bodies. Allowing him to get close and sparring with him against his fleshly body, he deserved to end up like this. There was a group of people standing in the distance, and a disciple in the lead spoke in a deep voice, taking a step out afterward. Another contribution point giver? Zuo-chan was surprised. The smile on his face was very thick. His intention was to wait for certain people, but he didn't expect to be able to draw out this kind of idiot who took the initiative to come up and give away benefits. But it's good. Who would refuse the benefits that are sent to the door? As long as they do not kill, then spread out. Even if the clan knows, will not ask for their own crime. Even the clan is the default of this kind of mutual plunder between the disciples. Only this can more stimulate some people's competitive heart. This person seemed to have an arrogant face, but in fact, his own strength was not much stronger than that Wang Lai. Confidently striking out, he ended up instead still being left with a pile of materials after being severely beaten by Zhuo. After losing 2 people consecutively, Zhuo stood there with a smile on his face, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings, as if he was waiting for the next person to arrive. There's something evil about this brat. Looking at his strength, it's only the 3rd sky of condensed seal. How can he be so terrifying when fighting? Someone shrunk his neck, quietly suppressing the flash of greed within his heart. Even though the benefits in Zhuo's hands were tantalizing, the problem was that one had to have the strength to fight for them. Bro, ask you something. Zhuo walked up to a new disciple and opened his mouth to inquire under the latter's slightly panicked expression. How many contribution points can be exchanged for the crystal core of a 2nd stage desolate beast? 5. 500. If it is the crystal core of a special bloodline desolate beast, it can be exchanged for 600 contributions. This new disciple said. Thanks. Zhuo nodded and casually tossed 2 worthless first-order beast crystals to the latter as a token of appreciation before turning around to leave the place. Mumbling, not bad. The 6 second-order beast crystals I have here can be exchanged for more than 3,000 contribution points. Together with those other things, I should be able to gather enough for 5,000 contribution points. What? 6 second-order beast crystals? 5,000 contribution points. Under Zhuo's intention, many people here clearly heard what Zhuo said, and they were all stunned. They had worked hard to find some beast crystals, medicinal herbs, and the like, but they could barely exchange them for more than 1,000 contribution points. But everything that this Zhuo controlled in his hands was worth at least 5,000 contribution points. Looking at Zhuo's back, they simply didn't believe that a mere follower of someone else would be able to get more than 5,000 contribution points in the trial. However, after thinking of the scene not long ago when Zhuo casually took out 2 precious 2nd-order crystal cores with his hands, his heart instantly believed a few points. This brat, he had definitely gotten the good things left behind by the disciples who had tried out before. Otherwise, with Zhuo's strength of the 3rd sky of condensed seal, it would be impossible to get so many 2nd-order beast crystals or something like that. At that moment, consciously or unconsciously, some people but stared at Zhuo's back, secretly noting down the direction and route that he went forward. About a quarter of an hour after Zhuo left, certain disciples whose strength had crossed over into the 4th sky of seal condensation rushed to follow in the direction that Zhuo had left, and shortly afterward, another new disciple with a black shirt prowling around inquired about directions, and similarly disappeared ahead quickly. It's good to have strength, the seal condensation quadruple heavens. That Zhuo can't be dealt with no matter what. There have already been 4 waves of people going after him before and after this. Some of the new disciples who were slightly less powerful and knew that there was no hope of capturing the treasure were sighing, rather regretfully. Deep within the forest, Zhuo abruptly stopped walking and turned to look at the 2 disciples who suddenly followed before him, a strange smile appearing on his face. 2 senior brothers, don't hit me. I'll give you these 2 2nd-rank beast crystals. Zhuo smiled and handed over the crystals in his hand. Who knew that what they got in return was a face of mockery? Do you think we're stupid? 2 2nd-order crystal cores to get rid of us. With this voice, the 2 of them directly burst forward, making it clear that they wanted to beat Zhuo to the ground and snatch all the things. Kid, wealth is not exposed. No strength and still come out to show off. A man said, his right hand grabbed in the air. Right at this instant, Zhuo broke out with a fist. A terrifying qi instantly erupted, and qi and blood mixed with ancient yuan power erupted out. The main body folded and struck out ferociously from the same spot. Zhuo's men would not show any mercy. He understood that these 2 in front of him were not good things since they had the intention to come after his footsteps. Heart-rending cries of pain came out, and not long after, there were already 2 figures lying in front of Zhuo, both of them with stunned and unwilling faces. How is that possible? This kid is only the 3rd heaven of condensed marks, but his flesh and blood is even comparable to a yuan martial artist of the 4th heaven of condensed marks. And that's just it. The other party's grasp of the rhythm of the battle is simply unimaginable. And it is the 2 of them joining hands, but they are not able to suppress Zhuo. The duo gasped for air, only feeling that their chests as well as their shoulders were almost about to explode, with huge pains passing through their entire body. If they fought any longer, they would really be wasted. Zhuo, we're wrong, we're all fellow disciples in the future, we have to help each other. So let us off the hook today, right? We are willing to offer 10 first-order crystal cores each. The duo smiled sarcastically. Although they were cursing each other 10,000 times in their hearts, they absolutely did not dare to show it on their faces. What do you take me for? Fight whenever you want and get off easily if you can't. Chun narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and cold. Hand over all the materials. Dare to leave a trace, huh? Although the clan stipulates that you can't kill people, but in case you accidentally waste a hand or foot or something like that, you can't be right. Alas, who let me just stepped into the condensed seal 3 heavens. This power control is still unstable. Your appetite is also too big, right? The two lost their colors. Appetite? Compared to the appetites of the two of you just now, this is nothing for me. Chun moved his muscles and clenched his fists. Looking at Chen's appearance, these two new disciples no longer had the slightest illusion, and could only admit their bad luck and helplessly dedicate all the materials they had obtained. What beast crystal, medicinal herbs, ores, and so on piled up a place as with dust swept a glance, although there are not a few good things, but also our meat take back to add up to the value of a lot of contribution points is not it. Get lost. Chun waved his hand and then dismissed the two. The same situation between successive but happened 3 times. Chen's waistband has been bulging beyond measure. He counted, these additional materials are not too valuable, but the bits and pieces added up at least can be exchanged for nearly 3,000 contribution points. Why isn't the main man coming? Chun frowned slightly as he eyed the front, and vaguely, his eyes flared with a touch of coldness. If there are outsiders here, we'll be absolutely speechless. In this place of trial, others are carefully guarded against the covetousness of others. Who will be like Chan this instead of waiting for others to rob? You're lucky you escaped last time. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from the front, accompanied by a black robe, and a slender figure appeared in front of Chan. Relying on the fact that your physical body has a few points of strength, and having abused a few wastrels from the 3rd and 4th heavenly seal condensation, you feel qualified to arrogate yourself in this trial land? Xiao Brezi. Chen's gaze condensed and he spat out 3 words. Finally waiting, Chan knew that once he showed up, this Xiao Brezi would definitely come to find himself after getting the news. At this moment, he was no longer relaxed and cozy. Instead, his body was taut and his ancient Yuan power was secretly vibrating. What favor did White Crane give you? Letting you kill me at the risk of violating the clan's rules. After staring for a moment, Chun suddenly spoke. Within the earth ahead, Xiao Brezi's gaze slightly averted, not answering Chen's question head-on, but said in a deep voice, as a follower of someone else, it wouldn't be wrong to keep a low profile, and maybe that day when luck comes, you can even become an official disciple. This Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the water is too deep. There are some people you can't afford to mess with, not to mention that you're just a straw man from a poor countryside. Even if you're a royal son or princess of a certain dynasty, you'll have to obediently lie down here. Chapter 015 Fighting Xiao Bailey again. Seeing Xiao Brezi's attitude, Chun already understood everything. He knew that his speculation was indeed not wrong. This person had come to kill himself. Most likely it was unrelated to that White Crane. Low profile? That I'm not low-key enough? Ha! Chen thought, but a stomach of grievances vented out. Just for a little bit of small grudge, even involved in the danger of life, put who will not be happy. At this time, that Xiao Bailey made a direct move. A black chain pierced through the air, glittering with strong ancient Yuan power, directly winding towards Chen's main body. Hey, is that all you got? Chan took a step forward, not retreating but advancing. His hands were wrapped in layers of ancient Yuan power, and he grabbed between the chains with a loud bang. Click! The chains were directly torn apart, turning into bits of space-time energy that disappeared beyond the heavens. In the ensuing instant, Chun bullied his way up, his right fist as if it had transformed into a sledgehammer, smashing down fiercely. Bang! Chun was as fierce as a tiger, directly blasting away. For a time, the entire jungle shook with smoke and dust. Ancient Yuan power boiled, and the 4 fists of the 2 of them thumped and exploded, intertwining together, all of them swift and incomparable. Those who were able to come to this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace were truly all extraordinary, and even though Chan was able to rely on his battle sense to easily abuse some of the disciples of the 2nd and 3rd condensed seal, or even the 4th condensed seal days, it was still extremely difficult to truly face the Xiao Bailey of the 5th condensed seal days. In a moment, the 2 of them separated, and Chan flung his wrist, but it was to see that the 5-finger joints were already red and swollen. The heaven-splitting demon body is truly overbearing, Chan pondered in his heart. However, all the god body foreign body in the respective special ability at the same time, most of them are also able to enhance the strength of the physical body and blood and so on, so have a god body of the person's physical body will generally be more powerful than the ordinary people. Chan had quenched his body from a young age, and although his physical body was more terrifying than normal people, even comparable to some inferior divine bodies, however, one should not forget that Xiao Bailey himself was the possessor of a physique such as the heaven-splitting demon physique. Damn it, if Little Master's original Holy Battle Imperial body was in his body, what is this regional heaven-splitting demon body of yours? Little Master, I will only abolish it with my hands. Suichan took a deep breath, and the ancient Yuan power all over his body suddenly surged towards his right hand. You're the only one who possesses the ancient Yuan technique? Suichan grinned in mockery, his gaze cold to the extreme. Suichan, who had awakened not long ago, did not in fact cultivate any ancient Yuan art means, yet he had thoroughly integrated the one move he had obtained from the jade within his body in the past few days. Soul chains. At the same time, Xiao Brezi's 10 fingers trembled, continuously spreading out powerful ancient Yuan power, while absorbing the outside space-time energy and condensing black chains. This time, he was directly using the ultimate means, and in the blink of an eye 10 chains came across the sky, interlacing with each other, as if they formed a dragnet to encompass Suichan. But that's just it. Suichan bit his lower lip. Kill. Suichan spat out a killing sound, and a powerful ancient Yuan power erupted from his body as he made a swinging motion, using his right arm as a blade and chopping toward the front. A terrifying destructive force appeared. The figures of both sides instantly collided, erupting with a shocking might. The majestic ancient Yuan power interspersed with the 8 directions of space-time energy flocculation here. In the next moment, Suichan took a strong step forward, and his right arm seemed to transform into the most terrifying blade, cutting into the front with a destructive force. The 10 soul chains struck by Xiao Brezi instantly turned into pieces and directly dissipated. The right arm transformed into an alternative blade and slashed out, shattering everything in an instant, bringing with it an unrelenting destructive force as it blasted at Xiao Bailey's chest. Bang! Xiao Brezi's robe directly exploded, revealing his bloody chest. Glancing incredulously at Suichan, Xiao Brezi looked down and saw that an eye-catching crack deep into the bone had appeared between his own chest, and a trail of blood couldn't be stopped from flowing out, soaking the entire piece of clothing in the blink of an eye. No, it's impossible. Xiao Brezi hissed on the spot, unable to accept his defeat. If both of them were at the 5th level of seal condensation, it would be fine, but what was Suichan in front of them? The other party was only at the 3rd level of condensed seal strength, 2 levels lower than himself. Under normal circumstances, such a gap was not something that Suichan could make up for. While trembling with anger, Xiao Brezi's 2 eyes pierced through the air and condensed on Suichan, as if he wanted to see through something. My soul chain is a human-grade upper-grade ancient Yuan art. Suichan just broke my soul chain with a single move? Could it be that what he cultivates is an earth-grade ancient Yuan art? Xiao Brezi's mind raced, his thoughts flowing hundreds of times in a flash. I heard that this Suichan is nothing more than a kid from a poor countryside, without any background. How could he be in control of such a terrifying ancient Yuan art? Aren't you going to fight? Again. Suichan spoke sternly. The Xiao Brezi was a good opponent, the 5th sky of seal condensation. He could already subtly invoke a portion of space-time energy while fighting. Fighting against such a character was a way to sharpen oneself. Fighting was the best means to transform, and since he was already prepared to fight, Suichan would not back down again. You made me injured? Huh. A waste of the 3rd sky of seal condensation is able to injure my heaven-splitting demon body? Xiao Brezi endured the immense pain in his body and laughed back in anger, his eyes staring at Suichan with a cold gaze. No matter how strong a physique is, without completely growing up and reaching perfection, it is nothing. Suichan spoke in a cold voice. With a hiss, Xiao Brezi struck out once again, just now his most skillful ancient Yuan technique. Soul Chain was broken by Suichan, which was really beyond expectation, but it wasn't his only means of fighting. Originally, this was something I was going to use in the final moments of the trial to fight with someone, but in order to kill you, I will use it in advance today, and it will be considered a blessing for you. Xiao Brezi opened his mouth, the slightest hint of killing intent spreading. The dense space-time energy was sucked in at this moment, flowing around Xiao Brezi's main body, every ounce of energy vibrating, always waiting to strike. 4 Elephant Interception Technique. White Tiger Seal. Xiao Brezi shouted explosively, and in the next moment his hands launched out in front of him. In the ancient Yuan force under the lead, the surrounding space-time energy then cohesion, in front of Xiao Bailey appeared a white tiger virtual image. Although it is a virtual image, but as if the white tiger real body personally, vaguely transmits a terrifying murderous air, appears to be ferocious and incomparable. For elephant interception technique, Zhuo Chen's gaze intensified for a few moments. This kind of ancient Yuan technique, Zhuo Chen had heard of it. There were human level, earth level, heaven level, demigod level, and god level, and each level had the difference between the upper, middle, and lower 3 grades, such as the soul chain that the other party used just now should only be a human level ancient Yuan art. The 4 elephant intercepting art was an earth grade lower grade ancient Yuan art. After cultivating it to great completion, it had 4 forms, respectively. For great seals such as the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and xuanwu, and the 4 seals came out in unison with great lethal power, and it was not known how much more powerful compared to that soul chain. Fortunately, with the strength of the Xiao Brezi's 5th sky of seal condensation, he could only condense the white tiger seal, which was only one type of great seal, and was not able to explode the full power of the earth-grade ancient Yuan technique, or else Zhuo Chen wouldn't have to fight anymore today. Roar! A deafening sound wave spread ahead. That white tiger seal under the urging of Xiao Baori thumped and broke the air, teeth and claws open, gesture unusually ferocious. When the white tiger's mouth opened, it had a sound like swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, as if it was going to swallow Zhuo Chen alive in one bite. Chop! Zhuo Chen's face was grave as he once again utilized the move he had obtained from the jade, and his entire right arm rose up like a sword as he chopped in front of him. He knew that he had underestimated Xiao Brezi. The other party's origin was not small, at least it was not comparable to himself who had come from the harmonized star sect. This person had actually cultivated an earth-grade ancient Yuan technique. If he had anticipated this beforehand, Zhuo Chen would not have been so reckless. Now one could only pin their hopes on this move they had gotten from the jade space. The main body moved, and a wisp of qi directly locked onto that white tiger seal in front of it, and Zhuo Chen's arm transformed into a blade, weaving through from the front. In the next moment, however, a shocking scene occurred. That white tiger seal, as if it was really an imaginary body, completely ignored Zhuo Chen's bombardment, surprisingly causing Zhuo Chen's means of attack to directly fall through the white tiger's avatar, but without any effect. How? Zhuo Chen exclaimed in shock and quickly retreated away. This white tiger seal is naturally not a real shadow. It should be the space-time energy and ancient Yuan power interweaving cohesion, both so, and how not to be affected by their own attacks. In a flash of thought, that white tiger avatar instantly appeared in front of Zhuo Chen, biting down in the air. Boom! Zhuo Chen's main body fell and flew out, and that white tiger seal had disappeared. But it was as if it had penetrated Zhuo Chen's flesh, leaving a ferocious tiger-shaped pattern between both his front and back. In less than 10 breaths, black and red marks appeared where the flesh was injured, the meridians of the entire body were shaking, and the flesh appeared to be in uncontrollable great pain, a feeling as if one's body was about to collapse, being eroded all the time. Good. Pain. This white tiger seal, so weird. Zhuo Chen chanted in pain and hurriedly operated the cultivation mind technique, gathering Yuan decision, rapidly absorbing the 8 directions of space-time energy and continuously transforming the ancient Yuan power in order to replenish and repair the depletion of his own body. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiao Brezi directly laughed out loud. He had already seen the scene that would soon follow. The rhythm of the battle was already under his control. No matter how stunning and extraordinary Zhuo Chen in front of him was, he could no longer pose much of a threat to him. You should be thankful to still be alive for a short while. If this 4 elephant interception technique of mine reaches its highest form and the 4 seals come out in unison, it will shatter your physical body in an instant, and you won't even be able to leave a whole body behind at that time. Xiao Brezi walked forward step by step, staring at Zhuo Chen with a deadly stare, and then said, "Being able to force me to utilize the 4 elephant intercepting technique is considered to be your ability, but the battle is about to come to an end." Yeah. Watching the other party approach step by step, a flash of color suddenly appeared above Zhuo Chen's originally calm and cold face. Chapter 016 Successful Trial. In vain, Zhuo Chen's body, which was seated between the earth, leapt up, an ancient Yuan power condensed between his hands. His 10 fingers vibrated, and rushed forward with a thumping, violent outburst. With a snort, Zhuo Chen turned his hands into claws and ruthlessly grabbed Xiao Brezi's right arm in the nick of time. Immediately after, a tearing, forceful aura erupted, bringing Xiao Baoji's body directly out a few meters away. The battle, indeed, is over. Zhuo Chen returned these words to Xiao Baori as he took a step out. Although his figure stumbled a little, he was still standing after all. As for the Xiao Brezi in front of him, his right arm was drenched in blood and hung down powerlessly, his entire body half kneeling on the ground, his expression pained to the extreme. With his eyes lost in thought, Xiao Bailey, who had been incredibly complacent a few moments ago, could not have imagined that the battle between the two sides would be reversed in the blink of an eye. How is it possible for you not to be restricted by the white tiger seal? Xiao Brezi asked, almost gritting his teeth. Obviously, just now Zhuo was no longer capable of fighting, but he exploded in an instant, causing Xiao Brezi to not expect it at all, and he, who had loosened up, had his right arm almost torn apart by that strike from Zhuo. Is it strange? But I won't tell you why. Zhuo looked at Xiao Brezi playfully, his gaze flickering as he vaguely revealed a touch of cold killing intent. This Xiao Brezi, damn it, collusion with the White Crane. Since entering the land of trials, this person will be staring at their own, twice, if not their own, still a little bit of heritage. I'm afraid it is early to fall into the body of the road to the ground. Today's battle, even if it is out of the trial place, this Xiao Brezi and their own complete antagonism, the other side will not let go. In that case, it is also troublesome to keep it, just like having a knife hanging over your head all the time. It is always dangerous. Why don't we just solve it? Just at the moment when Zhuo's killing heart was spreading, he suddenly seemed to have a feeling in his heart and looked up to the sky to a certain place in the void. His gaze lingered for a moment, and a strange color swept through the depths of his eyes. I can leave you a dog's life, so if you want to stay alive, hand over the materials you've gotten to me, little master. Oh, and thank you for helping me keep that purple extreme demon cow's crystal core for the past few days. Zhuo changed his mind and coldly warned. Last time, when Zhuo was seriously injured, he was almost taken advantage of by Xiao Bailey. Although he finally walked away, it was quite a mess, and even the second-order beast crystals that he had fortunately obtained fell into Xiao Bailey's hands. However, today it is going to be taken back by Zhuo himself. A quarter of an hour later, Zhuo turned around and left. After experiencing a battle, his body was damaged, the consumption was obviously very serious, and he needed to seriously cultivate before he could replenish it back. However, it was obvious that Xiao Brezi was the one who was considered miserable. His arm was almost torn apart by Zhuo. That kind of severe pain was not to mention. A carelessness might turn him into a one-armed man in the future. So close. I didn't realize that Xiao Brezi was in control of an Earth-grade ancient Yuan technique, and I almost got caught in the gutter. After moving away from that Xiao Baoji, Zhuo was relieved. At the last moment, Zhuo was invaded by the white tiger seal and almost lost his resistance. However, at the critical moment, a force surged out of the mysterious jade in his body, dissolving the force of the white tiger seal in his body, which was what allowed Zhuo to counterattack on the ground. No matter what, this battle is always Zhuo earned. The materials in Xiao Bailey's hand is not ordinary people can be compared. With this guy's strength can already fight with the second-order desolate beasts alone, and can hunt and kill the second-order beast crystals. Moreover, this guy doesn't know how many people's materials have been plundered, and it can at least be exchanged for at least close to 5,000 contribution points. Count your life as good, however. If you dare to mess with little master me again, I guarantee that you will not be able to come back. Zhuo spoke in a low voice while his gaze glanced towards that eastern sky. This trial, even though it was a matter for new disciples, how could the sect sit back and watch everything? In the moment just now, Zhuo unexpectedly surged a feeling of being spied on and probed, imagining that I was afraid that there were high-level powerhouses in the sect who had noticed this place in the outside world. Although he didn't know what background and means that Xiao Brezi had to selectively disregard some of the sect's rules, Zhuo couldn't. Being new here, he didn't have a prominent status here. Instead, his status was just that of a follower of someone else. It did not belong to the people of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. If it was known that he had made a move to behead Xiao Baoji, the result was not something that the current Zhuo could afford. Almost immediately afterward, within the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, in a rather spacious building, two men glanced at each other, both seeing a touch of doubt in each other's eyes. This kid, he can actually sense that we're probing? Person spoke up. Count on him to be sensible and not exterminate Xiao Brezi, otherwise. Hey, with his identity as someone else's follower, killing an official disciple of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, that kind of punishment scares me. Another person then spoke. The whole trial finally came to the last moment. Thousands of disciples have joy and sorrow. Some people earn a pot full of money, while others are just a little bit unlucky, originally took their own hands to obtain the material, is not satisfied, go to plunder the material of others, but the strength is not good, in the end, fall into a void, but instead of losing everything. On the 10th day, the entire land of trials was shaking, and the runic array that wrapped this place was opened. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the trial. A majestic voice resounded at the back, and as the crowd turned around, they all saw the appearance of Protector Xiahou Wu, and behind him stood a group of high-ranking elders, hall masters, and the like of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Life is spent in growth. Every trial and every breakthrough is part of your growth on the road to cultivation. Xiahou Wu was opening his mouth, A few sentences. After finishing, he continued, "Below you can choose to hand over the materials you have obtained in order to exchange them for contribution points." The crowd of disciples cheered and walked towards the front. Along with this group of high-level sect powerhouses came to the center of the square. Within that square there was a row of tables piled up with cards made as if they were made of crystals. This is the identity card belonging to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Each identity card is made of white crystal, while after the refining of the runic furnace, there are runic enchantment, while representing the identity of each person Yuanwu Heavenly Palace disciple, but also have some other effects, such as can be in the identity card to store the contribution points. Not long after, Zuo-chan saw the identity card he had received in his hand, which was crystal clear, with his name engraved on the front, and flickered with a layer of dreamy light under the illumination of the sun, extremely dazzling. At this moment, his heart was a little excited for no reason. Finally, everything was stabilized. He could stay in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and cultivate, although he was only in the capacity of a follower, and had a lot fewer resources compared to the others. Zuo-chan didn't care about this. In this place, as long as one has the strength, the little welfare resources issued by the clan can be completely not cared about. For example, if Zuo-chan wants something, he can go and do some tasks issued by the clan or other strong people within the clan, thus getting contribution points to exchange for elixirs, secret books, and ancient yuan techniques in the treasure pavilion by himself. Everyone got their identity tags, and then it was time to exchange their contribution points. In front of the exchange table, a special runic device was situated there, controlled by a clan elder, and each person would come forward to offer their materials and calculate the number of contribution points that could be exchanged. And then after placing their identity cards on top of that runic device, they could swipe in the corresponding contribution points inside. Many disciples, one by one, some exchange to thousands of contribution points, face a happy, some others are a little depressed. The materials obtained barely exchanged to 1 or 200 contribution points is simply not enough to stuff teeth. This contribution points cannot be exchanged in the clan to any good things. Until the appearance of a disciple seemed to break this particular phenomenon, the materials this person took out were simply dazzling, causing the crowd to marvel and envy. In front of this new disciple named Lu Yuan, there were at least 50 beast crystals of first-order desolate beasts as well as 5 beast crystals of second-order desolate beasts. In addition to that, there were also a large pile of various medicinal herbs, ores, and other materials which were ultimately exchanged for more than 8,000 contribution points. More than 8,000 contribution points, this is simply not dare to think this Lu Yuan one person will get to the other 7 or 8 people combined contribution point quantity, this 8,000 contribution points to take to the treasure pavilion, and even can exchange to an earth-grade lower-grade ancient yuan art. This little material can be exchanged for 8,000 contribution points? Then wouldn't I be able to get tens of thousands of contribution points here, little master? While the others were envious of Lu Yuan, Zuo-chan was rolling his tongue and squinting his eyes to calculate away. This Lu Yuan, it's not simple. I've been working hard for 10 days, and in the end, the contribution points exchanged to me are still less than the value of a second-order beast crystal. This Lu Yuan, without mentioning anything else, has already taken out 5 second-order beast crystals alone. Heck, it's depressing. Many disciples whispered. Originally thought that this Lu Yuan is almost the highest harvest of this trial, but never thought that the thousands of new disciples in the water is deep, simply hidden crouching dragon. To the end, even emerged a redemption to 16,000 contribution points of the monster. This person is called Yi Chendi. The terrible thing is that he took out of the redemption of the material is very simple. There is only one kind of all the second-order beasts of the beast crystals. This caused many people to ponder in their hearts. If a third-order desolate beast existed in the trial land, would this person be able to take out the same third-order beast crystals? Simply monsters and perverts. Quite a few people locked their gazes on Yi Chendi above that and spoke in low voices. In addition to this Yi Chendi, there were also some extremely extraordinary characters that emerged out, and almost all of these people had strengths that stood at the very pinnacle of the new disciples. Although they were not as stunning as Yi Qianti, almost everyone had also redeemed tens of thousands of contribution points. Imagine this batch of new disciples, since they are qualified to come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, then everyone is bound to be the top existence among their peers in their respective regions, possessing proud talents and strengths. However, when they came here, their arrogance was gradually weakened. There were people outside of people. Compared to those truly supreme geniuses, these talents of theirs were instead insignificant. Just like in front of Yi Chendi, no one could afford to be confident. For a time, many people's gazes were silent, but they were quite gloomy. Chapter 0, 17 tens of thousands of contribution points. Finally, it was Wu-chen's turn to step forward and cross into that exchange venue. He didn't attract much attention, and even a few people scoffed. After all, Zuo-chan couldn't even be considered an official disciple. There were always so many followers of others like Zuo-chan every year, and such people were often not taken seriously. Only a small number of people recognized that this was the lucky person who had taken out a few second-order beast crystals at once in the land of trials and obtained the chance left by the previous disciple. The next scene caused the eyeballs of many disciples to nearly fall off. On that exchange table, Zhuo began to take out the materials he had obtained piece by piece, whatever was in disarray, and in the blink of an eye, they piled up into two large piles. Although these not-so-precious medicinal herbs and first-order beast crystals were not worth much and could not be exchanged for many contribution points, but such a large number added up to something extraordinary, and after that elder's calculations, all of these added up to a surprising value of 4,000 contribution points. 4,000? How is that possible? Some people exclaimed in shock. These formal disciples of theirs had only ended up exchanging more than 1,000 contribution points, and the better ones were only 2,000 contribution points. This Zhuo was only a follower, not much at all, yet now it was exchanged to a staggering 4,000 contribution points. This kid, what virtue and what ability. Must have gotten the chance left behind by the previous disciple, this luck also too good a bit. However, everything didn't end there. While many people were inwardly cursing Zhuo's luck and speculating about the origin of his 4,000 contribution points, up there, Zhuo once again took out materials. 1, 2, 3, 15. The entire 15 second-order beast crystals were placed there, each one dazzling beyond compare, refracting a brilliant luster, and undoubtedly exuding the most enticing aura in the eyes of every disciple. 15 second-order beast crystals, each of which can be exchanged for 500 contribution points, a total of more than 7,500 contribution points, coupled with the previous 4,000 contribution points, this trial down, Zhuo to the hands of the number of contribution points to reach the unimaginable, 11,500? This amount, among the many new disciples, I'm afraid it's close to the top 10? If Zhuo was endowed with amazing talent and possessed the strength to stand proud of everything, it would be fine. But the problem was that Zhuo, who only had 5 ancient elemental seals and the strength of the third sky of condensed seal, was not even comparable to the vast majority of the disciples present. Can someone explain this to me? Someone spoke up, yet he was answered with the same disbelief from the crowd around him. Cheating, he must have cheated. He prepared the material himself. Someone shouted loudly and was heard by the entire room. However, while some of the new disciples were moving in a godly manner, the senior members of the sects present did not show anything. Zhuo glanced back at those people as if he was looking at some idiots. Cheating? Cheating in this new disciple trial? Cheating in front of all the top players of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace? What the hell are you thinking? It's a trial that relies on strength. Before entering the land of trials, everyone was not allowed to bring in even the most common pills, except for weapons, and everyone had been scrutinized, so what was there to talk about cheating? Having received more than 10,000 contribution points as he wished, Zhuo was satisfied. However, for himself to attract the attention of so many people was not the result he wanted. Helplessly, this was something that could not be avoided. The contribution points were too important to be able to exchange for many pills, ancient yuan techniques, and so on, which would help him to cultivate. It was impossible for Zhuo to hide most of the materials and only exchange for a small portion of them. In the subsequent material exchange, Zhuo met Xiao Brezi, who had attempted to exterminate himself in that trial land. The latter lost the battle in front of himself and ended up almost wasted. Fortunately, it seemed that he had recovered quite a bit from his injuries now, however, that Xiao Brezi had only barely exchanged 2,000 contribution points at this point in time, and had almost fallen out of the top 100. This was still the latter's strength stepping into the fifth sky of seal condensation, suppressing quite a few new disciples and taking advantage of the last 2 days to grab some materials. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not get a single contribution point. Seeing that Xiao Baoji walking down the redemption stage, his cold gaze coalesced as if he wanted to kill himself with his eyes. Zhuo disdainfully glanced at the latter. More actions will lead to death. This Xiao Bailey was completely to blame. The top 100 in the trial are qualified to directly become inner disciples. Those whose names I announce next, all come forward. When everyone had finished exchanging their names, an elder came forward and spoke aloud. A sensation appeared amongst the thousands of new disciples, and a few of them even had a flash of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. Relatively speaking, this was the most crucial moment. The top 100 disciples of the trial were qualified to directly become inner disciples. This was the best benefit, more eye-catching than any more contribution points. In the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the vast majority of people were just ordinary disciples, and on top of that were inner disciples and true disciples. With different statuses, the treatment received would be vastly different. Similarly, at this moment, Zhuo's gaze also became serious with the number of contribution points he exchanged, not to mention the top 100, even the top 10 may be close, just this inner disciple's identity. That elder began to read out the names of some people until shortly afterward 99 people were read out, but only Zhuo-Chun was left behind. All 99 of you are my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's inner disciples from now on. This elder spoke. Within the surroundings, many disciples' gazes condensed on Zhuo-Chun, all of them joyful and incomparable. What could this Zhuo-Chun do if he obtained more resources in the trial? Yet, it was equally unable to receive the same favorable treatment as others. After all, a follower was a follower, not even an ordinary disciple of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and it was simply delusional to want to become an inner disciple. Agu, what a pity. So what if there are more than 10,000 contribution points? After all, you can't be an inner disciple. While Zhuo-Chun was somewhat depressed, a smug voice appeared, but it was the white crane that came from nowhere in front of Zhuo-Chun with a mocking face. Zhuo-Chun glanced at this white crane. Get out of little master's sight. Any more nonsense, beware of little master, I will stab your broken mouth. Treating this kind of person, Zhuo-Chun wouldn't have a good face. The white crane's face stiffened, but soon it was revealing its fangs. Relying on a bit of fleshly strength, you are just able to be rampant in this early stage of cultivation. I'll see how you can continue to be arrogant in a few days. Within this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, I will play you to death. After saying that, he quickly left Zhuo-Chun's line of sight. Remembering the beating he received that day, Crane was really afraid that, with Zhuo-Chun's nature of striking without saying a word, he would abuse him severely again. This time, it was in front of thousands of people. Even though White Crane had a lot of unwillingness in his heart, he really didn't dare to excessively touch Zhuo-Chun's whiskers. Play me to death? Then let's try and see who plays who to death. Looking at White Crane's back, Zhuo-Chun silently spoke in his heart. In terms of strength, although Zhuo-Chun was only in the third sky of seal condensation, and moreover, the talent of 5 ancient elemental seals was, at best, middle to upper middle when placed in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, his physical body was comparable to that of some unusual godly bodies, and coupled with his use of combat skills, there were not many new disciples present who could defeat Zhuo-Chun head-on. This mere White Crane, scum-like thing, hadn't been put on Zhuo-Chun's mind. In the end, as he watched that elder bring the 99 disciples away from this place, although Zhuo-Chun was a little disappointed, he was able to accept this ending. No matter how good one's performance was in the trial, and what kind of resources one had obtained, one was still only the follower status of others in the end, and this was what limited the many things one should have obtained. However, all of this was nothing. Sooner or later there would be a point where one would be able to become a true Yuanwu Heavenly Palace disciple, and at that time no one would be able to stand in one's way anymore. The trial ended completely. Many disciples left one by one, and Zhuo-Chun was also thinking about something in his mind as he slowly walked out of this square. However, not long after he had just stepped out of the square, he saw a woman in red robes waiting in front of that, and upon seeing Zhuo-Chun appear, the woman's face was immediately wrapped in a smile. Meh! When Zhuo-Chun saw the woman, a touch of gentleness appeared on his face. Brother Dust, I heard that you got over 10,000 contribution points in the trial? Little Dance greeted her and naturally took Zhuo-Chun's arm. I knew that Brother Dust, you are the most powerful. Ha! Zhuo-Chun smiled faintly, undeniable, but the bottom of his heart was warm. Since childhood, this girl, Little Dance, always believed so blindly and encouraged herself. However, at this moment, Little Dance's face suddenly changed, icy cold to the extreme. Brother Dust, I just heard someone say that with your trial scores, it's enough to directly become an inner sect disciple. Yet, because of your status as someone else's attendant, the sect overlooked you. I'd like to know who is so capable that they dare to make my brother Dust an attendant? Little Dance opened her mouth in a deep voice. Frost covered her pretty face, and even a rare flash of icy killing aura appeared. With this girl since childhood, in Zhuo-Chun's memory, the latter seemed to be so angry for the first time, not expecting that this girl also had such a domineering side. It's just a temporary follower status, Zhuo-Chun explained. He then proceeded to tell Little Dance a series of things about Long Xinu, as well as his coming to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Only after hearing Zhuo-Chun finish speaking did the coldness on Xiao Dance's body invariably diminish by a few points, but it was still in a very heavy tone. Going on like this isn't a solution. That Long Xinue brought you here to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace to make you a follower, and this identity is simply binding you. Brother Dust, leave this matter to me. I would like to meet this Long Xinu and see just how capable she is. Little Dance, this is nothing for you to worry about. The follower is only temporary. You have to believe in Brother Dust me. Sooner or later I will become an official disciple. No way. Mai's tone was firm. I have to go see her. Looking at the small dance, this kind of stubborn look, Zuo-chun cannot help but be a bitter smile. The small dance from childhood to everything is to follow their own. Did not expect today so stubborn. Chapter 018. Let's live together. In fact, Zuo-chun didn't want little dance to stand up for himself in this matter in his heart. On the one hand, he was confident in himself. Zuo-chun understood that as he continued to get stronger, he would definitely be able to make the hidden ancient elemental seal in his body open up again. And as long as another ancient elemental seal was opened up at that time, Zuo-chun would have the 6 seals. At that time, one's talent would not even lose half a point to Long Xinu, and at that time, the follower's identity would be directly broken. In addition, for Long Xinu, Zuo-chun is still more grateful. After all, he was able to come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace because of Long Xinu, and although the other party let himself be a follower, but the attitude from the beginning to the end is very good and did not order people around or something like that. But now it seemed that he himself couldn't stop Little Dance. Just as well, even if Little Dance really went forward to find Long Xinu, she wasn't afraid of anything going wrong. Zuo-chun knew that within Xiao Dance's body, she also possessed 6 ancient elemental seals, and compared to Long Xinu, Xiao Dance's talent was yet not weak at all. Moreover, Little Dance carries the Star God body, and the heaven-defying feature of this physique is that after the Star God body is completely accomplished, an ancient elemental seal can be born in the body once again, and at that time Little Dance will be in possession of 7 ancient elemental seals. Not to mention in a region, even if you look at the entire Dark Knight continent, it will be a genius that everyone will pay attention to. Long Xinu was indeed exceptionally talented, yet compared to the two, it seemed that Little Dance still had a bit more potential. Chatting with Little Dance as they did so, the two of them jointly arrived in front of a small waterfall with gurgling water and birdsong that was tranquil. On this side, an exquisite attic stood. The entire attic was surrounded by a runic array, which not only had a guarding effect, but was also more capable of constantly gathering the spatial and temporal energy within the 8 directions of heaven and earth at all times, making it suitable for people to cultivate in it. Is this where you live? It's also too cool, right? Zuo-chun's eyes were glowing. Little Dance was young, yet she was already a true disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and as a true disciple, she was qualified to have one of her own exclusive pavilions as a place of cultivation and accommodation. After saying that, Zuo-chun immediately regretted. I'll be miserable. I still have to live in those ordinary courtyards. No runic array enchantment, not to mention that it's inconvenient to squeeze in with others. It's alright, Brother Dust. The right to live in the clan's attic isn't just for true disciples either. Other people can actually redeem it, but they need to accumulate 100,000 contribution points. Little Dance comforted Zuo-chun. 100,000? That much? Zuo-chun was deflated on the spot and complained. I worked hard to get 10,000 contribution points in a trial that was like giving away benefits for nothing. I heard that in the future, it's still not easy to earn contribution points by doing sect tasks, so I don't know what year it will be when I've saved up enough for 100,000 contribution points. Without waiting for Little Dance to speak, Zuo-chun's eyes lit up and immediately said, Huh? Little Dance, this attic of yours, doesn't it have 2 floors? Why don't you ask me to move in, and let's both live together? Bah! Why are you so horny, Brother Dust? Still cohabiting? The hell with you. Little Dance's pretty face flushed red as she spat on the spot. As Xiao Dance entered the interior of the attic, as far as the eye could see, it was to see Xiao Gu sitting quietly in the room. Little Ant. I've finished my trial. When Zuo-chun saw his little ant, a touch of pain appeared on his face. Little Ant's legs are inconvenient, letting her follow her all the way to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Zuo-chun is very intolerant. However, it is good now. There is Little Dance, this girl. Let the little ant and Little Dance live together in this place. There is also Little Dance to take care of in the weekdays. Zuo-chun is also much more at ease. The trial had just finished and was considered to be happy to have a half day of leisure, along with Xiao Dance. He accompanied his little ant for an afternoon, and at night, Zuo-chun returned alone to his own place where he was staying. Don't look at the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's power to cover the sky, its richness, and its extraordinary benefits, but the truth was that apart from the benefits set by the sect itself, many things had to be fought for by the disciples themselves. Here, there existed countless ancient yuan techniques, pills, and so on, but if you wanted to get them, you could only exchange them for contribution points, rather than saying that the sect could give them to you if you wanted them. And then, for example, this place to live, unless you become a true disciple, you have your own exclusive attic cultivation room, or else go and squeeze that ordinary room for 2 people each. After browsing through everything in the identity plate about the sect as well as his own lodging, Zuo-chun came to the northeastern part of the sect alone, searching for a place to stay that belonged to him. This area is the land where many disciples live and move around. At a glance, an independent house is situated in front. Each house has its own specific number, Zuo-chun walked over one by one and finally came to the front of the 99. Sticking the identity tag on top of the runic lock on the doorway, the next moment, Zuo-chun opened the door and walked in. For a long time to come, this will be the place where one will practice, live, although it is a bit simple. Entering it, Zuo-chun saw that there was already a person sitting there in cultivation. Yi Qiandi. Zuo-chun spoke on the spot, his gaze beginning to flicker. Yi Qiandi. The first of this batch of thousands of new disciples deserved to be the first, at least in terms of the contribution points they had earned. The number of contribution points, on the other hand, is a very intuitive reflection of your strength and heritage, and cannot be faked. The thousands of new disciples were all young geniuses who had gathered from the 8 lands. One by one, their strength stood at the head of their peers and their arrogance was boundless. However, in front of this Yi Qiandi, anyone would have to bury their heads low. Assigned to the same residence as Yi Qiandi. Coincidence? Interesting. At this moment, not only was Zuo-chun stunned, but even Yi Qiandi in front of him had a strange color appear on his face and couldn't help but take a few glances at Zuo-chun. Hello, Zuo-chun. After quietly glancing at the other party and saying hello, Zuo-chun then walked over to the left side of the one empty bed. Yi Qiandi. Yi Qiandi was opening his mouth, spitting out 3 simple words. Afterward, Yi Qiandi's eyes were condensed on Zuo-chun and paused for a moment, revealing a touch of surprise. What kind of person was Yi Qiandi? Even though he hadn't made a move in front of many people, with the terrifying aura that he secretly and invisibly exuded, as well as his far-ahead results in the trial, he had made countless people shy away from him. In Yi Qiandi's impression, there were only 2 kinds of new disciples within this Yuanwu heavenly palace. One was a disciple who was so weak inside that he couldn't even look at him squarely or have a conversation with him, while the other was a person who was full of flattery and flattering himself in every way. Even those few who also belonged to the strongest of this batch of new disciples were rarely serious after facing him. However, it was really the first time to see something similar to Zuo-chun. The latter saw himself and instead greeted him casually as if he were seeing an ordinary person. Yi Qiandi was able to clearly feel that this gesture of Zuo-chun's was not a disguise. When they first arrived, the many young new disciples were not able to sleep on this night. Instead, some of them followed the moonlight all came out one after another, and some of the disciples who had excelled in the trials were surrounded by a lot of people. Some even stealthily walked near this house where Zuo-chun was, their gazes locking onto the doorway as they waited for Yi Qiandi to appear. A character like Yi Qiandi was bound to rise like a comet in the next near future. Although he was only a new disciple now, his future could not be limited, and there were bound to be people who would follow. Only to the surprise of many people, both Zuo-chun and Yi Qiandi had never come out from the beginning to the end. This brat, he's too lucky to be able to live under the same roof as Yi Qiandi. Some people secretly stomped their feet and cursed Zuo-chun. To know, getting close to a top genius like Yi Qiandi was the idea of many people. However, although they had the heart, they didn't have the opportunity, and it seemed that Yi Qiandi wasn't the type of person who was good at interacting and communicating with others, which turned some people away even more. On the contrary, it was Zuo-chun who was close to the water and had a great opportunity to get close to Yi Qiandi. In the blink of an eye, the moon was in the middle of the sky, and the little noise outside gradually calmed down. Within the house, Zuo-chun did not sleep, but sat on the bed, cultivating seriously. The entire person was silent in the state of cultivation. As if falling into a state of silence, Zuo-chun's consciousness was immersed in his mind, sensing the mysterious jade in his mind. All the way to today, Zuo-chun understood that everything he did was not easy to come by, and the main reason was because of this mysterious jade. It was the appearance of this jade that repaired his own fleshly body's dark wounds, and only then did he have the opportunity to awaken. Moreover, that simple move he learned from the jade, when he utilized it in battle, it had an extremely horrifying power. All of this prompted Zuo-chun to further explore that mysterious jade within his body clearly. However, today, everything seemed to be a bit abnormal, and when the consciousness entered the jade space, Zuo-chun discovered that the move he had learned had disappeared from the entire jade space. In its place was a brand new move. Still a humanoid silhouette appeared, but it was practicing a brand new move. Vaguely, Zuo-chun felt that this move seemed to be closely connected to a move he had learned before, and that the 2 major moves could be matched out, and associating the power of the first move, Zuo-chun felt a greater sense of anticipation for this newly appeared second move. Could it be that a powerful ancient Yuan technique is hidden within this jade? Zuo-chun could not help but speculate, and such thoughts surged in his heart. From the current situation, it seemed that one speculation was most likely correct. Within the jade, there was an ancient Yuan technique hidden, yet one needed to open it up step by step and learn it one move at a time. Perhaps when one fully comprehended the second move, a third move would appear. When all the moves were fully comprehended, at that time, It would be the same as practicing a mysterious ancient Yuan art by oneself. Moreover, the first move of this ancient Yuan technique was so terrifying. If one were to completely cultivate it successfully, what other terrifying power would there be? While watching the trajectory of the second move at the same time, it was as if there was an invisible field in Zuochen's mind, and there was a silhouette in the center of the field as well, which was condensed from Zuochen's own consciousness, and while watching that move, Zuochen himself was making constant deductions and imitations in the space of his consciousness. Chapter 019 Competition for the Sight. Under this kind of deduction, the passage of time could not be sensed at all, as if it was just a matter of a blink of an eye and the night had passed. At the beginning of the sunrise, the violet energy rose in the east, and Zuochen suddenly opened his eyes. Despite staying up all night deducing that second move, this process of deduction seemed to be a process of cultivation as well, causing the qi and blood and ancient elemental energy in Zuochen's body to continuously surge and replenish his essence, and at this moment it was in a full state of spirit. Seeing that Yi Qiandi was also in the midst of cultivation, Zuochen smiled and immediately finished washing up and walked outside the house. Along the way, he walked towards the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's ordinary cultivation plaza, and when he arrived at this place, Zuochen saw that quite a few disciples were also walking towards this place, coming to cultivate. Everything in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace needed to be fought for, but there was no doubt that after all it was a great sect and the treatment in terms of cultivation was still very good. Just like this cultivation ground, there existed a huge rune law array around it which could converge the space-time energy within the 8 directions of the heaven and the earth, making this place extremely suitable for cultivation. Yuan martial artists, through the ancient Yuan power mind technique, absorbed and refined the space-time energy between heaven and earth, thus transforming it into their own ancient Yuan power. The more abundant the space-time energy between heaven and earth, the more convenient it would naturally be to cultivate. Probably because of the existence of the rune array, Zuochen felt that even in the same cultivation field, the density of space-time energy was different in these 4 places. Just practice here. Zuochen quickly chose a satisfactory place to cultivate. However, Zuochen did not see that just as he walked here to prepare for cultivation, quite a few strange eyes appeared between those surroundings, and some even gloated. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, Zuochen felt that something was wrong. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, could it be that there would be some kind of problem with cultivating in this place? However, without much thought in his heart, Zuochen closed his eyes while operating the ancient Yuan technique mind technique, Yuan gathering determination, and began to absorb the 8 spatial and temporal energies for his own use. The heart method was running, and the ancient Yuan power in his body was continuously growing and becoming stronger. However, after half a quarter of an hour had passed, sensing the condition of his body, Zuochen was not satisfied. The rate of increase of the ancient Yuan power was not up to his requirements. The 5 ancient Yuan marks were in fact not bad in terms of talent, at least not worse than the talent of the vast majority of formal disciples within this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, but unfortunately the Yuan gathering decision that Zuochen had cultivated was only the lowest grade human level heart method. If he were to replace it with any kind of heart method that was a bit more powerful, the speed of cultivation would only be faster. A good cultivation mind method was not only able to enhance the speed of mobilizing the power in your body when you were fighting, but it could also make the speed of your cultivation and the speed of refining space-time energy comparatively much faster. It seems that I need to go forward to find a better ancient Yuan technique heart technique among the sections, Zuochen muttered. With the more than 10,000 contribution points he had obtained in the trial, he should be able to exchange for a better cultivation heart method in the sect. The Yuan gathering decision that he was currently cultivating was nothing more than the most trashy heart method. Not only was the speed of refining space-time energy relatively slow, but also, in the event that he exploded too strongly during a battle, there would be a consequence of the ancient Yuan power not being able to be mobilized in time afterward. It could be said that if the current Zuochen cultivated the topmost heart method, I'm afraid that his current strength wouldn't be at the 3rd sky of condensed marks, but at the 4th or even 5th sky of condensed marks. Off! Suddenly, a stern cry broke Zuochen's cultivation state. Opening his eyes, Zuochen saw an inch-haired man appear in front of him, who was looking at him fiercely, carrying a dangerous aura all over his body. At the same moment, in that not far away from the earth, but there are a lot of people look along the place pointing, and that the face of the playful and mocking color is clearly visible. Before Zuochen could react, the other party spoke once again. Occupying my cultivation ground, you are also bold, within 10 breaths. Get the hell away from me. Otherwise don't blame me, Lee Barbarian-san, for scrapping you. Zuodust frowned. He understood why when he cultivated here before, those disciples around the strange expression. It turned out, That this cultivation place is exclusive to others? Just that he really couldn't figure out this was the cultivation square, not an individual's private cultivation room. Anyone could cultivate here. When did it become someone else's exclusive? Sweeping a glance at this person, Chun didn't pay any attention to it, but continued to start cultivating. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. When Li Ban saw Chun in this state, he was shocked on the spot. In the next moment, this Li Ban's right arm probed out and viciously grabbed at Chen's right shoulder. Hey, this Chun, it's over, messing with Li Ban. You won't even know how to write death. Someone sneered at the sight from afar. Li Ban is the 180th ranked existence among our ordinary disciples. How can he be able to fight against a mere waste of a third heavenly stage of seal condensation? Another person said. Sensing a strong wind appearing, Chen's eyes suddenly exploded open, and his right hand's 5 fingers formed a claw, rushing out in a lightning-fast manner. The palms of the two collided and intertwined with each other, and for a split second, a terrifying aura erupted. Only Li Ban's body stomped back 3 steps, and at the same time, Chun also got up from the ground and looked at the other party indifferently. So overbearing. When did this cultivation ground become yours? Chun finished speaking and made his move in an instant. Strong qi and blood brewed around the body, and at the same time, Chun clenched both his fists and directly rushed at that Li Ban. The two figures collided and directly moved at this place. Originally silent, Chun in the shot of this one, completely like a different person, vigorously booming, qi and blood mixed with the ancient yuan force as much as possible to burst, when the air pressure and down even forced that Li Ban constantly retreat. Between the two sides, the original apparent gap was huge in terms of status. Li Ban was a powerful existence ranked 180 in the ordinary disciple rankings, and his own realm had already reached the 4th sky of condensed seal. Chen, on the other hand, was nothing more than a follower of someone else, and his strength had only just managed to break through to the 3rd sky of condensed marks. Yet real battles don't seem to be judged by everything on the surface. Provoking my majesty and disturbing my cultivation. Li Ban, right? You really don't know what's good for you either. Chen's gaze was cold and indifferent, and between his strikes, his body was wide open and did not utilize the ancient yuan technique, however, just by using his strong physical body origin. He had already caused Li Ban to be unable to fight. Strongly colliding with a move, enduring Chen's punch, Li Ban's body trembled, only feeling as if he had been struck hard by a sledgehammer. The other party's power running through, surprisingly, it was not something that he could resist at all. The condensed seal realm was essentially a realm that tempered the flesh and blood, exercising the foundation, and in this realm, everyone only practiced one ancient yuan technique, or even didn't practice any ancient yuan technique energies, and the battles were mostly based on competing the strength and the thickness of the ancient yuan power. However, the realm was 1 heavens higher, but in terms of true foundation, Li Ban was actually inferior to Chun. How can it be so strong? A moment later, looking at the two figures in front of them, many disciples looked at each other. The scene they were expecting didn't seem to have appeared instead. The situation was exactly the opposite of what they had imagined, and it was Li Ban who was constantly losing. Thinking about how strong and domineering Li Ban used to be, and then comparing it to now, it was utterly unbelievable. Boom! In front of him, Li Ban's body was jerked by a strong force and fell down with a bang into the green stone earth a few meters away. At this very moment, Chun closed his fist and swept a glance at Li Ban. Get lost? Keep your eyes open in the future. The next time you mess with little Master Me, the consequences won't be like this. After saying that, Chun continued to sit in place, his eyes closed, and he began to cultivate. Coming here to cultivate, Chun also didn't expect this kind of thing to happen, but it was also refreshing to have a sound battle with Li Ban during this early morning. As Chen's words landed, Li Ban raised his head, his gaze looking at Chun in front of him, and that original brutal and domineering stance had completely disappeared, replaced by a deep scorn. His own strength had reached the 4th heaven of condensed seal, and that kid on the opposite side was obviously 1 weight lower than himself, so why was he able to possess such a powerful force, completely crushing himself? A moment later, Li Ban endured the excruciating pain of the wounds all over his body that were blasted open by Chun with his fists, and moved out of the cultivation field step by step, not uttering a single word from the beginning to the end. Did I read it right? Li Ban actually lost. I heard that this Chun, who was nothing more than a follower of someone else, how could he be so powerful? Some of the disciples were completely dumbfounded, and in their original disdainful gazes towards Chun, there was a touch of deep scorn. They understood Li Ban's strength in this cultivation field. The stronger the strength, the more they could occupy a better cultivation lot. Since Li Ban occupied this place, no one had dared to provoke the latter for a long period of time. But they didn't expect that today. Li Ban suffered a defeat in the hands of Zuo-chan, which was unbelievable. Li Ban in the ordinary disciples but ranked 180 existence. Do not look at this 180, in fact, has been very strong. Look at the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's ordinary disciples, at least more than 3,000 people. Did this not mean that this Zuo-chan possessed the strength to crush the vast majority of ordinary disciples? Not paying attention to the eyes of the outsiders after the battle with Li Ban, Zuo-chan cultivated himself. He felt that with the sound battle just now, his body's qi and blood and ancient yuan force seemed to be boiling, and cultivating at this moment was rather more effective. As for that Li Ban, Zuo-chan didn't put it on his mind at all. This person's strength is the fourth heaven of condensed seal. It seems to be stronger than himself by one heaven. But this gap of one heaven in Zuo-chan's eyes is nothing at all. He has been practicing his physical body for many years, and the strength of his physical body alone is more powerful than Li Ban by I don't know how much. This Li Ban provoked himself, simply asking for nothing. Even Xiao Brezi, who was in the fifth heaven of condensed seal and had a heaven-splitting demon body, was almost solved by himself in the trial. What was a mere Li Ban? Chapter 020 The Sex Book Depository. After cultivating for 2 hours, Zuo-chan left the cultivation ground and walked directly to the clan's bookstore. He decided to look for an ancient yuan technique mind technique, and if he had enough contribution points, he would exchange for another ancient yuan technique to cultivate. Since coming to this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, he hadn't seen Long Xinyue again. The other party hadn't even participated in the new disciple trials, and was said to be following the so-called master's retreat. Good, the latter does not come out. Zuo-chan is also happy to be idle, just take advantage of these days to seriously cultivate. Will be his realm, strength first up. Coming to the front of the book collection pavilion, looking at the building in front of him, Zuo-chan was shocked in his heart. Said is the bookstore, in fact described as hall, is not two. Into the eyes is an extremely spectacular hall. The hall has 3 floors. Each floor has a powerful rune spell array is supported, protecting the entire hall solid. Crossing into the book collection pavilion, Zuo-chan saw rows and rows of bookshelf objects placed in front of him. Moreover, there were very few books on top of the bookshelves. Instead, most of them had some azure crystal balls placed on them. Rune crystals. In this world, not only the Yuanwu way, outside of the Yuanwu way, there is also a special rune way that prevails. With the prevalence of runes, there are all sorts of rune formations, rune rings, rune locks, and so on. Almost the use of rune means involving all aspects of life. Even at the peak of the development of the rune way, it once dabbled in the level of life, and some people created real runic life. For example, Zuo-chan, who lived in the Endless War region when he was young, heard that in the Land of Judgment, the supreme holy land of the Endless War region, a one-armed powerhouse in the form of a half-human, half-rune life form who had named himself as Brits, had terrifyingly strong strength. Something like this rune crystal was a strange manifestation of the rune way. If Zuo-chan's memory was correct, the runic crystal should be made of blue crystal, and at the same time engraved with special runic means, so as to form a kind of runic crystal capable of storing words and images. Wherever some big forces, they use this means to store some cultivation methods, ancient yuan techniques, and so on. This runic crystal, if it is not damaged, it can almost be kept for 1,000 years without being extinguished. Compared to that ancient book and paper storage, it is undoubtedly a lot more convenient and a lot more insured. Elder, I've come to exchange an ancient yuan technique. May I ask if there are any requirements for this collection? Zuo-chan came to the front and saw an old man sitting behind a table. It was heard that there were elders sitting in the clan's bookstore and guarding it, so it should be the one in front of him. Ordinary disciples, you can only stay on the first floor, inner disciples can enter the second floor, and true disciples can enter the third floor. Take out your identity card. I'll take a look. The old man glanced at Zuo-chan and then spoke. When Zuo-chan nodded, he handed his identity card to the other party. Someone else's follower. The old man's gaze immediately showed a few strange colors. Zuo-chan's follower status, which was marked on that identity plate, was seen at a glance. However, even though it was a follower, it was Long Xinyue's follower, and given Long Xinyue's status as a true disciple, Zuo-chan, even though he was the latter's follower, was no different from an ordinary disciple and was qualified to stay here. Go on. Remember to only stay on the first floor. The old man returned the identity card to Zuo-chan. Putting away his identity card, Zuo-chan walked along the perimeter of this first floor, and along the way as he passed, he saw that those bookshelves, such as some cultivation mind techniques, ancient yuan techniques, and some other tome books and so on, were clearly labeled, and searching for them was also very simple. Songlan Heart Technique. Human Grade Upper Grade Heart Technique. Exchange price 5,000 contribution points. Satin Body Decision. A method of tempering the physical body and exercising the qi and blood. Exchange price 6,000 contribution points. Greenwood Binding Resolve. Human Grade Lower Grade Ancient Yuan Art. Exchange Price 3,000 Contribution Points. Imperial Thunderfinger. Human Grade Upper Grade Ancient Yuan Art. Exchange Price 5,000 Contribution Points. Looking into the past, Zhuo found that in the first floor of this book pavilion, whether it was some canonical books or ancient Yuan techniques, including cultivation mind techniques, there were all of them, but none of them were of a high grade, and most of them were human-level mind techniques and ancient Yuan techniques. Mind techniques and ancient Yuan techniques were of course divided into 4 different grades: human grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and divine grade, each of which had upper, middle, and lower grades and naturally had vastly different power. Similarly, the mind technique gathering elemental determination that Zhuo practiced was only the lowest human grade lower grade mind technique. And as a matter of fact, when he had previously cultivated in the harmonized star sect, the most powerful cultivation mind method within the tiny harmonized star sect was nothing more than a mid-human grade. In the first tier, the most powerful heart technique and ancient Yuan technique should be of the upper human level. Carefully browsing through, Zhuo realized that the amount of storage in this first layer was just too large. If he were to look through them one by one, he didn't know how long it would take, and in the end, after an hour had passed, he directly chose a heart method. The Thunder Origin Scripture. This Thunder Origin Scripture was an ancient Yuan power heart technique of the Thunder attribute. There were 7 ancient Yuan power attributes in the world, which were the most common 5 elemental attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, followed by the 2 special attributes such as wind and thunder. Generally speaking, each attribute of ancient Yuan power has its own characteristics and differences. For example, the ancient Yuan power of the thunder attribute was known for its dominance, and it could be said that under the same power, the ancient Yuan power of the thunder attribute was recognized to be the strongest, at least in battle. The strongest attribute, naturally, caused countless people to rush after it, but countless years down the line, everyone also finally realized that although the thunder attribute's ancient Yuan power was powerful and terrifying, it was almost impossible to cultivate it at all, and there were only a handful of people who had to innately possess a body similar to the body of heavenly thunder, 10,000 extinguishing thunder body, purple electricity god's body, and other physiques related to the power of thunder and lightning, and those who were cultivated afterward were not able to, and only then did one become eligible to cultivate the thunder attribute's heart technique and control the ancient Yuan power of the lightning attribute. However, Zhuo did not think so. It was because countless years ago, he was born with the 9 seals added to his body and possessed the Holy War Imperial body, and his Holy War Imperial body was one of the physiques that belonged to the thunder attribute. What Zhuo practiced when he was young was precisely the thunder attribute mind technique. Moreover, back then, as a disciple of the Zhuo clan's imperial clan, his status was unknown how much higher than now, and what he cultivated was a heavenly level heart method that was terrifyingly strong. It was a pity that after the change of events back then, not only was Zhuo's talent nullified, even the memories of the Zhuo clan's imperial clan's heart technique and ancient Yuan technique that he had cultivated were erased. The Holy War Imperial body was gone, which meant that Zhuo nowadays no longer had a thunder attribute physique and was unable to cultivate the thunder system's heart method again. However, how could Zhuo's heart really be willing? If you want to cultivate the strongest without trying, how do you know that you can't cultivate now? His own Holy War Imperial body and talent had already been plundered away by that Zhuo. Zhuo could accept this fact, but he absolutely could not accept that when he stood in front of Zhuo again. The other party possessed the strongest thunder system ancient Yuan power, while the power he possessed was inferior to that person. Absolutely not. Then, Zhuo chose an ancient Yuan art, the Imperial Thunderfinger. This royal Thunderfinger, which was also fighting and cultivating with the power of lightning, would add a lot of power if it was combined with the Thunder Origin Scripture, and was extremely suitable. What made Zhuo laugh bitterly was that the Thunder Origin Scripture required 5,000 contribution points, and the royal Thunderfinger also required 5,000 contribution points. After exchanging to this Thunder Origin Scripture and the royal Thunderfinger, the contribution points he possessed was only a mere 1,000. Originally, he thought that he had gained tens of thousands of contribution points, which was already a large amount, or at least enough to support him in exchanging quite a few good things, but he didn't expect to run out like this. Now it seemed that he was really too naive and had underestimated the importance of contribution points. It was also himself. If it was any other disciple, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to redeem any of these. It seemed that the next step was to do quite a few quests and try to earn contribution points. Redeeming the heart technique and ancient Yuan technique still consumed so many contribution points. If one were to redeem other pills, treasures, and so on, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. But he still had to work hard to exchange the elixir that could lift the poison from his little ant's leg. At the doorway, Zhuo walked up to the elder who was guarding the book collection pavilion before and signaled the 2 runic crystals in his hand. then took out his identity card for the other party to swipe away the contribution points. Thunder Origin Scripture? Seeing that Zhuo had chosen the Thunder Origin Scripture, the old man shot Zhuo a glance. You are nothing more than an ordinary physique. Choosing this Thunder Origin Scripture is simply a waste of contribution points. Are you sure that you want to choose this heart technique? Yes, senior. Zhuo smiled faintly. Without having cultivated, how do I know that I really can't succeed in cultivation? The old man frowned. An example of a person who has not possessed a Thunder System physique and cultivated Thunder attribute Ancient Yuan power is 1 in 100,000. This disciple of yours, he is also high-minded. However, even though Zhuo was cautioned, the choice was ultimately Zhuo's, and after swiping away 10,000 contribution points, the old man said, "Remember, after a month at the latest, return the rune crystal without any damage." Known, senior. Zhuo opened his mouth, and then he walked out of the book collection pavilion under the latter's shaking head. Returning to his residence, he walked inside and saw that Yi Chendi was also inside. Nodding to the latter, Zhuo then directly began browsing and comprehending the Thunder Origin Scripture. After about half an hour, Zhuo formally began his cultivation. Following the ancient Yuan power operation method described in the Thunder Yuan Scripture, he began to mobilize his own ancient Yuan power and began to operate along the specific meridian routes in his body. Time passed minute by minute, and gradually, an extremely dense space-time energy condensed around Zhuo, and at the same time, a thunder attribute aura escaped from within his being. When Yi Qianti, who was sitting opposite him, saw this scene, he couldn't help but have his eyes widen. Yi Qianti himself was a supreme genius, and it was impossible for anyone's cultivation image to catch his attention. Yet at this moment he was completely attracted to Zhuo in front of him, simply because of this obvious lightning attribute aura emanating from Zhuo. At the same moment, Zhuo, who was in the middle of cultivation, was excited to the extreme inwardly. Chapter 021 Dual Attribute Coexistence. His own choice, indeed, did not disappoint him. This Thunder Origin Scripture, he could actually cultivate it without any physical discomfort. In the case of losing the Thunder Attribute physique, one could still cultivate the Thunder Attribute Ancient Yuan power and embark on the path of the Thunder System's Yuan Wu. There was nothing more exciting than this, not to mention Zhuo. Put it on anyone and they wouldn't be able to calm down in their hearts. Zhuo felt that the fire attribute ancient Yuan power that he originally possessed in his body was continuously transformed into thunder attribute power as the Thunder Yuan Scripture operated. When cultivating a new ancient Yuan power heart technique, it would transform one's own power into the unique power cultivated by the new heart technique. This was the consensus, and since one was able to cultivate the Thunder Yuan Scripture, it was normal for one's body to transform the attributes of the ancient Yuan power. However, this transformation process caught Zhuo's attention. He realized that the source of his ancient Yuan power transformation was actually the mysterious jade within his body, and whenever the ancient Yuan power passed through this jade, it would transform the fire attribute into the lightning attribute through the jade. Could it be that it was because of this jade that caused me to be able to cultivate the thunder attribute's heart technique? Zhuo couldn't help but speculate. The current him, not having ever possessed a thunder system physique, was reasonably incapable of cultivating the Thunder Origin Scripture, but the truth was the complete opposite, and there must be something fishy in it. Now it seemed that the existence of this mysterious jade was the key to it. However, the next condition within the body completely caused Zhuo's shock and disbelief. After transforming half of his own ancient Yuan power, he surprisingly stopped transforming it, and then the situation in his body became, the thunder attribute ancient Yuan power coexisted with the fire attribute ancient Yuan power. How is that possible? Yuan Wu Wei, the reproduction of the ancient and modern countless years, there has never been such an example, two very different attributes of power, why can coexist in the body? Unless in an extremely special situation, that is, there are so few or even a very few people similar to the thunder and fire physique, gold and wood physique or water and fire physique such as the dual attribute god body, in order to achieve the two attributes of the ancient Yuan power coexist in the body. However, it was obvious that one's current physique couldn't be more ordinary. Not even a special physique, let alone a precious and incomparable dual attribute divine physique. At the same time as this doubt, a deeper speculation appeared, and even Zhuo himself was stunned on the spot by this thought. It was because of this jade within his body that he was thus able to successfully awaken, even awakening the 10 ancient elemental seals that no one had ever achieved in the ancient world. It was also because of this jade that he himself was able to learn those two mysterious and terrifying combat techniques. And now, it was because of this mysterious jade that he had made himself, with the most ordinary body, cultivate the thunder attribute ancient Yuan power that was exclusive to only the thunder attribute flesh body, and furthermore, the the two attributes of thunder and fire were actually able to coexist within his body. If one speculation was really correct, wouldn't that mean that as long as the jade existed within one's body, not to mention the two attributes of thunder and fire, even if one cultivated other attributes of the heart technique, the power cultivated would likewise be able to exist within one's body without being fused or assimilated. Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered, and the entire person took a deep breath at this moment. If this was really the case, then it would be too terrifying, and when it was spread out, it would surely shock the world, and even the most powerful characters would not be able to calm down. Multiple attributes coexisted. Such a person was too terrifying, almost an invincible existence at the same level. In the history of the Dark Knight continent, throughout the ages, there was once a strong person whose physique had 3 attributes, and it was heard that that strong person had cultivated to the end, with an unfathomable strength that was terrifying to the extreme, and had once proudly looked down on an era, but ultimately disappeared in the Dark Knight continent. All sorts of thoughts surged in his heart. At the same time, Zhuo Chen earnestly cultivated, and while doing so, the two attributes of thunder and fire operated in the body in an extremely peaceful manner, and the two kinds of power intermingled with each other as if they were dividing yin and yang, and together they became stronger under the operation of the thunder origin scripture. For a time, around Zhuo Chen's main body, there was also a scattering of the two forces of thunder and fire, and when a Yuan martial artist was cultivating, his or her aura would definitely be emitted. This scattered aura was however seen by Yi Qiandi in front of him. Upon sensing the aura on Zhuo Chen's body, even with Yi Qiandi's mentality of not being able to cause waves and everything, a strange movement appeared on his face at this moment. This was too incredible. How could the aura of two attributes appear on Zhuo Chen's body at the same time? Could it be that the other party was a dual attribute physique with thunder and water? A dual attribute physique, even if it wasn't a divine physique, was enough to stand out from the crowd and could be called a supreme genius. Such a character, why is he only at the 3rd level of the condensed seal heaven now? Moreover, he was still someone's attendant? After cultivating for a whole day, Zhuo Chen felt that the origin of his qi was growing rapidly because in the presence of that jade in his body, his qi and blood operation while cultivating was 10 times that of a normal condition. Moreover, the speed of refining space-time energy was also much faster, and the efficiency of cultivating in such a condition was too much higher. This jade, it's too mysterious and powerful. It must not be known by anyone. Otherwise, it will be a killing disaster. Zhuo Chen pondered in his heart, a touch of complexity mixed in his gaze. The more advanced the heart method, the reason why it was advanced was not only because of the special nature of this heart method, but mainly because the top-level heart methods were able to allow the Yuan martial artist to mobilize a greater amount of power out of his body for a short period of time when he was fighting, and to explode more adequately. Thunder origin scripture, but it was only a human-level upper-grade heart method. But in the presence of the jade, one's qi, blood, and ancient elemental force operated at a speed that was 10 times that of a normal condition, which meant that in the midst of a battle, unless one's body was depleted of its power, then any battle would be enough to support one's speed and measure of mobilizing power, and in relation to one's own self, putting aside the rest of the world, at least in terms of the exertion of a battle, it was no worse than an earth-level heart technique. After a day of cultivation, Zhuo Chen's heart was appalled. It was simply unbelievable. No wonder that throughout the ages Yuanwu practitioners had held dual-system physiques in the highest esteem. This kind of physique of Yuan martial artist cultivation speed is really exceptionally amazing. Two very different attributes of the ancient Yuan power combination, the speed of cultivation exponentially increased, leaving aside the point that the Thunder Yuan scripture is higher than the previous level of the Gathering Yuan determination. In order to Zhuo Chuan sensing, it is equivalent to the unusual state of the speed of cultivation of about 3 times. Contributions: hurry up and earn contribution points, then exchange them for other attribute mind techniques. Zhuo Chuan couldn't help but muster up his energy, and his desire for cultivation reached an unprecedented level. If it was true that several attributes of ancient Yuan power could coexist in one's body, the benefits would simply be unimaginable to Zhuo Chen. Not only would one's cultivation speed increase exponentially at that time, but also, at the time of battle, one would be nearly invincible at the same level, so it could be said that at the most ordinary physique right now, Zhuo Chen asked himself that he wasn't even that much worse than those who possessed a supreme physique. I don't know when Long Xinyue will come out of her seclusion, at least for the time being. Zhuo Chen is free, so he might as well go directly to the sect to take the task and take advantage of this period of time to earn some contribution points first. Early the next morning, Zhuo Chen directly arrived at the sect's mission hall. Task hall, seemingly an ordinary place, in fact, it was usually the most lively place in the clan, people coming and going, never lacking disciples. Almost everyone would come here to a greater or lesser extent to receive tasks and then earn contribution points. Stepping into the great hall, it was unusually empty and huge, and there were all sorts of passages extending deeper. People come and go within the surroundings, lively and extraordinary. In some places there are crystal plaques exist, on which is displayed a lot of tasks and the number of contribution points that can be obtained after the completion of the task. Moreover, Zuo-chun saw that not only the clan releases tasks here, there are also some disciples of the disciples privately can also release tasks. Some people cultivation needs what pills, materials, and so on, can release tasks here. As long as you can collect all of them, you can get the contribution points that these people transfer to you. Zuo-dust followed the 4 directions and began to slowly browse. Receiving tasks is also a technical job. Some tasks are troublesome, difficult to do, and the final reward is not satisfactory. While some tasks, the pay is very generous. Of course, if it is a task issued by the clan, it is generally very fair, suitable or not suitable to do for everyone is different. For example, a certain task is required to refine Tenchi condensation dan, which for some early alchemy on the talented disciples may be very easy to do the past, but for others, difficult to beat, not to mention, that ultimately get the contribution points disproportionate to the effort. There were all kinds of quests, what with those that needed to carve runes, those that needed to refine pills, those that needed some kind of desolate beast crystal or skin sac, and so on. It was simply bizarre. After familiarizing himself with it, Zuo-chun finally chose a mission that involved hunting to obtain 3 beast crystals of the 2nd stage Desolate Beast Dark Devil Beast. The reward for completing this mission would possess 300 contribution points. This was still the highest reward amongst similar quests, because that Dark Demon Beast was considered to be one of the more powerful of the 2nd order beasts, and it was relatively difficult to hunt. This damn, obtaining contribution points is just too difficult. Zuo-chun was depressed. Previously, when he was in the trial, he had obtained a mere 1st order beast crystal, which was already equivalent to 100 contribution points. However, now, if one exchanged it, a 1st order beast crystal was only a mere 10 contribution points. The gap, it was too great. Taking over this mission was only a mere 300 contributions, and for Zuo-chun, it simply didn't meet the requirements. He would need at least 5,000 contribution points to exchange for a human-grade upper-grade mine technique. Moreover, if one's speculation was correct, then one would next need to cultivate the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, earth, and wind. Redeeming the 5 heart techniques would require at least 25,000 contribution points. Forget it, just accumulate it step by step. Zuo-chun thought rather depressingly. The task of hunting dark demon beasts was a level 2 task, and there were a total of 9 levels of tasks here, and the rewards were all different respectively. After taking a serious look, Zuo-chun helplessly realized that with this amount of strength he had right now, doing level 2 quests was already the limit. Chapter 022 White Cranes Premeditation. Next, he once again picked up a few quests, which were to hunt and obtain the skin pouch of the spirit fire fox, the snake gallbladder of the 2-headed snake, and the flesh of the night moon pale wolf. These were all level 2 quests, and Zuo-chun calculated that if he was able to complete them all, he would receive 1,500 contribution points. 1,500 at least can still be within the range of acceptance for Zuo-dust. The reason why all choose to hunt the desert beasts of the task, obtain contribution points is one aspect in the fight with the desert beasts at the same time, can also be considered a kind of cultivation. Their own strength will be in the fight has been continuously improved. May I ask this senior brother where to go for the task of hunting desolate beasts? Zuo-chun asked a disciple in charge of releasing quests. New disciple, right? The latter glanced at Zuo-chan, then said, Our Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was originally established in the Shattered Sky Mountain Range. The entire Shattered Sky Mountain Range is so large, stretching for 10,000 miles, in which I don't know how many desolate beasts live, so you understand, right? Thank you. Zuo-chun nodded to the latter and directly left this mission hall. However, before going forward to hunt the desolate beasts, Zuo-chun received a free map of this Shattered Sky Mountain Range. In order to fight, at least you must first map out the territory clearly, otherwise if you go blindly, the end result may be that you unintentionally intrude into the territory of some powerful beasts, thus ending up dead, and then it will be too late to regret. With the map in hand, Zuo-chun left the sect on the spot and went all the way along the back of the sect. The Shattered Sky Mountain was immense and stretched without boundaries. Around this territory established by Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, apart from some special desolate beasts captive raised by Yuanwu Heavenly Palace itself. Naturally, there were no traces of other desolate beasts, and the only way to hunt them was to go forward to deeper depths. As he moved away from the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's territory, Zuo-chun's gaze gradually became serious. He knew that the regions where these desolate beasts lived and gathered were often riddled with crises, and the hardships involved in receiving these few quests for himself were not just fighting with the desolate beasts, but there were also some crises that one might not expect. In the depths of the earth, Zuo-chun's body was extremely light and agile, quickly disappearing in front of him like a ghostly phantom. Just as Zuo-chun left, At a place within the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, White Crane's figure appeared, and in front of him, there was another disciple. Senior brother White Crane, that's Wachan, went forward to do the task of hunting desolate beasts in the shattered sky mountain. This disciple respectfully said to White Crane, "Oh!" When White Crane heard this, his eyes flashed out a brilliant light. In the next moment, the corner of his mouth cracked open, revealing a vicious arc. Good opportunity. In the shattered sky mountain, the desolate beasts are rampant, and many crises are inescapable, and every year, there are countless disciples who perish in it because of doing the mission, and for him, Swachan, to go alone, he's simply looking for death. A Xiao Brezi who had his arm wasted by Swachan, I don't believe he's still invincible? Find Lu Yuan for me. White Crane continued. Good. This disciple quickly left. Soon after, a disciple with a green shirt and long hair was brought before White Crane. If Swachan was here, he would definitely recognize this person. The latter was Lu Yuan, who had received more than 6,000 contribution points in that new disciple trial and was ranked as the 19th new disciple, thus taking a step up to the sky and directly becoming an inner disciple. Lu Yuan, right? White Crane narrowed his eyes at the man in front of him. Senior brother White Crane, is there something wrong? Lu Yuan quietly looked at White Crane. Although he was only a disciple who had just joined the sect, his strength had already reached the 5th sky of condensed seal, and he was even on the verge of crossing into the 6th sky of condensed seal. As for the White Crane in front of him, although he had grown up within this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and had an uncle who was an elder in the sect, he was in fact nothing more than a playboy who was famous and a waste with poor strength. Nominally the latter was his own senior brother, but Lu Yuan did not really put it in his eyes. You're quite familiar with the sect, so you should understand how difficult it is to get contribution points, right? White Crane smiled. Aha! Ryu Yuan nodded. Here I am, I have a big deal for you to do. If you agree, I can give you 5,000 contribution points right now, and after it's done, I'll give you another 5,000 contribution points, tens of thousands of contribution points. All of them are enough for you to exchange for an Earth grade lower grade heart technique, an ancient Yuan technique. Do you have any interest in it? White Crane said. What? Lu Yuan's originally calm face fluctuated on the spot. Lu Yuan, who had familiarized himself with the sect quite a bit, of course knew that contribution points were hard to come by, and after leaving the new disciple trials, if he wanted to get any more contribution points and earn enough to cover the existing 6,000 contribution points in his hand, he would need to do at least dozens of sect level 2 quests. However, now White Crane even told himself personally that he only needed to do a so-called deal to immediately receive tens of thousands of contribution points. Tens of thousands of contribution points, with Lu Yuan's budget, it would be possible to get them by working hard for almost a year without any surprises. What kind of deal? Lu Yuan looked a little wary. He was no cutie pie either. Under such a generous reward, the things that needed to be done were feared to be very difficult. It's very simple, help me kill a person you also know. It's that Swachan who joined the sect with you. White Crane said sinisterly. Kill him, 10,000 contribution points, hands down. Moreover, you will be my White Crane's friend from now on. You also know that my uncle is a sect elder. If you want to mention you in the sect, that is just a matter of my words. Kills Wachan. Lu Yuan slightly exhaled a breath, his gaze a bit gloomy. I'm sorry. This is something I can't do. In the sect, one could have a fight with other disciples and then go to the combat pavilion to settle it, and if they were really life and death enemies, they could fight to the death by signing a life and death contract within the combat pavilion. However, if they kill each other for no reason involving life and death, this is something that the sect absolutely does not allow. Once the rules are violated, the punishment is something that no one can afford. He, Lu Yuan, could not afford the responsibility and the consequences yet, even though the generous reward did move him in that moment. Sect rules, that depends on the object. I know what you are worried about. White Crane raised his head and laughed coldly at this moment. I can tell you that in the midst of the new disciple trials, I then arranged for Xiao Bailey to make a move to behead Zhuchen, but he failed and returned. This matter is known to the sect, but Xiao Brezi, now there is no matter whatsoever. With my uncle, an elder, carrying the load, what is the death of a mere ordinary disciple? What? Xiao Brezi. Lu Yuan's gaze narrowed. With thousands of new disciples, Lu Yuan might not be able to memorize all of them one by one, but similar to Xiao Brezi and other characters with special physique, Lu Yuan naturally paid attention to them. Since the latter came out of the place of trial, he had almost broken an arm, and it was said that he was still healing his wounds. Lu Yuan originally thought that Xiao Bailey was only seriously injured in the fight with the desolate beasts, but he didn't expect that he was actually disabled by Zhuchen. That's Zhuchen, is he that strong? Lu Yuan not only thought. Zhuchen's physical body foundation is not simple, comparable to an ordinary inferior divine body, and it's normal for Xiao Bailey to fail in his carelessness. However, this shouldn't scare you, Lu Yuan. Should it? White Crane gazed into Lu Yuan's eyes and said after a while, "How about it? Have you thought about it yet?" Not waiting for Lu Yuan to reply, White Crane continued, "I'll say it plainly, my uncle is one of the guardians of the clan's hidden treasure pavilion. If you can make it happen, in the future, you, Lu Yuan, will exchange treasures. I can let my uncle only charge you 90%, or even 80% of the price." Hearing this, Lu Yuan looked at Bai He. "Is this true? Is there a need to deceive you?" White Crane smiled proudly, then said, "Bring me your identity card, and I'll prepay you 5,000 contribution points right now." "Okay. This matter, I'll do it for you." Lu Yuan exhaled a deep breath and his tone suddenly became firm. Deep within the shattered sky mountain, Zuchen's figure was hidden in a jungle, silently, quietly observing everything in front of him. In front of the jungle, a dark devil beast was foraging for food, lowering its head and devouring the corpse of a draconic beast at its feet, seemingly unaware of everything around it. Zuchen's luck was very good. According to the map's identification, after obtaining the area where the dark devil beast lived, he went straight to this place, not expecting to encounter this dark devil beast just after arriving. What was even more delightful was that this dark devil beast was hunting alone. So when Zuchen fought, he would not have to worry about anything. Among the second-order desolate beasts, those with top-tier royal bloodlines did not come out, and this dark devil beast was almost the strongest. Also belonging to the second rank, this dark devil beast was stronger than the purple extreme devil bull that Zuchen had hunted and killed in the trial land. Although he had the confidence to fight, Zuchen was still waiting for the best time. Lurking in this place gradually approaching 2 hours, so long past, Zwedust but a trace of breath did not escape, has been watching this dark magic beast from fighting with the prey to now feeding. In vain, Zuchen's eyes lit up. This dark devil beast had finally finished feeding. With what he knew about the habits of this kind of desolate beast, at this time just after feeding, it was the time when the dark devil beast's spirit was the most dispersed. Boom! A powerful torrent of chi and blood erupted from within Zuchen's body, and at the same time, his main body shot out in a flash, a fist rushing out to kill in front of him on the spot. Chi and blood surged through his right arm, and at the same time, ancient Yuan power dispersed with it, forming a vortex. Almost at the same time that Zuchen struck out, that dark devil beast had already sensed that something was wrong, but unfortunately, it was already too late to dodge, and was fiercely pressurized by Zuchen's fist in the air, blasting in the center of its head. Roar! The dark devil beast hissed up to the sky, sound waves vibrated. A cruel light swept through its copper bell-sized pupils, and its huge body close to 5 meters crashed fiercely. Quickly hide. Zuchen took a step on the spot, his body flickering away diagonally. The physical body of the dark devil beast wasn't the strongest, but it was also not simple, and the power contained was not something that today's Zuchen could resist, and a hard touch was impossible. Dodging and dodging, Zuchen looked intently at the dark demon beast in front of him. Between the latter's eyebrows flowed black blood. Seeing this scene, Zuchen was also considered satisfied. He had been lurking for many hours, and the final result was obviously very good. Chapter 023 Dark Devil Beast. Dark Magic Beast's eyebrow for the key place is the latter's defense is the weakest part. Usually fighting Dark Magic Beast will eyebrow guard extremely strict. It is difficult to hurt. Mo did not take advantage of the other side of the lowest alertness when a hit. This next battle will be difficult. With a shocking roar, the dark demonic beast swung its front claw, instantly cutting out a stumpy shadow and once again bombarding Zuchen. Hey! Zuchen laughed coldly as his physical body vibrated. The two attributes of thunder and fire, the ancient Yuan power, revolving at the same time, while applying that first stance that he had learned in the Jade Space directly. Zuchen had never truly cultivated the ancient Yuan technique, but this move was his most proud means of attacking the strongest. The peak strike killed directly, and a terrifying power erupted out, penetrating through the body and running through the dark demon beast's front claws as much as it could. In the very next moment, Zuchen let out a muffled grunt as his body was shaken back 3 meters. However, the dark demon beast's front paw was red and swollen on the spot, with blood cracks that were extremely gruesome. This style, it's really strong, but unfortunately it's no more than a single style. It can't be a one-strike kill in battle, and if it takes effect instantly, it's a weak follow-up. Zuchen muttered, contemplating his own strike just now. After 2 successive riots, which did not achieve substantial results, the dark magical beast's front claws were in severe pain, and the same color of wariness appeared in its eyes. The second stage desolate beast, which already had a certain level of intelligence, was able to perceive the unsimple nature of the human in front of him. Zuo-chan narrowed his eyes. With his own power, he was unable to deal a fatal blow to the latter. This dark demonic beast was worthy of being the king of the second-ranked desolate beasts. If he were to be a purple extreme demonic cow, I'm afraid that withstanding this blow of his own, he would have already been wasted. However, even so, Zuo-chan also understood that this dark devil beast was not easy to bear. The other party's brow defense was the weakest place to withstand his own peak punch, and at this moment the front paw was heavily damaged. Even the action was problematic. The real combat power dropped at least 30% to 40%. How capable is a tiger without teeth? Zuo-chan opened his mouth and directly rushed forward, directly starting the fight. At some point, a 9-inch scimitar appeared in his hand, its sharp blade reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. This was a scimitar that had accompanied Zuo-chan for many years. It wasn't precious, but a certain amount of heavenly meteorite cold stone iron had been mixed in during the casting process, and it was completely sufficient for hunting and killing second-ranked desolate beasts. Although he had not practiced sword arts, Zuo-chan's control of the scimitar was obviously very skillful, and under the operation of the ancient Yuan power, the body of the blade continuously slashed out from various tricky angles, and every time he struck out, he would always leave a wound on the body of the dark demon beast. Moreover, because of the cultivation of the Thunder Yuan scripture, the power of the Thunder attribute ancient Yuan power within Zuo-chan's body had an intuitive manifestation, and the ancient Yuan power transiting into the dark demonic beast's body directly caused the dark demonic beast's physical body to endure an uncomfortable paralyzing sensation, restricting his movements. The battle continued, and in the blink of an eye half a bell passed, and an unknown number of wounds had appeared on the entire body of the dark demon beast. Black blood flowed out from every wound, the massive blood loss coupled with the consumption of the battle. Finally, at this moment, the dark demonic beast collapsed to the ground with a bang, its ferocious eyes staring at Zuo-chan with a touch of unwillingness and bloodthirsty aura. End it! Zuo-chan opened his mouth, and one directly broke through the other party's brow, chopping the dark demon beast here on the spot. Watching the dark demon beast die, Zuo-chan breathed a sigh of relief. His entire body was also severely depleted, almost paralyzed on the spot. Today's him than that day is too powerful, but this dark magic beast is equally not simple than the unusual second-order desolate beasts to know how much stronger. This battle is not their own. Seize the opportunity to take the lead and take the lead. Serious injuries are absolutely unavoidable. Despite the serious depletion, however, Zuo-chan did not completely slacken off, but directly launched the knife and began to dissect the body of the dark devil beast. With a skillful blade technique, he quickly finished dissecting it, and at the same time, he put the dark demonic beast's beast crystal into the rune ring before Zuo-chan quickly left this place, and searched for a relatively safe place to start recovering from the depletion in his body. The battle with the dark devil beast was very beneficial. Zuo-chan felt that within his body, the ancient elemental force had significantly enhanced, and there were even hidden signs of a breakthrough to the fourth sky of condensed seal. Good. After experiencing another battle, I'm afraid that my strength will be able to make a direct breakthrough. Zuo-chan was very much looking forward to it. Reaching the fourth sky of seal condensation in terms of one's own heritage, it would be relatively easy to face a second-stage desolate beast again. Insufficient means of combat. That's why when fighting with a desolate beast, one can suppress the other party by virtue of their experience in battle. If it were to be replaced with a human, the danger would be much more earthy. Zuo-chan analyzed, and in the end, he began to mobilize the memories within his body, preparing to directly cultivate the ancient Yuan technique that he had redeemed, the Imperial Thunderfinger. Familiarizing himself with the cultivation method of the Royal Thunderfinger once more, and focusing his mind, Zuo-chan began to operate his ancient Yuan power according to the cultivation method of the Royal Thunderfinger. The power of the whole body was mobilized between the right hand and gathered on top of the middle finger, and then rushed towards the earth in front of him and suddenly blasted out. However, this next result made Zuo-chan depressed. This finger of his own, he had struck some style. There was ancient Yuan power coming out through his body to form a finger force. However, this killing power was intolerable. It was basically a wasted finger. The cohesion of power is not enough, and the route of mobilizing ancient Yuan power is not familiar. It's too slow. What the Imperial Thunderfinger wants is an instantaneous explosion. Zuo-chan muttered with his intelligence. He quickly analyzed the key, and then Zuo-chan slightly closed his eyes and began to imagine the key to the molding of the entire Imperial Thunderfinger in his mind. Just as Zuo-chan closed his eyes and imagined the operation route of the Imperial Thunderfinger in his mind, he realized with horror that the mysterious jade in his mind seemed to emanate some sort of peculiar power. communicating with his own consciousness. Subsequently, Zuo-chun unexpectedly saw that within the jade, another self appeared. To be exact, it was just a shadow of himself, and with the turning of his will, this shadow actually made the movements of the Imperial Thunderfinger along with his own mind. The deficiencies and shortcomings of it could be detected at a glance, and with a movement of his own mind, the shadow body turned transparent, and within it, a unique meridian diagram was formed. And this meridian map was so familiar, clearly the best route for the power to run when the Royal Thunderfinger was utilized. This jade, it's simply a supreme treasure that was born for the purpose of cultivation. It's actually able to help me cultivate the ancient Yuan technique. 1,000 waves stirred in Zuo-chen's heart, and immediately, his own physical body moved with it in reality. Based on the shadow of himself in the jade, Zuo-chen began to continuously correct all the mistakes in the operation of his power while cultivating over and over again. In this situation, it was like Zuo-chen was seeing his own cultivation as an outsider. Relatively speaking, the efficiency of cultivation was extremely high, and once there was a deficiency, it could almost be made up for very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and night began to descend heavily, and at this moment Zuo-chen, a finger pointed out, followed by a powerful finger force that erupted. The power condensed but did not dissipate, and directly pierced through an ancient wood in front. Good initial success, however, the key point has yet to be found. Zuo-chen muttered to himself, "The Royal Thunderfinger. The word thunder is the key to it. This finger of mine seems to contain killing power, but in fact, it's nothing more than an outburst of ancient Yuan power. It's nothing, condensing the breath of thunder and lightning amongst the power of the finger. This is the true initiation." By this point, it was not convenient to cultivate the ancient Yuan technique under the dark night, which happened to be a good time to hunt desolate beasts. Zuo-chen walked silently in the 4 directions of the earth and began to sense the aura of many desolate beasts in this area. There is not only the existence of the dark devil beast, a desolate beast, there are other desolate beasts, especially some of the desolate beasts that live in a group and absolutely cannot be messed with. Dodging the probing of quite a few desolate beasts, Zuo-chen finally encountered the dark devil beast's trail once again in front of him. However, he was not willing to act rashly. There, 2 dark demon beasts existed at the same time. Comparatively speaking, the aura of these 2 dark demon beasts was slightly weaker than the one he had hunted before, but the 2 together were not to be underestimated. A wonderful opportunity, but unfortunately, the danger is too great. Zuo-chen bit his lower lip and hesitated. Compared to before, his strength had refined quite a bit, but he hadn't yet broken through to the 4th sky of seal condensation, and it was too difficult to fight against 2 dark demon beasts at the same time. Forget it, put up a fight. If I can't beat them, with my current strength I still have the certainty of retreating. Slightly crazy thoughts surged up in Zuo-chen's heart, while he directly struck out and rushed out to kill those 2 dark demon beasts. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Fighting with these 2 dark magic beasts at the same time, the danger is too great, and even the hope of winning is less than 30%. But at this moment, Zuo-chen's goal is not to completely kill the dark magic beasts, but to make a breakthrough. He was only 1 step away from being on the verge of ascending to the 4th sky of condensed seal. If he was able to make a breakthrough at the extreme realm during the battle, then everything that followed would no longer be a matter of words, and at that time, he would have the hope of directly decapitating the 2 dark demon beasts. With an athletic figure, Zuo-chen began to strike swiftly, trembling with the 2 dark demon beasts. In fact, fighting against 2 desolate beasts at the same time, although the pressure was great, it also had great benefits for Zuo-chen. Under the intertwined attacks of the 2 desolate beasts, it could allow Zuo-chen's pace to be more steady, and his sensibility for battle crises to become more refined. The 3 figures fought together under this moonlit night, and from time to time, moonlight shone between the curved sword in Zuo-chen's hand, refracting a cold aura. War! Strong battle intent rushed skyward as Zuo-chen endured the immense pressure and kept striking out, and at the same moment, he was revolving the thunder origin scripture, allowing the chi and blood within him and the ancient Yuan power to operate to their limits. At a certain instant, Zuo-chen's body trembled, but was ultimately undefeated, and his back was fiercely bombarded by the front claws of a dark demon beast, directly appearing a bloody mouth, and the fiery pains spread throughout his body. Along with the injury, Zuo-chen's movements obviously had a short stagnation, appearing much stiffer. Not good. I've been careless. Zuo-chen's gaze widened as he felt an aura of death ensue. Dark demon beast. This kind of desolate beast contained a special kind of bloodline power within its power, capable of eroding the opponent's body and hindering the functioning of the ancient Yuan power. Zuo-chen in this situation was simply unable to bring all of his power into play. Chapter 024 Lu Yuan appears. The two dark devil beasts within the earth in front were hissing, their crazy and ferocious eyes condensing on Zhuo, their terrifying auras transforming into two torrents, pressing forward and backward. Zhuo's arms vibrated. The left arm was fire attribute ancient yuan power. The right arm was thunder attribute ancient yuan power. Raging power ran through both fists, killing ruthlessly. "Break me!" Zhuo gave a stern cry, and in an instant, a deafening roar appeared in front of him. However, these two dark devil beasts were struck by Zhuo's fist power at the same time, and accordingly, the dark devil beast's body similarly erupted with a shocking power, shocking Zhuo as he flew directly backwards, his body smashing down under an ancient tree at the back. A mouthful of blood spewed out between his open mouth, and Zhuo felt that his qi, blood, and ancient yuan power were almost about to burst into flames within his body. This is the moment. A touch of persistence passed through Zhuo's eyes while he frantically operated the thunder origin scripture. The two types of ancient yuan power of water and fire in the body all operated, stirring between the channels and meridians, impacting Zhuo's physical veins in this moment of greatest crisis. Bang! A thud appeared within his body, and at that very moment, while the two dark demon beasts came trampling viciously, Zhuo's body instantly flipped and disappeared in place. The two great desolate beasts stepped into the air, and a rumbling sound appeared in the earth. 10 meters away, Zhuo wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and revealed a heartfelt smile. Combat was indeed one of the best shortcuts to breakthroughs, and he himself had succeeded, breaking through at the extreme realm and crossing into the fourth sky of condensed seal only. Kill! Subsequently, killing chances flooded out from Zhuo's body, and with a cold expression, he directly struck out. Crossing into the fourth sky of seal condensation, his base had rapidly become stronger, reaching an unprecedented level, and nowadays, his own chances of winning against these two dark demon beasts had reached 70%. For Zhuo, a 70% chance of victory was enough to support him in bringing this battle to an end as quickly as possible. Under the shroud of the star and moon, at this moment, Zhuo seemed to have completely exploded. Even when he was facing two desolate beasts at the same time, he was able to move in and out freely, appearing to be able to do so with ease, and he even began to rehearse the Imperial Thunder Finger. The effect of the Imperial Thunder Finger in actual combat was not satisfactory, but in the midst of this constant sparring, Zhuo felt that his control had improved tremendously. It was in a certain instant that a finger was pointed out, and a silent death-like force erupted, accompanied by a lightning flash, only to see a striking bloody hole appear in the forelimb of one of the dark magical beasts. The warning of blood made this dark magical beast take a step back on the spot, in disbelief. The human in front of him seemed to have suddenly become too powerful. Good. The Imperial Thunderfinger is also a preliminary cultivation success. Seeing the effect of his finger strike, Zhuo was extremely pleased. In fact, even if he stepped into the fourth sky of condensed seal, the real hard fight, he still couldn't fight with the joint efforts of these two dark devil beasts. However, the reason why desolate beasts are desolate beasts is that their intelligence is far from being able to be compared to that of human beings in general. In the same fight, Zhuo was making progress, his experience of fighting became more and more skillful, and he was able to accurately grasp the timing and rhythm of the strikes. However, these two desolate beasts couldn't do it. With the presence of the Royal Thunderfinger, everything that followed was quite a bit easier, and in less than half an hour, Zhuo had already decimated the two dark demon beasts on the ground. Hunting the beast crystals and placing them inside the runic ring, Zhuo then quickly moved away from this place. When a desolate beast died, its blood qi would spread and attract many other desolate beasts, so there would be big trouble if he didn't leave in time. The first quest has been completed. Next, it's time to hunt the spirit firefox and obtain the skin, Zhuo said to himself. Second-order beast spirit firefox compared to the dark devil beast is much weaker. With Zhuo's strength nowadays, to deal with it is naturally much simpler. However, the spirit firefox had a habit of living in groups. Individual spirit firefoxes would never go out of the range of the pack they lived in. This would be a big trouble. Zhuo had the ability to deal with one or two spirit firefoxes, but with more spirit firefoxes converging at the same time with his own power of the fourth sky of condensed seal, it would be a little difficult to defend himself, let alone hunt. After cultivating for the night, when the sky dawned, Zhuo began to move, following the instructions of the mountain range map to go to the area where the spirit fire fox existed. What made Zhuo bitter was that he had seen the spirit fire fox, but he didn't have the guts to make a move at all if he wanted to do so. It wasn't that Zhuo was afraid of anything, but if he made a move himself right now, he was directly looking for death. Spirit fire foxes lived in groups of different sizes, Even the smallest groups were 7 or 8 spirit fire foxes surviving together, dealing with 7 or 8 second-order desolate beasts at once. Isn't that looking for death? The spirit firefox was quite a bit weaker than the dark fiend beast, but in the end it was also a second-order desolate beast, and Zuo-chan sensed that after stepping into the 4th sky of seal condensation, he would be able to deal with at most 3 spirit firefoxes at one time, and that was still against a huge crisis. After observing the whole day in a row, when the sun was setting, Zuo-chan already had the mind to give up. The mission was received, it didn't matter if it couldn't be completed, the sect wouldn't have any mandatory measures, it was just a pity that they wouldn't be able to get those hundreds of contribution points. Forget it, go hunt the 2-headed snake and obtain the snake's bile. This spirit fire fox mission. Give it up. Zuo-chan was decisive, and after failing to find an opportunity, he would not waste any more time. Leaving along this place, on the way forward, Zuo-chan was attracted by a figure that appeared in front of him. Lu Yuan? Why is he here? Zuo-chan looked at the person who appeared in front of him and muttered, could it be that he's also here to do a quest and obtain contribution points just like me? Lu Yuan is also a new disciple, redeeming quite a few contribution points after the trial. Almost everyone knows about it, although Zuo-chan has not crossed paths with him, but he is not a stranger. At the same time that he saw Lu Yuan appear, the other party seemed to have discovered Zuo-chan as well, and his eyes lit up on the spot, revealing a smile as he walked over to greet Zuo-chan. What a coincidence. Your name is Zuo-chan, isn't it? I remember you. Hee Lu Yuan. Zuo-chan looked at the other party and said, you're also here to hunt desolate beasts and do a mission? Not bad. Chasing and killing a night demon fox, only to be escaped. Lu Yuan said with a bitter smile. Then he continued, what about you? Zuo-chan pointed to the rear, and then he spoke about his intention to hunt the spirit fire fox, and then said, not enough strength, the spirit fire fox survives in groups. This mission can only be abandoned. Hunting the spirit fire fox? I can help you The 2 of us joining forces, we have enough power, right? Lu Yuan laughed. Help me? Zuo-chan was a bit surprised. It seemed as if there was no unnecessary interactions between himself and this Lu Yuan, right? Moreover, even in the new disciple trials, he had likewise never met with Lu Yuan. We are all disciples of the same sect, and it's only right to help each other out when we are doing a quest in the depths of this mountain range. Lu Yuan looked at Zuo-chan and said. Zuo-dust nodded. All right, this spirit firefox quest requires obtaining the skins of 5 spirit firefoxes. There are 300 contribution points for submitting the quest. At that time, you and I will share these contribution points equally. Stretching one's hand is not a smiley face. This Lu Yuan took the initiative to ask for help to kill the spirit fire fox. If he refused, it would be Zuo-chan's fault. The 2 agreed, lurking in this place, waiting for a short time to find a spirit fire fox tribe. 7 spirit fire fox together through this place. Glancing at each other with Lu Yuan, the 2 of them nodded at the same time. Kill! Within an instant, 2 silhouettes exploded into the front, both erupting with a strong aura of ancient Yuan power and striking out to blast away. When the 7 spirit fire foxes saw the appearance of Zuo-chan's duo, they immediately revealed a hostile stance, and a strand of horrifying aura erupted from their bodies, pouncing around Zuo-chan's duo. The spirit fire fox is a beast that is famous for its dexterity and swiftness, and its speed is extremely fast, so it is close in the blink of an eye. The battle suddenly started. Zuo-chan directly used his physical body. His fist broke out and fiercely bombarded the spirit fire fox. Zuo-chan's fleshly body and chi and blood couldn't clash with the dark demon beast, but it didn't mean that he couldn't fight with the spirit fire fox. Strong power came out through his body. While complementing each other with Lu Yuan, he began to chop away with a ferocious and unparalleled stance. The duo's rhythmic control of the battle was very strong, and although they were rusty in their coordination, they still gave these spirit fire foxes a major blow. With a teammate, the battle was a lot simpler. With what Zuo-chan sensed, this Lu Yuan's strength was at the 5th sky of condensed seal, and was even a lot stronger than an unusual 5th sky of condensed seal powerhouse, and should be about to cross over to the 6th sky of condensed seal, and with this kind of strength, the 2 teamed up and quickly decimated the 7 spirit flame foxes at this place. Phew! The 2 of them smiled at each other, and Zuo-chan also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Although a battle was relatively quite a bit easier, the consumption of ancient Yuan power was also enormous. Immediately afterward, Zuo-chan took out his 9-inch scimitar and began to cut the skin. I'll help you, Ryu Yuan said, stepping forward. No need. This dissection is a technical job. You really may not be able to do it. Zuo-chan smiled and said, The clan mission requires that the spirit fire fox's skin pouch must not have the slightest breakage. Once where there is an extra scratch then this pouch will be useless. Fine. Lu Yuan spread his hands and laughed bitterly behind him. I really don't dare to help you when you say this. Zuo-chun nodded and turned around to concentrate on splitting the spirit fire fox's skin, skillfully utilizing the knife, basically a knife cut, that is, from beginning to end without the slightest sense of stagnation, without any errors. Peeling off one skin and drying it to the side, Zuo-chun continued to move the other spirit fire fox's corpse over to start working on it. A blade was raised, and on the spot it looked at the right direction and fell straight down. However, within this split second of time, Zuo-chun turned around in a flash. The gentleness on his face had long since disappeared, and in its place was a face of bone-chilling indifference. The knife in his hand did not land on the spirit fire fox, but rather, he turned around while a knife cut across and out, the sharp heart of the knife slashing directly in front of him. Thumbs up! The next moment, blood dripped down to the earth. Why? Zuo-chun opened his mouth icily, while his body withdrew a step, keeping a distance from the Lu Yuan in front of him, tightly covering his chest. Lu Yuan was in a state of shock and anger. His body was filled with killing intent, and the attitude of the party had likewise disappeared. Chapter 025 The Price of Wrongdoing. In an instant, Lu Yuan struck out. His hands condensed majestic ancient Yuan force, his strength unreservedly and completely erupted. A fierce palm print emerged and slapped at Zuo-chun through the air. You are hiding deeply. Zuo-chun snorted coldly, his right hand raised, his middle finger cut across the front, and he struck the royal thunder finger on the spot. The thunder-purple finger power instantly erupted, carrying a terrifying piercing power, and unexpectedly crushed that palm away in a raw manner. Immediately after that, the second finger killed out, and at the same time, Zuo-chun's main body also moved, ruthlessly rushing to pounce on the Lu Yuan in front of him. Not long ago, also side by side in the fight together, the two at this time all crazy, berserk collision, each other out of the strongest killing moves who do not have mercy. Originally, Lu Yuan, who had been severely depleted from the battle with the spirit fire fox and was constantly regulating his breathing, had completely surpassed everything that had happened before when he burst out at this moment of battle, and if there was no surprise, the other party had not even exerted his full strength when hunting the spirit fire fox. This moment right now was the real Lu Yuan. This was his peak power. However, what Lu Yuan did not expect was that within Zuo-chun's body, the ancient Yuan power of the two attributes of thunder and fire ran through it at the same time, and a terrifying suppressive force appeared on the spot. Despite being one heavens higher than Zuo-chun's strength, at this moment, facing Zuo-chun's two attributes of power, Lu Yuan still felt a great shocking force, the other party's two ancient Yuan powers striking at the same time, causing Lu Yuan's own power to have an invisible sense of blockage. This was the terrifying aspect of dual attribute power. Dual attribute? You actually possess dual attribute ancient Yuan power? So you have reservations as well. Lu Yuan pointed at Zuo-chun and spoke with difficulty. In the previous battle, hunting the spirit fire fox, Zuo-chun hadn't even revealed the slightest hint of thunder attribute ancient Yuan power. Didn't expect it? Zuo-chun glanced at the other party and coldly struck out. His power rippled and his entire aura instantly reached its peak. In a battle with Lu Yuan, Zuo-chun, who was before didn't have much certainty, but having broken through to the fourth sky of seal condensation himself with his current strength, coupled with his control over the battle, Zuo-chun had absolute confidence in battling with one of them. It had to be said that the Lu Yuan in front of him was quite powerful compared to even that Xiao Brezi, not only in terms of realm. Zuo-chun sensed that this Lu Yuan's physique, if Zuo-chun sensed it well, it should be the Qing Yuan battle physique, and this kind of physique was a physique that was even stronger than the heaven-splitting demon physique. Basically, among the new disciples, other than Long Xian Yu and Yi Qian Di, Lu Yuan was the most powerful existence. Moreover, at the beginning of the battle, at the same time when Lu Yuan was not expecting it at all, Zuo-chun took the lead and directly cut the other party's flesh body with a knife to make wounds. That knife Zuo-chun but did not hold back in the slightest, and under the surprise, Lu Yuan did not take precautions at all, and the killing and wounding power caused was extremely considerable. With this difference, the gap between the realms was completely gone, and was completely bridged by Zuo-chun. The move obtained from the Jade Space was utilized, causing Zuo-chun's strike power to reach an instantaneous peak, and the unavoidable power completely erupted, suppressing Lu Yuan to death in front of him. After one move, Lu Yuan fell to the ground on the spot, his entire body prostrate on the ground, raising his head with difficulty. Impossible. How did you find out? Looking at Lu Yuan on the ground, Zuo-chun looked at the other party playfully. How big is the entire Shattered Sky Mountain range? The chances of two people meeting each other are extremely small. So why did I meet you so soon after I came here? It's just as well that I met you. If this is really a coincidence, you and I originally didn't have any encounters. But as a result, you are so enthusiastic that you want to help me deal with the Spirit Fire Fox together. And Chun looked at Lu Yuan, his tone suddenly harsh. You said that you came here after killing a night demon fox and didn't go to continue chasing your night demon fox, but instead, when you came across me and knew about it, you immediately changed your mind and ran over to help me? Isn't this a joke of the world? Okay, I again tentatively believe that your enthusiasm, but UNG, in this crisis clusters of desolate beasts in the Shattered Sky Mountain range to chase and kill desolate beasts, but all the clothes and robes are clean and incomparable. The breath is smooth, and there is not the slightest sign of the use of the ancient Yuan power. That's strange. Could it be that you're chasing the night demon fox with your eyes? Or is it that you're already so powerful that your clothes don't touch the grass and your feet don't mess with the mud when you strike? Do you take little Master Me to be blind? Chun looked at Lu Yuan in front of him morosely. Speak. The purpose of killing me. Lu Yuan did not reply to Chun. Instead, a piece of despair appeared on his complexion, and then he laughed at himself. I, Lu Yuan, relying on my talent, thought highly of myself, and never put anyone in my eyes as a rival. Only after coming to this Yuanwu heavenly palace did I realize that I was ridiculously naive. You make your move. Hateful, people die for money and birds die for food. One wrong step and there is no chance to turn back. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he directly closed his eyes. After listening to Chen's analysis from beginning to end, Lu Yuan already understood that if he was defeated in front of a person like Chen, he should not think of any escape, resistance, or scheming. It was all useless. His arrogance, self-confidence in front of the Chan in front of him has completely disappeared. Both sides of the battle, and ultimately such an ending, Lu Yuan asked himself that he had done his best in the battle, but he still could not suppress Chan in front of him, who was one heavens lower than himself. Seeing that Chen's talent was nothing more than that, 5 ancient elemental seals were considered not bad. But Lu Yuan himself also carried 5 ancient elemental seals. In terms of physique, although Lu Yuan couldn't understand to death why the other party was able to use 2 different attributes of power at the same time, one of which was still the lightning attribute, Lu Yuan was absolutely certain that Chun was nothing more than a mere mortal body, much less a dual system physique, while he, Lu Yuan, himself possessed a Signwood battle body. But he, Lu Yuan, was ultimately defeated. Whether it was his fighting sense or his use of power, the Chun in front of him had reached a point where he was almost flawless, causing people to be terrified. In the battle just now, from the beginning to the end, Lu Yuan was unable to even find a slightly obvious flaw in Chun. Everything, combined, Chun gave Lu Yuan a feeling of being unsurpassed and unfathomable. Looking at Lu Yuan this kind of posture, Chuan in turn is some appreciation of this person compared to Xiao Bailey. Lu Yuan's style makes people feel a lot of eyes. Defeat is defeat and do not say much. However, just appreciate it. It was too difficult to have everything today. Chen's 10 years of perseverance, awakening success, he could not easily give up everything today. Any person or thing that could possibly involve danger to himself and his little aunt, all of them had to be stifled in the cradle. Chen's voice was cold and indifferent as his right middle finger poked out, and a royal thunder finger blasted out fiercely. The finger power broke through the air, breaking everything on the spot and blasting into Lu Yuan's body with a destructive force. With the overbearing nature of the royal thunder finger, in the situation where Lu Yuan had lost his heart to resist, he directly managed to kill him instantly, and in a moment Lu Yuan's body died. Rest in peace, Chen muttered. One wrong step and you can't go back. Anyone has to pay something for the wrongs they've done, and there are times when it's wrong and maybe there's no going back. 2 hours later, the night completely covered the land, the stars shrouded the sky, and the moon was in the middle of the sky. Chen's body stood silently in the depths of the shattered hollow mountain, staring straight ahead without turning his eyes away. Ahead stood a cliff called the Soul Burial Cliff, and according to the map of Shattered Hollow Mountain, there was a powerful desolate beast living along the Soul Burial Cliff, the Night Moon Pale Wolf. Every night at a specific time, a Night Moon Pale Wolf would appear at this place, and then gulp down the moonlight essence for cultivation. Chun waited for a long time, patient to the extreme. In the past, he used to lurk for a night in order to look for opportunities within the star-transforming sect to hunt desolate beasts. Now waiting for a mere 2 or 3 hours was not a problem. Coming. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the top of that cliff, under the shroud of the moonlight. A purple light flickered around its body, and it was precisely the Night Moon Kang Wolf that Chan had been waiting for a long time. Without any hesitation, Chen's body swooped across the front and quickly rushed to climb above the cliff like an ape. However, he stopped after climbing halfway up, and instead, a rich aura of ancient Yuan power erupted from his body as he rushed at the cliff and fiercely blasted out a punch. Boom! A loud roar appeared here at the cliff, coupled with the churning of the ancient Yuan power's aura, instantly drawing the attention of the purple figure at the top of the cliff. Almost instantly, that purple body was rushing towards the direction where Zhuo-chan was, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it came close. Hey! Zhuo-chan laughed coldly as his body directly turned back and rushed deeper into the forest. Watching Zhuo-chan's escape, the night moon pale wolf there would let go, quickly pouncing along with Zhuo-chan's departing direction. One person and one wolf disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Deep in the forest, after running for some distance, Zhuo-dust turned his body in a flash. His hands coalesced into fists, and he fiercely blasted out with a punch. After all, a desolate beast was a desolate beast. Its intelligence couldn't be compared to that of a human, so how could it see that Zhuo-dust had deliberately lured it here? Seeing Zhuo-dust strike, this night moon song wolf waved its incomparably sharp front limb right paw and locked onto Zhuo-dust on the spot. A fist shook away the night moon pale wolf's front paw, and Zhuo-chen's fleshly body chi and blood surged, directly sticking up against it. The two figures instantly collided and fought in the middle of this forest, and in a split second, Zhuo-chan struck out. The thunder origin scripture revolved and killed a sentinel finger once again. The finger power broke through the air, condensing the strong ancient Yuan power, containing a silky lightning like suppression power, directly penetrating through the nightmare moon pale wolf's body. Thumbs up! In an instant, a bloody hole appeared in the night moon pale wolf's chest, and a violent paralyzing sensation appeared in his body. One blow down, this desolate beast was alert and hastily retreated away. It sensed the power of the human in front of it. However, how could Zhuo-chan easily give the other party a chance when he gained an advantage? The 9-inch scimitar appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye, and Zhuo-chan swiftly pounced on it, ruthlessly breaking through the night moon pale wolf's chest, the body of the blade slashing a long bloody trail along his chest. Ouch! The tearing pain caused this night moon pale wolf to hiss up to the sky. Listening to the hissing sound that traveled far away, Zhuo-chen's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly struck again, not daring to hold back in the slightest, and began to swiftly chop away. On that soul burial cliff, it was impossible for only one night moon pale wolf to appear, and he had painstakingly lured it here so as not to attract the attention of the other night moon pale wolves, and if the whistling sound had attracted the wolves, it would have been difficult for Zhuo-chan to get out even if he had all the skills. Chapter 026 Powerful Numinous Force. Kill! Zhuo-chan pounced forward with his sword, his blade aura blazing as it ruthlessly broke into the nightmare moon pale wolf's body. Under the suppression of the powerful force, a moment later, this nightmare moon pale wolf finally met its demise with hatred, and was killed by Zhuo-chan at this place. Zhuo-chan, who was in the third stage of seal condensation, was able to kill second stage desolate beasts, and now Zhuo-chan had stepped into the fourth stage of seal condensation, not to mention the night moon kang wolf. Even if the bloodline was a bit stronger, second stage desolate beasts would not be Zhuo-chan's opponent. Killing it, Zhuo-chan hurriedly was putting its corpse into the rune ring. It's time to leave, Zhuo-chan muttered and quickly moved away. Ow! Right at that moment, roars appeared here and there in the surrounding earth. Zhuo-chan turned his eyes, and on the spot, he saw quite a number of figures swiftly rushing to swipe towards this place, with extremely violent auras. His face suddenly changed. Zhuo-chan couldn't help but clench his teeth and cursed. He had been very careful, but in the end, the hissing sound of that night moon pale wolf still seemed to have provoked his companions. At least nearly 10 night moon pale wolves appeared, surrounding themselves in the center in the blink of an eye. Under the darkness of the night, a Tao of cold eyes coalesced over, carrying an extremely bloodthirsty aura that made people tremble. It's too late to leave now. The two sides confronted each other, and within a moment, Zhuo-chan took the lead, crushing out a royal thunder finger fiercely on the spot, not holding back in the slightest. The finger force killed and crossed the air, ruthlessly and heavily injuring a nightmare moon pale wolf. Immediately followed by the crazy pouncing of the figures, Zhuo-chen's entire body was surrounded in the center. His fleshly body vibrated, and his strength completely exploded. In this situation, a single attack ancient Yuan technique like the Royal Thunder Finger didn't seem to be able to do much at all, unless Zhuo-chan was able to manage to kill a night moon pale wolf with a single finger. Instead, it was his strong physical body that served as a good defense. Continuously bombarding, soon after, Zhuo-chan directly gave up the Royal Thunder Finger. The ancient Yuan power was running at full speed, His hands condensed into fists, and he directly bombarded up with the most direct means. Boom! A fist killed, fierce and unparalleled power erupted, and a night moon pale wolf in front of him that was pouncing up was blown out of the earth by with dust in a raw manner. However, at the same time, his back endured a fierce claw. His robe was torn open with a long crack, and pain instantly filled his entire body, causing Zhuo Chen's breath to decrease quite a bit in vain. Give me death! Turning around and striking out, Zhuo Chen changed his fist into a grab, vigorously surging, directly tearing these two wolf claws apart from it. The majestic ancient Yuan power condensed on top of his right fist, and Zhuo Chen ruthlessly punched into the top of this night moon pale wolf's head. Blood burst out, and this night moon pale wolf whimpered as its body directly went limp. The 10 night moon pale wolves were all second-stage desolate beasts. Yet under the joint siege, 3 of them were wasted by Zhuo Chen in the blink of an eye. However, although the 3 night moon song wolves were quickly disposed of, Zhuo Chen did not feel good with his strength. He had already played almost to the limit, and a large portion of his ancient Yuan power had been drained out of his body. Crazily running the Thunder Yuan scripture, constantly replenishing the consumption in his body, however, Zhuo Chen understood that the Thunder Yuan scripture was after all only a human-grade upper-grade heart technique, and had a limited recovery speed for ancient Yuan power. It was not enough to replenish one's power consumption, and in the end, one would definitely be consumed to death by these nightmare moon pale wolves. The sharp pain in his back constantly stimulated Zhuo Chen's body, making him not dare to strike easily, cautiously looking at these figures in front of him, squinting his eyes, an icy luster glowing from his 2 pupils as he confronted the remaining 7 night moon pale wolves in front of him. However, within a few moments, Zhuo Chen clearly sensed that the night moon pale wolf standing in the center had the most powerful breath. Wolf King! Zhuo Chen took a deep breath, and in an instant, a ray of killing intent condensed. This night moon pale wolf, its strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary second-order desolate beast, giving Zhuo Chen the strongest suppression force. Moreover, the other night moon pale wolves seemed to be led by this, and it was feared to be the king of wolves among them. If the strongest of these wolf kings could be killed, then the pressure faced by Zhuo Chen would be directly reduced by half, and even it was very possible to get away with this. Within the main body, the thunder origin scripture operated to the extreme, and the 2 forces of thunder and fire completely erupted in an instant, and at that very moment, Zhuo Chen's body took a step out in front of him and made a very strange pose. One move, before and after only this most insane move. All of the power exploded out almost entirely, blasting into that night moon pale wolf along the main body. That first move obtained from the jade space had been brewing for most of the day for this strongest strike, which seemed simple and ordinary, but was the most applicable and had amazing killing power. Accompanied by a hiss, this wolf king's body was directly blasted into the back of the earth, shattering 2 ancient trees on the spot. As his body fell to the ground, the wolf king's mouth opened and sprayed blood. His chest cavity sunk in, and he didn't know how many ribs had been broken by Zhuo Chen alive. Watching this scene, Zhuo Chen's heart rejoiced, taking advantage of the victory. His body exploded into the front in the next moment, his right hand tightly gripping the 9-inch scimitar, and made up for it with a swift strike. A knife cut through, a flash of blood shadow. A bloody hole appeared in the center of the wolf king's neck. Gurgling blood couldn't stop flowing out, already completely gagging. Instant kill. Utilizing that move from the jade space, Zhuo Chen unexpectedly directly beheaded this wolf king that was comparable to a human's condensed seal 5th sky in an instant. Watching the wolf king die, Zhuo Chen exhaled a long breath and stood only in front of the wolf king's body, viciously looking at the remaining 6 nightmare moon pale wolves. The remaining power in his body had in fact been completely consumed with this strike. In other words, at this moment, Zhuo Chen was just like a child with no power in his hands, merely holding on to his superficial prowess. As expected, Zhuo Chen's speculation was not wrong. The decapitation of the Wolf King was a very great deterrent for these remaining few night moon pale wolves. A few figures wandered and kept walking, but obviously did not dare to go forward easily. Zhuo Chen was laughing bitterly inwardly. No wonder a lot of people came to do quests. Usually quite a lot of people teamed up, and there were almost none that came alone similar to himself. Encountering the appearance of a wolf pack similar to this one, unless one possessed absolute strength, anyone would have to endure a huge crisis. Watching a night moon pale wolf come up tentatively, Zhuo Chen directly raised his scimitar and looked at the other party demonstratively. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the ferocity of this night moon pale wolf, and even at this moment when the Wolf King was killed, these night moon pale wolves refused to disperse. After wandering for a moment, this night moon pale wolf hissed and directly charged at Zhuo Chen. No good. In an instant, Zhuo Chen's heart trembled as a crisis of death filled the area around his body. Strength exhausted, at this moment Zhuo Chen had almost reached the edge of collapse. At this moment there was simply no power to fight with, not to mention second-order desolate beasts. Even the district's first-order desolate beasts could no longer be resisted. If this night moon pale wolf got close, Zhuo Chen understood that he wouldn't be able to hold on for an instant. Spirit tensed to the extreme, eyes bursting open, locked tightly on top of this figure. The curved sword in Zhuo Chen's hand stabbed out with all its might, striking the final blow with the little strength left in his body. Though he understood that it remained fruitless to do so. Ow! Suddenly, Zhuo Chen froze in place, because he saw that this night moon pale wolf was backing up in place in the next moment, and a light of fear appeared in its eyes, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Subsequently, not only this night moon pale wolf in front of him, but also several other wolf shadows, the might of the party completely disappeared, and the fierceness in their eyes was completely replaced by fear. Almost at the same time, Zhuo Chen felt a change in that mysterious jade within his body, in which a powerful aura surged out, wrapping his body. Zhuo Chen was shocked to realize that the breathing, eyes, and movements of these night moon pale wolves in front of him were all clearly sensed by himself, and an unprecedented sense of control appeared, and even though he was exhausted at the moment, he still had the feeling that he could kill these night moon pale wolves on the spot with a single movement of his mind. Without waiting for Zhuo Chen to react, the few remaining night moon pale wolves whimpered and ran wildly away, as if they were afraid that they would die if they stayed here for a second longer. Zhuo Chen's tensed mind immediately relaxed quite a bit, although he didn't know what had happened, what caused these night moon pale wolves to leave, but at least, the immediate life and death crisis was lifted. Surrounding the earth, a silence, only from time to time came the roar of the desolate beasts. A moment should not have any crisis. Zhuo Chen immediately sat down in the earth, began to recover and regulate, running the Thunder Yuan scripture, the body of the two kinds of lightning and fire of the ancient Yuan force around the jade and rapid operation, constantly become strong. Only after recovering quite a bit of strength did Zhuo Chen begin to seriously investigate the changes within his body. Although he didn't deliberately pay attention to it, but in a trance, all the winds and grasses in the surrounding area clearly appeared in his senses, which was an unspeakably marvelous feeling that invigorated people. Although he hadn't experienced this feeling, with Zhuo Chen's insight, he still thought of something. Numinous. Nian Li was a mysterious existence. Unlike ancient Yuan Li, Nian Li was a formless substance, similar to a void-like existence. Nian Li originates from the human mind. Is a human being can sense this heaven and earth, all things change, feel the outside world of all the wind blowing, a kind of initial origin of the force. Every life is accompanied by the existence of the Nian Li, but most of the people in the world's Nian Li is weak to cannot be counted. There were some people who were born with powerful thoughts and had an advantage in studying rune engraving that was hard for ordinary people to reach, so this kind of person was called a natural rune master. As each person's own power becomes stronger, their own thoughts will also slowly become stronger with it. Looking at the Dark Knight continent, some of the top powerhouses, claiming that a thought can penetrate the earth for miles, a look can kill people invisibly. This statement is of course some exaggeration, but there is a root cause because that is the direct reflection of the power of thought. Moreover, the top strong, the idea is powerful, so it can sense all the winds and grasses of the earth in the 8 directions, and legend has it that the most powerful expert in the continent, who is entrenched in one side of the territory, all the changes outside the 10-mile radius are able to be perceived by him. Chapter 027 Cultivation Companion. For Zhuo Chen, at this moment, he was only able to sense the changes of things in the outside world in a radius of about 100 meters, but it was already extremely uncomplicated. Zhuo Chen understood why those night moon wolves retreated before. It was because just now, under the tightness of his own spiritual limit, he caused the mutation of the jade in his body, thus briefly transferring a powerful idea to himself, making himself as if he had a kind of aura suppression force such as that of a top-level powerhouse, and only then did those night moon wolves have a momentary illusion and fled in fear. However, although that powerful nimbus power now retreated back inside the jade, one could still borrow a small portion of the nimbus power to come out when one had the intention to communicate. The most direct benefit of the existence of this idea power was that when practicing in the Shattered Sky mountain range, it would allow him to detect all kinds of dangers one step ahead of time, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. For example, if he encountered a crisis similar to the previous one, Zhuo Chen could have sensed the wolves before they arrived and retreated in time, so that he wouldn't be surrounded again without even being able to react. Moreover, in battle, with his stronger than normal Nian Li, Zhuo Chen's control over the rhythm of battle would become even stronger. Also, if there were no accidents with this thought power, Zhuo Chen would have an advantage that others would find hard to reach if he were to embark on the rune path. In other words, The existence of this thought force turned Zhuo into a supreme genius on the rune path. Not long after, Zhuo got up and took out the beast crystals from the bodies of the 4 night moon pale wolves that he had killed, and quickly left this place. The 4 beast crystals, which could all be second-order beast crystals, were considered an extra harvest, and although they were not as valuable as those in the new disciple trials, they could still be exchanged for close to 200 contribution points when added up. In the next few days, in addition to his own cultivation, Zhuo again went forward to hunt the 2-headed snake and successfully obtained the snake's gallbladder. Stepping into the 4th sky of condensed seal, his strength skyrocketed, and if he didn't encounter the last time the wolves surrounded him, it would still be relatively easy to deal with the second-order desolate beasts that had fallen alone. Between successively, came to this mountain range in half a month time, received the task all completed successfully. Moreover, his own strength broke through to the 4th Tian of condensed seal, and under the stimulation of the constant battle, there was a hidden trend of entering the 5th Tian of condensed seal. Moreover, the cultivation of the ancient Yuan technique of the Imperial Thunderfinger was also a first glimpse of the doorway, comprehending a hint of the doorway, and coupled with the appearance of that thought force, this trip was truly beneficial and had not been in vain. Getting up and returning to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, after returning to the sect, Zhuo directly came to the task hall to start handing over tasks. That Zhuo has returned. As he had just walked into the mission hall, there were quite a few strange gazes locked onto Zhuo's body. When he left that day, Zhuo had received several second-order tasks at once. Under normal circumstances, to receive so many second-order tasks, the stream of new disciples, it is necessary for some people to form a team to go forward in order to complete the task. This Zhuo was ridiculed for not being self-conscientious before, and today's return, everyone naturally enjoys watching his jokes. 3 beast crystals of dark magic beasts. Check them out. Coming to a task table, Zhuo took out the 3 beast crystals. A moment later, Zhuo once again took out the spirit fire fox's skin pouch as well as the snake gallbladder of that 2-headed snake. This? I didn't see wrong, right? Quite a few people rubbed their eyes, staring daggers at Zhuo in front of them. Right at the same time, there was a bang on top of the ground as a desolate beast corpse smashed down. But it was Zhuo who took out the flesh of the night moon pale wolf directly as well. Several tasks, all of which were successfully completed, and 1,500 contribution points arrived on the spot and were transferred into Zhuo's identity plate. However, Zhuo still did not leave, but opened the rune ring. Again. This time, when he went forward to do the mission, Zhuo had gained something else. Along the way of cultivation and fighting, Zhuo also killed some other desolate beasts, obtaining quite a few first-order and second-order beast crystals. Taking them all out at this moment, more or less adding up, they were worth at least 500 contribution points. Too terrifying. This Zhuo. I heard that he is only someone's attendant. How could he possess such great abilities? Within the surroundings, many gazes condensed over here, and many people were talking. One should know that with these beast crystals that Zhuo had taken out, the latter had killed at least a dozen second-order desolate beasts, including quite a few first-order desolate beasts. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a Yuanwu practitioner whose strength was no more than the 3rd sky of seal condensation to do this alone. No, he is the strength of the 4th sky of condensed seal. At a place in the back, an extremely powerful inner disciple with an extraordinary vision could see the strength intensity of Zhuo's strength. Seal condensation 4 heavens? Some people took a deep breath and their gazes towards Zhuo changed. They couldn't forget that when Zhuo had just arrived at the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, he was still only at the strength of a mere 2nd sky of condensed marks. Reaching the 4th sky of condensed marks in such a short period of time, it could be said that he wasn't worse than an ordinary disciple. With the 1,500 contribution points from the mission, plus these additional material exchanges, Zhuo received a total of 2,000 contribution points. Such a harvest was already considered quite a lot, and together with what he had left from before, he had 3,000 contribution points in hand. However, Zhuo understood that with his demand for contribution points, these 3,000 contribution points were far from enough. With Zhuo's return, Long Xinyue also appeared in seclusion. Since coming along with the other party, Long Xinyue had never appeared, saying that she was following her master in seclusion, and this time she appeared and directly found Zhuo. Seeing Long Xinyue once more, Zhuo's gaze froze and he instinctively felt a suppressive force. The previous Long Xinyue should be in the condensed seal 5th sky. I didn't expect this less than a month's time, after the success of the retreat, even stepped into the condensed seal 7th sky. With this strength, it could be said to be at the forefront of this batch of new disciples. At least even Lu Yuan and Xiao Brezi's streams were much inferior when compared to Long Xinyue. worthy of being a genius who possessed 6 ancient elemental marks and had just joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and had already become a true disciple directly. Zuo-chan, your strength? You've reached the 4th sky of seal condensation? Looking at Zuo-chan in front of her, Long Xinyue's gaze flickered as a flash of color swept across her. When he came with Zuo-chan on that day, the latter had only just awakened not long ago, and only had the strength of the 2nd level of the condensed seal sky, and after not seeing him for these days, he didn't expect that the latter's strength would have refined so quickly. The 4th sky of seal condensation was no longer the same as most of the new disciples in this batch. It could be said that the gap in strength due to age had almost disappeared. If the Zuo-chan of a month ago had the kind of strength that he had today, even if he didn't need long Xinu, Zuo-chan himself would be qualified to join the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Not bad. Senior Sister Long. Zuo-chan smiled faintly. I heard that you got more than 10,000 contribution points in the new disciple trial, and coupled with your current strength, I really wasn't wrong about you. Long Xinyue nodded her head in satisfaction. Next, however, I have something for you to do. After saying that, Long Xinyue looked at Zuo-chan with a smile on her face, her expression somewhat strange. What is it? For some unknown reason, Zuo-chan instinctively felt something bad inside. Next, you be my cultivation partner. Long Xinyue opened her mouth. Zuo-chan was speechless. Had he heard it right? Cultivation partner? It's only on the surface, declared to the outside world. Long Xinyue looked at Zuo-chan's eyes and continued. Other things, completely free. You can do whatever you want. Hearing that, Zuo-chan hesitated, somewhat in disbelief. After all, his current identity was Long Xinyu's attendant. What he promised the other parties Zuo-chan would naturally not fail to recognize. Originally thought that Long Xinu had come to find himself to do something, but never thought that this request was so simple. Zuo-chan couldn't possibly believe that Long Xinu was looking at himself because of how so-and-so, in terms of the latter's talent of carrying the 6 seals, it belonged to the top in the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and such a proud son of the sky. Often all of them were empty-eyed and even arrogant, and it was impossible to put his heart on his own body nowadays. Of course, even if this Long Xinu really had her heart set on herself, whether Zuo-chan could look at the latter or not was still a question, wasn't it? Then why would this Long Xinu make such a request to himself? Yes. After half a minute, Zuo-chan nodded. Agreeing to this wouldn't take off a piece of flesh from one's body. If Long Xinu didn't care, what did she have to worry about? Until Long Xinyue left, Zuo-chan was a bit unable to come back to his senses, and when he thought about it carefully, how was it a bit wrong? This news does not know whether it is Long Xinyue itself intentionally or unintentionally distributed, in short, less than half a day, spread into the ears of countless disciples. A time rolled up a monstrous wind and waves. Returning to his residence, just as he entered the door, Zuo-chan saw Yi Qiandi's strange look. Zuo-chan immediately smiled bitterly. You wouldn't also think that I'm really her cultivation partner, right? It's possible. Yi Qiandi looked deeply at Zuo-chan and said in a fervent manner. This? Zuo-chan was stunned and surprisingly speechless. Having just returned in less than a moment, people arrived outside. Some of them directly opened their mouths and shouted Zuo-chan's name. Roll out. Long Xinu, it's not for trash like you to be qualified to get your hands on, right? Get out and fight. And if you lose, you'll stay far away from Long Xinu. Quite a few words came in through the room, causing a ripple to roll through Zuo-chan's newly quietened heart. Zuo-chen finally realized that Long Xinu's seemingly simple request was a huge trouble for himself. Imagine, with everything that Long Xinu had displayed, talent and beauty coexisted. It could even be said that it wasn't even that much worse than Xiao dance. How could such a disciple not have people's hearts moved? Although Long Xinu herself did not participate in the new disciple trial, but everything about her naturally spread into the ears of many people. For a heavenly beauty like Long Xinu, there were already many people who secretly adored her. Now that it was rumored that he was Long Xinu's cultivation partner, it was only normal that these people couldn't help but come looking for him. However, being able to understand these people is on the one hand, and being able to listen to the insults in terms of waste, garbage, and so on is on the other. Zuo-chan was not the kind of person who was so cowardly that he could be stepped on and on his head and still not say anything. That was not his style. Walking out of the door, Zuo-chan saw a few people appearing in front of him. Sensing the strength of these people, they were all at around the 4th level of the condensed seal sky, and it seemed that they all belonged to the new disciples who had just joined this time. Says who? Zuo-chan coldly looked at these people. And at the same time, the thunder origin scripture within his body began to operate secretly. Chapter 028 Get Lost. Let's just say you're a loser. In the earth ahead, a disciple laughed coldly, squinting at Chan at this moment. A mere follower, tainting the dragon heart moon, doesn't want to stay in this Yunwu heavenly palace, does he? Looking at this person, Chan suddenly grinned. In the very next moment, his right arm poked out and a royal thunderfinger struck out, blasting at the opponent's body in the blink of an eye. Without waiting for him to react, Chan took a healthy step forward, ancient Yuan power surging between his palms, and slapped the corner of this person's mouth. Snap! A resounding sound was crisp and powerful, and this disciple slumped to the ground on the spot, half of his face directly swollen, spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam, mixed with 2 broken teeth, miserable to the extreme. In the future, when you speak, pay attention to your little master. Chan looked at this person, his gaze flowing with a touch of disdain, and then he was looking at the several people in front of him, laughing coldly. A bunch of dregs-like contraptions. If you don't have the strength, then obediently bring it. Why bother asking for trouble? Let's go together, so that you can understand whether or not Junior Master, I have the qualifications to get my hands on long Xinu. After saying that, Chan continued. The few people present looked at each other in silence, as if they hadn't reacted yet. What's going on? This Chan, isn't he just a follower of someone else? How does he possess the strength of the 4th sky of condensed seal? People love to watch, and with Chan's strike, it had already attracted quite a few disciples to gather around, and the crowd pointed and pointed, causing the faces of these people in front of them to turn red to the extreme. A few of them joined forces to come and find trouble with Chan, only to be slapped in the face by Chan instead, directly calling them scum in front of so many people. Can't endure, absolutely can't endure. Not to mention for the sake of long Xinu, even for the sake of this face today, it was impossible for things to be uncovered like this. A few people nodded to each other, united in their opinions, and in the next moment, they directly struck out. Still don't believe it, they themselves are also the strength of the 4th sky of seal condensation, not much worse than Chan. Is the gap really that big? Blood-congealing fist. The 3 absolute soul-destroying fingers. Earth-shaking palm. All sorts of ancient Yuan techniques were brewed and rushed to kill Chan. For a time, within this land, the ancient Yuan force fluttered, and all sorts of ancient Yuan arts bombarded the 4 directions, driving an extremely powerful space-time energy. Imperial Thunder Finger. Chan snorted disdainfully and coldly as he swept his gaze across the crowd, striking out the Royal Thunder Finger force with both hands at the same time. The ancient Yuan power of the thunder system in his body surged in full force at this moment, running through between his fingers, and a terrifying fluctuation spread ahead in an instant. Boom! A figure flew out, but was directly penetrated by Chan's Royal Thunder Finger, and a violent paralysis appeared in his body, losing his resistance on the spot. In the next moment, another person was blown out a few meters away by a strong force from Chan, and his chest sank, deeply suppressing a mouthful of stifled blood from being spat out. Several people struck out, and no matter what means they used, they were all cracked by Chan. In the presence of Nian Li, these people's striking movements, including the angle and orientation of the next attack, etc., were almost immediately perceived in advance by Chan, and coupled with the disparity in their own underlying strength, even under the joint efforts, they were all suppressed through and through. In less than a quarter of an hour, several figures, but all of them were lying down in front of Chan and were stepped on by him. Under the eyes of the public, several people joined hands, and still appeared this kind of result. All of them were ashamed to the extreme, and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Moreover, I don't know if Chan is intentional, what kind of slaps, fists, and so on are all directed to the same part of their body, that is, the face. A funny scene appeared. A moment later, chi and blood surged up, and all of that face of several people swelled into a pig's head, covered with slap marks. It is said that hitting people does not hit their faces, but that depends on who the target is, and when he met these few guys with bad mouths, Chan felt that his beating was still light. I'm not qualified to get my hands on long Xinu. Could it be that you few scums are then qualified, huh? Chan looked at the several people and raised his arm again. Looking at Chan's action, a few people subconsciously shrunk their necks, but they didn't dare to breathe, only thinking of quickly leaving this place. It's too damn humiliating. Admitted it. This Chan actually admitted his relationship with long Xinu. At the same time, within the 4 directions, many people were talking. They heard and understood Chen's words. It seemed that that rumor was not a rumor. Many complicated gazes looked at Chen. There was worship and admiration. But of course, there was more jealousy, envy, and anger. Imagine what kind of status and talent Long Xinyue had. A heaven's favorite daughter destined to rise in the future. Such a woman. But she was even involved with Suichan? The Suichan, what exactly is so good about it? Is it strong? It had to be said that, also being at the fourth sky of seal condensation, Suichan had defeated several people of this same realm with his own strength, and this strength was indeed terrifying. However, that was all. Which one of these people who could qualify to join the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace would have poor vision? They could see that Suichan had struck out, more than anything else, just by virtue of his fleshly body that was quite a bit stronger than normal. As for the physical body, unless you possessed a special divine body, imperial body, battle body, and so on, otherwise there was a limit to how strong it could be, and by the time half a year later, when everyone had all cultivated to the peak of the condensed seal realm, or even stepped into the spirit summoning realm at that time, what advantage would Suichen's physical body still have? Other than that, what else stands out? Of course, these people, however, did not yet know that Suichan possessed the ancient Yuan power of both thunder and fire attributes, and that Suichan had deliberately hidden the power of the thunder attribute during the battle. All of you, get lost for little master. The next time you dare to provoke me, the ending won't be so easy. Suichan coldly laughed as he swept a glance over a few people and directly turned around to enter the house. In fact, these people's mouths were one aspect, and there was also a reason why Suichan was so strong. Right now, it seemed that since the relationship between himself and Long Xinyue or whatever cultivation partner had been rumored, Long Xinyue was dashing, while he had become the latter's shield, a target for all, and was in constant trouble. Without being a little more ruthless and deterring some people, Suichan understood that he probably couldn't even sleep peacefully day after day. Walking into the room, Yi Qianti looked at Suichan and said richly, "If you strike out like this, at best, you will only deter some trash, but instead offend a large number of people, which is just not a solution to the problem after all." After speaking, Yi Qianti's tone paused for a split second before he once again said, "Among the new disciples, there are a few people that even I am not absolutely sure of defeating. Moreover, I'm afraid that those who look up to Long Xinyue are not only new disciples like me, but also the old disciples of the coming year, right? Those people, their strength is not so bad. It's fine, come one to fight one, come two to fight a pair." Suichan shrugged his shoulders, not taking Yi Qianti's advice to heart in the slightest. On the contrary, Suichen's heart was pondering over one thing: this Yi Qianti didn't seem to be such a talkative person, right? Normally, he was quiet, and his character was even a bit cold, rejecting outsiders, but how come after becoming familiar with himself he talked more? Right after Suichan would have suppressed these few disciples, the news had completely spread in all directions in a very short period of time and was known by countless people. Many disciples talked, this Suichan was simply too strong. No, it was simply a bit abnormal. Obviously, Suichan was only at the strength of the fourth sky of seal condensation, so why was he able to completely suppress the other 5 or 6 disciples of the same level with his own strength? At the fourth sky of seal condensation, looking at the sect, there wasn't any advantage in terms of realm, but Suichan was just so terrifying when he fought it was almost hard to explain. Since suppressing these people, the trouble faced was relatively less. At least some of Long Xinyue's admirers, who were not strong enough, easily did not dare to come to the door. Suichan was considered to be quiet for some days, taking advantage of these days to cultivate with all his strength. His ancient Yuan power was once again strengthened by quite a lot. The fusion of the 2 different ancient Yuan powers of thunder and fire was even further, and his realm had a hidden tendency to step into the 5th sky of condensed seal. Furthermore, Suichan had almost comprehended 70% to 80% of the second move that he had obtained from the jade within his body, and under his senses, the power of this second move was even more powerful compared to the first move, and there seemed to be a close connection between it and the first move so that they could be combined with each other when they fought. Although both moves were not ancient Yuan arts, in Suichen's opinion, the combined power of the 2 moves was much more powerful compared to the Imperial Thunderfinger that he had cultivated. With his current strength, coupled with these 2 mysterious strokes, it could be said that similar to Lu Yuan, Xiao Brezi, and other characters that were at the front of the new disciples, when faced again, Suichan would hardly have to fight against each other for so long, and would instead be able to defeat them in a completely crushing manner. After a relatively quiet half a month, there was a trouble that Suichan couldn't avoid. In the morning, Suichan, who had just finished practicing and walked out from the training ground, saw a figure and couldn't help but laugh bitterly on the spot. "Brother Dust, what's wrong with you?" Little Dance appeared, her eyes filled with tears, and a piece of sorrow appeared on the spot on her pearly face, causing a piece of heartache. "Little Dance, this, that, what?" Suichan smiled on the spot to comfort, but he was tongue-tied for a moment. Little Dance cried, "People have rumored that you are Long Xinyue's cultivation partner? Brother Dust, how could you do this?" No wonder you didn't come to me in the past half a month. Before Zhuo could reply, between the surroundings, many disciples passed by the place and saw this scene. Beast! This fellow, what virtue and ability is he, to be able to climb both Nalan Shuamai and Long Xinhue? His eyes swept these people. Zhuo was in no mood to care about others at the moment, and directly embraced Xiao Dance in his arms. It's all rumors. Others don't believe me? Xiao Dance, you don't believe me either? Zhuo comforted. You know, I'm temporarily that Long Xinyu's follower. The last time she approached me, she made a request, saying that she wanted me to ostensibly be her cultivation partner. This is clearly using me as a shield. Little Dance, with your wisdom, can't you see this? Really? It was only after half a minute that Little Dance tilted her head to look at Zhuo. Really? Zhuo hurriedly spoke. Why, then, did you not come to me for so long? It's my negligence. I'll often take time to accompany you in the future. Zhuo comforted, then said, This is also your fault. I said that if I lived with you, wouldn't I be able to accompany you every day? Bah! My spat lightly, her face reddening. Chapter 029. Please leave Long Xinu. Brother Dust, 2 months from now, the ranking conference of the Green Ranking will be opening. It was only after a half a second that Little Dance opened her mouth in a quiet voice and looked at Zhuo. As long as one is able to enter the top 3 of the Green Ranking, the clan will reward them with a heaven-taking pill. Heaven-taking pill. A flash of divine light could not help but flood the depths of Zhuo's gaze. The heaven-taking pill, an earth-grade lower-grade pill, as the name suggests, takes away the creation of heaven and earth, and has supreme utility, especially for suppressing injuries within a Yuan martial artist body, restoring vitality, and other unimaginable benefits. What's going on? Little Dance, you tell me. Zhuo hurriedly asked. Green Ranking is a strength ranking list of the clan's ordinary disciples. Every year, there will be a ranking conference. Entering the Green Ranking is not only a symbol of honor, but also the clan's many rewards. In Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, apart from the Green Ranking, there is also the Spirit Ranking to which inner disciples belong, and the Gold Ranking to which true disciples belong. As Little Dance explained, a little bit of light even flooded into her eyes. Brother Dust, as long as you are able to enter the top 3 of the Green Ranking, you will surely attract the attention of the sect, and when that time comes, it's possible that the sect will directly allow you to become a true disciple of the sect. Little Dance, let me ask you again, when the time comes, not only will the Green Ranking Conference be opened, but the so-called Spirit Ranking and Gold Ranking will all be ranked, right? Zhuo looked at Little Dance and said, Yes, Brother Dust. I nodded. Yes. Zhuo opened his mouth on the spot without the slightest hesitation. When the time comes, I will participate in this Green Ranking. The current self, as a follower, was simply unable to enjoy the various benefits that Yuanwu Heavenly Palace gave to the disciples of the sect. Everything could only be obtained by one's own efforts, and if one wanted any pills, ancient Yuan techniques, mind techniques, and the like, one would have to exchange them for contribution points. However, if one enters the top 3 of the Green Ranking and draws the attention of the sect at that time, it is very likely that one will directly become a true Yuanwu Heavenly Palace disciple, and at that time it is more than just a change in identity for Zhuo, it is also an elevation in the treatment of the sect. Even if this could not be realized at that time, the existence of that heaven-snatching pill made it impossible for Zhuo to refuse. An earth-grade elixir which had a very good healing effect on Little Ant's injuries, if it could be obtained, it would be able to allow Little Ant to recover quite a bit from her injuries. This was something that Zhuo had to fight for no matter what. Alright, Brother Dust, I'm gonna go cultivate. You should also hurry up and improve your strength. Oh, when the time comes, compete for the Green Ranking. Little Dance said. Go on. I'm going to compete for that Green Ranking. Zhuo nodded with a smile. Watching Little Dance's back depart, Zhuo took a deep breath and stood alone in place for a long time, then suddenly turned his body and looked at a wall in the back there. Come out. Sneaky. It's not like you can't see anyone. The voice fell, and within a moment, a disciple walked out from behind that wall. Speak up. Following me all the way, for what matter? Zhuo looked at the disciple and vaguely frowned. It seemed that he had never seen this person at all before, right? Could it be that he was also hitting on himself because of the existence of Little Dance or Long Xinu? Hello, my name is Li Xiao. This disciple walked out with a warm face and extended his hand to Zhuo. However, Zhuo directly ignored it and looked at this person. Something to say? Good. Then I'll be direct. Li Xiao opened his mouth and directly took out a card that shimmered with a crystal-like light. Handing the card up, This is gifted to you by senior brother Shui Lingfeng Shui. Oh, Zhuo Chen glanced at Li Xiao. In the other party's hand, the card he was holding was the clan's unique runic crystal card, the effect of which was specifically used to store contribution points. Because some disciples of the sect have no specific runic device when trading, they are unable to transfer their contribution points for a while. So there is this runic crystal card, when trading directly to the runic crystal card instead, very convenient. But, senior brother Shui Lingfeng? One seems to likewise not recognize it, right? Could it be that one's character was so good that someone expected that one lacked contribution points and directly sent them to one's door? In here, there are a total of 10,000 contribution points, which should be enough for you to use for a long time. Li Xiao said, Senior brother Shui, there is another sentence for me to bring to you. With that, Li Xiao looked at Zhuo Chen's eyes. Leave long xinu. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Chen remembered what the senior brother Shui's identity was. The man who had just arrived at the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and talked to Long Xinhua before was, unsurprisingly, this so-called senior brother Shui Lingfeng. For this person, Zhuo Chen has no good feelings. The first time they met, it was that arrogant posture, which really made Zhuo Chen very unhappy. Whether or not I leave Long Xinu has nothing to do with him. Shui Lingfeng? Zhuo Chen glanced at this Li Xiao, then pointed to the side of the road. Please make yourself at home. After Zhuo Chen finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. 10,000 contribution points. Not enough? Li Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted. Don't be ungrateful. There's nothing in it for you to do against senior brother Shui. Hearing this, Zhuo Chen suddenly smiled. But that smile caused a bone-chilling coldness to Li Xiao at this moment. Threaten me? Zhuo Chen took a step and slapped a slap on the spot. Little master, I hate being threatened, especially a scum like you who runs errands for others, on account of the fact that you're one of Shui Lingfeng's dogs, and for the first time you messed with me, I'm gonna let you off the hook. Get lost. Li Xiao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. His entire body had been completely confused, not expecting Zhuo Chen to make a move when he said he would. Knowing that he had senior brother Shui behind him, this Zhuo Chen still dared to hit himself? Isn't this looking for death? You're finished. You've messed with someone you can't afford to mess with, rejecting senior brother Shui's good intentions. With your status as a follower, you won't even know how you'll die when the time comes. Li Xiao said, rolling and crawling, but quickly left the place, not daring to stay for the slightest bit longer. Looking at Li Xiao's departure, Zhuo Chen snorted coldly, not taking it seriously in the slightest. Some trouble since it cannot hide over, then fortunately accepted just that Shui Lingfeng, no surprise, should be the true disciple of the clan. Not only is the strength of the strong, but also its own status is also lofty over the head of countless disciples of the disciples. However, Zhuo Chen didn't care what his status was, let alone a true disciple. So what if he was some of the clan's power figures? Returning alone, when he was almost at his residence, Zhuo Chen saw Long Xinhua walking far away, and by the looks of it, he was afraid that he had come specifically to look for himself. Senior Sister Long, what's the matter? Zhuo Chen looked at the other party with a calm expression. Long Xinhua looked Zhuo Chen up and down, and there was a smirk on top of that stunningly beautiful face. It seems like you've had a good time these days. Zhuo Chen's face darkened. Senior Sister is joking. Since the last rumor that he was Long Xinhua's cultivation partner, the troubles of the past few days had come one after another, and had even provoked Shui Lingfeng and other true disciples. This Long Xinhua was easy to stay out of the way, and still had the heart to please herself? All right, I know that this matter is unfair to you, but you have to understand me as well. Long Xinu opened her mouth and continued, furthermore, I'm a great beauty, and I don't care about my reputation. Spreading the word that I'm your cultivation partner. This is something that many people can only dream of. Could it be that you are still unwilling? Zhuo Chen glanced at Long Xinhua and immediately spoke playfully. What Senior Sister means is that I'm still taking advantage of the situation. However, if Senior Sister really has the intention to come up close, Senior Brother, I can reluctantly accept it. You! Long Xinu's face swept through a touch of shame and anger. Then it recovered as usual and said with a straight face, I'm going to go to the Shattered Sky Mountain Range with a few Senior Sisters to do a mission, to hunt and kill desolate beasts. You're going to go with me. The thing of fighting, you don't need you, but dissecting the desolate beasts and such things, we have to rely on you. Contribution points from the mission, at that time, I will share 30% with you as a reward for you. Oh? Hunting a deserted beast. Zhuo Chen glanced at Long Xinu and nodded his head in agreement on the spot. He understood that it was indeed a good intention for Long Xinu to bring himself along, and it looked like there was really an intention to express his apologies, and in the meantime let himself be benefited. It just so happened that his own power enhancement had also reached a hurdle, and if he wanted to step into the fifth sky of seal condensation, he would need a bit of chance, and he should be able to make a real breakthrough in the Shattered Sky Mountain range. Moreover, if he wanted to cultivate other attributes of the ancient Yuan Power Heart technique, he would need a large amount of contribution points to exchange, and Zhuo-Chun would not refuse the opportunity to get contribution points. All right, I'll wait for you here. You go pack up and we'll move right away. Long Xian Yu said. There's no need to clean up, just go. Zhuo-Chun smiled. Side by side with Long Xinyue, they walked towards the front, and along the way, countless gazes glanced at this place. For a time, I don't know how many people were enraged. This Zhuo-Chun was nothing but a waste attendant. On what grounds had he climbed up to a true disciple like Long Xian Yu, and was a genius among true disciples? Previously, it was rumored that the relationship between Zhuo-Chun and Long Xinyue, although countless people were indignant, but at least they hadn't heard Long Xinyue personally confirm it, and even some people just thought it was a rumor, but today they were considered to have seen it. Feeling the emotions of these people, Zhuo-Chun was depressed inwardly, and he understood that he was afraid that there would be trouble coming up again soon. A woman is just a woman, even if her appearance is outstanding. She shouldn't cause such a big reaction, ah? When the two arrived at the exit of the sect, Zhuo-Chun saw 3 female disciples appear in front of them. Senior sister, you're here? The 3 of them walked forward and opened their mouths while sizing up Zhuo-Chun. Well, when you're ready, let's hit the road. Long Xinyue nodded. Then she began to introduce herself to Zhuo-Chun. Zhuo-Chun, this is senior sister Li Linger, senior sister Jiang Mei, and senior sister Yin Qiushui. Within a moment, Zhuo-Chun sensed that, among these 3, except for Li Linger, whose strength was at the 7th level of the seal condensation realm, the rest of the 2 had actually reached the 9th level of the seal condensation realm, and even on Yin Qiushui's body, Zhuo-Chun sensed a wisp of aura belonging to a powerful person of the spirit summoning realm, and he feared that the other party would be able to step into the spirit summoning realm before long. Strength was only one aspect. I'm afraid that all 3 of these people's talents were also very comparable to others, especially Li Linger, who had the lowest strength, unexpectedly possessed a special physique, the Tai Yin Shen body. This kind of physique, which was very famous, was very difficult to cultivate, but if it grew up, it was very extraordinary. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, that is Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, claiming that it gathered geniuses from all 8 directions of the sacred heavenly empire and even outside the empire, was not just an empty phrase. Hello, 3. Senior sisters. Zhuo-Chun spoke to the 3. Chapter 030, The Terrible Cold Underworld Pool. However, other than Li Linger's pretty face, which was slightly red and slightly shy as she said hello to Zhuo-Chun, the rest of the 2 of them were cold, and instead gave Zhuo-Chun a somewhat scrutinizing look. Just as several people moved and walked out of the sect, at the same time, a figure appeared at the back there. It was no one else. The one who arrived was none other than that Xue Lingfeng. Several senior sisters are going on a quest? Xue Lingfeng had a smile on his face. Not bad, senior brother Xue. When Jiang Mei saw Xue Lingfeng appear, a smile immediately piled up between that cold face facing Zhuo-Chun. Could it be that senior brother Xue is also going on a mission? Yes. I've also taken up a mission to hunt an 8-clawed black jiao. Why don't we go together? Xue Lingfeng said. Good this way, but also you take care of senior brother Xue, you are the strength of the 2nd level of the spirit summoning realm, a lot less dangerous it. Jiang Mei immediately clapped her hands. Xue Lingfeng smiled and nodded. Not bad. The Shattered Sky Mountain range. There are many crises. You few aren't too familiar with it, so I'll just lead the way. While speaking, the fact was that from the beginning to the end, this Xue Lingfeng's attention had coalesced on Long Xian Yu many times. However, it seemed that apart from Jiang Mei, no matter if it was Long Xinyue or Li Linger, as well as that Yin Qiushui did not take a liking to this Xue Lingfeng, and their complexions were all very calm. Then I'll trouble senior brother Xue. Yin Qiushui spoke. No trouble, no trouble. Xue Lingfeng was obviously much more excited. But then he looked at Zhuo-Chun and frowned. He's following along? Not bad. Long Xian Yu replied. 4th sky of seal condensation. His strength is too poor. He is completely dragging his feet. Xue Lingfeng's tone was a bit cold, however. Then in the next moment his gaze shrank. Instead he opened his mouth and laughed. It's also good. There's me. Protecting him as a seal condensation 4th sky disciple is still very casual. Since he's senior sister Xian Yu's entourage, following him to get some exercise, it's also a good thing. After glancing at this person, Zhuo-Chun sneered in his heart. Protect? This Xue Lingfeng, if he didn't think of going against himself in the depths of the mountain range, then it would be abnormal instead. Previously, Zuo-chan had been nothing more than antipathy towards this person, but after the other party sent Li Xiao to get himself out of the way for 10,000 contribution points, this antipathy rose to disgust. The group of people quickly moved far away, leaving the sect and entering the mountain range. However, where similar desert beasts survive in mountain ranges, regions, and so on, generally the deeper you go, you will encounter relatively stronger desert beasts. Zuo-chan walked behind a few people, gradually sensed some extremely powerful desert beast's breath. Compared to their own last time to come, this time it is more in depth. However, thinking about it, these people were all true disciples. Their strength had at least reached the 7th or 8th heaven of condensed seal, and even stepped into the spirit summoning realm, and I'm afraid that the tasks they took were those 3rd or 4th level or even 5th level tasks where they had to hunt even more powerful desolate beasts. Following these people, it is also easy all the way over, encountered any 1st and 2nd order desert beasts, basically a short time to be killed, nothing's with dust. Even if they encountered a 3rd ranked desolate beast, it seemed that there was little pressure for the ones in front of them, and they were directly decimated. It wasn't until a few people went deeper into the mountain range and came to the front of a cold pool that the faces of a few people became a bit serious, at which point Long Xinhua said, "In this cold underworld pool, there are cold water fish that I need to hunt." "Oh, cold water fish." Shueling Feng was very positive and hurriedly spoke, "Okay, I'll help senior sister lure the cold water fish up." Cold water fish, don't look at the small size and ordinary appearance. In fact, this was a 4th order desolate beast, and its strength was comparable to that of a human condensed seal 9 heavens powerhouse. Could even be said that with Zuo-chen's current strength, facing a single cold water fish would not be a match for him. The entire surface of the pool of water, emitting a dense mist, cold air came to the surface so that a person was suddenly a cold. Shueling Feng came to the edge of the pool of water. His right hand coalesced into a fist. The strong ancient yuan power transported the surface of the fist, and on the spot, he slammed his fist down fiercely. With this punch, the entire surface of the pool of water appeared to fluctuate violently, and the Tao ancient yuan power was instantly transmitted to the 4 directions of the pool of water. However, a few moments passed, the fluctuation of the pool water gradually calmed down, once again resuming the previous scene, not to mention what cold water fish, even a shrimp did not appear. A few people looked at each other and were surprised. What's going on here? In the Shattered Sky Mountain Range, the place where the cold water fish survives is in this cold underworld pool in front of us. There's no reason for it not to appear, right? While wondering, Long Xianyu and a few other women also came to the edge of the cold water pool, releasing their ancient yuan power and rushing down to blast the water. This was the simplest method, but it was also the most effective method. The cold water fish would be triggered by the scent of this ancient yuan power. At this moment, Zuo-chan, who was standing at the back watching this scene, gradually turned serious. For some reason, at this moment he was vaguely flustered inside, as if some unknowable danger was about to appear. Without much thought, Zuo-chan released a stream of his numinous force and probed along the surface of the cold pool. This pool of water was not simple, it was able to block and weaken the detection of one's numinous force. However, since the last change of the jade in his body, Zuo-chen's numinous force was after all a lot more powerful than a normal person, and it still detected dozens of meters deep underwater. Almost the moment the Nian Li reached a few dozen meters underwater, Zuo-chen's face changed on the spot. "Not good. Come back quickly." Zuo-chen shouted harshly on the spot. However, the few people in front of them did not have the slightest reaction. Instead, that Jiang Mei and Shueling Feng turned around almost simultaneously and frowned at Zuo-chen. Shueling Feng's tone was cold. "What tone are you using to speak?" "Attendants. One must understand the status of one's attendant." However, the moment Shueling Feng had just finished speaking, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared on the surface of the originally calm pool of water. A strong and terrifying aura then spread out, and a black beast's claw probed out of the pool of water, grabbing Shueling Feng and his tightly leaning Jiang Mei as soon as he could, and dragging them into the pool of water. The change in the blink of an eye was too much to react to, and in this instant, Long Xianyu and the few remaining women were simply stunned. "Still not leaving?" Zuo-chan had the urge to curse, and with one step, he pulled Li Linger, who was the closest to him, over with a strong surge, causing Li Linger to retreat to the back. At the same time, Zuo-chan was pulling towards Long Xinhua and Yin Xiushui again. However, his reaction was ultimately a step too slow. Just as Zuo-chan made his move, the black beast's claw reappeared and directly grabbed Long Xinhua and the two of them into the pool of water again. Looking at this scene, Zuo-chan was shocked in his heart, and not caring about anything else. He directly turned around and retreated, pulling Li Linger on the side, and the two of them retreated to 100 meters away from the pool of water before they breathed a sigh of relief. Zuo-chan saw that after grabbing Long Xinhua and Yin Xiushui away, the terrifying black beast claws reappeared, but it seemed that it was unable to leave the pool of water for too far, and was no longer a threat to the two of them. In the instant of the party, through the water of the pool, Suichan saw in a trance a huge body, glaring at himself with eyes the size of copper bells, and in that pair of eyes, Suichan sensed a violent, deathly light. It lasted for a moment, and after failing to catch Suichan and the two of them, that black beast claw disappeared into the lake surface, and the entire pool of water once again returned to calm. If not seen with one's own eyes, no one could imagine that not long ago, an extremely terrifying scene had occurred here. Besides Suichan, Li Linger was already completely flustered and didn't seem to have regained her senses. Her pretty face was pale, her eyes were red, and there were already tears radiating out as she began to cry. "Oh! What's going on? So scary. Save them." Li Linger gripped Suichan's arm tightly and cried as she opened her mouth, her body trembling continuously. Sighing, only then did Suichan gently pat Li Linger's shoulder, trying his best to say in the gentlest tone possible, "Don't panic for now. Calm down and let's figure out a way to save them together. Okay? Aha!" It was only after half a minute that Li Linger calmed down quite a bit, and her grip on Suichan's hands also loosened, and seeing her body that was tightly stuck together with Suichan at some point, a touch of redness rose on both sides of her cheeks. Looking at the pool of water in front of him, Suichan was quite sore, just now his own thoughts through the water, sensing the existence of an extremely strong and violent atmosphere below the pool of water, the first time he opened his mouth. But these people do not believe in themselves. If they listened to their own words, it would not have this result. "Do you know that beast claw? What kind of desolate beast does it belong to?" Suichan inquired Li Linger, or rather, in this cold underworld pool, apart from the cold water fish that live here, are there any other desolate beasts that exist? Li Linger shook her head. The cold underworld pool is the territory of the cold water fish, and only one type of desolate beast, the cold water fish, survives. Afterwards, Li Linger seemed to have thought of something and said with some uncertainty, "Before coming here, my master gave me some knowledge about desolate beasts, and that beast's claw, it seems to be the claw of a thunderhorn rhinoceros." "Thunderhorn rhinoceros?" Suichan recited these 4 words. "I used to be considered to read a lot of secret books, but seriously think about it, with their own talent, vision watches mostly about some of the cultivation of the books, even if it is to watch the stuff about the beasts, but also some of the entire Dark Knight continent are standing at the pinnacle of the top of the beasts, for the thunderhorn rhinoceros, really do not have the slightest impression." "Your master, what other aspects did he say about this thunderhorn rhino?" Suichan continued to ask. Li Linger recalled, then said, "Thunderhorn rhinoceros, a 4th-ranked desolate beast, with the presence of its bloodline power, there is a possibility of it metamorphosing into a 5th-ranked desolate beast, belonging to the thunder-type desolate beasts. Its main means of attack is the unicorn horn on the top of its head, which is called thunderhorn, and the thunderhorn can emit lightning attacks. Also, within its thunder horn, it contains an innate rune, and when the rune is released, it can form a formation." When Suichan heard this, he sucked in a breath on the spot. A 4th-ranked desolate beast that can even metamorphose into a 5th-ranked desolate beast? With his own strength nowadays, it was no problem to deal with 2nd-order desolate beasts, and with Li Linger's help, facing 3rd-order desolate beasts would not be a problem either. However, facing the 4th-order desolate beasts would already be extremely dangerous, even if the two of them joined hands, perhaps they would all die under the crushing of the desolate beasts, knowing that the 4th-order desolate beasts were already equivalent to the 9th heaven of the human seal condensation, or even the 1st and 2nd heaven of the spirit summoning realm. As for fighting against the 5th-order desolate beast, it is a joke looking for death. Chapter 031 Crisis in the Pool. 5th-ranked desolate beasts, at least equivalent to the strength of a human's 5 or 6 heavens of the spirit summoning realm. However, this was only the most trashy 5th-ranked desolate beasts, with slightly more powerful bloodline power. Even a strong person at the peak of the 9th heaven of the spirit summoning realm might not be its opponent. If that monster is really a thunderhorn rhinoceros, then it will be troublesome, Suichan said. "Why?" Li Linger inquired. "You're silly? Schwellingfang's strength has reached the 2nd level of the spirit summoning realm, and all of them are completely defenseless. What does that mean?" Suichan looked at Li Linger. In the ensuing instant, Li Linger reacted and lost her voice. 5th-ranked desolate beast. Not bad, that thunderhorn rhinoceros. I'm afraid it's a 5th-order desolate beast that has successfully metamorphosed. Only a 5th-order desolate beast would be able to make even Schwellingfang, who is at the 2nd sky of the spirit summoning realm, unable to resist. Moreover, in the cold underworld pool, the reason those cold water fish don't come out is because they're in the way of the power of this thunderhorn rhinoceros suppression," Suichan said in a low voice. Immediately afterward, Suichan closed his eyes and began to deduce in connection with all this he had gotten, and at some point he spoke violently. There is a save. With the power of a 5th-ranked desolate beast, you and I can't resist at all. But why did we escape? Moreover, that thunderhorn rhinoceros, it seems that it wasn't able to leave the cold underworld pool. A mere cold underworld pool, how could it possibly trap a 5th-ranked desolate beast? But that thunderhorn rhinoceros, it seems that it really can't get out of the pool. There is some kind of restriction in general. Suichan smoothly deduced. If there is a restriction, then this restriction, the greatest possibility is that the thunderhorn rhinoceros is in the middle of cultivation. What kind of cultivation would have a restriction? Human strength advancement. When they break through they can't be disturbed, it's too restrictive. As for desolate beasts, that is when they are in metamorphosis. Suichan looked at Li Linger and said. Li Linger was stunned, as if she didn't expect Suichan to be able to deduce this result in such a short period of time, just based on these points as she spoke. Are you saying that this thunderhorn rhinoceros is in the process of metamorphosis? But isn't it already a 5th-order desolate beast? What if it's just metamorphosed, or the metamorphosis hasn't been completely consummated? Suichan looked at Li Linger and spoke with a smile. Whether it's a human's breakthrough or a desolate beast's metamorphosis, it's relatively the weakest time in such a situation, and even though a 5th-order desolate beast is powerful, it's far less threatening during this period of weakness. After saying that, Suichan once again said, "Wait for me to explore." Walking a little closer, a powerful Nyen force emanated out and probed down the pool. This time, Suichan did not have the slightest reservation and poured out all of his Nyen force to start probing. With the dissemination of thoughts, after half a second, Suichan once again saw everything under the water in the dozens of meters deep, a huge beast prostrate, behind it Long Shinua several people gathered together, but was trapped by some kind of power. There is no extra space to move. It was as if a few people from Long Xian you had become captives, waiting to be sent down. Suichan sensed that the aura of this desolate beast seemed to be somewhat unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, with constant ups and downs. When it was strong, it completely gave off a feeling of being unable to resist, and when it became weak, it was relatively less pressurized, similar to a 4th-stage desolate beast. At this moment, Suichan understood that his speculation was probably correct. What else could it be if this condition appeared, if it wasn't a desolate beast in metamorphosis? But fortunately, Long Xian Yu and the others were still relatively safe for the time being. That thunderhorned rhinoceros had arrived at the critical moment of metamorphosis and couldn't care less about them. However, the problem was that Long Xian Yu and the others were trapped by some kind of mysterious power, and it seemed that all of their own ancient Yuan power was also confined, and they couldn't autonomously get out of danger. Alright, let's do it. They're just trapped by the rune formation. They're not in danger for now. Half a quarter of an hour later, Suichan opened his eyes and looked at Li Linger. I speculated correctly that thunderhorn rhinoceros is indeed in the midst of metamorphosis. It has reached a critical moment. Can't care about anything else. We'll be fine if we go and save someone out. Suichan opened his mouth, quite relaxed. Huh? But that's a 5th-rank desolate beast, and rune formation, I don't know anything about it at all. Li Linger worriedly said. Isn't there still me here? Suichan glanced at Li Linger. When this was said, Li Linger's 2 eyes widened. You still know the way of runes? From Suichan being the first to pull her out of danger, to the speculative analysis, to the Nyen power detection just now, to this moment, Li Linger's heart had been completely shocked. It was extraordinary for a person to possess a Nyen power that surpassed ordinary people, and it was not expected that one would dabble in that difficult runic path as well. Such an uncomplicated person was only someone's attendant? Just dabbled in some rune knowledge a long time ago. Suichan said casually, followed by a smile as he looked at Li Linger. But, sho, don't tell anyone else. Uh-huh. I know. Li Linger's eyes widened as she hurriedly nodded her head. After a tea time, below the cold pool, Suichan and Li Linger carefully sank down with their ancient Yuan power protecting their bodies. The area of the cold pool was not large, and with the bearings that Suichan had sensed earlier, he arrived in front of the thunderhorn rhinoceros almost immediately. Feeling Li Linger behind her trembling in fear, Suichan turned back to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Deep inside, for this girl is good feeling doubled, seemingly weak a woman, in the face of such a possibility of danger, still able to resolutely follow their own down, but also is not ordinary. As Wichen's duo appeared, that Long Xian Yu's few people also saw it, as if they had seen a life-saving straw, waving their arms on the spot, ecstatic. Quickly, save us. The thunderhorn rhinoceros in the center of the earth. which was in the process of metamorphosis, likewise discovered Zhuchuan's appearance. However, the huge eyes were flooded with a bit of chilling light, and looked at Zhuchuan and Li Linger vigilantly, but did not make a move. After his eyes instantly swept ahead and Zhuchuan took a clear look at the scene in front of him, Li Linger, who was on the side, didn't realize that a resolute yet excited light swept through the depths of Zhuchen's eyes. This light quickly disappeared before Zhuchuan said to Li Linger, "Follow me." Through his own powerful numinous senses, Zhuchuan analyzed this runic formation in front of him, and walked step by step with Li Linger towards the center of the formation. This runic formation was a variation of the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's innate runes, and although it contained a terrifying lightning attack, relatively speaking, the composition of the formation was quite simple. Although there was no method to break the formation, with the analysis and sensing of his thoughts, Zhuchuan was able to find a safe passage out to rescue Long Xianyu and the others. A moment later, it finally came to the very center of the formation, and at the same time Zhuchuan and Li Linger appeared, Long Xinyue's few people almost cried with joy. "Hurry up and go. By the time this Thunderhorn Rhinoceros completely metamorphoses, we'll all have to die." With a serious gaze, Zhuchuan interrupted Li Linger and Long Xianyu's embrace and spoke on the spot. "Good." Long Xinyue nodded and gave Zhuchuan a strange look. The passageway of the rune formation can only pass through 3 people at a time. Zhuchuan looked at the several people. Lingfeng hurried over. Quickly take me out." Zhuchuan looked deeply at Lingfeng and coldly said, "Powerful senior brother Shui, you are a man. Do you still want to grab a step ahead of several senior sisters?" Hearing these words, the faces of the several women present all looked a little ugly and couldn't help but glance at Lingfeng. That's right too. Let a few sisters out first." Lingfeng was stunned and smiled sarcastically, hastily changing his words, but while speaking, he fiercely glared at Zhuchuan. In the end, it was decided to take Long Xianyu and Yin Qiushui to leave first. As for Li Linger, although she was scared, she volunteered to stay first and accompany her to the end. After taking Long Xianyu and the 2 of them out of the cold pool, Zhuchuan once again returned to the bottom of the pool and entered the large formation, taking the 2 female disciples, Li Linger and Jiang Mei, out with him. Only at the end did Zhuchuan return for the 3rd time, entering the center of the formation and looking at the remaining Lingfeng. "Quickly take me out." Looking at Zhuchuan's return, Lingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said condescendingly. Looking at the other party's posture, Zhuchuan was unhappy in his heart. "Isn't senior brother Shui powerful and protects everyone? This follower of mine is not in your eyes. Why are you begging me now?" After hearing this, Lingfeng couldn't help but bite his teeth. "What is the status of your brat? A mere follower. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Quickly take me away. Otherwise, suffer the consequences." Zhuchuan looked at Lingfeng and suddenly grinned coldly. "Now it is you, Lingfeng, who is begging me, not me who is begging you. Damn you, even at this moment you are still using your status to oppress people and being so arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the nerve? Want to leave? Fine, hand over 20,000 contribution points. Otherwise you won't be able to think of going out in this life and die at the bottom of this pool." Zhuchuan coldly said. Originally, although he was not accustomed to Lingfeng, but in the matter of saving people's lives, Zhuchuan is not really difficult for the other party. But I did not expect Lingfeng. This person is so insensitive. Really, ING did not see the situation clearly, did not understand their own situation, right? Lingfeng's eyes burst open. "What? 20,000 contribution points? You want to blackmail me? Hee. Blackmail you?" Zhuchuan raised his head and laughed coldly. "The one I'm blackmailing is you? What's the matter? Not happy, not willing. Are you sure you're talking to me?" Lingfeng's chest was stuffy. He was practically about to explode with anger. Amir Zhuchuan was nothing more than Long Xinyue's attendant. No matter how strong Zhuchuan was rumored to be amongst some ordinary disciples, in his eyes, the latter was still a waste with no strength and no status. Unexpectedly, the waste in one's own eyes was simply lawless at this moment, and scrupulously and openly blackmailing one's hallowed status as a noble true disciple? "You're talking too much nonsense. After 10 breaths, if you don't take out your contribution points, you'll never get out." Zhuchuan stared at Lingfeng's eyes with an aggressive stance. A moment later, Lingfeng seemed like a deflated ball of leather, no longer having the slightest bit of prowess as he took out a rune crystal card and handed it to Zhuchuan. 20,000 contribution points? Take it. Chapter 032A Great Harvest. Wouldn't it be nice to have that attitude? Zhuchuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Lingfeng. who had a face of flesh pain, and naturally took that rune crystal card over. Shueling Feng gritted her teeth and looked at Zuo-chan. Can you take me out now? A whole 20,000 contribution points, even for a true disciple of his esteemed status, was a not insignificant number, and it was just extorted away by Zuo-chan. How could Shueling Feng not be depressed? Just as Shueling Feng had just finished speaking, not far away, that thunderhorn rhinoceros suddenly rolled over, its huge body vaguely trembling for an instant. His face changed on the spot. Shueling Feng said in shock and anger, "Don't leave yet. Could it be that you yourself want to die in this place? What's the hurry? Follow me." Zuo-chan glanced at Shueling Feng. A moment later, Zuo-chan took the lead and walked ahead. Shueling Feng followed closely behind him without moving a step, and the two of them quickly walked out of this runic array one after the other. While leaving the grand formation, Shueling Feng finally took a deep breath. Being out of danger, the whole person's tightened spirit that had been tense for an unknown amount of time finally loosened up quite a bit. The duo rushed above the pool, making their way up and quickly approaching the surface. However, in this instant, Shueling Feng made his move, slamming his fist into the thunderhorn rhinoceros's direction, and the strong and overbearing ancient yuan power penetrated through the water of the pool, fiercely bombarding the thunderhorn rhinoceros's body. Without waiting for Zuo-chan to react, Shueling Feng once again punched out at Zuo-chan, and the ferocious and unrivaled power pushed back Zuo-chan to immediately sink underwater. Die, punk follower. Dare to extort me. 20,000 contribution points. Take it as your burial. Shueling Feng opened his mouth, his face full of grimace, then quickly left, disappearing above the water in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the pool of water, Zuo-chan was shocked and furious, simply not expecting that this Shueling Feng had left such a hand. Little master, I saved you from getting out, and you, for S sake, bit little master back. Zuo-chan covered his injured chest and looked up above the pool of water, clenching his teeth. If little master can get out, it will be the time when you, Shueling Feng, die. The entire pool of water with that strike of Shueling Feng instantly rolled up a terrifying vortex, and at the same time that thunderhorn rhinoceros was induced, and its strong body rolled over in an instant, and on the spot it let out a deafening hissing sound. Right at the same time, Shueling Feng came above the water and took a step into the shore, speaking loudly to Long Xinhua and the other few waiting women. Hurry up, that thunderhorn rhinoceros is about to go berserk. When the few people on the shore heard this, their faces changed at the same time and rushed back to avoid it. Meanwhile, Long Xinhua then glanced at the pool. Where's Zuo-chan? Shueling Feng with a face of regret and self-reproach. I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can do. That thunderhorn rhinoceros went berserk and its power is just too strong. With my strength, I am still unable to save Zuo-chan. What? Long Xian, you lost her voice. At the same time, Li Linger also revealed an anxious look as she spoke. Shouldn't you guys come out together? The two of them, Yin Qiushui and Jiang Mei, also furrowed their brows as they looked at Shueling Feng in front of them. Zuo-chan saved everyone, but now he can't get out himself? From the point of view of reason, they couldn't leave like this. Even Jiang Mei, who initially didn't have a good attitude towards Zuo-chan, was unwilling to leave after this incident. Roar! Below the pool of water, a strong and terrifying force spread out, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions, causing a feeling of not being able to breathe to appear directly in several people. Go, it's too late. We'll discuss the matter of saving Zuo-chan. Shueling Feng spoke urgently. He was not willing to escape with great difficulty and die here again. I'm not leaving. It was Li Linger who spoke up first. Li Linger bit her lower lip, her eyes reddening as she looked at the cold storm pool. He'll be fine. Senior Sister Linger, if you don't leave, it will be too late, Shueling Feng hurriedly said. Looking up at Shueling Feng, Li Linger suddenly laughed coldly. Senior Brother Shue, is this your attitude? You forgot how you came out and who you were rescued by, and in the blink of an eye, for the sake of your own safety, you forgot all about Zuo-chan? If you're in such a hurry, you might as well just run for your life. After Li Linger finished speaking, Shueling Feng's face became very ugly, shamed and angry, but he was unable to refute it. The other few people, on the other hand, looked at Li Linger unexpectedly, not expecting that Li Linger, who was the youngest amongst the few people present, and who was usually soft and weak, would be able to say these words at this moment. However, she seems to be right. The entire pool of water in the movement has once again become larger. The kind of suffocating pressure has filled in this area, not to mention the presence of a few people even around the passage of some of the wild beasts are terrified to flee. Even though a few people were hesitating under this terrifying suppressive force, they ultimately had no choice but to leave this place. They understood that unless they were able to possess the power to resist a fifth-ranked desolate beast, if they continued to stay here, when the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros appeared, not to mention rescuing Zhuo Chen, everyone would all die. As several people left within the cold underworld pool, Zhuo Chen sat in the middle of the earth, looking at the frenzied Thunderhorn Rhinoceros in front of him. His entire person was unexpectedly relatively calm to the extreme. Under this tremendous suppressive force, Zhuo Chen didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he transmitted a stream of thoughts, sensing everything belonging to the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. That Feng, who had punched himself under the water, I'm afraid that he was thinking of letting himself die under the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's iron cavalry. However, he never dreamed that at this moment, although Zhuo Chen was standing at the source of the crisis, he was instead temporarily not in any danger. Because, at this moment, the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros was already taking care of itself. That strong body stirred the wind and clouds at the bottom of the pool, releasing wave after wave of vibrating power from his body. And although this power was terrifying, Zhuo Chen still felt the flocculation in it. Deserted beasts and humans alike, in the breakthrough metamorphosis when dare not be disturbed, otherwise the previous work or good point, the bad point of the end is similar to the eyes of this Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, direct madness. In a human situation, this would be called going off the deep end. The punch that Feng had blasted out before he left happened to interrupt the most crucial step in the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's metamorphosis. And although it had successfully achieved the purpose of inducing the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, it was also the one that caused the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's own internal strength to begin to clash and flocculate, thus directly injuring it severely. Good chance. Zhuo Chen looked at this scene with a deep gaze and muttered. While rescuing Long Xian Yu and the others, Zhuo Chen had in fact already had some ideas. It was just that at this moment, the idea was completely firm. That is, decapitating the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely think that Zhuo Chen was crazy. To kill the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, not to mention Zhuo Chen being a follower, even some of the true disciples within the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace would not dare to say such a big statement, and only those powerful figures who stood at the forefront among the true disciples were qualified and capable of fighting against this kind of fifth-ranked desolate beast. Staring tightly at the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros in front of him, at a certain instant, Zhuo Chen moved in vain. Imperial Thunder Finger. Kill me. Zhuo Chen opened his mouth, his right arm poked out, and a terrifying finger force blasted into the front. A ray of thunder and lightning flashed and blasted into the Thunderhorn Rhino's body with lightning speed. A bloody light appeared instantly, and the Royal Thunder Finger blasted a bloody hole between the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's neck. This kind of injury for the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros is in fact nothing at all. With Zhuo Chen's power, it is still unable to truly injure him. If it was not for the serious problems occurring in the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's metamorphosis at this moment, even if Zhuo Chen's desperate strike, he might not be able to break through its defense. Seeing this, Zhuo Chen once again struck out, and without the slightest reservation in his ancient Yuan power, he continuously bombarded into the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros. Zhuo Chen understood that now was the best opportunity because no matter how he struck, the Thunderhorn Rhino had no time to care about himself, and even instead, because of his own strikes, the injuries in the Thunderhorn Rhino's body were expanded again. Gradually, Zhuo Chen saw that the originally strong and domineering aura of the Thunderhorn Rhino began to become weak, and after lasting for a time, it had already landed at the point of a third-ordered desolate beast, and after another moment, the intensity of the Thunderhorn Rhino's aura was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary second-ordered desolate beast. Zhuo Chen spat out a killing sound and operated the Thunder Yuan scripture, completely mobilizing all the ancient Yuan power in his body, directly striking out that second move obtained from the mysterious jade, which was also the most powerful and terrifyingly lethal move amongst the means that Zhuo Chen possessed. Boom! With Zhuo Chen's strike, the Thunderhorn Rhino's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. That huge pair of eyes stared morosely at Zhuo Chen, revealing a few points of unwillingness. Yet there was not the slightest way to resist. This strike had completely shattered everything the Thunderhorn Rhino had, pulling it to the brink of death. A moment later, the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros completely closed its eyes, and its entire body, which became motionless, was already completely dead. Phew! Zhuo Chen exhaled a breath of air. His body was so weak that he almost went limp underwater. Successful. Why, he had exerted all his strength and finally killed the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros at this last moment. Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, it can be said that the fifth-ranked desolate beast that had already metamorphosed successfully, only because the last step was not taken by Zhuo Chen looking for the opportunity to strike, there was no longer a possibility of survival. Hurriedly running the Thunder Origin scripture, Recovering a few points of strength, Zhuo then came to the front and moved his hands to take out the thunder-horned rhinoceros's beast crystals, and then dissected some of the precious parts of its body all the way down and put them into the rune ring. It's time to leave. Only after doing this did Zhuo leave the bottom of the pool and appear on the shore alone. The decapitation of the 5th-ranked desolate beast, even though it was just taking advantage and finding an opportunity, the ending was ultimately the thunderhorn rhinoceros being decapitated by Zhuo. The materials on a 5th-ranked desolate beast were precious and incomparable, such as the blood, flesh, and fur of some key parts, and when taken back to the sect, they could be exchanged for at least a few thousand contribution points. Moreover, the most precious thing was the thunderhorn rhinoceros's beast crystal. This kind of 5th-order beast crystal was worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Adding up, it was even close to 8,000 to 9,000 contribution points, almost able to be exchanged for 2 human-grade upper-grade cultivation mental methods. Chapter 033. You are also shameless. This is simply a wave of fat. Zhuo muttered to himself excitedly. 8,000 to 9,000 contribution points. One would need to do 20 to 30 level 2 quests to be able to obtain them, but now it was a direct one-time possession. The so-called wealth and riches is not this truth. It's a pity that Feng and the others were in a hurry to escape under the pressure of the 5th-ranked desolate beasts, and never dreamed that Zhuo had gotten the biggest benefit here instead. Moreover, not only that, Zhuo felt that fighting with this thunderhorn rhinoceros with all his might, under the pressure of the other party's 5th-ranked desolate beast's aura, his own ancient elemental force operated to the extreme and became even more powerful, and he actually took a step into the ranks of the 5th sky of condensed seal. The dense and pure ancient yuan power of the dual systems of lightning and fire was operating all the time, constantly refining Zhuo's fleshly body with its meridians and bones, and Zhuo felt that his fleshly body had become even stronger after the breakthrough. And in such a state, a slight anomaly appeared in one of the hidden places of his fleshly body. The 6th ancient yuan seal, is it about to appear? A flash of light swept through the depths of Zhuo's gaze. Before the awakening was successful, one's own body had given birth to a terrifying 10 ancient yuan imprints. However, because one's holy war imperial body had been plundered back then, one's physique had deteriorated, thus making one's own 5 of the imprints hidden and not visible. As one's strength grew stronger, and one's heritage became more and more terrifying, the hidden ancient elemental marks would also be revealed one by one. If the 6th ancient elemental seal appeared, it would be a step to the heavens, and the 5 paths and the 6 paths would be a completely different world. At that time, Zhuo, in terms of talent, would not be much weaker than Long Xinyue. In a few moments, Zhuo left along this place. This area was the deeper part of the Shattered Sky Mountain range. Long Xinyue and the others dared to come in a group, but with Zhuo's strength he didn't dare to stay alone yet. In case he provoked any powerful desolate beasts, it wasn't something he could fight against. However, just as Zhuo was returning by the original route, he saw the figures of several people from Long Xinyue who were eagerly walking towards this place. Looking at these people, the corner of Zhuo's eyes also revealed a touch of gentleness. This Long Xinyue did not let himself down, although he was only a follower status, but at least he was not given up so easily. This Long Xinyue is still considered to know how to repay kindness. Zhuo. Several people, Long Xinyue, were the first to spot Zhuo and hurriedly ran over. Several women's faces appeared to be elated, and Long Xinyue hurriedly opened her mouth. How did you escape? At the same time that Long Xinyue opened her mouth, Li Ling-er's face at the back was already crowded with celebration and a smile. However, while this smile was going on, the 2 eyes were unconsciously filled with tears. Escape? What do you mean? Zhuo looked at Long Xinyue's several people and said in confusion. After saying that, he looked at Feng, who at this moment was stunned and panicked, looking at Zhuo incredulously, but he had personally knocked Zhuo into the bottom of the cold pool before, while causing that thunder-horned rhinoceros to riot, and he simply couldn't believe that at this moment Zhuo was actually standing here intact, alive and well, and looking at him. Li Linger jumped ahead. Didn't senior brother Shui say that the thunderhorn rhinoceros rioted and almost couldn't escape, and that you were captured? Oh, he's also right that thunderhorn rhinoceros, in the end, did riot. However, I sort of escaped by a fluke. The thunderhorn rhinoceros's metamorphosis was just one step away from succeeding, and I escaped by grasping that last glimmer of hope. Zhuo said indifferently. Then he glanced at Feng and said playfully, Don't you think so, senior brother Shui? A sardonic smile appeared on his face. Feng was a bit tongue-tied, but then began to nod his head. It's good that you were able to escape. It was indeed my responsibility for not being able to save you from earlier. I'm really sorry. So senior brother Shui is so kind? Zhuo narrowed his eyes. his tone cold to the extreme, and after a pause, he said, "However, I don't need it." As the two conversed, Long Xianyu and a few other women standing at the side all looked at each other, revealing puzzlement. Obviously, the attitude between this Suichan and Feng was not very friendly, and those present were not cuties. Were able to hear that both people's words contained a different meaning. Li Linger's character was simple and couldn't hear anything else. Yet the other few people were vaguely frowning. Suddenly, Jiang Mei stood out. "Suichan, how are you talking? You are, after all, just a follower. How can you speak to a true disciple in such a tone?" When Jiang Mei finished speaking, the scene was silent, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze for a while. Somehow, looking at Long Xianyu, Li Linger, and Inqiu Shui on her side, Jiang Mei suddenly felt that she had said the sentence wrongly. However, she was a hallowed true disciple, so what if it was not proper to speak to a follower? Could it be that she still had to apologize? With Jiang Mei standing out to speak, Feng's original weakness was invariably reduced by a lot, and the touch of antipathy towards Suichan in his heart grew even more, finally exploding completely. "Not bad. You're nothing but a follower. You dare to speak to me like that? Don't you know the rules of the sect? Even if I didn't save you before, it's just that the situation was urgent and I had no choice but to leave. But now I'm not also back to save you? This matter, it's true that I was negligent and did quite a bit wrong. But even if you have a grudge in your heart, it's not as bad as behaving like this, right?" Feng drank loudly. In the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the status is different. The status is a world of difference. When you see the teacher, you have to respect. This is the consensus, so Feng opened his mouth at this moment to teach Suichan a lesson, but also righteous. The bottom line is very strong. He was also able to speak. A single sentence was to place himself on the moral high ground. In Feng's words, Suichan was instead narrow-minded and selfish. Instead, it was he, Feng, who was upright and honorable as a towering true disciple. Yet he dared to apologize to a follower. In the eyes of the heart and in the eyes of the reason, Suichan was the evil one. "That's right, Senior Brother Shui is right. As a follower, it's only right that you respect Senior Brother Shui, right?" Jiang Mei also spoke up to say. Regarding Suichan and Li Linger rescuing herself out, Jiang Mei was grateful and had a much better subjective impression of Suichan. Yet it was only a good impression, but if compared to Suichan, it was obvious that she was more worthy of standing on Feng's side. "Bull, what are you qualified to speak? Without little master me, you came out alive." Suichan took a deep breath and directly turned his spearhead towards Jiang Mei, shouting loudly. This opening of Suichan's mouth immediately caused the few people in front of him to be completely shocked. What was going on? Although they had to admit that Suichan's strength and performance was indeed not something that an unusual follower should have, and it could even be said that compared to the ordinary disciples of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it was not enough to justify Suichan being so overbearing in front of a true disciple such as Jiang Mei. Was it? "What? You talk to me like that?" Jiang Mei was stunned for a moment, then screamed shrilly. "And respect? Suichan, if I were to respect a person, wouldn't I become a person myself?" Suichan's voice was loud and clear, like a torrent that ruthlessly impacted the hearts of the few people present. Said, not waiting for Jiang Mei and Feng to open their mouths, Suichan once again said, "The same thing, a ridiculous gesture of false love and falsehood. Small master turn a blind eye is just, I did not expect you to inch forward, to be able to be so shameless. It's the first time I've seen it in my little master." Boom! From Feng's body, a powerful aura erupted, a terrifying ancient Yuan power running out. Feng was murderous on the spot. "You dare to curse me, looking for death? Oh, I'm a person who speaks, always. Sometimes my attitude is not too good, please understand. If you're not happy to hear it, if you have the ability, come and hit me." After Suichan finished speaking, he snorted and uncovered his chest shirt, revealing everything in his chest. A reddish and blackened fist mark appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With this fist print, the time it appeared would not be more than half an hour. "If it wasn't for the punch you threw before you left, little master, I would have come out long ago, and you were able to be so open and unashamed to say that you were too late to save me?" Suichan said and couldn't help but sneer. "Were you too late to save me, or too late to kill me? What?" With Suichan revealing his wounds, Long Xianyu's several people hurriedly were opening their eyes wide, and with the level of intelligence of several of them, they immediately figured out everything. From the beginning to the end, this Feng turned out to be a fart. What the situation is urgent, the crisis is full of, it is too late to take Suichan to escape together are all lies, nonsense, the real truth instead, because Feng shot, injured Suichan, did not let Suichan the first time to get out of danger. At this moment, Jiang Mei's cheeks burned and she invisibly took 3 steps back. her originally strong aura immediately disappearing. Similarly, Long Xianyu, along with Li Linger and Yin Qiushui, looked at Shueling Feng with icy eyes, waiting for Shueling Feng's explanation. Changes appeared. Zuo-chan dared to be so strong. This was what Shueling Feng did not expect no matter what. Zuo-chan revealed his injuries and uncovered everything. Directly, it made him, Shueling Feng, instantly fall down from his high position, his face ruthlessly slapped by Zuo-chan. Shueling Feng's face was livid, being constantly provoked by Zuo-chan. He was also unable to maintain that lofty, moral and peerless stance anymore. Not bad. I did take a shot at you. Shueling Feng frankly admitted it, and then his words changed, morosely saying, "But you provoked me first, a mere follower. How dare you threaten me and blackmail 20,000 contributions to bring you in front of me? Do you really think that there is such a good thing in this world, 20,000 contribution points, and it was given to you for nothing? Ha!" Zuo-chan laughed back in anger. At this point in time, this Shueling Feng is still talking about 20,000 contribution points. This is still excusing himself, and now he still wants to place himself at the peak of morality? Junior Master, I rescued the senior sisters. This is what I should do. We are all from the same sect. It is only right to help each other, Zuo-chan said, and his gaze looked around at Long Xianyu's several people. Then he looked at Shueling Feng. But on what grounds to save you? What kind of thing are you? Little Master, I am indeed a follower, but I am also a follower of Senior Sister Long, while having nothing to do with you. 20,000 contribution points? It's to buy your dog's life. Not to blackmail you, understand? Chapter 034. 6 months later. I'll kill you and slaughter your dogs. The few people present were simply stunned, not expecting Zuo-chan to appear in this strong stance at all. Facing a hallowed true disciple, even those inner disciples with extraordinary status would have to tremble and lower their heads. Yet Zuo-chan did not put Shueling Feng in his eyes in the slightest. It was just a matter of being strong. But now it seems that this Zuo-chan even dared to extort 20,000 contribution points in front of Shueling Feng. This kind of thing, I'm afraid that if you look at the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, not many people would dare to do it, right? A terrifying aura erupted from Shueling Feng's body, instantly filling the surroundings and wrapping Zuo-chan in it. What's the matter, annoyed? Zuo-chan looked at Shueling Feng in front of him morosely, a touch of mockery spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Almost at the same time, Zuo-chan similarly took a step forward, and a majestic aura erupted out to meet Shueling Feng, extremely strong. This Shueling Feng's strength had already stepped into the second level of the spirit summoning realm, and it was simply not something that today's Zuo-chan could withstand. However, if he were to let Zuo-chan back down from this, it would be impossible. Joke, this Shueling Feng had moved to kill himself. How could Zuo-chan still endure? Shueling Feng fiercely blasted out, and a terrifying palm force broke into Zuo-chan's body, instantly causing Zuo-chan's main body to retreat a dozen meters away, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The gap, it seemed, was still a bit too big, and even though Zuo-chan had just broken through to the fifth sky of seal condensation, he still couldn't fight against Shueling Feng. Right afterward, the dual attribute breath of thunder and fire within Zuo-chan's body surged out with full force, and the entire person's essence was raised to its peak at the first time, as a royal thunderfinger blasted out to kill. Out of your depth. Shueling Feng glanced condescendingly. His right hand opened and his 5 fingers gathered in the center, directly confining the power struck by that imperial thunderfinger. Yeah. Zuo-chan's body, in the ensuing instant, turned into a shadow of light and killed along the front. At this moment, he directly struck the second style in the mysterious jade to spar with it. With his strength crossing into the fifth sky of seal condensation, coupled with his powerful base, striking out the strongest second style, even if he was unable to defeat his opponent, he was still able to inflict horrifying injuries on Shueling Feng. It was a big joke in anyone's eyes to try to seriously injure a hallowed spirit summoning realm second sky figure at the fifth sky of seal condensation, but Zuo-chan had this confidence, and outsiders simply couldn't imagine how terrifying those 2 styles that he had obtained from the mysterious jade were. However, just as Zuo-chan struck out, Long Xinyue opened her mouth and took a step out, standing in the center of Zuo-chan and Shueling Feng. Stop fighting, Long Xianyu said in a loud voice. Zuo-chan's aura, which had been raised to its peak, was suppressed on the spot, and he understood that with Long Xinyue blocking the way, this battle could not be fought. Not only Zuo-chan, under Long Xinyue's appearance, Shueling Feng likewise collected his aura, while coldly snorting and disdainfully glancing at Zuo-chan. Rubbish, if it wasn't for Senior Sister Long stopping you, you'd already be a dead body by now. It's only something that has been cultivated for a few more years than Little Master, yet you are so shameless? Spirit Evocation Realm Second Sky. Very proud of yourself? Under the same level, little master. I will waste you with one hand. Suichan was equally disdainful and continued. In at most half a year, you won't even be as good as a waste dog in front of me. When these words came out, several of the women present had their eyes widened. Half a year? That is to say, even if Xuelingfeng had been standing still, Zuochan would have to at least step into the second sky of the spirit summoning realm after half a year before he would be qualified to have a real battle with Xuelingfeng. But wasn't this a joke? Half a year's time to step into the second stage of the spirit summoning realm from the fifth stage of the seal condensation. Among the several people present, only Long Xinyue possessed this possibility. As for Zuochan, although he was considered very good, the gap between him and a true genius was extremely huge, and it was simply impossible to battle Xuelingfeng in half a year. Being too confident always results in being slapped in the face. Xuelingfeng laughed back in anger. The entire person calmed down instead, looking at Zuochan as if he was looking at an idiot. To be honest, after more than 20 years of cultivation, this was the first time Xuelingfeng had encountered a disciple who didn't know the heights of heaven like Zuochan. In half a year's time, wanting to go from the fifth sky of seal condensation to the second sky of spirit summoning realm to fight with himself. Wasn't this dreaming? Moreover, the Xuelingfeng of half a year later would not be comparable to today. Let's give it a try then. Zuochan provocatively glanced at Xuelingfeng. Among the people present, only Long Xinyue was relatively calm and understood Zuochan. She had seen Zuochan's dominance with her own eyes. Before, when she was in the Huanqing sect, Zuochan had only just been awakened for a short while, and even dared to forcefully oppose the Jiang family, not to mention the current Zuochan. Let's go. Long Xinyue said to Zuochan as well as a few others, and after that, she said to Xuelingfeng, Senior brother Xue, didn't you also take on a mission? We won't bother you anymore. Good. Senior sister, you guys be careful. Xuelingfeng's face changed slightly and was not willing to leave, but he still nodded and said. It was obvious that Long Xinyue had said these words in order to defuse the conflict and avoid any further fights. However, what made Xuelingfeng depressed was that with Long Xinyue's meaning, it was for him to leave, not for Zuochan to leave. Could it be that this Zuochan wasn't the shield he had originally imagined, but really had some relationship with Long Xinyue? After Xuelingfeng left, Zuochan and Long Xinyue went elsewhere to start doing some other tasks. Along the way, they received a lot of special care. Li Linger always surrounded Zuochan, asking for warmth and taking out all sorts of healing pills to hand to Zuochan, which made the other three women look surprised. A few days passed, and the people were almost done with the quests they had received, leaving the depths of the mountain range and returning to the sect. In the sect task hall, Long Xinyue and the others turned in all the materials they had acquired over the past few days and received a large pile of contribution points. And then Long Xinyue directly handed Zuochan a runic crystal card and smiled. As promised, this is your share, and 3 parts of the contribution points will be given to you. Okay, thanks. Reaching out to receive it, Zuochan swept a glance at the rune crystal card, which possessed 1,500 contribution points. As a matter of fact, Zuochan had hunted and killed that 5th-order desolate beast Thunderhorn Rhinoceros by chance, and if he exchanged it, it was worth as much as 9,000 contribution points, and together with the 20,000 contribution points that he had gotten from Xuelingfeng, Zuochan was the biggest winner of this trip. These 1,500 contribution points were relatively nothing, but without mentioning anything else, just for the point that he had risked his life to save the people in the cold underworld pool, these 1,500 contribution points were what Zuochan deserved. Getting the contribution points, Zuochan took the lead to leave, then Long Xinyue and other 4 women walked out of the mission hall, looking at Zuochan's back as he left. A few people were extremely emotional for a while, this time to do the mission. Zuochan is just an insignificant person, and even in the eyes of Jiang Mei is still a drag, but I didn't think that, in the end, all the people's lives are Zuochan risked his life to save out. On the contrary, it's the Xuelingfeng who swore to protect everyone, but instead it was Xuelingfeng who swore to protect everyone, but instead only thought of himself when he was in danger. At this time, several people sensed Li Linger's expression and watched as Li Linger stared blankly at Zuochan's figure, motionless. Long Xinyue couldn't help but make fun of it. Aya, a dumbfounded look. Senior sister Linger, could it be that she's moved for Zuochan? Nonsense. Li Linger immediately blushed. Then, but whispered in a voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Besides, Zuochan isn't your cultivation partner, Senior sister Long. Leaving the cultivation field, Zuochan directly went to the sect book depository. Now that he had 23,000 contribution points in his body combined, which was enough to exchange for 4 cultivation mind techniques, Zuo-chun wanted to verify his guess as to whether or not he was really able to cultivate the 7 attribute mind techniques. In the book depository, Zuo-chun picked a water attribute cultivation mind method, Spirit Water Decree. It was good to exchange one mind method first, in case he exchanged several at once but couldn't cultivate them, then it would be a waste. After spending 5,000 contribution points to exchange for the Spirit Water decision, he once again came to the treasure pavilion, ready to use the remaining contribution points to exchange for pills. His own cultivation was one aspect. Zuo-chun wouldn't forget about his little ant's leg injury. He wanted to exchange for some elixir medicines or even treasures that could cure his little ant's leg injury. Only, after coming to the treasure pavilion and figuring out everything, Zuo-chun left with a bitter smile. Inside the treasure pavilion, several kinds of pills that could cure the bone poison in Xiaogu's body, the worst of which was an earth-grade middle-grade pill, and its exchange price, which required a full 30,000 contribution points, a price that was not something that the current Zuo-chun was able to pay. It seemed that the idea of exchanging pills could only be dismissed for the time being, and could only be exchanged when one had accumulated enough contribution points in the future. Taking the spiritual water decision, Zuo-chun didn't return to his residence, but rather came to the clan's combat pavilion. The Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's combat pavilion was similar to the former Yuan Power battlefield of the Harmonized Star Sect, and in addition to the weekday battles and sparring sessions of the disciples, there were also quite a number of separate cultivation chambers, and Zuo-chun had come to this place in order to cultivate the Spirit Water decision on his own. He didn't want others to know about this matter. It would be fine for outsiders to know that he was carrying the dual-system ancient Yuan power of lightning and fire at the same time. If they knew that 3 attribute powers existed within his body, it would definitely cause a great shock at that time. There was no telling how many people would notice him. Zuo-chun didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble for the time being. Entering the combat pavilion, Zuo-chun was horrified to see a spectacular scene. The entire hall belonging to the combat pavilion was divided into 3 floors, and each floor was almost filled with disciples and disciples. And on those combat platforms, a single figure roared in and out of them, exchanging blows and sparring with each other. Along the way, what cheers, curses, all kinds of sounds, but lets Zuo-chun grow a lot of insight. However, it has to be said that the atmosphere of the battle in this place is different. Walking in this, that is, without having participated in the battle under the infection of this kind of atmosphere, Zuo-chun could not help but be surging with a strong intention to fight. After arriving at an unoccupied cultivation room and settling down in it, Zuo-chun took out the spiritual water decree and turned it over. Apart from some notes and whatnot, the cultivation method of the spirit water decision was only a few thousand words, and before long Zuo-chun had completely memorized it and directly started cultivating it. Chapter 035-7 Attribute Fusion. Within the cultivation room, dense space-time energy appeared around Zuo-chun's main body. The silk energy entered the body, and immediately transformed into pure water attribute ancient Yuan power continuously under the operation of the spirit water resolve method. The moment the first strand of water attribute ancient Yuan power appeared, Zuo-chun was emotionally tense. The next moment is the time to confirm your thoughts. As the water attribute power became denser and denser, gradually, Zuo-chun felt as if 2 large invisible dragons had appeared within his body. The twin dragons were intertwining with each other, constantly colliding, using his own fleshly meridians as the battlefield, and began to fight. With a slight change in his face, Zuo-chun was ready to stop cultivating at any time. The so-called water and fire are incompatible. This water attribute ancient Yuan power and the original fire attribute power in his body, which is inherently incompatible, has really gone wrong. However, after about half a tea time, the mysterious jade hidden in the body suddenly erupted with a mysterious power, and began to pull the 3 attributes of thunder, fire, and water of the ancient Yuan power to operate at the same time, and the 3 powers, under the effect of this jade, gradually calmed each other down, and began to operate in accordance with the normal trajectory. It worked! I did it! Zuo-chun was almost ecstatic, unable to hide his inner excitement. With the appearance of the brand new water attribute power, he was considered to be in control of 3 different kinds of power from now on. If this were to be spread to the outside world, I don't know how much of a shock it would cause. Since ancient times, there were very few people who were able to achieve the coexistence of 3 attribute powers in their bodies, but there was no doubt that every single one of these people, when they grew up, became the most terrifying figures that shook a great domain. Every such person, once they were born, was a well-deserved pride of heaven, possessing talent and strength that did not lose to any genius. In the same realm, the battle power tended to sweep unrivaled. This kind of person was often not born out of thousands of people, except for chance. The rest was still chance to appear, but Zuo-chun, with the most ordinary physical body condition and cultivation state, managed to coexist with 3 kinds of power. If it was spread out to the continent, it would inevitably cause 10,000 Yuan martial artists to go completely crazy. Three different kinds of power running together in the body, intermingling and through, with the physical body as a host place, each other peacefully, even if the natural mutual incompatibility of the two ancient yuan power of water and fire, there is no rejection appeared. Zuo-chun felt that from the appearance of the water attribute power, although his own realm had not increased, his depth and strength had increased by an essential stage. His own self, who was at the fifth sky of condensed seal, now had the power to fight a strong battle even when facing an unusual eighth sky of condensed seal figure. Surpassing 3 small class battles, this might be a far-fetched manifestation for many people. However, in Zuo-chen's case, everything was not a dream. Without personally possessing it, no one could imagine the terrifying increase in strength that the coexistence of the 3 powers brought to Zuo-chen. This was also still in the early stages of cultivation, and when later on Zuo-chen's realm of strength was raised up, this increase in combat would become even more enormous and terrifying. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. I'm going to, as soon as possible, cultivate all of the attributes of the heart technique, so that I can control the 7 kinds of power. I wonder how terrifying the increase in my own strength will be then? Zuo-chen almost roared wildly within his heart, and an emotion of impatience appeared. A human-grade upper-grade mind technique was worth 5,000 contribution points, and one was still missing 4 different mind techniques that required 20,000 contribution points to exchange. The current self still possessed 18,000 contribution points, which was still slightly short. However, it didn't matter. After exchanging the materials and beast crystals belonging to the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros, one could at least get 8 or 9,000 contribution points again, and by then it would be completely enough. Under the eyes of some people who were puzzled, Zuo-chen ran out of the combat pavilion again with great gusto, and went forward alone to exchange the Thunderhorn Rhinoceros's materials. What with the blood, bones, scales and armor gathered together, it was exchanged to a full 4,000 contribution points, while according to what Zuo-chen had asked, the Thunderhorned Rhinoceros's beast crystals were individually valued at 5,000 contribution points, which was extremely tempting. However, he didn't exchange the beast crystals together as well. The first time he had something as precious as a 5th-order beast crystal, and just exchanging it out like this, Zuo-chen always felt that it was a bit of a loss. A 5th-order beast crystal, even if it was an unusual true disciple, it was still very precious without the capital to hunt it down. After exchanging, Zuo-chen ran and exchanged another 4 different attributes of the cultivation mind techniques of gold, wood, earth, and wind in one breath, and under the strange eyes of the old man who was guarding the book pavilion, Zuo-chen quickly left and came to the cultivation room alone to start cultivating. For a while, inside the combat pavilion, the crowd outside was surging, wonderful and lively to the extreme, but all of this seemed to have nothing to do with Zuo-chen. With the passage of time, nearly 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Zuo-chen basically wasted his sleep and food, so all of his time was put on cultivation. On the 10th day, inside the combat pavilion's cultivation room, with Zuo-chen's cross-legged cultivation, an invisible sonic boom suddenly appeared in the originally relatively quiet cultivation room, only to see the spatial and temporal energies in the 4 directions around Zuo-chen riot in a thousandth of a split second, and in an instant it was transformed into a terrifying torrent that impacted in all directions. If it was not for the fact that this cultivation room was cast from the strongest materials, and at the same time there were extraordinary runic formations to enhance and guard it, then I'm afraid that under the impact of this power, it would have been reduced to pieces on the spot. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a flood beast. His breath was so strong that it made people tremble, his eyes burst open, and between gulping and breathing, there was a kind of extreme power embedded within him that was about to explode. 7 attributes coexisting. I can't believe I actually did this. While this aura was erupting, Zuo-chen was instead calm to the extreme, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the wall in front of him, while sensing the frantic operation of the ancient yuan power within his body. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, all of which attributes of the ancient yuan power existed in the body, mingling and flowing with each other. There was nothing wrong. His own physical body in the presence of the power of which not only did not happen to be uncomfortable, but instead, it was invariably stimulated as if every inch of the orifices, every cell, all contained explosive power. From ancient times to the present, one had heard of people with dual attributes coexisting, 3 attributes coexisting, and even 4 attributes coexisting, and it had also been recorded in some of the secret codes that countless years ago, there had once appeared a peerless demon who carried 5 attributes. However, as for Zuo-chen's 7 attributes of ancient yuan power coexisting within his body, it was by no means unique and had never even been heard of, and if it was said, it was feared that it would be considered a joke by countless people. The power of the 7 attributes, in which they repelled and rioted against each other, simply could not coexist in one. But the reality was that Zuo-chen had done it, succeeded, and in the presence of the mysterious jade, The 7 forces that would have rioted did not show any manifestation of repulsion. At the very moment when the 7 ancient Yuan forces appeared at the same time, Zuo-chan then noticed a change within his body. The ancient Yuan forces within his body had actually begun to merge with each other. This was a true fusion and transformation, and Zuo-chan sensed everything within his body extremely clearly. If he had the skill of internal vision at this moment, he would definitely see that within his own fleshly body, a channel of ancient Yuan power was flowing around the jade and slowly disappearing. After about half an hour had passed, all 7 attributes of ancient Yuan power disappeared, and in its place, a brand new, mysterious power existed in the body. It could be felt that this brand new ancient Yuan power did not have any of the characteristics of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder on its surface, and relatively speaking, it was unusually ordinary and common. Only, amidst this ordinariness, Zuo-chan still found an extremely extraordinary aspect. A powerful sense of power control appeared, and Zuo-chan felt that the seemingly ordinary ancient Yuan force was in fact more domineering and terrifying than any kind of attribute ancient Yuan force, combining the unique attributes of 7 different ancient Yuan forces, the domineering of the thunder attribute, the fierceness of the fire attribute, and the femininity of the water attribute. Although there was such a change, however, Zuo-chan wasn't in a hurry. He believed that the brand new ancient Yuan power, after he cultivated the 7 kinds of power at the same time and fused them with each other, couldn't really be as ordinary as it appeared to be. Attempting to strike a royal thunder finger, although it was only casually induced, however, an extremely terrifying killing power instantly erupted, and the finger power broke into the earth, sensationally stirring up countless temporal and spatial energy riots. If it wasn't for the sturdiness of this cultivation room, the next picture, Zuo-chan almost didn't dare to imagine. His eyes widened on the spot. Zuo-chan had not thought that the imperial thunder finger that he had cultivated would possess such an astonishing killing power. Was this still the embodiment of the power that a human-level ancient Yuan technique should have? Under full force, the power of the imperial thunder finger was at least doubled. And the reason for this scene was all due to the benefits brought about by this brand new ancient Yuan power. Zuo-chan's expression couldn't help but look a bit strange. The power within his body nowadays seemed to no longer belong to any of the 7 types of ancient Yuan power. How should it be named? Could it be that it should be called Attribute Less Ancient Yuan Power? The other benefits of this brand new ancient Yuan power were yet to be unearthed, and these were not matters. Moreover, this ancient Yuan force fusing with each other was also considered to have invariably helped Zuo-chan solve a big problem, which was the problem of being discovered by other people. Zuo-chan may choose to hide his power attributes, but in terms of his strength, when facing those top powerhouses, no matter how to hide, will always reveal something extraordinary. To that time by the outsiders found, enough to cause a monstrous storm. Zuo-chan is not difficult to imagine. If the world knows he carries 7 attributes of the power of the vibration caused by the world, will not be worse than the vibration caused by his own body in that year, a world of extraordinary talent. Zuo-chan. Moreover, as the brand new ancient Yuan power was continuously nourishing his fleshly body and qi and blood, Zuo-chan felt that with the cultivation of the past few days, and then the fusion of the ancient Yuan power at this moment, thus making his fleshly body invisibly stronger by an unknown amount, and in a trance, it seemed that Zuo-chan felt that the 6th ancient Yuan seal, which was hidden inside his body, was about to appear right away. Basically, all that was needed was an opportunity, or rather, once one's physical body was that much stronger, the 6th ancient elemental seal would be completely revealed. Chapter 036 Profitable Gambling. One day in the sky, one day on the ground. Thinking back to the early childhood was abolished, bitter cultivation 10 years' time. Finally awakened. Turning eyes to today but has so everything destiny floating, but also really let a person feel it. After finishing his cultivation, Zuo-chan walked out of the cultivation room and came into the hall. Inside the hall, on top of the various battle stages, a figure shouted and boiled, watching the battle on the stage. Looking at this scene, Zuo-chan also couldn't help but develop a few points of interest. Immediately gazing at everything in front of him, his own battle intent was invariably triggered. Right at this moment, Zuo-chan saw that after the battles on some of the battle platforms were finished, some of the people below began to trade rune crystal cards. Surprisingly, they were betting on the contribution points. Interesting, Zuo-chan muttered, looking at a battle stage where the 2 nearest disciples entered, and someone below had already started betting on the fight. Wang Lin, odds, 1.5. Jiang Qianjue, odds, 1.2. Everyone start betting. Beneath one of the battle platforms, someone opened his mouth and narrowed his eyes at the large number of disciples in front of him. Afterward, quite a few people began to take out some runic crystal cards and began to place their bets, and it was clear that many people were betting their contribution points on Jiang Qianjue. Some people were still familiar with these two disciples, and comparing the difference in strength, it seemed that Jiang Qianzhua's chances of winning were quite a bit greater. Zhuo Chun swept the battlefield and saw the two figures above the battlefield with the same intention. It could be seen that although both of them were at the 5th level of strength of the condensed seal realm, however, Jiang Qianzhua's base was obviously a few points stronger, and from the very beginning of the two of them exchanging blows, they had the upper hand. And almost most of the people who had placed bets around them had also placed their contribution points on Jiang Qianzhua. Squinting his eyes for half a second, a strand of Zhuo Chen's mind power was invisibly released and began to sense the aura of the duo on the battlefield, and just a short while later, he also walked forward and asked the disciple, "I don't have a rune crystal card here, but there are contribution points in the identity plate, so can I transfer the money?" "Yes." This disciple narrowed his eyes with a shrewd look and directly brought Zhuo Chun to a place not far away, where a runic device unexpectedly existed. Zhuo Chun took out his identity card, but he directly bet 1,000 contribution points against Wang Lin. Some of the people around saw Zhuo Chun placing his bets and immediately looked pity. Some disciples even came up to Zhuo Chun and said, "You're stupid? Can't you see that Jiang Qianzhua is one step stronger? Placing a bet on Wang Lin isn't throwing away contribution points for nothing." Zhuo Chen, however, smiled and shook his head without opening his mouth. He saw that there were about 20 to 30 disciples who had placed bets around this battle platform, but there were only less than 5 people who had placed bets on Wang Lin, just like himself. The ones who bet on Wang Lin, other than himself, were all clenching their teeth, with a posture of letting God take care of them, fearing that they were all thinking of getting lucky and making a fortune with that high stakes. At this time, on the battle stage, the two figures were constantly flowing, exchanging blows with each other, erupting a terrifying might, but as time passed, gradually, Zhuo Chun saw that the situation of the battlefield had changed. Although Jiang Qianzhua's base was a bit stronger than Wang Lin's, fighting often wasn't something that could be determined by the strength of your realm. Can see Wang Lin's control of the rhythm of the battle compared to Jiang Qianzhua to a lot higher, and before Zhuo Chun sensed Wang Lin's realm is relatively weak, but the bottom line is very strong. As for Jiang Qianzhua, to be precise, his strength is a bit false. That is to say, Jiang Qianzhua may be through some kind of pills and so on, forcibly will be real estate. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. In this situation, if Jiang Qianzhua was unable to defeat Wang Lin in the shortest amount of time, then the next ending would be completely reversed. It was after sensing this that Zhuo Chun placed a bet on Wang Lin, knowing that Wang Lin didn't have much of a chance of winning on the surface, but the real situation was the complete opposite. Obviously, Zhuo Chun had gambled correctly. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Qianzhua's reserves were insufficient, and the two of them sparred with each other, and Jiang Qianzhua was directly knocked off the battle stage by Wang Lin's palm. What? Wang Lin won. Many people's faces turned green on the spot. Originally, in their opinion, the winner of this battle was completely set, so all of them bet their contribution points on Jiang Qianzhua, and they didn't expect that Jiang Qianzhua, this guy was simply a waste of money, and was defeated by Wang Lin when his realm was quite a bit higher. As for Zhuo Chun and the other 5 people, they were all smiling, and the few people who had placed bets on Wang Lin, although none of them had placed too many bets, they had made a lot of money comparatively speaking. In Zhuo Chen's case, it was like getting 500 contribution points out of thin air. Collecting the contribution points, Zhuo Chun turned his eyes elsewhere. The 500 contribution points that he had just gotten could be equivalent to the return of a level 2 mission. Earning contribution points in this way seemed to be very good. Of course, including Zhuo Chun, everyone understood that to win contribution points in this battle, master betting and gambling, although it was easy, it was extremely risky. This thing relied on your vision. Moreover, the situation of the battle often changed in the blink of an eye, and the initial prediction might not always be accurate. Comparatively speaking, Zhuo Chun, however, occupied too great an advantage because his thoughts were much stronger than ordinary people, and he could comprehensively analyze the victory and defeat through the aura, underpinnings, and so on of the person fighting, and his efficiency and correctness were not comparable to that of other people. In one round, Zhuo Chun placed another 4 or 5 bets under the other battle stations, but none of them failed, and after a few rounds, he won nearly 3,000 contribution points in the blink of an eye. There were at least 2 or 3 times that Zhuo Chen's bets were basically on objects that other people did not favor, yet strangely enough, these people were often the winners of the final battle. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed, and the contribution points Zhuo Chun had won by placing bets had already reached 7,000 or 8,000. This amount, it was extraordinary. One must know that the reward for a level 2 mission was only 300 to 400 points. The contribution points won by Zhuo Chun was already equivalent to doing around 20 level 2 missions. Gradually, but some people noticed Zhuo Chen. Their gazes condensed on Zhuo Chun, revealing strange and incomprehensible colors. If it was not for the fact that there were really too many battles in here, and the people who made the shots were complicated and different, They really thought that Zhuo was originally communicating with some people to come and specifically defraud the contribution points, and it wasn't as if this kind of thing hadn't happened before. Then, something that made Zhuo cry and laugh appeared. He came to a battle stage to place a bet, but was directly rejected. You can't place a bet. What the hell? Isn't this discrimination against me? Why can't I place a bet? Zhuo said in a rather depressed manner. It seems that one's desire to make a fortune by placing such bets has failed. Just as Zhuo was depressed, someone came to his door. A disciple appeared and looked deeply at Zhuo. Do you dare to fight with me, Zhao Zishan? On what grounds? Zhuo looked at this person. With 5,000 contribution points as a bet, if I lose, 5,000 contribution points will be given to you. If I win, you'll have to pay 5,000 contribution points. This Zhao Zishan said. Listening to the other party open his mouth, Zhuo narrowed his eyes and deeply surveyed this person, vaguely sensing the strength belonging to Zhao Zishan. The other party, who was at the 6th heavenly realm of condensed seal, was not simple in strength and should be an old disciple. After analyzing it before and after, Zhuo understood that he had won a lot of contribution points by placing bets in a short period of time, and was afraid that he had been targeted by some people, so he came to his door, wanting to win away his contribution points by such means. Good. Zhuo agreed in a single breath. As soon as Zhao Zishan heard this, his face also revealed a joyful expression. He was waiting for these words. Although he didn't know why Zhuo was so confident and dared to answer the battle, Zhao Zishan didn't need to think about it that much. With his strength of the 6th sky of condensed marks, it wouldn't be a handful for him to fight against a disciple like Zhuo who was at the 5th sky of condensed marks. Thinking about the 5,000 contribution points that would soon be in his hands, Zhao Zishan couldn't wait. There were some other people in the surroundings who saw this scene and were secretly regretting how they hadn't grabbed Zhao Zishan's front to find Zhuo for a battle. A whole 5,000 contribution points, and it was just like that for this guy Zhao Zishan to get it. The duo quickly arrived on top of the battle stage, however. Before they made their move, Zhao Zishan spoke once again. It's a deal, we can all make our own decisions. If you lose, 5,000 contribution points must be taken out. Don't worry, I can't afford to lose that person yet. Zhuo laughed and said. The two figures, in an instant, struck out. An ancient Yuan force erupted from Zhao Zishan, who blasted the front with a palm on the spot. Gazing at the other party's figure, Zhuo's gaze condensed. His right foot immediately took a step forward. His 5 fingers formed a fist, and a punch was sent out horizontally on the spot. Boom! Vaguely, a sonic boom sound appeared from in front of Zhuo, and the fist power completely erupted as if it had torn through the air. A ferocious and unparalleled force interspersed with a dash of ancient Yuan power bombarded the center of Zhao Zishan's palm, and almost instantly, Zhao Zishan's face changed, and his entire body let out a groan of pain. In the next moment, Zhuo's second punch killed him, and all of the ancient Yuan power belonging to him disappeared into Zhao Zishan's body. Zhao Zishan only felt the earth attribute power in his body, as if it had been subjected to a huge restriction and rejection. Blocking it for a while, even running it was extremely difficult, and his being, a sense of powerlessness appeared, and he fell out 5 meters away on the spot. Between the first and the second, with only 2 punches, Zhao Zishan, who was in the 6th sky of condensed seal, was already powerless to fight back, and his entire body was lying on the ground, looking at Zhuo incredulously. What's going on? This kid, he's only at the 5th level of the condensed seal sky. How can he be so strong? Could it be that he's one of those geniuses with a divine body? Moreover, why is it that my power, I can't operate as if it's being restrained? Zhao Zishan was inwardly shocked, sensing everything about Zhuo. However, he then frowned under his senses. Everything about Zhuo was as normal. Even his fleshly body was no different from that of an ordinary person. Not that kind of imagined genius at all. Still want to fight? Zhuo stood in front of Zhao Zishan and looked at him with a smile. No more fighting. There's still a fight to be had. Zhao Zishan had a depressed look on his face. Originally thought that he had found a good opportunity to make a fortune, but did not expect to run into a tough opponent with his own strength of the 6th sky of condensed seal. He was not a match for Zhuo at all, and in a single glance he was knocked down. Zhuo nodded. Then, how about 5,000 contribution points? Chapter 037 White Crane's Reward. Zhao Zishan's face was full of tangled and pain, thinking of the previous agreement. He really wanted to give himself a hard slap. He was so cheap, asking for trouble? Although inwardly reluctant but in full view of the public, Zhao Zishan really cannot hit his own face. He said the words, "It is impossible to take back in public," and then again with the strength of the person in front of him, if he refused to hand over the contribution points, "I am afraid that the end is not the present appearance." Unable to do anything else, Zhao Zishan handed a rune crystal card to Zuo-chun. Good, good, good. Worthy of being an inner disciple with a rich family. Zuo-chun reached out his hand and casually took a glance at the rune crystal card, sensing that there were 5,000 contribution points stored inside. He knew that this Zhao Zishan hadn't lied to him. Within the surroundings, many people were almost dumbfounded, staring at Zuo-chun's figure with unblinking eyes, and a touch of strangeness came out of everyone's eyes. How is this possible? This guy who appeared out of nowhere, not only is his eyes precise to the extreme, placing bets every time, but his own strength is also so terrifying. What's your name? Zhao Zishan looked at Zuo-chun's back and said painfully. Lose also want to lose an understanding is not it? He seems to not even know the name and identity of the person in front of him. Zuo-chun. Zuo-chun turned around and spat out 2 words. Zuo-chun? Some disciples furrowed their brows, recalling these 2 words. They seemed to have heard of this name before. Why was it somewhat familiar? You're that, the follower who climbed up Long Xianyu? A disciple suddenly thought of something and shouted out of breath. Zuo-chun frowned as his gaze swept this person, an invisible might emanating out, causing this disciple to shut up on the spot, shrinking back and never daring to say a word again. Within the entire battlefield, rumors about Zuo-chun's identity quickly spread, and not only the relationship that circulated between him and Long Xinyue, including Zuo-chun beating up White Crane on the first day of his arrival, everything he did in the new disciple trials, and his relationship with Nailin Shuomei, etc., all of them were unearthed. This fellow, it doesn't seem like he's as weak as rumored. Some of the older disciples who were not too familiar with Zuo-chun had such a thought appear. Quite a few people thought back carefully. They seemed to have a preconceived notion of the 2 words Zuo-chun, looking at it from the other party's status as a follower. In the eyes of many, a follower was just a follower. His status was not worth mentioning, and his strength was naturally poor to the extreme, and in retrospect it seemed to be completely wrong. Drawing the attention of so many people made Zuo-chun very uncomfortable, and he directly left this combat pavilion and walked towards the outside. After taking a few steps, Zuo-chun suddenly stopped in his tracks. A touch of extreme coldness appeared on his face, and his gaze coalesced at a spot in front of him. Coincidentally, here, I was surprised to meet a figure I hadn't seen in a long time, the White Crane. Similarly, in the crowd in front, an equally cold gaze converged on Zuo-chun, and looking at that face, it was extremely angry, almost wanting to eat Zuo-chun alive. Your life, it's so big. White Crane stared at Zuo-chun with a face of hatred. Fortunately, Zuo-chun suddenly grinned. In the future, when looking for someone, find someone who looks good to you. Don't find some trash with poor strength to harass little master me. Where is Ryuan? Where did he go? What do you say? Zuo-chun looked at the White Crane in front of him, and then he said sarcastically, if you don't dare to go on yourself, then you should stop provoking little master me and send out cats and dogs or something like that to harass little master me, so as not to wreak havoc on others, not to mention losing your own person. Many disciples saw this scene and averted their gazes, secretly retreating a few steps back, not daring to participate in coming up. White Crane, in this Yuanwu heavenly palace, although it is only the identity of a disciple, but who let people have an uncle behind the clan as an elder? This kind of person easily don't mess with it so as not to get into trouble, can't get out. There were quite a few people who had messed with White Crane in the past, and there were even true disciples among them, but those people, they all ended up extremely miserable. Fine, you're still so rampant. White Crane had a scowl on his face. Afterward, White Crane's gaze turned to the 4 directions. Whoever can defeat Zuo-chun, I'll give 5,000 contribution points, and 10,000 contribution points for scrapping one of Zuo-chun's arms. After saying these words, White Crane looked at Zuo-chun, not hiding the smugness on his face. You kid, so what if your strength is extraordinary? If you mess with me, White Crane, you will still have to suffer. I am unable to deal with you, but there are people who can suppress you. With White Crane offering this kind of compensation, a stir was evident in the crowd, and some unconsciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva. 10,000 contribution points. What a generous reward. It simply made it impossible to refuse. However, there were some others who secretly threw a disdainful look at White Crane. This White Crane, he himself did not have the ability to fight with Zuo-chun, but he was just relying on his uncle's background to have more contribution points in his hands than the others, and took it as his own ability. There would be a brave man under the heavy reward, even though many people had seen Zuo-chun's strength and were very afraid. Yet the huge combat pavilion still had many experts inside, not to mention the few true disciples, even if the other strengths had reached the 7th and 8th heavens of the condensed seal. These people, all of whom appeared interested, came closer for a moment. Zhuo-chun, come up to the stage and fight me. An inner disciple came out first, looking at Zhuo-chun provocatively. Zhuo-chun frowned. He did not expect such a situation to arise. This white crane, who had twice secretly sent people after him unsuccessfully, at this moment, he even openly and honestly used his contribution points to lure some people to strike at him. Strike! Without saying another word of nonsense, Zhuo-chun directly came to a nearby battle stage and looked at the disciple who opened his mouth in front of him. Looking at the opponent's blasting figure, Zhuo-chun suddenly struck out fiercely, and between his own body, he exuded a very ghastly power, as if the entire person had instantly transformed into a humanoid desolate beast. Imperial Thunder Finger! Kill me! Zhuo-chun let out a stern cry, and within his main body, the ancient Yuan power was in motion as he blasted out a finger to kill the person in front of him. Terrifying and overbearing finger power spread in an instant, accompanied by a muffled thunderous explosion, piercing through the extremes and locking onto this disciple in front of him in a raw manner. Almost at the same time, the disciple, whose strength had reached the seventh heaven of seal condensation, trembled in his main body. Not only was it a wave of paralyzing force attached to the power of the royal thunder finger, but also he was actually shocked to feel that after Zhuo-chun's ancient Yuan power entered his body, there was a kind of raw erosive force that reversed up along his native meridians, making it impossible for him to maintain his native movements as normal. No good! This disciple directly retreated, and at the same time, extremely mobilized his own ancient elemental force and quickly closed in to kill. Little master, I'm just waiting for you to fight me physically. Zhuo-chun was disdainful while striking the first stance obtained from the mysterious jade. In terms of physical body, Zhuo-chun didn't dare to say that he was invincible, but even something similar to Lu Yuan Xinwu divine body couldn't be compared to himself until it had come to its full completion, not to mention these disciples with mortal flesh. A shocking power burst out from his body. Zhuo-chun's battle power was unbelievable. At the realm of the fifth sky of condensed seal, when facing a powerhouse of the seventh sky of condensed seal, he didn't lose the slightest bit of the wind. That kind of domineering stance was simply chilling. In less than a moment, as the two figures intertwined, Zhuo-chun had completely gained the upper hand. In a certain instant, this seal condensation seventh sky disciple was already retreating, and that wasn't all. Right after that, Zhuo-chun fiercely blasted his fist between this person's chest, knocking this person directly back 10 meters away. Immediately afterward, Zhuo-chun took a healthy step into the front, grabbed the disciple, and swung out viciously along the bottom of the battle stage. Boom! The crowd only saw a figure flying out of the air, smashing down powerlessly on the ground, almost smashing on the white crane not far from the battle platform. Collapsing helplessly on the ground, this disciple's chest ribs were shattered by 3 of Zhuo-chun's punches. Severe pain attacked his body. Even breathing was difficult to the extreme. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhuo-chun unwillingly. He simply couldn't figure out why he would end up like this after exceeding Zhuo-chun's strength by 2 heavens. The surrounding area was quietly silent. The lively battle pavilion seemed to have a brief stagnation. Some people took a deep breath. This was too domineering. What kind of terrifying strength was it that was able to surpass the 2 heavens fighting? Anyone who can do this in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is not the kind of genius-level existence that has either talent or a stronger fighting sense than others. Could it be that this Zhuo-chun is that kind of person? No wonder, daring to make an enemy of the white crane, it turned out to be really quite something. However, although many people were shocked at this scene, they were still secretly shaking their heads. They had seen too many people like Zhuo-chun. Many people were arrogant after arriving at Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. There were quite a few who were even more arrogant than this Zhuo-chun in front of them. But in the end, one by one, they all obediently prostrated themselves. Why? Imagine Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, gathered the entire Holy Sky Imperial Dynasty's 8 geniuses, any force, any small clan, as long as the birth of some extraordinary talent in the existence of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace will be sent to the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace for further study, and even those outside of the Imperial Dynasty's genius Yuanwu practitioners will come to admire the name of the Emperor, to join the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Genius, the last thing this place needs is so-called geniuses. Only top geniuses like Long Xinyue, Nalan Shuiyang, and Yi Qiandi were able to truly stand out in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. But even such characters had to be restrained until they had grown up. A few years ago, Yuanwu Heavenly Palace had appeared a genius disciple who carried 6 ancient elemental seals and had an extremely terrifying cultivation talent. This person had just joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and stood out amongst that new crop of disciples, with his strength at its peak. But he boasted of his unparalleled talent and didn't know how to restrain himself, and in the end, he provoked a powerful older generation of true disciples, and ended up in an incredibly miserable state, with his fleshly body directly being wasted away. As for the likes of Zuo-Chen, although he has a few skills, he is just a bit more powerful than an ordinary person. Messing with White Crane is still a death, there will be no other end. White Crane's face was extremely difficult to see. He had already opened his mouth in public to suppress Zuo-Chen and took out contribution points as a reward. He didn't expect that even a character of the 7th level of Condensed Seal Heaven had made a move, but failed to suppress Zuo-Chen, and instead was beaten by Zuo-Chen into a falling dog, which simply left his face with no place to put it. Chapter 038 Third in the green ranking. Fortunately, after this, another disciple appeared and came directly on top of the battle stage. This disciple, whose strength was even stronger than the one just now, had actually reached the height of the 8th sky of Condensed Seal. Such a person was considered an extremely extraordinary expert amongst the inner disciples. 8 heavens of seal condensation? Good, very good. There was a touch of disdain attached to the depths of Zuo-Chen's tone, but it was something that outsiders could not hear. War. In an instant, Zuo-Chen struck out, and as soon as he did so, he directly struck out his strongest means, using the moves obtained from the mysterious jade against the enemy. The ending that everyone hadn't expected appeared, and after only a time passed, this Condensed Seal 8th Heaven disciple was once again defeated. Moreover, this person's end was equally tragic, with a right arm directly being wasted by Zuo-Chen on the spot, blood dripping down. This striking scene caused many people's hearts to tremble. Who else? Zuo-Chen clenched his hands into fists and swept a glance at the people here, and a sharp edge appeared, forming an invisible air current that forced its way into the 8 directions. If you want to get White Crane's contribution points by defeating yourself and obtaining this kind of windfall, you have to have a few points of strength, and if these people dare to make a move, then they have to be prepared to pay the price, and there is no possibility for Zuo-Chen to keep his hands off. This Zuo-Chen, just what kind of monster was he? Obviously, this Zuo-Chen's realm was only the 5th sky of seal condensation. Moreover, the ancient elemental seal in his body was only 5. Although it was extraordinary, it wasn't an advantage. Which disciple that could join the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace had an ancient elemental seal that was less than Zuo-Chen's? Then, in terms of physique, Zuo-Chen's physical strength, although terrifying, was a mortal flesh body, not some divine body, battle body, imperial body, or the like. With such talent and substance, what made it possible to fight beyond 3 small classes? Is it really just someone's entourage? Some people were skeptical. White Crane's face, even more ugly, he vaguely felt around a lot of bantering gazes those gazes deep, seemed to contain a touch of ridicule. White Crane, if he didn't teach Zuo-Chen a hard lesson today, it was the same as his face being slapped hard, and in the future, when he walked in the sect again, there would inevitably be a lot of people who would look down on him. The condition just now, double it. White Crane simply gritted his teeth and opened his mouth in public. Boom! An invisible muffled thunder exploded on the spot, and many disciples swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The condition was doubled, that is, as long as one could waste one of Zuo-Chen's arms, one could get 20,000 contribution points for nothing? What kind of crazy reward is this? 20,000 contribution points, only this White Crane can easily take out. Change any disciple is a huge wealth if you can get at least equivalent to the painstakingly do hundreds of tasks obtained by the pay ordinary disciples. Dream cannot get, even for some inner disciples, 20,000 contribution points. Exhausting work for 1 or 2 years may not be able to earn to. It was just that Zuo-Chen's display of strength had already been seen by everyone, and if one wanted to fight with such a monster, unless one was one of those old disciples who had been cultivating for a few years, or one of those top geniuses who were extremely terrifying in terms of their own heritage and talent, it was just looking for death for an ordinary person to go up there, and the previous 2 people's miserable end was a lesson learned from the past. I'll do it. The atmosphere froze for a few moments before someone suddenly appeared. Someone exclaimed, Nangong Dust, 3rd on the green ranking? Afterward, some people sighed for Zuo-Chen, and they understood that this Zuo-Chen's next fate was self-evident. White Crane's generous to the extreme reward had ultimately attracted such a terrifying figure as Nangong Dust. Even though Zuo-Chen's bottom line was incredible, in the end, the realm of the 5th sky of condensed marks restricted everything. Wanting to fight with Nangong Dust, who was the 8th on the green ranking list, would be a joke. The gap was too great. Nangong Dust came to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in just over a year's time. He had already hit the 3rd position in the green ranking. That was by virtue of his own strength step by step to fight up. A body of background is extremely extraordinary. Moreover, Nangong Dust possesses the ancient Yuan force, is the strongest attack, known as the same level of invincible thunder attribute ancient Yuan force. Is it the 3rd in the green ranking? Zuo-Chen looked at the Nangong Dust in front of him and slightly closed his eyes. At the same time, an invisible thought force traveled ahead and began to sense the aura belonging to the other party. Within a moment, Zuo-chan had already perceived the strength of Nangong Dust's depths. This person, indeed, is very simple compared to the two people just now. I don't know how much more powerful. In terms of realm, Nangong Dust has already stepped into the 9 heavens of condensed seal. Not only that, this person's breath is solid and pure power. Definitely rely on their own hard work and step by step to cultivate to this realm, rather than, as some people, to what elixir or treasure or something to forcefully raise the strength. Or treasures or something like that, forcibly raising the strength. 9 heavens of seal condensation? Then let me try your strength. Sensing all of the other party's underpinnings, Zuo-chen's body suddenly erupted with a strong battle intent. Today in this combat pavilion, fighting with several people, none of them had caused Zuo-chen's pressure. However, facing Nangong Dust, it was the first time that Zuo-chen truly surged with a strong desire to fight. In the place of his own self not too long ago, facing a character of the 9th heavenly hallmark of condensation, he would only end up powerless and defeated. However, it was different now. In his own body, the 7 attributes of the ancient elemental force fused with each other, transforming into a brand new force with mysterious attributes. And with the existence of this brand new ancient elemental force, his own base was powerful to a terrifying degree, and Fong had already confirmed that even the characters of the 7th heaven of condensed seal, or even the 8th heaven, could not fight with himself. Facing a powerful opponent of the 9th sky of condensed seal, Zuo-chen didn't have the slightest scruples. Instead, he was full of wariness. Wind and thunder heaven transforming palm. As soon as he stepped into the ring, Nangong Dust struck one of his strongest tools. Although confident, Nangong Dust did not dare to be arrogant. Before Zuo-chen's battle scene, Nangong Dust had seen with his own eyes and understood that Zuo-chen was not simple. However, Nangong Dust himself was also a top genius, not necessarily comparable to the likes of Long Xianyu, but also not something an ordinary disciple could compare to, possessing self-confidence that belonged to himself, or else he wouldn't have stood out at this moment. In the center of the battlefield, an intense forceful aura appeared, and a lightning attribute power erupted from Nangong Dust's body, pulling the surrounding space-time energy and moving it, and a huge palm of ancient Yuan power appeared in the center of the two of them, killing Zuo-chen. Thunder attribute power? It really isn't simple. Zuo-chen sensed Nangong Dust's overbearing palm and similarly struck out the royal thunder finger at this moment. A finger blasted out, and even though his own power was not pure thunder attribute power now, striking out the royal thunder finger once again, the might contained in this ancient Yuan technique was even more overbearing than the pure thunder attribute. This was the benefit of the brand new ancient Yuan power. The collision of the two types of ancient Yuan power erupted with the most tragic might, and almost in an instant, the center of the entire battle platform erupted with an unimaginable energy pike. With a bang, the wind thunder heaven transforming palm belonging to Nangong Dust was broken, pierced through from the center by that finger of Zuo-chen. However, similarly, Zuo-chen's imperial thunder finger was also directly shattered, turning into the purest ancient Yuan power that disappeared in the surroundings. Again, Zuo-chen won a strike. Even though he did not gain the upper hand, he was condensing his own battle spirit, stepping out once again and approaching forcefully. Ancient Yuan power filled up around his main body and began to brew around his arms as Zuo-chen struck out the first stance in the mysterious jade, charging at Nangong Dust to kill him in a rather peculiar stance. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Before Zuo-chen had used this move, it seemed ordinary and uninteresting, but in the end, the lethality displayed was so complete that it was incomprehensible. What kind of grade of ancient Yuan technique was this? Standing in front of Zuo-chen, Nangong Dust's brows stared. Facing Zuo-chen personally, he instinctively felt a crisis. Somehow, at this moment, an ineffable suppressive force appeared in front, and even with Nangong Dust's strength base of the 9 heavens of condensed seal, he felt an immense pressure. No good. It was at the same time, Nangong Dust was already sensing that it wasn't simple. His gaze was serious, all of his ancient Yuan power was running, and he was directly striking the strongest attack. He understood that if he didn't hurry to suppress Zuo-chen at this moment, when the other party's aura rolled up, it would become stronger and stronger like a snowball, so much so that in the end, he wouldn't be able to win at all. It had to be said that Nangong Dust could be ranked 3rd in the green ranking. It really was not simple. Not only was his own strength strong, his fighting sense and control of the rhythm of the battle was strong to the extreme, and he was able to preemptively find out the terrifying aspects of Zuo-chen's move. Ancient Yuan power surged wildly as Nangong Dust killed with only his hands, continuously striking out powerful palms. "Get the hell out of my way." Zuo-chen let out a harsh roar, and his main body's arms seemed to transform into 2 long whips, ruthlessly flinging themselves at Nangong Dust's body. The entire person's proprioceptive movements were displayed in a strange and special rhythm, And invisibly, the power struck by Zhuo increased to a peak limit, completely exploding. I don't know how many pounds of power all hit into Nangong Dust's body at once. Not waiting for Nangong Dust's various means to be used out, his main body would stirrups to retreat more than 10 meters away, almost falling down the battle platform. With a muffled snort, Nangong Dust secretly suppressed the flash of blood that surged in his throat and hurriedly stabilized his stance, tightly locking onto Zhuo in front of him. Outsiders only took it as a casual collision, but only Nangong Dust himself understood what a terrifyingly powerful force was contained within that strike by Zhuo just now, and with his own fleshly body's underpinnings, he was simply unable to block it. Powerful indeed, but that's all. Nangong Dust looked at Zhuo and opened his mouth in this regard. If it was said that he had struck out for 20,000 contribution points before, then at this moment, Zhuo had completely challenged his inner pride as well as aroused a touch of anger. Nangong Dust would not allow such a follower as Zhuo, who was not even a formal disciple, to challenge his majesty. If he lost to Zhuo today, then all the prestige he had accumulated would disappear, and the identity of being the third on the green ranking would no longer be his pride, but an irony. People just thought it was him, the third in the green ranking, who was a punk who mixed it up and couldn't even beat one of the other's attendants. Is that all? Zhuo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Nangong Dust with a cold smile. The other party's underpinnings had already been sensed by himself with his mind power before, and after the engagement just now, Zhuo could not be clearer about Nangong Dust's underpinnings. Nangong Dust dared to say such big words in front of himself, with that condensed seal 9 heaven strength. It seemed that he was still somewhat unqualified, right? Chapter 039 6 Sky of Condensed Seal. The 9 Changes of the Robbing Dragon. At this moment, Nangong Dust spat out 4 words in a deep voice. Invisibly, the ancient Yuan power that belonged to him mobilized and exploded out in an instant. Zhuo sensed that since Nangong Dust's body, an extremely terrifying majesty and domineering aura erupted, and vaguely, it was as if an invisible killing aura was erupting. Many ancient Yuan powers rioted, and in the air above Nangong Dust's head, a dragon shadow was vaguely formed. The moment this dragon shadow appeared, Zhuo frowned. The pressure was too great, it was unbelievable. Was this the true power belonging to the 9 heavens of condensed seal? No wonder Nangong Dust was so confident. A huge crisis spread ahead, and without the slightest hesitation, Zhuo struck the second stance obtained from the mysterious jade on the spot at the same time as that dragon shadow appeared. His own special ancient Yuan power filled between his limbs and bones, exploding in a thousandth of a split second, going out horizontally and overwhelmingly, his fists moving the heavens as if he wanted to shatter everything. Kill! Zhuo spat out a killing sound and the second style killed. At the same moment, Nangong Dust also struck out in a domineering manner, only striking his hand into the front, and the dragon shadow condensed in the air, tearing through the air above his head and killing Zhuo. As soon as the two of them struck, they erupted like a tidal wave of energy piles exploding into the 4 directions. Even some of the disciples who stood under the battle platform were horrified and retreated, not daring to step forward easily. Demon! Someone looked at Zhuo and suddenly muttered something. Nangong Dust was just fine, after all, he was the third in the green ranking, his prestige was in front of him, and his own strength had already reached the 9th sky of seal condensation. But Zhuo, who was only a Yuan martial artist of the 5th sky of seal condensation, what made him able to go up against Nangong Dust in such a strong manner? Boom! In the entire battle platform, an invisible energy storm rolled up for a moment, and an unknown amount of space-time energy was completely broken and riotous at this moment. Vaguely, one could hear the ground of the battle platform was showing cracking sounds, as if it was going to shatter under the majestic and terrifying power, but of course, this place had the strongest formation enchantment, so it was impossible for it to really shatter. Subsequently, the many disciples only saw that terrifying dragon shadow being chopped off in the air, and Nangong Dust screamed miserably as his body fell out, slamming down on the edge of the battle platform with a bang. Spitting blood from his mouth and spraying it wildly, Nangong Dust seemed as if he had gone completely berserk. No good! Some of the disciples opened their mouths, their eyes flickered, they had seen too many battles. There were people engaging in battles every day in this place, and this tragic scene of Nangong Dust, it was obvious that he was about to die and be beaten to death by a raw look. Ahead, Zhuo didn't seem to be suffering either, ruthlessly wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo grinned and suddenly laughed, revealing his teeth that were stained with blood, causing a sudden flash of coldness to appear behind many disciples. This guy, too scary, one blow will be the hallowed third of the green ranking to spell almost death. one's own can still laugh out? Unexpected wealth, if you can't get it, don't covet it. What shouldn't be yours, if you get it in your hands, it will also be hot. Zuo-chun glanced at Nangong Dust, then ignored the other party and instead condensed his gaze on the white crane not far from the battle platform. Yes, Zuo-chun won, even though it was really not good to forcefully fight against a character of the ninth sky of Condensed Seal. Even with such a powerful base as Zuo-chun, his power was almost exhausted and his body became dry. Luckily, with the presence of the mysterious Jade Stone and his own unique restorative power, his body's ancient Yuan power was continuously becoming stronger and recovering at an astonishing rate. Anyone else? Zuo-chun stared deathly at White Crane, but at the same time, he said to the disciples around him. For a time, everyone was silent, the entire field was silent. Even on some of the other battle platforms, there were no more battles and everyone was looking at Zuo-chun. White Crane's face flushed red. Looking at Nangong Dust, who was almost killed in front of him, he suddenly panicked a little. Reviewing the 4 directions, he exclaimed, Quickly get on. On top of the payoff from just now, add another 10,000 contribution points. However, no one paid any attention to him, and even though the reward of 30,000 contribution points added up before and after caused everyone's hearts to throb, no one dared to go on the field to fight Zuo-chun anymore. Joke, before and after 3 people made a move, 2 people were almost wasted by Zuo-chun, and the remaining one, Nangong Dust, was almost killed and suppressed alive by Zuo-chun at this time, not to mention 30,000 contribution points. Even if there are more contribution points, I am afraid that no one dares to make a move to deal with Zuo-chun without absolute certainty. Are there a lot of contribution points? Zuo-chun grinned as he stepped down and arrived in front of the White Crane one step at a time. Almost as if White Crane had almost collapsed, Zuo-chun snapped a slap on White Crane's face. Without waiting for White Crane to react, Zuo-chun grabbed White Crane's shoulder and lifted the other party forward, saying with a single word, There are some things that are enough to do once or twice. Don't provoke little master me again and again, or else the God of Heaven won't be able to save you, understand? White Crane directly froze. The previous defeat of the 3 had originally filled his heart with trepidation. Coupled with Zuo-chun's strong stance at this moment, it caused White Crane's heart to completely collapse. Got it. White Crane nodded hurriedly, his body trembling. Get lost if you understand, and don't let little master me see it. Zuo-chun casually flung the White Crane out and took the lead to walk out of the combat pavilion. Right after Zuo-chun left, the surrounding land was in an uproar, and an unknown number of people were all talking and whispering at once. It was only after most of the day that he was able to come back to his senses, thinking of what he had just said. His face filled with instant pallor. He himself was so scared that he couldn't even speak under Zuo-chun's intimidation. Disgraceful, this time, disgraceful. White Crane can clearly see that a touch of disdain in the eyes of many people present on weekdays. Imagine White Crane in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Many disciples are also considered to be a number 1, even if their own strength is poor, but there is a bullish uncle, at least it is not the average person dares to provoke. How has he ever looked so weak in front of others? Thinking back to these years, looking at Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it seemed that there was only one Zuo-chun who dared to be so strong in front of White Crane, and this Zuo-chun's appearance was like White Crane's exclusive nemesis. Every time in front of Zuo-chun, White Crane ended up as if he couldn't even compare to a falling dog. What are you looking at? Aren't you afraid that you'll all go blind? White Crane roared loudly, then hurriedly left the combat pavilion. Someone looked disdainfully at White Crane's back and sneered, It's you who's blind, isn't it? Asking for trouble and embarrassing yourself. After this battle, Zuo-chun, this 2 words, is considered to be completely famous. At least this many disciples in the combat pavilion have witnessed the scene of Zuo-chun's attack. Even Nangong Dust was beaten to life and death, who still dares to look at Zuo-chun with the eyes of a follower. Zuo-chun, who had left the combat pavilion, came alone to the front of the earth and returned to his residence. Cultivating in the combat pavilion for the past few days, the fusion of the 7 types of ancient elemental forces had originally made one's base stronger, and after the final battle between him and Nangong Dust, forcefully fighting against the 9 heavens of Condensed Seal, Zuo-chun, who was natural on the surface, in fact, suffered from the same not-so-slight injuries. However, the benefits gained were immense. Under that final sparring match, Zuo-chun felt that his strength had invariably refined, having comprehended a wisp of a breakthrough, and was only 1 step away from stepping into the 6th sky of Condensed Seal. After returning, Zuo-chun sat cross-legged within the house, invoking the Thunder Yuan scripture, and the ancient Yuan power instantly ran within the limbs and bones, rushing through every meridian, flesh, and bone. After the power had been running for 3 large weeks, an explosion appeared within his body with a rumble, and immediately afterward, Zuo-chan sensed his 5 ancient yuan imprints simultaneously gulping ancient yuan power and began to condense the 8 spatial and temporal energies. Half an hour passed, and Zuo-chan suddenly got up, and between the random movements of his body, the sound of crackling and popping explosions appeared. Mighty ancient yuan power filled the body, and a powerful sense of power control surged within Zuo-chan. Very good, the 6th sky of seal condensation. Zuo-chan muttered, his gaze looking outside. His strength had reached the 6th sky of condensed seal, and the injuries he had received from the previous battle with Nangong dust had all recovered as good as new with his advancement. In terms of one's own origin base, if one were to face that Nangong dust once again, in a battle with each other, it would have to be much too easy, or at least one would not have to suffer such heavy injuries again. It was only after advancing that Zuo-chan began to recall everything that had happened within the combat pavilion before, whether it was the battle with Nangong dust or the battle with the previous few people. Zuo-chan found a problem. That is, one's own ancient yuan power seemed to have a restraining effect on all those people. Even though Nangong dust's realm and ancient elemental force was quite a bit more powerful than his own, and it was the thunder attribute ancient elemental force that was claimed to be the strongest attacking force, it was still being restrained by himself, and even if it was on the topic of dominance and aggressiveness, the same wisp of ancient elemental force collided, and this force within his own body was much more dominant than the thunder attribute force. Fighting against the Nangong dust of the 9 heavens of condensed seal, the previous Zuo-chan had fought across 4 heavens, and by all accounts it was simply impossible to do so without a special physique as well as a 6-doctored ancient elemental seal similar to that of the Long Xinyue. However, Zuo-chan just won, and within this, the restraint of the ancient yuan power took up a large portion of the factor. Now that Zuo-chan had not yet risen to prominence, this restraint of other people's power was not yet too prominent if he waited until he became powerful later. Zuo-chan could almost imagine that he would not be the nemesis of all yuan martial artists. Is this the benefit of the fusion of the power of the 7 attributes? While Zuo-chan was pondering, Yi Qiandi happened to return, but unlike his previous days, today's Yi Qiandi looked extremely wretched. All over his body, he was drenched in blood. His clothes were torn open in several places, and his breathing was flurried. When the other party came closer to take a look, there was also a reddish-black palm print on top of Yi Qiandi's chest. Zuo-chan looked at Yi Qiandi and couldn't help but be surprised. What's wrong with you? Zuo-chan inquired. In terms of Yi Qianti's strength, although Zuo-chan hadn't seriously explored it, the other party was definitely an existence that wasn't even remotely inferior to even Long Xinyue, and with his astonishing talent, he was recognized as the number 1 among these thousands of new disciples. Could it be that there were other geniuses who were able to rival Yi Qiandi and beat the latter to this state? Chapter 040 Yi Qianti being beaten. He had been in contact with Yi Qiandi for quite a few days, and although there were not many words spoken to each other, but having seen the other party's cultivation, Zuo-chan understood that Yi Qiandi's claim to be the first person of the new disciples was not a name that was only gained through the new disciple trials. Secretly comparing it down, even if Long Xinyue, who carried 6 ancient elemental seals, really fought with Yi Qiandi, she might not be able to beat Yi Qiandi. Among the new disciples, if someone was able to beat Yi Qianti to this extent, then that person was indeed stunning enough. Being beaten up, Yi Qianti's face was calm as he spoke. Who struck out? Zuo-chan wondered. Yi Qian-war, Yi Qiandi said indifferently. Glancing deeply at Yi Qiandi, Zuo-chan's heart stirred. Yi Qian-war? There was only one word difference between the name and Yi Qiandi. Could it be that there was some kind of intimate relationship? And what made Zuo-chan even more curious was that, being able to be beaten into this miserable state, Yi Qiandi was able to look so calm, as if it wasn't a matter at all. However, even though Yi Qiandi had this calm posture, Zuo-chan was still able to feel an extreme coldness and wariness in the depths of the other party's eyes. Zuo-chan was more than familiar with this kind of look. Once upon a time, back then, he was also like this, living in the Emperor clan at a young age, being plundered by that Emperor clan's young master, Zuo-chenxiu, who plundered all of his talent and directly turned into an invalid. Zuo-chan at that time, after feeling that the sky had collapsed, it was accompanied by bone-deep hatred and killing intent welling up in his heart. It was that Zuo-chenxiu who had cut off his own path, his own everything. However, many years later, contacting brand new people, new life, and under the enlightenment of the little ant, Zuo-chan slowly grew up and also learned to hide, learned to put certain emotions in the depths of the heart, and did not easily show it just. Wow! Yi Qiandi suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire complexion was confused and he almost fainted on the ground. Zuo-chan hurriedly went over to help him up and helped to fetch a basin of water. But Zuo-chan's kindness was rejected by Yi Qiandi. Waving his hand, Yi Qianti casually wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth before sitting alone on the ground and began to operate the ancient Yuan power heart technique, constantly recovering and adjusting his breath. Seeing this, Zuochun just smiled and didn't take it personally. He understands Yi Qiandi's inner pride. That kind of pride is not similar to a lot of noble-born playboys, but a kind of pride that relies on oneself in everything and doesn't want other people's help, and this kind of pride, in another way, can be called loneliness. From this Yi Qiandi's usual speech and demeanor, it could be seen that the other party was indeed lonely in his heart, and even apart from himself, Zuochun hadn't seen Yi Qiandi speak with any person. Say, what happened? Zuochun asked quietly, perhaps out of a sense of curiosity or perhaps because he saw his own shadow in this Yi Qiandi's body. For Yi Qiandi, Zuochun, however, for the first time appeared to have a favorable feeling. He doesn't want me to compete for the spirit ranking. Yi Qianti's gaze narrowed and he clenched his fists tightly. It's that Yi Qianzhong? Zuochun asked. Yi Qianti nodded. Then after a moment of silence, almost muttering to himself, he gritted his teeth and whispered, it's been like this since I was a child, 18 years. Looking at the other party's posture, Zuochun suddenly said, that Yi Qianzhong is your brother? Did I guess correctly? Yi Qiandi heard, raised his head to look at Zuochun, seemed to be struggling internally, but finally bit his lip fiercely, biting out a bloodstain, and stood up from the ground. Are you interested in listening to a story? Aha! Zuochun nodded with a smile. 18 years ago, the Yi clan descended a young child, carrying an emperor body. Yi Qiandi spoke. When Zuochun heard this, he immediately spoke. Emperor body? It is the emperor body that is claimed to be ranked 47 on the continent's divine body list. Nice! Yi Qianti nodded. The descent of the emperor body was originally a welcome event for the Yi clan. Yet the truth is that some people were not very joyful and were even hostile instead. This is because, just a year before the young child was born, the Yi clan had given birth to a genius who also carried a different body, the war god body. Moreover, the possessor of the war god body was the Yi clan's young lord, while the possessor of the emperor body, despite his equally honorable status, was merely the son of a concubine. The two gradually grew up. However, the Yi clan young master always thought that the district of the son of the concubine wanted to plot his position, plunder everything belonging to the Yi clan. Since then, the son of the concubine's original due to all the treatments never got and even be suppressed, bullying 18 years, even if it is to leave the Yi clan, join into the Yuanwu heavenly palace, still can't get rid of it. Yi Qiandi was opening his mouth. The entire person was trying his best to suppress an emotion. It was an extreme anger and indignation. Emperor body, the continent god body list 47. It is said that if you can physique into a great success, the second metamorphosis, it will become a limitless emperor body, and this limitless emperor body, but it is enough to rank in the top 10 of the god body list. Battle king body, the 38th on the continent's divine body list. Born to be extraordinary, Yuan martial artists with the battle king body are super geniuses born for battle. It is said that once such a person fights with someone, they will be able to put themselves into a fighting state in the shortest possible time, multiplying their own battle intent, thus greatly increasing their own battle power. These two were both terrifying and invincible physiques, and those who possessed any of these two physiques had a terrifying talent in the cultivation of the Yuanwu Dao that ordinary people could not look up to. Even Zuochun, after hearing about these two types of physiques, he could not help but take a deep breath, looking at the endless battle domain where he had survived back then, which was known as the strongest in the Dark Knight continent and had the most numerous emperor clans. The appearance of these two types of physiques was enough to cause a great shock. Back then, Zuochun was similarly born with a physique, the Holy War Imperial body. However, even the Holy War Imperial physique that belonged to him, although terrifying, only managed to rank in the top 100 of the continent's divine physique ranking, and compared to this Emperor physique and Battle King physique, it was much inferior. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the Zuochun of that year was not just his physique, but his heaven-defying 9 ancient Yuan seals. Yi Qiandi's so-called story is very short, but Zuochun can still hear out a lot of things. If not wrong, this Yi Qiandi is the son of the concubine, and Yi Qianzhan is the young master of the Yi clan, the status of the relatively noble a lot. Can imagine how Yi Qiandi these years over, within a clan, the birth of two geniuses. In any big clan, big power is a congratulatory thing, but did not expect is that these two people are not, and, in this case, the Yi clan naturally want to have a trade-off. It is clear that Yi Qianzhan not only in the status of the status is more extraordinary, and the ranking of the talent and physique are higher than the Yi Qiandi. Although it was said that Yi Qiandi's emperor body, if it metamorphosed, would be enough to rank in the top 10 of the divine body ranking, with incredible power. This kind of metamorphosis had only appeared once in the history of the Dark Knight continent, and it was almost impossible to succeed, similar to a legend. Obviously, the Yi clan had chosen Yi Qianzhong. Comparatively speaking, for Yi Qiandi is extremely rejected. Many of the injustices received were not said by Yi Qiandi, but Suichan could think of them all the same. At that moment, Suichan looked at Yi Qiandi and said, "So, you just hated and were unwilling to leave the Yi clan and join the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace to dive into your training, but you didn't expect that even when you came here, you had to be oppressed by Yi Qian War, right? Not bad." Yi Qiandi spoke in a deep voice, his gaze looking out into the sky. "I have never had any thoughts of replacing him, and I don't have any thoughts at all about the so-called power of the Yi clan. 18 years of enduring humiliation. One day, I will overthrow the Yi clan and erase everything in the Yi clan." While saying these words, Yi Qianti's entire body seemed to have entered another state. Unconsciously, Yi Qianti's eyes burst out with a silent killing-like aura, and a touch of crimson appeared, but Yi Qianti himself didn't notice it just yet. Suichan sighed inwardly, looking at Yi Qiandi in this manner. How similar was he to himself back then? Although Yi Qiandi was said to be 2 years older than himself, Suichan had already seen everything with the eyes of a person who had been there. However, Suichan understands that Yi Qianti's appearance like this causes inner isolation and loneliness, coupled with the hatred that keeps piling up inside. Sooner or later, he will one day walk on a path of no return. His heart will be abnormal, and his vision of looking at people and things will become the kind that is also positive and evil. And even if Yi Qianti rises up in the future and really massacres that Yi clan at that time, I'm afraid that Yi Qianti will no longer be the same as the Yi Qianti of the first time, but rather, he will be a person who is inwardly filled with the desire to kill the devil. With so much unwillingness packed inside of you, sooner or later, it will deteriorate, and at that time, it will only lead you to a path of no return, forsaken by the world." Suichan said seriously. Yi Qianti suddenly laughed coldly. "Why think so much? 18 years of inferior days. How could you, an outsider, ever imagine? Bull, why can't I imagine? Compared to little master me, what are you? You still have all your talent, you still have all your strength. What's so unfair, what's so unwilling? The big deal is to break away from the Yi clan in the future. Why put yourself in such a position?" Suichan glanced at Yi Qiandi, then spoke disdainfully. After saying that, Suichan once again looked at Yi Qiandi and coldly said, "Not to discourage you, what I can tell you is that your mere emperor body is nothing compared to my talent back then. Little master, when I had a heaven-defying talent back then, I shook a great region, and being within the emperor clan, no one was comparable to me. But what happened? In the end, all the talent and strength were all wasted, truly becoming a wasted person. Even so, some people won't let me go, chasing me all the way. Even my parents were dragged down by me. Not the little ant brought me to escape. Nowadays I have long been a pile of withered bones. What is injustice? What is suppression? What have I gone through that you can't imagine? But what about today? I still stood up again, awakened for the second time, and successfully joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace to cultivate. You can say that I am just a follower of Long Xianyu, but what is the status of a mere follower? What makes it unacceptable? 10 years of grinding a sword. Little master, I am willing to be a follower for the time being. There is so much beauty in living. Why put yourself under so much pressure? Chapter 041. Fighting side by side. Even though Suichan didn't speak very nicely, and was even profanity-laden, what kind of person was Yi Qiandi? Naturally, he could hear that Suichan had some good intentions. Dazedly looking at Suichan, Yi Qiandi seemed as if he was recognizing Suichan for the first time, gazing for half a second before he spoke. "You said that you are a second awakening." "Nonsense, little master me. I have been practicing hard for 10 years just for today." Suichan laughed coldly. Everyone has everyone's suffering and tiredness. But why turn these things into negative emotions that affect you for the rest of your life? Wouldn't it be better to live happily every day? You have to take what you can afford and let it go. Aren't you afraid of suffocating yourself to death by keeping a cold face and not speaking all day long? Is Yi Qianzhang strong? You can't beat him now, but you still can't beat him a year from now? What about 2 years from now? What about 10 years? After Suichan finished speaking, he looked at Yi Qiandi and stopped speaking. Half a dozen times later, Yi Qiandi's face was obviously much more soothed, and there was an additional gentleness in the gaze that regarded Suichan. "Cultivate well, and if there's anything in the future, give me a word." Suichan patted Yi Qiandi's shoulder. "Who told me to look after you?" Yi Qiandi rolled his eyes. "The people who dared to tap my shoulder in the past ended up being slapped to death by me." Right. Whoever messes with you again, just slap them to death." Suichan laughed. "If you're not happy, go up and just do it. Why suppress it all in your heart? Right in between their conversation, Suichen's gaze suddenly narrowed and he stopped speaking. "What's wrong?" Yiqianti said in disbelief. "Someone is coming." Suichen spoke indifferently, and then he pushed open the door and walked out. Unconsciously, the outside of this room between himself and Yiqianti was surrounded by a group of people, a dozen or so people standing there with condescending and domineering faces. "Where is Yi Qiandi?" Someone spoke directly after seeing Suichen. Not here for me." Suichen was a bit surprised. It seemed that all along, he was the one who was in constant trouble, but unexpectedly, this group of people were the ones who came to find Yi Qiandi. But it seems one is coming on strong. At this time, Yi Qiandi also walked out, having suffered serious injuries earlier. He seemed to have recovered quite a bit, but he was still a bit weak. It had to be said that Yi Qiandi's emperor body was truly extraordinary. That kind of serious injury, without the aid of any elixir treasures, had all recovered nearly 50% in such a short period of time. Upon seeing this group of people, Yi Qiandi's face turned ice cold. "What are you looking for me for?" "Agu, injuries recovered quite a bit. 1,000 battles, senior brother said. Really right, this kid, life and cockroach like but it's fine, in front of a few of us. Even if it's a cockroach, it's still going to die and be crippled." A dozen or so people looked at each other and each laughed loudly, completely disregarding everything in their eyes. This was the place where the new disciples practiced and stayed, and within the surrounding area, many of the new disciples who had heard about this scene were stealthily retreating a few steps after seeing this scene. On these dozen of people, they all felt a strong pressure of the town. It was an absolute gap in strength. These people, I'm afraid that they were all old disciples who had joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in the past. Moreover, every one of them had reached the 8th and 9th heavens of condensed seals. It wasn't something that they could fight against. "Yi Qian war, still not stopping?" Yi Qiandi said in a deep voice. Suichen didn't say anything, and when he heard Yi Qiandi's words, it was that he probably understood something in his heart. Previously, Yi Qianti had said that Yi Qianzhong did not want him to participate in the spirit ranking contest, thus injuring Yi Qianti, and now it seemed that it was Yi Qianzhong who was not at ease, and although he did not dare to kill anyone, he had sent out these people who wanted to completely cripple Yi Qianti, at least the kind that couldn't get out of bed for a few months. The battle for the 3 major lists, the green list, the spirit list, and the heavenly list, was less than 2 months away from opening, and at that time Yi Qianti naturally would not be able to participate in the battle. This Yi Qianzhong's heart is also quite ruthless. They are all brothers. Why do they have to be so desperate? Suichen could not help but ponder inwardly. Yi Qianti in his normal peak state might not be able to do it against the group of people in front of him, but it would still be easy to deal with 1 or 2 people, 2 or 3 people. Yi Qianti's own strength should be 1 heavens higher than Long Xinyue's, reaching the 9th heaven of seal condensation, and in terms of Yi Qianti's talent, it would not be a mistake to cross over the ranks and fight against some of the strongest people who had just stepped into the spirit summoning realm. But now, in an injured state, the ending was imaginable. Then come and fight. Yi Qiandi was very dry. Although he was injured, he was not the least bit weak or anything when facing a dozen people. With one step, invisibly, an invisible might erupted from Yi Qianti's body, and at the same time, it could be seen that at this moment when the ancient elemental force was operating at its peak, an ancient pattern appeared around Yi Qianti's own physical body, which was precisely the characteristics of the emperor body. Still so arrogant even after being injured, looking for death. In the front, a disciple looked at Yi Qiandi fiercely, a few moments of cruelty showing in his eyes. Today, what the dozen or so of them wanted to do was to waste Yi Qianti. However, at the same time that Yi Qiandi stepped forward, Suichen also smiled and took a step forward, vaguely still standing in front of Yi Qiandi. "If I were to watch you get beaten up, little master, I wouldn't have the face to meet people in the future." Suichen smiled faintly and glanced at Yi Qiandi. "This matter, you should not get involved and cause trouble." Yi Qianti frowned. Suichen waved his hand and interrupted Yi Qiandi's opening. "Trouble? Have I gotten into less trouble, little master?" After saying that, Suichen looked at the dozen or so people in front of him and said with disdainful sarcasm, "A group of dogs that give errands to people. All of them have joined the sect for quite a few days as old disciples, and they come in groups to bully people? Pfft! Since when does a waste of the 6th sky of condensed seal have the qualifications to speak in front of us?" The dozen or so people in front of them all laughed at once, and immediately, someone revealed a fierce look. "Get lost, kid. You're not qualified to speak here." "Yeah." After Suichen finished speaking, all over his body, a channel of ancient Yuan power rumbled and vibrated out from between his limbs and bones, and immediately afterward, a royal thunder finger rumbled and killed the person who opened his mouth. Seeing Suichen make his move, Yi Qiandi was likewise unwilling to lag behind. his emperor body vibrating as he exploded into the earth in front of him with only his body. This scene suddenly appeared, causing many of the newly joined disciples to be shocked. They hadn't seen it wrong. Had they? This Suichan and Yi Qiandi, were they two monsters? In front of so many old disciples, they were still so arrogant and overbearing, not putting these old disciples in their eyes at all in general, saying that they would strike directly? Yi Qiandi was nothing more than that. After all, he was the #1 new disciple, and his strength was strong and terrifying. The Suichan, he couldn't figure it out, but he was only at the realm of the 6th heavenly realm of condensed marks. Was he looking for death by going up? Under many gazes, the battle ahead had completely opened. The dozen or so people sent by Yi Qianzhong, each one of them was shocked and furious, and they were ruthless and merciless between their strikes. Their original target was Yi Qiandi, but now there is an extra Suichan. It doesn't matter, this kind of inconspicuous little person, waste one, no harm done, and the clan can't possibly take them to task. At most, they will just admonish them and bring in a little bit of small punishments. Daring to provoke them, the old disciples, so openly and honestly, if they didn't waste Suichan, how could they still see people in the future? Boom! Within moments of the battle opening, Suichen's punch blasted and agitated the chest of one person. A rib shattered and blood burst out as the man was directly blasted out by Suichan over 10 meters away, smashing helplessly to the ground. What? Countless people present were shocked, and their hearts were ruthlessly shaken by Suichan. The old disciple of the 8th sky of seal condensation was not even a match for Suichan? How is this possible? Could it be that this person's strength at the 8th sky of seal condensation was cultivated by eating? Within the entire battlefield, a strange scene appeared. More than a dozen people surrounded Suichan and Yi Qiandi, but for a time, they were unable to gain the upper hand. Yi Qiandi was in bad shape, and it was just a matter of fighting with injuries, but that Suichan was simply as powerful as a tiger, only based on the battlefield, and struck out fiercely and hegemonically. Where did he look like a new disciple? If they had seen the scene where Suichan struck out in the combat pavilion, I'm afraid they wouldn't think so. In the combat pavilion, Suichan, who had yet to break through to the 6th sky of condensed seal, was able to defeat characters of the 8th sky of condensed seal at will, and even that Nangong dust of the 9th sky of condensed seal spelled out a serious injury. Against these people in front of him, if they were to fight one-on-one, today's Suichan could not be weak to anyone at all. Suichan, who had stepped into the 6th sky of condensed seal, if it was about true strength, I'm afraid that it was already no weaker than the strongest person in the 1st or 2nd level of the spirit summoning realm. Although the dozen or so people in front of him were a great force, Suichan might not really lose completely, not to mention there was also a Yi Qiandi. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and all sorts of ancient Yuan power vibrated in this field, stirring the hearts of the people. Every time he heavily injured a person, Suichan would likewise receive a not-so-light attack, yet it was as if his entire person didn't know fatigue, and he didn't put his own injuries in his mind at all. As for Yi Qiandi, after all, he was a super genius who carried a supreme physique. Even if his cultivation time was not as long as these old disciples, his realm was not behind. Even if he entered the battle in an injured state, he could deal with 1 or 2 people. Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was a quarter of an hour later. Until this moment, it was only at this moment that many people among the surroundings were shocked to see that half of the dozen or so old disciples sent by Yi Qianwar had already collapsed, while Suichan and Yi Qiandi were actually still standing in the center to strike. Monster! That's the only 2 words inside everyone. There is no way to describe it again. 2 new disciples, single-handedly a group of old disciples, even knocked down half of the people. This kind of performance, only monsters can hit the ground out. Ordinary people don't even think about it. In the center of the battlefield, Suichan took a deep breath and looked at Yi Qiandi, who could barely hold on any longer. His gaze then filled with a touch of deep shock and anger as he made a decision within his heart. Get out of here, all of you! Suddenly, Suichan snapped, and that second stance that he had obtained from within the mysterious jade was struck out with a loud bang at this moment. A ferocious aura erupted. Suichan was like transforming into a savage, desolate beast, charging within the entire battlefield. His movements were very strange and simple, but the terrifying thing was that every time Suichan struck, he was able to directly blast an opponent away and heavily maim them. Under these strikes, in a moment, 7 people in a row were all crippled on the ground by Suichan, never able to get up again. Gasping for air, Suichan came before Yi Qiandi, reaching out to support Yi Qiandi's body, and the 2 of them stood side by side, gazing at each other for an instant, grinning at the same time. At this moment, countless people around went crazy. Chapter 042 Shadowblade. The 2 new disciples in the district were just 2 new disciples, and against a dozen or so older generation disciples of the 8th and 9th heavens of seal condensation, they actually won the battle. Although Suichan and Yi Qiandi were both in an extremely sorry state at the moment, they had won after all. This was considered a feat, at least in the history of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Something similar had rarely occurred. On the ground around them, the previous arrogance of a dozen old disciples completely disappeared. Shriveling up at this moment, all of them were apprehensive with deep remorse. What they could ascertain was that although Zuo-chan and Yi Qiandi had won, the injuries they each suffered were no worse than any of them. But these two were still standing here alive. They really didn't know how such perverts were holding on. Watching Zuo-chan and his duo enter the house with each other's help, these many old disciples lay down for a big meeting before they barely managed to get up and hurriedly went far away. Within the room, the two of them, Zuo-chan and Yi Qiandi, sat cross-legged and quickly entered a state of cultivation, running the ancient Yuan power heart technique, adjusting and restoring the power that belonged to them. An invisible aura spread out from Zuo-chan's body, and under the operation of the Thunder Origin scripture, the ancient Yuan power in his body was recovering at an astonishing speed. Moreover, Zuo-chan sensed that at the same time as he was recovering from his own cultivation, the mysterious jade in his body was also releasing a force that made his qi and blood operate faster, and recovering was also relatively much easier. During the few days when Zuo-chan and Yi Qiandi were cultivating and recuperating at ease, there was another major event that happened. About Lu Yuan. What kind of person is Lu Yuan? One of the strongest few among the thousands of new disciples, carrying the Greenwood battle body, rising in the future, becoming a true disciple was proper, and there was even a chance to become one of the future pillars of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. However, one of the disciples who lived with Lu Yuan nowadays said something about Lu Yuan having not returned for many days. This matter directly attracted the attention of the sect. If it is an ordinary disciple, the death of the road, by and large, not many people will care about. This world is originally cruel in terms of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Every year always have to die a few disciples, are in a variety of training or be murdered by others. However, this matter happened to the sect's talented disciples. It could not help but cause some people to pay attention. In an instant, many people appeared in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's law enforcement hall and directly began their investigation. It had to be said that the energy contained in the sect's law enforcement hall was very powerful. After so many days of Lu Yuan's death, it was even able to find some clues, and in the end, the law enforcement hall stated a result. Lu Yuan was dead. Yuan is dead. For a time, it caused monstrous waves in the hearts of countless people. This batch of new disciples had been initiated until now, and for the first time, rumors began to spread about a person's death, and moreover, the person who died was actually a young genius who carried a special physique such as Lu Yuan. Many people speculated what kind of person had Lu Yuan provoked. With Lu Yuan's strength, he was definitely at the forefront amongst the new disciples. I'm afraid that apart from Yi Qiandi, Long Xinyue, and a few others, no one else even possessed the strength to decapitate Lu Yuan. If it was not these people, then Lu Yuan must have provoked some old disciples with great strength. And immediately after, the Law Enforcement Great Hall directly sent out a notice. This matter will definitely be investigated. A disciple like Lu Yuan cannot die for no reason. If the murderer is caught, he will be killed directly. Regarding this, countless disciples just shrunk their necks, feeling a cold chill on their backs, but were not surprised. In any sect, the protection for people with supreme talent was extremely tight, absolutely not allowing any crisis that would jeopardize the lives of the disciples under their doors before they grew up. The emergence of this storm for Zuo-chan but did not cause any great fluctuations. For him, Lu Yuan is only an insignificant passerby, dared to plot against his own life, then kill is kill. Even if it comes again, there will not be any hesitation. The clan was able to investigate the traces was what Zuo-chan did not expect. However, even if the final real investigation to Zuo-chan here, there is no need to worry in the slightest. What was a Lu Yuan? A dead person, even if he was once the most gifted existence in the Dark Knight continent. Now he was nothing more than a pile of dead bones. After the sect saw in Zuo-chan a more powerful background and talent than that Lu Yuan, all problems would be solved. Even if the Law Enforcement Great Hall dared to move itself, I'm afraid that there were still some people who were unwilling to do so. There was already only more than a month before the upcoming opening of the 3 ranking conferences of the Green Ranking, Spirit Ranking, and Gold Ranking, and taking advantage of these days, Zuo-chan also began to cultivate hard. He had a strong desire to rise up once in the 3 rankings conference, so as to achieve a complete metamorphosis out and become an official disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Once you become an official disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, only then can you have more cultivation resources, only then can the clan pay attention to you and support you. Moreover, right now, your own situation can't be helped by the fact that Zuo-chan doesn't care about the matter of identity. The identity of being a Long Xinyue follower is a good thing for Zuo-chan instead, and it can help him to cover up a lot of things and not to be noticed by others. However, gradually Zuo-chan realized that there were some troubles that you simply couldn't avoid. Similar to the fact that he had provoked White Crane, along with Yi Qianzhong, who was now provoked because he helped Yi Qiandi in a battle. Sooner or later, all these people would explode and deal with him. Without a formal disciple status, if you just rely on this follower status, there would definitely be problems. If that White Crane's uncle, the hallowed sect elder, appeared, his own reasoning will not help. The other party directly a sentence. You are only a follower, provoking the majesty of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace official disciple. His crime should be put to death. How can Zhuo Chun retort? Only the status of a formal disciple, as well as demonstrating extraordinary potential, would qualify one to have more say. Appearing in the cultivation field every day, as time passed day by day, Zhuo Chen's comprehension of that second stance obtained from the mysterious jade had been thoroughly completed, and with that, in the jade space, unsurprisingly, the next third stance did appear. As he watched the humanoid silhouette appear in the jade and finish rehearsing the third stance, Zhuo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had a feeling that this third style appeared, associating it with the two styles that he had already successfully cultivated before, combining them with each other, and it could no longer be defined as a mere stance. Rather, a complete and flawless means of the ancient Yuan technique appeared in front of his eyes. Closing his eyes, Zhuo Chun invisibly seemed to see an extremely extraordinary mysterious ancient Yuan technique appearing in front of his eyes, which was a supreme extraordinary combat tactic, and once it was utilized, the power was unbelievable. A silhouette seemed to stand under the great underground of the ancient world, between his hands surrounded by 9 near-void blades. The blades chopped into the 9 heavens, and in an instant, 10,000 blades erupted, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 3, and so on and so forth, ultimately transforming into hundreds of millions of terrifying blades, blasting the heavenly Yuan a little bit. With a click, a terrifying spatial black hole appeared on the spot in that heavenly dome, pierced through by that astonishing strand of sharpness. What kind of ancient Yuan technique is this? Could it be that it is the way of attack formed after these 3 great moves are combined together? A huge storm rolled up inside Zhuo Chun. An unprecedented feeling of elation surged forth. One's original choice to cultivate the moves that appeared in the mysterious jade was indeed a most correct decision. Unexpectedly, as a result, he had obtained an extremely terrifying means of attack. At the same time, a strand of invisible thoughts entered Zhuo Chen's body, and Zhuo Chun muttered and whispered, reading out 4 words, Shadow Blade. After thoroughly comprehending and transforming the ideas in his mind, Zhuo Chun came to realize that he was right. The 2 major stances that he had cultivated, along with this third major stance that had appeared most recently, were indeed each components of an ancient Yuan technique like the Shadow Blade. If one was able to meld the third move as well, he or she would be able to strike the Shadow Blade in its entirety, using his or her own ancient elemental power to condense 9 vaporous blades while fighting. And although the grade of this ancient Yuan technique was not known for the time being, with that which was seen in the image, Zhuo Chun could at least surmise that this was a powerful means that was definitely comparable to an Earth-grade ancient Yuan technique. And a better Earth-grade ancient Yuan technique could not be exchanged in the sect without close to 100,000 contribution points. Hurry up and practice Shadow Blade. Zhuo Chen's inner mind was only filled with this one thought. In a battle between Yuan martial artists, there are many factors for victory or defeat, in addition to their own realm, combat awareness, etc. The ancient Yuan art means possessed by both sides is also one of the very important points. If one can successfully cultivate the Blade of Shadows before the opening of the 3-list conference, then one's self will certainly be more certain at that time. The third stance of the Shadow Blade began to be cultivated straight away. Silent in the cultivation field for most of the day, Zhuo Chun did the somewhat strange movement postures of the third stance of the Shadow Blade under the uncomprehending gazes of many people. Half a month later, within the cultivation field, Zhuo Chun no longer rehearsed as usual, but rather, his eyebrows coalesced in one place, ancient Yuan power running through his body circumference, and he suddenly blasted out a strike. It was still the same simple yet somewhat strange posture, and still the same strength, but when Zhuo Chun blasted out this strike subsequently, a large chunk of hard green stone standing in front of him rumbled on the spot, and a deafening vibration appeared. As this shocking sound wave spread, a moment later, a clicking crack appeared. On the surface of the lapis lazuli, there appeared dense and countless cracks, countless lines cracked open, and the one-person high stone block then clicked and broke into countless pieces, scattering all over the place. These lapis lazuli originally existed to give some disciples to practice ancient Yuan techniques and such. Even if they were broken, someone would quickly replace them with new ones, and Zhuo Chun would naturally not have any trouble when he broke them. However, the appearance of this scene really caused a lot of gazes around, including Zhuo Chun himself, to appear deeply shocked. I'm not mistaken, am I? A stone block that big, with the hardness of the lapis lazuli, you and I, with the strength of the 8th sky of condensed seal, can't even break it. There were two disciples whispering not far away, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 043 Xiahou Wu. Thinking back to Zhuo Chen's cultivation these days, almost sometimes he was treated like an idiot. That simple but strange movement was mocked by many disciples from time to time. Some even said that this Zhuo Chen, as a follower, couldn't get the clan benefits and didn't even have a decent ancient yuan technique. Who knows? It's only been 10 days or so, and everyone has been hit hard in the face. That instantaneous power outburst, almost reaching the limit, was simply too terrifying. Many people within the cultivation field could understand that even a strong person whose strength had reached the first heaven of the spirit summoning realm might not be able to shatter such a large piece of hard green stone in front of them with a single blow. The third style, thoroughly integrated and cultivated, was complete. While this third stance was successfully cultivated, it was linked to the two major stances that had been cultivated in the past, and combined with each other, a brand new kind of enlightenment appeared in Zhuo Chen's heart. It turned out that the cultivation of these three major moves were all laying the foundation for the Shadow Blade, and now that he had fully cultivated the three moves, then an ancient yuan technique like the Shadow Blade would also be able to be directly struck. Gathering his own essence, Zhuo Chen stood in the center of the cultivation field, invisibly mobilizing his own ancient yuan power, which began to coalesce between his hands. At some point, a brand new, void blade condensed with ancient yuan power appeared between Zhuo Chen's hands. One shank, two shanks, three shanks. Between the succession, three blades were condensed, and they seemed to have reached their limit. Between the three blades, there were sharp edges that gulped and flickered, emitting a cold, ghostly light and murderous aura. Suddenly, Zhuo Chen struck through the sky, rushing above the clouds, and the three great fronts broke into the air on the spot, as if they had transformed into three great invisible dragons, vibrating through the sky. Kill! Zhuo Chen spat out a killing sound, invisibly spitting out a word. And then when Zhuo Chen saw the terrifying might that was struck by his own strike, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, with a cold chill running down his back, and hastily collected all the aura that belonged to him. What kind of ancient yuan technique was this that could invisibly induce a strand of killing desire within oneself at the moment of release? Affecting one's own beliefs? This was too terrifying. It wasn't as if similar things hadn't happened in the history of yuan martial artists. There was once someone who immersed himself in 7 kinds of ancient yuan techniques day and night in order to cultivate one, and in the end, the ancient yuan technique was successful, but that yuan martial artist also turned into a madman who only knew how to kill, and that was precisely the aftermath of being affected and eroded by the ancient yuan technique. Shadow blades? My current strength isn't even enough to fully harness it to be able to strike 9 blades, and I can only defend myself against the enemy with 3 blades, but I can't easily utilize it, lest there be any unforeseen consequences. Zhuo Chen secretly thought. The Shadow Blade was successfully cultivated, and Zhuo Chen understood that he had become a lot more powerful, and with the power of the Shadow Blade, once he struck it with all his might, even an ordinary Yuanwu practitioner of the 9th heavenly sky of condensed seal would have to be killed by a single blow from himself. Moreover, even some spirit evocation realm 1st or 2nd sky disciples would not dare to easily touch under the blast of the Shadow Blade. And with that, shortly after the successful cultivation of the Shadow Blade, Zhuo Chen's own realm of strength also crossed over into the 7th sky of seal condensation. 7th heaven of condensed marks. When looking at the many disciples of the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it did not in fact account for much. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace gathered countless geniuses, but in terms of this batch of new disciples, most of them had already reached the 6th and 7th heavens of seal condensation, including top-tier heavenly pride similar to Yi Qianti and Long Xinyue, who had already broken through the limit of the 9th heaven of seal condensation and stepped into the realm of spirit summoning in the course of their cultivation over the course of these days. Of course, in terms of his own battle power, Zhuo Chen, who was at the 7th level of the seal condensation sky, was not weak against anyone. From the opening of the 3 lists of the General Assembly, less than 5 days' time, the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is gradually lively. Those who originally went out to practice or weekdays, some of the masters of the disciples of the hidden cultivation, one by one began to appear, walking in the earth in all directions, causing countless disciples of the attention and look up to. Zhuo Chen, whose strength had reached the 7th sky of seal condensation, also understood that in these less than 5 days, it would be almost impossible to have any breakthrough enhancement in his strength. So usually, apart from normal cultivation, it was also relatively easy. The current strength to compete for the green ranking was completely sufficient. The green list is nothing more than a list of ordinary disciples. Looking at the many ordinary disciples, in fact, most of them are just new disciples. The coming years old disciples have refined their strength, have become inner disciples to compete for that spirit list. The most powerful of the ordinary disciples were only at the 7th sky of condensed seal, And even if there were a few who had reached the 8th sky of condensed seal, it wouldn't help, and they would all be routed in the face of Zhuo. Little Dance's previous meaning was obvious, hoping that Zhuo would be able to compete for the green ranking. But in truth, how could a mere green ranking stop Zhuo? As far as he was concerned, although he was temporarily unable to reach the strongest gold ranking, he was equally determined to win the spirit ranking. While pondering, Zhuo walked in the middle of the sect. Suddenly, he was feeling that something was wrong. The original noisy sounds around him disappeared and was replaced by a peacefulness. Zhuo came back to his senses and stopped in his footsteps in vain, with an embarrassed look on his face. But he was thinking about things into the mind. A time did not notice everything around, almost hit on the body of others, and the person who was almost hit by himself was actually this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace left and right, one of the two guardians of the right protector of Xiaohu. For a while, many people around were looking strange, waiting to see how this Zhuo was disciplined. Zhuo, this kind of behavior can seem a bit reckless, to Xiaohu protector of the majesty. Usually many disciples see, who is not trembling with fear and trembling. This left dust even buried his head and almost bumped into the right protector. Are you? Zhuo. Right protector Xiaohu's gaze sized up Zhuo and solidified for a moment before he said, "Exactly, disciple." Zhuo nodded his head. Zhuo, however, did not expect that as protector Xiaohu opened his mouth. Many of the surrounding disciples all looked over with unbelievable gazes. What's going on? The hall of Xiaohu protector in the sect is high. The status is only in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's palace master and the two deputy palace masters below. But in terms of strength, it is said that Xiaohu protector in the sect is only second to the existence of the palace master. The strength is even stronger than the two deputy sect masters. Such a character was able to notice such a follower as Zhuo, who wasn't even a formal disciple. Could it be that everyone is hearing things wrong? Afterward, Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and spoke once more. 7th Heavenly Hallmark Condensation. You actually stepped into the 7th Heavenly Hallmark Condensation? Good, very good. Xiaohu said seriously. The 3 lists conference you'll be attending, right? Yes. Disciple intends to participate. I just don't know if I can enroll as a follower? Zhuo had a bright idea and hurriedly was inquiring. Normally speaking, in terms of long Xian's honorable status as a true disciple, even if he was a follower, his status was equal to that of some ordinary disciples, and it was naturally fine to sign up for the 3 rankings conference. However, all worlds are subject to change in case someone comes forward at that time, blocking from it, discussing the matter or something, not allowing himself to participate in the battle. Now it seems that this Xiaohu protector even seems to have paid attention to himself. There are still a few good feelings about himself or something. Might as well explore the accent on this. If you can get Xiaohu's support, then everything is naturally worry-free. Why can't you sign up for the battle? Xiaohu laughed out loud. My Yuanwu Heavenly Palace has always welcomed all kinds of talents and jungles to come, so if you can participate in the battle, you are naturally welcome. Moreover, if you are willing to become an official disciple of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace at that time, as long as you have a good ranking in the 3 rankings conference, I can even make the decision to directly agree. A touch of joy appeared between Zhuo's brows, and he spoke on the spot. Good. Zhuo is not a little cutie. It is not difficult to see that the right protector is still very satisfied with himself, with Xiaohu's status position as the right protector in the sect. Unless the 3 major palace masters step in to oppose it, then no one will be able to object to the decision that he has made. Even if at that time, there were some people who wanted to make trouble out of it, it would be impossible. Well, cultivate well. Xiaohu nodded and gave Zhuo a satisfied look, then walked away. It wasn't until half a second after Xiaohu left that some of the disciples passing by this place dared to speak loudly, and everyone looked at Zhuo's figure and began to discuss it. What they were amazed at was Protector Xiaohu's gesture. To know that with Protector Xiaohu's severity, usually as long as they saw a disciple doing something slightly wrong or something, almost all of them were a meal of what no rules and regulations and so on, who knew that Zhuo was so tolerant. Could it be that there was really something uncomplicated about this Zhuo that attracted the right guardian's gaze? I don't know how many envious and jealous gazes then rushed towards Zhuo to condense the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Although Xiaohu's severity is well known, many disciples are afraid of one thing. Whether they admire or not is another thing. To know, Xiaohu Protector is said to be this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace strength is only second to the Palace Master's powerful existence. If you can get lucky to get some guidance from Xiaohu Protector, that is a great benefit. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Zhuo rushed towards the place where Little Dance lived. Little Ant, Little Dance. Walking into the attic and looking at the duo inside, a touch of heartfelt smile and warmth surfaced on Zhuo's face. "You're here, have a seat." The young nun gazed at Zhuo-Chen, and a curve appeared on her originally calm and indifferent face. "Little aunt, the bone poison in your body, has it gotten better in the past 2 days? It didn't flare up, did it?" Zhuo-Chen said with concern. "No. Within this Yuanwu heavenly palace, space-time energy is abundant, and it has a very good effect on suppressing bone poison." The woman in the wheelchair spoke, signaling Zhuo-Chen to feel at ease. Zhuo-Chen was then quite relieved. If there is anything that holds Zhuo-Chen back in his heart nowadays, it is only the bone poison in his little aunt's body, which is always a hurdle, and one day he will have to help his little aunt drive out all of this bone poison. However, Zhuo-Chen, who suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit frozen, then looked at Xiao Dance on the side and couldn't help but wonder, "Xiao Dance? Why don't you say anything? Is it because who has provoked my little dance? Say it out, so that little master I can go and give a hard lesson to take out my anger." The usual little dance, when she heard such words from Zhuo-Chen, naturally, she was already laughing with joy, but today's face indeed was a bit off, and when she looked closely, she was vaguely carrying a touch of worry. Chapter 044 Little Dance Leaves. As a matter of fact, not only did Xiao Dai look a bit off, even Xiao Gu seemed to be a bit different from her usual self. "Brother Dust, can you go out for a walk with Little Dance?" Little Dance suddenly said. Good." Zhuo-Chen nodded, and then left the pavilion with the Little Dance duo. Pulling Zhuo-Chen's hand, Little Dance held on tightly, as if she was afraid that she would never see him again after letting go. Looking at Little Dance beside him, Zhuo-Chen also collected his expression and became serious in his impression. Little Dance seemed to have rarely shown this kind of emotion before. "I only remember the last time, which was more than 2 years ago. It was when Little Dance was valued by a great person within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Thus she was going to come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and the reluctance and apprehension only appeared when she was about to leave. Could it be?" Zhuo-Chen's heart shook. Walking on the path of the sect, all the way there, both of them did not speak, and the atmosphere seemed to be silent for a while. At some point, coming to a place with fewer people, Little Dance spoke quietly. "Brother Dust, I'm probably going to leave." "What? You're leaving?" Zhuo-Chen hurriedly looked at Xiao Dance, revealing a puzzled expression. "Yes, I was originally afraid of disturbing your cultivation and affecting your participation in the 3 rankings conference. But it seems that it's too late now. Father has had people come looking for me twice, telling me to return to the clan immediately." Little Dance said, "I want to know what Brother Dust means." When Zhuo-Chen heard this, his face changed slightly. "Nailin clan?" "Yes, that person arrived and said that I was the young princess of the Nailin clan." "I'm sorry, Brother Dust. I also knew my identity not long ago. I didn't deliberately hide it." As Little Dance spoke, her eyes unknowingly became moist. Zhuo-Chen looked into the distance and remained silent for half a second. Return to the family? Little Dance grew up with himself. The two of them are more than familiar with each other. For the family that Little Dance belongs to, Zhuo-Chen also vaguely heard about it. The Naren. As far as Zhuo-Chen knew, the Nailin clan did not belong to any imperial dynasty and was independent of it, and such races were often top-tier great clans in a domain with unimaginable depths. It was hard to believe that Little Dance, who had been abandoned as a child and had been met by himself and his little aunt, was actually a member of the Nailin clan, the pinnacle great clan of a domain, and had originally thought that it was just a matter of having the same surname. It was only after knowing the true picture that a touch of anger welled up in Zhuo-Chen's heart. Had the Nailin clan ever thought about how Little Dance had come through all these years? If it wasn't for the fact that they happened to meet themselves and Little Dance back then, the Little Dance of today didn't know how much suffering she would have endured. The little girl who was but a few years old back then was abandoned, and after many years had passed, she suddenly came out again to reveal Xiao Dai's identity and order her to return to the clan? This is too unfair, isn't it? Who is Little Dance to listen to everything from the family? This Nailin clan, worthy of Little Dance's return. However, once he thought that it was Little Dance's father who had personally ordered the return, and that this matter still needed to rely on Little Dance herself to make a decision, Zhuo-Chen was not in a good position to make any decisions on Little Dance's behalf. "Little Dance, I naturally do not wish for you to leave. However, even though the Nailin clan didn't give you everything and abandoned you back then, after all, it was your father's own words that allowed you to return, and in this matter it's still up to you." Zhuo-Chen looked at Xiao Dance seriously, a touch of pity appearing in his eyes. "Don't worry. Even if you go back, Brother Dust will still go find you." After saying these words, the worry on Xiao Dance's face only subsided by a few points, spreading a smile. "I understand, back then, although I was young and unintelligent, I could vaguely remember the reluctance on my mother's face. I'm afraid that abandoning me back then was also due to the family's reasons rather than my parents' wishes. After so many years, it's time for me to go back to see my father and mother. Well, when you go, cultivate well, and when Brother Dust becomes an official disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and becomes stronger, he will definitely come to the Nalan clan to find you. Zuo-chun said with a smile, reaching out to stroke Xiao Dance's head of hair. Although it was easy to say, Zuo-chun came from among the Zuo clan's imperial clan back then, and had witnessed the complexities among such a large clan. The Nalan clan had abandoned Xiao Dance for all these years without paying any attention to her, and now they suddenly summoned Xiao Dance back. Although it might not be a bad thing, I'm afraid that it's not that simple either. Of course, this is something that Zuo-chuan didn't say to Xiao Dance. Brother Dust, after little Dance leaves, you have to take good care of little Auntie O. Also, don't desert your cultivation. The next 3 ranking conference is very important. Make sure you get a good ranking. The two of them walked slowly. Little Dance said a lot of things almost as if she was murmuring. However, a touch appeared within Zuo-chen's heart. This girl was never selfless in front of herself, and everything was considered for the sake of Zuo-chan. Those who could treat themselves so well, other than their parents, were Little Dance and Little Ant. Although it was said that the two had discussed everything, and Zuo-chun had also promised to go to Little Dance in the future, the sentimentality of parting was ultimately filling the two of them. The two embraced each other, extremely enjoying the short but happy time they had together now. 3 days later, Dance left. On this day, the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace shook. A group of Nalan clan powerhouses riding on cloud-piercing beasts and riding an extremely magnificent and spectacular heaven and earth chariot came and descended in front of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's mountain gate. The crowd appeared, wearing battle armor forged from special materials, and everyone was emitting a frighteningly powerful aura. With Zuo-chen sensing the strength of the worst of these people were all strong people who had surpassed the spirit evocation realm and stepped into the 3rd major realm of cultivation, the Ranggu realm. At the same time these people appeared, even the many elder-level executives of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace were shaken by it and came out to greet them. One must know that the Nalan clan was a great clan in this domain, perhaps not as great as the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, but still extremely significant when looking at the entire Cangdong domain. As for Little Dance, she was sent off by Zuo-chan under the arches of the crowd, boarding step by step into that one heaven and earth chariot. Countless disciples saw this scene, and many of them couldn't help but be emotional. They all knew that Zuo-chan was only a small person who came from a small place, and his status was even just a follower of Long Xianyu. Unexpectedly, with such an origin, he was able to climb up to the noble status of the Nalan clan princess, which was something that how many people who had struggled for their entire lives might not even dare to imagine. Jealousy, envy, countless emotions were perceived by Zuo-dust, only to be exchanged for Zuo-dust's cold smile. How could these people know that a mere Nalan clan would be placed in their eyes? Coming from amongst the Zuo clan's imperial clan, coming from the endless battlefield, Zuo-chen's vision, if it was so narrow, would not be qualified to become a truly strong person, let alone return to the endless battlefield in the future to search for Zuo-chencho to get back everything from back then. Brother Dust, be sure to come find me. Little Dance's voice before she finally left always lingered by Zuo-chen's ears. Not long after, as Little Dance stepped into the chariot, the 9-wind cloud-running thunder beasts hissed and stepped into the earth, pulling the heaven and earth chariot, leaving the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and going all the way away. Subsequently, those strong men belonging to the Nalan clan also straddled the back of the cloud-piercing beast, arching the chariot in front of them to leave this place. Zuo-chan pushed his little ant's wheelchair and stood in front of the mountain gate, his gaze fixed on the departure of the group of figures in front of him, silent. There is nothing more sentimental in time than the parting of family and friends. Because of the sudden departure of Little Dance, Zuo-chen's mood, at this moment, suddenly became extremely bad. At some point, looking at Xiao Dance's complete departure, Zuo-chen finally pushed the wheelchair-bound little ant and turned to walk into the mountain gate. However, just as suddenly, Zuo-chen abruptly stopped walking and immediately turned his body, his eyes condensing on a figure that came running at a furious speed from that original place, his brows slightly furrowed. Hiss! The cloud-piercing beast stopped its steps sharply, raising a puff of smoke in the earth, and immediately, a young man jumped down from behind the cloud-piercing beast, about 20 years old or so, wearing a purple and gold-cast battle armor. The man's body flickered with a strong and compelling aura, crushing along Zuo-chan at this moment as if he was spreading the sky. Zuo-chan stomped back and evaded 3 steps. His face became ugly and vain. However, the so-called aura on the body of a Yuan martial artist was in fact a manifestation of a kind of numinous power that was possessed with the increase in strength. and by inducing a powerful numinous power from within the jade space, Zuo-chun quickly withstood the aura and stabilized his stance. "Who are you?" Zuo-chun asked coldly. "Nalan Shueching." The visitor spoke, while looking at Zuo-chun disdainfully. "I'm here to tell you that Shui Dance is going to cultivate in the clan and wait for Phoenix Xiao Tian to return from the Emperor Pavilion 3 years later to marry Phoenix Xiao Tian. In the future, collect everything you have and stop putting your mind on my sister. The Nalan clan is not an existence that you can touch, and my sister, even more so, is not something that someone with a lowly status like you can get your hands on. Understand?" Nalan Shueching looked at Zuo-chun condescendingly. Looking at this person with this kind of expression, Zuo-chun suddenly laughed. In that smile, there were a few moments of wantonness and uninhibitedness. The smile became more and more prevalent. At the end of the day, Zuo-chun finally opened his mouth. Good one. Can't be tainted. Your Nalan clan, you have abandoned Xiao Dance for almost 10 years, suddenly recalled. I thought that it was a good thing, but I didn't expect to make her forcefully marry again for the sake of everything of the clan. After saying that, Zuo-chun paused. His tone became dull and boring. Then I'll tell you, as long as I, Zuo-chun, exist for a day, this matter, it's impossible to succeed. I'll also tell you that Little Dance's lifetime can only be taken care of by me, Zuo-chun. Everyone else roll aside. Ha ha ha. Funny, really funny. A mere follower of another person, not even an official disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, dares to speak such big words? With just you, take care of her? Do you know what kind of person she is going to marry? Do you know what the 3 words Phoenix Xiao Tian represent? That's something you can't even look up to in your life. But you're only a mere 7th heavenly condensation marking waste. And you have the nerve to say these words. Nalan Shueching laughed openly, as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Obviously, the other party had also secretly investigated everything about Zuo-chun. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know Zuo-chun's strength realm so accurately. Kid, look at reality clearly. You are not qualified to speak with me, with my Nalan clan. After Nalan Blood Clearing finished speaking, he only stepped behind the cloud-piercing beast and quickly left. Chapter 045, the one that Emperor Yi Qian descorns. Looking at the back of this person leaving, Zuo-chun did not say anything, but inwardly rolled up monstrous waves. Did not think that Little Dance was recalled by the family. After all, there is a hidden message. The Nalan clan wants to marry Little Dance to someone else. This matter, Little Dance himself is afraid that up to now he is still in the dark, or else he would not be able to go back so easily. Without lingering, pushing the little ant in the wheelchair, quickly entered the mountain gate. Pushing his little ant back, Zuo-chun walked back to his place alone. And along the way, his mind was always filled with the 3 words Phoenix Xiao Tian. The Nalan clan, are they going to marry Little Dance to this man? As a matter of fact, some marriages amongst these great clans were commonplace things, for the sake of the development and prospects of the clan. Thus it was normal to marry off the disciples below to other clans so as to allow one's own clan to obtain something and so on. But Zuo-chun couldn't and definitely wouldn't let Little Dance also become a victim of this kind of family marriage. 3 years later, no matter what, Zuo-chun will make a trip to the Nalan clan to bring Little Dance back. As for that so-called Huang Xiaotian, he has been completely knocked into the cold palace by Zuo-chun's heart. Thinking of Nalan Shueching's words, Zuo-chun was disdainful in his heart. That Phoenix Xiaotian, is it very strong? Back then, Zuo-chun, what kind of geniuses have not seen those who carry what extraordinary terrifying talent, but one by one will eventually have to prostrate at Zuo-chun's feet. Based on what? Based on their so-called talent, in front of Zuo-dust is not worth mentioning. After the reawakening of Zuo-chun, the talent that he carries is even more stunning and terrifying than the 9 ancient elemental seals of that year. But the 10 ancient elemental seals are all awakened. Looking at the entire Tsangdom domain, even looking at the 8 domains of this Dark Knight continent, are all unrivaled in terms of talent base. Huang Xiaotian, what kind of back? Yi Qiandi's gaze was a bit strange when he saw Zuo-chun who walked through the door. Humph! Zuo-chun spoke in a dull tone and nodded, then stood alone in front of the window without saying a word. Yi Qiani smiled, roughly able to understand Zuo-chun's mood at this moment, and then said, I thought the rumors were false, but I didn't expect that you would actually be able to get involved with Nalan Shume. We grew up together since childhood. Zuo-chun opened his mouth, then remembering something in general, he suddenly asked Yi Qiandi, Do you know this person, Phoenix Xiaotian? Comparatively speaking, Yi Qiandi came from the Yi clan, and was naturally more familiar with everything in this Tsangdom domain than himself, and to be able to learn everything about Hua Xiaotian from the other party's mouth. At least there was an understanding in advance, wasn't there? Zuo-chun knew that when he went to the Nalan clan 3 years later, he would definitely cross paths with this Phoenix Xiaotian. Phoenix Xiaotian? Yi Qianti's face visibly changed slightly after hearing these 3 words. How do you know about him? Just now, Little Dance's older brother approached me and said that 3 years later, the Nalan clan will betroth Little Dance to Phoenix Xiao Tian. Zuo-chun said calmly. Yi Qiandi took a deep breath. Then he recalled some things and quickly said, Phoenix Xiao Tian is the contemporary young master of the Phoenix Aya clan. To be exact, it should be Phoenix Aya Xiao Tian. Nowadays, he should be cultivating in the Emperor Pavilion. This person's talent is extremely high. He himself awakened 7 ancient elemental seals, and the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix Aya war beast flows in his body innately, and he is known as the first genius of the Zhangdong domain, and he became a disciple of the Emperor Pavilion when he was 12 years old, and it is rumored that nowadays, he even gained some kind of monumental inheritance within the Emperor Pavilion. Oh! Zuo-chun glanced at Yi Qiandi. Yi Qiandi himself is a genius who almost dominates a region in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in terms of talent. He is at the pinnacle of the characters. Moreover, Zuo-chun, who is familiar with Yi Qiandi, knows the latter's inner pride, and I am afraid that the person who is able to cause Yi Qiandi to have such a serious look is really not a simple character. It seems that Phoenix Xiao Tian, as Nalan Xueqing said, is really extraordinary. The Phoenix Aya clan's young lord, with the bloodline of the Phoenix Aya war beast flowing in his body, carrying 7 ancient elemental seals, and now he has obtained the immortal inheritance? Zuo-chun muttered, keeping these things firmly in his mind, but afterward he laughed. What are you laughing at? Yi Qianti was puzzled. Nothing, it's just that I feel that this Phoenix Xiao Tian is still a bit interesting, and is barely qualified to be Little Master's opponent. Zuo-chun grinned. Yi Qianti couldn't help but widen his eyes. You can't be, because of Nalan Shui dance, that you really want to fight against Phoenix Xiao Tian 3 years from now, right? Without waiting for Zuo-chun to reply, Yi Qianti directly discouraged. Dispel that thought, you are unaware of Phoenix Xiao Tian's dreadfulness. The terror of the ancient Phoenix Aya war beast's bloodline is really not something you can imagine. To be able to stand firm amongst the Emperor Pavilion and become the Emperor Pavilion's externally proclaimed favored disciple, an ordinary person, it's impossible to achieve this. Yi Qiandi was not unaware of Zuo-chun's power, and having witnessed Zuo-chun's strikes, he naturally understood that Zuo-chun was not such a little bit of strength and substance as it appeared on the surface, but if it was said that Zuo-chun could be compared to Phoenix Xiao Tian, it was really a death sentence to not believe this point. Not to mention 3 years later, even if it was 30 years later, 300 years later, Zuo-chun still couldn't be compared to Phoenix Xiao Tian. After all, although those who cultivated to the peak might not all be characters with supreme talent underpinnings, but those with absolute talent, after all, were the favorites of the heavens and innately stood at the head of the world, and were destined to be the objects that others looked up to. Being an absolute genius in his own right, Yi Qiandi still understood this point extremely well. Moreover, Phoenix Xiao Tian, this person, selfishness is extremely heavy. Everything is by the heart, what he values, no one may oppose. Similarly, everything that belongs to him, no one can go to dabble, touch. Otherwise, they will bear the endless revenge and suppression of Phoenix Leste. Listen to my words, this matter will be suppressed. Don't think about looking for Phoenix Leste a battle. If in the future, Phoenix Leste find door to be unfavorable to you, Yi Qiandi will not look at no matter you and I join hands, he Phoenix Leste may not be able to win. Yi Qiandi said sincerely. Hearing Yi Qiandi's words, Zuo-chun inwardly sighed with emotion. This Zhangdong domain, relatively speaking, is still a little small, although the same 8 domains, but the endless battle domain is, after all, known as the strongest domain cohesion of the Dark Knight continent on the largest number of geniuses and top-tier powerhouses. Without having witnessed those outstanding prides of the endless battle domain, Yi Qianti would have said such a sentence. In Zuo-chun's opinion, Phoenix Xiao Tian was sufficiently extraordinary, not to mention the Phoenix Aya war beast bloodline in his body, or the 7 ancient elemental seals, which were enough to stand proudly against everything. However, that's about it. This kind of talent and background has not been truly placed in Zuo-chun's eyes. This is not condescension, but a kind of self-confidence. Phoenix Xiao Tian, it's best if you don't take the initiative to mess with Little Master Me, or else no matter what kind of existence he is, he'll regret messing with Little Master Me and his idea of wanting to marry Little Dance. Zuo-chun spoke blandly, his eyes showing disdain. Yi Qianti did not try to dissuade him anymore at this moment, probably also knowing a few points about Zuo-chun and knowing Zuo-chun's character. However, looking at Zuo-chun's disdainful and bland expression like this, Yi Qianti was secretly shocked in his heart. He could tell that Zuo-chun's calmness like this was indeed not deliberately feigned, but was truly a disdain and blandness from the heart. Perhaps because of Little Dance's departure, Zuo-chun was not only not as disheveled as Little Dance had feared. This matter, instead, seemed to have turned into a force that made Zuo-chun cultivate even harder. Time passed, day after day, and it finally came to the day when the 3 rankings conference opened. Green ranking, spirit ranking, and gold ranking. The list that attracted generations of disciples from Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. This year was just like the previous years, similarly making many disciples go crazy. No matter if they were ordinary disciples, inner disciples, or even the many true disciples, all of them secretly drummed up their energy. Stepping into these three major lists was not only able to receive a huge reward from the sect, but was also a symbol of honor and strength. As for Zhuchan, achieving a good ranking among the three lists was an important matter that concerned whether he could become a true disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. After Little Dance left, Zhuchan's frantic cultivation was not without effect. His seventh sky of condensed marks realm became more solid, and he even began to touch the threshold of the eighth sky of condensed marks, and his cultivation of the shadow blade became more pure, and his control was even more sufficient. For this time's 3 rankings conference, Zhuchan was determined to win. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, within the vast central square, tens of thousands of disciples were gathered here. Each disciple went up to receive their own token, which is needed for the battle according to the rules of the General Assembly. Winning a game, there will be an additional mark in the scorecard, and the more marks, the end of the General Assembly, the token is handed over to the number of marks in which the final rankings will be determined. The first to open was the green ranking that ordinary disciples competed for. Numerous ordinary disciples were the first to go up to receive their tokens. All of them were full of anticipation and wariness. If they could achieve a good result, it would be a good step to heaven. In the previous years of the 3-list conference, there were some disciples with good results and extraordinary performance, and as a result, they gained the attention of some of the clan's high-ranking powerhouses, and it wasn't unheard of for them to be taken in as personal disciples by some of the elders, law enforcement officers, and so on. Watching many disciples receive their tokens, Zhuchan took a deep breath and similarly came to the front of the earth and went up to receive his own token. Stop! Just as Zhuchan had just arrived in front, a cold and unfeeling voice immediately appeared. Afterward, Zhuchan saw an enforcer in charge of order open his mouth and look at himself with a stern face. What's wrong? What rules did I break? Zhuchan frowned. You are not qualified to participate in the green ranking contest. Go back. The enforcer said indifferently. A flash of anger surged within. Zhuchan knew that the scene he had imagined might occur had finally appeared. Someone didn't want him to participate in the battle, scourging and blocking his path from it. Why can't I? I'm not convinced. Zhuchan glanced at this person, his heart bottoming out as he directly spoke out loud. To enter the battle yourself, something that even Protector Xiahou Wu had personally recognized. What qualifications do you have to speak as a broken enforcer? Zhuchan had certainly not placed this person in his eyes. Chapter 046 Green Ranking Challenge. The enforcer spoke with disdain and mockery. You're not even an ordinary disciple of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, so what qualifications do you have to participate in the green ranking contest? And what qualifications do you have to stop me? As long as Xinyu as attendant, my status and position is no different from an ordinary disciple. Zhuchan said in a deep voice. Looking at Zhuchan's stance, this enforcer immediately became furious, a gaze staring at Zhuchan. If I say you can't participate, then you can't participate. Could it be that you're just a mere follower who wants to disobey my orders? Zhuchan did not retreat in the slightest, but laughed coldly. This 3-list conference, I will participate in it. You and I have never known each other, but you are blocking me with this reason. Could it be that you are following the orders of someone? After saying that, Zhuchan locked the other party's eyes tightly, as if he wanted to see something from those eyes. Under Zhuchan's gaze, this enforcer hurriedly avoided the line of sight, and a flash of panic clearly appeared on his face. However, Zhuchan's status as a follower hadn't aroused his scorn after all. And then, as if he had thought of something, this enforcer was directly pressurized by a wave of aura, and shouted and cursed. Scram! If you don't scram, don't say that I'll make a move on you. At the same time that the other party opened his mouth, Zhuchan saw the figure of a white crane appear not far away, and at that moment, the white crane was looking at himself with a smug expression. It was immediately understood that this was definitely White Crane's move from it. Otherwise, why would this enforcer come to block and not allow himself to participate in the battle for no reason? So it's because you took White Crane's favor and became someone else's dog. No wonder you're so arrogant and domineering, thinking that the sect is run by your family? Zhuchan showed no mercy and laughed coldly on the spot. What are you babbling about? This enforcer was directly enraged when he heard the 2 words White Crane. His right hand raised and a powerful force descended along the front, locking onto Zhuchan. Get out! Right at this moment, an icy cold voice appeared, and the one who opened his mouth was not Zhuchan, but came from behind this enforcer. And after hearing this voice, this enforcer's face instantly turned pale, hurriedly turned around, saw the person who came, trembling and trembling. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. The arrogance on his face just now completely turned into a kind of trepidation. If what Zuo-chan said is correct, you don't need to be an enforcer anymore. From now on, get lost and go to the sect to do odd jobs. The visitor looked down at the enforcer, his tone carrying admonishment. Yes, right, protector. This enforcer was completely flustered and hastily backed away, but looking at that departing figure, he was already panicked to the extreme. Zuo-chen's face eased as he arched his hand and spoke, "Greetings to the right protector. Well, go get the token." The one who arrived was none other than right protector Xiahou Wu, who also walked elsewhere after saying that. Zuo-chan stepped forward to receive the token, and then looked in the direction where White Crane was. White Crane's party's complacency was likewise gone, and in its place was a deep scorn, and after giving Zuo-chan a hard look, he hurriedly hid into the crowd, fearing that he would be seen by Xiahou Wu. Unproductive goon. Zuo-chan couldn't help but be cursing. The green ranking scramble officially opened. Within the void ahead, a huge void platform appeared, with dense rune arrays added on top of it, emitting a vast and profound aura. Many sect elders and other high-level powerhouses all appeared on the platform, overlooking the countless disciples below. Under the gaze of these people, every disciple was holding his head high and began to perform himself extremely well, if in case he was valued by any of the elders and directly became the disciple of the other party. Then it would be a step to heaven, and in the future, not to mention obtaining the guidance of the masters, his identity would also leap to become a true disciple, and the clan benefits he received would naturally go up by leaps and bounds. Then, a huge list appeared in front of the crowd. It was as if a void scroll had been unrolled, with 100 extremely dazzling names shining on it. Green ranking. 2 huge fonts were engraved on top of that ranking position, eye-catching and incomparable. In an instant, all the names on top of the entire green list all disappeared into thin air, and the list became blank. Green ranking. A challenge system is in place. A clan elder appeared in front of the crowd and spoke loudly. One person enters, others come up to challenge you, the winner stays in the field, and the loser, you are replaced. The more fields you win, the higher the ranking. Everyone possesses the opportunity to fail twice. Challenge system? Zuo-chan looked at this elder and was quite surprised. It could be seen that amongst the surroundings, many of the disciples' faces changed. In previous years, the challenge rules weren't like this. Shouldn't it be a draw to determine the opponent and a constant win-loss elimination? Such a challenge rule seems to be too unfair as well. Doesn't it? No matter how strong you are, you can hold out for 1 battle, 2 battles, but can you hold out for 10, 20, 30 battles? Even if you can hold out for so many battles, there are at least thousands of ordinary disciples present. Can you hold out for hundreds of battles? The truly strong will always stand out. This elder looked deeply at the many disciples, then turned around and walked away. The many disciples, including Zuo-chan, were also looking back at this rule, searching for any possible loopholes in it. However, after carefully recollecting it, many people ended up shaking their heads helplessly. There really isn't much of a loophole within this seemingly simple rule. Strength is honored. The more powerful you are, the longer you can hold out, the more battles you experience, even if after dozens of battles you are exhausted and thus challenged by others, but it does not matter because you have won dozens of battles. Dozens of seals appeared in the token, and the person who challenged you but only gained a seal. The other side is the same to accept the challenge of others. And that final ranking is not determined by who stands on that battlefield, but by the number of games you win. Thinking of this, Zuo-chan was relieved. It didn't matter anyway. He carefully sensed the strength of these ordinary disciples, although in terms of the surface realm it was similar to his own, and even most of them were a bit lower than him, but in terms of real strength almost no one could compare to himself. With strength in his body, Zuo-chan didn't have to worry about anything. Just as suddenly, a figure crossed into the center of the battlefield. A disciple whose strength was quite good and whose realm was at the 7th sky of seal condensation. Who will challenge me, Li Hu? This disciple entered, obviously quite confident, and immediately looked around the crowd and said. Not long after, an ordinary disciple with a token in his hand stepped into the middle of the battlefield alone, also a disciple of the 7th sky of seal condensation. The two figures quickly rioted within the entire battlefield under the gaze of many eyes. The pace of the battle seemed to be quite fast, and soon this challenger was defeated and Li Hu won. Subsequently, another person stepped into the battlefield, and as their eyes moved, they condensed on Li Hu, sensing the other party's aura after being depleted from the battle. A smile appeared on their face. Zuo-chan saw that this Li Hu's strength was not simple at the 7th level of the condensed seal realm, Even when he was up against a strong person of the same level, he still had the upper hand, so it could be seen that when he was practicing on a regular basis, his own foundation was very good. However, after holding out for 5 battles, Li Hu was eventually challenged down and defeated by a disciple called Su Yang. A few moments of regret appeared on his face, but Li Hu secretly clenched his fists, going down to pick a fight now. There was still one more chance to get into the ring before the fight was over. Then, this Su Yang also insisted on 5 games, is hate defeat, helpless to walk off the battlefield. In fact, the person who defeated him, his own strength is not too strong. If it is the peak state, Su Yang may not lose. However, this challenge system is so, there is no rest time in the middle. As long as a win, you will have to face the next battle immediately. One disciple after another kept going up to challenge, and the disciple who insisted on the highest number of matches won a full 11 matches before losing. Not enough, these people are not worth mentioning in Zhuo Chen's eyes. The situation of the battle from the beginning to the end was seen by Zhuo Chen. With the strength of these people, if Zhuo Chen made a move, not to mention 11 matches, even if it was 20 or 30 matches, it was extremely easy. Obviously those who held the same idea as Zhuo Chen, there were a very small number of people, and these people, however, were some of the strongest among the ordinary disciples present, with a chance to sprint to the top of the green ranking. Based outside of the battlefield, Zhuo Chen continuously adjusted his aura while watching the battle, and as the battles went on one by one, in the middle of that battlefield, a disciple of the 8th sky of condensed seal finally appeared. This kind of strength, amongst all the disciples of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, was nothing. Any inner disciple who appeared had strength comparable to this person. However, when looking at these ordinary disciples, this condensed seal 8th heaven would be enough to proudly look down on the vast majority of people. Condensed seal 8th heaven, it was indeed uncomplicated, in the battlefield, persisting for a full 40 matches, still not losing. Sensing this person's breath seems to be still strong, I'm afraid that is to continue to fight, can still insist with a lot of people's hands. At this moment, it was some disciples who were vaguely scornful, and for a while, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen for a brief period of time, and no one dared to come forward to challenge. An opponent of the 8th sky of condensed seal, it would be better to wait for the others to fight a few more matches and consume them, otherwise in a battle with such a person, defeat would be a certainty. I'll challenge. Zhuo Chen held the token in his hand and took a step into the front of the earth, a faint arc appearing on his face. Couldn't wait. Within the time of the party, Zhuo Chen had already mobilized his aura to the peak, which was the most suitable and conducive moment to fight. After seeing Zhuo Chen step into the battlefield, the disciple of the 8th sky of condensed seal immediately appeared on guard. Obviously he still had a few points of understanding about Zhuo Chen, although the apparent realm of strength was 1 heavens higher than Zhuo Chen, but this gap of 1 heavens, based on the past performance of Zhuo Chen's outbursts in the sect, didn't seem to be a big deal. Last time, when the duo of Zhuo Chen and Yi Chendi teamed up and blasted down a dozen inner sect disciples of the 8th and 9th heavens of seal condensation in a raw manner, this incident had spread to the ears of countless disciples. Chapter 047-4 Elephant Interception Technique. Sensing the flash of alertness that appeared on the other side, Zhuo Chen smiled and casually struck out a royal thunder finger on the spot. A ray of thunder floated out, drowning everything in almost an instant. This disciple of the 8th sky of seal condensation, although his foundation was extraordinary, he was still inferior to Zhuo Chen, and coupled with dozens of battles in a row, his exertion was too severe and he was not a match for Zhuo Chen at all. In less than a moment, something that caused many disciples to be astonished appeared. The hallowed seal condensation 8th sky disciple was quickly defeated by Zhuo Chen in a completely crushing manner. Walking off the battlefield, this disciple smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had encountered Zhuo Chen, he would have been able to continue to hold out for some more matches, right? As soon as he won and felt an additional mark in his token, Zhuo Chen instantly stood still in the center of the battlefield with his hands folded, waiting for the next challenger. Unlike the nervousness and caution of those disciples who were competing for the green ranking, Zhuo Chen, who was standing in the center of the battlefield at the moment, had a relaxed and casual look on his face. It should be known that almost all of the disciples of the older generation had become inner disciples and did not participate in the competition for the green ranking, while among the new disciples, the strongest existences similar to Long Xinyue, Yi Chendi, and so on, about 10 or so, had either ascended to the heavens in a single step to directly become true disciples, or become inner disciples, and similarly, were unable to compete for the green ranking. Other than these people, the other disciples, even if there were some people with extraordinary talent similar to Xiao Brezi, but these people, to be honest, Zhuo Chen hadn't really put it on his mind. 1, 2, 10. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Chen had already fought with 10 people in this battlefield, and every strike was extremely swift and dry, not dragging his feet in the slightest. Zhuo Chen understands one thing: want to persist in this battlefield for a longer period of time, Then in the early stage of the consumption cannot be too much. The strength is sometimes crushed in the case of 1 or 2 strikes to directly knock the other party out of the battlefield, for those who may be very reluctant, but for Zuo-chan this is the best way to fight. Looking at Zuo-chen's figure in the center of the battlefield, which was as steady as Mount Taishan, many ordinary disciples were bitter. Once upon a time, Zuo-chan was nothing more than a waste in their eyes, just a mere follower of someone else in the district. Time has changed. Everyone has come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace for half a year without even arriving. But today's Zuo-chan is an existence that countless of them look up to. Unlike the person before, after Zuo-chan had lasted for 10 matches, no one dared to challenge him for a while. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen for a while, and many people were staring blankly at the figure in front of them, not daring to make a move. As for Zuo-chan, he was also happy to see this scene, and happened to be in this free time to rapidly operate the Thunder Origin Scripture, mobilizing all of his ancient Yuan power for rapid recovery. At this moment, countless inner disciples as well as true disciples all looked at Zuo-chan with strange eyes. Obviously, many of them had also heard of the word Zuo-chan, however, in the eyes of them, disciples with high status in the sect, a follower of another person might be uncomplicated but might not really possess that kind of stunning strength. Otherwise, this kind of person wouldn't be a follower, but would have directly joined the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace on his own in the first place. But it now looks as if the initial speculation was also wrong. Suddenly, from the front of the earth, a man with a black robe propped up and long hair draped over his shoulders appeared. The man walked steadily, locking onto Zuo-chan, and stepped onto the central battlefield step by step. Xiao Brezi. A few moments of interest appeared in Zuo-chan's eyes as he looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, and then a flash of color appeared on his face. This Xiao Brezi was not simple. It could be said that if he hadn't been defeated by himself and plundered the resources in the new disciple trial in the first place, with this person's strength, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 among the new disciples, thus taking a step up to become an inner disciple directly. The last time he had an arm chopped off by himself, he hadn't seen Xiao Baori for a few months, and today he recovered from his injuries and reappeared. Xiao Brezi's appearance moved many people. This person carried the heaven-splitting demon body, an extraordinary physique. Although not as stunning and unrivaled as Yi Qiandi's physique, it was definitely strong and extraordinary. Compared to ordinary disciples, it was not known how much more powerful. It was reasonable that he should have possessed extraordinary results in the new disciple trials in the first place, but in the end, he returned tragically at the cost of having one of his arms chopped off, and before that, there were a lot of people speculating whether Xiao Brezi had messed with a character like Yi Qiandi in the trials, which led to the serious injuries. Long time no see. Looking at Xiao Baoji's arrival, Zuo-chan looked at the other party's eyes before speaking softly. Xiao Brezi was silent. His face was very somber, tightly locking onto Zuo-chan. A crazy battle intent exploded from his body in vain. Last time, losing to Zuo-chan, and at the cost of a broken arm, I'm afraid that if it wasn't for the fact that there were people watching in the trial, he himself would have even been killed by Zuo-chan. For Xiao Brezi, this was definitely a heavenly disgrace. Thinking about him, Xiao Brezi, before he came to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, he was the strongest genius of the Xiao clan, harboring extraordinary talent, but he didn't expect to be defeated by a mere Zuo-chan not long after he came to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Who could accept this? Looking at the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, there were quite a few characters that were stronger and more terrifyingly talented than him, but for Xiao Brezi, the person that he most wanted to surpass and step on was Zuo-chan in the first place. This Zuo-chan, if it's normal, sticking around for a couple dozen matches is a casual thing. But when it comes to this Xiao Brezi, hey, not bad. I heard that Xiao Bailey has been in seclusion and practicing hard until today after he was injured in the new disciple trial, just to make a splash in the 3 rankings conference. This Zuo-chan is unlucky to have met Xiao Bailey and is destined to become a stepping stone. Some of the new disciples opened their mouths privately, talking about the situation on the battlefield. In their hearts, if they really wanted to watch this person's Zuo-chan rise strongly, they were ultimately unwilling to see it in their hearts. Even a follower could be ranked in the top of the green ranking. Could it be that all of them, the official disciples, were all considered trash? 9 heavens of seal condensation. Zuo-chan sensed Xiao Bailey's strength and could not help but look sideways. Last time in the new disciple trials, Xiao Bailey was only at the 5th sky of seal condensation. Who knew that now he had already reached the 9th sky of seal condensation? This kind of progress was indeed worthy of the talent of the heaven-splitting demon body. Looking at this batch of new disciples, apart from Yi Qiandi and Long Xian Yu whom Zuo-chan recognized, this Xiao Bailey was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Suddenly striking out, Xiao Brezi's murderous aura. His physical body was wrapped in a black mist of light, and within his hands, he instantly condensed a soul chain. The chains came through the air, transforming into a large black dragon that devoured everything and bound Zuo-chan. It could be seen that the use of soul chains was more than one layer stronger than that day. Whether it was essence or spirit, it had reached the extreme. Even if one was a disciple of the same 9 heavens of seal condensation, it would be extremely difficult to win a battle against the present-day Xiao Brezi. Xiao Bailey's appearance undoubtedly brightened up many people's eyes. That is, certain sect elders were staring closely at the battlefield, showing a few interests in Xiao Bailey. Talent is not something that represents everything, but sometimes only with the support of talent, your path of cultivation can be easier than others, with more hope to reach the peak. So this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace consistently accepts the requirements of the disciples, all of which puts talent in the first place. The scene displayed by Xiao Bailey caused many elders to appear to take on disciples. Comparatively speaking, Zuo-chan appeared to be plain and ordinary. Although the previous battle had been a clean strike, there was nothing too spectacular, and in terms of the talent revealed, it did not belong to the geniuses of Xiao Bailey's level, so naturally, it would not be appealing to people. Nice! Zuo-chan merely spat out 2 words and looked at the soul chain that came through the air. And in the next moment, all of his ancient Yuan power surged between his hands, instantly grasping that soul chain in his hands. Shatter me, Zuo-chan said, and his hands vigorously tore. Terrifying power shook out along the 10 fingers, adding between the soul chains. Click! The strong soul chains were torn to shreds by Zuo-chan in the blink of an eye and fell to the ground. How is this possible? Many disciples, who saw this scene from below, were completely stunned. The scene they were expecting of Zuo-chan being crushed did not appear. Instead, Xiao Bailey seemed to have fallen into a disadvantage from the start. Just a strong physical body. Then, someone understood everything and couldn't help but sneer. The previous Zuo-chan, everything that came out, if there was something amazing, it was the strength of the physical body belonging to Zuo-chan, which was comparable to an ordinary divine body, and it was understandable that at this moment, with only the strength of his physical body, he was able to tear apart the soul chains. However, Xiao Brezi was unable to calm down right at this moment. His own strike was several times more powerful than when he dealt with Zuo-chan on that day. This soul chain, not only was it able to pose damage to Zuo-chan's original physical body, but it also came with a powerful soul attack force, able to erupt into fluctuations similar to that of a thought force, and inflicted a heavy blow to Zuo-chan's essence, and on a more serious level, it could even make Zuo-chan lose his will to fight straight away. However, at this moment, Zuo-chan didn't seem to be affected in the slightest, striking without any delay. 7th sky of seal condensation, even if it's strong, there's a certain limit to how strong it can be, it's impossible. Xiao Brezi muttered, and his entire aura changed in the moment that followed. Invisibly, countless spatial and temporal energies coalesced along Xiao Brezi at this moment, and at the same time, in the air above Xiao Brezi's head, an almost void-like shadow appeared. It was an imaginary image of a white tiger, and the moment this white tiger's imaginary image manifested itself, a ravaging aura appeared, and vaguely, since Xiao Brezi's physical body was surrounded, a great momentum of tearing, killing, and death in general appeared, spreading out like a heaven and earth and scrolling the 8 directions. Long hair curled, and with Xiao Brezi as the center, an invisible wind range appeared around the earth and rolled away in an instant. Everything, there is no end, with the appearance of the white tiger virtual image, the second terrifying virtual image appeared, gradually coalescing together. Looking closely, it seemed to be a fierce and inexplicable dragon head. For elephant interception technique? Zuo-chan's gaze couldn't help but become serious. Chapter 048 No one dares to make a move. The last time he fought with Xiao Brezi, although Zuo-chan eventually won, that process was undoubtedly difficult. Could be said that Zuo-chan almost ended up losing on the spot, or even dying on the spot, and was killed by Xiao Bailey. It was only because of the 4 elephant interception technique that the other party had struck. This was an earth-grade lower-grade ancient Yuan technique. In this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, countless disciples could not dream of the powerful means. Only a few true disciples were qualified to cultivate this grade of ancient Yuan technique. For ordinary disciples such as Zuo-chan, at best, they would only be able to exchange for human-level ancient Yuan arts within the book depository, similar to the Imperial Thunderfinger that Zuo-chan practiced. Only disciples like Xiao Brezi, who had a family behind them before joining the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and very few disciples with a background, could possess this level of ancient Yuan technique. The 4 elephant interception technique, which was divided into 4 variations, was able to evolve the power of the 4 elephants to decimate an opponent at the time of battle. Previously, Xiao Brezi was barely able to utilize the power of the white tiger, one of the 4 elephants, to condense the shadow of the white crane to fight, and even then it almost caused Zuo-chan to die in his hands. Time has changed. This Xiao Brezi not only had an essential increase in his own realm, But also his control of the 4-elephant interception technique was not comparable to the past, and he was even able to start evolving the power of the green dragon. White tiger imaginary image, vermilion bird imaginary image. The two imaginary images stood proudly above Xiao Brezi's head, causing Xiao Brezi's entire aura to reach the peak of immeasurability for a moment, as if he had transformed into an earthly emperor overlooking the earth. Vaguely, Zuo-chan even saw that the third virtual image was about to appear. It was a vermilion bird virtual image. Compared to the first two virtual images, this third virtual image had obviously not yet fully condensed, but it was already possible to feel the kind of terrifying pressure contained within it. A body of ancient Yuan power completely erupted. Zuo-chen's fist broke through the earth and took a step in, his fist blasting out along the front with a terrifying might. Although he was confident in his own strength, it would be false to not have some pressure in the face of Xiao Brezi at this moment. Confidence was one thing, but steadiness was another. Zuo-chen absolutely couldn't allow himself to be like some idiots who underestimated their opponents while fighting, thus leading to an eventual helpless defeat. With a loud blow, the fist-ons were all gone into the front, fiercely blasting at the white tiger's silhouette. However, a ghastly scene appeared as the white tiger hissed up to the sky, and in the middle of opening its mouth, it directly swallowed the strike struck by Zuo-chen. Immediately afterward, the dragon-shaped shadow came through the air under Xiao Baori's control, its teeth and claws spreading, its ferocious gaze locking onto Zuo-chen as it directly grabbed at both of Zuo-chen's shoulders. Devour! Zuo-chen was startled and hurriedly retreated 3 steps. This 4-elephant interception technique, worthy of being an Earth-grade ancient Yuan technique, was truly divine and unparalleled, and the white tiger's virtual image that had condensed out of it had actually swallowed the fist awnings that he had struck out. Ahead, Xiao Baori was laughing coldly. The shame of that day, I will return it tenfold today. Wasting one of my arms that day, I'll waste all of your strength today. With one strike and a vague upper hand, Xiao Bailey's confidence was completely up, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Below the battlefield, some of the disciples who were closer naturally heard Xiao Baori's voice, and were in total disbelief that on that day, when Xiao Baori stepped out of the new disciple trial and had one of his arms broken, it was actually related to Zuo-chan. However, as the king becomes the loser, Xiao Brezi wasn't afraid to speak out this fact for everyone to know. And even more so, he wasn't afraid of losing face or anything. As long as he could completely defeat Zuo-chan today, then what was the point of having an arm wasted in the first place? When people talked about it again, they would only say that Zuo-chan was a waste, and instead, they would be amazed at his Xiao Brezi's growth. A stream of thoughts traveled ahead on the spot, sensing everything that belonged to Xiao Bailey. Zuo-chan couldn't help but smile. Really? What's going on? At the same time Zuo-chan opened his mouth. The pride on Xiao Bailey's face then disappeared and panic appeared instead. He realized with horror that his 4-elephant intercepting technique was greatly restricted. To be exact, it was in the midst of constant weakening. In this short span of 10 breaths, the white tiger imaginary image that had swallowed Zuo-chen's fist awnings was fading quite a bit in an invisible manner, and its aura was continuously weakening at an alarming rate. At the same time, one of Zuo-chen's royal thunder fingers ruthlessly killed, and the finger force crossed the sky, carrying a terrifying thunder aura that crashed into another true dragon imaginary image. However, this time, Xiao Brezi could only choose to touch it hard, no longer daring to let that true dragon imaginary image swallow Zuo-chen's finger force. Bang! The finger force broke through everything, and the boiling ancient Yuan power intermingled with the space-time energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, completely confusing it. Xiao Brezi retreated more than 10 meters before he was able to stop his footsteps alive, looking at Zuo-chan with a complicated expression. Once an Earth-grade ancient Yuan technique came out, it should have suppressed everything. Any means and great techniques were all powerless and pale in front of an Earth-grade ancient Yuan technique. But in the face of the Zuo-chan in front of him, one's own 4-elephant intercepting technique surprisingly didn't have much of an effect. The two of them struck out, constantly colliding, and between these collisions, Xiao Brezi's 4-elephant intercepting technique became weaker and weaker, and finally, at a certain instant, the white tiger imaginary image completely blew up, and then that one true dragon imaginary image also shattered. No! Your ancient Yuan power. Why is it so bizarre? Xiao Brezi was shocked, almost hissing. Between the two of them, once Zuo-chen's power entered Xiao Brezi's body, it caused Xiao Brezi's own power to be unable to be utilized at all, and at best, he was able to exert 70% to 80% of his power. This made Xiao Brezi feel the urge to vomit blood, as if Zuo-chan was constantly restraining him. The last time he fought with Zuo-chan, although the other party had won, he had at least not given Xiao Bailey such a feeling. The realm of strength of the ninth sky of condensed seal, being able to strike the power of the eighth sky of condensed seal had already reached its limit. Moreover, Xiao Brezi had a feeling that as the battle continued to open up, he himself was still being subjected to deeper and deeper degrees of restraint, and that his own power, the moment it appeared, would be suppressed and abetted by the ancient Yuan power that belonged to Zhuo Chen, and would become unintimidating. Around the battlefield, most of the people were unsure, seeing that Xiao Baori was going to win before, but they didn't know why the two of them were in a stalemate at this moment. There were only a few people who seemed to be able to understand Xiao Brezi's feeling, and deep thoughts appeared on their faces. Before, when they came into contact with Zhuo Chen and fought with each other, they had the same feeling of not being able to utilize their power, only that the gap between them and Zhuo Chen was too great, and they could barely hold on for more than a couple of moves before losing, and this feeling was not quite as deep. Normally, the so-called watergrams fire, goldgrams wood, etc., all the ancient Yuanli attributes restrain each other, the power of the water attribute some restrain the power of the fire attribute, but the same, the power of the earth attribute and restrain the power of the water attribute. However, the ancient Yuan power attributes of all of them are clearly different. This Zhuo Chen's power restrains one person, two people. It is impossible for all of them to be restrained, right? What on earth is going on? Not very confident? Zhuo Chen smiled faintly as he looked at Xiao Buri in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Brezi had originally given Zhuo Chen a huge threat when he struck the four-elephant intercepting technique, but who knew that the other party had harnessed that white tiger imaginary image and swallowed the power he had struck. Ever since the fusion of the 7 attributes into one, Zhuo Chen had felt that his own ancient Yuan power seemed to have a restraining power over the ancient Yuan powers of other normal people, regardless of any attribute. The other party had urged the white tiger void image to swallow his own fist mane, which was equivalent to swallowing his own ancient Yuan power as well, and by all rights should have refined the fist mane, but what really happened was that Zhuo Chuan's power directly began to ferociously backfire, devouring the other party's entire strength. Such an ending was something that Zhuo Chen himself had never expected. This was almost equivalent to Xiao Brezi's 4-elephant interception technique having been scrapped. Without the 4-elephant interception technique, even if the Xiao Brezi surpassed his own strength by 2 heavens, it was nothing to Zhuo Chen comparing the real underlying strength. Xiao Brezi did not have the capital to win. At a certain instant, a terrifying force exploded out from within Zhuo Chen's main body, and in an instant, Zhuo Chen directly struck out the first style of the Shadow Blade, Flesh Body Rhythm, and at the same time blasted and touched Xiao Baori's chest. Xiao Brezi screamed miserably. His body couldn't stop retreating, not waiting for him to react. Zhuo Chen killed with another strike. Xiao Brezi fell outside the battlefield, slamming helplessly to the ground, stifling a grunt for a lifetime, the corner of his mouth overflowing with eye-catching blood. After doing all this, Zhuo Chen no longer paid any attention to Xiao Bailey and just stood in the center of the battlefield, waiting for the next challenger. However, a few moments passed, and all that waited were many scornful gazes, and no one dared to come out anymore. Joke, Xiao Bailey condensed the seal of the 9th heaven and was carrying the heaven-splitting demon body. All of them were defeated in the battle. What good result did they have when they went up to the field to make a move? Even though many people didn't believe it, the facts were right in front of them. There were many clan executives present to watch, and there were specialized adjudicators, so it was impossible for Zhuo Chen to cheat or anything from it. The battle with Xiao Brezi had consumed quite a lot, but with the presence of the mysterious jade in his body, Zhuo Chen's recovery speed was very fast. However, even after waiting until he had fully recovered his state to its peak, there was still no next person to challenge him. Unable to help but frown, Zhuo Chen looked toward the battlefield adjudicator that was not far away. The emergence of this situation was probably not expected by everyone. Obviously, the many ordinary disciples didn't want to waste an opportunity to fail on Zhuo Chen, and no one dared to take the field. Could it be that, just let Zhuo Chen wait so long? The adjudicators hurriedly left the battlefield and appeared in front of a group of high-level clan powerhouses whispering and discussing with each other. A moment later, the other party returned and directly said to Zhuo Chen, "You can stay out of the battle for the time being and wait until the normal green ranking is finished. You have 2 opportunities to challenge the characters on the green ranking by failing to challenge them." Yes, Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up. When he himself arrived, he would challenge directly, and there would be a lot less unnecessary consumption and trouble, and fighting like this one game after another was actually just a waste of time for Zhuo Chen. This decision of the clan was a smart one. However, as they watched Zhuo Chen walk off the battlefield, many of the disciples did not comply. Why do we have to fight so hard and he can just challenge at the end? It's not fair. That adjudicator laughed coldly. Fine, you think it's unfair, right? I'll give you a chance to challenge Zhuo Chen. If you win, you take your place. Some of those who opened their mouths were immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 049 Number 1 on the green ranking. Walking off the battle stage, Soo-chun stood in the crowd, sensing the gazes that came sizing up the surroundings, looking calm. 3-list conference, a battle to rise, this is destined, this is just the beginning, a Xiao Brezi, but is just a stepping stone for their own pursuit of the list, it is not worth mentioning. If it wasn't for the purpose of hiding his strength, Soo-chun didn't even need to go through so much trouble to do it, and directly struck the strongest means, and under one strike that Xiao Bailey simply couldn't block it and was going to be directly defeated. To Soo-chun, this district's green ranking was not much of a challenge. Little Dance expected herself to compete to step onto the not-so-low rank of the green ranking, and Right Protector Xiahou Wu had likewise said that once she stepped into the top of the green ranking, she would be allowed to become an official disciple of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. But for Soo-chun, how could a mere green ranking stop him? As Soo-chun stepped off the battlefield, the others stepped into it, and the battle opened up once again. There are indeed some extraordinary existences among the many ordinary disciples, and even in the subsequent appearance of 2 people, the strength of which is not weaker than that of Xiao Baoji, which are considered to be 2 dark horses. The first day of the 3-list conference passed in the blink of an eye, and the competition for the green list, too, was almost completely over. Similar to the previous defeat to Soo-chun's, Xiao Brezi still had a second chance to go on the field, and this second time, Xiao Brezi lasted for more than 100 battles, and was ranked in 5th place in the final ranking of the green list. It could be said that if the opponent in the first battle was not Soo-chun, Xiao Bailey would definitely have won more matches, and would have been included in at least the top 4, or even the 3rd place on the green ranking. The next day, he came to the battlefield early and watched as the rankings of the green rankings completely stabilized, and Soo-chun's eyes couldn't help but reveal a few glimmers of anticipation. Is it finally my turn to challenge? Soo-chun muttered, his 2 gazes instantly condensing on the leaderboard that hung distantly in the void. 1st place, Lin Shuangtian. 2nd place, Zhou Hao. 3rd place, Chao Baiyu. 4th place, Zhao Yuer. 5th place, Xiao Brezi. Looking at this green ranking, Soo-chun browsed for a moment and finally fixed his eyes on the position at the very top of the ranking. Number 1 on the green ranking, Lin Shuangtian. That's you, Soo-chun muttered. Countless people, tightly staring at Soo-chun's figure as he moved, watched as Soo-chun stepped into the central battlefield step by step, from his originally unappreciated status to walking to this moment. Everything that Soo-chun had displayed had at least completely subdued all of the ordinary disciples. Many people were looking forward to Soo-chun's next challenge. Before, Xiao Baori had lost to Soo-chun and given Xiao Baori's 5th place position. Soo-chun's final ranking was bound to be at least higher than Xiao Baori's. I challenged Lin Shuangtian. Soo-chun looked at a certain figure outside the battlefield and spoke. On one side, the battlefield adjudicator spoke loudly, Lin Shuangtian, go into battle. Outside the battlefield, Lin Shuangtian was surprised. A few moments of anger surfaced on his face, and he forcefully stepped inside the battlefield, appearing in front of Soo-chun. I didn't expect that this Soo-chun was quite bold, daring to challenge himself, the number 1 person in the green ranking. Similarly, quite a few of the ordinary disciples also suspected that they had heard wrongly. They admitted that Soo-chun was powerful, and might even be qualified to be ranked in the top 3 of the green ranking, but it was only possible. To be ranked in the top 3 with a realm of the 7th level of the seal condensation sky was already extremely terrifying. I didn't expect this Soo-chun to have a big appetite and directly challenge Lin Shuangtian. In the previous battle, Lin Shuangtian was like the strongest black horse, killing all the way to the front, and no one could defeat him. Even Xiao Zhansong was eventually defeated because of Lin Shuangtian's challenge. It can be said that the top 10 in the green ranking, Lin Shuangtian's strength is far ahead, completely suppressing everyone. Even the 2nd Zhou Hao is not Lin Shuangtian's opponent. It was only because, while Lin Shuangtian's apparent strength was the 9th sky of condensed seal, the truth was that the latter had already crossed into the spirit summoning realm with 1 foot. The difference in strength by 1 large realm, the difference in battle power therein was extremely huge. Between the condensed seal realm and the spirit summoning realm were 2 completely different worlds. Even if Lin Shuangtian had only crossed into the spirit summoning realm with just 1 foot, it wasn't something a person of the 9th sky of condensed seal could contend with. Besides, it seemed that this Soo-chun hadn't even reached the 9th heaven of condensed seal yet, right? While the crowd was talking, in the center of the battlefield, the 2 had already struck. From Lin Shuangtian's body, an invisible might appeared, and vaguely, a strong vibration of space-time energy was attached to Lin Shuangtian's strike. A Yuan martial artist at the seal condensation realm fought with his own ancient Yuan power. But once they enter the spirit summoning realm, they are already qualified to summon and invoke a part of the space-time energy within the world and fight. And even the use of the ancient Yuan technique will also reach another level of heaven and earth as a result, and there will be an essential enhancement and metamorphosis. The space-time energy was sweeping, and it was far too powerful compared to the characters of the 9 heavens of seal condensation such as Xiao Brezi. That kind of terrifying pressure directly caused many of the disciples present to look sideways, secretly pondering in their hearts that if they and the others went up, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to receive a single move from Lin Shuangtian, right? Challenging me. Count yourself blind. Get the hell down. Lin Shuangtian spoke coldly, his anger surging. Zhuo Chen's challenge. In Lin Shuangtian's eyes, this was an insult to his own strength. After Lin Shuangtian had entered the sect, he had never shown the slightest bit of extraordinary, hibernating for a long time just to make a splash in the 3 rankings conference, and now winning first place in the green ranking was the most complete thing, and even there were already elders who had come to look for Lin Shuangtian last night, and said that they had waited until after the 3 rankings conference and would take Lin Shuangtian in as a pro-disciple. But I didn't expect that this Chen was so ungrateful that he dared to come and touch his own tiger's whiskers. However, it is good suppressing Chen, one's own might will be even greater. Step with the wind. Lin Shuangtian's steps changed, following Chen swiftly. His figure was like a dream, making it impossible to see. At the same time, since Lin Shuangtian's hands, rolling with lurid ancient Yuan power, the power of the fire attribute coalesced with each other. Invisibly, it was actually in the palms of both hands sprang out a fire out. This was the fiery flame palm, a human-grade upper-grade ancient Yuan art. The strength of the condensed seal realm to strike the flaming palm could only use its own ancient Yuan power against the enemy, however, with Lin Shuangtian's current half-step spirit summoning realm strength, with the invocation of space-time energy, this flaming palm killed, and was even able to invoke real flames now. Instantly striking out 2 ancient Yuan arts, Lin Shuangtian was trying to suppress Zhuo Chen with the strongest stance. Looking at the other party's silhouette, Zhuo Chen glanced indifferently. His Nianli transported outside of his body, and at the very first moment, he sensed one of the most real shadows amongst those many phantoms. Without the slightest hesitation, a nearly transparent sharp blade coalesced in Zhuo Chen's right hand. It's better for you to roll down, Zhuo Chen said indifferently. The moment he said that, Zhuo Chen's entire aura changed drastically in vain, changing from the original unperturbed waves to monstrous waves in an instant, and for a moment a domineering and incomparable might descended and came out, causing the heart of Lin Shuangtian in front to tremble. Boom! A cluster of fiery flames was struck by Lin Shuangtian, and his double palms fiercely blasted in front of Zhuo Chen. The blazing airflow seemed to burn even the air. Coming straight at him, however, Zhuo Chen directly ignored the palm, harnessing the blade in his hand and slashing at a shadow in front of him with a roar. Thumbs up! The figure trembled and burst back sharply. Accompanied by a miserable cry of pain, Lin Shuangtian's body fell a dozen meters away. His flame palm was broken on its own, and at the same time, a blood scar that went deep into the bone appeared above his chest. Fresh blood couldn't stop dripping down, soaking a large portion of his clothes in no time. Lin Shuangtian tried his best to suppress the severe pain in his body, and raised his head with difficulty to look ahead. Bang! Zhuo Chen took a step and added another kick. Don't be so fancy with your pace. It's useless. Zhuo Chen glanced at Lin Shuangtian and said disdainfully. This Lin Shuangtian's wind-following steps, in fact, was not as bad as Zhuo Chen said. In the previous battle, the wind-following steps were used, and many phantoms similar to his real body appeared, so that an ordinary person would not be able to distinguish them and would unknowingly be tricked. But how could Lin Shuangtian have thought that Zhuo Chen's Nianli was many times greater than an ordinary person? And as soon as the Nianli appeared, he was able to distinguish his true body almost at the very first moment. With this kick, Lin Shuangtian's body was simply unable to support the resistance, and directly rolled down outside of the battlefield. Lying helplessly at the feet of one of the observers, the entire person fainted, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Glancing at this person, Zhuo Chen did not have the slightest bit of pity. If you want others to respect you, you must first learn to respect others. If you challenge Lin Shuangtian, no matter how you win or lose, you are at least an opponent, right? Who knows that this Lin Shuangtian tugged like a what? Make it seem like other people challenge him is a kind of insult to him. This Zhuo Chen, just what kind of monster is reincarnated? Did Lin Shuangtian deliberately give way to Zhuo Chen? It's impossible to lose so quickly. Many disciples below opened their eyes wide and whispered, not only ordinary disciples, but also those inner disciples and even many true disciples were seriously looking at Zhuo Chen at this moment. Although the previous Zhuo Chen was not simple and showed enough strength, he was only excellent among these ordinary disciples with the relatively worse strength, and was nothing at all when placed among the true disciples, and in the eyes of these towering true disciples, Zhuo Chen, no matter how strong he was at best a slightly larger ant that could be suppressed with his hands. But at this moment their faces changed. Lin Shuangtian, who was the number 1 on the hall's green ranking list, but he had taken this position with a completely crushing attitude. Many disciples understood in their hearts that even if Lin Shuangtian went to compete for the spirit ranking list of the inner disciples, I was afraid that he would be able to beat a lot of people and take a good place. Such a character, even if you, Zhuo Chen, were able to defeat it, it would at least take a lot of effort, right? Who knew that? Facing the strongest Lin Shuangtian, Zhuo Chen struck instead more crisply, directly crippling his opponent with a single strike, casually kicking Lin Shuangtian off the battlefield. Zhuo Chen wins. The battlefield ruler spoke in a loud voice, then looked around the earth. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Zhuo Chen? The earth in the 4 directions was silent. No one uttered a word. The one who challenged Zhuo Chen could only be an ordinary disciple, and among the ordinary disciples, unless there was someone who was mentally deranged, only then would they dare to come forward to seek abuse at this moment. I will now announce the number 1 in the green ranking. Left dust. Everyone else all dropped down 1 position. The adjudicator's voice was like a flooding bell, resounding throughout the entire arena. Chapter 050 Brothers in Arms. First on the green list. What these 4 words represent is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Of the 3 major lists such as the green list, the spirit list, and the gold list, the green list was the weakest one, a list of ordinary disciples that wasn't even placed in the eyes of the true top disciples. However, if you seriously think about it, which of those geniuses who were extremely dazzling among the inner disciples and true disciples today hadn't killed their way up from the green ranking back in the day? The strongest of today's green rankings were destined to have a glorious path in the future, and would rise in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Behind the many disciples, Nangong Dust looked at Zhuo Chen with a complicated gaze, recalling that not long ago he had fought with Zhuo Chen inside the combat pavilion. How disdainful he was towards Zhuo Chen. Time has changed. How many days have passed since then? The other party has already jumped to become the first person in the green ranking, and he, the third person in the green ranking, has also been squeezed down by some of the later ones and has fallen to the 9th person in the green ranking. One day is heaven, the other day is earth. There is no better situation in life than this. With Zhuo Chen winning the first place in the green ranking, the next battle for the spirit ranking to which the inner disciples belonged was officially opened. Compared to the green ranking, the spirit ranking was even more uncomplicated. In comparison, the few people who ranked highest on the green ranking list were only the strength of the 9 heavens of condensed seal, and this kind of strength could only belong to the bottom of the list compared to the spirit ranking list. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace had tens of thousands of disciples, of which the number of inner disciples was the vast majority, thus making the spirit ranking to which the inner disciples belonged almost the most competitive of the 3 major rankings. With the same rules as the green ranking contest, comparatively speaking, the spirit ranking contest was even more grueling. There were disciples from the 9th sky of condensed seal who went up, and they had already lost after holding on for less than 10 matches. Many people were full of confidence and stepped into the battlefield. However, the final outcome was not satisfactory. Half of the disciples participated in the battle, and the one who insisted on the highest number of games in the battlefield only participated in 50 games and then fell back. With the intention of competing for the spirit ranking, Zhuo Chen quietly watched the battle after battle occurring in front of him, secretly speculating on the strength of these people. To Zhuo Chen's perception, although the competition of the spirit ranking is fierce, but with his own strength to go up may not be able to capture a better result. Take this disciple who had lasted for 50 games. This person had the strength of the first heaven of the spirit summoning realm, but if it was a real fight, Zhuo Chen had absolute certainty that he would suppress the other party. Just as Zhuo Chen was pondering, a figure stepped strongly within the battlefield, immediately causing many disciples to cry out in shock, and even the screams of some female disciples could be heard. Yi Qianti, a legendary name among the new disciples since the entrance is recognized as the strongest existence of the new disciples in the land. From the new disciples' trial rose in one battle. Since then until now, among the same batch of disciples who joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, no one dares to provoke the majesty of Yi Qianti. The ability to do this is based on 2 words: talent. Looking at the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, there were countless people with extraordinary talent, and this place was known as the gathering place of geniuses, condensing countless top figures from the 8 directions. But even within such an environment, Yi Qianti was in a completely suppressive position, pressing down on everyone's head, making people look up to him. Stepping into the center of the battlefield, Yi Qianti looked at a disciple who was within the battlefield at the 9th heaven of condensed seal and directly struck out. Overbearing power surged out from between Yi Qianti's physical body, and between the front and back, there was only one finger. The strong finger force tore through the sky with an aura that broke through everything, directly blasting in front of this 9 heavens of seal condensation disciple. In the next moment, the disciple's figure screamed miserably as he fell and flew, slumping helplessly within the battlefield in front of him, unable to move. A few moments passed, and the figure that was as if it had fallen into a deathly silence finally lifted its head. Its terrified gaze glanced at Yi Qiandi, and then powerlessly spat out 3 words, "I admit defeat." The disciples of the 4 directions were in an uproar. All of them were inexplicably excited, calling out Yi Qianti's name at this moment, and even some of the towering true disciples had a few moments of gravity appearing in their eyes as they condensed their gazes on Yi Qianti's body. All of these true disciples understood that nowadays Yi Qianti was temporarily unable to compete for the golden ranking because his cultivation time was still short, but with such a terrifying strength and talent of the other party, in the near future, he would surely be strong enough to kill his way into the ranks of the true disciples, and at that time even they wouldn't dare to underestimate him. 1, 2, 10. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qianti had already gone through 10 battles, yet the figure standing in the center of the battlefield did not show the slightest sign of ancient yuan power depletion, and was as calm as ever. 20 games, 30 games, 100 games. Time passed unconsciously. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qianti had already experienced a whole 100 battles. At this moment, Yi Qianti was like an undefeated god of war. His expression was still cold and arrogant, without the slightest falter. Yi Qianti. Yi Qianti. An unknown number of disciples, completely frantic, were shouting Yi Qianti's name from below. Although he was usually cold and uncharitable, and even his communication with outsiders was almost non-existent, it seemed that the 3 words Yi Qiandi were as if they possessed a kind of magical power, deeply engraved in everyone's heart. It was rumored that if there was anyone among the new disciples who could be compared to Yi Qiandi, it was only one person, Long Xianyu. It was a pity that Long Xianyu had already been valued by an elder before joining Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and even became a true disciple directly after his initiation, and was destined to not be able to compete for the spirit ranking right now, and thus fight against Yi Qianti. Some people were murmuring, talking about how many battles Yi Qianti was able to last until he was undefeated. With his current results alone, entering the spirit ranking was more than enough, or even entering the top 50 of the spirit ranking had that possibility. The first challenge, even if it just stops at 50, it is a height that countless disciples dare not dream of. To know the number of inner disciples are numerous, most of them are older than Yi Qianti's age, cultivate for a longer period of time, and join the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace a few years before the old disciples. These old disciples, there is also no lack of extremely frightening characters. 130, 170 games. As the battle continued, Yi Qianti had already lasted for a full 170 battles, and it was only at this moment that some beads of sweat appeared on Yi Qianti's face. Clearly the after effects of the severe depletion of his power were beginning to show. Judging from the experience of the spirit ranking contest in previous years, Yi Qianti sticking around for so many matches was enough to be ranked in the top 30 of the spirit ranking. This ranking seemed to have surpassed many people's speculations and imaginations, and it gave many people a new step forward in terms of Yi Qianti's power and awesomeness. Even Zhuo Chen, who was relatively familiar with Yi Qianti, could not help but see a few points of appreciation in his eyes, and could see that even though he was consuming a great deal at the moment, Yi Qianti's own battle spirit was at its peak from start to finish, never letting it be affected by the weakening of his own state. This kind of person is a born warrior. Everything, it's time to end. Outside the battlefield, a young man wearing a golden yellow battle robe with long hair that vibrated with the wind appeared and took a step into the center of the battlefield. The moment this person appeared, some of the new disciples were still uncertain, but those old disciples, one by one, were equally moved and roared out a name: Yi Qianzhang. Yi Qianzhang, who had joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace a year earlier than Yi Qianti, was now considered to be one of the older batch of disciples, and it looked like, in the hearts of those old disciples, Yi Qianzhang likewise possessed an irreplaceable position. You came to join the battle after all, forcing me to have to make my move so early. I really don't want to watch someone with a lowly status like you make a spectacle of yourself in front of so many people. Yi Qianzhang appeared within the battlefield, looking towards Yi Qiandi with a haughty face, and deep within his gaze, there was a touch of lingering killing intent that was imperceptible to outsiders. This is Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, not the Yi clan. You can't control me yet. Yi Qiandi spoke indifferently. The appearance of this one in front of him did not make Yi Qiandi feel surprised. Yi Qianzhang looked at his half-brother and couldn't help but frown. On weekdays, when one said similar words, although the other party behaved calmly, Yi Qianzhang was still able to feel a strong anger and unwillingness from the depths of Yi Qiandi's gaze. Coming from the same clan, both being top geniuses, every time Yi Qianzhan saw this younger brother of his reveal that kind of anger and unwillingness, there would be a burst of pleasure deep inside for no reason, and he liked to look at Yi Qianti's expression as he tried to roll over and rise up but was unable to do anything about it. However, today it seems that everything is different from the eyes of Yi Qianti, see only a kind of inner untainted mortal dust like lightness and indifference. It seems that their own words like this can no longer cause the other party's change of heart. This feeling made Yi Qianzhang very unhappy. Since you didn't listen to me and insisted on coming to the battle, then stop right there. In this battle, I'll personally disable you and make you understand the gap between you and me, Yi Qianzhan said fiercely. Yi Qianti quietly gazed at the figure in front of him, growing up together since childhood. But the two never seemed to be on the right track with each other, always standing on two diametrically opposite paths. Right afterward, Yi Qiandi sighed. Originally born from the same root, why are they too anxious to fight each other? There is no need to talk about this nonsense. A long time ago I said that amongst the Yi clan, there is me but not you, there is you but not me. Yi Qianzhang suddenly burst out, sternly whistled on the spot, and blatantly began to strike. Looking at the two silhouettes in the battlefield that were intertwined together in a matter of moments, it was clear that many of the new disciples in the surrounding earth had not yet reacted. Yi Qian battle, Yi Qian Di, these two names and their similarities, only one word difference. Could it be that there is some kind of close connection between the two of them? A new disciple, an old disciple, the same as the inner disciples of the existence of the fear of countless people, at this moment but met in the battlefield. This has undoubtedly let countless disciples for this battle appear deep expectations. In the entire arena, I'm afraid that Zhuo Chun was the only one who watched this battle with relative calmness. After that Yi Qianzhan appeared, in fact, Zhuo Chun had been sensing this person's strength, but even with Zhuo Chen's powerful Nianli, he was unable to sense the height of Yi Qianzhan's strength before the other party made a move. So it was evident that this person's strength had at least far surpassed the first or second sky of the spirit summoning realm, and was very powerful. Yi Qiandi, I'm afraid the situation is not good, Zhuo Chun muttered. Chapter 051 Metamorphosis of Talent. When these two fought, it was completely not comparable to those unusual disciples. For a time, within the battlefield, a horrifying aura surfaced in the air, and powerful ancient Yuan power erupted, forming a field storm that filled the center of the two. Yi Qiandi was roaring in shock as his entire essence reached the peak extreme point for a moment. A terrifying palm power surfaced, ruthlessly killing into the front. However, it was completely shattered in an instant. In front of it, Yi Qianzhang had a cold smile on his face. His hands floated in the air, erupting a piercing light, suppressing it in the air. Frost hand. Someone's eyes widened and they couldn't help but exclaim. The Hand of Frost, a powerful and terrifying earth-grade medium-grade ancient Yuan technique, was incredibly powerful earth, and for many people it was difficult to obtain it even in their dreams. Looking at the tens of thousands of disciples in the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it was obvious that disciples who were qualified to control earth-grade medium-grade ancient Yuan techniques were still very rare, and it could not help but cause these disciples to be shocked and envious. Of course, it was possible to exchange for this kind of grade of ancient Yuan technique in the sect. The problem was the contribution points needed for exchange. Could you scrape together enough? Invisible power erupted, decapitating with an aura that killed everything. Under this pressure, Yi Qiandi's aura fluttered open on the spot, and the entire person retreated in succession, seemingly unable to resist at all. At a certain moment, Taoist lines appeared around Yi Qiandi's own physical body to add to it, and the underpinnings of the emperor body were completely unleashed, his own battle intent rising in vain at an astonishing rate. It's useless. The gap between you and me will only grow bigger, Yi Qianzhang sneered. Spinning in the next moment, Yi Qianzhang's whole was wrapped in a light red light. His war god body also opened strongly. A more ferocious and domineering aura strongly crushed the front. A frosty hand struck again, triggering the four directions of spatial and temporal energies. Directly as a blow will Yi Qiandi blasted away 10 meters away. Right at the moment Yi Qianti flew out backwards, Yi Qianzhan hurriedly took a step forward. His hands joined together. His palms birthed a celestial blue ball of frigid ice light and rushed at Yi Qianti's flesh and launched it out with a roar. Quickly admit defeat. Zhuo Chun, who was standing outside the battlefield, couldn't help but yell out. However, 10,000 people were gathered here, so how could Zhuo Chen's voice be heard by Yi Qiandi? Bang! The ball of cold ice light completely bombarded Yi Qianti's body. The extreme cold ice aura was released, in an instant, causing Yi Qianti's physical body to be frozen and constantly shivering. It was vaguely visible that a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of Yi Qianti's physical body, which was eroding and spreading between Yi Qianti's body at an astonishing speed. God! It's so strong. It is said that when the frost hand is cultivated to the extreme, it can freeze an opponent's blood and flesh by condensing the power of frost in an instant, turning one into an ice cube that shatters at the touch of a finger. The gap is too great. Yi Qianzhang's strength has reached the 4th level of the spirit summoning realm, while Yi Qiandi has only just broken into the 1st level of the spirit summoning realm, and also experienced more than 100 battles, and is severely depleted, and even with the Emperor body's powerful recovery power, it's not as powerful as it could be at this moment. Outside of the battlefield, he didn't know how many people were talking at this moment, feeling sorry for Yi Qiandi. It's clear that the winners and losers have already been decided. However, at this moment, Yi Qianzhang didn't seem to stop. A pair of eye pupils with a silky, icy cold killing opportunity in their depths. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly lifted his right palm. In the center of that palm, ancient Yuan power gathered and solidified, and a bone-piercing coldness was continuously radiating. Seeing this scene, Zuochun couldn't help but suck in a breath. This Yi Qianzhang was going to kill him. Although it was said that there were rules in the 3 rankings conference that there could be no injury to a life, yet what if a person was invalidated? Even if the sect had the intention, they would not be able to find an excuse to punish. Yi Qianti was unconscious. If he took this blow, he would completely waste his foundation, and his entire cultivation path would come to a halt. Zuochun directly rushed towards the battlefield to save Yi Qiandi. However, right at this moment, someone spoke in a deep voice from that void station. Stop! Yi Qianzhang hurriedly stopped his steps. His body of ancient Yuan power collected his breath, and with some regret, he looked at Yi Qiandi and muttered, Count your luck, however. You won't be so lucky next time. As long as you're in Yunwu Celestial Palace, sooner or later, I'm going to kill you. The one who opened his mouth was the esteemed 2nd elder of the sect, and when such a figure spoke, Yi Qianzhang still didn't dare to refute the other party's wishes. And seeing this scene, Zuochun was also relieved. In the sect, some disciples with amazing talent would usually be valued by some of the sect's senior elders, and such and be accepted as personal disciples. It seemed that this 2nd elder had valued Yi Qiandi's talent and intended to bestow protection. Stepping into the battlefield and helping Yi Qianti up, looking at Yi Qianti's brows that were so painful that they were squeezed together, as well as the blood on his body, a wave of anger spread out for no reason. Don't let me meet you, or else you'll be even worse off than he is now. Zuochun looked at Yi Qianzhang and let out a cold smile before leading Yi Qiandi down the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, Yi Qianzhang revealed a touch of ridicule as he looked at Zuochun's back and said, Just by you? You think you can ignore everything just because you think you're number 1 on the green ranking? In the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, you don't even count as a fart, and the green ranking is nothing more than a list for a bunch of trashy ordinary disciples. Yi Qianti's emperor body, with its extremely strong recovery power, was already awake from its muddled state not long after going back. Clenching his fists fiercely, Yi Qiandi glanced at Zuochun gratefully, and then directly operated the ancient Yuan technique mind technique and began to recover his breath. Cultivate at ease. There are a large number of inner sect disciples. The competition for the top spot should still last for a few more days. If you can recover before the end, you will still have a second chance to take the stage. Zuochun spoke in a deep voice. His voice paused. Then he said, Don't worry. I will leave Yi Qianzhang alive, leaving you with a chance to defeat him personally in the coming day. Yi Qiandi immediately opened his eyes and looked at Zuochun curiously. What did you just say? It's nothing. Zuochun smiled and similarly began cultivating. The green ranking contest, Zuochun went up to participate in the battle, especially after the battle with the final Lin Shuangtian. Zuochun's own ancient elemental force invariably became even more solid during the battle. Zuochun had a feeling that if the fight had continued at that time, he would have definitely been able to make a breakthrough right on the spot during the battle. However, who knew that Lin Shuangtian looked extraordinary, but in reality, he was nothing more than a waste, and it didn't take long for him to directly fall and admit defeat. Plunging into a state of cultivation, Zuochun operated the Thunder Origin scripture while invoking the jade within his body, and immediately, Zuochun's own chi and blood began to operate at 10 times the normal speed. His own aura soon reached its peak, and within the 8 directions of heaven and earth, space-time energies converged, constantly transforming into pure ancient Yuan power. Zuochun's fleshly body was continuously metamorphosing, and within the main body, the 5 ancient Yuan seals were induced at the same time, directly absorbing those space-time energies that were pouring in from the fleshly body into it, and then it was quickly transformed into a trace of pure ancient Yuan power that flowed out again. Under such repetitions and constant cultivation, Zuo-chun felt that his fleshly body's origin was undergoing a shocking change, getting stronger and stronger, and even then, one of the 5 ancient elemental seals that were hidden in the depths of his fleshly body was also experiencing a strange movement. Boom! At some point, suddenly, Zuo-chun's body shook. The ancient Yuan power in his body exploded at an astonishing speed, as if it was a running wild horse, flowing between the major meridians and running along his body for one large circumference after another. The strength was so strong that it was not known how much stronger compared to before. Opening his eyes, Zuo-chun whispered to himself, "A breakthrough! Condensed seal 8 heavens." After experiencing the green ranking scramble, there were originally signs of a breakthrough. Zuo-chun fully invested in cultivation today, and unsurprisingly, it was a smooth breakthrough. However, subsequent to this ancient Yuan power breakthrough, the changes in the physical body, which did not seem to disappear, caught Zuo-chun's attention. Within a few moments, as the ancient Yuan power in the body of Mercedes, a silver-white light gradually emerged from the depths of the flesh, getting brighter and brighter, and finally directly emerged between the surface body. Finally! Appeared. Zuo-chun's voice carried a slight tremor as he secretly became excited. At the same time, Yi Qiandi, who was cultivating opposite Zuo-chun, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes, and the moment he saw Zuo-chun, his face was covered with endless shock. What did he see? 6 silver-white celestial lights floated between 3 feet above Zuo-chun's head, emitting a mysterious aura, in which pure and rich ancient Yuan power continuously flowed out. At this moment, Zuo-chun was as if he had undergone some kind of essential metamorphosis, and his entire essence had completely reached a brand new height. Awakening? How is this possible? Yi Qiandi was shocked. In terms of Yi Qiandi's absolute talent, there were very few things that could startle him when it came to cultivation. However, ever since he had known Zuo-chun, everything that had changed in the other party's body had overturned Yi Qiandi's understanding almost every time. Similar to such a scene in front of me, clearly as a regular person awakening will only appear signs to know Yuan martial artists in the body of the ancient Yuan mark only in the initial awakening will be a short time in the outside world to manifest the projection. The normal condition is generally hidden in the deepest part of the body. It is not possible to appear in the outside of the body. And the 6 silver-white rays of light that appeared on top of Zuo-chun's head at this moment were clearly the ancient Yuan seals that belonged to Zuo-chun. Moreover, as far as Yi Qiandi knew, Zuo-chun's body only had 5 ancient elemental seals. So when did he possess a 6th ancient elemental seal? Could it be that the other party was carrying a star god body similar to Nalan Shuamei's, and could do so by awakening an ancient elemental seal again the day after? A quarter of an hour later, Zuo-chun broke away from his cultivation state and saw the shock on Yi Qiandi's face. "I didn't see it wrong, did I? What the hell is going on with you? How did you come to possess 6 ancient elemental seals?" Yi Qiandi marveled. "What's all the fuss about? What's a mere 6 ancient elemental seals? As I said, little master, my talent back then was more than twice as strong as yours. Now it's merely in the middle of slowly recovering." Zuo-chun opened his mouth casually, turned his eyes, looked at the starry sky that had become dark at some point, and secretly clenched his fists. "Zuo-qianqiu, see? Little master, I have restored another ancient Yuan mark. Wait well for me. Come to abolish you." Chapter 052 Challenging the 13th Spirit Ranking. As the 6 ancient elemental seals in his body continued to vibrate, within a moment, a strange color appeared on Zuo-chun's face. He even felt that his own body of ancient Yuan power is moving, shuttling in the limbs and bones between the meridians, with a tendency to break through again. Having just broken through to the 8th heaven of seal condensation, I didn't expect that, almost immediately afterward, I would have to advance and break through again. Under Yi Qiandi's monster-like eyes, Zuo-chun once again operated the Thunder Origin scripture, and his ancient Yuan power was constantly transformed around the 6 ancient Yuan seals, rapidly refining the 8 spatial and temporal energies as he began to make a breakthrough. A quarter of an hour later, Zuo-chun opened his eyes, a glittering luster flickering in the depths of his 2 pupils, and his entire aura appeared to be more and more powerful and mysterious. 9 heavens of seal condensation? Very good. Competing for the spirit ranking will be one more layer of certainty. Zuo-chun murmured. The continuous breakthrough of 2 heavens in a short period of time was something that Zuo-chun had never expected, but it was still understandable to sense that after his 6th ancient elemental seal had manifested, his own origin and essence had increased exponentially, resulting in a breakthrough in strength. This was the difference between the number of ancient Yuan seals, 5 seals and 6 seals. It seemed that there was only a difference of 1 seal, but the speed of cultivation, the difference was 2 times. If one day Zuo-chun's 10 ancient elemental seals were all manifested, The cultivation speed at that time would be more than 10 times that of the current one, and compared to a normal person, the speed would be even more terrifying. The battle for the spirit ranking lasted for 5 whole days. On the 5th day, the entire list had almost been finalized, and those Dark Horse level characters who were usually hidden from sight and cultivated hard, including some of the top disciples who were originally at the top of the spirit ranking, were finally all dominating the top of the spirit ranking after 5 days of strong fights. Comparatively speaking, the new disciples who entered the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace together with Zuo-chan, always because of their shorter cultivation time, there was still a bit of a gap between them and those old disciples in terms of their own strength, and almost all of them were ranked at the bottom of the spirit ranking. This further emphasized the power of the few new disciples similar to Yi Qianti and the others, who, despite having just joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, were able to compete with countless old disciples and ranked at the top of the spirit ranking. In the early morning hours of the 5th day, Zuo-chan arrived early in the middle of the clan square and looked toward the list that hung in the void of the 9 heavens, and his gaze couldn't help but flicker up. Spirit ranking number 13, Yi Qianzhong. Spirit ranking number 29, Yi Qiandi. Seeing the rankings of these two people, the corners of Zuo-chan's mouth vaguely curled into a smile. The reason for observing the rankings of these two people was that Zuo-chan wanted to deduce the height he could possibly reach. After his own strength broke through to the 9th sky of seal condensation, although there was a considerable gap with the spirit summoning realm, and his realm could not be compared to these two, Zuo-chan nevertheless understood that if it came to real battle power, even Yi Qiandi, who was known as the number 1 new disciple, could not be compared to himself. Even that even more powerful Yi Qianzhong might not be his own opponent. In the center of the battlefield, under the gaze of countless people, with the end of the last battle, that ruling elder responsible for everything on the battlefield raised his voice and opened his mouth. The spirit ranking contest? This is the end? Wait! Just then, the adjudicator's voice was interrupted. Countless people's gazes followed the direction in which the voice appeared, and eventually all of them coalesced on top of a figure. Zuo-chan. This kid, 8 bare heart and leopard guts, dares to interrupt the adjudicator, doesn't want to stay in the sect anymore. Countless disciples whispered, revealing a look of watching jokes at this moment. This Zuo-chan is clearly a self-inflicted sin, looking for death on his own. What is it? At the front of the battlefield, a touch of anger appeared on the face of the ruling elder as he looked at Zuo-chan in a guarded manner. If Zuo-chan cannot say a 3 or 7, today this kind of behavior is provoking him as an elder, disciples provoking the high elders, disciplinary action is still small, expulsion from the clan is not too much. In the void station, a flash of interest also appeared on the faces of many sect executives. Obviously, they had also noticed Zuo-chan, the disciple, and they all wanted to know what Zuo-chan meant by stepping forward at this moment. I want to challenge the spirit ranking. Zuo-chan faintly spat out a sentence. Challenging the spirit ranking? Many people were stunned for a moment, and then reacted, their eyes widening. Did I hear you wrong? This kid, what did he say? Challenging the spirit ranking. Underneath the battlefield, a disciple seemed to have heard the biggest joke and hurriedly asked the person beside him. At the same time, on top of the void platform, some sect elders, protectors, and other high-ranking powerhouses had their faces occupied by surprise. At once, an elder laughed. This Zuo-chan, he is high-minded and arrogant. While his strength is certainly good, and he's on the verge of being ranked number 1 on the green ranking, he seems to be a bit overconfident. Not bad. The young disciples nowadays still need to polish their hearts. Another elder said seriously. It was true that many people started talking about it as if it was a laughing stock, but at the very front of the void station, the corner of right protector Xiahou Wu's mouth revealed a smirk, and no one had ever seen that in the depths of his eyes. A different kind of refined light flashed through. The ruling elder, who was interrupted by Zuo-chan, angrily said, "You kid tricked me? Challenging the spirit ranking. Don't think that you have the ability to challenge the spirit ranking just because you won first place in the green ranking. Moreover, the spirit ranking is the ranking of the inner disciples. You are not qualified to challenge it for now. Could it be that you want to let the time of the 3 rankings conference drag on because of you? Quickly go down, for the sake of you winning the first place in the green ranking. I won't pursue anything today, and if there is a next time, you will be severely punished." After the ruling elder finished speaking, he waved his hand impatiently.
佐臣并没有理会对方的说辞，反而是冷笑开来。好好好，这就是元武天宫。
I originally thought that Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was a resort for cultivation, encouraging disciples to cultivate and compete. Now it seems that it is no different from those trashy little sects in the secular world. I was really blind when I made the effort to join Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in the first place. What did you say, kid? The ruling elder took a step out, suddenly sealing off Zhuo Chen's retreat, and a strong aura crushed over on the spot. I said that I was blind to come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in the first place. Zhuo Chen glanced at the ladder and didn't retreat. Instead, he secretly operated his ancient Yuan power and began to bitterly resist the terrifying pressure belonging to the other party. Fortunately, Zhuo Chen's Nianli itself was powerful, plus when that outside pressure touched his own body, the mysterious jade within himself seemed to spread a breath that invisibly helped him resist that breath from the outside world, which allowed Zhuo Chen to persevere. You're just a follower, and you want to challenge the spirit ranking? The ruling elder's tone was icy cold as he said afterward, high-minded and arrogant, not listening to instruction. Such a disciple. I don't want my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. I declare that from now on, you are expelled from the sect by my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. A figure descended in this instant and appeared in the center of the battlefield. Ruling elder, why are you so angry? Right, protector? The ruling elder was suddenly startled, and then he was furious. This kid, disrupting the assembly, is clearly just fooling around. Give him a chance to challenge. The one who appeared was none other than Xiahou Wu, and after he finished speaking, Xiahou Wu shifted his gaze to Zhuo Chen and said meaningfully, You little fellow, you're quite stubborn, daring to contradict the ruling elder at will. But I like it. Right afterward, Xiahou Wu's words made everyone's jaws drop. This sentence was acceptable coming from someone else's mouth, but coming from Protector Xiahou Wu's mouth, why did it sound so strange? Thinking back to the previous Xiahou Wu style of action has always been the most severe existence, can't allow others to make the slightest mistake. To Zhuo Chen today, some of the treachery, the behavior of contradicting the ruling elder, in other words, Xiahou Wu is afraid to directly come up to a slap and then add a sentence. There are no rules and regulations, get lost and go to the hall of punishment to be punished. But who knew that today it was in front of so many people that Zhuo Chen was praised instead? But he's just a follower, not an inner disciple, not allowed to challenge the spirit ranking. The ruling elder opened his mouth, seeing that even Xiahou Wu had come out to defend Zhuo Chen made him extremely depressed. Xiahou Wu had a casual look on his face as he waved his hand and said, This is nothing. With Zhuo Chen's strength of being number 1 in the green ranking, it's enough to become an official disciple of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Even if it's to become an inner disciple directly, it's still enough. I will announce the following. Starting today, Zhuo Chen is my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's official disciple. And if he is able to make it into the top 100 in the Spirit Ranking Challenge, he will directly obtain the status of an inner disciple. Xiahou Wu then looked around at the 8 directions and spoke to all the disciples. The surrounding area was in an uproar. It was not expected that this person, Zhuo Chen, would really take a step to heaven, directly rising from the status of a follower to a true disciple, and even possibly becoming an inner disciple. What was even more unbelievable was that this matter was still announced out by Protector Xiahou Wu himself. After announcing this, Xiahou Wu turned around and returned to the middle of that void station. Zhuo Chen, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. Elder ruler, now am I qualified to challenge the spirit ranking? That's just it, you brat. I don't know what's so uncomplicated that you can make Protector Xia personally come out to bail you out. Count yourself lucky. I'm an elder, so naturally I won't make things difficult for you anymore. The ruling elder spoke in a depressed manner. Now that the spirit rankings position has also been finalized, if you want to challenge, just directly choose an opponent to challenge, or 2 chances to fail. Alright, then I'll trouble elder ruler to announce the list rankings later. Zhuo Chen nodded. As the ruling elder retreated, Zhuo Chen stood alone and proudly in the center of the battlefield. And as his gaze moved, he looked around the earth to the 8 directions, his entire essence transforming in an instant. In the end, his pupils coalesced above a figure outside the battlefield, and a coldness suddenly appeared on his face as he suddenly opened his mouth. I challenge. Yi Qian battle. Yi Qianzhong 13th in the spirit ranking? Zhuo Chen actually directly challenged the 13th most powerful person on the spirit ranking? Crazy, crazy, crazy. This Zhuo Chen, looking for death. Arrogant. Is this Zhuo Chen trying to gain everyone's attention? He did succeed, but hey, challenging Yi Qianzhong. This kid is thinking too much. Some people laughed coldly from below, as if they all saw the next miserable scene after Zhuo Chen's defeat. Chapter 053. I won't be so cruel. Underneath the battlefield, after being stunned for a moment, a scowl instantly swept across Yi Qianzhong's face. Challenging me. Well, well, well. Sending me to the door for me to stomp you to death. Yi Qianzhong spoke in a low voice, and in the next moment, he took a step into the air and arrived above the battlefield. Seeing the two of them stare at each other in the battlefield, facing the frighteningly powerful Yi Qianzhang, Zhuo Chen appeared to be calm and steady as a mountain. Within the 9 heavens, Xiaohu in the void station had a flash of a different color in his eyes. This brat, he has guts. You're looking for death. I'm going to waste you today. Arriving in front of Zhuo Chen, Yi Qianzhang's tone was cold to the extreme. The last time he sent someone to find trouble with Yi Qianti, he was stopped by Zhuo Chen from doing so, spoiling things. It made Yi Qianzhang deeply notice Zhuo Chen's existence. However, the strength of the other party's 6th sky of condensed seal was not yet in his eyes, and he didn't expect that the other party would progress so rapidly in such a short period of time and directly ascend to the first place of the green ranking. But what about being number 1 on the green ranking list? The gap between it and the spirit ranking could not be counted by reason, and compared to Yi Qianzhang, who was ranked 13th on the spirit ranking, that gap was even greater. For Yi Qianzhang, Zhuo Chen challenging himself was an insult, even though it gave him a chance to personally stomp on Zhuo Chen head-on. Abolish me? This fart of yours, you have a level of skill. But unfortunately it's not very useful and can only smoke yourself. Zhuo Chen's gaze locked onto Yi Qianzhang, and his ancient Yuan power roared into action. Terrifying power exploded and surged. Adding within both hands, Zhuo Chen shattered the air with a single finger, and within an instant, the finger force carrying a terrifying thunderbolt rumbled and caved in Yi Qianzhang's chest. Get out! Yi Qianzhang snorted coldly, then Tai bellowed. However, a shocking scene appeared. A finger that wasn't even placed in Yi Qianzhang's eyes directly shattered Yi Qianzhang's chest robe on the spot, revealing the close-fitting inner armor inside. The powerful, forceful qi broke through everything, causing Yi Qianzhang to stomp and retreat 3 steps. What strong physical strength! Yi Qianzhang was suddenly startled and thought inwardly, and on the spot, he shouted sternly, "War God body!" The physical body metamorphosed, directly sacrificing the origin of the war god body. Yi Qianzhang's fists broke through the earth, and his entire aura grew in vain for a moment. Storm of chaos! Yi Qianzhang was shouting harshly. Invisible strength spread throughout his entire body. A terrifying space-time storm descended on the center of the battlefield on the spot, with majestic ancient Yuan power mixed in, inducing the constant operation of space-time energy in all 8 directions. Powerful storm power ran on the spot, sweeping out along Zhuo Chen. Human-grade, upper-grade, ancient Yuan technique? Chaotic storm? Zhuo Chen muttered, and a touch of seriousness was contained in the depths of his gaze. Battling with a character like Yi Qianzhang, although he was extremely confident in his own strength, Zhuo Chen absolutely did not dare to be careless. For many disciples, a human-level, upper-grade ancient Yuan technique was an absolutely powerful means of combat now. Communicating with the mysterious jade within his body, Zhuo Chen's qi and blood and ancient Yuan power exploded between his limbs at 10 times the usual speed of operation, and at the same time, he once again blasted out a sentinel thunder finger. Thunder and lightning flashed, and he was born to kill within that chaotic storm. A single finger broke through everything, directly tearing through the long sky with an astonishing killing power, breaking that chaotic storm on the spot. Whether it was Zhuo Chen's royal thunder finger or Yi Qianzhang's chaotic storm, all of them were human-grade, upper-grade ancient Yuan techniques of the same level, and should be equal in power, and even because their own realm was higher than Zhuo Chen's, the chaotic storm's power should be far greater than the royal thunder finger. However, what many people had not expected was that the terrifying killing power of Zhuo Chen's finger strike was not weaker than the chaotic storm at all, and was even more powerful from a certain angle. Breaking the other party's attack, Zhuo Chen strongly killed the front. His fleshly body collided, and his 2 fists continuously bombarded Yi Qianzhang's body at an astonishing speed, strongly clashing against each other. Yi Qianzhang's war god body power was then revealed between the physical body. It seemed to have gained some kind of special power enhancement, appearing to be very terrifying and strong, and its own battle intent was constantly rising as the physique became stronger and stronger. Compared to my war god body, your little physical strength is nothing. Yi Qianzhang was sneering. He admitted that Zhuo Chen's physical strength was indeed comparable to that of ordinary people, and was even comparable to some inferior divine bodies, but his Yi Qianzhang's war god body was a powerful physique that ranked in the top 30 of the continent's divine body list, which might not be a big deal right now, but with the improvement of his own strength, his physique would get stronger and stronger, and if he reached the pinnacle someday, it would be no problem for his fists to break through the earth and to shatter all the mountains and rivers. Ridiculous. It's sad that the war god body is wasted on a fool like you. Zhuo Chen disdainfully swept a glance at the other party. Back then, Zhuo Chen's talent was not much stronger than Yi Qianzhang's. Moreover, living in the Endless War region, Zuo-chan did not know how many talented and terrifyingly strong existences he had seen on a regular basis, and those people's use of power and their ability to tap into and control their own physiques and potentials were not something that could be compared to Yi Qianzhang's in front of him. According to Zuo-chen's knowledge, the other party's war god body was a physique that was inherently possessed. That is to say, for this war god body, Yi Qianzhang had already cultivated for nearly 20 years, for such a long time. For the excavation and utilization of the war god body, even the introduction had not been achieved, and to call himself a genius, Zuo-chen really didn't know if Yi Qianzhang insulted these two words. Boom! The earth trembled, the powerful force vibrated and shook, and that terrifying fluctuation caused many disciples to be shocked and simply couldn't believe it. This Zuo-chan, who is nothing but a mortal flesh body, was able to harden his battle god body. Some disciples stared at Zuo-chan dead on, wanting to see through everything. In vain, with a bang, Yi Qianzhang was blown out by Zuo-chen's punch and ruthlessly smashed into the back of the battlefield, prostrate and powerless. War god body, nothing more than that. Zuo-chan opened his mouth, and in the next moment, he stepped out in a hurry, berserk strength added between his physical body, and ruthlessly stomped his foot in the air. Click! Vaguely, Yi Qianzhang's sternum shattered and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out on the spot. Standing back with his arms folded, quietly looking at Yi Qianzhang, Zuo-chan then blandly said, carrying a physique ranked in the top 30 of the divine physique ranking, how many people can only dream of the talent in your body, and behaving in such a poor manner? I don't know who gave you the self-confidence to be so arrogant? Yi Qianzhang didn't even hear what Zuo-chen was saying. Instead, his gaze locked onto Zuo-chan. Closing his eyes and sensing for an instant, he said horrifiedly, 9 heavens of condensed seal? If it was said that Yi Qianzhang's self-confidence was strong just now, at this moment, he already had a touch of never-before-seen scorn in his heart. A few days ago, when Zuo-chan was competing for the green ranking, his performance was certainly extraordinary, but at that time, Zuo-chan was only at the 7th level of the condensed seal realm, and the strength, with a whole realm difference between Yi Qianzhang, wanted to make up for it, and in a short period of time it was simply impossible. Yet only a few days had passed, and this person, Zuo-chen, had directly broken into the 9th heaven of seal condensation, only one step away from the height of the spirit summoning realm? Unbelievable! Thinking about him, Yi Qianzhang, what dazzling talent he possessed. When he was at the condensed seal realm, he didn't have such a terrifying advancement speed as Zuo-chan. Breaking through 2 heavens in a row in just a few days, not only was it him, Yi Qianzhang, looking at the entire Yuanwu heavenly palace, even those most powerful existences amongst the true disciples did not have this possibility. All around the square, an unknown number of disciples existed, all of them sensing the powerful aura released by Zuo-chen, and each one of them was horrified and shocked, a true shock from the bottom of their hearts. This kind of progress could simply be described as terrifying. No matter what, in the end, it's just the condensed seal realm. Yi Qianzhang indifferently opened his mouth. A body of power spread. From between each of Yi Qianzhang's hands a ball of cold ice light emerged, and an extreme cold ice aura was transmitted and spread out at this moment. With Yi Qianzhang as the center, the earth in a 10-meter radius was transformed into an invisible domain of cold ice. Hand of Frost. The astonishingly large handprint directly rushed towards Zuo-chan to kill him. At this moment, Yi Qianzhang completely utilized his own power to the peak, and he understood that with the power of this Zuo-chan, it was impossible to fight this battle without using his origin, and it was impossible to defeat the other party. Yi Qianzhang was the 13th in the spirit ranking, and if this ranking was really challenged down by Zuo-chen, Yi Qianzhang didn't dare to imagine all the questions and taunts he would face next. Feeling the terrifying aura that filled the entire space with that cold aura, he struck out in vain, and 3 sharp and incomparable blades appeared between his right hands, revolving around Zuo-chen's main body continuously, tracing out mysterious trajectories. Just try your hand at it, Zuo-chen muttered, a touch of anticipation on his face. Shadow Blade. Ever since his successful cultivation, he had yet to truly unleash it in battle, and even when he was competing for one of the green rankings, Zuo-chen had merely utilized the power of 1 blade. This time, on the other hand, the 3 blades came out in unison, the strongest manifestation of this ancient Yuan technique. The blade-on soared at an astonishing speed, tearing through the long sky in an instant, and under Zuo-chen's mastery, it rushed at that frosty hand and blasted it. Sharpness appeared, cutting through everything. The 3 blade awnings didn't enter the 9 heavens under Zuo-chen's expectant gaze, directly passing through that frosty hand. Thumbs up! The frost hand snorted and shattered, turning into thousands of fragments that disappeared between the 9 heavens. That ice field was directly broken by Zhuchuan. All the pressure disappeared, and almost at the same moment, Zhuchuan took a vibrating step and harnessed the 3 major blades to kill through the air, locking Yi Qianzhang's main physical body and blasted into the other party's body. The tearing power chi wrapped around Yi Qianzhang. His robes exploded, and all over his body, he was drenched in blood, and channels of blood-colored wounds appeared. Even the tight and incomparable close-fitting inner armor was unable to guard Yi Qianzhang, and his war god body simply could not withstand the cuts of Zhuchen's shadow blade, and was directly broken. In the next moment, Zhuchen's breath folded, and he withdrew the 3 major blades, transforming them into the purest ancient Yuan power to return to his body. Looking at the miserable Yi Qianzhang in front of him, Zhuchen slapped Yi Qianzhang's face fiercely, slapping him directly onto the ground, his entire face swollen into a pig's head. Physique and talent, it is a favor given to you by the heavens, but it is not a reason for you to act like a pussy. How you treat others, others will only treat you even more profoundly. Of course, little master, I won't be so cruel to waste you today. Zhuchen looked down at Yi Qianzhang below, the corner of his mouth revealing a cold arc. Don't worry, because I promised Yi Qiandi that I would leave you for him to personally beat and scrap. Chapter 054, The Final Reward. Get off! After kicking Yi Qianzhang off the battle stage, Zhuchen then sat down in the center of the battlefield and began to cultivate and recover with all his might. Running the Thunder Yuan scripture, the body's ancient Yuan power circulated through all the limbs and bones in an instant. At the same time, the 6 ancient Yuan seals in the body vibrated at the same time, and began to refine the 8 spatial and temporal energies at a furious speed. Some ordinary disciples couldn't feel it, but some of the sect's top-level powerhouses on that void platform all had shocked colors on their faces at this moment. With their powerful thoughts, they were naturally able to clearly sense the powerful aura belonging to Zhuchen's body, the speed of qi and blood operation during cultivation as well as the speed of recovery of ancient Yuan power. All of them had reached an extremely terrifying point. Looking at the tens of thousands of disciples throughout the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, there were very few of them who could surpass Zhuchen in these 2 points. This Zhuchen, he's just a follower. Even if he had an epiphany, he shouldn't be so powerful. Between the stations, an elder narrowed his eyes and sensed everything about Zhuchen. Someone beside them nodded in recognition of this. They, the top powerhouses of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, their eyesight and insights were all at the top of the heap, and their understanding of cultivation was even more unparalleled. So they naturally sensed that Zhuchen's aura wasn't simple, and was even a bit abnormal. I see, according to the realm gap between the two, Zhuchen is not Yi Qianzhang's opponent at all, but the same ancient Yuan technique in Zhuchen's hands exerts a power that is unknown how much more powerful than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, Zhuchen's flesh is mortal, yet he was able to harden himself against Yi Qianzhang in a short period of time. Apart from his own outstanding battle sense, control, and all of these, the main point is that Zhuchen's qi and blood operation speed is surprisingly 10 times that of a normal person. An elder looked surprised and spoke at this moment. Everyone understands that at the time of battle, after the speed of qi and blood and ancient elemental force operation, if it reaches a limit, then the Yuan martial artist's own instantaneous explosive power will also reach its peak, and from a certain point of view, it already possesses some of the characteristics of a special divine body. It was this point that gave Zhuchen the qualifications and backbone to challenge Yi Qianzhang. Many elders, protectors, and the like, after hearing this statement, pondered a little and realized the key, and then someone said, that is to say, if Yi Qianzhang can hold on and continue the battle for a while longer, Zhuchen will be unable to follow through and will ultimately lose? Not bad, the elder from before said. Just as many sect executives were talking about everything about Zhuchen on the void platform. Suddenly, Zhuchen's entire aura skyrocketed, and his essence seemed to reach a brand new height in an instant, while his fleshly body roared and a muffled thunder like tremor appeared. The space-time energy from the 8 directions converged at a terrifying speed, and was continuously incorporated into Zhuchen's body before being rapidly refined. For a time, in the entire battlefield, the endless space-time energy completely fluttered, surging towards Zhuchen with a crazy momentum, and this speed of absorption and refining reached the extreme, leaving people breathless. I'm afraid you all underestimated this fellow. At this time, at the very front of the void station, Xiahou Wu suddenly spoke. Xiahou Wu's words made many people solemn, and some couldn't help but open their mouths with some disbelief. Underestimated him? Zhuchen challenged Yi Qianzhang, and although he won the battle, after analyzing it, he still did not enter these people's eyes. These clan executives present had seen too many stunning disciples over the years, but these people ended up not knowing how many of them had fallen. Zhuchen's victory over Yi Qianzhang, in their opinion, was only because the speed of qi and blood and the ancient yuan force was too terrifying, thus making the explosive force too strong, crushing Yi Qiandi in a short period of time. This kind of disciple did not appear before, but with the elevation of the realm of cultivation, ultimately, one by one they were reduced to mediocrity. You have seen everything on his surface. Have you ever perceived the state of cultivation within his body? Xiahou Wu said with a smile. At that instant, there were many people's powerful thoughts that passed through heaven and earth, all of which condensed on top of Zhuo Chen's own physical body, and within a moment, someone exclaimed in a low voice, 6 ancient elemental seals? The so-called 5 seals were peerless and swallowed qi like a tiger, while the 6 seals covered the world and had qi and blood like an elephant. Carrying 6 ancient yuan seal reporter, even if the flesh is mortal with the enhancement of the realm, can ultimately have a terrifying physical body comparable to the elephant. This elephant is not the common kind of elephant, but the strongest kind of existence. Of the elephant family's physical body, ancient mammoth giant elephant. This kind of person is a genius, well-deserved genius. Looking at a large dynasty is the talent at the top of the existence. As this holy sky imperial dynasty, after the appearance of a dragon heart month is full of imperial dynasty are shocked, shaking countless cities and regions. Even the Yuanwu heavenly palace is directly recruited as a true disciple, and directly worshipped in the name of an elder. After Zhuo Chen's 6th ancient elemental seal appeared, he already possessed a cultivation talent that was no weaker than Long Xinyue's, and he couldn't help but be alarmed by these sect elders and protectors whose eyes were high and lofty. After some cultivation, Zhuo Chen opened his eyes, still very satisfied with this battle. The overstep collision with Yi Qianzhan had completely stabilized Zhuo Chen's strength of breaking through 2 heavens in a row in the past few days, and invariably, the bottom line had become stronger. Looking towards that void station, Zhuo Chen could not help but be secretly satisfied as he read the expressions of some of the clan's senior management in his eyes. With Zhuo Chen's current strength, even if he defeated Yi Qianzhan, it was still not as good as challenging those terrifying figures in the top 10 of the spirit ranking, and since this was the case, challenging the spirit ranking in fact didn't have any substantial benefits for Zhuo Chen. However, what he wanted was not the rewards after capturing the rankings, but precisely the shock of these people. Not bad, he just wanted to be reckless and show his current talent in a high profile to draw the attention of the sect, thus obtaining a large amount of cultivation resources so that he could have better conditions for cultivation. Now it seems to have served its purpose. Walking down the central battlefield, Zhuo Chen also stopped challenging other people and quietly waited for the next golden ranking contest that belonged exclusively to true disciples. Compared to the number of tens of thousands of disciples in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the number of true disciples was only a mere 300 or so, which was really not that many. However, after sensing the aura of those people, many of the new disciples were completely shocked. Each of these true disciples possessed strength not weaker than the spirit summoning realm, and many of them had even reached the heights of the 7th or 8th heaven of the spirit summoning realm, and even, there were a few whose aura was so powerful that it simply made it impossible for some of the unusual disciples to sense it clearly, and it was feared that all of these people had reached the 3rd major realm of cultivation, the strongest of the Rangu realm. Once you enter the fusion martial realm, you are a fish leaping into a dragon and soaring into the sky. Walking out of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, sweeping some 3rd or 4th-rate small sects was no big deal. Similar to the Huanqing sect that Zhuo Chen stayed in before, any one of these true disciples walking out could sweep. Moreover, the main thing is that the age of these true disciples are not big compared to Yuan martial artists. The oldest is feared to be only in their 30s, and the normal are 27 or 88 years old, compared to the outside world, those who have cultivated for decades or even hundreds of years before they can barely reach the strongest in the Rangu realm. These true disciples, but only a district of 20 years to cultivate to the same heights. The potential is obviously. The earth is unbelievable. In comparison, Zhuo Chen understood that, don't look at his current challenge to the spirit ranking, which was majestic and domineering, but I'm afraid that he really wasn't placed in the eyes of these true disciples. At least the current version of himself was really in no way comparable to these people. As in the case of Long Xinyue, although she was also a true disciple and had unparalleled talent, Long Xinyue had become a true disciple only because of the special treatment of worshipping the clan elders as her masters, and truly speaking of the realm of strength, she was still at the bottom of the heap amongst these true disciples. In comparison, the competition for the golden list of true disciples was much simpler, being a direct challenge on the original list much simpler and easier. One day down, the golden list ranking is completely stabilized. Many people's names are almost maintained unchanged. However, there are so very few dark horse level disciples, but showed amazing strength. Directly in the list jumped dozens of names or even hundreds of positions. Among these true disciples, the competition was exceptionally strong, and it was understandable and imaginable that these few people's rankings would change drastically. First on the golden ranking, Feng Yinyu. Second, Wu Lingxiao. Third, Lin Yu. Zuochun looked at the three most eye-catching names above the golden ranking list and could not help but secretly clench his fists. The three most powerful people on the golden ranking, the previous battle had given Zuochun an unimaginable shock. If there were disciples that could be placed in Zuochun's eyes when looking at the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, these three people would undoubtedly bear the brunt. Whether it was the control of the rhythm of battle or the excavation of their own potential, these three had all reached a peak and extreme point, completely overpowering the other disciples. In comparison, Yi Qianzhong, who lost in his own hands, was not too much weaker than these two in terms of talent qualifications, but the gap between the two sides is not something that can be made up with time. Similar to these three people, it is the existence in Zuochen's heart that truly qualifies as a genius. Interesting, the three of you are the ones who are qualified to be my next opponents. As his inner battle intent burned, Zuochen muttered and spoke. Since the Endless War Domain, even though Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was known as the gathering place of geniuses, it was not placed in Zuochen's eyes. Perhaps because of the arrogance of his own eyes, in Zuochen's eyes, all of these so-called geniuses were nothing more than dog farts, and their names didn't live up to the truth. But now that he had seen these true disciples, it was still a bit of a fun experience. As the challenge of the last true disciple ended, the entire third ranking conference was completely finished. Although he had later challenged the spirit ranking, Zuochen was after all the number one in the green ranking, and the rewards that belonged to him were still a little bit quite a lot. The ruling elder personally handed Zuochen a heaven-taking pill that shimmered with silver light, and sensing the powerful aura within the pill, a bright color appeared in Zuochen's eyes. Little ant, with this heaven-snatching pill, the poison in your body should be able to be suppressed for a long time, Zuochen muttered. Afterwards, the ruling elder handed another token to Zuochen, saying, in addition to the heaven-rating pill, you also have the rewards of an Earth-grade lower-grade mental technique, as well as an Earth-grade lower-grade ancient elemental technique. So take the token and make your own choice. Earth-grade mind technique? Ancient Yuan technique? Zuochen's eyes lit up and he immediately took the token. Chapter 055. Hand over some money for damages. Previously, he had only heard Little Dance say that winning the top 3 of the green ranking possessed a heaven-rating pill, and for the other rewards Zuochen hadn't really paid attention to them. I didn't expect that in addition to the heaven-seizing pill, it would also reward an Earth-grade lower-grade mind technique and ancient Yuan technique, which would be too tempting. An ancient Yuan technique of this grade, if one were to exchange it on one's own, an Earth-grade lower-grade mind technique would require a full 50,000 contribution points, and this amount of contribution point consumption would be too much for even most true disciples to consume. Looking at the rewards that Zuochen had gotten his hands on, Lin Shantian, who was second on the green ranking list, had an unsightly face. The second-place reward was sufficiently less than the first-place reward by an Earth-grade ancient elemental technique. It was simply a heavenly disparity. If it wasn't for this dastardly Zuochen coming out of the woodwork, the one who had captured the reward right now could have been himself. However, despite his inner resentment, the moment he thought of the scene where Zuochen challenged Yi Qianzhong, Lin Shantian completely lost his temper. After getting his hands on the heaven-seizing pill reward, Zuochen didn't rush to exchange the heart technique and the ancient Yuan technique, but instead hurriedly left this place and headed towards the place where his little ant lived. While just leaving the square, Zuochen's gaze suddenly lit up as he looked at a figure that should have walked out of the square not long before he came out, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Almost at the same time, that figure also saw Zuochen's appearance, and an imperceptible color of delight immediately flashed across the two beautiful eyes. Zuochen! HM? Long time no see. Senior Sister Linger. Zuochen looked at the other party and said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet Li Linger here. Since the last time he had done a quest in the Shattered Sky Mountain Range with Long Xinyue, Li Linger and the rest of the crowd, he hadn't been seen again. Blah, 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 blah. What's the point of calling me Senior Sister? Am I that old? I seem to be a few months younger than you, so just call me Senior Sister. Li Linger's mouth pouted as she said with dissatisfaction. Ha! Good day, Senior Sister. Zuochen smiled and opened his mouth. The impression of this Li Linger in his heart was actually not bad. The latter's mind was somewhat simple, and the way she treated others did not have the same kind of pampered aura of an unusual true transmission disciple. After saying that, a flash of color suddenly appeared on Zuochen's face. I'm 2 months older than you? How do you know so clearly? Li Linger's cheeks on both sides, instantly occupied by 2 groups of red, could not help but be stunned for a moment, before it was with a low and inaudible voice. I was by chance in the clan roster to see your age well. Chen didn't go deeper. He just casually asked. But he didn't expect this Li Linger senior sister to be so easily shy. Then he changed the topic and said, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Dancing Heaven Pavilion Little Ant's place. Together if you're on your way." By the way. Li Linger hurriedly nodded her head. The two walked side by side. Li Linger stood beside Chen, but she always kept her head lowered and silent. Instead, she was rarely quiet. Senior sister Li Linger? What a coincidence. Suddenly, a teasing voice appeared from the front, catching the duo's attention. Immediately afterward, Chen saw a pale-faced disciple walking head-on, looking at Li Linger with undisguised greed and possessiveness in the depths of his eyes. "Where is senior sister going? If you're not doing anything, why don't you go out for a walk with senior brother?" Seeing this person's appearance, Li Linger's face appeared angry, and she coldly said on the spot, "No need. I'm busy. Agu. What is more important than accompanying senior brother me? Tell me?" The man's eyes coalesced on Li Linger, then paused, his tone slightly cold. "If you can't say something that satisfies senior brother me, then tell me about when you'll return the 30,000 contribution points to me." Wang Feng, get the hell away from me. 30,000 contribution points. I've already paid you back a long time ago. Why do you still keep pestering me? Li Linger said sternly, with a face of undisguised disgust and revulsion. "Humph, paid it off." The disciple named Wang Feng sneered. "After dragging on for 3 whole months, the interest alone is 30,000, and you're telling me that it's paid off?" Saying that, Wang Feng arrived in front of Li Linger with an arrow step, and without any further ado, he directly grabbed Li Linger's arm and spoke colorfully. "If you don't come up with 30,000 contribution points in one go, then obediently come with me. As long as you promise to be my cultivation partner, what's 30,000 contribution points? What if I send you another 30,000 contribution points?" Bang! A strong forceful chi came head-on and smashed Wang Feng out with a bang. In broad daylight, "Do you pretend that little master I don't exist?" Chen put away his fist, then glanced at Wang Feng with disdain. Similar to this kind of playboy disciples who had background support in the sect, although they had the name of a true disciple on top, their own strength was often extremely trashy, similar to that white crane who couldn't even compare to some of the inner disciples, and in the hands of Zhuchuan he couldn't even eat a single punch. "Nyo, is everything all right?" Chen looked to Li Linger who was on the side. Li Linger was obviously not in a good mood, but she still squeezed out a smile on her face and shook her head. "How dare you hit me? Do you know what kind of person I am?" Wang Feng was stunned for a moment, then struggling to get up, Wang Feng wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth in a sorry state. His face was covered with a hideous viciousness. "You're just an inner disciple and you dare to hit my true disciple? Don't think that you have the capital to hit me just because you defeated Yi Qianzhang. If you mess with me, Wang Feng, not only will I mess with you, I won't let go of any of your relatives or friends. Quickly apologize. Kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise I'll make your life worse than death." Is that so?" Chen's face suddenly chilled. District of Wang Feng, no matter what kind of the other party is and what kind of background they have, this kind of trash stuff with poor strength, Chen really didn't put it in his eyes. But this person opened his mouth and said that he would not even spare his family and friends. This Dust could not endure. First thought of the little ant, if really because of their own and make this person retaliation hurt the little ant or something, then it is too late to regret. "Senior Sister Linger, what nonsense are you talking about? How is it okay?" Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke directly to Li Linger. "Look, your face looks so bad. Your breath is unstable. You must have been scared, isn't it? Don't answer me, it must be." Chen sighed. "Luckily I discovered it early, otherwise you would have left behind aftereffects. Not only would there be a possibility of disfigurement after your breath was disorganized, but your own cultivation origin would have been affected, and as a result, you would have lost your talent." After saying that, Li Linger was full of astonishment, looking at Chen with her eyes wide open, somewhat unable to laugh and cry. This is a good end. Wang Feng, even his own clothes did not touch the corner of the fly out. How in the mouth of Chen became subjected to static, and even the consequences of such a serious it. Looking at the left dust's fervent appearance, Li Linger almost believed it herself. At this time, only Chen could be heard continuing to speak to that Wang Feng. "Senior Sister Linger was scared by you. This is too serious, no. Today you must make amends. It doesn't have to be too much. 10,000 contribution points will do. If you can't take 10,000 contribution points to compensate for Senior Sister Linger's loss, you won't be leaving today." Chen spoke viciously, a faint killing aura spreading out from his body in vain. Wang Feng was simply stunned. Shameless. Really too damn shameless. 100 times more shameless than himself. He didn't even touch Li Linger. He directly took that heavy punch. He didn't even say that he was aggrieved. But instead in Zhuo Chen's mouth Li Linger became a victim? Blackmail me? Ha ha ha. What a laugh. You dare to blackmail me, Wang Feng? Do you know what body I have? Wang Feng's voice was sharp as he pointed at Zhuo Chen and opened his mouth. Snap. However, before Wang Feng could finish his sentence, Zhuo Chen blasted a big slap on the spot. There was a thick ancient yuan power attached between his fingers, and the slap directly slapped half of Wang Feng's face with a swollen pig's head. Zhuo Chen laughed coldly. Little master, I'm really not interested in what your status is. I only need to see the contribution points, understand? 10 voices. If you don't take out the contribution points within 10 voices, you won't be wasted. Consider little master incompetent. 10-9. Zhuo Chen then opened his mouth and read out word for word. Wang Feng snapped, "Don't mind your own business." As soon as the words fell, he was greeted by another vicious slap from Zhuo Chen, and the other half of his face similarly became a pig's face. 5, 4, 3. Zhuo Chen was continuing to speak, staring closely at Wang Feng, the aura on his body growing more and more intense, with the tendency to immediately explode out in the next moment. Wang Feng just wanted to threaten a few more sentences, but a word just spit out, the front of the face and ushered in an iron fist. The bridge of the nose was cracked on the spot, blood, tears mixed together, cannot stop flowing down, woefully difficult to see the extreme. 1. Spitting out a word from his mouth, Zhuo Chen fiercely stepped out, and without any further ado, he directly offered an imperial thunder finger. Stop! Give! I'll give! Wang Feng's voice was shrill, and he didn't know whether it was a cry or a roar, stopping Zhuo Chen's movements, and then he directly endured the pain and took out a rune crystal card. Taking the rune crystal card over and casually handing it to Li Linger behind him, Zhuo Chen said, "Senior Sister Linger, count it and see if the quantity is enough. 1 punch for 1 less contribution point, 100 less contribution points to scrap a leg, and 1,000 less contribution points to add 2 more hands." Li Linger didn't come back to her senses at all, and after hearing Zhuo Chen's voice, she quickly glanced at it and said dumbfounded, 10,000 contribution points? Quite a lot. Very well, you kid is sensible. It would have been better if you had taken it out earlier. Why do you need to suffer this kind of flesh and blood, right? Zhuo Chen looked at Wang Feng with a smirk. Without waiting for Wang Feng, whose face was filled with a weeping aura, to speak, Zhuo Chen again slapped his forehead as if he remembered something. I almost forgot. What did you just say? Not only do you want to screw me over, you won't even let my friends and family go, right? No, you must have misheard. Where is it? Wang Feng panicked and took 2 steps back, sharply defending himself. Misheard? I hope it was a mishearing. Zhuo Chen nodded his head in satisfaction, and then said regretfully, Alas, this person, he's forgetful as he gets older. There's no way around it. PFFT. Li Linger in the back puffed and laughed on the spot. Zhuo Chen waved his hand at Wang Feng. Quickly go back. Cultivate well. Quite good at what you do. I still think highly of you, kid. Let's go. Watching Wang Feng limp away in a sorry state, a cold aura swept across the corner of Zhuo Chen's eyes before he turned around and smiled at Li Linger. Li Linger nodded and left along with Zhuo Chen. But then she handed Zhuo Chen the rune crystal card. Here, give me what for? Zhuo Chen said unexpectedly. That's your stuff. Isn't this the compensation fee Wang Feng gave you? Doesn't it seem a bit less? Or should we ask Wang Feng for more? No, that's enough. Chapter 056 Li Linger's Request. Holding that rune crystal card, Li Linger wanted to speak several times, which caught Zhuo Chen's attention. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Zhuo Chen was curious. Although that Wang Feng is a waste with poor strength, his older brother is Wang Bro, who is ranked 7th on the True Disciple Golden ranking. Li Linger bit her lower lip and said with an ugly face, That Wang Bro is taking care of this younger brother. Last time Wang Feng disrespected a sect deacon, causing a big storm, but in the end, it was suppressed by his older brother Wang Bro. I'm afraid you've provoked Wang Bro by standing up for me. Hearing Li Linger finish, Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered and a strange color appeared in the depths of his eyes. Is the 7th of the True Disciples? Originally thought this Wang Feng as well has an uncle as a sect elder or something backstage. Did not expect the other party's elder brother is a True Disciple 7th powerful existence. No wonder Wang Feng was so arrogant. Listening to Li Linger's statement, even the sect deacons did not put it in their eyes, so it turned out that he had this kind of background. From a certain perspective, Wang Feng was a bit more troublesome than that white crane. Similar to the white crane, although his uncle is the clan elders, but unless a big accident, otherwise it is generally not good to come out, cannot be because the white crane was beaten every time to come out, haul an elder to deal with a disciple below it. But this Wang Feng is not the same, his big brother, the same as the clan disciple, and the strength is strong, the general people simply do not dare to provoke. Even if the intrusion of some big trouble, the clan to see in the future of Wang brothers and so on hopefully rise to become a pillar of the clan in front of the disciple, but also will only turn a blind eye. It's fine, not to mention that he's the 7th true disciple. Even if he's in existence in the top 3 of the golden ranking, it's still a bit harder to suppress me, Zuo-chun. Zuo-chun smiled indifferently. Li Linger was still uneasy. If there's any trouble, you say it to me, big deal, I'll let master, his old man, step in. Don't think too much. Zuo-chun waved his hand and directly changed the topic. The duo quickly arrived in front of a waterfall, where an extremely gorgeous and exquisite attic stood, with 3 big words written on it. The Dancing Sky Pavilion. This was precisely the attic that belonged to Little Dance, but now that Little Dance had returned to the family, there was only Little Ant living within the attic. I'm here, what about you? Zuo-chun looked at Li Linger and said. Li Linger raised her head to look up at the attic, a few shyness suddenly appearing between her complexion. Are you going to see your little aunt? Can I, together, go and take a look? You want to go? Fine. Zuo-chun was a bit surprised, but he still nodded. The two of them stepped into the attic, and at a glance, they saw the white-clothed woman who was sitting quietly in a wheelchair in front of the window, carefully flipping through a tome. Little aunt, I'm here. A touch of gentleness and a smile appeared on Zuo-chun's face. The woman raised her head and saw the duo of Zuo-chun and Li Linger, and immediately spread a smile before shifting her gaze to Li Linger. Xiao-chun? Who is this? Senior sister Li Linger. I met her last time I did a quest. I just stopped by, so I came in and sat down. Zuo-chun introduced, then said to Li Linger, let me introduce you. This is my little aunt. Li Linger's cheeks were vaguely reddish on both sides, appearing a bit shy, with a bewildered voice. Sister, you're so pretty. So young. It can't really be Zuo-chun's sister-in-law, right? Zuo-chun muttered up from the side. Actually, I think so too. Just after he finished speaking, he received a stern gaze from his little aunt, and Zuo-chun was so weak that he immediately lowered his head. Taking out the sky rating pill, Zuo-chun handed it to his little aunt and said, Little aunt, this is my reward for winning first place in the green ranking, the sky rating pill. It's an earth grade pill. If you take it, you'll definitely be able to get rid of some of the bone poisons in your body. Heaven-taking pill? A gentle color appeared in little aunt's eyes. Little dust, it's fortunate for you. Unfortunately bitter. Zuo-chun grinned. And in the ensuing moment, Zuo-chun spoke again. Little auntie, look. The instant he said that, Zuo-chun's body of ancient Yuan power operated, and 6 silver white light bands directly appeared between the 3 feet in the air above his head, and this light band imprint appeared, flowing with an extremely powerful aura, with dense air currents floating and sinking in it, constantly changing, appearing very divine. Zuo-chun's essence, including his entire aura, was all divine and extraordinary because of these 6 rays of light appearing at the same time, and there was a feeling of transcendence and momentary sublimation. Xiao Gu's expression was still calm, but there was still an undisguised joy. 6 ancient Yuan seals? Li Linger, on the other hand, had her mouth completely wide open as she looked at the scene incredulously. Didn't you only have 5 ancient elemental seals? How is this possible? Could it be that you possess some sort of special divine body that underwent a second awakening? Zuo-chun smiled, undeniable, also did not explain too much. Before the battle, Zuo-chun with 6 ancient Yuan seals against the enemy, defeated Yi Qianzhong. Those clan elders and so on probably have discovered their own talent, however, because of the seal does not reveal the reason, and make many disciples or still do not know, so Li Linger see after appearing this kind of expression, Zuo-chun is able to understand. Little aunt, just rest assured that the awakening was successful, and I am no longer Zuo-chun from back then. In the future, it's the main thing for you to focus on recuperating your injuries. Don't focus your mind only on Zuo-chun anymore. Zuo-chun said. The reason he had shown his talent of 6 ancient elemental seals was to completely reassure his little aunt, so that she wouldn't have to keep worrying about his cultivation or anything else. Looking at the relief and satisfaction that came out in his little aunt's expression, Zuo-chun knew that his purpose had been achieved. A basin of water was quickly called, allowing Xiao Nun to soak her feet in the basin, and then Zuo-chun watched Xiao Nun swallow that heaven-snatching pill. The entire elixir entered the body, instantly transforming into pure energy that ran between its limbs and bones. A majestic aura erupted from Xiao Gu's body, instantly rushing and swinging in all directions. And at the same time, Xiao Gu's hands formed a magical hand seal and began refining and absorbing on the spot. Gradually, with the passage of time, the medicinal power of the heaven-taking pill was completely refined away by Xiao Nun, and immediately after, Suichan only saw Xiao Nun's feet being wrapped in a black-purple color, and drops of black bone poison were continuously being discharged, and in almost the blink of an eye, a large basin of clear water turned into a black-purple color. Watching this scene, Suichan was also comforted a lot inwardly. This heaven-snatching pill was worthy of being an earth-grade pill. The effect was very good. 1 point of the bone poison discharged from Little Ant's body. The pain suffered would also be reduced by 1 point. Li Linger on one side saw all the process and a look of intolerance appeared on her face. Sister, it hurts, doesn't it? Little Ant glanced at Li Linger and smiled. Girl, you don't understand yet. The path of a Yuan martial artist is meant to be a fight with the heavens, and there will be many trials and tribulations in the future. So what is this pain? Watching Xiao Gu finally finish her detoxification and her complexion looked much better. Suichan also nodded secretly in satisfaction. Little Ant, then I'll go to the book depository to exchange my heart technique and ancient Yuan technique first, and I'll come back tomorrow to take care of you. Suichan said. You go and cultivate well the little ant and do not need to cultivate the usual life a person can, do not need to come over every day. Little Ant said. On one side, Li Linger's eyes turned, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, Sister, why don't I come and take care of you? I'm also alone, I usually have nothing else to do besides cultivation. If Sister agrees, Linger can move over and live with Sister, and it's usually convenient to take care of Sister as well. You moved over? Suichan looked at Li Linger in front of him. Could it be that he had heard wrong? It seemed that he and Li Linger had only met twice between the back and forth, and although they were now considered to be quite familiar with each other, their relationship wasn't good enough to allow the other party to help them take care of their little ant. Was it? However, listening to Li Linger's tone and this kind of look in front of her, the latter speech opening is clearly not that kind of polite, but from the heart really want to take care of the little ant's appearance, which makes Suichan a little bit incomprehensible. Yes, why? I've known my sister since we met. Can't I help take care of her? Li Linger seemed to be gathering courage. Her cheeks flushed red as she glared at Suichan. Suichan nodded with a bitter smile. This Li Linger's meaning seems to be quite persistent. Someone to help take care of the little ant. His heart is of course 10,000 happy. Li Linger is a girl. Taking care of the little ant, doing things than their own can be much more careful, but this also want to see the opinion of the little ant. On the wheelchair, the little nun was in a white dress on the body. A light flowed from the corner of her eyes, and she looked at Suichan and Li Linger respectively, but she seemed to be smiling, and then she said softly, Okay, if Linger's sister really doesn't mind, she can move over and live together. Leaving the Dancing Sky Pavilion, Suichan went straight into the book collection pavilion. The last time he came to the book depository, he didn't have many contribution points in his hand, and was only able to exchange for human-level mind techniques and ancient Yuan techniques, but this time he was in a completely different mood, and with the token in his hand, he was able to directly enter the second floor of the book depository and choose Earth-level mind techniques and ancient Yuan techniques. Inside the book depository. Hello, Senior. I've come to exchange my heart technique and ancient Yuan technique. Suichan entered the book collection pavilion and walked straight to the old man guarding the pavilion, taking out his token for being number 1 on the green ranking. The old man picked up the token and viewed it back and forth, then narrowed his eyes at Suichan, a strange color appearing on his face. I remember. It's you, kid? I remember that the last time you came, you were only a mere 3 or 4 heavens of condensed marks, right? I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you would have stepped into the 9th sky of condensed seal, and even captured the 1st place in the green ranking? Very good. Go, the Earth Grade Mind Technique and Ancient Yuan Technique are on the 2nd floor. You can pick one each at will. The old man put away the token and said to Suichan, and then, as if he remembered something, he looked at Suichan's walking out figure and said, Earth-level heart techniques are very precious, you brat. This time don't be reckless and pick some lightning attribute heart technique to forcefully cultivate it, lest you waste an opportunity. Suichan turned around and gave the old man a serious look. It's not a waste, Senior. I managed to cultivate the Thunder Origin Scripture last time. What? Success. The old man unexpectedly opened his mouth, and as he looked at Suichan's back as he walked up to the 2nd level, a flash of astonishment appeared in his cloudy eyes. Chapter 057 Phagocytic Resolve. The 2nd floor of the book depository. Looking at the many runic crystal balls that were reflected in his eyes, Suichan's gaze lit up on the spot. This second layer compared to the first layer, the storage was not much better. Human-level mind techniques, ancient Yuan techniques were almost invisible. They were all Earth-level lower, middle, and upper-grade mind techniques. Of course, that kind of labeled price was also prohibitive to Zuo-Chen, and any kind of ancient Yuan technique would require tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of contribution points to be exchanged. However, Zuo-Chen understood that relatively speaking, this price was absolutely cost-effective, and the power of an Earth-level ancient Yuan technique was more than exponentially greater compared to a human-level ancient Yuan technique. Similarly, the Earth-grade heart technique was exponentially stronger than the human-grade heart technique, both in terms of the speed of the operation of the ancient Yuan power and in terms of cultivation, and the power of the same means of attack struck by a Yuan martial artist who had cultivated the Earth-grade heart technique was far higher than that of a powerful person who had cultivated the human-grade heart technique. With Zuo-Chen's vision, selecting cultivation mind techniques and ancient Yuan techniques was extremely precise. Every time he picked up a runic crystal ball, observing its introduction as well as roughly sensing it down, the pros and cons of this mind technique or ancient Yuan technique were extremely clear in a single thought. After selecting for a long time, Zuo-Chen's gaze instantly coalesced above a runic crystal ball, and a flash of astonishment appeared on his face. Shura Flame Blade, Earth-grade lower-grade ancient Yuan technique. As Zuo-Chen recited these 5 words under his breath, a dusty memory that had been sealed for a long time could not help but appear in his mind. In the past, he was in the Zuo clan's imperial clan, browsing through countless canonical books, and almost knew countless things about astronomy and geography. Zuo-Chen could still remember that he had read in the Inhuman scriptures back then, countless years ago, in the predestined battle between the continent's top power, balanced cult sect, and Luotian imperial sect. When Luotian imperial sect looked to be in a disadvantageous position and about to lose, a young assassin came out of the sky as if it were a supreme black horse, holding 8 supreme heavenly swords, and he killed within the balanced sect's army, decapitating the balanced sect's 8 protectors with lightning speed, and then retreated in one piece. That young assassin later became an idol that countless Yuanwu practitioners revered and respected, known as the Shadow Dancer of the Blade in later generations, and called the Blade Ancestor by some Yuanwu practitioners specializing in the Tao of the Blade, and was recognized by the world as one of the 3 strongest in the attainments of the Tao of the Blade in the ancient times. And the supreme blade art utilized by that young assassin named Tyrone in that battle back then was the Shura Flame Blade. The supreme blade art utilized by that kind of character naturally couldn't just be a mere ancient Yuan art of the lower grade of the regional Earth level, only that after seeing this cultivating flame blade in front of him, Zuo-Chen unnaturally thought of all this. Picking up this runic crystal ball, Zuo-Chen spread a stream of thoughts and closed his eyes to sense it, and after a moment he suddenly opened his eyes, and a bit of excitement glowed in the depths of his 2 eyes. Crippling magic? Zuo-Chen saw that the description about this Shura Flame Blade, this ancient Yuan technique, was a remnant technique and was not complete. The Shura Flame Blade had a total of 9 layers, and what was contained within the crystal ball in front of him was only the cultivation method for the first 2 layers of the district. With a feeling of his own instincts, Zuo-Chen seemed to have thought of something. Zuo-Chen was also considered to have seen countless strong people and countless ancient Yuan arts, so naturally, he could understand that an ancient Yuan art that had the power of an Earth-level lower-grade ancient Yuan art in just the first 2 layers, then what incredible power should it have in its complete state? Most likely, his own speculation was not wrong. This Shura Flame Blade in front of him, even if it wasn't the heaven-defying grand art possessed by Tyrone back then, it was at least an extremely extraordinary means of combat. A handicap? So what if it's a residual art? Thinking that the mysterious jade in his body has the effect of being able to imprint the ancient Yuan technique into it and present it perfectly, as long as there is a cultivation method for the first 2 layers, and Zuo-Chen is given the time to do so, the Zuo-Chen of the future, if his talent recovers perfectly, will have full certainty that the 7 layers of the latter residual art will be deduced. Ancient Yuan techniques were all created by people, and if Zuo-Chen's talent recovered, how many people in the entire continent would be comparable? He didn't believe that there were still what kind of means that even he couldn't deduce? "You're it," Zuo-Chen muttered, directly taking this rune crystal ball into his hands. Afterward, he began to continue watching some ancient Yuan power mind techniques. The lower-grade cultivation mind techniques of the Earth grade honestly did not yet meet Zuo-Chen's eyes. It was just a pity that with the contribution points he had today, it was impossible to exchange them for a more powerful cultivation mind technique. After finally choosing an Earth grade lower-grade mind technique, the devouring determination, Zuo-Chen returned to the exit of the book pavilion with the 2 rune crystal balls, and handed them to the old man guarding the pavilion for engraving. After seeing Zuo-Chen's choice of heart technique and ancient Yuan technique, the old man frowned again and couldn't help but be lecturing. The Shura Flame Blade, although it's extraordinary in power, it is after all a residual technique, and it doesn't have much potential after cultivation. This devouring decision, it is even worse, although the speed of cultivation up to be faster than the unusual heart method on a lot, But the speed in exchange will be the foundation is not stable, the chances of fire into the devil greatly enhanced. A careless perhaps has completely abolished your foundation. You this kid, the talent is not bad. But the way of cultivation is one step at a time, cannot be so impetuous, only the pursuit of what speed and power, no. Thank you, senior, for your teachings. Zhuo looked at the other party with a smile. Then why don't you hurry up and change it and choose again? The old man said with an expression of hatred. It had to be said that after knowing that Zhuo had successfully cultivated the previous Thunder System mind technique, his view of Zhuo had changed greatly, and with the old man's insights, he naturally understood that to be able to do this, Zhuo's own talent might not be comparable to the most stunning characters, but it definitely had its own extraordinary features. However, after seeing that Zhuo had chosen this Shura Flame Blade and Devouring Decree, his heart was both happy and angry. There's no need to change, senior. Zhuo laughed. If the cultivation feels uncomfortable, I will naturally stop continuing on. Looking at Zhuo's obstinate expression, the old man could only shake his head helplessly, and finally engraved a copy of each of the two cultivation methods and handed it to Zhuo. Taking the Devouring Decree and the Cultivating Flame Blade, Zhuo quickly went back, and after entering the door, he directly began to seriously study it. The cultivation method of this heart method in ancient Yuan art was actually not much, adding up to less than tens of thousands of words and only needed to be integrated and did not need to memorize one word at a time, and in less than half an hour Zhuo had already understood it more or less. Began to start cultivating Devouring Decision, a body of ancient Yuan power with the operation of the Devouring Decision and the circulation of the body Dao meridians. For a time it was like a wildebeest, the 8 spatial and temporal energies converged at an amazing speed. The speed of cultivation was fast to the extreme. Compared to the human-grade heart technique Thunder Origin scripture that he had previously cultivated, this Devouring Determination was cultivated at a speed that was a full 20 times faster. This was a speed that was shocking to the senses. Normally, the difference between the cultivation speed of a human-grade upper-grade heart technique and an earth-grade lower-grade heart technique was at most only 10 times faster, but this Devouring Determination was born to reach a speed that was 20 times faster. Zhuo felt that when this Devouring Determination was in operation, the surrounding space-time energy was as if it had gone crazy, desperately entering his body, constantly transforming, and constantly being absorbed by himself, and it really lived up to the word devouring. Moreover, this Devouring Determination seemed to have another effect, and that was to devour the ancient Yuan power of others for one's own use, so that one could devour and absorb a part of one's opponent's power when fighting. But any slightly insightful Yuan martial artists understand, seemingly this extremely attractive effect. In fact, the danger contained in it is great to the extreme. Because two different Yuan martial artists, because of the cultivation of different heart method, coupled with their respective power attributes are also different, so directly swallowed over is very dangerous. There is a great possibility and their own body's power conflict, although the swallowing decision can be from a certain point of view to dissolve the power of the mutual exclusion, but after all, there is a great aftermath. The only thing was, all of this was nothing compared to Zhuo. There was a mysterious jade in his body. Any ancient Yuan power would be transformed by the jade and become extremely pure, no matter how fast the cultivation speed was. There would be no consequences such as the power being unstable. Moreover, Zhuo's ancient Yuan power was a brand new power that was a fusion of the 7 ancient Yuan powers, and no matter which attribute of ancient Yuan power entered Zhuo's body, it was only a nutrient for him, and there was no question of rejection. Cultivation speed. This was what Zhuo was pursuing. His own strength needed to be urgently improved now. Any opportunities Zhuo would not let go. After a day of cultivation, Zhuo felt that his origin was enhancing very quickly, and the thickness of the ancient Yuan power in his body had increased significantly. For the next few days, Zhuo had almost always soaked under this wholehearted cultivation, and with his own 6 seals talent now, coupled with the unique cultivation speed of the Devouring Decree, when combined, even Yi Qiandi, who had witnessed all of this with his own eyes, was shocked beyond words. Secretly comparing the two, Yi Qiandi was shocked to realize that even if he, who was carrying the Emperor body, compared to Zhuo, he had already fallen into a disadvantage in terms of cultivation speed. Beginning to continuously cultivate for nearly half a month, Zhuo was very satisfied. He felt that he had even touched the threshold of the second major realm of cultivation, the spirit summoning realm, and if he continued to cultivate for a longer period of time, it wouldn't take much time before he would be able to break through and cross over into the ranks of the spirit summoning realm. Yi Qiandi kindly reminded from the side, "You cultivate the Devouring Decree? I've heard of this kind of mind method. Although it's extremely fast to cultivate, the flaws are obvious, the origin is unstable, the foundation is uncertain, and the consequences will be dangerous. There's no need to worry, it's just a mere earth-grade heart technique, it's nothing to me, and those aftereffects are only relative to others." Zhuo spoke casually. Of course he understood what Yi Qiandi meant, but he did not take it personally. Let's go. Let's go to the combat pavilion and accompany me in a fight so that I can try out the characteristics of this devouring decree. Zuo-chun patted Yi Qiandi's shoulder. Combat pavilion? Yi Qiandi's gaze at the same time lit up. For him, a place like the combat pavilion, which was filled with hot blood, was equally deeply attractive. Chapter 058, Arousing Spirit Realm. Stepping into the combat pavilion with Yi Qiandi, the duo's appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Many of the disciples who often soaked in the combat pavilion had strange colors in their eyes. They couldn't forget Zuo-chun's hefty battle record the last time he came in. With only a mere fifth sky of seal condensation, he had defeated many opponents in a row, and even the third on the green ranking, Nangong Dust, had been directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood. It's only been a month, right? I didn't realize that the other party had directly crossed over from the fifth heaven of the condensed seal to the peak of the ninth heaven of the condensed seal, and even swept the green ranking, ascending to the top of the green ranking. The battle pavilion was still as lively as before. Many disciples were fighting hard in the various battle platforms. Everyone's body exuded a biting aura, and under some of the battle platforms there were still people betting on the contribution points. However, when Zuo-chun's gaze looked over, the faces of those disciples who were sitting on the tables changed and they vaguely dodged away. With a faint smile, Zuo-chun was not concerned. The last gambling contribution point was just his own casual fun and entertainment. It was impossible to get rich or anything by this stuff. His eyes turned to a battle platform, and it just so happened that two people had finished fighting, leaving the battle platform vacant. Without the slightest hesitation, Zuo-chun took a step into the air, and in the next moment, he stepped on top of the battle platform, and then he smiled and hooked his finger at Yi Qiandi. "Come up and fight with me." "Yes." Yi Qiandi immediately nodded his head, revealing an attitude of eagerness to try, and in the next moment similarly arrived on top of the battle stage. Compared to him, the number one new disciple, Zuo-chun was originally dwarfed by him, but ever since his familiarity with Zuo-chun over the past few days, coupled with witnessing the scene of the other party's strong suppression of Yi Qianzhong, Yi Qiandi understood that the gap between himself and Zuo-chun had been completely bridged, and had even been widened by quite a bit. However, previously in the three rankings conference, Yi Qiandi himself had gone through many battles, and his own strength had progressed extremely tremendously, stepping from the first sky of the spirit summoning realm into the second sky of the spirit summoning realm, so naturally he also wanted to properly stamp out his own strength. Without much ado, Yi Qiandi struck out in a flash, a strong aura erupting between his essence. As Zuo-chun and his duo made their move, an unknown number of figures gathered under this battle platform for a while. Both of them were not the hot figures of the sect right now. One of them was recognized as the strongest and number one of the new disciples, while the other one was like a supreme black horse, rapidly growing from a follower into a real disciple, and dominating the number one spot of the green ranking. Some people had already begun to sit on the bank, inviting the crowd to bet on the fight, causing countless people to begin to bet. But there was no absolute conclusion as to whether the two sides would win or lose, and some people's eyes were flickering as they were already analyzing the final result. This Zuo-chun, even Yi Qianzhong was able to challenge and win. This Yi Qiandi is even less of an opponent. I'll press Zuo-chun to win. Someone seriously analyzed, extremely confident in Zuo-chun. Laughing, in the three-list assembly, Yi Qianzhong himself went through quite a few battles and was in poor condition. Being challenged by Zuo-chun to win was partly an innate advantage in it. And this Yi Qiandi himself is the first person of the new disciples with this aura. After the three-list assembly clearly has improved again, I see the result of this battle. Instead, Zuo-chun is a little bit hung up. While many disciples were talking about it, in the center of the battle platform, the two figures were all shaken up and strong. With a finger pointing ahead, the lightning-like finger power blasted into the front with a thunderous momentum, completely locking Yi Qiandi. However, looking at Zuo-chun's finger, Yi Qiandi smiled faintly, his ancient yuan power operating to the extreme, his right hand swinging, drawing an arcane trajectory, instantly dissolving Zuo-chun's finger. Zuo-chun's eyes stared. It seemed that this Yi Qiandi's progress after the three rankings conference was really not small, and with his previous strength, although this royal thunder finger of his own might not be able to defeat the other party, he would still be able to at least make Yi Qiandi consume a great deal and suffer a bit. However, it does not matter the battle to be smooth, and today the two of them a battle originally is to cut, seal, win or lose are secondary. The strength of the second sky of the spirit evocation realm was very uncomplicated, at least in terms of the amount of ancient yuan power. It far exceeded Zuo-chun, and this was something that could be determined by the accumulation of the realm, not by talent. The stronger a yuan martial artist was, the more majestic the ancient yuan power he possessed within his own body was naturally. During the fight, Zuo-chun quickly realized this. He understood that if he wanted to defeat Yi Qiandi, The most important thing he needed to pay attention to was time. A quick battle to be able to defeat the other party in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, under the origin gap, after the battle dragged on, the winner would definitely be Yi Qiandi. Revolving the devouring determination, the speed at which the body's ancient yuan power was operating reached a terrifying level in an instant. At the same time, with the presence of the mysterious jade in his body, Zhuo Chen's own qi and blood was also operating at 10 times the speed. A powerful aura erupted in an instant, and at this moment, although Zhuo Chen had a gap between him and the other party in terms of realm, in terms of the extent of the eruption of ancient yuan power, he was already completely no weaker than Yi Qiandi. Shadow Blade. Zhuo Chen spat out 4 words, and his 5 fingers coalesced as he began to rapidly form seals. Between the miraculous handprint changes, there were 3 major sharp edges that manifested at the same time, as thin as cicada wings, as if they were 3 major flying daggers, flowing with divine light, nearly transparent at a glance. However, no one could belittle the terrifying power that was contained therein. Feeling the appearance of the shadow blade, Yi Qianti's face became much more serious, and instantly, his physical body began to change, and without hesitation, he communicated his own emperor body origin, causing the special power of his physical body to fully open. In a moment, since Yi Qiandi's arms between the arms, all sorts of special patterns appeared, and with the addition of these patterns, that one arm even began to emit a glistening white light, as if it were jade flesh and bone, appearing extremely mysterious. The moment Zhuo Chen struck out and the 3 major blades came blasting strongly, Yi Qiandi's arms came together, and those many lines began to flicker continuously, interweaving into a cross-light shield visible to the naked eye, directly resisting between the 3 feet in front of him. Boom! With a roar, along with the collision of the 2 forces, Yi Qianti's body retreated 3 steps in a row, and 3 eye-catching marks were chopped out on top of the cross-light shield he had struck. What a strong defense! Zhuo Chen sighed in admiration. Yi Qiandi's emperor body was an offensive and defensive body that was extremely suitable for fighting. This cross-light shield was approximately a natural means attached to the emperor body, and I didn't expect that the defense would be so powerful that even his own shadow blade could withstand it. Of course, after all, it was a sparring session. Zhuo Chen hadn't really gone all out. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this randomly hitting the shadow blade. Zhuo Chen would certainly have carefully discerned the other party's weak point, thus directly carrying out the strongest interception. Although he had blocked Zhuo Chen's attack, Yi Qiandi was obviously suffering badly. His breathing was ragged, his breath became buoyant and unstable, and his ancient yuan power showed signs of flocculation. Take another punch from me, Zhuo Chen shouted loudly and sternly, a flash of excitement appearing on his complexion. Although fighting with Yi Qiandi was only a short moment, it was easy and incomparable. It was completely a kind of catharsis of power and a sparring of fighting skills. In this state, it was not a battle of putting in all his strength, but instead, Zhuo Chen was in a strange state, and instead, he had a sense of an impending breakthrough. Cultivation is like this: when chance comes, it may be an epiphany. A fist intercepted out in an instant, and a body of ancient yuan power surged out without reservation, completely penetrating within the fist aura. This fist was a complete explosion of power, without the slightest bit of combat skill, but it was overbearing and incomparable. Dragon Elephant Killing Fist. Yi Qiandi was shouting as he similarly blasted out with a fist, a touch of excitement in his eyes. Carrying an emperor body, Yi Qiandi was certainly not afraid of colliding with Zhuo Chen's physical body, and even in Yi Qiandi's opinion, he had an innate physical advantage. However, just as their fists made contact, Yi Qianti's face instantly changed. Zhuo Chen's punch, although it was not any ancient yuan technique, the offense contained within it was exceptionally powerful. Moreover, the other party's fist aura was mixed with a strong restraining force, and Yi Qiandi felt that his ancient yuan power was invariably weakened quite a bit when it collided with the power belonging to Zhuo Chen. With a bang, a muffled thunderous explosion appeared in the center of the battle arena, and immediately Yi Qianti was directly knocked back 10 steps by a punch. The crowd around the battle platform was in an uproar. All of their eyes widened, and even some of the disciples who believed that Zhuo Chen would be able to win were in a bit of disbelief. That was, after all, Yi Qiandi, the possessor of the emperor body. Both his strength and heritage were terrifying, and even if this kind of character couldn't defeat Zhuo Chen, the gap wasn't so great, was it? At the same time that he knocked Yi Qiandi back with a punch, Zhuo Chen suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a bright color flashed between his eyes as he sat down on the earth on the spot, and surprisingly began to cultivate in full view of everyone. Breakthrough! Yi Qianti was at the back, spitting out these 2 words in disbelief. With Zhuo Chen in such a state, of course Yi Qiandi was not going to attack again. Instead, he was going to protect the place so that Zhuo Chen would not be disturbed. Only Yi Qiandi was ultimately a little disbelieving that in the 3 rankings conference, Zhuo Chen had reached the heavens in 1 step, reaching the 9th heavenly realm from the 7th heavenly realm of seal condensation, and it had only just been half a month, and the latter was actually about to cross over into the spirit summoning realm. Yi Qiandi couldn't imagine how strong a person's origin should be to be able to manage to break through 3 minor realms consecutively in a month's time. Even if the seal condensation realm was the easiest realm for Yuan martial artists to advance on their cultivation path, they had never seen someone advance so quickly, had they? Running the devouring determination, Suichan was like a whale swallowing a cow, refining the surrounding space-time energy as the ancient Yuan power in his body was continuously converging and transforming around the 6 ancient Yuan seals. Just as countless disciples were dumbfounded, after lasting for a quarter of an hour, Suichan violently whistled harshly, sound waves rolling over the battle stage as his body leapt up. With a smile on his face, Suichan looked at Yi Qiandi in front of him, and then he spoke, "Eat my finger!" The same means of the same people the royal Thunderfinger once again played, but his completely different power embodiment, the entire finger force contained in the killing power and strength, do not know how many times larger. This time, Yi Qiandi didn't seem to be so lucky, and was blasted back by Suichen's finger, and even a deep fingerprint appeared between that super defensive arm, with blood spilling out. In one move, Yi Qiandi was finished. Spirit Evocation Realm? Finally stepped into it. Suichan twisted his body. Crackling and exploding sounds appeared from his bones, and his body was filled with power. Chapter 059. Are you playing with me? The way of Yuanwu, one step to heaven. Crossing over from the condensation realm to the spirit evocation realm, for Suichan it was an essential and even a life-level enhancement. Not only was his own strength stronger, but the entire origin of the person was stepping into a brand new level. A strong person of the spirit evocation realm was enough to sweep away a dozen or more existences of the 9 heavens of seal condensation, of course similar to a very few monsters like Suichan. In these early stages of cultivation in a few realms, it was sometimes possible to achieve the challenge of crossing over the ranks. Suichan was abolished back then. Thus he cultivated bitterly for 10 years, and was awakened in one day. For him, now he was carrying 10 seals, although only 6 seals were visible, but his talent was terrifyingly unimaginable to outsiders, and he directly stepped into the spirit summoning realm in just a few months, which was unbelievable in the eyes of many people. But in fact, Suichan himself understood that this was not strange. With 10 years of his own accumulation, and with the help of the mysterious jade in his body, if he was unable to even cross into it in a short period of time, then it would truly be a waste. If the previous Yi Qiandi was barely able to fight with Suichan, the current Suichan was completely beyond Yi Qiandi's ability to defeat. The gap between the two was widened just because of this moment when Suichan crossed into the spirit summoning realm. Yi Qiandi looked deeply at the teenager in front of him. Even though he lived under the same roof as Suichan every day, and had long gotten used to the other party's everything that surpassed normal people, he still felt incredible. Thinking about himself from the initial cultivation, crossing into the middle of the spirit summoning realm, but it took a full 4 or 5 years, right? A powerful aura filled the surroundings of Suichan. There was an incomparable, overbearing pressure. Feeling all this, Yi Qiandi could not help but smile bitterly, and then he jumped off the battle platform in one step. There's no need to continue this battle. Under the envious looks of countless disciples, Suichan similarly stepped down from the battle platform, giving the venue to the other disciples, and then led Yi Qiandi out of the battle pavilion. Walking in the middle of the sex land, Suichan's heart sighed with emotion. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed, and he had gone from being a waste who had not awakened at the beginning to an official disciple of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and his own strength had crossed over into the spirit summoning realm. Life floats, changes in the blink of an eye. It really makes people somewhat unable to react. I don't know what kind of posture some of the people within that harmonized star sect should have when they knew about their strength and cultivation nowadays. His own strength at the spirit summoning realm now, if placed within the harmonized star sect, it would be enough to crush countless people and become the stream of elders of the harmonized star sect, right? Thinking of the hierarchical star sect, while lamenting inwardly, Suichen's gaze narrowed and the corners of his mouth invisibly hooked into a faint arc. I also don't know what the situation is like for the little dagger who stayed in the hierarchical star sect nowadays. Fortune doesn't want to forget, for Xiao Dao, this naive brother, Suichen's heart has always been thinking about it. After the 3 rankings conference, it's for its 1-month annual vacation, disciples can go back to their hometowns to visit their families and whatnot, so why don't I just go back to see Little Dagger, and in the meantime treat it as an experience? Thinking of Little Dagger, Suichan immediately surged with such thoughts. In Suichen's memories, Xiao Dao's talent wasn't too good, but it was definitely not bad either. Carrying 4 ancient elemental seals, it wasn't as good as these disciples within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, but it was good enough to get by in an ordinary region. He is now in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is considered to be stable, although not capable of letting the small knife directly become a disciple of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, but at least will be able to take over the small knife to cultivate together. In this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, space-time energy was abundant. It was a rare place to cultivate. Cultivating here was naturally much more promising than cultivating in that small place in the Huanqing sect. As soon as he thought of it, Zuo-chun arrived at the Dancing Sky Pavilion and met his little aunt. Little aunt, I want to go back to the Harmonized Star sect to take a look. And if I can, by the way, I'll pick up little dagger as well, Zuo-chun said. Little aunt quietly nodded, a small smile appearing on her face. Go on. After such a long time, I kind of miss that little dagger kid too. Humph. Zuo-chun nodded, but then turned his gaze to Li Linger on the other side. Senior sister Linger, I'm probably going to be away for these days, so the task of taking care of little auntie can be left to you. Li Linger hurriedly nodded her head and snickered. Just go without worry. When you come back, I'll make sure that I take care of my sister until she is even more glorious than she is today. Xiao Gu had Li Linger's care. Zuo-chun was still relatively relieved. If the latter wasn't there, Zuo-chun might not have made up his mind to leave for the time being. After the arrangements were made, Zuo-chun packed up and immediately hit the road, leaving the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and riding the spatial rune transmission formation towards the eastern region of the sacred, heavenly imperial dynasty. Separated by 30,000 miles of Earth, if Zuo-chun were to travel on foot alone, I don't know how long it would take to arrive. But fortunately, the speed of this teleportation array was extremely fast, similar to the power of spatial shifting, and in about half an hour, Zuo-chun had already arrived in the middle of a brand new territory. The spatial passageway shook, and in the next moment, it opened completely, and Zuo-chun leapt into the ground in one step, appearing outside a city. Tilting his head up and looking at the three familiar fonts engraved in the center of the city, Zuo-chun's mood was somehow much better. Seriously counting down, this East Lin city only is engraved with their own memories of the past place. Since the age of 5 years old with a small aunt to run to this place, their childhood is here to grow up. This was the place that had witnessed his 10 years of bitter cultivation, 10 years of sweat soaking through this piece of earth, and from being an obscure teenager at the beginning, he had walked up to such a height as today. Stepping into the city, just walking on the street, looking at the bustling crowds around, all this gave Zuo-chun a dreamy feeling. Every day's bitter cultivation, coupled with the pressure of cultivation after stepping into the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, made Zuo-chun's spirit always in a state of tautness, but there were very few scenes similar to today's such a relaxed walk in the city streets for a stroll, so his heart was also invariably much calmer and more at ease. I wonder, what is the Harmonized Star sect like nowadays? Zuo-chun muttered, walking towards the direction where the Harmonized Star sect was located. Right in the middle of Zuo-chun's forward march, at a certain instant, he was attracted by some arguments on the street in front of him. Kid, today you have to buy this jade lilt fruit even if you buy it or not. An evil grunting voice caught Zuo-chun's attention. There, a group of people were gathered around, pointing and talking, and vaguely Zuo-chun heard some people saying words like transforming star sect or something. Only after walking up to the front, Zuo-chun was able to see that it turned out to be 2 Harmonized Star sect disciples surrounded by a group of people, both sides arguing. The 2 Harmonized Star sect disciples were red in the face and furious. This jade lilt fruit, it's about to deteriorate, so what's the use of us buying it over there? How can your Jiang family store be so deceitful? Kid, my Jiang family store is spread all over East Lin City. The credibility is obvious to everyone over the years. You 2 little guys are slandering and insulting the credibility of my store. Want to walk away like this? Thinking too much, right? A fat-headed shopkeeper's face was grim, and he laughed coldly, then continued. When the jade lilt fruit is taken out of the storage solution once, it has to be used up, or else it can't be stored for a second time. So you guys want me to take this jade lilt fruit out and not buy it again? You want me to take out the jade lilt fruit and not buy it? We are disciples of the Harmonized Star sect, and your Jiang family wants to sell us by force? Could it be that you don't place the Harmonized Star sect in your eyes? The 2 Harmonized Star sect disciples argued vigorously. Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. Just by your 2 disciples of the second sky of condensed seal, you can represent the Harmonized Star sect? That shopkeeper seems to have heard a big joke on the spot, is laughing after a pause and said, what's more, my Jiang family young master Jiang Chintian, a body strength has broken through the condensed seal 7 heavens realm. In the Huanqing sect is already deservedly the most powerful disciple. In terms of status, you 2 boys are nothing. There's still 1 tea time left. If you don't take out Yuan stones and buy this jade lilt fruit away, you'll have to bear the consequences. This shopkeeper's tone suddenly turned cold and angled his head. A flash of dislike clearly appeared on the faces of many people around, anxious for these two harmonized star sect disciples. But after all, this was the Jiang family's store, and unusual people didn't have the guts to say anything about it. So Chan saw everything, and then directly stepped into the crowd, coming to the very front, and signaled to the two harmonized star sect disciples, "Back off!" Without waiting for the crowd to react, Sui Chun slapped down, directly crushing that jade lilac fruit to pieces and splattering the juice. Wiping his hands, Sui Chen whirled around and spoke blandly to the two harmonized star sect disciples. "May I ask, did something happen?" The two disciples of the harmonized star sect came back to their senses with angry faces. "We came to buy jade lilac fruit, but we didn't expect that the jade lilac fruit they gave us was something that had been left for a long time and was on the verge of deteriorating, and it had no effect at all anymore. Surprisingly, they still forced us to buy it." "No? Where's the jade gilt fruit? Where is it? Let me see." Sui Chun opened his eyes wide and looked around. The crowd was stunned and speechless, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but be saying, "Wasn't that jade lilt fruit smashed by you with a slap?" Of course, no one was certain of Sui Chen's identity, and once they thought that the latter dared to openly stand out at this time, surely his identity was not unusual either. No one dared to directly open their mouths yet. This scene of change but let all the people present were dumbfounded, simply did not expect someone to dare to come forward at this time, openly provoking the majesty of the Jiang family. This young man, in fact, what is the identity, do things so domineering, dry? The obese shopkeeper's face directly changed, gloomy to the extreme. "Friend? What do you mean by this?" Vaguely, several people on the side of the shopkeeper stepped forward, invisibly surrounding Sui Chan and the two harmonized star sect disciples in the center, sealing off the path of retreat. "Nothing meaningful, just passing by. Oh, accidentally broke that what jade gilt fruit, right? It's fine, I'll pay for it." Sui Chun opened his mouth and spoke. Upon hearing such words, the shopkeeper of this Jiang family store and a few other people only looked much better and looked at Sui Chun expectantly. But afterward, a light of anger suddenly erupted in the eyes of a few people, simply because this young man in front of them had only taken out a single lower-grade yuan stone. "You play with me?" The fat shopkeeper's tone was incomparably cold, and an invisible aura locked onto Sui Chan on the spot. Chapter 060 Dagger was beaten. Yuan stone, a special or containing natural ancient yuan power, was also the recognized currency in circulation in the Dark Knight continent, with 4 different values: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. A jade lilt fruit, even if it was on the verge of spoiling, was not something that could be purchased by a mere single lower grade yuan stone. Sui Chan took out a mere single lower grade yuan stone. Wasn't this playing with people? Looking at this shopkeeper's furious and anxious expression, Sui Chan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Clever. Right, little master? I'm just playing with you. Give me on. Waste this kid. Dare to come to my Jiang family store to cause trouble? Blind dog eyes." The fat shopkeeper waved his hand, and the few people surrounding Sui Chan directly made a move and pounced on them. An invisible aura swept around Sui Chan in an instant. Sui Chan disdainfully sneered. His right hand 5 fingers coalesced, A to the majestic ancient yuan force contained within it. A hand is to grab a disciple, directly to the spot thrown out. At the same time, when these few people hadn't reacted, Sui Chan took a step out. The earth shook, the green stone ground cracked open with gaps, and a powerful force erupted as if it was a flood, forcing it directly into the 4 directions. Bang on! Many onlookers hurriedly retreated, and when they came back to their senses in the next moment, they only saw a few Jiang clan disciples falling to the ground in pain around Sui Chan. Several people joined hands to surround one person, but they were unexpectedly all knocked over by Sui Chan in an instant, dryly and without mercy. Narrowing his eyes at the fat shopkeeper in front of him, Sui Chan teasingly said, "You want to waste me, don't you?" The fat shopkeeper shivered. His body couldn't stop backing up, but under Sui Chen's vigilant eyes, he didn't even dare to escape even if he wanted to. But then he still forcefully stood up his chest. "My friend, do you know that this is the Jiang family's store we are in? Are you sure you want to cause trouble? Making trouble?" Sui Chen's eyes widened as he looked around. "Did I make trouble? Who's going to tell me?" Among the surrounding crowd, some voices appeared at once, saying with alacrity, "There was no disturbance. Right? I'm a person with a gentle nature. I don't dare to step on flowers and grasses on weekdays, so how could I cause trouble with someone? You must have misread it." Sui Chan spoke to the fat shopkeeper, and then it was his eyes that shifted to the 2 harmonized star sect disciples. "Still not leaving? Li Yun and Wu Hong thank Senior for rescuing them." The duo had a grateful face as they hurriedly spoke. Leading the two away from this place, Suichen's face darkened. Senior? Little master, I'm that old? You guys. Call me senior. The three of them had just taken a step when a voice came from behind. Friend, messing with my Jiang family. There is no place for you in this Longlin city. Snap. Suichan turned his body, and a slap was imprinted on the fat shopkeeper's face, directly sending him flying backwards 3 meters away. Little master, I hate threats from others. Suichan glanced at the other party and immediately turned around to leave. A Jiang family, at best, is only a family in a small place like Donglin City. Out of Donglin City, not even a fart, others blow into pieces with a breath. This fat pig is also not long for the eyes and is too confident in the Jiang family, right? He was used to being a bully in his day-to-day life, and at a time like this he still dared to threaten people out of his mouth. He really couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't know what he was doing. It wasn't until Zuo-chan and the other three left the place that the shopkeeper was covering his mouth, struggling to stand up with severe pain, ruthlessly pinching the 3 broken teeth that had been knocked out by Zuo-chen's slap, staring at Zuo-chen's back, and quickly sending someone to leave the place and head to the Jiang clan's interior. Of course, Zuo-chan didn't know about all this, and the direction that the 2 Huaxing sect disciples went all the way with them was exactly in the middle of the Huaxing sect. Senior. Brother, you were really overbearing just now, but unfortunately, this is considered to have incurred the Jiang family. Among the 2 disciples, Li Yun recalled the scene just now and murmured, somewhat scornful. Zuo-chan glanced at the other party. If you're afraid of a mere Jiang family like this, are you still considered a Yuan martial artist? No need to cultivate, go home and farm. Li Yun shrunk his neck, but did not dare to retort, inwardly thinking that you are rather strong and powerful to be qualified to say these words. But we are not the same. Stepping into the gate of the harmonized star sect, Zuo-chan waved his hand at the 2 of them. You guys go back. I'll stroll around by myself. Good. Li Yun and his duo nodded and hurriedly left. In fact, although they were extremely in awe of Zuo-chan in front of them, they were apprehensive in their hearts as they followed Zuo-chen's side. Knowing that Zuo-chan had beaten up someone from the Jiang family before with the Jiang family's vindictive style, I'm afraid that they had already secretly sent someone to come, and they might even have already set their eyes on Zuo-chan, and if they followed Zuo-chan, then the Jiang family would definitely not let the 2 of them off the hook at that time either. Please also ask, Senior Brother's great name, so that we can also keep it in our hearts and be thankful for what happened today. However, before they left, the Li Yun duo still opened their mouths and asked Zuo-chen's name. Zuo-chan faintly spat out 2 words, Zuo-chan. After saying that, no longer paying attention to these 2 people, Zuo-chan looked around the 4 directions and walked along the interior of the harmonized star sect. Li Yun and his duo recited the 2 words Zuo-chan, and in vain they seemed to think of something as they looked at each other. Could it be that person? A few months ago, when Zuo-chan left, it coincided with the time when Li Yun and Wu Hong joined the sect, so they weren't too familiar with Zuo-chan, but at least someone like Zuo-chan was rare throughout the history of the entire harmonized star sect, and they had inevitably heard of him. Everything around is quite familiar, even this road Zuo-chan has walked countless times, only that time has changed. Everything is no longer for this place in addition to feelings. In fact, Zuo-chan does not have too much attachment. Even if the little knife wasn't still here, I'm afraid that it would be hard for me to return to this place. Returning to the place where he and his little aunt used to live from afar, Zuo-chan saw that the courtyard from back then was still there, and even had a small runic guarding array laid around it. Secretly nodding, Zuo-chan arrived at the front of the courtyard, but the first thing he noticed was that the gate of the courtyard was actually open. Could it be that someone is residing inside? With a touch of doubt, Zuo-chan instantly released a thought to sense it. The thoughts passed through the courtyard wall and entered it, and in the next moment, Zuo-chen's gaze lit up as he stepped directly into the middle of the courtyard and walked towards the house on the left. Pushing open the door and walking in, Zuo-chan saw an obese teenager lying on the bed that he had been on in the first place, and a gentle smile spread out on his face. Little dagger? However, even though Zuo-chan called out 2 or 3 times, the teenager on the bed didn't answer, and only the sound of rough and rambling breathing came out. Just know how to sleep? If you don't cultivate properly, there's no one to supervise you after little master I left for a few months. Is there? Zuo-chan couldn't help but laugh and curse as he walked forward and slapped little dagger on the shoulder. With Zuo-chen's not-so-light slap, the knife was the one that emitted a pained sound, and the entire person turned around, opening his eyes in confusion. Zuo-chan couldn't help but feel something was wrong. The knife, which didn't seem to be sleeping, but was in a semi-conscious state, was actually injured. On top of the bed, Xiao Dao's gaze blinked and coalesced on Zhuo-Chun, brightening fiercely, and that shriveled aura perked up quite a bit. Brother Dust, Dagger muttered, then mumbled. I must have missed Dusty too much and misread him. Zhuo-Chun's eyes unconsciously moistened a few points, looking at this playmate from childhood. The only brother who made friends with him was injured and bedridden. His heart was very unfavorable. Little Dagger, take a closer look. Who am I? Zhuo-Chun leaned over, sat on the edge of the bed, and said gently. As Dust opened his mouth at this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly sobered up a few points in his confusion and rubbed his eyes. Dust, Brother Dust. It's me, Little Dagger. I'm back to see you. Zhuo-Chun smiled and opened his mouth. The knife hurriedly struggled to roll over and get up. A naive and sincere smile appeared on his face, and the whole person was excited to the extreme in a flash. I knew that you would definitely come back to see me. Ha ha ha. Dust Brother is back. After realizing that all of this was not an illusion, the entire state of Xiao Dao's essence seemed to have become much better, and that originally agonized look of pain in the state of serious injury perked up quite a bit. However, halfway through rolling over, the knife lay straight back down again, a flash of pain appearing between his eyebrows as he coughed violently. Lie down properly. Don't get up. It's not like I'm going to run away. Zhuo-Chun frowned, his gaze invariably cold, and said in a deep voice, What's going on? How did you get injured so badly? Little Dagger gritted his teeth. Beaten by Jiang Qintian, that son of a... His strength has reached the seventh heaven of seal condensation. I'm not his opponent anymore. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, because you and Long Xinhua went there and gave a batch of precious pills to the Huanqing sect, so the sect will convene a disciples competition once a month, and the one who gets the first place will be able to get a reward of a human-grade top-grade pill, and that's how I got beaten up in the competition. Jiang Qintian? Zhuo-Chen's voice was cold, vaguely seemed to have thought of something, and said in a deep voice, A mere competition? Winning over your opponent and getting the pills is enough. It's not as if you're going to beat someone up like this, Little Dagger, you tell me. Is it because Jiang Qintian has been targeting you since I left? Thinking about the grudge he had with the Jiang family back then, after leaving, it was highly likely that the Jiang family disciples would target Little Dagger within the Harmonized Star sect. And if that was the case, it would truly be that he had been unforgiving to Little Dagger and had dragged him down with him. Nothing of the sort. Dagger shook his head hastily. Even though the other party said so, Zhuo-Chun was not stupid. Naturally, he saw a touch of unnaturalness in the eyes of the little knife, and his heart was already clear for a few moments. Standing up resolutely, Zhuo-Chun directly said, Jiang Qintian, where is he now? Brother Dust, don't be impulsive. First, Dagger hurriedly persuaded. Zhuo-Chun was unmoved and spoke once again. Little Dagger, just recuperate from your injuries and tell me where he is. People have scales, for Zhuo-Dust, what kind of things offend themselves can be passed, it does not matter, but the only small ant knife two people is Zhuo-Dust absolute scales. One is the closest relatives, one is the best brother was beaten, and still because of their own, Zhuo-Dust if you can tolerate, it is a mother is not a man. Impulsive, this is not impulsive, a mere Jiang Qintian, when in the Huanqing sect, Zhuo-Chun did not really put it in his eyes, and now Jiang Qintian is even more of a fart in Zhuo-Chen's eyes. Since the small knife into such completely challenged the bottom line of Zhuo-Dust, then Zhuo-Dust today fortunately will be this fart to let go. Chapter 061 Domineering Zhuo-Chun. Walking out of the courtyard, Zhuo-Chun directly came outside the earth and rushed towards the clan square. Although he had been away for a long time, Zhuo-Chun was still extremely familiar with some of the habits of the Harmonized Star sect, similar to some of the disciple competitions and the like which were definitely conducted in the square. A few moments later Zhuo-Chun had already approached the square, and some excited cries could be heard. Probably some of the disciples were extremely excited. All right, for this competition, the 3 people with the greatest strength will be rewarded. The first place is a human-grade upper-grade pill, and the second and third places are all human-grade lower-grade pills. A voice that Zhuo-Chun was quite familiar with spoke from the front, then said, Let me announce the top 3 in this conference, which are first place Jiang Qintian, second place Wang Feiyu, and third place Chao Hai. With the fall of this voice, 3 figures took a step in front of the crowd, a faint trace of excitement surfacing on each of their faces. All right, this is the reward for the pills. I hope that after the 3 of you get the pills in your hands, you can cultivate well and fight for my Harmonized Star sect in the future. The elder who had spoken earlier spoke with a smile, taking out 3 crystal bottles containing pills. Wait! Suddenly, a voice came from below, causing all the disciples to be startled. A lot of people look back, are looking for the owner of the voice at this time. There are still people are not satisfied with the results. Isn't it only the strongest who can get human-grade top-grade pills? His little skill, Jiang Chintian, is qualified to enjoy pills? Just kidding. The voice came immediately afterward, its tone filled with a kind of disdain. Jiang Chintian, who was standing in front of him, laughed out loud, not taking it personally in the slightest, and looked around playfully. Could it be that amongst the disciples of my harmonized star sect, there's still someone who wants to challenge me? Not bad, you're right. Suo-chun took a futile step forward, appearing in the crowd's line of sight in an instant. Suo-chun looked at Jiang Chintian in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Might as well. How about we have a battle? It was with this moment when Suo-chan appeared. The four directions of the earth suddenly shook with a roar, and an unknown number of people's gazes surfaced in the depths of their gazes with a touch of horror. At the same time, the senior figures of those sects, one by one, seemed to have seen an unbelievable scene, with shock permeating all of their eyes. Suo-chun unexpectedly appeared. Other than the new disciples who had joined in the past 2 months, I'm afraid that no one in the entire harmonized star sect would be able to forget the 2 words Suo-chan and that once familiar face. At that time, Suo-chan was still nothing more than a waste that hadn't been awakened for many years and wasn't placed in anyone's eyes. But he didn't expect to rise completely at the last critical moment in a single step. In the blink of an eye, such a long time has passed, Suo-chun joined Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and came back once again. Today here, no one dares to look at Suo-chan with the same gaze as in the beginning. Not to mention these ordinary disciples, even those clan elders, after sensing the invisible pressure on Suo-chan's body, there was a touch of gravity in their eyes. You are Suo-chan. Jiang Chintian's face turned ugly all of a sudden. The original him was not Suo-chan's opponent when he was finally competing for the qualification to go to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and several months had passed, and although he had stepped into the 7th sky of seal condensation himself, compared to Suo-chan, who had come back from Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, Jiang Chintian didn't have any certainty of defeating him. You are no longer a disciple of my harmonized star sect and are not qualified to participate in the battle. Jiang Chintian spoke directly. Suo-chan laughed out loud and looked around the 4 directions. Eventually, his gaze landed on the body of the patriarch of the harmonized star sect not far away. Patriarch, this Jiang Chintian said that I'm not a disciple of the harmonized star sect. This is something I'm aggrieved about. Nonsense. As long as you are willing, you will always be a disciple of my harmonized star sect, the pride of my sect. Within the earth in front of him, the patriarch spoke on the spot, and then he said, what's more, the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace rewarded these materials because you and Long Xinyue joined the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. All around, many of the harmonized star sect disciples are all looking at Suo-chan with awe after hearing the patriarch himself spit out the words on his face. Even more on Suo-chan envy a lot, worthy of being a character from the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace back. Even if it is the patriarch won't be able to refute the face of Suo-chan, think Jiang Chintian is now as the first person of the harmonized star sect disciples, usually quite a care of the sect, almost always responds to requests. But today, because of the presence of Suo-chan, it seems to be nothing in comparison. But today, because of Suo-chan's presence, in comparison, Jiang Chintian didn't even seem to count as a fart. Make your move, Suo-chan said indifferently to Jiang Chintian. If you want to get the elixir, how can you do it without little master's consent? Jiang Chintian's color changed and stammered. He just didn't take it easy, wanting the great temptation of that human-grade upper-grade pill, although he was inwardly scornful of Suo-chan. But fortunately, he still had his heart in his mouth. By what right do I need you to agree to it? The Yuanwu Heavenly Palace rewarded my Huanqing sect with supplies, and it wasn't because of you, it was because of Long Xinyue, and you only joined as Long Xinyue's follower in the first place. You're not yet considered a formal disciple of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. After Suo-chan heard this, his gaze sank violently, and then he laughed coldly. Even Long Xenu herself doesn't have the nerve to say this in front of me. Jiang Chintian, you really don't have long eyes. The atmosphere of the whole scene, for a while, seemed to become silent. Many disciples might not feel anything, but those senior members of the sect, all of them were old foxes who had become sophisticated. How could they not deduce what Suo-chan's words contained? Although Suo-chan was a dark horse at the beginning, Jiang Chintian was right. After all, it was as Long Xinyue's entourage that he went together. However, today Suo-chan dared to say this sentence. At least it can prove one thing, that is, nowadays Suo-chan is in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, perhaps not as good as Long Xinyue, but it has definitely been mixing with a lot of wind and water. A harmonized star sect elder immediately stepped forward and said to Jiang Chintian, the 2 of you can compete in a match, and the winner will get this elixir. Under the eyes of everyone, Jiang Chintian had no choice but to nod his head and agree. He understood that today at this place, with Suo-chan appearing, his usual position in the clan was completely collapsed, and this battle, if he didn't fight, it would be impossible to get this elixir. With a cross in his heart, Jiang Chintian gritted his teeth, and a fierce color came out from his gaze. Time had changed, and he thought that he was also a character who had crossed over into the seventh heaven of seal condensation, and the two of them might not really lose in a battle. A few moments later, the two of them directly struck out, in the center of the battlefield. As soon as the battle opened, Jiang Chintian directly pounced on them, with ruthless means, striking out the strongest means of attack. An invisible wave spread out in a matter of moments as Jiang Chintian's palms turned red as he blasted a palm. Weak to weak, Suichan spoke blandly, striking Jiang Chintian without mercy. And right afterward, Suichan directly blasted out with a royal thunder finger. Lightning flashed, and the strong finger power pierced out in the air, carrying an unimaginably domineering aura as it completely bombarded Jiang Chintian's body. A finger broke through everything. Jiang Chintian's palm was horribly pierced through. A lightning finger force spread all over his body along his palm. A strong sense of paralysis coupled with severe pain made Jiang Chintian's chi weaken in almost a single glance. Stepping out like running thunder, Suichan appeared directly in front of Jiang Chintian and blasted his fist across Jiang Chintian's chest. Bang! Jiang Chintian's main body was like a kite with broken strings, flying 10 meters away on the spot. Just before everyone could react, Suichan had already reappeared in front of Jiang Chintian, and with a foot on Jiang Chintian's body, a slap was slapped on Jiang Chintian's face. From the opening of the battle until now, Jiang Chintian didn't even have the time to react other than the initial slap before he was directly blindsided by Suichan. You dare to touch my brother, Junior Master? You're really impatient with life. Suichan's voice was low, and it reached Jiang Chintian's ears. Jiang Chintian had all his ancient Yuan power running, rapidly repairing his own bed. His breath was incomparably weak, and he regretted it to the extreme. He naturally understood what Suichan was talking about. Just an hour ago, it was him who had made a move to defeat the little knife, defeating the other party not to mention, but also nearly scrapping the little knife to the ground. A violent cough came out. Jiang Chintian swallowed down the smear of blood in his throat, and at this moment, his gaze became grim. What do you want? You really dare to touch me? Don't forget that this is East Lin City, my Jiang family's territory. How's that? Suichan gave Jiang Chintian a disdainful glance. Jiang family's territory? I'd like to see what the Jiang family can do to me, little master. Staring tightly at Jiang Chintian's chest, his gaze was cold. Look at your position clearly. Don't try to come and provoke little master me. Today is the lesson. Next time, let your Jiang family collect your corpse. After saying that, a pressure that suffocated Jiang Chintian spread out, and invisibly, it was as if Jiang Chintian saw an unbelievable scene. On Suichan's body, 6 ancient elemental seals had appeared. What? A flash of deep fear appeared in the depths of Jiang Chintian's 2 pupils. Looking at Suichan's back as he then left, Jiang Chintian lay on the ground, not daring to breathe for half a minute, with only one thought in his mind. How is it possible? 6 seals, unexpectedly possessing 6 ancient elemental seals. Wasn't Suichan, back then, only 5 ancient elemental seals? Have 6 ancient Yuan seal reporter, not to mention in the area of a Donglin city, even if you look at the entire empire, our unimaginable horror talent, is the object of countless forces and countless strong, is Jiang Chintian, and even the entire Jiang family to death do not dare to provoke the existence of. Defeating Jiang Chintian, Suichan came to the front of the earth, looked at the crowd of the harmonized star sect in front of him, and opened his mouth. So, this human-grade upper-grade pill, am I qualified to get it? No problem. The group of harmonized star sect executives immediately nodded their heads. Not to mention defeating Jiang Chintian. Even if Suichan didn't have this battle with Jiang Chintian with just a word, this pill could be directly given to Suichan, let alone now. All right. Suichan nodded and reached out to receive the elixir, then directly left the crowd's line of sight. With Suichan's departure, that Jiang Chintian was lying quietly at the back, looking scornfully at Suichan's back. With Jiang Chintian's character, after receiving such a big setback, he would have inevitably moved out of the Jiang family and threatened the other party in a domineering manner in normal times. But on this day, he didn't dare to even appear with a single thought of resistance. Chapter 062 Dragon Bone Mountain Cultivation. Returning to the courtyard with the elixir, Suichan opened the crystal bottle containing the elixir. After seeing the elixir, Suichan nodded slightly. This was actually a Yuan summoning elixir. It was very good. The same as the human-level top-grade elixir, there is also a difference between different elixirs in terms of strength and weakness of efficacy, and the difference between precious and cheap. This evocation of Yuan Dan is considered to be a very precious kind of elixir among the human-level top-grade elixirs. Calling Yuan Dan, as the name suggests, has a great enhancement help to one's ancient Yuan power. Yuan martial artist cultivation. Ancient Yuan power is the key, is one's origin, similar to the knife such a serious injury. If this calling Yuan Dan is swallowed and refined, the strength will have a breakthrough change, and with the enhancement of one's own ancient Yuan power, the injuries naturally and accordingly will be reduced by quite a lot. Little dagger, I'm back. Swallow this Yuan evocation pill and refine it properly. Chun walked into the room, helped little dagger up, and directly handed the pill to the latter. The knife looked surprised. Ayasen, this elixir not the human-grade upper-grade evocation of Yuan Dan that the clan is supposed to reward. Not bad. It is precisely the evocation of Yuan Dan. Chun nodded. Don't speak. Start refining. Yes, Dagger responded. Although he didn't know how Chun obtained this pill. Instinctively, over the years, little Dagger habitually believed in Chun's ability. Human-grade upper-grade pill, it was the first time for little Dagger to take it, and with the excitement in his heart, little Dagger opened his mouth and swallowed the pill into his mouth, refining it on the spot. The elixir entered the body and transformed into pure energy into the limbs and bones at an astonishing speed. Feeling the powerful strength that appeared in his body, little Dagger revolved his mind techniques on the spot and began to refine it with all his might. Time passed by minute, and after about half an hour, little Dagger finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, excitement appearing on his face. It's worthy of being a human-grade upper-grade pill. It's too powerful, my ancient Yuan power. It's increased by nearly 50%. Even those two closed meridians have a feeling that they're about to burst open. Little Dagger said in surprise, looking at the small knife in front of him. But Chun pondered. Meridians? Little Dagger's talent wasn't bad. It was because the two meridians were naturally blocked, so it was extremely difficult to cultivate and progress was slow. This was not a big deal. With continuous cultivation and body hardening, there would always be a day when these two meridians could be flushed open, making little Dagger's cultivation return to normal. However, Yuan martial artist cultivation, the age factor is very important. Now the knife is only a teenager, no big problem. If the meridians can be opened as soon as possible, the potential is still very large. But if you wait for a few years later to slowly open, then even if it is the same as a normal person but it's already too late, the development of the potential will be greatly reduced, and the road of cultivation in the future will be exceptionally difficult. Little Dagger, those two meridians in your body, are they really showing signs of impacting open? Chun inquired. Yes, Brother Dust. I can already feel the loosening of my meridians, but it's just a pity that although the human-grade upper-grade pills are powerful, the energy contained in them is still a bit short. Dagger said regretfully. It doesn't matter. In these next days, you seriously cultivate with me and I'll help you. Chun said. Brother Dust, can you really help me open my meridians and cultivate normally? A few palpitations came out of Dagger's eyes, and his heart was apprehensive. Although I believe in Chun, but when I heard that I might be able to cultivate normally, Xiao Dao's heart still couldn't be calmed down. In comparison, I was too much better than Chun at the beginning. At least I was able to awaken successfully, but unfortunately, I was born with blocked meridians, so I cultivated as slow as a snail, and I was plagued by more than 10 years. If I could become normal, Xiao Dao would be thrilled to death. Nonsense, as long as you can take the pain. You know what I was like back then? And I'm not still awakening again now. Chun laughed and cursed. One day and one night, under the powerful effect of the evoking Yuan Dan, the knife's injuries almost completely recovered, and its own strength also had a hidden increase, originally reaching the strength of the third heaven of condensed seals, with signs of stepping into the fourth heaven of condensed seals. I remembered that before leaving, the knife was only the strength of the second day of the condensed seal, a few months to barely raise to the third day of the condensed seal. For other disciples this progress is really slow, but Dust understand. For the knife this is not a small progress, can be seen in these days the knife himself how hard to cultivate. On the approaching morning of the second day after returning to the harmonized star sect, Chun called up little Dagger early and led him straight outside the harmonized star sect. Not far from Donglin City, where the harmonized star sect was located, there existed a small mountain range, the Dragon Bone Mountain. Although the Dragon Bone Mountain could not be compared to the vast and boundless Shattered Sky Mountain range, there were quite a few desolate beasts of extraordinary strength in it, and when Chun was in the harmonized star sect, he also entered the Dragon Bone Mountain from time to exercise. This time, he was taking little Dagger to the Dragon Bone Mountain to cultivate. On one hand, he was helping little Dagger to impact those blocked two meridians open. On the other hand, Chun himself was also taking the opportunity to cultivate the ancient Yuan technique that he had obtained earlier, the cultivating flame blade. In the Dragon Bone Mountain, the duo stopped. Chun closed his eyes and sensed. A stream of thoughts broke through the air, and the winds and grasses within a large area in a radius were immediately presented to Chun's perception. A few moments later, Chun directly led the knife along the front, and soon after the two of them traveled forward, they saw a first-ranked desolate beast, the violet gold tiger. The purple and gold tiger's majestic body of about 7 or 8 meters walked between the earth. The ground rumbled, and his body exuded a faint kingly pressure that made people scornful. Go ahead and hunt this violet gold tiger. Chun pointed towards the front. Dagger immediately changed color. Brother Dust, you think I'm a monster like you? When I was still unawakened, I already had the ability to hunt desolate beasts. This is a first-order desolate beast, but it's not something I can fight against. Aren't you letting me die? Bull. Chen's gaze was stern. A mere first-order desolate beast. How much strength does it have? With your current realm of the third sky of seal condensation, you're completely capable of fighting. If you can't even kill this violet gold tiger, why talk about cultivation? Might as well find a place to raise pigs. Looking at Chen's rare seriousness in front of him, Little Dagger narrowed his neck sheepishly and finally stepped into the front of the earth with a touch of scorn. Anyway, there was Brother Dust blocking behind him, so it was a battle. Dust couldn't really see himself die under the iron cavalry of this purple gold tiger. Could he? Two silhouettes turned to fight on the spot. Xiao Dao's obese flesh body erupted a force beyond the ordinary. A fist blasted on the spot between the purple gold tiger's body. Bang! A huge force of recoil directly forced the knife back a few meters away. Idiot, the characteristic of most desolate beasts is a strong physical body. You're comparing physical strength with him? Let's wait until you've refined this fat body before we compare. Where's your ancient Yuan power? Where's your best blade art? Chun stood back and scolded in a stern voice. Oh! Xiao Dao sniffed, between his hands. In an instant, each appeared a short knife about 9 inches long. The short knife appeared. Xiao Dao's entire aura immediately underwent a sea change, once again out to fight. Chun then was secretly nodded. The small knife's combat talent is not bad. Only all these years have been in the sect cultivation, only focusing on raising the realm and power, but the experience of actual combat is almost equivalent to nothing. He himself brought it here is to cultivate, not to play. There is nothing wrong with being harsh. The small knife he himself will also understand. Cultivation is never down to earth. There is no shortcut to take. If all day long in the clan hard cultivation, and pampering is no different, that kind of Yuanwu practitioner, even if the realm will be raised to the most pinnacle of the ground, but also not much use in the life and death struggle by the strength of the opponents are not good to be killed are very normal. A tea time passed, and Little Dagger narrowly decimated the purple gold tiger, the whole person panting with a burst of fear. Fong almost died under the fight of the purple and gold tiger. Dust Brother even did not save himself. Fortunately, the direction of that stab did not deviate. Will be this purple and gold tiger a fatal knife? Little Dagger then realized that Chun had not brought himself here to play, but to truly cultivate, to fight to the death and to temper his strength, and the entire person became much more serious. Chun secretly nodded his head, and then said something about the shortcomings in the battle for Little Dagger, and then the two of them continued to move forward, rushing deeper into the Dragon Bone Mountain. On the outskirts of the Dragon Bone Mountain, there were only first-order desolate beasts, while deeper down there were second-order desolate beasts and even third-order desolate beasts, and even fourth-order desolate beasts level of powerful existences. And for the next few days, the two of them fought with desolate beasts all the way and kept moving forward, and on the 5th day, they directly came to the deepest part of the Dragon Bone Mountain. When he stepped into this land, the face of the knife became ugly, and he said in a heartfelt manner, "Brother Dust, you, 1T let me deal with a fourth-order desolate beast. Will you? I'm asking you to learn from experience and see how I fight with desolate beasts." Chun swept a glance at the little knife. So it's about learning experience. Well, no problem. Dagger was immediately beaming with joy. While the two were talking, a terrifying aura appeared in vain from the front. The forest trees shook, and the mountain-like body took an appalling step and appeared in front of Chan and the two of them. Little Dagger instinctively took a step back, a look of fear appearing on his face as he felt his ancient Yuan power trembling, being directly suppressed by this aura in the deepest part of his body, unable to operate. A fourth-ranked desolate beast? Dagger muttered. A fourth-order beast was completely equivalent to a Yuan martial artist of the spirit summoning realm, and even a fourth-order beast with a top-level bloodline would only be qualified to fight a Yuan martial artist standing at the peak of the spirit summoning realm. If this beast in front of him were to walk out of Dragon Bone Mountain, it would be enough to sweep half of the harmonized star sect, and if the patriarch didn't make a move, no one would be able to check and balance it. Right at this moment, Chun smiled faintly as his body transformed into a stream of light and violently rushed forward. Spirit evocation realm? Brother Dust has actually become powerful to such an extent. Little Dagger muttered, his face transmitting a piece of envy. and secretly happy for Suichan. Few people knew the efforts Suichan had put in for his awakening in the first place. Many times he had desperately cultivated, even little Dagger, an outsider, couldn't stand to watch it, but it was as if all that persistence was nothing to Suichan. Unexpectedly, time had changed, and in a few months' time, the latter had not only succeeded in his awakening, but his strength had already reached such a powerful level. Chapter 063 Fourth Order Desolate Beast. A fourth-ranked desolate beast was a completely unsurpassable existence compared to the previous Suichan. The last time he went to the Shattered Sky Mountain range with Long Xinyue and the others to cultivate with Suichen's strength, he was a bit reluctant to deal with the third-ranked desolate beasts, and the fourth-ranked desolate beasts were a completely huge mountain that could not be climbed over. However, since Suichen's strength broke through to the spirit summoning realm after the 3 rankings conference, he was no longer as powerless as he was when he faced such a powerful and terrifying desolate beast. This was a flowing flame beast. Its own bloodline was extremely extraordinary, and at its strongest, it could grow to be a fifth-order desolate beast. However, if a breakthrough and metamorphosis of the bloodline could be made by chance, it would be possible to metamorphose into a fire dance flowing flame beast, and at that time it would have the possibility of surpassing the 5th rank, or even reaching the peak of the 9th rank of desolate beasts. One person and one desolate beast. The 2 figures exchanged blows in a matter of moments, killing each other. A royal thunder finger blasted out, and the powerful finger force traveled through space, piercing through the hard armor of the flowing flame beast in an instant. The intense paralyzing sensation spread all over his body, causing this flowing flame beast to violently shake with rage, its huge copper bell eyes locking onto Suichen's figure, and that thick front limb swinging over fiercely. Wherever the front limbs of the flowing flame beast passed through, everything was destroyed, and all the ancient forests were snapped off and turned into smithereens. Worthy of being a 4th-stage desolate beast. It's just powerful. Seeing this, Suichan murmured and spoke. In the case of an ordinary 2nd-order desolate beast withstanding this blow, I'm afraid that the body is directly dead, even if the 3rd-order desolate beasts have to be seriously injured. A fist shook out, and under the unbelievable eyes of little Dagger in the back, Suichan unexpectedly used his physical body to harden himself against this powerful flowing flame beast. Boom! It was a terrifying roar that spread in all directions, and immediately after, Suichen's face was slightly unsightly, and his main body was directly sent flying 10 meters away. With Suichen's majestic and overbearing chi and blood and ancient yuan power, it was as if it could not have much effect when it bombarded the body of this flowing flame beast, and was completely ignored by it. Shura Flame Blade. In the blink of an eye, Suichen's ancient yuan power roared and shook and operated. A complicated and mysterious hand seal continued to coalesce, and gradually, the small knife at the back was horrified to discover that Suichen's hands were wrapped in a ball of flame. This flame grew denser and denser, and eventually gradually formed a huge battle sword that was about 9 feet long. Chop! Without the slightest hesitation, Suichan harnessed the flame battle blade in his hand and chopped into the front between rumbles. A bright flame trajectory was traced through the void, and the blade of the battle knife erupted out, instantly blasting at the head of the flowing flame beast in the air. The blazing stream of air, mixed with incomparably majestic ancient yuan power, ruthlessly chopped into the head of the flowing flame beast, breaking through its brow and disappearing between its gigantic flesh body. Ouch! The flowing flame beast hissed up to the sky. The huge pain attacking his body was unbearable. This is nothing more than that, Suichan muttered, and a flash of confidence appeared between the entire person's gaze. Shura Flame Blade, worthy of being an Earth-grade ancient yuan technique, when utilized with one's current strength, the power compared to the Imperial Thunderfinger was unknown how many times more powerful. One blade came out, and the second blade followed, blasting away once again. The mastery of the Shura Flame Blade became more and more skillful between these constant swings. It could be seen that the flaming blade was becoming more and more solid, and as the battle continued, its power became more and more terrifying, and the flames around the body of the blade became incomparably strong, with a feeling of burning heaven and earth. Very good. Suichan was also quite satisfied. Feeling the tidal wave of might that erupted from the Shura Flame Blade, Suichan felt more and more that this ancient yuan technique was not simple, and if he was able to make up the 7 layers behind him in the future, so that the power of the Shura Flame Blade could be raised to its peak, he thought that the power at that time would be even more incredible. Vaguely, with a hiss of pain, a layer of crimson scale armor appeared around the flowing flame beast's main body. These scale armors could not completely eliminate the power of the Shura Flame Blade, but at least they had a very good resistance to the pain of that flame burning. This is a fire-type desolate beast, and there is an innate resistance to flames within its own bloodline. If not for honing the blade technique, using the cultivation flame blade against the latter is actually not a wise approach. Zhuo Chun muttered to himself, analyzing the battle situation. Roar! An overwhelming hissing sound came out, and between the sound waves rolling around, the flowing flame beast took a step out of the earth and swept and crashed over as if it were a hill. Not good, retreat. Zhuo Chen's color changed and he hurriedly took a step out, rushing in a certain direction to retreat. Almost at the next moment when Zhuo Chun retreated, the place where he had just gained a foothold had been completely leveled to the ground, and the many forests and trees were instantly reduced to pieces. Berserk state? Interesting. Zhuo Chun muttered to himself. When desolate beasts fought, there was a certain chance that they would enter a special berserk state, in which the strength of the desolate beasts would often have a short-lived essential boost and become very powerful. Can't use the Shura flame blade anymore. Besides the blade chi being able to pose a threat to this, the power of the flames in it, the effect on it is equivalent to nothing. If you want to chop this guy down, you'll have to use other means to do so. After seeing the flowing flame beast enter a berserk state, Zhuo Chun immediately changed his battle strategy. It should be known that the normal state of the flowing flame beast was already possessing the strength of a fourth-order desolate beast, equivalent to the third or fourth heavens of the human spirit summoning realm, and after entering the berserk state, this fellow was even close to a fifth-order desolate beast, coupled with the increase in bloodline. Even if it was a Yuanwu practitioner of the ninth heavens of the spirit summoning realm that was up against it, he would not have a real chance of winning. Although Zhuo Chun was powerful in his own right, he thought that he was still inferior compared to the ninth sky of the spirit evocation realm. Shadow Blade. In the next instant, Zhuo Chun muttered, and his entire aura changed, becoming sharp in an instant. 3 near-transparent blades appeared, and under Zhuo Chen's mastery, they transformed into 3 heavenly lights, cutting through the air and fiercely bombarding the flowing flame beast's body. The blade ripped through everything, breaking into the flesh of the streaming inferno beast with a terrifying forceful aura, cutting into it. The blade chi, after entering the body, did not dissipate, but began to continuously impact and erupt along the limbs and bones of the flowing flame beast, ravaging its body. Good chance. Zhuo Chun opened his mouth as his body transformed into a phantom, directly killing his way forward. 2 invisible blade-ons tore through space with Zhuo Chen's strikes and pierced out, blasting raw on top of the flowing flame beast's eyes. Thumbs up. 2 streams of blood flowed down the eyes of the flowing flame beast. Painful hissing came out again, and the flowing flame beast's flesh body ran through the earth, sometimes left, sometimes right, completely lost in its direction as it rushed about. Worthy of being a shadow blade, when dealing with this flowing flame beast, the killing power is even more terrifying than the Shura flame blade? A thought swept through Zhuo Chen's mind. This flowing flame beast, its eyes had been blinded. Although still powerful, the current flowing flame beast was nothing more than a super minion in Zhuo Chen's eyes, and was no longer much of a threat. Little dagger, come with me. Zhuo Chun opened his mouth and suddenly came this way. Little dagger's body trembled, and hurriedly was backing up 2 steps, a tough smile appearing on his face. Brother Dust, you're kidding, right? Joke, hallowed fourth-order desolate beasts, unusual spirit summoning realm powerhouses have to be treated with caution, and he, a mere disciple of the third sky of condensed seal, wants to participate in the battle at this moment. This is not being unself-conscious, this is rushing up to seek death. If that flowing flame beast were to charge into it and randomly come at it, the knife would be severely disabled without dying. You're afraid of a blind flowing flame beast? If you don't get on it later, you'll go back to the star-transforming sect and don't say you know me. Zhuo Chun drank coldly between his strikes. Hearing such words from Zhuo Chen, Xiao Dao's face darkened, and he could only step forward with a stiff upper lip, his ancient Yuan power bursting out without reservation, and he began to attack the flowing flame beast in front of him. However, what makes the knife slightly relieved is that he is, after all, just a runner. Harassing from the sidelines is fine, no need to really go up and fight hard, mainly relying on Zhuo Chun to fight. Under the duo's joint efforts, gradually, as time passed, the flowing flame beast's aura became weaker and weaker, so much so that in the end, it directly fell down, unable to even compare to a third-ranked desolate beast, and a quarter of an hour passed, and the flowing flame beast collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. What? Looking at the corpse of the desolate beast on the ground here in front of him, Dagger rubbed his eyes. Fourth-ranked beasts, what kind of powerful existence, but just so dead in front of him. Moreover, there is still a part of his own credit in this, right? Of course, Dagger understood that the credit for his own attack accounted for less than 1/10 of it. Brother Dust, Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it's worthy of being a top-tier great sect. In just a few months, you've become so powerful within the Huanqing sect. I'm afraid that those elders can't even beat you, right? Little Dagger said enviously. Zuo-chun glanced at the latter, and then he blandly said, cultivation is in the person, not in external objects. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, even if it is the strongest sect in the Dark Knight continent, if you don't work hard yourself after entering, you will still be an ant-like existence. Cultivate hard and you will be able to do the same in the future. After saying that, Zuo-chun directly began to dissect and quickly decompose the flesh of the flowing flame beast, storing its beast crystals, and at the same time storing some of the key precious scales, armor, skins, and other things on its body as well. In the battle with this 4th-ranked desolate beast, Zuo-chun had benefited greatly, not to mention the things he had obtained. His own control over the Shura flame blade had greatly improved, and he had also familiarized himself with and understood quite a bit of this ancient Yuan technique, and when he used it the next time, that power would only be even stronger. After doing this, Zuo-chun brought the little knife and continued rushing towards other places. This Dragon Bone Mountain was, after all, a small mountain range not comparable to the vast and boundless Shattered Sky Mountain range, where the most powerful desolate beasts that existed in it were only 4th-ranked desolate beasts. So Zuo-chun and his duo practically roamed across the mountain range, walking in the deepest part of the mountain range with impunity. Every day, looking for other powerful desolate beasts for a battle, improving his strength on the one hand, helping Little Dagger to quench his flesh. There was almost no time for rest. As for food and such, randomly hunting some edible desolate beasts would be directly solved. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Zuo-chun's progress was rapid. Even though his own ancient Yuan power had not been significantly enhanced, he had already fully mastered these first 2 layers of the cultivating flame blade, and was able to strike 2 flame battle blades at the same time against the enemy. And the aura of the knife was becoming more and more solid and powerful. Brother Dust, I am going to break through. After hunting a desolate beast, Little Dagger suddenly spoke excitedly. Chapter 064 Beast Spirit Clan Altar. Just after the words were said, Little Dagger sat down between the earth on the spot, running his mind to begin his cultivation. A channel of dense space-time energy began to rush towards this place and converge, incorporating all of it into the body of the small knife and continuously transforming it into the purest ancient Yuan power. Time lasted about half a tea-time of cultivation. The breath of the small knife obviously stepped into a brand new level. The whole person was excited beyond measure. A step jumped up, swung his fist in the air, to the sound of breaking wind appeared. Is it the 4th sky of seal condensation? Good. Zuo-chun secretly nodded his head. He was only trying to let Xiao Dao shock the blocked meridians of his physical body. But he did not expect that the other party would be able to make a breakthrough in his own realm of strength during the battles these days. Now, with the strength of the 4th sky of condensed seal, the next time he brought his little sword into the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, he would at least be able to speak. What about the meridians? Zuo-chun said. It's open, Brother Dust. My meridians. They've completely impacted open as I stepped into the 4th sky of seal condensation. Little Dagger closed his eyes and sensed his physical body for a moment, then jumped up and down in excitement. For the first time in over a decade, Dagger had been so excited, thrilled beyond words. For him, to be able to cultivate like normal people is the biggest dream, this dream which has lasted for more than 10 years, and even made the knife despair sometimes, but now the dream has come true. All of this came from Zuo-chun. If it wasn't for Zuo-chun's harsh stance, almost forcing him to constantly fight and battle with the desolate beasts, it was impossible for the growth of his physical body and strength to be so rapid, and if it wasn't for the extreme tapping of one's potential in the midst of battles with the powerful desolate beasts, the 2 blocked meridians in his body would not have been easily shocked open. Very well, we still have half a month left. If you are able to raise your strength to the 5th sky of seal condensation again within this half a month, I promise you that I will bring you forward to train in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Zuo-chun looked at Little Dagger's eyes and said indifferently, What? Yuanwu Heavenly Palace? Little Dagger's body visibly trembled when he heard those 4 words. In the entire vast Sacred Sky Empire, Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is definitely a place that countless teenagers dream of, where not only is it a holy place for cultivation, but it has even become a kind of faith, a pursuit, and any great clan or any power, even some of the descendants of the royal family, are proud to be able to set foot in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Only, for 99% of the people, stepping into the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace could only be thought of as a thought. As for Little Dagger, he had never even thought that he would be able to join it. But then, Little Dagger's face grimaced. Half a month's time to step into the 5th sky of seal condensation. Don't even think about it. Watch yourself. There is no such thing as impossible. Zuo-chun glanced at the latter, and then stepped straight into the middle of the forest ahead. Of course, he was only giving little Dagger a hope, a drive to cultivate hard. In fact, stepping into the fifth heaven from the fourth heaven of condensed seal in half a month was only possible for that kind of Yuanwu practitioner. With extraordinary talent, it was too difficult with little Dagger's talent of carrying 4 ancient Yuan seals. Even if little Dagger didn't succeed at that time, of course Zuo-chun would likewise bring the other party forward to the Yuanwu heavenly palace. Walking forward alone, Zuo-chun's intentions sensed the 8 directions, carefully exploring everything. Places like this where desolate beasts survived for years and years, there were crises everywhere, but of course there were also opportunities everywhere. As these days running around in this Dragonbone Mountain, while fighting with the desolate beasts, Zuo-chun also got some herbs that were not bad in quality. One of them turned out to be a human-grade top-grade fire dragon fruit, that to the clan could ask the rune master to refine a human-grade top-grade elixir. What is that place? Suddenly, Zuo-chun's steps lurched as if he had sensed something. One's own thoughts spread out and sensed along the front with all one's might, where a runic power was sensed by Zuo-chun, and on top of that, there was also a faint pressure that Zuo-chun couldn't describe. Follow me. Zuo-chun waved his hand at the frowning little Dagger behind him and directly stepped out at the place he sensed. A moment later, Zuo-chun appeared in front of a small altar. The altar was surrounded by desolation, and it was unknown how many years it had been since anyone had waded through it, and Zuo-chun saw that in the very center of that altar, there was a small altar, and on it existed a part of a desolate beast skeleton. The pressure that Zuo-chun sensed was emanated from this skeleton. What is this thing? Zuo-chun frowned slightly and looked along the front. The idea induced the bones, and suddenly Zuo-chun seemed to be greatly shaken as his body stomped back 3 steps. What? Such a terrifying pressure. Zuo-chun lost his voice. When Zuo-chun's own thoughts sensed that one skeleton, it was counterattacked back by a mysterious force embedded within it, and if it wasn't for the fact that Zuo-chun had been careful from the start, I'm afraid that he would have been directly injured by the shock. A skeleton is just a skeleton. I don't know how many years it has existed on this altar, but it can emit such a terrifying aura even now. What kind of creature left behind this skeleton? And, look at the surrounding, everything has been left over how many years no one has waded through. Within the surrounding, even that should exist within the beasts are not a presence. I'm afraid that those beasts are also because of the fear of the skeleton in the emanation of the innate pressure and do not dare to wade through. Mobilizing his own memories, Zuo-chun began to search for all possible messages from the memories of those canonical books he had watched in the past amongst the Zuo clan's imperial clan, to see if he could think of anything about the scene in front of him. Memories surfaced. Everything that was once within those canonical books was quickly recalled by Zuo-dust, and it lasted for a long time before finally, Zuo-dust opened his mouth out of breath. Could it be the dragon bone? While thinking of this, Zuo-chun compared this seemingly broken skeleton in front of him based on the descriptions in the canonical books, and eventually came to a conclusion that caused Zuo-chun's heart to roll up through the heavens as a result. There is a passage in the Taiku Ji. In the past, the Beast Spirit clan used the beasts of the heavens as their totems, and they worshipped the bones of the beasts every day to obtain the power of the beasts. Their worship objects are mainly the bones of the ancient war beasts, with the bones of the dragon, immortal bird, and Kirin as the first. The meaning of this passage is very clear, that the mysterious and powerful beast spirit tribe, to the heavenly beasts as faith, rely on the worship of many powerful beasts of the skeleton to obtain their own cultivation power, and the true dragon, the immortal bird, the unicorn skeleton, belongs to the first 3 in the beast spirit tribe of the worship of the 3 kinds of things. Yuanwu practitioners cultivate by developing their own potential, thus absorbing the space-time energy within the heavens and earth and cultivating, constantly growing and becoming stronger with no other path. As for obtaining power by worshipping some bones, totems, and the like, that was an absolute fart phrase. No one would believe this. Moreover, although the Taigu Ji is an ancient tome that has been passed down for countless years, many people treat it as a story because some of the things described in it are obviously false and frivolous, and this Taigu Ji can't be counted as a real tome that can be examined and verified. Moreover, how many desolate beasts are there in the heavens? Countless races so far cannot be counted. In these countless desert beast races, the true dragon, the immortal bird, the ancient Qilin 3 is recognized as the desert beast bloodline in the most powerful. Standing at the pinnacle of one of the bloodlines, the power is unimaginable. Each kind of bloodline out of the world will cause the world's great shock. Even the most powerful Yuanwu practitioners in the Dark Knight continent didn't dare to say that they could fight alone against those desolate beasts. What kind of race was that beast spirit clan, that they could even use the bones of these terrifying desolate beasts as a totem worship object? Is this not a joke? If the beast spirit race was really that powerful, wouldn't it have already unified the continent? While thinking about this, Zuo-chun narrowed his eyes. The beast spirit race, This so-called ancient race was nothing more than a fabricated race in the eyes of many people, and had never existed at all. However, Zuo-chan had seen other descriptions of the beast spirit race in another tome, some of which were not accessible to ordinary people, and could only be seen among the strongest clans like the Zuo clan's imperial clan, and Zuo-chan was considered to have an advantage as he came from the Zuo clan's imperial clan back then. In Zuo-chen's memories, the so-called beast spirit race worshipping the bones of desolate beasts to obtain power was real, and such a race did exist in the past. Of course, this race was not as terrifying as what was said in the Taikuji, but it really did have some skills. In Zuo-chen's understanding, the beast spirit clan's acquisition of power was not the acquisition of the so-called totem power, but rather, after capturing and killing those desolate beasts, they acquired the power of their desolate beast's bloodline as a means of tempering their own bodies, thus tapping into the clansmen's own potential and making themselves stronger. This scene in front of me, even, is likely to be a real beast spirit tribe South left behind place. Because all of this was extremely similar to what was described in the canonical books in Zuo-chen's memory, and even the two corroborated each other to be exactly the same in terms of certain features. Unconsciously, with some memories, Zuo-chan walked to the front, no longer easily sensing with his mind power, lest he suffer the power of backlash, but instead, he collected his breath and walked directly to the center of the altar. Looking at the bones that were close at hand in front of him, a brilliant light appeared in Zuo-chen's pupils. Is it really a dragon bone? On the canonical books that one watched, there was a description about the beast spirit race worshipping the bones of the dragon race. At that time, Zuo-chan felt that the beast spirit race worshipping was true, but worshipping the bones of a dragon was impossible who had the ability to hunt and kill a true dragon. But now it seems that he was afraid that he had thought wrong. Reach out and touch this. Don't know how many years of existence of the skeleton is already no essence. Is not one of the former embedded power is really strong, plus this altar around the almost already broken, disappeared rune power guard. The skeleton is afraid that has long been corrupted in the erosion of the years. A true dragon race with a flesh body of unknown magnitude naturally would not be comparable to this less than 3-meter skeleton in front of him. This was about just a part of the skeleton if it was a real dragon race skeleton. Dagger also walked up and couldn't help but speak curiously. Brother Dust, what is this? Dragon bone. Zuo-chen faintly laughed. Ignoring little Dagger's strange and disbelieving expression, Zuo-chan began to check around the skeleton, as if he was searching for something. Chapter 065 Refining True Dragon Blood. Having once lived in the Endless War region and among the top-tier great clans, Zuo-chan had seen countless things that ordinary people could not see. How high were his eyes? Things that could cause his heart to flutter were almost non-existent. But today, Zuo-chan was indeed suppressing a flash of excitement within him all the time. Simply because of the existence of this dragon bone, true dragons, this kind of bloodline had become a legend in recent years in the Dark Knight continent. In fact, what Zuo-chan was excited about was not seeing the real dragon bone, but it was a speculation that he had. Suddenly, Zuo-chen's gaze rested on a part underneath the bones that did not move. Little Dagger, step back and guard for me. An unprecedentedly serious application appeared on Zuo-chen's face. Good. Although the knife was uncertain, it still obediently stepped back, its gaze cautiously scanning the 8 directions. Afterward, Zuo-chan directly sat cross-legged in the center of the altar, and his ancient yuan power spread out, wrapping along this dragon bone in front of him. Under this kind of action, within a moment, Zuo-chen's ancient yuan power completely wrapped around the entire skeleton in front of him, and the ancient yuan power penetrated it, slowly soaking the entire skeleton. Zuo-chan closed his eyes, and his entire body fell into a silence-like state, as if he was cultivating. Time passed minute by minute. Zuo-chan always remained motionless, and after this process lasted for about an hour, a shocking scene occurred. The skeleton placed in the center of that altar cracked with a click and cracked with countless slits, shattering open with a crash. Right at the moment when the bones shattered, a red celestial light that rose up into the sky was reflected in Zuo-chen's eyes. The terrifying aura spread across the earth in all directions, causing the small knife not far away to widen its eyes in horror, and the entire person could not withstand the pressure and collapsed with a bang, prostrate on the ground. And at this moment, Zuo-chan was awakening from that state of deathly silence. He suddenly rose up and let out a stern cry, his right hand's 5 fingers shrouded and wrapped with a strong ancient yuan power grabbing along the front. All of this happened in an instant, making it impossible to react. Snorting, something seemed to have been grabbed by Zuo-chan, and upon closer inspection, that fiery red celestial light erupted precisely from the object in Zuo-chen's hand. Powerful strength began to vibrate, erupting from the palm of his right hand like a torrent, causing Zuo-chen's arm to tremble and his 5 fingers to loosen unnaturally. However, At this critical moment, a flash of viciousness appeared in Zhuo Chen's eyes. Having reached Little Master's hands, you still want to leave? Increasing the ancient Yuan force and confining the object in his hand. Zhuo Chen directly opened his mouth and swallowed the object held in his hand into his abdomen in one bite. At this instant, the knife saw clearly that what Zhuo Chen was grasping in his hand was a drop of blood. Swallowing the blood in one mouthful, Zhuo Chen immediately began to operate the devouring determination, and his own power began to operate as if he had gone crazy, invoking the energy of the 8 directions of space and time and began to rapidly refine it. A huge vibration appeared within Zhuo Chen's body, and the drop of blood entered and began to continuously impact and stray away along Zhuo Chen's limbs and bones, as if it was going to break through Zhuo Chen's fleshly body and detach itself. Ravaging power appeared, unusually overbearing, in constant repulsion with Zhuo Chen's fleshly body. In this state, Zhuo Chen's flesh seemed as if it was going to be torn apart. His body was red, and there was even blood dripping out vaguely. Unprecedented severe pain spread through the body, but Zhuo Chen gritted his teeth and kept persevering. Fortunately, while that drop of blood was filling up between the limbs, as time continued to pass, the force was getting weaker and weaker, being continuously refined and weakened by Zhuo Chen with his devouring decree. With this constant refining, after an unknown amount of time, there was a rumbling vibration within Zhuo Chen's body, and immediately afterward, Zhuo Chen's entire breath trembled, and he directly passed out on the spot. Not long after he fell unconscious, the physical body's visions slowly disappeared, and it was also among the calm that eventually returned. "Dusty, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me?" Little Dagger rolled over and came directly to Zhuo Chen's body. At this time, that pressure had disappeared and he was able to move freely. No matter how much the knife called out, Zhuo Chen just didn't say a word and didn't have the slightest bit of awareness of the outside world. 2 days passed like this. Zhuo Chen had never awakened, and Little Dagger did not dare to walk around. This was the depths of the mountain range, and from time to time between the surroundings, they would encounter powerful desolate beasts. But thankfully this altar existed in the region as if it was a forbidden land, and there was not a single desolate beast that had stepped foot in it at all. On the morning of the 3rd day, Little Dagger, who was in the middle of meditation and cultivation, was suddenly awakened by a loud laugh. Opening his eyes, Little Dagger was surprised to see that Zhuo Chen had stood in front of him at some point and had actually awakened. "But, Dusty, are you okay? Didn't turn stupid, did you?" Dagger was rather depressed as he looked at Zhuo Chen, who was excitedly laughing up to the sky in front of him. "What's wrong with you, Brother Dust? Be careful of attracting those powerful desolate beasts." Little Dagger then said with scorn, "Desolate beasts? Let them come. Come one and kill one. Come two and kill a pair." After a long time, Zhuo Chen's excitement passed and he spoke confidently, and the entire person seemed to have returned to normal. For some reason, Little Dagger felt that at this moment, Zhuo Chen seemed to have become a person, and at a glance, he even gave off an impenetrable and profound feeling, as if the entire person had undergone some kind of indescribable metamorphosis. "Brother Dust, what exactly happened before? Why did you pass out?" Dagger was curious. Zhuo Chen smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that after refining a drop of blood, the energy was too strong and the flesh couldn't withstand it to temporarily pass out." "Refining blood?" Dagger's eyes widened. "What blood? To be exact, it's dragon blood." Zhuo Chen spat out 2 words. Thinking back on everything that happened initially shook him. This place was truly unusual and extremely uncomplicated. One's own deduction was absolutely correct. This was 90% one of that beast spirit race's places of worship back then, and the bones on top of the altar were dragon bones, and one's previous serious search was to look for some benefits out of it. Because in Zhuo Chen's understanding, if the beast spirit race back then was really cultivating by absorbing and refining the essence blood within the desolate beasts while worshipping, then there was a possibility that the residual essence blood from the past could exist within this dragon bone in front of him. This place had existed for an unknown number of years, and reasonably speaking, Zhuo Chen's deduction was groundless. And even if his deduction was true, this dragon bone, which had dragon blood that had been refined out by the beast spirit race in the past, might not have been able to exist to this day. However, since Zhuo Chen had come, there was no such thing as casually walking away. On the path of Yuan martial artist cultivation, anything could happen. A few months ago, Zhuo Chen was only hunting a mere first-order desolate beast in the district, and was able to encounter that mysterious jade entering his body, so why not try it today? The scales of fortune seemed to be favoring Zhuo Chen once again, surprisingly allowing Zhuo Chen to obtain something close to a legend, true dragon blood. From the refining just now, Zuo-chun understood that although he had not seen a real dragon in reality and had not felt the aura of dragon blood, this blood was definitely dragon blood without a doubt. A drop of blood that has existed for an unknown number of years, still able to burst out that kind of terrible breath, even at the beginning of this blood as if it had its own consciousness generally has its own signs of escape. The spirit is so strong, the power is so terrible blood. In addition to the true dragon's blood, Zuo-chuan cannot think of what kind of beasts are able to contain such a terrifying power. This is the supreme treasure, heaven-defying supreme treasure. Even though superpowers may not be able to take out the supreme treasure, if this drop of blood is sealed down with the power of runes, and get the continent's countless strong people, the most prosperous endless battlefield to auction, it can definitely cause countless big strengths, countless top-level powerhouses to go crazy and vibrate. After refining the dragon's blood, Zuo-chun's entire strength had already broken through to the spirit evocation realm second sky without even realizing it, with a tendency to rush towards the spirit evocation realm third sky. This was still only a temporary and purely ancient yuan power enhancement, and it had unimaginable benefits for Zuo-chun's fleshly body quenching as well as soul quenching and so on. This kind of treasure, of course, Zuo-dust is willing to share with the knife, if the knife can refine a part of the words, for their own strength, and the bottom of the enhancement will have a heavenly help. But unfortunately, before the dragon blood is trying to escape from the blockade of the Zuo-dust, in that critical moment Zuo-dust's power cannot be controlled, if not swallowed directly on the spot refining words, this blood essence will be directly flowed, it can only be a waste of it. How powerful was this dragon blood? In fact, Zuo-chun had only temporarily refined a tenth of it. Zuo-chun's insight was extraordinary. He naturally understood that after something like this kind of the strongest desolate beast's essence blood lineage was devoured and refined by himself, the benefits obtained were not just those on the surface, but more could not be explored right now. Waiting until he refined all of the dragon's blood in the future, the benefits would truly come to the forefront, and if he was lucky, he might be able to have his own blood and the dragon's blood combine with each other, and it might even allow him to possess a portion of characteristics similar to that of a true dragon. Let's go. I'll take you to hunt desolate beasts and use the essence blood of the desolate beasts to temper your flesh. This will allow your strength to progress in the shortest amount of time. Zuo-chun waved his hand and left this place with little dagger, searching for the strongest fourth-ranked desolate beasts in this dragon bone mountain while starting to hunt them. Previously, when fighting against a fourth-stage desolate beast, although he was able to win in battle, he still had to exert a considerable amount of strength after all. However, with the refining of the dragon blood, Zuo-chun's strength broke through to the spirit summoning realm second sky. His chi and blood became stronger, his physique was even more terrifying, and his true fighting strength increased by at least 30%. So it could be said that an ordinary spirit summoning realm second sky yuan martial artist was not a match for Zuo-chun because of the difference in his origin, and now he would face these fourth-ranked desolate beasts with great ease. Walking between the earth with the little knife in the next few days, constantly hunting and killing desolate beasts, and then collecting the essence blood of those desolate beasts, letting the little knife swallow it and refine it away, using this most primitive and pure method to quench the origin and physique for the little knife. By the time the two of them left, although Xiao Dao hadn't really made a breakthrough, he was surprisingly only a hair's breadth away from the fifth sky of condensed seal. The result of this appearance made Zuo-chun satisfied and even exceeded his expectations. It's time to go back. Zuo-chun looked at the sky dome in the distance and muttered, "Little dagger, pack up and let's go forward to Manhwa Heavenly Palace." Chapter 066. Are you deaf? Ignoring little dagger's gesture that was so excited that he almost fainted, Zuo-chun brought the latter back inside the harmonized star sect to pack up his things and prepare to go on the road. Before their departure, all the elders of the harmonized star sect, and even the patriarch personally came out to send them off for a time. Zuo-chun and his duo did not know how many disciples' envy they had caused, and countless disciples who had originally trained with Zuo-chun in the past regretted it to the extreme after seeing the treatment of the knife, hating the fact that they had not followed Zuo-chun's side in the days when Zuo-chun had not been awakened, or else today one of them might have been able to obtain the qualification for going to the Manhwa Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, if they could obtain the qualifications to go to the Manhwa Heavenly Palace today, there might be one of them. The two of them went on their way, riding in the runic teleportation array. Their figures quickly disappeared into the distant void passage or something like that, quickly disappearing in the eyes of the people of the harmonized star sect. Some of the higher echelons of the harmonized star sect had complicated gazes and were extremely emotional. When Zuo-chun had not awakened, he was an inconspicuous existence within the harmonized star sect, and had not been given any attention by the sect at all. As soon as Zuo-chun left, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to return to the harmonized star sect in this lifetime. Inside the void passageway, little dagger looked excited and kept asking about something about the Manhwa Heavenly Palace. Brother Dust, Is the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace really filled with geniuses? Am I the bottom of the pile if I go with this amount of strength? Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, is it really that strong? I heard that cultivating there is 10 times faster than cultivating in the star-transforming sect. Dusty. Listening to Xiao Dao's opening sentence after sentence, Zuo-chun didn't pay any attention to it, but instead, his entire body closed his eyes and fell into a silent greatness-like state, and vaguely, a touch of uneasiness appeared on his face. I don't know why, at this time of return, Zuo-chun always had a feeling of inner flocculation, and the entire aura of the person became restless as a result. According to reason, with the strength reaching the spirit-summoning realm, coupled with Zuo-chen's own talent, it would be very difficult to experience this kind of inner flurry, or even a feeling of panic, and today, for some unknown reason, it was simply impossible to settle down. It was as if something big was about to happen. What should it be? Zuo-chun muttered, his voice calm but filled with a touch of heaviness. Time passed. The spatial teleportation that should have been very rapid seemed to have become extremely long today, lasting a full half-hour before Zuo-chun overlooked a vast mountain range below. Here we are. Follow me. Just after arriving at the front of the Shattered Sky mountain range, Zuo-chun brought little Dagger towards the clan's interior. After all, this is not the time to vigorously recruit disciples. The figure of disciples outside the mountain gate is still relatively rare, so Zuo-chun did not see a few people, only it is this very few people. After seeing Zuo-chan one by one, they all look a little strange and even pointing at each other, seemingly talking about something in secret. Without any unnecessary considerations, Zuo-chan brought the one-blade duo straight to the place where little Ant lived. The Dancing Sky Pavilion. Unlike his usual mood, today, standing in front of the Dancing Sky Pavilion, looking at this accommodation pavilion in front of him that once belonged to Xiao Dance, Zuo-chen slightly frowned. He had left for a full month's time and hadn't seen his little Ant for a month, so he didn't know how the bone poison on her body had been suppressed and whether her injuries had improved a bit. Come on, get this stuff out of here. As the two of them arrived outside the door of the Dancing Heaven Pavilion, Zuo-chun suddenly heard such a voice coming from inside. The voice belonged to a man who didn't sound familiar to himself. Wasn't the duo of Little Ant and Li Linger residing in the Dancing Heaven Pavilion? Why is there a strange man's voice inside? Where's Auntie? Where's Li Ling-er? Zuo-chen's face suddenly went cold. The small knife on one side felt the cold aura emanating from Zuo-chen's body within an instant. Also immediately closed his mouth. How many days had he cultivated with Zuo-chan? For some of Zuo-chen's habits, the small knife was familiar with tightly. Brother Dust, what's wrong with you? Dagger inquired. Zuo-chan was about to open his mouth to speak, and just then, he saw that this Dancing Heaven Pavilion in front of him was opened, and two disciples walked out carrying a table. Stand still. Zuo-chan glanced at the table, then he coldly drank. The duo also seemed to be startled by the sudden appearance of Zuo-chen's voice, but then when they reacted, they spoke impatiently. What's wrong? What's the matter? Speak quickly. Can't you see that I'm busy? Busy. Zuo-chun took a deep breath and then said indifferently, Zuo-chen. In a flash, those two people who were originally impatient changed color explosively after seeing clearly that the person who opened his mouth was actually Zuo-chan. Nowadays, Zuo-chan was well known within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and although his status was not too noble, at least one three-list assembly had already made countless people recognize Zuo-chan. For a time, the atmosphere around them seemed to fall silent, becoming extremely depressing, and after a moment of silence, Zuo-chan narrowed his eyes and said, Who gave you the right to remove the tables and chairs from the Dancing Sky Pavilion? Inside here, where are the people residing? How do we know where the people in here went? We're just helping to move things for Senior Brother Wang Broker. One of them spoke, then waved his hand impatiently. Go away. Don't block us busy. Zuo-chen laughed. You guys dare to try taking another step forward? Little Dagger, who was quite familiar with Zuo-chan, after seeing this scene appearing on Zuo-chen's face, he instantly became serious as well. Often when this kind of look appeared and appeared to be so calm, it was precisely the precursor to Dust's rage and outburst. Thinking of this, invisibly, a fierce color came out of Little Dagger's eyes as he looked intently at the two people in front of him whose strength he could not perceive clearly. No matter who these two were, as long as they were Dusty's enemies, then they were his Little Dagger's enemies. When the two people in front heard Zuo-chen's words, their complexion changed, and then they were in a difficult situation, slightly scornful, but they still laughed coldly. Zuo-chan, what do you mean by this? Blocking us? You are not a true disciple. This Dancing Heaven Pavilion is a residence exclusively belonging to true disciples. It seems to have nothing to do with you, right? The two of them, but the hall of true disciples, although it is true disciples' strength at the end of the kind, but after all, the shoulders bear the true this two words, and even, compared to long Shinue this kind of back on the elders of the clan to obtain the true disciple identity of the new disciples, the strength of the strength to be slightly stronger, look at the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, is still disciples in the high and mighty. Characters. Zuo-chun had challenged Yi Qianzhan, who was the 13th on the spirit ranking list, and had indeed startled many true disciples. With this kind of character and this kind of talent, if he was able to grow up in the future, he would have an absolute certainty of being promoted to a true disciple, and at that time it would be impossible for anyone to underestimate Zuo-chun. However, this premise was that Zuo-chun had to be able to grow up. As for now, the Zuo-chun in front of them is really not in their eyes, an outstanding character among the inner disciples. Even if it is the existence of the first in the inner sect spirit ranking, it can't be compared to the true disciples. If Little Master says that it has something to do with me, then it naturally has something to do with me. Do you guys have any opinions? Zuo-chun stealthily probed out a step and spoke in a domineering and indifferent manner. Ha 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 ha. Laughed me to death. This Zuo-chun is also really uneducated. Could it be that he thinks that he is invincible after making a name for himself in the 3 rankings conference? One of the disciples lost his voice and laughed out loud on the spot. Then this person looked at Zuo-chun grimly. A word of advice. Don't make a fool of yourself. Be sensible. Get lost with your strength. Challenging Yi Qianzhan. Compared to a true disciple, you're still too far behind. Not bad, hurry up and get lost so as not to cause trouble and ask for it. This dancing sky pavilion, even if it was related to you before, it's useless now. It already belongs to senior brother Wang Broken. Another person said. Obviously, they still had some scruples about Zuo-chun, and weren't as indifferent as they appeared on the surface. They had seen Zuo-chun's performance in the previous 3 rankings conference, and as a person with this kind of talent, if it was not necessary, try not to make a complete enemy of Zuo-chun, in case the other party rose in the future and was included in the ranks of true disciples, becoming an existence that they could not fight against. Wang Breaking. Zuo-chun recited the name, which seemed somewhat familiar. Communicating his memories, a flash of realization appeared in Zuo-chun's eyes within a moment. Although there were many disciples in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, the true disciples were only a few hundred, and it was naturally impossible for 2 disciples with the same name called Wang Broken to appear among these few hundred people. Then the identity of the other party is immediately revealed. The last time he and Li Linger traveled along the way, on the way was to encounter that ready to rely on 30,000 contribution points to threaten Li Linger Wang Feng, but the latter was eventually his own ruthless beat of dogs. Li Linger said that Wang Feng seems to have a brother called Wang Broke. If Zuo-chun's memory wasn't wrong, Li Linger seemed to have said that Wang Bro was the kind of powerful existence that stood at the very top among the true disciples, ranking 7th on the golden ranking, right? A fierce smile appeared at the corner of Zuo-chun's mouth, and the entire face even then spread a fierce color, with a faint murderous aura spreading out. Is Wang broken? Dancing Sky Pavilion is the residence left behind by Little Dance before, and now it is even a place for Little Ant to recuperate from her injuries, and this place is quite important to Zuo-chun, and this person, Wang Bro, doesn't know what kind of tactics he is using, but he has caused the clan to give the Dancing Sky Pavilion to the latter. However, Zuo-chun does not need to find out the reason, since this person has come to the door, not to mention the 7th in the golden ranking. Even if it is the strongest 3 in the golden ranking, Zuo-chun will step on it. Boom! An extremely terrifying force suddenly erupted out, like a heavenly torrent, rolling and shaking the 4 directions. A finger killed across the sky. The royal thunder finger was brewing in an instant. The powerful force contained a touch of appalling thunder, and lightning aura blasted into the chest cavity of a person in front of him. In a moment, a striking bloody hole appeared in the chest of this true disciple, with flesh and blood exploding, and the entire person's breath was directly flabbergasted by Zuo-chun. At the same time when these 2 people had not yet reacted, Zuo-chun took an arrow step, and the second power of the Tao followed the other person's direction to kill again, striking out viciously and without mercy. All of you, get thee out of here, are you deaf? Accompanied by Shakura's strike, Zuo-chun's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, booming and vibrating beside these 2 people's ears. Chapter 067 Shocking Changes. The 2 true disciples, before they could react, had already been seriously injured by Zuo-chun's 2 royal thunder fingers. Seeing Zuo-chun's strike, the 2 of them were furious. The 2 of them were the hallowed true disciples. Their status was honorable and supreme, and among the tens of thousands of disciples in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, they were the objects of reverence for countless people. Not to mention being ignored by an inner disciple today, this Zuo-chun even dared to strike at the 2 of them. Doesn't he want to live? You seek death. The 2 of them burst into a rage and directly struck out. Little Master, I'll see who's looking for death today. So what if it's a true disciple? The corner of Zhuo Chen's mouth revealed a touch of disdain, and in the next moment, his ancient yuan power completely exploded. Little Dagger, back off. At the same time, Zhuo Chen rushed at Little Dagger, who was leaping to the side, and spoke. With the strength of Xiaodao nowadays, it was still difficult to deal with ordinary disciples. Facing these two people in front of him was completely looking for death. They could not help themselves at all, and they were also dragging themselves down. Running thunder claws. The 10 fingers of one of the men's hands trembled, bending into claws, and in an instant, an electric light lingered in them as he took a step forward and ferociously grabbed at Zhuo Chen. While the other person retreated 10 steps back, the rune ring in his hand flashed, and a crossbow with a glittering crystal luster appeared within his hands in an instant, and an arrow rushed into the air. 2 terrifying attacks appeared at the same time, but Zhuo Chen did not dodge, completely ignoring the general. A majestic ancient yuan power contained between his right hand, and blasted out a fist in the air. Boom! An incomparably terrifying power exploded out, directly colliding with that running thunder electricity claw. An electric light did not enter Zhuo Chen's body, and a slight paralyzing sensation appeared, but under the operation of the ancient yuan power, this discomfort was dissolved almost simultaneously. In the ensuing moment, Zhuo Chen's body folded and turned, looking at the arrow that shot in the air. His thoughts instantly broke out of his body, and for a moment, the entire trajectory of the arrow that came in a hurry was completely presented to Zhuo Chen's senses. Shatter me! Zhuo Chen snapped, and between the roar of his qi and blood, he fiercely blasted at that arrow. Bang! Terrifying space-time energy exploded, and that originally powerful arrow directly turned into nothingness after it met Zhuo Chen. Is that all you're capable of? Zhuo Chen sneered disdainfully. From within Zhuo Chen's right hand, a fiery red light flickered, and immediately afterward, a blade body condensed with flames appeared. Shura Flame Blade. A flash of violence appeared on Zhuo Chen's face as he harnessed the flame battle blade in his hand to blast out on the spot. The blade bodies sliced through the void. A mysterious flame trajectory appeared in the space in front of them. The flame body was blazing hot, and it locked onto the 2 people in front of them with an aura that burned out everything. Between one and the other, it shattered the running thunder electricity claw of the person in front of him, and immediately after that, Zhuo Chen's main body turned into a shadow of light and appeared in front of the other person in a surprise attack, and the flame battle blade rumbled down, and only with a clicking sound, the bow in the hand of the person was broken from the center and immediately turned into a shattered piece. Unconscionable. Zhuo Chen opened his mouth, his thoughts locking onto the 2, sensing all the changes in their essence. The second Shura flame blade appeared, 2 consecutive blade bodies gulping supreme blazing flames, each locking onto the 2 in front of them, rumbling down in a swift and unrivaled manner. 2 miserable screams came out, and immediately after that, the knife in the distance only saw the bodies of these 2 people as if they were kites with broken strings, ruthlessly smashing down into the ground in front of them. Waste, really too wasteful. Zhuo Chen glanced at these 2 and spoke disdainfully. The strength of these 2 people, both of them had reached the 2nd level of the spirit summoning realm. On the surface of the realm was the same as Zhuo Chen, however, the real battle power was sky high. Even if the 2 of them joined hands surprisingly, they were not Zhuo Chen's opponents. Almost before long, Zhuo Chen had completely controlled everything in the battlefield. Like a central god king, proudly looking down on this world, in front of Zhuo Chen, the 2 of them prostrated, powerlessly kneeling on the ground. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and the 2 of them were horrified to feel the kind of terrifying aura that Zhuo Chen contained in his body, which was somewhat unbelievable. This Zhuo Chen, although he was not simple before, he was only qualified to challenge the inner disciples, and the gap between him and true disciples like them was definitely extremely huge, but he did not expect that after such a short period of time after the 3 rankings conference had passed, he had already reached the 2nd sky of the spirit summoning realm. It was too unbelievable. Boom! A foot stomped on one of them, stomping the person into unconsciousness almost on the spot. Say, my little aunt, where is she? And where is that Wang broken? Zhuo Chen spoke sternly, questioning the other person. Elder brother Wang brother's people are in cultivation, but your little aunt, we really don't know. We just came to this place and it was empty. We only came to clean up this place at the command of elder brother Wang brothers. This disciple was trembling. His voice carried a touch of trembling, and he looked at Zhuo Chen with extreme scorn. Snap! A slap flung this person's face, sending this disciple directly flying out. Get out! At this moment, the 2 of them completely lost their temper. Being practically blown away by Zhuo Chen under their joint efforts was too humiliating, and it was fortunate that there were no other people here to see it. taking the fainted man with them. The two true disciples quickly and swiftly disappeared from this place. Only then did Zhuo-Chun exhale a mouthful of turbid air, with a touch of shock and anger, and together with little Dagger, they put the table back into place. After walking as the Phoenix Pavilion, Zhuo-Chun looked at the scene in the four directions, and then looked around, and already understood that this dancing sky pavilion had not been inhabited for roughly nearly 10 days. I hope that little ant is fine. Otherwise, whoever has anything to do with this matter is Zhuo-Chen's archenemy. Invoking Zhuo-Chen's hand, and death is not enough. No one can provoke little master's bottom line. Wang bro, you're dead. Zhuo-Chun gritted his teeth and spoke, looking fiercely ahead. These two people were just runners. A lesson would be enough. It was not worth Zhuo-Chen's focus. Shocked for a moment as these two people fled, but Zhuo-Chun gradually calmed down. Little Dagger, follow me first. Zhuo-Chun spoke to Little Dagger in a deep voice. Aha! Little Dagger nodded, knowing that there was no way he could help Zhuo-Chun with his current strength. Bringing the knife to his residence, he entered it, and Yi Qianti was cultivating. Little Dagger, stay here for now. I'll look for you when I'm done resolving things. After Zhuo-Chun finished speaking, he smiled at Yi Qianti and nodded without saying much, directly leaving. Looking at Zhuo-Chen's somewhat hurried demeanor, Yi Qianti unexpectedly glanced at Little Dagger before frowning slightly. What happened? Little Dagger hurriedly was speaking out some of the things that had happened before. After hearing Little Dagger's opening, Yi Qianti's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Then he muttered, Wang broken? Isn't that the 7th-ranked existence of true disciples? West of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, Broken God Pavilion. Like the Dancing Sky Pavilion, this also belongs to an independent pavilion which is the residence of the true disciples, and this Broken God Pavilion, as we all know, belongs precisely to the 7th true disciple, Wang Broken. On weekdays, even if the ordinary disciples pass by this place are also careful, afraid of making any noise to disturb the King Broken, that kind of consequences not they can afford to start. To know the 7th of the true disciples, this itself was a supreme honor. Looking at the tens of thousands of disciples in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it could be said that it was one of the few who stood at the forefront and had the most terrifying strength. However, today seemed to be different. After Zhuo-Chun inquired clearly about the place where the God-breaking pavilion existed, he quickly came, and at the same moment when he appeared at this place, between his hands he birthed a terrifying flaming battle sword and blasted down from the sky. With cold eyes, Zhuo-Chun watched as the blade he struck out descended from the void with a roar, viciously chopping at the top of the Broken God Pavilion. Bang! Almost the moment the blade body appeared over the Broken God Pavilion, a deafening thud spread in all directions. Immediately after that, it was only seen that all around that Broken God Pavilion, a line that shimmered with flowing colors and extremely mysterious lines appeared, and invisibly, these lines released some sort of mysterious power to dissolve Zhuo-Chen's slash. This was the power of the runes that guarded the surroundings of the Broken God Pavilion, and without the presence of this power, it was feared that the Broken God Pavilion would be razed to the ground by Zhuo-Chun in an instant. The shocking change in this scene instantly startled countless disciples. Near and far, an unknown number of people gathered at this place within a short moment and saw Zhuo-Chen's figure at the same time. As Zhuo-Chen's blade chopped down, a roar like a torrent erupted from within that Broken God Pavilion. Who is it? Looking for death. The roar spread thousands of miles across the land, and a portal at the top of the God-breaking pavilion was suddenly opened, followed by a youth in a red battle robe taking a step out and descending into the earth in front of him in an instant. This kid doesn't want to live. Dare to provoke Wang Broken? Someone saw this scene from the back and a gloating smile appeared on their face. However, afterward, a strange color appeared in the eyes of these people, because the face of that figure in front of them seemed vaguely familiar, and seriously, wasn't it that Zhuo-Chun who had made a name for himself in the 3 rankings conference? Defeating the 13th inner disciple of the spirit ranking, Yi Qianzhong, this Zhuo-Chun was indeed not simple. His strength was strong enough, but it seemed that he was still quite a bit short compared to the true disciples, right? This kid had eaten the guts of a bear and dared to come and mess with Wang Bro? You are Wang Breaking? Zhuo-Chen's voice was cold and indifferent, and his entire essence was completely elevated to the peak at this moment, as if he had transformed into an invisible heaven and earth battle sword, forcing his way into the heavens and earth in front of him. Zhuo-Chen. Wang Broke appeared and had a chilling look on his face as he saw Zhuo-Chun. He was in the middle of his own good cultivation because the God-breaking pavilion was attacked by someone, inducing a big shock, interrupting his own cultivation, not to mention that he almost scared Wang breaking into a fire. I didn't expect that the person who struck out was Zhuo-Chun, who had disappeared for a month's time. This Zhuo-Chun, really out of his depth, simply seeking death on his own. How dare he take the initiative to seek out and directly attack in front of so many people? Do you know that provoking me will lead you to a miserable death? After all, Wang Breaking was a true disciple of esteemed status. And at this moment, he quickly calmed down and spoke in a deep voice. Is that so? Zhuo Chen's breath was icy cold as he said in a chilling voice, Dancing Heaven Pavilion. When did it become your Wang Broken's place? Where is my little aunt with Li Linger? Chapter 068. The Order of Life and Death. Wang Bro looked at Zhuo Chen grimly. After Nalan Shui Dance left, the Dancing Sky Pavilion was originally an uninhabited place. My strength broke through to the Spirit Summoning Realm's sixth sky. This Dancing Sky Pavilion is a reward I asked for from the sect. As for your crippled little aunt, I don't know where people are. After saying that, a wisp of extreme killing aura spread on Wang Bro's body. However, you took the initiative to seek out and provoke me today very well. Since you've come, there's no need to leave. Those who have dared to look for trouble for me, Wang Bro, over the years, haven't really seen a few of them. Bang! With a bang of ancient Yuan power, Wang Bro's aura was like a vast mountain that exploded on the spot, crushing the earth in front of him. The countless disciples who had gathered here all changed color and retreated at the same moment. The gap between them and Wang Bro was too big, not to mention fighting with each other. Even under Wang Bro's terrifying aura, it was difficult to hold on. This is the gap between people. The top 10 of the golden ranking of the Absolute Pride is so powerful, able to make people despair. However, Zhuo Chen, who was in the center of the Wang Broken Chi Crush, seemed to be looking quite relaxed. His face was ice cold, and he didn't even move at all. Many people, for a moment, were sensing along with Zhuo Chen, which was sensing Zhuo Chen's strength, and some people were horrified and shocked. The three rankings conference had only been over a month's time. How could this Zhuo Chen have already crossed over into the Spirit Summoning Realm from the Condensing Seal Realm and reached the second level of the Spirit Summoning Realm? The problem was that even if this Zhuo Chen had progressed deeply and had the strength of the second sky of the Spirit Summoning Realm, it was impossible for him to look so relaxed and casual when facing the sixth sky of the Spirit Summoning Realm's Wang Breaking, right? What on earth is going on here? Seeing that the two of them started to make a move, just in this split second, an urgent voice came, Stop! As soon as the voice arrived, two figures ran across the earth in vain and descended on Zhuo Chen's side, and the ones who appeared were none other than Li Linger, as well as the duo of Long Xinyue. When these two people appeared, Wang Bro and Zhuo Chen were not in a good position to immediately make a move, and invisibly, both of their breaths were converged for a few minutes, suppressing the urge to make a move. Li Linger actually appeared? Zhuo Chen's gaze flickered as he hurriedly inquired, Where is my little aunt? Li Linger looked at Zhuo Chen with a face of shame and self-reproach. Zhuo Chen? I'm sorry. 3 days ago, a group of people arrived and went on a rampage, capturing her sister. Linger wasn't capable of protecting her sister. Long Xinyue, who was on the side, did not speak, but only looked at Zhuo Chen with a strange gaze, and after sensing the aura contained in Zhuo Chen's body, her eyes shrunk in vain. In the past 2 days, senior sister Linger and I have been searching for traces about sister. Those people who grabbed away people definitely have some plans. They may be targeting you, so don't be anxious for now. Long Xian, you also spoke. Don't be anxious? Zhuo Chen laughed back in anger and gave Li Linger a fierce look. Then he said, It's been 3 days, and you want me not to be in a hurry? Are you teasing me? Also, what's this about the Dancing Sky Pavilion? By what right did it suddenly become a place for Wang Broken? Zhuo Chen spoke in a deep voice. Li Linger knew that she was not doing her job well, completely lowered her head, her eyes falling into tears, already sobbing uncontrollably, but Long Xinyue said, This Wang Broken, his strength skyrocketed, breaking through to the sixth heaven of the Spirit Summoning Realm, and thus he took the initiative to ask for permission from the sect to say that he wanted to move inside the Dancing Heaven Pavilion, and the sect agreed to do so. For a moment, Zhuo Chen seemed to understand something. This Wang Bro was afraid that because of the reason why he had beaten his brother last time, he wanted to find his own trouble. However, he was not in the sect, so he was the first one to use his tactics to start from his little aunt, and rightfully ask for permission from the sect to take away the Dancing Sky Pavilion so that the little aunt would not have a place to live. This kind of villainous behavior is obviously a provocation. Only now, Zhuo Chen didn't know if the disappearance of Xiao Gu was related to this Wang Broken. Just as Zhuo Chen was speculating and pondering, a flash of annoyance swept across the eyes of Wang Bro, who was in front of that earth after the appearance of the Long Xinyue duo. He seemed to have been completely ignored. Zhuo Chen, attacking my broken god pavilion and taking the initiative to provoke my true disciples. Death is not enough. Roll over and suffer death. Wang Breaker said, stepping into the front with only his body, killing with a palm. A terrifying force rushed at Zhuo Chen and crashed into him. Without waiting for Zhuo Chen to make a move, Li Linger was suddenly stepping out, only blocking in front of Zhuchan, taking that palm of Wang broken down alive. Boom! Li Linger's body was directly blown away a few meters away by a palm. Her delicate body trembled. A blood-drenched palm print appeared on her shoulder, and her entire aura became weak to the extreme. Zhuchan was furious and hurried to Li Linger's side. Are you stupid? That Wang breaking. Is that something you can resist? Li Linger's weak gaze flooded with self-reproach. I'm sorry. I'm not capable of protecting my sister. As long as my sister is safe and sound. This palm, what is it worth? Looking at Li Linger's gesture, Zhuchan's anger towards the latter suddenly became much less, and his face couldn't help but mild in a few points. You don't have to blame yourself. After knowing that the little ant was captured, he was too anxious and therefore impulsive inwardly. The party's speaking voice was a few points louder, but seriously think about it, to Li Linger this kind of simple character, since he had promised himself something, surely he would not be negligent, and those who had captured the little ant were obviously far stronger than Li Linger, and couldn't save the little ant, and couldn't completely blame Li Linger. However, while inwardly understanding Li Linger quite a bit, Zhuchan turned back and looked at Wang Bro, who was not far away, but his antipathy towards this person deepened a few points. I only heard Wang Bro taunt. I said that you are just an inner disciple. What makes you eat bear heart and leopard gall and come to provoke me? So it turns out that you are relying on the back of a woman? However, even if Long Xian Yu and Li Ling Er were here, they wouldn't be able to save you today. Long Xinyue and Li Linger too, although the same is a true disciple but also is a new disciple, worship the clan elders as a master, so only become a true disciple on the real strength in the true disciples is the bottom of the worst existence, and how can be compared with the seventh on the golden list of the king break. Many people around roared with laughter, and some even looked at Zhuchan playfully. Could it be that he wants to hide behind a woman? Ha 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 ha. After helping Li Linger up and letting Long Xinyue on the side take care of her, Zhuchan then glanced at Long Xinyue and asked earnestly, a true disciple will have a separate cultivation pavilion rewarded by the sect, right? Yes. Long Xian Yu nodded her head, but then she seemed to have thought of something and her face couldn't help but change. What are you going to do? This Wang breaking is the seventh in the golden ranking. His strength is frighteningly strong. Don't look at the fact that he is now at the sixth heaven of the spirit summoning realm. But even if a character at the seventh heaven of the spirit summoning realm amongst the mundane world encounters Wang breaking, he may not be able to win. We have checked, and we can assure you that the matter of sister being captured indeed has nothing to do with Wang Bro. I'm afraid it's someone else's doing. Yeah? Hehe. You underestimate me too much. Zhuchan glanced at the other party, then smiled faintly and slowly turned around. Long Xinyue was dumbfounded, her complex expression. Looking at the Zhuchan at this moment, there seemed to be some strangeness. The teenager in front of him is no longer the same Zhuchan who followed him along at the beginning. Seriously recalling these times of knowing Zhuchan on the surface, it seems that this Zhuchan always does things recklessly and is not afraid of anyone. But the other party is always able to create a miracle at the critical moment, especially in the middle of the three-list conference, becoming the first of the green list, not to mention that even Yi Qianzhang was able to pay homage to it, which is completely beyond the knowledge of Long Xinyue. Long Xian Yu understood that from the moment the other party rose to prominence in the three rankings assembly, Zhuchan was no longer his own follower, but a true disciple of this Yuanwu heavenly palace, a disciple that did not lose out to anyone else spirit summoning realm second sky. In terms of realm alone, Zhuchan had already caught up with himself completely. Moreover, at the same realm, feeling Zhuchen's aura in front of him, Long Xian Yu realized that he unexpectedly did not have absolute certainty of defeating the other party. There were times when, if Long Xinyue herself didn't carry 6 ancient elemental seals, she even had a feeling that, compared to Zhuchan, who was the so-called genius. 3 days later, a battle in the combat pavilion, life or death. If you lose, give up the dancing sky pavilion. Zhuchan calmly looked at Wang Bro, and at this moment, he uttered a sentence that made the hearts of countless disciples present tremble. Life and death? This Zhuchan actually dared to make a date with Wang Bro? Is this kid crazy? What kind of person is Wang Bro? All the people present are clear, even among the true disciples, there are not many people who dare to provoke Wang Bro. Zhuchan said the words to fight with Wang Bro in front of so many people. This is a complete joke in the eyes of many disciples. It can't be that they want to find an excuse to sneak away, right? Then wait for 3 days to disappear? This kind of thing has not never happened before. Countless disciples were talking, and all kinds of taunts were clearly audible, what with Zhuchan being afraid and retreating at the critical moment and so on. It was extremely harsh to the ears. Wang Bro was stunned and seemed to have misheard. But then he reacted and a sardonic smile appeared on his face. Very well. Letting you live for 3 more easy days. 3 days later, the battle pavilion meets. If I don't waste you, I will write the word Wang broken upside down. Regarding what many people said about Zhuo slipping away at that time or something like that, Wang Bro didn't put it in his mind at all. What kind of person was he, Wang Bro? 7th on the golden ranking, a powerful existence that everyone was afraid of even among true disciples. Zhuo could hide for a while, but not for a lifetime. As long as the person was still a disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, then he would not be able to escape from him, Wang Bro. Although I don't know why Zhuo, who was raging and extremely crazy on the surface, suddenly became so calm and had no intention to fight, as if he was about to retreat. But it doesn't matter, it's only for 3 days, and 3 days later will be the day that this Zhuo will be wasted by himself. Just waste me? Oh, are you ing deaf? What did I say? Life and death don't matter. Zhuo glanced at Wang Bro. Then he suddenly took out a white token. A drop of blood dripped into the token, and one side of the token turned into a piercing blood color on the spot. Throwing the token to Wang Bro in front of him, Zhuo said indifferently, "Watch out for yourself, of course. If you don't sign it, that's fine. I won't say anything, little master." Seeing this token, the pupils of everyone present shrank and couldn't help but become serious. Not only the face of Long Xinhue on Zhuo's side changed, but even Wang broke himself, who was erect, couldn't help but take a deep breath. The order of life and death. Sign a life and death order for life and death. Chapter 069 Heavenly Palace Shakes. It was forbidden for disciples to kill each other in the sect, but if 2 people signed a life and death order, then this rule could be automatically broken. No one thought that Zhuo would dare to actually take out the life and death order. This thing was not something that ordinary people would dare to move, unless there was some kind of life and death hatred that really emerged between some disciples. Otherwise, who would dare to sign the life and death order when they knew that their strength was unbeatable? Signing the life and death order is the same as you have temporarily abandoned a layer of the clan's protective umbrella. And until this battle is over, even if you are killed, the clan will not stand up for you. Wang Xie's heart was trembling with fear. For a while his heart was tangled. His face kept changing. Although he was arrogant, he was not a brainless idiot. Vaguely, his gaze coalesced on Zhuo, sensing the aura belonging to Zhuo. What on earth does this Zhuo have that dares to owe a life and death order to him? Isn't this asking for his own death? Could it be that this person is really sure of defeating himself? As a true disciple of the 7th person, Wang Broke is not like his brother as an idiot. Arrogance should also have arrogant capital and backbone. Wang Broke is indeed arrogant, but also divided into the opponent is who. Zhuo evocation of spirit realm of the strength of the 2nd day is indeed not simple, but compared with their own difference of 4 days of the small realm, such a gap, not to mention Zhuo. Look at the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, even if it is the gold list ranked in. The top 3 of the 3 monsters are very difficult to overtake. But this left dust, but clearly have a few bottom? What's going on? Signing the life and death order, this matter has become more serious. Some of the disciples present who were originally mocking Zhuo were also gradually serious with their gazes. Only a few people were still mocking Zhuo for making excuses and whatnot, but they were given a glance by the person next to them as if they were looking at an idiot. Do you have the ability to make excuses by signing the life and death order with someone else? Slightly closing his eyes, Wang Bro took a deep breath and the next moment suddenly spoke. Good. I'll sign this life and death order, and then I'll waste you in a fair and square manner. After saying that, a drop of Wang Bro's blood dripped into that life and death order, and in an instant, the back of the token similarly turned into a blinding blood color. Don't! Seeing this scene, Long Xinhue, who was on the side, immediately opened her mouth. However, it was already too late. The essence blood of the 2 of them didn't enter into it. This life and death order had already taken effect. At the same time when the token took effect, as if a strand of self-consciousness was born, the token directly rose up in full view of everyone, turning into an infinite heavenly light that disappeared in the sight of everyone. The 4 directions of the earth were calm. No one dared to speak, and other than the arrogant Wang breaking, a touch of contemplation appeared in many people's eyes as they looked at Zhuo. They, all of them, were true disciples. Each one of them was an elite amongst elites, a genius amongst geniuses, and there was a natural reason why they could stand out amongst the tens of thousands of disciples with extraordinary strength. Life and death order this thing, not everyone dares to sign it. This Zhuo looks like the gap between his strength and Wang Broke is too big, but he shouldn't be so impulsive. Could it be that this dark horse disciple, who has risen up in a short period of time in the sect, really has some hidden means? Zhuo and the others did not know that right after that life and death order flew out, it directly cut through the void, like a blood-colored heavenly light, and descended inside the ancestral hall at the back of the sect. This scene was detected by quite a few of the sect's powerhouses, and some couldn't help but change color slightly. As the order of life and death entered the interior of the ancestral hall, on both sides of the ancestral hall, there were two originally bland and uninteresting destiny monuments that underwent a mutation at the same time, and two blood-colored marks appeared on top of each of the destiny monuments, which vaguely gave off a strong, bloodthirsty, deathly aura that made people tremble at the smell of it. Even if some of the Yuanwu heavenly palace of the senior elders of the stream, at this time are all side-eye in their memories, similar to the disciples signed life and death order, this kind of thing is still rare. Unusual disciples, even if they have any grudges with each other, often are in the 3 list of the General Assembly of this kind of fight, or is to be resolved in secret to avoid the clan's probing. After all, no matter what life was most important, some people could completely lure their opponents into the depths of the shattered sky mountain range and strike to kill them unknowingly. Why should they sign a life and death order openly? In case they were not defeated, wouldn't that be burying themselves? In a golden hall, Right Protector Xiahou Wu perceived the scene that swept across the top of that heavenly dome, and couldn't help but order the people below to check, and a moment later, Xiahou Wu received the news that it was Wang Breaking, who was the 7th of the true disciples, who had signed a life and death order with Suichan. The moment he knew this news, Xiahou Wu's face changed slightly, squinting his eyes with a complex expression. Not knowing what he was thinking, a moment later, Xiahou Wu suddenly was murmuring, "This brat, is he really not afraid of the heavens and the earth? There is my style back then. Only, if I wasn't for this reckless style of acting back then, how would I have ended up in today's situation?" Another large hall. Elder, the investigation is clear. The ones who signed the life and death orders are senior brother Wang Bro, and that's Suichan, who rose to prominence in the 3 rankings conference. A disciple came into the large hall and looked at the elder in front of him and said, at the very top of the hall, an old man was sitting in it, and after receiving the same news, a touch of sulking couldn't help but appear in his seemingly cloudy eyes. Broken child, this brat. How can he be so impulsive? Signing a life and death order with someone at will. However, afterward the old man's face relaxed quite a bit. Fortunately, that Suichen's strength is only at the 2nd level of the spirit summoning realm. Similar things like this in many places in the clan are happening. After all, signing the life and death order, this kind of thing, is still relatively shocking. Even if it is, the senior management of these clans are also to be cautious to look at. If the signing of the order of life and death is 2 equally good true disciples, then these old men will have to come out to try to mediate. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, true disciples cannot afford to lose. Each one is extremely important, is the future of the clan. In front of the Broken God Pavilion, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Wang Bro sneered and gave Suichan a demonstrative middle finger before turning around and entering the Broken God Pavilion. Suichan, on the contrary, had a calm face as he faintly said to Long Xinyue and the injured Li Linger, "Let's go. You're too impulsive." Long Xianyu frowned. Suichan laughed and then spun around to look at Long Xianyu. "Impulsive? I don't think so. Wang Bro is a terrifying existence, ranked 7th in the true disciple rankings. It's simply not something those inner disciples can compare to. The Yi Qianzhong that you defeated may be able to compare to Wang Bro in terms of talent, but in terms of strength it's a world away from Wang Bro. It's simply not on the same level." Long Xianyu continued. "It doesn't matter." Suichan spoke indifferently, sidestepping the topic, and then he frowned at Li Linger, who was injured due to himself. After all, the strength gap with Wang Broke is too big. Wang Broke, that palm, originally did not have any retention. The injury cost to Li Linger is still not light. However, at this moment in a semi-conscious state, Li Linger are murmuring, vaguely seems to spit out a few words. "Don't sign the order of life and death, you will die." A slight wisp of softness appeared in her eyes. "It's inconvenient for me, so senior sister Linger will trouble you to take care of senior sister for the next few days." "Don't worry. Senior sister Linger only received a slap. Resting for 2 days will allow her to fully recover." Long Xinyue nodded and gave Suichan a complicated look, wanting to speak. But in the end, she did not open her mouth again. Looking at the back of Long Xinyue and Li Linger's departure, Suichan walked alone in the middle of the sect, his entire aura completely silent, his gaze somewhat hollow-like as he looked at that 9 heavenly vaults, and at some point, his fists clenched together fiercely. Strength. Strength is not enough if one possesses absolute talent and strength. Looking within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, who will provoke oneself again? Who would dare to touch the people around him? He always thought that after awakening, he would have the ability to protect his little ant, and today he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were in the past. It can be said that without little ant, there would be no Suichan today. Back then, little ant could have chosen a superior life, but gave up the identity that was originally enough to make countless people go crazy and dream of being difficult to reach, and instead, at the expense of rebelling with the Zhou clan's imperial clan, she brought herself to flee millions of miles of earth and traveled across the domain. Compared to what little ant had done for herself, what had she done? Thinking back on these years, it was merely a matter of caring about one's own cultivation. Little ant, don't be all right. I know you can wait until I save you, Sui-chun muttered, and invisibly, a murderous aura that made all people tremble surfaced on his still slightly tender face. Originally thought that since his rise in the three-list conference, the crisis faced in this clan is much less, and the trouble is also reduced a lot, and now Sui-chun also realized that his such thoughts are really too naive. It doesn't seem to be enough for you to deter some people, but there are still people who have extended their hands to you. The only explanation is that one's own deterrence is not enough, at least in the sect, in addition to those ordinary disciples and inner disciples. In the eyes of others, today's oneself is still only a mole cricket general existence, right? Without realizing it, he walked towards the direction of his residence and appeared face to face with Yi Qianti. What are you going to do? Sui-chun looked at the hurried, ice-cold-faced Yi Qianti and said. The moment he saw Sui-chun, Yi Qianti's expression slackened quite a bit, and he couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on with you? Didn't you go to look for Wang breaking? Surveying Sui-chun in front of him, Yi Qianti realized that the latter didn't have any injuries or other signs of having fought. Could it be that Sui-chun was really strong enough to defeat Wang Bro without any pressure? I signed a life and death order with him to fight in 3 days. Sui-chun smiled and said. Yi Qianti's color changed. That life and death order that crossed over the sect before was signed by you and Wang Bro? Aren't you looking for death? Yi Qianti, although personality reasons rarely communicate with outsiders, but for those true disciples are also familiar with some, especially the true disciples of the top 10 of those people, the 3 list of the General Assembly of the fight Yi Qianti and not landed to see down, the heart is probably clear a lot. Although Sui-chun's strength was not simple and was really strong when looking at his peers, and even in the eyes of others, Sui-chun was nothing more than a mole cricket. Yi Qianti believed that even certain true disciples were not Sui-chun's opponents, but fighting against a character such as Wang Broke and signing an order of life and death, this made Yi Qianti completely confused. Challenging King Broke? Isn't that looking for death? Chapter 070 Xiahou Wu's Other Side. It's not certain who is the one who seeks death. Sui-chun spoke deeply. Stepping into the middle of the house, Little Dagger immediately greeted him, looking around and breathing a sigh of relief after seeing that Sui-chun was not injured. Brother Dust, has little auntie been saved? Dagger asked hurriedly. No. Sui-chun spoke truthfully, then he turned to Yi Qianti and said, This is Little Dagger, my brother. In the next few days, please urge Little Dagger to cultivate properly. His talent is not that bad, but before, because of the meridians, it affected his own progress. Little Dagger's current realm was still insufficient. If he could break through to the 5th sky of seal condensation or even the 6th sky as soon as possible, Sui-chun would at least be able to find a way for Little Dagger to pass the sex examination, thus becoming an outer disciple or even an ordinary disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Okay, no problem. Yi Qianti immediately agreed, but then immediately responded, What about you? Go cultivate. Sui-chun smiled and did not say much before directly turning around to leave. Brother Dust, I'll go with you. Dagger immediately patted his chest and walked forward. Get lost and go back to cultivate. When I come back, if you still have this much strength, get the hell back to the star-transforming sect. Do you hear me? Sui-chun immediately said sternly. This trip of his own cultivation, it is not that he does not want to bring along the little knife, only that the trip is too dangerous. With the strength of the little knife to follow up his own, simply have no time to be distracted to take care of. Moreover, Yi Qianti's strength may not be as good as his own, but for the elevation of the realm as well as normal cultivation experience is much richer than his own. At least the latter is from a young age in the big clan grew up, received a lot of cultivation teaching, unlike himself, completely by virtue of the canonical books he has read. He summarized a set of Wild Road, suitable for himself, may not be suitable for the small knife. Traveling alone, Sui-chun rushed outside the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. He was going to go forward to the Shattered Sky Mountain Range and raise his own strength in these crucial 3 days. Signing a life and death contract with Wang Breaking was an act of looking for death in the eyes of many people, but Sui-chun was not that kind of arrogant idiot. How could Sui-chun not feel Wang Breaking's power? There was a difference of 4 whole heavens. If the 10 ancient elemental seals in his body were fully manifested, perhaps he could still fight. But right now, it was simply impossible to beat the other party. However, nothing was absolute. Previously, when he encountered that altar in the Dragon Bone Mountain, he obtained a drop of dragon blood by chance, and last time he had only refined 1/10 of that drop of dragon blood, and it had already allowed his strength to have an essential increase. This time, Sui-chun was to force out his potential, and by refining a portion of the dragon blood once again, Sui-chun was certain that in 3 days' time, he would be able to raise at least 1 level and step into the realm of the spirit summoning realm's 3rd level, and at that time he would have no less certainty in crossing the ranks. Imagine what kind of powerful blood true dragon blood is. Looking at the ancient and modern times, it was a supreme treasure that countless powerful people were crazy about. Even that kind of old monster who had been cultivating for countless years couldn't resist the temptation of true dragon blood. And what this blood brought to Zuo-chan was definitely more than just an elevation in realm. Contemplating a matter in his mind, Zuo-chan arrived outside the sect shortly afterward. "Where are you going in a hurry? Could it be that you want to escape?" A voice appeared in front, startling Zuo-chan. In the next moment, Zuo-chan hurriedly arched his hand. "Greetings to the Right Protector. I didn't expect to meet the Right Guardian Xiahou Wu here. The Right Guardian is not considered busy on weekdays, but he hasn't stayed idle for a day at the entrance of this sect to hang around, right?" Right Protector is joking. Disciple is going to the Shattered Sky Mountain range to cultivate. Zuo-chan replied, "Cultivation? Could it be that you think that 3 days will be able to make you strong enough to fight against Kingbreaker?" Xiahou Wu opened his mouth, his expression a few points harsher. "Signing a life and death contract is simply nonsense. Things are not absolute." Zuo-chan spat out for words. After saying that, Zuo-chan felt a thought force belonging to Xiahou Wu enveloping him in the air, not exerting pressure, but seemingly sensing everything about himself. Under this induction, Xiahou Wu's gaze suddenly condensed. "How can there be a force so strong in your body? This seems to be the essence blood of some ancient desolate beast, eh? No, this is true dragon blood." Xiahou Wu fiercely took in a deep breath, and then said with some trepidation, "With the other party's supreme strength, it wasn't difficult to sense the desolate beast essence blood in one's body, and it was normal to be able to discover the existence of that drop of true dragon blood." Looking at Zuo-chan seriously, as if he was re-examining right after that, Xiahou Wu said, "With your realm nowadays, it's not difficult to fight against true transmission disciples, but the gap in facing Wang broke is just a bit too big. I was still suspecting which tendon of your kid is broken. I didn't expect it to be that he has this kind of underlying strength. Well, true dragon blood, if you can refine a portion of it, you may not necessarily not have the reserves to fight against Wang Breaker." Xiahou Wu spoke immediately afterward. Zuo-chan was immediately stunned and speechless. This Right Protector, what kind of vision? A glance to see through one's own hidden underpinnings, not to mention that he was able to surmise the purpose of one's going forward to cultivate in such a short period of time, truly worthy of being an existence that stood at the very pinnacle of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Watching Zuo-chan about to take a step, Xiahou Wu suddenly said once again, "No need to go, follow me." "What?" Zuo-chan's eyes widened. In front of such characters as Protector Xiahou Wu, his own such a districted disciple is really nothing, but did not expect the latter to invite himself at this moment. Seeing Zuo-chan's disbelief, Xiahou Wu then said in a deep voice, "Your potential is powerful. You originally reached the second sky of the spirit summoning realm, and you are only one step away from stepping into the third sky, and in 3 days' time, you can completely step into it. However, the refining of this dragon's blood is still a bit slow with this amount of your current strength. I can make your refining speed double." Zuo-chan's expression was a bit strange. When had he attracted the attention of Xiahou Wu, an existence that the disciples in the sect respected and feared? Protector Xiahou Wu took the initiative to say something to help him refine the dragon blood and enhance his strength? How could this be possible? But seems like a heavenly thing to do, doesn't it? No promises, hell no. After being stunned for a moment, Zuo-chan hurriedly nodded his head. Then, "Thank you, Right Protector." A touch of joy was not concealed. Zuo-chan did not need to think about the reason for this. As long as he could raise his realm of strength as soon as possible, that would be enough. Only seeing Xiahou Wu's big hand wave, there was an extremely powerful ancient Yuan force operating, and Zuo-chan only saw the scenery in front of him transform, and after a few moments had appeared in a large hall. This is a short distance spatial shifting means, with this amount of strength, Zuo-chan still doesn't dare to think about it nowadays. Entering the grand hall, Xiahou Wu led Zuo-chan to a hidden cultivation room at the back. Opening the cultivation room, a terrifying space-time energy that was dense to the extreme came out, startling Zuo-chan. A Yuan martial artist cultivates by refining the space-time energy within the heavens and earth for his own use, thus transforming it into his own ancient Yuan power to continuously improve his realm and strength. Whether or not this space-time energy is rich or not, it essentially affects the speed and effect of one's cultivation. With the continuous improvement of the runic way over the years, there are some runic energy gathering arrays that are specially used to gather space-time energy, and with the existence of these arrays, it is possible to gather the space-time energy that travels in the heaven and earth in a small part of the space for human cultivation. In the pavilions where some true disciples resided, there were runic formations similar to this, but those runic formations were generally the lowest-level human-level formations. Inside the cultivation room in front of him, I'm afraid that there was an earth-level or even more powerful runic energy-gathering formation, otherwise it would be impossible for there to be such a dense spatial and temporal energy. Zuo-chun lamented inwardly while following Xiahou Wu as he stepped into it, only to see Xiahou Wu press a runic hub. The door of the cultivation room closed with a rumble, completely sealing it off from being disturbed by anyone. After doing so, Xiahou Wu's gaze that was originally in his eyes and cold suddenly became quite relaxed as he looked at Zuo-chun playfully. "You brat, you're quite persistent. To dare to challenge Wang Broken is clearly an act of looking for death." After a pause, without waiting for Zuo-chun to open his mouth, Xiahou Wu's voice suddenly changed and he grinned. "But I like it. Wang Bro dares to be arrogant in front of you? How can this be tolerated? Fight, you must fight. If you don't fight, you'll be sorry for yourself." Xiahou Wu was opening his mouth as if he was instigating Zuo-chun. "I'll take care of it if something happens. If you beat up Wang Breaking after 3 days, I'll directly promote you to a true disciple and reward you with another 50,000 contribution points." Zuo-chun cried and laughed, rubbing his ears. Could it be that he had heard wrong? What did he hear? The Right Protector, who has always been known for his strictness, even said in front of himself that he would let himself go to battle with Wang Zhua without worry, and that he would take the blame if anything happened? That's all right. The problem is, as long as he can defeat Wang Zhua, there is a reward of 50,000 contribution points. Looking at the Right Protector in front of him, Zuo-chun's expression was strange. If those disciples in the outside world saw the scene of the Right Protector at this moment, what would they think in their hearts? And they wondered how much of the prestige that Xiahou had built up in the sect over the years would be shaken. Sect for the true disciple protection has always been extremely in place. Every true disciple cannot afford to lose any crisis. The sect will not hesitate to come forward at the first time. Their own and Wang broke the signing of the life and death order. That is, their own identity and strength, and compared to the Wang broke the difference between the big. No matter how to look at the Wang broke, there is no danger. Otherwise, I am afraid that there have been the sect's people to come out and mediate between the two of them, that the order of life and death was cancelled. But in this Right Protector's mouth, as if that Wang broke is not a thing at all, instead of being beaten by himself to be cool. What are you waiting for? Start cultivating. Xiahou Wu's gaze returned to its previous coldness, and he couldn't help but drink. Fine. Fine. Cultivate. Cultivate immediately. The corner of Zuo-chun's mouth curled up into an arc as he directly sat in the center of the cultivation room and began to run the devouring decree. With the operation of the devouring determination, the body's ancient yuan power was thoroughly induced, impacting along the limbs and bones with a crazy momentum. A moment later, Zuo-chun began to invoke the drop of dragon blood within his body, wrapping it with ancient yuan power, and began to refine it with all his might. Chapter 071 Amazing Breakthrough. During these years of painstaking cultivation, Zuo-chun had also hunted and killed desolate beasts, obtaining their essence blood so as to temper his flesh and make himself strong. The essence blood of a desolate beast was a great tonic for humans, allowing for an essential increase in the strength of one's physical body, and it was also extremely beneficial for ancient yuan power, realms, and so on. However, compared to those desolate beasts' essence blood that Zuo-chun had killed, compared to this drop of dragon blood in front of him, the difference between the two would be 10,000 times, 100,000 times, and could not be compared to each other at all. Ancient true dragon blood. This was one of the most powerful essence bloods in the world, and no one would be able to obtain it unless by chance. Even if there was a trace of a true dragon, it had long since become extinct and disappeared for many years in the Dark Knight continent, and it was estimated that no one had ever encountered a true dragon. As he began to refine at this moment, Zuo-chun felt an extremely powerful and terrifying aura erupt between his own fleshly body, with terrifying power instantly running through his body, vibrating in the countless meridians and bones. Xiahou Wu, who was standing in front, sensed this scene and couldn't help but be moved. Worthy of true dragon blood. This kind of aura, it's too powerful. What kind of chance has this kid encountered? Xiahou Wu then muttered. In other words, if I had met you brat back then, hey, I would have definitely stripped you of this layer of skin and plundered the true dragon's blood. While Zuo-chun was devouring and refining the true dragon's blood, Xiahou Wu was always watching everything that Zuo-chun did, reminding Zuo-chun at some crucial times and teaching him some special refining means. After this teaching from Xiahou Wu, and after applying the means mentioned by the other party, Zuo-chun also clearly felt that his refining speed for this drop of essence blood had increased in essence. A day passed quickly. Zuo-chun wasted his sleep and food, of course, for yuan martial artists. A few days and nights without eating or drinking were commonplace. With the ancient yuan power supporting the bottom, there would not be any problems. The refining speed of the true dragon's blood was extremely fast, and compared to the last time, the efficiency increased by an unknown amount, and in 1 day's time, Zuo-chun actually refined 1/10 of this blood again. This speed was naturally due to the sufficient space-time energy in this place, coupled with Xiahou Wu's guidance and help. From this point, for this right protector whose contact was not deep, a touch of gratitude also appeared within Zuo-chen's heart. Boom! The next day at dawn, the dragon blood essence that had been refined by Zuo-chun exploded in his body with a bang, and immediately afterward, Zuo-chun felt his ancient elemental force become stronger in an instant, making a direct breakthrough. Half an hour passed. Zuo-chen's body shook slightly, only feeling that his strength had refined by an unknown amount, and his own realm had already stepped into the 3rd stage of the spirit summoning realm. This dragon blood power, it was truly terrifying. 1/10 of the essence was enough to support one's elevation by 1 heavens. And more than just the elevation of his realm, Zuo-chun felt that his fleshly body had invariably become stronger, his meridians and bones tougher. Spirit summoning realm triple sky, although it was only a 1-day improvement, Zuo-chen's origin refinement was extremely terrifying, at least now, when facing opponents in the spirit summoning realm 5th sky, or even the 6th sky. Zuo-chun wasn't in the least bit weak. This was originally the height that Zuo-chun was prepared to reach in 3 days of training time, but now it was 2 days ahead of schedule, which meant that he still had 2 days and 2 nights to cultivate next. All 6 ancient yuan marks trembled open, communicating with the mysterious jade in the body at this moment, rapidly gulping ancient yuan power. Zuo-chen's own power and the dragon blood essence combined with each other. It seems that vaguely the speed of cultivation is even faster. Coupled with this cultivation room is already dense to the extreme of the spatial and temporal energies. At this moment, Zuo-chun does not know, in front of the eyes of the Xiahou Wu, has been completely stunned. People are more angry than people. This kid's talent nowadays, when looking at the sect, is no longer inferior to anyone else. Xiahou Wu muttered. The talent of 6 ancient elemental seals, in Zuo-chen's own opinion, was really ordinary to the point where it couldn't be ordinary anymore. To think that when he was carrying 9 seals, what kind of terrifying talent was that which shocked the heavens and the earth? And now the 6 ancient elemental seals was nothing at all. But Zuo-chun had never realized that the talent he looked down on, compared to other people, it was perhaps something that those people wouldn't dare to even dream about. Long Xinyue possessing the 6 seals had already caused a sensation amongst countless people in the sect at the time of her initiation, and the current Zuo-chun, without even realizing it, was in fact not inferior to Long Xinyue in the slightest. Day 2. Day 3. For 3 consecutive days, Zuo-chun appeared to the outside world as if he had disappeared without a trace. In the middle of the sect, a person disappearing for 3 or 2 days or even 10 days and half a month was a very normal thing, and no one would pay attention to it because many people went out to do quests and often didn't come back for many days. However, at this juncture, Zuo-chen's disappearance had become a topic that many people were talking about. The boy must have escaped. Nonsense, not to escape, still left to fight with Wang Broken cannot? Signing the order of life and death, originally thought that this guy is also ruthless enough, did not expect the key moment, directly fled, no interest in the goon. The moment Zuo-chen escapes, he won't be able to think of returning to our Yuanwu heavenly palace in this lifetime. Countless people were talking and speculating about Zuo-chen's whereabouts. Meanwhile, inside the Broken God Pavilion, Wang Bro listened to his younger brother Wang Feng's report, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. This Zuo-chen? He really escaped? Not bad, big brother. This kid has not been seen for 3 days and 3 nights. Someone has seen it. 3 days ago this guy walked out of the clan and never came back. Wang Feng's gaze was grim as he spoke fiercely. It's a pity. Extorted 10,000 contribution points from me. Can't find anyone. There's no harm. This is already the 3rd day. Soon after will be the time we agreed upon. So many people are watching. I still have to go. Wang Bro opened his mouth. The whole person then stepped out of the Broken God Pavilion and walked all the way to the middle of the Combat Pavilion under the gaze of many people. On weekdays, the lively and incomparable Combat Pavilion in today seems to be even more crowded. Is simply a sea of people is not too much. Do not know how many disciples crowded head generally to the Combat Pavilion rushed, but the people are really too much. Quite a number of people are all blocked outside. Signing the order of life and death. This is such an exciting battle that you must not miss it. No? Although many people had said that Zuo-chun was afraid that he had escaped, but what if he hadn't? At the same time when Wang Bro appeared, the originally crowded and noisy scene seemed to calm down for a few points, and those disciples who were still crowding their heads to rush inside the Combat Pavilion invariably gave way to a channel, allowing Wang Bro, the party in question, to walk in. Senior brother Wang Broker is so handsome. That Zuo-chun is really a coward. He hasn't seen anyone until now. There were some female disciples at the back with a flamboyant look on their faces, Looking at Wang Bro's head-straightened figure, they couldn't help but open their mouths. Take a piss and look at yourself. Look at the way you look. Would elder brother Wang Broken look at an ugly bastard like you? A male opened his mouth. What did you say? Say it again for my old lady. Look at your own lousy self. It's better to care about relations yourself, lest you don't have a female to follow in the future and be destined for a lonely life. A female disciple went crazy on the spot and cursed shrilly. Doesn't matter, old me likes males. That male disciple's one sentence was what caused many people to shut their mouths with a strange look on their faces. Inside the combat pavilion, one of the most central stations was empty, as if it had been specially made available for Wang Xie. Wang Broke smiled, stepped up, stood proudly with his hands above the battle stage, seemed to be quietly waiting for Zhuo Chen's arrival around the battle stage. I don't know how many people revealed all sorts of awe and admiration to look at Wang Broke. Feeling these people's gazes, Wang Broke in fact was very refreshing, since a few years ago when he became a true disciple, he has been enjoying this feeling of being courted by the crowd. Even so, the admiration and pursuit of others became part of Wang Breaking's motivation, forcing him to become stronger and stronger, and from his initial backward ranking among the true disciples, he step by step walked to the height of the 7th in the golden ranking today. Half an hour had passed. Even if Wang Bro was enjoying himself, standing like this was also a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't help but open his eyes and looked around, starting to look for Zhuo Chen's silhouette. But soon he was disappointed. There were mountains of people. Even if Zhuo Chen was mixed in, it was not something he could find. It's not coming, is it? Someone muttered, in a somewhat mournful tone. Most of them were here to watch the fun, and if the Zhuo Chen didn't show up, there would be no more fun to watch. In Xiahou Wu's secret room, Zhuo Chen's cultivation seemed to have reached the most critical point, with all the ancient Yuan power breaking into the 8 directions of the physical body, and the dragon blood essence running wildly in it. The two combining, vaguely transforming into an invisible great dragon that ran through Zhuo Chen's body. The dense and abundant space-time energy within the cultivation room was like a madness at this moment, rushing into Zhuo Chen's body at a furious speed, continuously enhancing Zhuo Chen's origin. Boom! Just moments later, Zhuo Chen's physical body shook with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, a brand new and powerful aura erupted, and Zhuo Chen instantly awoke from his cultivation state, his eyes bursting open as 2 terrifying rays of refined light pierced through the front. Is it the 4th sky of spirit evocation? Zhuo Chen murmured with a smile on his face. And then, he turned around and saw Xiahou Wu on one side. Thank you, Right Protector, for your help. Cut the crap. Go on. Blow up King Break and come to me to collect your reward. Xiahou Wu rolled his eyes and directly said. Immediately afterward, Xiahou Wu waved his hand. A spatial fluctuation flourished out, and Zhuo Chen's body was directly moved away, and by the time he reacted in the next moment he had already appeared outside of Xiahou Wu's protector's hall. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuo Chen suddenly looked towards the battle pavilion, a powerful confidence emanating from his entire body. I've kept you waiting. In the next moment, his body stormed out, like a cheetah running down a mountain forest, swift and incomparable, disappearing ahead in the blink of an eye, rushing towards the direction of the combat pavilion. 3 days of cultivation, from the 2nd level of the spirit evocation realm to the 4th level of the realm. This was something that Zhuo Chen had not thought of. If it was placed in the past when one's talent was still present, there was still a possibility. As for now, it was too difficult, however, with Xiahou Wu's help, the speed at which one could only have refined a 10th of the dragon blood essence. He doubled it in a raw manner and refined that drop of blood by 20% once again. The powerful dragon blood essence increase caused Zhuo Chen to break through 2 heavens in a row, which was close to a miracle. With his current strength of the 4th heaven of the spirit summoning realm, another battle with Wang breaking, although he didn't know how the other party's depths were, Zhuo Chen himself was already 100 times more confident. Chapter 072 Battle King Broken. Inside the combat court, Wang Feng jumped up and down, his demeanor high. That's Zhuo Chen, he didn't dare to come, he must have escaped. Many people thought deeply, this is not an unusual challenge, signing a life and death order. This battle must be fought and not fought, unless you rebel against the clan. Life and death order, how many years have not appeared in the clan, caused a vibration far from ordinary people cannot imagine. Not to mention these disciples, even the lofty clan elders also appeared, a few, ranked in the back of the combat pavilion. Above the central battle platform, Wang Bro furrowed his brows. A touch of annoyance swept across his eyes. After waiting for such a long time, Zhuo Chen turned out to be nowhere to be seen. I'm afraid that he is not going to show up. Long time no see. A voice appeared beside Wang Bro's ears. Wang Bro immediately turned his eyes, and when his gaze narrowed, he saw that in the sky above the crowd, Zhuo Chen's figure was like floating light, weaving through the center of the crowded crowd, and in an instant, he stepped into the battle platform. Coming only now is just prolonging the time of being alive for a little while. It won't affect the final outcome. Wang Bro's voice was dull. Worthy of being the 7th top person on the golden ranking, Wang Bro, whose mind was originally a bit irritated because of waiting for Zhuo Chen, with the moment Zhuo Chen appeared, his own essence was constantly adjusting itself, and in just a few moments he had already reached the optimal state. With the appearance of Zhuo Chen, the noisy battlefield returned to calm in an instant. Some people were surprised. Hadn't this Zhuo Chen already escaped and rebelled from the clan? Below the battle stage, Li Linger, Long Xianyu, Yi Qiandi, Little Dagger, and the others then all appeared, all with worried faces, especially Little Dagger, who was unfamiliar with Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and directly clenched his fists in secret after knowing that Wang Breaker was the 7th ranked character on the golden ranking list, murmuring, "Dust brother, don't worry, if you die at the hands of Wang Breaker, I, Little Dagger, will definitely personally kill Wang Breaker with my own hands." "You underestimated Zhuo Chen." Yi Qiandi glanced at Little Dagger and said indifferently. Instead, he was the calmest of the few. Boom! In the center of the entire battle stage, two figures intertwined in an instant. A fist broke through. An invisible energy pierced through the front as Zhuo Chen blasted and killed Wang Bro. Wang Xie's body exploded back, enduring Zhuo Chen's terrifying fist aura, his face suddenly changing. "The last time I encountered Zhuo Chen, the other party was just the 2nd level of the spirit summoning realm. This kind of strength can even be compared to some of the true disciples, but in the eyes of the Wang brothers still could not turn over the wind and waves. This Zhuo Chen has not been seen for 3 days, but it is actually powerful to such a point." Kill! A thick strand of killing opportunity surfaced, and Wang Bro went all out. He understood that the Zhuo Chen in front of him was no longer the trash who was only qualified to fight with his own brother at the beginning, but rather, with a growth speed that made people tremble, he had reached a height that qualified him to compete with himself. An invisible aura enveloped the 4 directions, and ancient lines appeared above Wang Bro's fleshly body. This was a special means of physical cultivation, cultivating such lines similar to battle lines in general, thus enhancing the explosive power and battlefield lethality of the body's fleshly body. Song Tian Ba Quan. Wang Breaking was hissing, his hands and 10 fingers clenched into fists, charging away with an invincible might. The two signed a life and death order, a matter of life and death. In this case, Wang Bro did not dare to be careless. The first up is to use one of the strongest means. Zhuo Chen's gaze condensed. A wisp of thought power broke out of his body, quickly sensing the trajectory of the other party's fist. It was in a split second. Zhuo Chen burst out, his flesh and blood running wildly. A body of ancient Yuan power added between the two fists, similarly, ruthlessly bombarded up. Boom! The fist power of the two collided and intertwined in an instant, and Zhuo Chen's body exploded back. Similarly, a tearing forceful chi broke into Wang Breaking's body along the fist aura, and Wang Breaking stifled a grunt as his entire body retreated 3 steps. Wang Bro's eyes narrowed. Zhuo Chen's punch clearly did not belong to any ancient Yuan technique means, but it unexpectedly contained a terrifyingly erosive aura, as if the other party's fist aura and ancient Yuan power were restraining his own power. But that's just it. In the earth ahead, the corner of Zhuo Chen's mouth hooked into a faint arc. However, all ancient Yuan arts had special features, and this Tsangtian hegemony fist killed out, with 3 overlapping waves of attacks within its originating fist power, and with one punch there were 3 means of offense. However, to Zhuo Chen's surprise, the opponent's next 2 powerful chi were actually dissolved by the mysterious jade within his body. This kind of result was tantamount to the opponent's Tsangtian hegemony fist having been nullified. Countless gazes condensed from the 8 sides of the battlefield. All of them were unbelievable. In their understanding, even if Zhuo Chen had broken through to the 4th level of the spirit summoning realm. So what? He was still no match for Wang Bro, yet looking at their strikes at this moment they were actually evenly matched. Imperial Thunder Finger. Zhuo Chen's right hand poked out and his middle finger erupted with a terrifying force. There were lightning flashes, blasting out along the earth in front of them, and the terrifying finger power pierced through the void, fiercely bombarding Wang Bro's chest. Wang Breaking coldly laughed as his ancient Yuan power operated, condensing a light shield of ancient Yuan power in his chest, directly resisting the royal Thunder Finger power. However, in the following, his face changed. He let out a muffled grunt, and was instantly blown away by a wave of horrifying energy 10 meters away. This ancient Yuan technique like the Royal Thunderfinger was not the only one Zhuo Chen had cultivated, and Wang Bro was not too unfamiliar with it, but in his impression, the Royal Thunderfinger was known for being overbearing. When did it have this effect of devouring one's power? Devouring decree. You cultivated the devouring decree. Wang Bro opened his mouth in horror. He was after all a genius disciple of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and he figured everything out in the blink of an eye. When many people heard this, scorn also appeared on their faces. Although the devouring decision is the lower grade of the heart, but in fact to cultivate the speed is not weaker than the middle grade of the heart, or even the upper grade of the heart. Moreover, this kind of heart can let the Yuan martial artist in the battle so that their own attacks contain a kind of devouring power, and even if the cultivation to the extreme, it can be converted into the other party's ancient energy for their own use. The only one big disadvantage is that the cultivation of devouring decision of the danger is very great. One is not careful will go overboard and become demonic. If you're not careful, you'll go mad and lose all your power. This Suchun actually cultivated the devouring decree. No wonder his strength grew so rapidly. Both hands rapidly changed, in condensing a mysterious hand seal. In an instant, a dark seal appeared between Wang Bro's hands, and the moment the seal surfaced, it sucked in the energy of the 8 directions of space and time, evolving a gigantic pillar of light through the heavens, and rushed at Suchun and ruthlessly smashed out. After knowing that Suchun had cultivated the devouring decree, Wang Bro no longer dared to go on passive defense, and could only use the strongest means to make hard contact. Suchun coldly snorted. Flames flickered in his right hand, directly condensing a cultivation flame blade. The blade body was like the wind, chopping out with lightning speed, cutting off everything in front of him. Blazing air currents ran on the spot, surging away like the sky. Almost instantly, the body of the blade broke through that void light pillar and blasted at Wang Bro's body with an intense ray of sharpness. A horrifying wound deep into the bone appeared on top of Wang Bro's shoulder, and blood gurgled. Seeing this scene, Suchun took advantage of the victory and harnessed the cultivator flame blade to slash again. The almost perfect trajectory of the blade blocked off the 4 directions, as if intertwining into an impermeable web of flaming blades, completely incorporating Wang Bro's figure within the body of the blade. Bang! Right afterward, the web of blades directly broke open, and Wang Bro's body took a step into the sky, crossing out from it, and as far as his gaze was concerned, his eyes coalesced on Suchun, shooting off 2 radiant divine auras. 10,000 extinguishing divine eyes. Wang Xie spat out 4 words, and his eyes flashed brightly, silencing everything. This was a means of attack of the spiritual way, and the eyes contained the strongest killing intent. Subsequent to locking eyes with it, Suchun was in a trance, as if there was an invisible vortex that absorbed his consciousness into it. Not good! Suchun shrieked in alarm as his own Nian Li invaded out, directly guarding the outside of his body. The mysterious Yuan stone in his body rioted in an instant, evolving a terrifying thought force that directly invaded out, helping Suchun resist everything in front of him. The gazes of the 2 of them locked. All of them stopped striking. The original scene of the fierce battle disappeared. As if time stood still, only the invisible thoughts intertwined and rushed to kill. Although Nian Li was unable to carry out a substantial attack, it was possible to strike out through some ancient Yuan technique means as a way of attacking. However, Wang Bro seemed to have underestimated Suchun's maturity. A regular person receiving a bombardment from his own 10,000 destruction god's eyes, even if he was not injured, it would still affect the other person's power operation. However, at this moment, Suchun was staring at himself, and his face was as normal as usual. Surprisingly, he did not have the slightest change. Impossible! Wang Bro was hissing inwardly. He was extremely confident in his 10,000 destruction divine eyes. Invisibly, the power of the 10,000 extinction god's eyes pierced through space and time, and after entering Suchun's body it unexpectedly seemed to disappear, being dissolved into nothing. Even more frighteningly, as time continued, the 10,000 extinction divine eyes could not be maintained, and just as Wang Bro was about to retract his gaze, he unexpectedly realized that his sight had fallen into Suchun's pupils, and was firmly grasped by a terrifyingly large hand. Inside Suchun's body, the mysterious jade began to operate autonomously, helping Suchun absorb and refine the power of the 10,000 extinction god's eyes, while at the same time, there was a majestic numinous power added between Suchun's body, capturing and devouring the other party's eyes. PFFT. Wang Xie violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled on the spot, and his face turned ashen. On the other hand, Suchun's gaze lit up like never before, and seeing that Wang Breaking was seriously injured, Suchun showed no mercy and directly activated the cultivation flame blade, slashing out in the air. The blade swept through everything, blasting in front of Wang Bro with raging flames, completely wrapping up Wang Bro's figure. Bang! Wang Xie's body fell and flew, slamming hard into the center of the earth, being directly overturned by that blade. At a place outside the battlefield, an old man's cloudy gaze changed in vain, and he couldn't help but murmur, "The power of the 10,000 extinguishing divine eyes. How did it fail?" When Wang Breaker fought with this Zuochen, although he had the upper hand in terms of realm and strength, he seemed to be generally suppressed by Zuochen from start to finish. What on earth is going on? With the power of the devouring decree alone, at most, it can only devour a strand of Wang Breaking's ancient Yuan power for its own use. It can't be so powerful that it can even ignore this kind of Nianli spirit's attack. A thoughtful look appeared on the old man's face. And this scene, in the eyes of the many disciples present, can be even more unusual. In their hearts, Wang Broke is undefeated. Looking at the clan as one of the strongest disciples, by what reason in front of Zuochen injured? Chapter 073 Underworld Snake Venom. Originally, with the strength of this Wang Breaker, even if he had stepped into the fourth sky of spirit evocation now, Zuochen would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Who knew that the other party's use of the 10,000 extinguishing divine eyes had actually been countered by the mysterious jade in his body by chance, causing his origin to be injured. This was simply an opportunity given to Zuochen by the heavens, and it was directly a way to narrow the realm gap between the two to the lowest point, so that Zuochen's disadvantage in realm origin had disappeared. Taking a step ahead, Zuochen's ancient elemental force was working crazily, pursuing him strongly, while on the contrary, Wang Bro was retreating in an extremely wretched manner. An invisible killing opportunity spread out. Zuochen's thoughts locked onto the other party's figure, and at this moment in vain, his hands formed a seal, and the whole person made a strange posture out. Shadow Blade. Zuochen spoke sternly and spat out 4 words. Raging and surging blade intent erupted in an instant, and a terrifying sharpness was added between Zuochen's own physical body as 3 near void-like blades appeared, rotating within 3 feet in front of Zuochen. In the next moment, the blade-ons pierced through space and charged out at a furious speed, transforming into 3 invisible phantoms. Even if Wang breaking speed was faster, it could not be faster than the ancient Yuan technique, and he was directly struck in the moment he was locked by the blade. Snort! All 3 blades entered Wang Bro's body. The sharp body of the blade cut through everything, shattering Wang Breaker's clothes and breaking 3 striking cracks in his body. PFFT. A mouthful of blood spread, and Wang Bro could no longer suppress it, directly spraying out a mouthful of blood. An indescribably oppressive feeling spread in Wang Bro's heart. From the beginning of this battle until now, he was clearly 2 heavens above Zuochen's realm, but in fact, he was completely suppressed by the other party, and was in a disadvantageous position from the beginning to the end. The real battle of life and death, not usually between the disciples of the sparring like that, you a move I a move, play a long time to distinguish the winner. For the Yuan martial artists, the battle of life and death is often extremely tense, a step of miscalculation, perhaps it is to lead to the next step to go wrong. This king broke, since the use of 10,000 extinction divine eyes and suffered a backlash, is already lost the rhythm of the shot, for this battle does not have the slightest control. Appear this kind of defeat is very normal. Killing intent spread, Zuochen harnessed the shadow blade to kill again. The rhythm of the battlefield had been completely controlled by himself. Even in the case of being 2 heavens above himself, it was already almost impossible for this Wang breaking to flip the game. As Zuochen continued to bombard, Wang Breaker continued to roar in rage, retreating back and forth, his battle spirit constantly being worn down by Zuochen, and in the end, a flash of panic finally appeared in his eyes. He couldn't accept such an ending. This Zuochen obviously had a huge gap with himself. What made him able to break through 2 heavens in a row in just 3 days? Stepping into the ranks of the spirit summoning 4 heavens? This was nothing more than that. The most frightening thing was that the gap between the other party's spirit evoking forth heavenly strength base and his own base was surprisingly not that great. The 4 directions of the earth were silent, and everyone's eyes were completely attracted by the duo on the field at this moment. Especially Zuochen, that teenager who had originally been somewhat dim in front of Wang breaking had dominated the battlefield and controlled everything at this moment. How could Zuochen be so powerful? Everyone had the same thought. I don't believe it. Wang Xie's voice was sharp, biting his lower lip fiercely. His entire aura skyrocketed in an instant, and between his fleshly body, the lines that had originally surfaced doubled in size once again, vaguely even transmitting a touch of blood-red color. Under Zuochen's continuous pursuit, that originally decadent aura was turned back in vain. The sudden enhancement of this pattern caused Wang Bro's physical body aura to become twice as powerful, and the other party's chi and blood were operating at their limits. With a single step, Wang Breaking's fleshly body vibrated as he came in close combat. Between every punch and every move, There was a flash of blood-red light, and in this state, Wang Xie's power completely surpassed the normal power that should be there. Zhuo Chen frowned. The other party was found by himself to chase and kill one after another. His essence had already decayed to the most trashy state. It was impossible to become so strong in an instant. It must have used some kind of taboo-like means to forcibly raise his strength. Want a physical confrontation? Then come. Looking at Wang Bro's killing figure, Zhuo Chen's eyes instead revealed a few moments of excitement. In an instant, the two's physical bodies intertwined together. Banging sounds exploded continuously, and there was a ferocious, forceful chi that scattered in all directions, constantly bursting apart. Facing the elevated state of Wang breaking, under this kind of physical collision, Zhuo Chen surprisingly remained undefeated, and every punch that was killed caused Wang breaking's face to dim by 1 point. The two were getting faster and faster, and their strikes almost turned into phantoms, making it impossible to see clearly. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield roared as two invisible strong winds rolled up, transforming into two raging energy storms that hovered over the field. Some disciples suddenly rubbed their eyes. In their eyes, Zhuo Chen's figure unexpectedly gave them a strange feeling that was hard to describe. If they were to describe it seriously, it was as if the other party had transformed into a large humanoid dragon, constantly oscillating in the middle of the battlefield, and every move contained a most primal wonders. With a thud, Wang Breaking's body fell out with a miserable cry, smashing helplessly onto the ground. His flesh had puffed up, blood soaked his robes, and the originally dense lines had almost disappeared, all of them having been dispersed by Zhuo Chen. Continuing until now, Wang Bro's aura completely collapsed. That originally belonged to the spirit summoning realm's sixth heavenly breath was almost silenced in general, and the whole person looked wretched to the extreme. The battlefield was silent, and Wang Bro did not say a word, just looking at Zhuo Chen in a demented manner, with a touch of decadence in his eyes. You won, Wang Breaking muttered, staring at Zhuo Chen, completely giving up resistance. Kill me. Signing the order of life and death as the battle continued to this moment, the final end might be coming soon. Countless disciples took a deep breath. Even some female disciples twisted their heads and turned away, not daring to look at the scene in the field. This was not a two-person sparring match, nor was it a similar match like the three-list assembly, but a real life and death battle that could only be won but not lost. But at this moment, Wang Broke was defeated, and the end of defeat was death. Zhuo Chen's gaze was like a shuttle, tightly locking onto Wang Breaking as he stepped out step by step. And as he moved forward in this manner, the wisp of killing intent gathered on Zhuo Chen's body became more and more intense. Thumbs up! Just as suddenly, Wang Breaker struck out, waving his right hand, and a dark green smoke appeared in front of Zhuo Chen. The smoke appeared followed by Zhuo Chen stifling a grunt as his body trembled in vain. D. Wang Breaking laughed coldly. His original disheveled aura was swept away as he directly rolled over and rose up. A short dagger appeared in his right hand and stabbed into Zhuo Chen's chest. The dagger broke through Zhuo Chen's chest and a stream of blood soared out, followed by Wang Bro's foot stomping hard on Zhuo Chen's body, sending Zhuo Chen flying 3 meters away. The situation of the battlefield immediately shifted over, and Wang Breaking's entire body went mad, panting heavily, with madness coming out from the depths of his pupils as he muttered, "You forced me, I don't want to die. Ha 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 ha. Dare to challenge me. This is the end, die." Wang Break spoke excitedly, his voice carrying a touch of post-robbery trembling. Throughout the battle pavilion, countless people's faces suddenly changed, stunned by the scene in front of them. No one had ever thought that in this final moment Wang Bro had turned back to victory, directly and heavily injuring Zhuo Chen. What kind of ancient Yuan art is that smoke? That is so strong. Many disciples had doubts on their faces, speculating about that last move of Wang Breaking. To be able to have such a strong power directly and heavily hitting Zhuo Chen, causing him to almost lose his resistance, it must be at worst an Earth grade mid-grade, or even an Earth grade upper grade ancient Yuan technique, right? That's not an ancient Yuan technique. If I'm not mistaken, it should be from the snake venom within the body of the underworld snake. Then, a sect elder who had appeared at the battle pavilion to observe the battle spoke in a deep voice, explaining thus, "Poison." Some of the disciples' faces changed slightly, and the worship that had originally sprung up in their eyes seemed to have disappeared, replaced by a faint contempt. It is those originally crazy worship Wang Broke the female disciples. Are the face red? Want to say again a little Wang Broke what the great and tall, strong and powerful and so on words, but how can not speak? Only a very few female disciples' faces perked up. I knew it. Senior brother Wang Bro is the strongest, and will definitely be able to defeat this Zhuo Chen. However, after a few of them had just finished speaking, they ushered in the cold eyes of countless people, and sensing that something was wrong, some of the female disciples who had opened their mouths directly closed their mouths tightly. Originally, in the battle between these two, given Wang Bro's popularity, many people were not optimistic about Zuo-chan, and even when Zuo-chan had the upper hand, crushing Wang Bro and about to lay down the final ending, many people were still upset in their hearts. By what reason can a mere Zuo-chan defeat senior brother Wang Bro? However, at this moment many people's inner thoughts had completely shifted. This Wang Broken was really too sinister. No, it was simply sinister. Utilizing snake venom at a critical moment, this kind of poison could not be withstood by even a strong person who had stepped into the third major realm of cultivation, the Rangu realm, not to mention a strong person of the spirit summoning realm. This thing used in battle was completely one of those underhanded tactics that were not accepted by Yuanwu practitioners. The eyes of many people looking at Zuo-chan were no longer the same kind of contempt that they initially had, but instead were pity. However, they understood that Wang Breaking's use of snake venom as a means did not break the clan's rules, and that a battle between two people after signing a life and death order only cared about the ending, regardless of what means you used in the process. From this point of view, although Wang Bro's move was disgraceful, it didn't seem wrong. Bang! In the middle of the battlefield, Wang Bro ruthlessly kicked Zuo-chan a few meters away. A crazy and cruel aura surged on his face as he muttered, "Die! Can't let you die like this. Dare to challenge me. Death can't let you die easily." He wanted to torture and make Zuo-chan suffer, so that Wang Brok would feel good and painful in his heart, and the oppressive feeling of being suppressed by Zuo-chan before would disappear. Taking a step towards Zuo-chan, looking at the pain Zuo-chan on the ground, a cruel smile appeared on Wang Bro's face, and the dagger in his hand rushed at Zuo-chan's shoulder and fell down fiercely. Suddenly, Zuo-chan's tightly closed eyes burst open and everything suddenly changed. Boom! A deafening roar came out, and almost at the same time, Wang Breaker let out a miserable cry and was whipped between his ribs by Zuo-chan's sudden leg, kicking him to fly more than 10 meters away and thumping on the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 074 Elder Yuan Hai. Thanks for teaching me something. Zuo-chan stood up, his icy eyes condensing in front of him. Between the operation of the ancient Yuan power, a light golden light emerged, and the wounds on his body closed in an instant. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Wang Bro to react, flames flickered between Zuo-chan's hands, and a cultivator flame blade condensed out, the terrifying blade instantly cutting into the front. A blazing aura filled the entire area around the battle platform, and the Shura flame blade traced an amazing trajectory in the void as it blasted into Wang Xie's body. The blade raged and broke through his body, tearing a long bloody scar through Wang Bro's chest. Wang Bro's entire body let out a miserable scream, his gaze filled with fear and unwillingness, and his body couldn't stop trembling. D. Zuo-chan spat out a killing sound, and the second blade locked onto Wang Breaker, breaking and killing once again. In this instant, an old voice came from not far away. Stop! The Shura flame blade was shattered by a terrifying force in midair, followed by the sound of breaking wind. An old man stepped into the air, his terrifying and powerful aura locking onto Zuo-chan, and his body directly exploded into the battlefield. A cold smile appeared on Zuo-chan's face. No one is qualified to stop Little Master. After speaking, Zuo-chan gritted his teeth, and against the old man's terrifying aura pressure, his body directly exploded into the front, and within his hands, 3 shadow blades coalesced. The 3 supreme fronts pierced through everything, breaking through the void and chopping at Wang breaking in front of them. Master, save me! Wang Xie's eyes were wide with anger, hissing as boundless fear struck his body, and in the next moment, he was actually directly running away, jumping off the battle platform and frantically fleeing within the crowd. However, everything was already too late. Locked by Zuo-chen's shadow blade, immortality, the 3 sharp edges were like lightning flashes instantly blasting at the center of Wang Breaking's back. The blade chi spread and broke through Wang Breaking's body, and the Dao sharpness interspersed with Zuo-chen's ancient Yuan power ravaged Wang Breaking's body, crushing away Wang Breaking's vitality at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, Wang Bro's entire body collapsed on the spot and fell under the battle platform. His eyes rounded and the light between his eyes gradually dimmed. The heavenly kings can't save you. Zuo-chan spoke in a cold voice. This Wang broken, death was not enough. The countless disciples who witnessed this took in a deep breath of cold air. What did they see? One of the most powerful existences among the true disciples, Wang Breaking, who was ranked 7th in the golden ranking, had once been so glorious, but at this moment was lying at their feet like a dead dog, so miserable. But for some unknown reason, looking at Wang Breaking's appearance like this, no one mourned for Wang Breaking, and every disciple's eyes were cold to the core. They couldn't forget the scene not long ago, how Wang Bro had almost killed Zhuo Chen by what means was disgraceful. But it seemed that the heavens had opened their eyes, and Zhuo Chen had unexpectedly burst out while being attacked by the underworld serpent poison, completely crushing Wang Bro. A disciple couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Zhuo Chen, who was in the middle of the battlefield, looked at the old man who had suddenly appeared, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sarcastic arc as he slowly exhaled a breath, then sat down in place and began to recover. So close. Zhuo Chen was calm on the surface, but in fact, cold sweat almost broke out. Before that Wang Bro suddenly spilled that snake venom. He himself didn't even think about it and was directly hit. That kind of snake venom to their own now the strength simply cannot be suppressed. A body of ancient energy directly is flocculation to open, physical body has a sign of collapse, completely lose the power of battle. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the mysterious jade in his body was running on its own. As if it did not allow any other impurities in his body, a powerful adsorption force appeared, absorbing all the snake venom in his body. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid I'd be the one lying down. This is also so that Zhuo Chen completely recognized a law of survival between Yuan martial artists. Some people, in order to survive by any means necessary, the heart of defense, perhaps sometimes a little negligence, the ultimate end is to take the life in exchange, this time because of the mysterious jade, can be said to be their own good luck, then the next time. As for this old man who wanted to stop himself in the end, if Zhuo Chen's expectation was not wrong, it must be a stream of clan elders, with an unusual identity and status. This kind of character opened his mouth to speak, according to reason. Zhuo Chen naturally have to respect. A disciple of his own rebel against the will of the elders, to be executed is not too much. Only, he had signed a life and death order with Wang Breaking, and with the contract in his body, he could ignore everything, not to mention the sect elders. Even if the supreme palace master of this Yuanwu heavenly palace appeared in person, he would not be qualified to stop himself. Zhuo Chen didn't need to worry at all. In terms of sense and reason, this matter didn't have any fault of his own. The old man gave Zhuo Chen a hard look and helped Wang Bro up, his brows immediately tightening. Taking out an elixir that emitted a powerful aura, the old man directly fed it into Wang Breaking's mouth. As the elixir entered his body, the Wang Breaking, who was about to lose his vitality, seemed to have improved by a few points, and a touch of blood slightly appeared on his ghastly white face. Immediately afterward, the old man helped Wang Breaking to sit on the ground. His palms pressed against Wang Breaking's back, and a stream of rich ancient Yuan power was ferried into Wang Breaking's body, and began to help the other party to continue his vitality. However, in the blink of an eye a tea time passed. In addition to that should have disappeared vitality slightly recovered some outside. Wang Broke is simply no sign of reversal, eyes closed, do not know whether it is dead or alive. A disciple with sharp eyes couldn't help but whisper in horror, "Elder Yuan Hai. He actually took out the illusion of life and death pill?" The life and death mirage extinguishing pill was an earth-grade top-grade pill, said to have the heaven-defying medicinal effect of being able to save even those who were about to die, so it was precious to the extreme, and the exchange price within the treasure pavilion had even reached 500,000 contribution points. It was only that even the heaven-defying medicinal effect of the life and death illusion destruction dan had lost its effect on Wang Breaking in this state, and after being healed by the old man for most of the day, he couldn't even open his eyes. Some of the clan executives who were originally watching the battle here also came over one by one, sensing Wang Bro's aura. Some people's eyes shrank, revealing surprise, and they couldn't help but open their mouths. What kind of ancient Yuan technique is that? It's so terrifying. These are the clan's old monsters, one not only strong, cultivation is not know how many years, extensive knowledge. They can naturally see that this Wang Bro should have been directly killed by Zhuo Chen, but there is life and death illusion of extinction and this kind of heavenly potion appeared. It is considered to be hanging a life, and there is Yuan High Elder to their own heritage to personally heal their wounds. According to the logic of the King of Broken, at least can open their eyes, right? However, the result was very different, and the reason for this came from Zhuo Chen's last strike. The sharpness of those 3 blades entered the body, and the blade chi stayed in Wang Breaking's body, constantly wreaking havoc and destroying Wang Breaking's fleshly origin. Even as strong as Elder Tian Hai was having trouble dissolving it, and it could only be said that it was Zhuo Chen's ancient Yuan technique called the Blade of Shadows, which was really bizarre and terrifyingly bizarre. And in fact, only Elder Tian Hai was most aware of Wang Bro's state. Not only was it difficult to dissolve the blade chi that remained within Wang Bro's body, but also, Zhuo Chen's ancient Yuan power seemed to have remained within Wang Bro's body, and bizarrely, It was as if the ancient Yuan power that belonged to Zhuo was naturally restraining Wang Bro's ancient Yuan power, constantly eroding the power that belonged to Wang Bro. When Elder Yuan Hai used his own ancient Yuan power to try to wrap and dissolve the power left by Zhuo in Wang Breaking's body, it was as if he had encountered his nemesis. And he was even similarly reversed. Elder Yuan Hai probably wouldn't even dream of imagining that Zhuo's ancient Yuan power after the fusion of the 7 attribute powers would have the same restraining power against anyone and any attribute power in the world. Right? After half a ring, Zhuo in the center of the battle platform had recovered quite a bit, and his state was almost satisfactorily elevated to its peak. With the existence of the mysterious jade, Zhuo's recovery speed from his injuries was unimaginable to normal people. As for the wound that Wang Bro had finally broken open on his body with his dagger, Zhuo found that he almost didn't need to repair it intentionally himself. The wounds were all healing at an extremely rapid rate. Thanks to that true dragon's essence blood that he had refined, there was a wisp of dragon's chi spreading in the place of the wounds, which made the wounds rapidly heal to perfection. Glancing at that Wang Bro, Zhuo stood up and prepared to leave this place. The battle had already ended, and Zhuo still didn't know if that Wang Breaker was dead or not. But he was also aware that with this old man present, there was not much of a chance for him to make another move. However, it didn't matter. Zhuo believed that with that last strike of his, this Wang Broken basically wouldn't survive, and even if he didn't die, he would be wasted. You can't leave. Seeing Zhuo's figure preparing to leave, Elder Yuan Hai, who was helping Wang Breaking to heal his wounds, had cold eyes and murderous intent surfacing as he stood up on the spot and blocked Zhuo's path. Zhuo frowned. Invisible pressure enveloped his head. Elder Yuan Hai spoke in a deep voice. This disciple of yours, with his violent character, maiming and injuring fellow disciples and lawlessness, he even dares to oppose even the wishes of one of my elders, and according to the rules of the sect, death is not enough to be spared. Ancient Yuan power attacked, as if it had transformed into a large invisible hand that enveloped Zhuo, and a large mountain seemed to appear above his head, suppressing Zhuo and stopping him from trembling, and there was an impulse to kneel down and suffer death on the spot. Tightly biting his lower lip, Zhuo's face was incomparably icy, and he resisted this terrifying pressure in a raw manner, supporting his body and trying to hold on without collapsing. On what grounds? The two of us signed a life and death order to fight to the death. No one is qualified to intervene. Zhuo gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the old man in front of him. His throat wriggled as he spoke with difficulty. Upon hearing the 3 words life and death order, the old man's face changed slightly, but then he coldly hummed, "You're just an inner disciple. You're not qualified to discuss reason with me." Boom! The old man probed his right hand and pointed a finger in front of him. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Zhuo's chest with a loud bang. Old pitbull. Zhuo gritted his teeth and cursed sternly. At this point, this person was ready to kill himself. Zhuo still cared about the other party's status as a bull elder or something like that. Directly cursed. Chapter 075 Auntie's News. Countless people's faces changed when they saw this scene. Zhuo signed a life and death order with Wang Breaking that Wang Breaking lost, damn it. Before the battle was over, no one could intervene, not to mention Elder Yuan Hai. Even if the palace master of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace appeared in person, he could only stare at it. But what I didn't expect was that Elder Yuan Hai interfered in this battle just like that, and even wanted to sanction Zhuo. There is a saying that the rabbit dies but the fox grieves. It is true that people like to watch the fun. But is this kind of fun a little too much to watch? Today's battle was in everyone's eyes. In terms of reason, Zhuo was not the slightest bit at fault. This Elder Yuan Hai was simply looking for trouble, forcing himself to stand on the high ground of morality and identity, to sanction Zhuo away. Today it's Zhuo. Then what about tomorrow? What about later? Shouldn't it be someone else's turn? Seemingly sensing the faces of the surrounding crowd, some of the elders present slightly changed color and came to Elder Yuan Hai's side, secretly transmitting, "You want to sanction Zhuo? Have you thought about the feelings of the others?" Elder Yuan Hai frowned, similarly transmitting his voice over, "Committing a great mistake shouldn't be sanctioned? Wang Breaking is indeed my disciple. I do have a bit of selfishness, but as the 7th on the golden ranking, the future pillar of the clan, a disciple who has the potential to grow to the peak, is it possible that you want to watch and be decapitated by this little?" After speaking, Elder Yuan Hai's eyes showed killing intent, staring fiercely at Zhuo as his second finger pierced through the front once again, killing on the spot. However, at this very moment, some of the surrounding elders shot out almost simultaneously, dissolving this finger of Elder Yuan Hai, and someone stood out and spoke in a deep voice, "Yuan Hai, you've passed." With an elder taking the lead, some of the disciples who originally didn't dare to squeak out were also slightly emboldened, and some voices vaguely appeared amongst the surroundings. Suichan is right again. At this moment, Elder Yuan Hai, his eyebrows tightly coalesced together, couldn't help but be coldly laughing. My Yuanwu heavenly palace for ages, for the clan's genius disciples are properly protected. This Suichan has bad intentions, beheading my Yuanwu heavenly palace's genius disciples, the future pillars and beams, and not punishing them to stand up to the king's break. Hearing these words, Suichan had an urge to greet all 18 generations of this person's ancestors. Wang Bro is a genius disciple of the clan. A future pillar? What am I? Since Wang Bro is a genius, how is he beaten up like this by Suichan? Then could Suichan be a waste, no better than Wang Bro? If you do this, can you stand up to Suichan? Without thinking, Li Linger finally couldn't help but open her mouth. The moment these words came out, everyone present's complexion moved, and a restless sound rang out, and there was a great deal of discussion. Unexpectedly, Li Linger was so bold that she dared to openly refute Elder Yuan Hai. But what she said was the absolute truth. Since Wang Breaking was a genius and had to be protected by the sect, then was Suichan a waste? Wasn't the sect protecting genius disciples? Then why didn't they step in to mediate before the battle between the two opened? Elder Yuan Hai stared tightly at Li Linger. His face was hard to see, although he was in a high position and had many privileges. But at this moment, he didn't dare to blatantly kill Suichan in front of so many disciples, or else he was afraid that he, the elder, wouldn't have many disciples to treat him in the sect in the future. Kid, count yourself lucky. Elder Yuan Hai was so angry that he couldn't speak at all. Clenching his teeth and secretly cursing Suichan, he took the still unconscious Wang Broke and directly left the combat pavilion. Suichan was indifferent, looking at the back of Elder Yuan Hai and his duo as they left, his gaze deep, not knowing what to think. With the departure of those two people, the originally noisy battle pavilion also gradually calmed down, and many disciples gradually dispersed. However, they understood that from today onwards, a name as if it was a king was going to rise within Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Challenging Wang Breaking, this kind of thing was not something that ordinary people could do or even dare to think about. After all, it was a terrifying existence of the seventh true disciple, incredibly strong. Could be said that compared to someone like Wang Breaking, other people might not be Wang Breaking's opponent even if they were at the same realm as him, but with a difference of 2 heavens, Suichan had beaten Wang Breaking alive and dead. Li Linger worriedly came to Suichen's side, but she directly took out a healing pill. Quickly eat it. Is the wound all right? Nothing. Suichan immediately waved his hand and pulled open his torn shirt, revealing the wound that had been pierced through by Elder Yuan Hai's finger, and a scene that amazed the few people present appeared. The wound had already scabbed over, and was actually healed in such a short period of time. Is your physique not some special divine body? Such strong recovery power. Ikianti marveled. Suichin smiled and didn't say anything. This kind of powerful recovery power, in fact, was something that Suichin himself did not expect, not expecting a strand of true dragon chi to appear in his body after refining that dragon blood essence. Although it was not considered to be thick, it allowed his flesh to metamorphose all the time and was tough to the extreme. Elder Yuan Hai has an extraordinary position in the sect. This time, you've provoked him. I'm afraid you'll be targeted everywhere in the future. Long Xian, you said in a deep voice. Don't worry. It's just a mere elder in the district. If he's truly ungrateful, Wang Bro will be his downfall. Suichin laughed coldly with a lawless stance. Walking out of the combat pavilion, Suichin waved his hand at the 4 of them. Long Xinyue, Li Linger, Yi Chendi, and Xiao Dao. You guys go back first, I'm fine. After saying that, Suichin alone walked towards Right Protector Xiahou Wu's hall. After this battle was over, Suichin didn't really want to go in front of Xiahou Wu to collect the so-called 50,000 contribution points, but because of the identity of a true disciple. Defeating Wang Breaking, Suichin must make his status further and become a true disciple. At that time, as a true disciple he would be qualified to apply for an exclusive pavilion from the clan. Then he would ask the clan directly for the Dancing Sky Pavilion left behind by Little Dance. Otherwise, even if Wang Breaking gave up the Dancing Sky Pavilion, there might still be other people appearing. Moreover, there was another purpose, which was to beg the right guardian for one thing, to see if the other party could help himself to find out where his little aunt was. With the right guardian's identity in the sect and the means under his control, finding out about a person shouldn't be too difficult, right? If the other party was willing to help, at least it would be much easier than trying to find her without a clue. Little aunt, wait for me. Don't let anything happen to you. I will come to save you soon. While traveling forward, Suichen's heart was always attached to Little Aunt. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Flying Heavenly Pavilion. This was an independent true disciple pavilion that belonged squarely to true disciple White Crane. In the flying sky, White Crane listened to the report of a disciple in front of him and immediately stormed out. What? Are you kidding me? Wang Breaking was beaten half to death by Zhuochen. Senior brother, that's just the way it is. After that Zhuochen's 3 rankings conference, it was only a month or so before he had already reached the evocative spirit second sky. Moreover, he disappeared for 3 days after his appointment with Wang Breaking, and by the time he appeared, he had already stepped into the evocative spirit fourth sky. A disciple lowered his head and spoke timidly. White Crane slammed his fist hard on the wall. Damn Zhuochen, to think that even Wang Broken is not your opponent? A moment later, White Crane Broken had some regrets and stared at the ground sinisterly. It seems that we can only think of other ways. I can't sleep for a day if this Zhuochen doesn't die. Senior brother White Crane, I don't think we can wait any longer. That disciple suddenly spoke up, looking at White Crane seriously. Why? White Crane frowned. Think about it, how much has Zhuochen's realm grown between the 3 rankings conference and now? Simply perverse, demonic. In 3 days' time he actually grew 2 heavens alive. Even those 3 perverts, Feng Yingyue and Wu Lingxiao, are no better than that, are they? People like this are getting more terrifying by the day. Waiting will only make it more tricky. How about we do it now? This disciple looked at by his eyes and suggested. White Crane pondered for an instant and suddenly nodded. Do as you say, go find Zhuochen and bring him outside the sect to meet me. Yes. Outside the Great Hall of Law Protectors, Zhuochen came to this place and was just about to step into it when he stopped in his tracks and immediately turned around and turned back. Zhuochen's gaze condensed in front of him, staring at this disciple who had appeared and followed him. Zhuochen, senior brother White Crane has asked you to make a trip. In front, this disciple wearing the robes of an inner disciple opened his mouth, his gaze somewhat scornful as he looked at Zhuochen. Zhuochen laughed coldly. White Crane? What kind of is he? Who do you think you are if you let me go? Scram. After saying that, Zhuochen gave this person an impatient look and directly stepped away. You don't want to find your little aunt? This disciple's next sentence caused Zhuochen's face to change abruptly, and in an instant a ray of killing intent swirled. Auntie, the disappearance of my sister-in-law and her capture could have something to do with this White Crane? As a matter of fact, these days Zhuochen had also speculated on White Crane, but thinking of some things that happened before, White Crane in front of himself a few times to find a fight but were beaten half to death by himself, but did not take advantage of the slightest. I think it should understand the gap between the 2 sides, right? Now it seems that he is really careless, care is messy. Know that the little ant was captured after his heart completely messed up, and was thinking of saving the little ant out, only focus on the Wang Broke, who knows that the real hands of the person is the White Crane. You seek death. Zhuochen's double fists crackled and exploded incessantly, and his gaze filled with a murderous aura glanced at this disciple as he directly spoke. Take me over. Following this person all the way out, he rushed outside the sect. Stepping out of the sect, Zhuochen has understood that this time White Crane is afraid that it is different from the past, to completely turn against the clan. Anything that happens outside the clan without enough evidence, the clan has no way to manage. But is great. Since it was outside the sect, then likewise one could strike out with impunity. This White Crane, repeatedly provoking himself, has just this time even dared to extend his hand to the little ant. Then Zhuochen does not need to have any retention, not to mention that your uncle is some kind of clan elder or something like that. Even if he is the palace master, messing with the little ant, the little master will not let you go. Outside the sect, in the Shattered Sky Mountain range, Zhuochen and this disciple traveled along, gradually heading deeper into the Shattered Sky Mountain range. Auntie, don't be okay. Chapter 076 Siege in the Back Mountain. Nearly a few thousand meters deeper into the mountain range, the duo arrived atop a cliff. Other than the occasional roar of the desolate beasts coming from the surrounding earth, this place was silent, and there was no trace of any desolate beasts to be seen at all. At the top of the cliff, Zhuochen stood there, looking around the earth in all directions, his gaze like a shuttle. Where are the people? Zhuochen said indifferently. There's no need to rush. Am I not here? A sinister voice sounded from behind, and immediately afterward, Zhuochen saw the figure of White Crane come out from behind an ancient wood. With the appearance of the White Crane, a lot of silhouettes clattered out of the earth in these surroundings, and at a glance, there were nearly 20 people, and each of them was emitting an extraordinary aura. These people were not ordinary disciples at all. At worst, they were the kind of experts that were at the top of the inner disciples. Besides the inner disciples, there were also a few true disciples who were also involved, and when these people appeared, each one of them was imposing, staring at Zhuochen with unblinking eyes. Everyone converged and surrounded Zhuochen in the center, and immediately, White Crane laughed coldly and spoke. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that, after such a short period of time since you entered the sect, you have already reached such heights as you are now. But it doesn't matter. I said that I would let you walk out of the Yuanwu heavenly palace lying down, but it's a pity that after such a long period of time has passed, you've never been able to keep your eyes open. Don't fart so much. Where's my little ant? Zuo-chan swept a glance at the white crane, and then his gaze flowed as he searched in the four directions of the earth. To Zuo-chen's disappointment, he searched himself for a moment, but he couldn't see his little ant's figure at all. Zuo-chan, today, I will let you die. Looking at Zuo-chen's stance of not putting everything in his eyes, a flash of annoyance flashed across White Crane's face, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you very capable of fighting? I'd like to see just how strong you are today. Give it to me." After White Crane finished speaking, he directly waved his hand, his gaze cold to the extreme. Seeing White Crane signaling, the crowd surrounding Zuo-chan surged up in an instant, and all sorts of ancient Yuan power breaths erupted as more than 20 people all rushed to blast out at Zuo-chen within the central earth. Without saying much, Zuo-chen's face was cold as he directly struck out. He had underestimated the ability of this White Crane. He didn't expect that this person would be able to gather so many people to appear together in the sect. No wonder someone had told him before not to provoke White Crane. Even some of the true disciples with unusual identities seldom had any disputes with White Crane. Now Zuo-chan sort of understood. This person was really difficult to deal with. It was simply a mangy dog. 3 times to provoke, in their own side did not get the benefit, to today is still not dead. A one time even found so many people. These people, they were really not simple, the worst of them. It could be said that their strength had all reached the point of the 9th heaven of condensed seal, including the strongest ones among the spirit ranking of the inner sect disciples. Moreover, those 8 true disciples among them, their strengths could have all reached the point of the 2nd and 3rd heaven of the spirit summoning realm. If one were to fight alone, if any of these people appeared, Zuo-chan would have absolute certainty that he would be scrapped on the spot. Even if a few of these true disciples were compared to his current self, the gap would be extremely huge. However, when this crowd joined forces, even with Zuo-chan's current depth, he was feeling extremely overwhelmed. However, it didn't matter. No fear could be seen on Zuo-chen's face. The only thing that was there was the battle intent that was so strong that it was terrifying. At the edge of the cliff, White Crane looked at the 2 sides that had begun to fight. His gaze appeared sinister, muttering to himself, "In order to abolish you and invite these people to come, I have paid all of my reserves in life, and the entire 100,000 contribution points want you to have a life. You should be content." Boom! Around the cliff, a terrifying aura spread out, and this wisp of aura emanated out, directly making this place a temporary forbidden land, where no desolate beasts dared to appear at all. The royal Thunderfinger killed. Zuo-chan locked onto an inner disciple, and in an instant, a finger pierced through space, and the finger force fiercely blasted onto this person's chest. Accompanied by a miserable scream, this disciple directly fell and flew out, his chest stained with blood. The whole person looked miserable and incomparable, having completely lost his fighting strength. In the center of the battlefield, Zuo-chan was like a wolf, weaving in and out of the center of the crowd, constantly striking out, without the slightest bit of reservation in his ancient elemental force, and every time he struck out, it was accompanied by a disciple being heavily injured. Xiao Brezi. Zuo-chan saw a person with a murderous aura. Xiao Brezi was also in here. This person had been encouraged by White Crane from the very beginning of his arrival at Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, and was prepared to behead himself in the new disciple trials, but ultimately failed. Last time, he provoked himself and was beaten into a ruined dog by himself again, and one of his arms was chopped off by himself, but he didn't expect that he would still dare to appear today. Get out! Zuo-chen arrived in front of Xiao Bailey, spat out a killing sound, and a cultivation flame blade brewed up and viciously chopped down in front of Xiao Bailey's head. A flaming heavenly light emerged. Xiao Bailey immediately screamed miserably. His entire essence fell to the limit in vain. Xiao Bailey, who had already crossed into the spirit summoning realm, was horrified to find that he was not Zuo-chen's opponent at all. Just one move. It was by Zuo-chen's direct earth body collapsed, and his blood couldn't stop flowing. It was at the same time that he chopped Xiao Brezi into a ruined dog. Zuo-chen let out a muffled grunt as his back was bombarded by a powerful ancient Yuan force, and his origin was subjected to a great shock. Hurriedly turning back, Zuo-chen saw clearly the person who struck out was the 3rd-ranked character in the inner disciple spirit list. Li Xiling, this is a much more powerful existence than even Yi Qinjian, soon as long as the strength to break through, to become a true disciple, that is the nail in the coffin. However, who made him choose to be Zuo-chen's enemy today? Zuo-chen's body transformed into a shadow of light and appeared on Li Xiling's side in an instant, silently taking a deep breath, and in the next moment, All of Zhuo Chen's ancient Yuan power unreservedly fluffed out, and his right fist transformed into a terrifying sledgehammer, fiercely blasting on Li Ziling's chest. Click! Li Ziling's chest ribs shattered, and he was sent flying by Zhuo Chen's kick. Blood flowed and drenched the earth, while also leaving Zhuo Chen drenched in blood. Gradually, looking at the scene in front of him, White Crane's gaze tightened and became ugly. More than 20 people surrounded as Zhuo Chen. Surprisingly, was Zhuo Chen so short time to blow away several people, was knocked away. Each can be one of the strongest existences in the inner disciples, not to say talent, but in terms of their own strength, is to be stronger than the existence of even Yi Qianzhan. More than a month had passed, and these people were facing Zhuo Chen as if they were children, and the gap between the two sides was not even in the same class. Looking at the fierce and domineering Zhuo Chen in front of him, he suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, feeling fortunate for the decision he made today. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations and was directly luring Zhuo Chen to this place. Otherwise, according to this momentum, give the other party some more time, I'm afraid that he is going to walk horizontally among the disciples of the sect. No one can stop him at that time if he wants to deal with Zhuo Chen. It is simply impossible unless he directly lets his uncle to take action personally. However, uncle was a sect elder, and to strike out at a disciple without any basis for no reason, this simply did not make sense. All sorts of terrifying auras flowed around the top of the cliff, and as more and more people bled out, the gazes of the crowd became serious, and the eyes of each and every one of them looking at Zhuo Chen were surrounded by scorn. They had all been invited by White Crane and agreed to take action against Zhuo Chen at the cost of a large number of contribution points from the other party. However, since they were qualified to be invited by White Crane, their own strengths were naturally not simple, and almost all of them tended to be the topmost disciples in the sect, although they asked themselves that they were not the opponents in single fights after knowing Zhuo Chen's strength, but so many of them joined hands and simply didn't Zhuo Chen in their eyes. But now it seems as if the real situation is not as preconceived as that. Zhuo Chen, this pervert, it was just that his own strength was powerful, his defense was equally so amazing, an ancient Yuan technique bombarded the other party's body, and Zhuo Chen surprisingly didn't even bring an eyebrow to wrinkle it. After blasting out that horrifying wound on the other party's body, what was horrifying was that with the appearance of a light golden air current, that wound on Zhuo Chen's body was actually able to automatically heal in a short period of time, as if the other party was born with a special ability to heal wounds. A golden battle sword appeared, slicing across the cliff with a ferocious and unparalleled stance, completely locking onto Zhuo Chen, and the blast would pass through Zhuo Chen's back. The battle sword shuttled and pierced through Zhuo Chen's body alive. This was a powerful release of an ancient Yuan technique, and the battle sword was not a true sword body, but rather an offensive means evolved from the ancient Yuan power condensing the energy of space and time. Being pierced through by the battle sword, Zhuo Chen let out a muffled grunt, and after a few staggers, the entire person was close to falling to the ground. Boom! Another punch came crashing down hard, locking Zhuo Chen's head on the spot. With a flash of his eyes, Zhuo Chen's reaction was swift and incomparable, immediately dodging away, and in the next moment, a swirl of energy visible to the naked eye appeared on his body. The devouring determination at this moment was pushed to the limit by Zhuo Chen, and his mind operated invisibly, sucking in the energy of the 8 directions of space and time, causing Zhuo Chen's entire person to look a little bit demonic. You seek death. One of Zhuo Chen's thoughts locked onto the disciple who had struck the golden battle sword in front of him, and in the next moment, he took a step forward and appeared in front of this person like running thunder. Both hands blasted out a terrifying palm force at the same time, ruthlessly crushing this person's body. With a palm out, Zhuo Chen completely ignored the attacks of the others and instead directly grabbed this person alive, and the power of the devouring decree traveled along his hands into the other person's body, and in just a breath of time, this disciple's face became fearful without bounds. His entire ancient Yuan power was unexpectedly disappearing at an astonishing speed, as if it had been absorbed by Zhuo Chen, and his body was becoming more and more empty. Bang! In a blink of an eye, Zhuo Chen directly threw this person out 100 meters away, smashing down powerlessly onto the ground. Inside his own body, strands of pure ancient Yuan power were constantly being transformed, and under the operation of the devouring determination, it was constantly being transformed into a power that belonged to him. Feeling the increase in his own reserves, Zhuo Chen laughed coldly. This was a very good way to go about it. If he fought against more than 20 people, even if he was strong, the consumption would be extremely severe. However, there was nothing. With the presence of the devouring decree, not only was he extremely resilient, but he could also absorb other people's power for his own use during the battle. Chapter 077, The Fearful White Crane. This Zhuo Chen crazy. Zhao Chuanxiong, who was the first person in the inner sect's spirit ranking, murmured and opened his mouth. It wasn't a secret that Zhuo cultivated the devouring decree, and the special characteristic of the devouring decree was that it could absorb the power of others for its own use. The problem is that this kind of absorption and devouring is not unlimited, only relatively speaking in the battle can be a little bit of restraint on the other side, rather than similar to Zhuo this directly greatly crazy absorption. Hey, don't want to die? Just as well. Someone's voice was low and excited, devouring all of the ancient yuan power of the person from the party. Zhuo's essence chi instantly reached a short-lived peak, and with a loud laugh, he instead became even more battle-intentioned, rushing at a true disciple of the second sky of spirit evocation and blasting away once again. The two ferocious forces collided, and Zhuo's body trembled slightly, while the true disciple let out a miserable scream, his entire complexion turning pale, before he spurted blood on the spot. Get thee outta here! Zhuo opened his mouth and turned to condense a Shura flame blade. The terrifying fiery blade body blasted into the opponent's body and kicked it away. However, at the same time, a terrifying force came from the rear. It was a chaotic ancient yuan power light pillar, carrying a heavy killing aura that broke into Zhuo's body, wreaking havoc and eroding Zhuo's physical body. A splash of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and Zhuo hurriedly operated the devouring determination to dissolve the force into nothing. To strike in such a manner was simply a lose-lose situation. After all, it was more than 20 people joining forces, and Zhuo could not possibly manage to suppress all of them in an instant. Every time he struck out to seriously injure a person, Zhuo himself was bound to be subjected to countless terrifying attacks. Even if his physical body was guarded by a strand of true dragon chi, it would not help. The speed of repair could not keep up with the speed of wounds appearing. At some point, Zhuo's hands condensed hand seals and directly sacrificed the strongest means. The Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blades were struck out, 3 invisible and shadowless blades recklessly traveling through the earth, and with every stroke of the blades, one person was heavily injured. At the top of the cliff, White Crane incredulously looked at the scene in front of him, simply stunned in his understanding. Although Zhuo was powerful, but as long as he was able to find a dozen or so people to take action, it would be enough to suppress the other party. The reason why he found more than 20 people to come was only because the previous few times he was defeated in front of Zhuo, he was really a little bit scared so that he would be a little bit more insured. But now looking at the situation of the battlefield, I'm afraid that even if these 20 or so people could take Zhuo down, they would have to pay a huge price. As the battle continued, the wounds on Zhuo's body became more and more numerous, and he could not recover at all. However, the thing that surprised Zhuo was that under this horrifying pressure of all the people joining hands, his own ancient yuan power was operating crazily and invisibly. The drop of dragon blood in his body was vaguely showing signs of further integrating into his bloodline. Boom! The 3 true disciples joined hands and simultaneously struck a combined strike technique. A blood-colored battle spear instantly crushed and accompanied by a rumbling vibration sound. Zhuo suddenly turned his head, his gaze like a shuttle, and rode the 3 blades in his hand to blast out at the same time. The blade pierced through space, striking a long trajectory of emptiness, and blasted on top of which war spear. However, even with the supreme sharpness of the Shadow Blade, it seemed that it was a bit too powerful to face that blood-colored war spear, and was directly crushed by the war spear, and immediately after that, the blood-colored war spear was like a thunderbolt and instantly blasted over. Unable to avoid it, Zhuo's gaze condensed and his hands joined together, probing out in an instant to grab that blood-colored battle spear. With a banging explosion, Zhuo's body seemed like a kite with broken strings, as it was vigorously knocked out a dozen meters away and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. A section of that war spear was grasped in Zhuo's hand. However, the force was too terrifying. Even with Zhuo's powerful physical strength, he was unable to fully grasp it, and one end of the war spear pierced Zhuo's shoulder, and blood flowed out. Hurry up and kill him. White Crane's face overflowed with joy when he saw this scene. Many people took advantage of the victory to pursue the attack, harnessing all sorts of ancient yuan techniques to frantically kill Zhuo. At that instant, Zhuo violently pulled out the battle spear on his body and ruthlessly flung it at Zhao Chuanxiong, the first person on the spirit ranking. Zhao Chuanxiong was unable to avoid it and was directly blown away by Zhuo's strike. A feeling of dizziness appeared, causing Zhuo's brows to tightly condense together. In terms of realm and substance, although he had completely crushed these people, the power of these 20 or so people joining forces was simply too terrifying. Persisting until now, Zhuo felt that his ancient elemental force recovery speed had been somewhat unable to keep up with it, and even though he had devoured other people's power with a single devouring determination and constantly transformed it, he was still consuming it extremely severely. Moreover, not long ago, he himself had originally fought with the peak of Wang broken, although it was said that the injuries to his physical body had recovered. However, at this time and experiencing this kind of high-intensity battle, even if Zuo-chun was no longer strong, it was not possible to be truly invincible, and his physical body, it was a little bit unable to cope with it. Darn it, little master, I've been working hard on my physical body all these years, although I'm more powerful than an ordinary person by an unknown amount. In the end, I can't compare to a true divine body. If my holy war imperial body back then hadn't been plundered by Zuo-chenqiu, I wouldn't have ended up in such a situation at this moment. Zuo-chun cursed in his heart. The kind of strength from earlier seemed to have disappeared as Zuo-chun leapt up and continued to strike, but it was already too much worse compared to before. Many of the disciples invited by White Crane were relieved. This Zuo-chun was too terrifying. Fortunately, he couldn't hold on until now and gradually showed his defeat, otherwise they really didn't know how to continue fighting. Invisibly, as Zuo-chen's aura became weaker and weaker, instead, a number of disciples present gradually entered a state of excitement. Why bother resisting? White Crane spoke triumphantly, his voice filled with a murderous aura. Be nice, and when I'm happy, I might leave you with a whole body, no? However, no one had seen that the Zuo-chen, who seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, had a certain light in those two eyes that gradually blazed up. Inside Zuo-chen's body, a brand new force was operating at an astonishing speed, not ancient Yuan power, but the essence of the origin belonging to which drop of dragon blood, and under this tremendous pressure, it finally changed, gradually integrating into Zuo-chen's limbs and bones. This was the essence of a true dragon's blood. Even a trace of the essence contained in the blood was enough for Zuo-chen to replenish a large amount of essence. At this moment, the dragon's blood continued to integrate into his physical body, and even though it had not been refined, Zuo-chen found that the injuries on his body were already being repaired in secret. Nonetheless, under the integration of which dragon's blood essence, one's own physical body was also undergoing some sort of mysterious metamorphosis. On the surface, Zuo-chen was getting weaker and weaker, while in reality, it was like swallowing a heaven-defying healing elixir, secretly accumulating and recovering strength. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and finally someone sensed that something was wrong. This Zuo-chen was obviously about to lose, so why was he able to hold on until now? No matter how strong a person's origin base was, it was impossible for it to be this strong. After all, this Zuo-chen was still only at the 4th level of the spirit summoning realm, and his origin was always limited. Just as this thought surged in everyone's mind, Zuo-chen's body violently erupted. Rolling surges of qi and blood vibrated through the entire body, and between Zuo-chen's limbs and bones, they were completely filled and spread with majestic ancient Yuan power. All of you, get out of my way. Zuo-chen suddenly laughed coldly, and his voice was like a thunderclap that exploded beside everyone's ears. Shadow Blade. 3 blades were brewing at the same time, carrying a supreme killing deathly aura piercing through the front. The blade struck out like a phantom, simply making people unable to avoid it, and almost instantly, many disciples who rushed to the front were directly crippled by Zuo dust and collapsed helplessly on the ground. This time, they were the ones who almost collapsed one by one and could no longer stand up, and could only stare at the suddenly erupting Zuo-chen with fearful eyes. What's going on? Everyone's face changed. They were horrified to see that at this moment, Zuo-chen seemed to have undergone an essential metamorphosis, becoming even more ferocious and domineering than he was initially. A slap fell and Zuo-chen blasted on the body of a true disciple, directly knocking the person back 3 steps, and before he could react, another slap from Zuo-chen appeared, viciously smacking him in the face, directly knocking him over. The more he fought, Zuo-chen ran across the top of the cliff. No one could stop him wherever he passed, appearing domineering and inexplicable, and everyone retreated. Suddenly, someone's pupil depths were completely occupied by fear, but directly turned and ran down the cliff, fled this place. There is a person to do so is to lead others to do the same thing. A turn of the eye, more than 20 people, in addition to the ground lying on the ground, cannot stand up those people, but all began to escape from this place. The shock of this scene seemed to be beyond White Crane's expectations. However, although this White Crane is a dude, he is not a little cute. He understands that although he does not know what causes this Zuo-chen to be close to collapsing but then explode again, he absolutely does not dare to stay. Escape. When this thought appeared, White Crane didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly turned around and fled. Dog thing. Leave it behind for little master. Although Zuo-chen was in the battlefield, he was in fact keeping an eye on White Crane's every move from start to finish. Seeing that the other party wanted to flee, Zuo-chen didn't care about the crowd on this cliff and took a step out, rushing after the direction where White Crane was at an astonishing speed. Stall him. I'll go find someone and promise to double the contribution points for each of you. White Crane was alarmed, and his shrill voice roared. After these words were said, those disciples who were originally scorned by Zhuo Chen's eyes lit up and seemed to fall into a frenzy. But they once again rushed at Zhuo Chen to bombard him. Zhuo Chen's murderous aura, his expression cold, his gaze fixed on the White Crane, not putting others in his eyes at all. Someone appeared and was instantly blown away by Zhuo Chen's punch a few meters away. Terrifying power erupted. These originally injured disciples couldn't stop Zhuo Chen's steps at all, but they were able to delay White Crane a little bit of time, allowing him to directly escape into the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Just after stepping into the sect, White Crane's voice was mournful. "Uncle, save me." While hissing and fleeing, however, this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is so vast that White Crane's voice is already at its limit when it reaches 100 or 10 meters away. Who can save him? Thumbs up. A terrifying fluctuation came from the back, directly piercing through White Crane's right leg. His right leg went limp, and White Crane's running figure fell to his knees on the spot. His eyes filled with horror. "Quickly say, where is my little ant?" Zhuo Chen appeared and threw a punch at Baihe's face, and Baihe's entire face turned to be drenched in blood. Chapter 078 Little Ant Saved. White Crane was terrified to the extreme, his eyes bursting open, and before he had the chance to speak, Zhuo Chen blasted another fist onto the bridge of his nose. "Say, where are the people?" Zhuo Chen's voice, dull to the extreme, vaguely carried a touch of hoarseness, a sign of anger to the limit. In. She's fine. I didn't touch her." White Crane hastily hissed and spoke. Zhuo Chen's gesture had completely scared him silly. With an instinctive feeling, White Crane was sure that if he didn't cooperate, this Zhuo Chen would definitely do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Crazy. For some reason, such a word suddenly appeared in White Crane's mind. "Take me to someone." Zhuo Chen lifted the White Crane and threw it out ruthlessly. White Crane nodded his head in panic, enduring the sharp pain in his leg, struggling towards the front, dragging a long track of blood on the ground wherever he passed. Countless disciples were attracted by this scene and were shocked, although White Crane's strength was trash. But after all, he had a background in the clan. Not many disciples dared to touch him. Even those powerful true disciples in the clan would not easily go against White Crane. They had never dreamed that White Crane would be like a dead dog at this moment, being dragged by Zhuo Chen, miserable to such an extent. The entrance to the flying pavilion. White Crane wailed and brought Zhuo Chen into it, and immediately afterward, he opened one of the dark pavilions. The dark pavilion opened, and Zhuo Chen instantly saw his little ant sitting in a wheelchair, meditating with her eyes closed in the center of the dark pavilion. A light-colored light shield guarded the little ant in it, as if she was isolated from everything in the outside world. Little ant. On Zhuo Chen's face, the murderous aura seemed to have weakened slightly, and was replaced by a touch of excitement. "The little ant is finally found by herself. I didn't expect to be shut up in this place by the White Crane, and I don't know whether it is injured or not. If little ant has a short or long life, I'll take your life." Zhuo Chen slapped the White Crane away and quickly arrived in front of little ant, ready to help little ant out. However, in the ensuing instant, Zhuo Chen's face changed slightly as a terrifying fluctuation recoiled and crashed into his own body. Stomping back to avoid 3 steps, Zhuo Chen took a deep breath in vain. What's going on? At that moment, the little nun's tightly closed eyes opened, and the moment she saw Zhuo Chen, a smile appeared on her face. "You're here." It seemed that at this point in time, the little nun still appeared to be calm and unperturbed. At the same time as she opened her mouth, the golden light that shrouded the other party's body disappeared, only to see that the little nun was holding a golden jade card in her hand, and that golden light was emanating from this jade card. "Little ant, you've suffered. Are you injured?" Zhuo Chen's heart trembled and he almost wept with joy. Little ant seems to be fine, so the guilt in one's heart can be much less. Otherwise, Zhuo Chen really doesn't know how to face himself and little ant. "Don't worry. I have this rune amulet. With him he can't hurt me yet." Little nun spoke indifferently, her voice cold, and swept a glance at the White Crane sprawled on the ground. "Dusty. Slap your mouth." Taking a deep breath, little ant suddenly spoke. Zhuo Chen sniffed and couldn't help but be moved. In his own impression, his little ant seemed to be rarely truly angry, except for when he was shaken by his own reasons for flipping off the Zhuo clan's imperial clan. He had never been unperturbed by events over the years. Similar to today like this, directly take the initiative to let himself out, seems to be the first time. Looking fiercely at the white crane whose body was trembling, Swechan walked over, and a slap was thrown at the white crane's face. White crane screamed miserably and directly prostrated on the ground, speaking miserably, "Swechan, I was wrong. Let me go. You." As Swechan's words fell, another slap was thrown out. In the blink of an eye, White Crane's screams turned from shrill to hoarse, and the entire person's spitting had become blurred. Looking at this miserable appearance of the White Crane, Swechan, however, did not have any pity, similar to this like contraption. Killing is not too much. The middle finger of his right hand flashed, and a royal thunder finger appeared, directly blasting towards the White Crane. "Forget it, that's enough." Little Auntie's voice rang out at that moment. "Yes." Swechan was very dry and withdrew his finger power in a flash. That is, he never looked at that White Crane again. "Little Aunt, I'll take you away." Swechan hurriedly pushed the other party's wheelchair and brought the little ant out of White Crane's flying pavilion. Stepping out of the flying pavilion, the outside was crowded with countless disciples, among which there was even a lack of some true disciples, and everyone's face exuded the same light of surprise. This White Crane, he actually captured people into his flying pavilion? Some disciples were astonished, with strong revulsion in their eyes. "He, such a beautiful woman. I wonder if White Crane has done something yet?" Another disciple hemmed and hawed, an inexplicable meaning on his face. However, the moment he finished speaking, Swechan's body appeared in front of him like a phantom, and he killed him with a fierce punch, a terrifying power fluctuation spreading in all directions, vibrating on this person's body. A great force attacked his body, and this disciple screamed miserably as his entire body smashed into the center of the earth with a rumble, followed by Swechan taking a step to cross in front of this person, and stomping his foot hard on this person's mouth. Even the screams did not come out, accompanied by a large mouth of muffled blood mixed with an unknown number of broken teeth. The disciple's head tilted and fainted on the spot. Looking at this sudden scene, many disciples sucked in a breath of air and hurriedly dispersed in all directions, fearing that Swechan's strike would affect them. Subsequently, they were horrified to see that after the disciple fainted, Swechan's hand flashed with the light of a blade, and the shadow blade floated through the air, snorting and piercing through the disciple's legs. The blood scattered in an instant and flowed in the earth. This fainting disciple let out another heart-rending scream, and the whole person actually woke up again in raw pain. Bang! A foot swept across this person's chest, and it was seen that this disciple was blown away like a leather ball by Swechan to a corner under a wall more than 10 meters away. His life and death unknown. Glancing at this person, Swechan turned around and returned to his little aunt's side. His face was frighteningly calm, and he had never said a word from the beginning to the end. Yet at this moment, the surroundings were surprisingly silent. Even those true disciples were surprisingly startled by this scene. "Little Aunt, let's go." Swechan spoke indifferently. Although the little ant was captured by the White Crane for a few days, but with the existence of that runic amulet, the White Crane, not to mention moving a hair on the little ant, even if it is close to the little ant between the surrounding 1 meter, it will be recoiled away by that terrifying power. Naturally, it will not be damaged, however. Swechan could not hear someone disrespecting the little ant in words. Since this person opened his mouth, and Swechan heard it, he has to be responsible for the words that he has said. The two of them walked forward. The 4 directions of the earth were silent, and countless disciples automatically made a path to watch that devil-like terrifying figure push the wheelchair and leave. It wasn't until a few moments after Swechan left that someone made a move. Some people looked towards the White Crane's flying pavilion, and a few figures directly entered the pavilion, and shortly afterward carried out the White Crane, which was already unrecognizable. At this moment, everyone trembled inwardly. This Swechan, he was simply reckless, and his strikes were too vicious, weren't they? Outside the dancing sky pavilion, Swechan appeared here with his little ant. "Little Ant, this dancing heaven pavilion, no one will be able to move anything from now on." Swechan thought of Witch Wang Breaking, who had signed a life and death order with himself, and said indifferently. Right at the same time that Swechan rescued little Auntie, at the entrance of the sect, those disciples who had been invited by White Crane earlier came back intermittently, and the eyes of each of them were filled with endless hatred and killing opportunities, and the appearance of these people also attracted the attention of countless people. "Swechan, I will kill you sooner or later." Jiang Wenxiu gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, but he is the existence of the 193rd ranked true disciple, perhaps not too strong in the eyes of the true disciples. But after all, there are true disciples of this 2 words exist. look at the entire sect disciples, is still everyone's reverence for the supreme existence. But in the eyes of Zhuchuan, even the slightest have not seen the scruples. The other party shot, too ruthless. However, soon after these injured disciples returned to the sect and heard the news about White Crane, surprisingly all of them shut their mouths. Even Jiang Wenshou, who had the most extraordinary status among them, was grimacing but could not say a single word anymore. On this day, the entire sect was sensationalized. Countless disciples and disciples, all of them were talking about something about the same person. Out to suppress Wang breaking, and then with his own strength almost swept away more than 20 disciples of great fame in the sect, and then even White Crane, who had an uncomplicated identity and background, was almost beaten into a cripple. Since the establishment of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, for countless years, everything similar to what happened today was almost unheard of. In the west of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, a grand and vast palace. The great hall opened with a bang, and a middle-aged man of about 40 years old or so laughed aloud and walked out in a good mood. After many days of seclusion, he had finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Transformation Realm from the 8th level of the Xian Transformation Realm, and as long as he could take one more crucial step, he was expected to transform his physical body and reach the peak, thus opening up the space of his own spiritual body, accomplishing the indestructible martial soul, and becoming an unparalleled expert of the 5th realm of Yuan martial artists, the martial soul realm. At that time, looking around the clan, his own power is at the peak of the existence, and in the future, he is even expected to become the deputy palace master. However, just after he stepped out of the hall, he saw a disciple appear in a panic. What happened? What did I teach you on a regular basis? Handle things in an unperturbed manner, be calm and spontaneous, so that you can achieve. On the road of cultivation, the man was speaking. Elder, senior brother White Crane, was beaten. That disciple spoke with trepidation. When the middle-aged man heard this, he shook his head slightly. That kid is used to being arrogant and bossy in his normal life, and has caused a lot of trouble with many people, so it's only right to be taught a lesson, or at least be able to converge. Senior brother White Crane, the ancient elemental seal has been dispersed twice. This disciple spoke again. What? The middle-aged man finally stopped being calm. His eyes exploded open, and the original relief on his face turned into a monstrous rage in an instant. Chapter 079 Arrest by the Law Enforcement Palace. For a Yuan martial artist, it was okay to have poor strength, it was okay to cultivate up. However, if the ancient Yuan seal disappeared, then the entire person would really be wasted, and the road in the future could no longer be described with the word difficult, but rather there was no way out. Hearing the news that Bai He had been abolished from the ancient Yuan seal, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly emanated from the middle-aged man's entire body, and the terrifying pressure spread, causing the countless disciples around the entire palace to tremble in their shapes. In the next instant, the man took a step through the heavens, and his figure directly disappeared in place. Inside White Crane's flying pavilion, several disciples surrounded the bedside, looking at Bai He, who was rolling around in pain on the bed. Their eyes were revealing a little bit of intolerance. Is this retribution? Imagine that White Crane used to be a bully in the sect, and he didn't know how many people he had stepped on. Even the true disciples had a few who had been blackmailed and trampled on by White Crane. It is said that 2 years ago, a new female disciple, the door did not take long to be defiled by the White Crane, and the end is that the female disciple suicide in anger, and the White Crane is only 3 months of confinement by the sect. Now that it's come to this, when you think about it, it's deserved. It had to be said that almost everyone was on Zhuo Chen's side in this matter, and White Crane had done too many arrogant and domineering things in the sect on a regular basis, and his popularity wasn't very high. Bang! The door of the flying pavilion was directly opened, and immediately after, the middle-aged man from before appeared beside the bed. After seeing the painfully tumbling White Crane, the man's face was completely covered in dark clouds, his voice angry to the extreme. What the hell is going on? Immediately after that, the several people in the room hurriedly opened their mouths and said the cause and effect of the matter from beginning to end. After speaking, the middle-aged man couldn't help but clench his fists. This thing, I said to collect some on weekdays, and now that it has ended up like this, it is also self-inflicted. After saying that, the man directly came to the side of the White Crane, reached out and touched the pulse of the White Crane, and quietly sensed it. A moment later, his face suddenly changed. Bring Zhuo to me. A voice filled with extreme anger spread out, rolling and vibrating between this heaven and earth. Inside the dancing sky pavilion, Zhuo had just quieted down his mind not long before he heard the noise coming from the outside world. Immediately stepping out of the door, Zhuo pair of pupils shrunk in vain, and his face chilled as he looked at the large number of disciples that appeared before him. Zhuo-chun, come with us. A disciple stood out and spoke coldly, and behind him, many disciples looked at Zhuo-chun intently. Zhuo-chun didn't answer and looked at these people suspiciously. Elder Feng, asking you to come over. In front, someone spoke with a condescending stance. Although they were afraid of Zhuo-chun's all-encompassing strength, after all, there was Elder Feng standing behind them, and they also had a strong bottom line. Don't go, Elder Wind is by Crane's uncle, by Feng, and has a very high status in the sect. Li Linger ran out from the back and stood in front of Zhuo-chun, with deep worry on her pretty face. Invoking White Crane and beating the latter into that state would naturally cause Elder Feng to step in, as everyone expected. No need to worry. Zhuo-chun turned around and smiled at Li Linger. Then his gaze suddenly turned cold. All of you get back. What's a group of people coming to do? Make a move on me? If you scare little auntie, that White Crane will be your downfall. The faces of some of the disciples who came became ugly, not expecting Zhuo-chun to be so uncooperative. It was just arrogant before, but now he was still so reckless in the face of Elder Feng's pressure. Some people's faces turned blue and couldn't help but make a move. However, once they thought of Zhuo-chun's terrifying strength, they suppressed their inner wariness. Don't be arrogant, Elder Feng is furious. This time, you won't be able to escape in any way, a disciple said in a deep voice. This matter, what the hell does it have to do with you? Little master, how I am, with you are not qualified to interrupt. Give me a roll. After Zhuo-chun finished speaking, a terrifying ancient yuan power fluctuation appeared around his body. Just then, an icy voice came out. Zhuo-chun, come with us to the law enforcement hall. With the appearance of this voice, there were 4 disciples dressed in black robes that appeared, each of them holding a black chain in their hands, and the 4 of them came in front of Zhuo-chun, eyeing him intently with a very strong aura. Law Enforcement Great Hall? Zhuo-chun's gaze flickered. Has it finally become a big deal? Elder Feng sent someone to look for himself, and it's not over yet. The people from the Law Enforcement Hall have already arrived? Zhuo-chun frowned as a stream of thoughts broke into the front. Sensing the strength of these 4 people, each of them had unexpectedly reached the height of the 5th or 6th heaven of the spirit summoning realm, which was already equivalent to a true disciple in the sect. Don't resist. Come with us. Right and wrong will be decided within the Law Enforcement Hall. One of them looked at Zhuo-chun and said, Good. Zhuo-chun pondered for a moment before taking a step out. Although he has not put some people in the eyes, but at least the face of the clan still have to give. Law Enforcement Hall is to determine the right and wrong of the clan place. Even if the elders made a mistake, Law Enforcement Hall is still qualified to make rulings, theories. When she had just taken a step, Li Linger did not say anything, but she suddenly pulled Zhuo-chun's clothes tightly. Senior Sister Linger, it's fine, you don't have to worry. Help me take care of little auntie. Zhuo-chun revealed an easy and gentle smile to Li Linger. Previously, after learning that his sister-in-law had been captured, he was really a bit upset with Li Linger in his heart. But now that his sister-in-law has been rescued, coupled with Li Linger's attitude from the beginning to the end, Zhuo-chun has also developed a bit of goodwill towards Li Linger, and even truly treats her as one of his own, realizing that everything was not intentional on the other party's part. Zhuo-chun is going to be finished. Someone spoke in a low voice from a distance. In this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, no matter how rowdy you usually are, as soon as anything happens that involves the Law Enforcement Grand Hall, then there is absolutely no way that this matter can be easily made good. In the Law Enforcement Grand Hall, even if you do the right thing, as soon as there is a problem with your attitude, the necessary punishments won't fall. Moreover, although this time it was White Crane's problem, but Zhuo-chun's strike was too harsh. Moreover, there was Elder Wind standing behind White Crane, so Zhuo-chun would not have much of a background. The face of an elder is not something that the current Zhuo-chun can compare to. This truth is clear in everyone's mind. The 4 Law Enforcement Great Hall disciples poked out their arms, and the black chains were about to lean on Zhuo-chun. But right at this moment, Zhuo-chun's eyes turned cold. I'm a prisoner? No. The 4 spoke together. Then put that thing away and don't force little master to do anything. Zhuo-chun spoke in a deep voice, then took a step and rushed towards the Law Enforcement Hall. As Zhuo-chun and the 4 Law Enforcement Hall disciples moved off one by one, the disciples of the sects who were ready to watch the spectacle followed. This Zhuo-chun finally attracted the attention of the Law Enforcement Hall. I wonder what will happen next. A very strange scene appeared. Originally, it was the 4 law enforcement disciples who had teamed up to come and arrest Zhuo-chun, but now it looked instead as if these 4 people were following Zhuo-chun's footsteps towards the Law Enforcement Grand Hall. The 5 people soon arrived at the front of the Law Enforcement Hall. Different from the other halls in the palace, this Law Enforcement Hall was cast in special black iron stone, and when viewed from the outside, it was dark and heavy, vaguely transmitting a few points of suffocatingly gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, giving people an innate psychological power of great suppression. Stopping walking in front of the hall, Zhuo Chen's gaze was like a shuttle, staring at the 3 words of the law enforcement hall above the hall that emanated a morose and deathly aura, and a few unusual meanings appeared on his face. I hope the law enforcement hall won't let me down, Zhuo Chen muttered, and the next moment, he took a step out and walked into it alone. Just after stepping into the great hall, Zhuo Chen frowned as a huge oppressive force hit him in the air, leaving him breathless. Looking ahead, he saw that there were 10 disciples standing on each side of the hall, each holding a silver-colored halberd in their hands, their faces incomparably solemn. At the forefront of that great hall, within the central throne, a man dressed in a judge's uniform stared at Zhuo Chen with wide eyes, looking majestic and carrying an invisible killing aura in general. On your knees, the man looked at Zhuo Chen. His voice was like a flooding bell that seemed to shatter one's mind, and a boundless pressure invaded, causing Zhuo Chen's body to tremble. Zhuo Chen laughed coldly. What kind of status are you to make me kneel? He was only brought to the law enforcement hall to cooperate with the investigation of the matter, and is not a criminal who has made a mistake. Why let himself kneel? If not, you really take yourself as the king of heaven? Even if it is the king of the heavens, in the eyes of the little master also does not top a fart. A man kneels to heaven and earth and his parents? I'm sorry, except for parents, even the heavens are not qualified to let the little master kneel. Bold! On the central throne, the man's face was pitch black, followed by a violent rage. Make him kneel down for me. This was the law enforcement hall, a place where the disciples of the sect talked about. Even some of the elders were very afraid of this place, and I didn't expect that Zhuo Chen would be so arrogant when he entered this place. This was clearly not putting the law enforcement hall in their eyes. The many figures that originally stood on both sides of the hall began to strike at the same moment, rushing towards Zhuo Chen, with some people probing out their arms to press towards Zhuo Chen's shoulders, wanting to make Zhuo Chen prostrate himself in the ground. Boom! Inside Zhuo Chen's body, a powerful qi erupted, and immediately afterward, he suddenly struck out, a finger pointing in front of him, and a thunderous lightning flashed, breaking in between this person's body. Seek death, Zhuo Chen spoke morosely. But as a group of spirit summoning realm 3 or 4 guys, the strongest is only spirit summoning realm 6 days, and ordinary true disciples are no different. That is, this is the law enforcement hall. If in the outside world dares to do so to his own hands, do not waste him ours with dust mercy. Directly striking out and forcing this person back, in the next moment, Zhuo Chen's entire aura roared, and an invisible field spread out, causing all the people who had surrounded and attacked in all directions to retreat 3 steps. Is this the hall of law enforcement? Without asking for the reason, without talking about the business, you make people kneel down just after arriving. Zhuo Chen laughed back in anger. Then he looked at the man on the throne in the center and spoke without mercy. No matter what the identity of this person is, if it is about reasoning, fine, Zhuo does to cooperate. If he wants to do something else? Impossible. Chapter 080, Hateful. How dare you, the law enforcement hall? Is it not a place for the outside world to clamor? What is the behavior of such and such? On the central throne, the black-robed middle-aged man's voice was like a flood of bells, resounding within the entire hall, and the people present immediately stopped striking. More than 20 black-clothed enforcers stared at Zhuo Chen with a cold gaze, as if they were going to go all out to kill Zhuo Chen as soon as the situation was not right. Zhuo Chen, why did you injure many of the sect's disciples and strike at White Crane? Do you know that White Crane's 2 ancient elemental seals have been shattered by you? The black-robed man stared tightly at Zhuo Chen and started questioning. After the little matter of the party, the latter could not help Zhuo Chen, and did not mention the matter of making Zhuo Chen kneel down again, but rather discussed the matter. Wouldn't this attitude have been better earlier? Zhuo Chen squinted his eyes at this person. Then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A group of people, who introduced me into the shattered hollow mountain, teamed up to besiege me, and even wanted to behead me. Could it be that I'm going to lie down and let myself be slaughtered? What kind of reasoning is this? You broke into the Flying Heaven Pavilion, injured White Crane, and shocked away White Crane's 2 ancient elemental seals. How do you explain this matter? Within the central throne, the middle-aged man opened his mouth once again, and the moment he finished speaking, his right hand slapped fiercely on the table, and a roar appeared within the entire hall, shaking people's hearts and minds. White Crane captured my sister-in-law and imprisoned and arrested people for several days in a row. This kind of thing, it's not hidden, is it? Do I still need to explain? Is it possible that the law enforcement Great Hall can't find out? Chun coldly swept a glance at the other party. Men, bring the white crane up. The man spoke. At the back of the law enforcement hall, for disciples carried White Crane, who was lying on a stretcher, out, even after being beaten by Chun for such a long time. It seemed that White Crane's pain had not disappeared, and the whole person wailed in pain. Fortunately, after entering the center of the hall, perhaps by the invisible pressure of this place, White Crane's voice was suppressed a lot. The moment he saw Chun, White Crane's entire body immediately let out a sharp roar like killing a pig. Chun, you even abolished my ancient elemental seal. You're finished. No one can save you. Chun laughed coldly. This White Crane was unchanging. He himself had become like this, but he still had the heart to threaten himself? The surrounding disciples belonging to the law enforcement Great Hall secretly sucked in a breath of cool air, a little bit of intolerance showing in their eyes. For a Yuan martial artist, the most painful thing was perhaps the ancient Yuan seal being abolished, causing the future cultivation path to be cut off, right? Strength was abolished, can still be recultivated up, but the result of the ancient Yuan mark was abolished is that this life don't think of stepping into the cultivation road again, even if by chance survived, in the future is also a real waste and ordinary people are no different. To strike out at a fellow disciple this very hot. Chun, do you recognize what you have done wrong? Above the Great Hall, a loud voice came down. Chun nodded, recognizing that, I shouldn't have scrapped White Crane. Right after this sentence was just finished subsequently, Chun's voice once again leisurely spat out, rather we should directly kill this kind. You! On the central throne, the black-robed man was so furious that he stood up on the spot. Being a high-ranking member of the law enforcement Great Hall for many years, he had tried countless sect disciples, but it was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Chun. Almost at the same time, at the back of the Great Hall, a terrifying pressure unexpectedly appeared, recklessly flourishing within the Great Hall, followed by a middle-aged man stepping out, his gaze tightly locking onto Chun. This son should be killed. Uncle, kill him. Avenge me. Seeing this person's appearance, White Crane's bottom line was even stronger, and he hurriedly shouted in a shrill voice. Well, worthy of being a clan elder, the law enforcement hall investigates things. You, an outsider, are qualified to intervene? I'm convinced. Really convinced. Chun opened his mouth and looked at the other party sarcastically. As this scene appeared, Chun had roughly understood that this White Crane's uncle really didn't have a small face, and was actually on the same side as the law enforcement Grand Hall, or at least the law enforcement Grand Hall was also completely on White Crane's side. From the beginning, the so-called review of things was nothing more than accusing himself of how wrong he was from the beginning to the end, and then forcing himself to confess. For the law enforcement Grand Hall, in fact, before arriving, Chun still held a ray of hope, but now that he saw this scene, Chun was completely disgusted. Old dog, want to make a move? Chun clenched his teeth and tried to fight against that terrifying pressure emanating from Uncle White Crane. Little, I'll waste you. Hearing Chun's chorus of curses, White Crane's uncle, that is, Elder Fong, was enraged as he slapped his palm down in the air, completely locking onto Chun. Closing his eyes, Chun was laughing coldly as he said in a low voice, Old dog, remember, if you have the ability to suppress little master here today, otherwise no one will be able to save you in the future. Boom! It seemed that an invisible hill instantly appeared, pressing down above Chun's head and fiercely blasting down. With a muffled grunt, Chun's eyes exploded open, and he bit his lips tightly as he was trying his best to endure something. Puffing. In vain, a mouthful of reverse blood sprayed out on the spot in the center of this law enforcement hall, and Chun bent over with great difficulty, staring dead on at the person who had struck out in front of him. This is the law enforcement Great Hall? Are you all blind? Chun's gaze looked around the 8 directions, looking at the law enforcement Great Hall disciples who had invariably lowered their heads, including the law enforcement officer sitting on the central throne. Law enforcement hall audits disciples, no one is allowed to intervene even if the patriarch came, no special circumstances, can only stare and watch. However, at this time this white wind out to seriously injure themselves, this law enforcement hall people even a fart are not put, which if there is no cats and dogs, pigs do not believe. Chun's heart was extremely unwilling, however, he also understood that so what if he was unwilling? The other party was an elder, no one had stepped forward, he only hated that his own strength was not good enough to crush the other party. Otherwise, this Bai Feng would not dare to make a move again at this moment even if he had the guts of heaven. In a moment, Bai Feng struck again, a finger crushed down in the air, This was an extremely terrifying ancient Yuan technique. The finger force seemed to be infinitely enlarged in midair, containing a terrifying qi, ruthlessly impacting Zhuo Chen's essence. At a certain moment, Zhuo Chen's body trembled, and it was on the spot that he felt a chilly aura enter his body, and immediately afterward, his entire ancient Yuan power seemed to be eroded, and invisibly, it was actually weakening, and as time passed, with every breath that went by, his own power would be weakened by 1 point. His face suddenly changed, and Zhuo Chen understood that white wind was afraid that he had secretly moved some means. Fortunately for the time being, it was nothing more than a weakening of power and nothing else seemed out of place. Zhuo Chen forced himself not to prostrate, supporting his body with one hand and coughing up blood with difficulty. After all, it is a hall elder personally, do not need to rely on a lot of complicated means, successively only 2 strikes. It is already Zhuo Chen hit the ground state dropped to the limit, suffered unprecedented injuries. Old piker, one day, little master will trample you under his feet as if you were a ruined dog. Zhuo Chen's heart surged through the heavens with unwillingness and anger. Seeing this miserable appearance of Zhuo Chen, Bai Feng heatedly sneered and stopped striking, his body directly hiding into the back of the hall. Afterwards, the black-robed man within the central throne glanced at Zhuo Chen with a deep gaze. Zhuo Chen, you bullied the disciples of the sect and seriously injured White Crane. You have committed a fighting mistake. This seat has punished you with a month's time of facing the wall within the Fire Demon Cave. As for White Crane, well, you kidnapped others, it is also not right. This seat punished you confinement for 3 months not to go out. Do you have any comments? The black-robed man looked at White Crane again and said. White Crane's painful frown seemed to exert too much, and a touch of joy appeared on his entire face as he cheerfully said, no objections, willing to be punished. You! If Zhuo Chen could still speak at this point, he would definitely be unable to resist opening his mouth. 3 months in solitary confinement? What kind of punishment is this? Not to mention that Yuan martial practitioners cultivate, a random retreat is often 10 days and half a month, and then again, even if White Crane wants to go out, can he walk? 3 months to get out of bed is considered good. As for himself, the so-called Fire Demon Cave, Zhuo Chen had never even heard of it, but with today's situation, I'm afraid that this place is not a good place to go. After half a tea time, the White Crane was carried down, and at the same time, 2 disciples appeared, holding black chains, wrapping Zhuo Chen's arms around them, opening the law enforcement hall, and escorting Zhuo Chen towards a certain direction of the sect. The hall had just opened, and the outside world was surrounded by the waterlogged figures of disciples, each of whom had seen the scene of Zhuo Chen being heavily injured, and their faces instantly changed. After all, he was still disciplined, even though Zhuo Chen had recently risen strongly in the sect, and had even been able to rival true disciples, he was still subject to discipline within the law enforcement hall, and still counted for nothing in front of one of the elders, and when he had messed with the White Crane, the end was miserable. Some people sigh, although they are outsiders, but also understand what White Crane is a thing, this matter from the beginning to the end, even if Zhuo Chen has a wrong place, but also not to be subjected to this kind of suppression. Moreover, now the clan are rumored that White Crane bribed disciples to intercept and kill Zhuo Chen in the Shattered Hollow Mountain. If this matter is true, then in the case of the reason, White Crane is not good to fellow disciples. To kill people for no reason. This is the big taboo of the clan, bad rules. Even if he was killed by Zhuo Chen, it was all deserved. Some people murmured and followed the 2 law enforcement hall disciples who were escorting Zhuo Chen toward the front. And gradually, the faces of some people became horrified. Fire Demon Cave? Someone saw the place approaching in front of them and couldn't help but burst into flames. In the sect, there are several taboo places unless the top characters and cannot be involved in, this Fire Devil Hole is one of them. Over the years, the disciples who were escorted into the Fire Demon Cave were generally almost all existences who had committed great sins, and once they entered the Fire Demon Cave, no one had ever come out. No one can walk out of the Fire Demon Cave. Zhuo Chen is finished. I heard that the law enforcement hall ruled that Zhuo Chen should face the wall in the Fire Demon Cave for a month. A month? It is the unusual elders who go in to get half dead, right? Many disciples were opening their mouths, and after knowing that Zhuo Chen was about to step into the Fire Demon Cave, they understood that from now on, the word Zhuo Chen could already be removed from the clan, and that Zhuo Chen was really going to be screwed this time. Chapter 081 Strange Black Flame. In front of the Fire Demon Cave, Zhuo Chen's face was calm and silent as he was about to step into the cave entrance with a single step. Wait! A crisp voice came from the back. It was Li Linger, Yi Qiandi, and Xiao Dao who appeared. Zhuo Chen, don't go in. Li Linger cried and ran over, tightly hugging Zhuo Chen's arm, constantly shaking her head. Behind her, Xiao Dao had an anxious face, while Yi Qiandi's eyes were sunken and cold, his brows tightly coalescing together. Zuo-chun smiled. Don't worry, senior sister Linger. Take care of little Ant for me. When I come out, there will be a reward. Do you know that the disciples who entered the fire demon cave have only come out of one person over the years, and all the others have died inside? Yi Qiandi, who was relatively calm, frowned at this moment. Wasn't there another one that came out? I may not be unable to become the second one. Zuo-chun, who was the person in question, instead appeared calm. That person only went in for 7 days, and after he came out, he had a mental breakdown and had gone insane. Yi Qianti said in a deep voice. Zuo-chun was stunned. Far away within the earth, many disciples looked at this place, discussing and seeing Zuo-chun to this time are so calm, is the heart size in exchange for their own and others. I am afraid that has long been panicked. This Zuo-chun really is not an ordinary person. However, they all understood that it was impossible to save Zuo-chun with Yi Qiandi and the other 3 disciples, and it was just a pity that such a talented person who might rise completely in the future was about to be buried in the fire demon cave and die from the scourge. Why is it that White Crane is only confined for a few months on the line, but you have to stay in the fire demon cave for a month? Li Linger's emotions finally calmed down a bit, then spoke with hatred. Anywhere, there is injustice, don't resent it. The day we are strong, no one will be able to tell us what to do. Zuo-chun comforted Li Linger. So, in these days when I'm going in, you have to cultivate well, but you promised me to take care of little Andy for me. Okay? Hearing these people's words, Zuo-chun also understood that going into the fire demon cave this time would be very unfortunate. But what could be done? By now, even if he wanted to escape this place and rebel against the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, it was already too late. If he couldn't get out, what about little Ant? Li Linger, this girl's heart is simple, serious about people and things, but is an object that can be entrusted. I will definitely help you take good care of her. Li Linger hurriedly nodded her head. Right at this moment, a powerful aura spread out from within Yi Qiandi's body with a loud bang, followed by the ancient Yuan power running. Yi Qiandi took a step out and looked at Zuo-chun. Big deal. Rebel against the clan. I'll accompany you and break out. Saying such words, Yi Qiandi was surprisingly unapologetic and his face was serious, causing the 2 law enforcement hall disciples who were escorting Zuo-chun to change color and look alert. When Zuo-chun heard this, he was somewhat touched inwardly. If the formation accompanied him to break out, I am afraid that this Yi Qiandi would become a rebel in the future and would not be able to continue cultivating in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. However, then Zuo-chun directly waved his hand. There's no need for that. A mere fire demon cave may not be able to trap me. Breaking out of the sect is impossible. After saying that, Zuo-chun closed his eyes and stopped looking at Yi Qiandi's trio as he took one step and rushed towards the fire demon cave. Li Linger pulled on Zuo-chun's arm, not letting go no matter what, her face sad, mixed with endless anger. Although she was simple, she also understood what would happen to Zuo-chun next after receiving this kind of punishment. Under the outpouring of the 2 law enforcement disciples, Li Linger was ultimately unable to pull Zuo-chun's body, and watched Zuo-chun step into the fire demon cave in a raw manner, unable to return to her senses until the entrance of the cave was closed. Bang! After the fire demon cave opened, it completely closed as Zuo-chun stepped in. Li Linger and the other 3's hearts also thumped with the closing of this cave entrance, and their faces all turned a little pale. The 2 law enforcement disciples returned to the law enforcement hall, leaving only the noisy scene here, and many people gradually dispersed, realizing that the 2 words Zuo-chun might have been removed from the clan. Not long after Zuo-chun was brought into the fire demon cave, at the top of the heavenly dome, a figure stepped in extremely swiftly, yet it was still too late to make it to the last moment. Right Protector Xiahou Wu's gaze was a bit cold as he spoke angrily. Is it too late? This old dog, Bai Feng, forcibly held me back for such a long time, so he was playing this game. After hearing this, Li Linger immediately ran to Xiahou Wu and spoke with tears in her eyes. Protector, quickly save Zuo-chun. Let Zuo-chun out. He won't be able to hold on for long. It's too late. At the entrance of the fire demon cave, there are exclusive guardians. There are runic great formations present. Forcibly breaking in is simply impossible, and without a clan token, they won't let anyone in. Xiahou Wu shook his head with a cold face, looked deeply at the fire demon cave, then turned to leave. Entering the fire demon cave, a blazing hot air current came over and instantly wrapped Zuo-chun's entire body. Under this blazing heat, Zuo-chun unexpectedly realized that even his breathing started to become difficult, and as he looked around, The deep and endless cave was filled with rolling, burning flames everywhere. Apart from himself, there were two strong guardians of the fire demon cave sitting cross-legged within the runic array at the entrance of the cave, and it was relatively much easier to be protected by the array. Running the ancient Yuan power to guard himself, he felt that the fiery erosion from the outside world had suddenly weakened quite a bit. Chen glanced at these two people and did not try to communicate. He understood that these two people could not possibly allow themselves to enter the grand formation as well. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the earth, Chen operated the devouring determination and began to refine the surrounding space-time energy, maintaining his breath at its peak at all times. If this fire demon cave only had this power, one would not have to worry. With one's current strength of the fourth sky of the spirit summoning realm, being careful, one could at least maintain oneself from being eroded by the power of the flames, and sticking around for a month should be doable. Suddenly, while Chen was cultivating, he was horrified to find a cluster of flames that he knew where it came from suddenly rushing towards him, seemingly absorbed at the same time as he was absorbing space-time energy. Somewhat peculiarly, although this flame was only the size of a thumb and was not conspicuous, it was surprisingly not the color of a normal flame, but it was eerily black and exuded a bizarre aura. Chen realized that he simply could not exclude this fire. As long as he began to operate his mind, this fire would come along with the energy of space and time, as if it had eyes, and came to his side in a ghostly and lifeless manner, and even entered his body. His face immediately turned ugly. This fire, it was impossible to expel. However, right afterward, Chen surprisingly realized that the fire that had entered his body was actually curled up within himself and did not move in any different way. But whenever a flame touches the human body, it is bound to burn everything. Even if it is a mundane mortal fire, this black flame, why is it so peculiar? Although there was no condition in the physical body for the time being, Chen was extremely vigilant and did not dare to continue cultivating, and could only guard the physical body by operating the ancient Yuan power that already existed in the body. Time passed, and gradually, Chen's own power was consumed immensely, finally showing signs of being unable to support it. In this situation, Chen simply had no choice but to continue cultivating, running the devouring determination and starting to refine the 8 spatial and temporal energies. Wisps of space-time energy continued to enter the body, transforming into pure ancient Yuan power through the ancient Yuan seal, which then ran between the limbs and bones. However, as the cultivation opened, a moment later Chen realized that another strand of black fire had appeared, and the flame body entered the body, hiding in a spot of the body. Although he was not clear about everything now, Chen was a bit chaotic inside. He understood that it was definitely not a good thing for this thing to enter his body. Otherwise, with this state alone, he would definitely be able to last for a month without having to worry about anything else. A day passed, and the black flame body that entered Chen's body was actually nearly hundreds of channels. The situation that he was worried about finally appeared. As the black flames in his body grew more and more, in the end, those flames began to converge on their own within Chen's body, merging into one, and could no longer be called flames but flames. A drilling pain filled the entire body in an instant, erupting from within the physical body like an invisible monstrous torrent, constantly impacting Chen's essence. In an instant, all 6 of Chen's ancient elemental seals began to tremble, and were actually surrounded by that one black flame that began to refine. Yuan martial practitioners cultivate are combined with their own ancient Yuan seal to refine other energies. A scene similar to their own ancient Yuan seal being refined in turn was the first time Chen had encountered it, and panicked on the spot. No matter how calm Chen's mind was, surpassing ordinary people, he still couldn't calm down when his mind sensed that his ancient elemental seal was being eroded and refined by this black flame. Joke, the ancient Yuan seal is the true origin of one's cultivation. Once the ancient Yuan seal goes wrong, then even if one's talent is good, it's all bull. If the 6 ancient Yuan seals are refined, Chen can be sure that he will immediately turn into a waste of time, with all of his ancient Yuan power completely dissipated, and he will be no better than an ordinary person. In that state, if one stayed in here in less than a quarter of an hour, one would be directly refined into dried meat and eventually turned into ashes. Chen finally understood why everyone's color changed when it came to this fire demon cave. The so-called fire demon, could it be this black flame that is completely different from the normal flame body? This flame is simply not something that can be blocked out by ancient Yuan power. As long as you cultivate here, then it will continue to enter your body more and more, and after accumulating to a certain level, it will finally explode. The problem was that in here, if you wanted to resist the erosion of the surrounding flames, you could only keep cultivating and refining a constant stream of ancient Yuan power to guard your body. However, as soon as you turned on your cultivation, this black fire would immediately appear and continuously enter your body. Not to mention Chen, Even if the strongest Yuan martial artist on this continent came in, it was impossible to avoid it. As the ancient Yuan seals were continuously refined, severe pain like tearing of the flesh appeared, causing Zhuo Chen's face to continuously struggle and change as he hurriedly operated the devouring decree, communicating with the 6 ancient Yuan seals, and began to resist the erosion of this flame. Only now it seems utterly late to resist. Chapter 082 Flesh Destruction. Half a tea time passed, and Zhuo Chen's 6 ancient elemental seals showed a touch of light black color. As this blackness continued to deepen, gradually Zhuo Chen was shocked to discover that he was unable to mobilize the 6 ancient Yuan seals. The ancient Yuan seal, which was the ultimate origin, could not be mobilized, which signified that Zhuo Chen was no longer able to operate the ancient Yuan force and was powerless to fight against this flame. A burst of severe pain came from the internal organs, which was triggered by the blazing temperature released by the black flame, and at the same moment, Zhuo Chen's entire fleshly body trembled, being burned by the blazing fire belonging to the outside world. Screw the clan elders, Bai Feng, you wait for me. If I walk out of here alive, I will definitely waste you with my own hands and blast you into the fire demon cave to personally taste this pain. Zhuo Chen couldn't help but open his mouth and cursed under the burning flames. His entire face was mingled with anger and appeared somewhat hideous. In less than half an hour, Zhuo Chen's breath weakened and he could no longer open his eyes. His blood and flesh were refined, and it looked like his entire person had turned into something like a skeletal body, extremely miserable. Throat wriggling, Zhuo Chen raw bite teeth to not let himself hiss and scream out. Back then, he was almost broken flesh. The body of the Emperor Bone will be taken away. The 9 ancient Yuan mark was hard from the flesh and blood of the people digging away when what kind of pain has not felt. Not far away, in the midst of the rune formation, the 2 guardians of the fire demon cave glanced at Zhuo Chen, secretly shook their heads, and quickly closed their eyes, no longer paying attention. Over the years, this was not the first time they had seen a scene like this. If there were no accidents, this teenager would soon be completely turned into ashes, burned into nothingness by the flames. I don't know when Zhuo Chen's consciousness had already tended to be confused, and the fire of life was about to be silenced and disappear. A true feeling of death appeared with incomparable clarity, and a powerlessness that had never been felt even when he had endured that kind of pain back then surged through his entire body. As his breathing became more and more difficult, feeling that the 6 ancient Yuan seals in his body had been completely refined, Zhuo Chen finally smiled bitterly, somewhat extremely unwilling. As a Yuan martial artist who had not died in battle, but had died in such a cowardly manner, this was one of the greatest sorrows. The blood and flesh had already disappeared. Zhuo Chen could feel that he was already skin and bones, to be refined into a human stem. The blood in his body had even dried up. Soon, I am afraid that he was really going to be turned into ashes, completely silenced within the fire demon cave. Hateful! In a daze, Zhuo Chen spat out 2 words, and in the next moment the entire person had completely lost consciousness. Inside the fire demon cave, it was still the same initial scene. The flames burned everything, as if any tangible or intangible matter could not stop the terrifying fiery breath from eroding, and all of them were going to be turned into ashes, and around Zhuo Chen's parched body, raging black flames suddenly gushed out, constantly burning. When the black flames arrived, the fiery flames that originally existed within the fire demon cave seemed to be extremely fearful, and at that moment, they continuously retreated, instead moving away from Zhuo Chen's body. The flames had a spirit, just like a real fire demon, wrapped around Zhuo Chen's body that had already lost its consciousness and breath of life, surprisingly stood up and rushed step by step to the deepest part of the fire demon cave. This brat, he was able to hold on, but unfortunately, he is still unable to stop the fire demon from devouring him. Inside the rune formation, the 2 guardians were talking. Carrying 6 ancient elemental seals, it is reasonable to say that he is an absolute top genius in our Yuanwu heavenly palace. This kind of person, why is he being suppressed in this way? Another person spoke. Don't think much about it, we don't have that power to interfere in other things. While everything was happening inside the fire demon cave, there were several people in this Yuanwu heavenly palace who were running around, constantly busy. Yichindi personally came to the front of an elder's hall, passed the report, and spoke directly to an elder after entering the hall with a dry tone. Save Zhuo Chen, and I promise to become your disciple. The old man sighed. Child, you don't understand yet. There is injustice everywhere, and with my power I am not yet able to intervene in the rulings made by the law enforcement hall. Yi Qianti was silent, gazing at the old man for a long moment before he suddenly spoke. Fine. I promise you that from now on, I will become your disciple. The old man was surprised. Looking at Yi Qianti, who was clenching his fists tightly in front of him, he seemed to understand something. Then he smiled and opened his mouth. You brat, you didn't even agree to my hallowed elder accepting you as a disciple? But now you're so positive? Oh, don't worry, with your talent, after I personally teach, the future will certainly be able to rise and defeat Elder Bai. It is not impossible to do. In another mysterious hall, Li Linger looked at the woman in front of her, who was about 30 years old, and her eyes fell into tears. Master, saves Wuchan. The woman looked at Li Linger with a look of regret and some heartache. Linger, there are some things that are in the past. The past is in the past. Wuchan can't walk out anymore. With his strength, he won't be able to hold out for much longer within the fire demon cave. Can't be rescued. Even if we make that 1 month period a little shorter? Li Linger spoke sorrowfully. The woman was stunned, looking at the stubborn Li Linger in front of her. It was the first time in her impression that this disciple of hers had such a stubborn side. Then the woman opened her mouth. I can try to communicate with the sect, however. My power alone is not that great. If I can contact other people to join with me, I might be able to reduce the punishment for Zhuchan. There was one sentence that she didn't say for fear of disappointing Li Linger in front of her, and that was that such a long time had already passed, and I'm afraid that Zhuchan would have long since been turned into ashes and lost to the fire demon's incineration. Many years ago as indeed someone from the fire devil hole walked out, although out of the strength of all the waste, has become crazy, and very few people know that year that person into the fire devil hole before but Yuanwu Heavenly Palace at that time the identity of an extremely high a deputy door master. Its own strength is also incomparable terrible, but even that kind of people are because of the fire devil hole and waste. In the house belonging to Zhuchan and Yi Qiandi, Xiao Dao was silent, for the first time coming to this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. For him everything was unfamiliar and confusing. He was simply powerless to rescue Zhuchan out of it. The only thing he could do was perhaps just to bitterly cultivate. Brother Dust, you must hold on. Little Dagger, I will try to cultivate and wait for you to come out. If you really are, as they say, and can no longer come out, Little Dagger, I will overthrow this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace and kill Elder Bai to avenge you, even if I exhaust my life. At some point, Little Dagger muttered, a touch of unprecedented determination in his eyes. No outsiders heard these almost treacherous words, and in fact, even if someone heard them, they were only taken as a joke. In the middle of a mysterious attic, Long Xianyu's gaze was complicated as she stood quietly in front of the window, looking in the direction of the fire demon cave. Zhuchan, I'm sorry. In her mind, the words of her master reverberated. Do you really want me to join forces with them to ask the sect for forgiveness and freeze Wuchen out? It's just a follower from before. Elder Bai is one of the guardians of the sect's treasure hall. If you make a karmic connection with him, I'm afraid that there is no hope of obtaining that dragon and phoenix blood pill that you need for your cultivation. 3 days had passed since Wuchan stepped into the fire demon cave, and apart from the initial stir caused, the disciples who were discussing this matter had gradually become fewer and fewer, because they understood that there was no longer any point in discussing Wuchan as a person, and that perhaps the other party had already died within the fire demon cave. 3 days later, Right Protector Xiahou Wu, 8th Elder Ling Qiuxing, and 93 Elder Lin Danyan and the other 3 joined hands to appear in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's sect hall to ask for instructions from the Vice Palace Master in front of them. Shortly afterward, the Law Enforcement Great Hall informed all the disciples. The punishment for Zhuchan was reduced from 1 month to 7 days' time. 7 days compared to a month seems to have been very favorable treatment, and now half of the time has passed. However, many disciples are secretly shaking their heads. For the fire devil hole of the terrible, they are by no means unfamiliar with the strength of Zhuchan stepped into it. Able to hold on for 2 or 3 days, there is still, say, 7 days. I am afraid that the body has long been dead. Inside the Flying Heaven Pavilion, Bai he was lying on his bed and couldn't help but sneer after hearing the news. So what if it's 7 days? The ending is no different. Zhuchan, you messed with me. White Crane, this is retribution. Between the chaos, Zhuchen's consciousness seemed to have recovered a bit. He opened his eyes and looked at the void space in front of him, and then he realized that his body had disappeared. To be exact, his state at the moment was equivalent to nothingness, as if he was a soul body. What kind of place is this? Zhuchen muttered. He attempted to mobilize his ancient Yuan power, yet he then laughed bitterly. How could he talk about ancient Yuan power when he didn't even have a body anymore? Fortunately, in the middle of this space, one's thoughts were still able to be externalized, sensing in all directions, and a moment later, Zhuchen let out a light ant. What a familiar scene. This place was actually the inner space of that mysterious jade inside his body. In the past, after Zhuchen obtained that mysterious jade, he had learned the shadow blade from it, and during that process he had entered the jade himself many times, and he was still quite familiar with everything in it. The difference was that his previous self was nothing more than a consciousness descending, whereas at this moment it seemed to be akin to a soul body appearing, different in nature. Could it be that I'm still alive, and after my physical body fell, my soul survived and was incorporated into the jade? Zhuo Chen's mind was racing as he quickly deduced his current situation. In that case, that strange black flame has not been able to refine the jade? Because of this jade and stand up again all the way to cultivate, jade helped himself a lot even in this last moment, and because of the existence of this jade and save the soul body, is considered to be an alternative way to survive. However, what is the use of this? This state of oneself is just a real waste, no physical body, unable to leave this space. Everything has nothing to do with oneself. Moreover, Zhuo Chen didn't know how long he could maintain this state of his soul, because he knew that when a Yuan martial artist stepped into the fifth realm of cultivation, the martial soul realm, it was to transform the soul into an indestructible martial soul, and as the martial soul became stronger, it could even leave the body and fight with opponents 10,000 miles away. However, even though the martial soul was claimed to be indestructible, it would still have to dissipate after being away from the physical body for too long. Chapter 083 9 Orifices Indestructible Body. The soul floats within this chaotic space. At some point, Zhuo Chen's eyes widened, and he then looked at the scene in front of him with hatred. In the center of the space in front of the earth, a ball of flame burning in the air, blazing through the sky, twisted flame body sometimes extended 8, sometimes into the 9 heavens, but no matter what, but are unable to get out of this place, seems to be an invisible hand is trapped in general. This flame is the black flame that burned itself before, but no matter how domineering this flame was before, but at this time it is constantly struggling, revealing a furious aura, wanting to escape from this place. Yes, it was indeed the aura of anger, and Zhuo Chen was shocked to realize that he was able to sense a touch of emotion that was almost like a living spirit attached to this flame. Could it be that, as many people had said, this thing was really a so-called fire demon possessing a consciousness of its own? Once browsed the ancient canon, Zhuodust has not seen similar things. Canon once said, all things in heaven and earth in the metamorphosis to a certain degree will be born consciousness, and even able to metamorphose into a real life form. The previous Zhuodust is only when the canon generally laugh over, simply do not believe, but now, his thoughts are quietly changing. His eyes condensed on the flame in front of him, and soon after, Zhuo Chen suddenly realized that the invisible hand that had originally trapped the flame seemed to be secretly pushing it, controlling the black fire to continuously become smaller and condense, and in a flash, it rushed towards him. This time, Zhuo Chen did not dodge again. Into the fire demon cave all the strange things that happened because of this black flame. Now his own is nothing more than a soul body, can even be said to have been a dead person. This state cannot live for a long time. This moment he did not hide, raw look at that flame into his soul body. If you have the ability, let little master die again? Zhuo Chen cursed angrily. However, this time, this originally terrifying flame didn't erode everything about Zhuo Chen again, but was held back by some mysterious force, obediently appearing in the center of Zhuo Chen's chest cavity. Because of the soul body, Zhuo Chen lowered his head and could even see this cluster of pulsating flames within himself, a scene that was extremely bizarre and special. Right at this moment, Zhuo Chen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked up to the sky, and he saw a faint golden light suddenly appear at the top of that void, dots of light constantly converging and multiplying, like mysterious runes flickering. This is the font. Zhuo Chen then discovered something strange. At the top of the void, it was some golden fonts that were converging, getting more and more, and at the end of the day, they combined with each other, surprisingly forming a mysterious article. 9 Orifices Indestructible Body. Zhuo Chen read out the 5 golden fonts at the top of that article word by word. Subsequent to reading out these 5 words, the golden words suspended above the 9 heavens transformed into a string of talismans that began to rush into Zhuo Chen's mind. As the words continued to pour into his mind, Zhuo Chen realized that he had gained a brand new memory, and this memory was, unsurprisingly, the article composed of those golden words. To be exact, this should be a cultivation method, roughly 30,000 words, and aside from some descriptions and explanations, its real cultivation method was only 2,000 words, and Zhuo Chen quickly communicated and understood it. The 9 orifices are indestructible. The true spirit is immortal. The refining fire burns the body and accumulates the origin. Zhuo Chen spat out a phrase under his breath, and at the end, his voice began to tremble as his eyes exploded open, flourishing a radiant heavenly light. Originally, he thought that he was at the end of his rope, and that he was about to completely dissipate. However, after realizing this cultivation method, Zuo-chun understood that he was saved, and that the next step would be a miraculous survival, the moment when he would rebuild his origin and remake his true body. There were divine bodies in heaven and earth, and since ancient times, many divine bodies, imperial bodies, battle bodies, and other special physical qualities were often envied and pursued by countless people, similar to the holy battle imperial body that Zuo-chun possessed back then, and also similar to the star and moon divine body possessed by Shao Dance, and the imperial body possessed by Yi Qiandi, and so on. The Dark Knight continent had a divine physique list, which encompassed the countless special physiques that had appeared so far. However, all of these physiques were awakened from birth, and they were all counted as innate divine physiques, and could not be obtained through cultivation. However, there is a balance in everything. Since there is an innate divine body, then there is an acquired divine body. In the history of the reproduction of Yuanwu practitioners, some heaven and earth demonic characters have created some means of cultivating the body, can cultivate all kinds of different special physiques through a number of magic doors, and these physiques are known as the acquired divine body. Initially, there were still people who were disdainful, thinking that these physiques acquired through cultivation were nothing, yet gradually people realized that this idea was completely wrong. Every kind of physique has different things. Some of them restrain each other, some of them have the talent ancient Yuan art, some of them enhance qi and blood, some of them enhance the battle intention, some of them can communicate with special heaven and earth power. Innate god body is certainly extraordinary, but the latter-day god body is still equally terrible. From the origin of the two, there is no difference between the high ground. And this 9 orifices indestructible body that Zuo-chun had obtained at this moment belonged to a special kind of latter heavenly divine body. It was described in the Dharma sect that by refining the foreign flames in the heavens and earth, thus refining the supreme true body step by step, and ultimately achieving a terrifying physique that would dominate the world. The first part of the cultivation of the body of the 9 indestructible is to put themselves in the flames, burn everything, and then, similar to the legend of the Phoenix Nirvana general, began to rely on the flames and remodeling of the real body, and ultimately will be the flame planted in their own bodies, the formation of flame seeds. The more powerful and numerous the flames you refine, then your own physique will become more and more powerful, with no beginning and no end, and according to this, as long as you can search for countless flames, under constant cultivation, your physique will be infinitely powerful and infinitely transformed. Zuo-chun's physical body fell and was burned by this mysterious black flame. Now it seems that it was instead the first step of the means to cultivate this 9 orifices indestructible body that was triggered by chance. As for how this cultivation method appeared, whether it was originally existed within the mysterious jade, or whether it existed within this black flame, or whether it was the cultivation method that was originally hidden within Zuo-chun's body for some unknown reason, Zuo-chun didn't have to think about it that much. He only needs to understand that, next, he is saved, may be able to live again, and finally out of the fire demon cave. That's enough. Cultivation. The mind was completely occupied with those 2 words. Immediately afterward, Zuo-chun's gaze moved, flickering with a hopeful light as he directly entered the state of cultivation. The description of the 9 orifices indestructible bodies method, the first step of communicating with the flames so as to refine them, only required one's own thoughts and did not require ancient Yuan power, which avoided the embarrassment of Zuo-chun's inability to cultivate. According to its cultivation method of communicating the black flame within his body, gradually, there was some sort of ineffable and mysterious connection between the black flame and Zuo-chun. The thoughts vibrated out and touched this black flame, and Zuo-chun began to meditate and refine it. Within the entire jade space, as Zuo-chun cultivated, more and more space-time energy began to converge around his body, and at some point, a strand of flesh and blood origin appeared within Zuo-chun's body, and as the cultivation continued, this strand of origin grew stronger and more solid. An unknown amount of time passed, and a peculiar scene appeared. Zuo-chun's hands and arms were no longer that kind of void soul body, but had transformed into completely new, real flesh, blood, and bones. As the battering spatial and temporal energies converged, gradually, Zuo-chun's entire fleshly body converged perfectly and was completely remodeled. Within his body, that one black flame had been refined by Zuo-chun and existed within his body, and could be triggered out with a single movement of his thoughts. Boom! The black fire surged out of his body and began to surge, wrapping Zuo-chun in it. This time, however, it was no longer refining Zuo-chun, but rather Zuo-chun in turn quenching his brand new physical body with the help of this flame. At the same time, within Zuo-chun's physical body, 10 ancient elemental seals flourished out, still as before, with 4 of them hidden and only 6 of them could be revealed. The entire body, from top to bottom, inside and out, everything had reached the best and most perfect state, except for the ancient Yuan power that had been lost. However, Zuo-chun was not disappointed. As long as the body was still there, he was still alive, and the ancient Yuan seal was still there. Then what was ancient Yuan power? After all, it could be cultivated again, and with his current sixth seal talent, it was simply too easy to swiftly reach his previous realm and strength. A moment later, Zuo-chun collected the black flames and then operated the devouring determination, starting his cultivation with the help of the incomparably dense space-time energy within this space. This time, the cultivation was completely half the work, the speed was fast to the limit, almost less than half an hour. Zuo-chun found that his entire ancient elemental force had been fully restored and was even vaguely refined, and his flesh and bones became unknown how much more powerful than before. Has it succeeded? Zuo-chun looked down at his brand new physical body. It was no different from before, except that it had become stronger and more terrifying now, and there was an explosive power between raising his hands and feet. This powerful sense of power control caused Zuo-chun's body to be sore, and he had an urge to laugh and hiss up to the sky. Such a feeling he was too familiar. Once upon a time, he possessed the Holy War Imperial body. His fleshly body was peerless and frighteningly strong. Back then, when he was only 5 or 6 years old, the strength of his fleshly body had already reached an unbelievable point, and that was the benefit brought about by the divine body. Only, with the body being wasted, this feeling could only exist in Zuo-chun's mind's memory, and had been lurking for more than a decade until today. 9 orifices indestructible body, the first layer he seemed to have cultivated successfully, although it hadn't yet tended to be complete, but Zuo-chun was already satisfied. At least he had avoided a heavenly catastrophe and lived again, and even more so, he had obtained this miraculous method of cultivating the divine body. Everything is possible in the future as long as one lives, then everything can be obtained, the physique can become stronger step by step, and one's realm of strength, likewise, can step up to the peak step by step. Chapter 084, The Source of the Black Flame. In fact, Zuo-chun was quite familiar with the continent's divine physique list, and at least the top 300 physiques on the divine physique list were in his memory. However, mobilizing his memories, he did not find the 9 orifices indestructible body. Although he didn't know why this type of physique didn't appear on the divine physique list, Zuo-chun had a feeling that once this physique became successful, it might not be weaker than any of the current divine physiques. At the very least, he, who once possessed the Holy War Imperial body, could clearly feel that the power of the 9 orifices indestructible body was in no way weaker than the Holy War Imperial body. If he was able to search for other foreign flames in his future cultivation to continuously make his body stronger through refining, and eventually succeeded in cultivating it completely, the extent to which his body would be powerful at that time, Zuo-chun didn't even dare to imagine. A blessing in disguise. There is probably nothing more exciting in the world than this. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth reversed. Zuo-chun's vision changed, and the scene in front of him disappeared, replaced by the scene inside the fire demon cave. You don't want little master me? Zuo-chun couldn't help but curse. After reshaping his own flesh and recovering his strength, he was even directly moved out of the jade space, and that jade was still as it was when it was once again silent in his body, constantly turning, refining his ancient yuan power all the time. Looking around, he was not in the previous orientation of the cave entrance, but seemed to have appeared deeper into the fire demon cave. The fiery heat here was even fiercer compared to the area around the cave entrance, and the flames throbbed and filled in all directions, appearing ferocious and fierce, and swooped up along Zuo-chun's flesh. Because he had refined that black flame at that moment, Zuo-chun found that these unusual flames automatically retreated as if they had encountered a natural enemy after coming into contact with his own flesh, and by a moment later had completely dared not get close. Walking in the depths of the fire demon cave, Zuo-chun had a feeling of shattering everything when he raised his hands and raised his feet, and the strength and intensity of his fleshly body had truly changed drastically from what it was before, which was the special and powerful aspect of the 9 orifices indestructible body. However, all divine bodies, although they all have their own special features, they often have at least one thing in common, and that is to allow the Yuanwu practitioner's own qi, blood, and physical body to become beyond the ordinary and be incredibly powerful. However, Zuo-chun felt that his fleshly body was powerful at this moment, and apart from the reason because of the existence of the 9 orifices indestructible body, there was another point, and that was that a wisp of dragon qi was unexpectedly filled between his flesh and blood to protect his body. Previously, Zuo-chun had obtained a drop of true dragon blood and had only refined a part of it, leaving a large amount of the essence of the dragon's blood yet to be refined, and now that the dragon's blood had disappeared after reshaping his physical body, it had not been left behind though, but had completely strolled through all the limbs and bones and was considered to be invisibly fused with each other and with Zuo-chun's own blood, which is why there were signs of this kind of dragon qi. Protecting the body. His eyes flickered, and a special idea appeared in Zuo-chun's mind, but he had read some ancient texts and knew that some people, after fusing the blood of a foreign beast, would get a part of the means and characteristics of such a foreign beast almost like an inheritance. It is said that the continent 6,000 years ago an uncultivated secular mortal coincidentally swallowed the heart of an ancient phoenix. The strange thing is that he is but a mortal, but was not held up by that huge energy to death, but instead is thus inherited a part of the characteristics of the ancient phoenix: longevity and immortality. Of course, there is no real immortality, only through cultivation and to a certain extent to extend the life expectancy. Even without cultivation, that mortal had lived for thousands of years. Zhuo didn't know what this state of his nowadays self was considered, but if that was really possible, by fusing that drop of dragon blood and possessing dragon chi to protect his body, perhaps he had already unknowingly possessed a strand of a true dragon's characteristics? All kinds of thoughts sink Zhuo, but the face suddenly became embarrassed, just now suddenly realized that his naked body has been most of the day, before by the flames burned everything. His own that clothing has long been is turned into robbing ash. Luckily, perhaps because of the existence of the mysterious jade that protected his spatial ring, after remodeling his physical body, the spatial ring was still there with a few sets of brand new robes inside. After changing into his robes, Zhuo walked out along the fire demon cave and eventually came to the area around the entrance of the cave. He looked towards the runic grand formation at the entrance of the cave and rushed inside and spoke. "How long has it been since I've come in?" The two guardians who were practicing in the runic array opened their eyes in vain, and after seeing Zhuo's face their bodies trembled on the spot in fear. An unbelievable expression appeared on their faces, and they even became alarmed afterwards. "Are you the disciple named Zhuo from before?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Zhuo looked at these two with a smile. His expression relaxed. "No. What exactly are you? How did you appear in the fire demon cave?" "You're not Zhuo. He already died under the fire demon's refinement." One of them looked at Zhuo warily, looking a little flustered. This kind of thing is really too bizarre, it's hard to explain clearly. The two of them personally saw Zhuo being burned by the flames and turned into ashes. He was already completely dead. Why did he appear again today? Moreover, looking at his demeanor, he was walking casually inside this fire demon cave, not affected by the surrounding flames at all. And if one looked closely, one could even find that the surrounding flames would automatically retreat after coming into contact with Zhuo's body. "Can you answer my question, please? How long have I been in here?" Looking at the panicked duo in front of him, Zhuo once again asked. For days. It has only just been the 4th day since you entered the fire demon cave." A slightly flustered voice came from the runic array. "Only the 4th day?" A flash of disappointment flashed across Zhuo's eyes before he nodded at the two. "Thanks a lot." After saying these words, Zhuo directly turned around and rushed towards the depths of the fire demon cave, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye. With Zhuo's departure, the two fire demon cave guardians looked at each other in disbelief, and even made a move to give themselves a slap on the face until they felt the pain before realizing that it didn't seem to be fantastically false. What exactly happened? This disciple had obviously died completely before, but then came back to life, not to mention that, instead, he was already unaffected by the fire demon cave, walking freely, and even rushing towards the depths of the fire demon cave. This fire devil cave is too scary. Even if the two of them, at best, they can only go less than 100 meters deep and then can't hold on, not to mention the existence of that mysterious and terrifying fire devil inside the cave. That fire devil, once it enters the body, it will be a horrible catastrophe. This Zhuo, is he not afraid of flames, and can even ignore the existence of the fire demon? The world of Yuan martial artists was always magical, all kinds of things could happen. These two people had not seen too much weirdness, but at least they had experienced some special things themselves, and they calmed down soon after, of course, beating them to death. They could not explain about Zhuo. After learning that he entered this place only 4 days later, bored and disappointed at the same time, Zhuo went deeper into the cave. Anyway, there are still more than 20 days left. Might as well just take this opportunity to explore this fire demon cave. Something like how that black flame that was obviously more powerful and terrifying than ordinary flames appeared, including why this fire demon cave was so fiery for years and so on. But it caused Zhuo to be not a little interested. Continuously on the way forward, the blazing aura inside was getting thicker and thicker, but with the black flames entering his body, it was as if Zhuo already possessed a special ability. Not being afraid of the flames, and everything in this surrounding couldn't pose any threat to him at all. Deep inside the cave has probably been a distance of several thousand meters, not found special, but Zhuo's thoughts sensed the front. His eyes gradually brightened. Not far in front of that finally found a difference. He seems to have been close to the source of the fire demon cave. A moment later, a brand new scene came into view. Zhuo appeared in a round cave space. There is no more road to go forward, but down there seems to be a road. The ground below the fiery flames burning the sky filled with rolling boiling magma in the earth below the constant flow, do not know from where to come, thus where to go, above the magma, a demonic black flames in the center of the beating constantly, exuding a shocking aura. Invisible surprisingly there is a wisp of aura similar to the general pressure of the aura of the human Yuanwu masters, was what Chuan sensed. This mass of flame, both in terms of origin and in terms of strength, was more than the black flame within himself. The same flame, the same aura. Could it be that this flame in front of us is the source of the black fire that exists within the fire demon cave? Feeling the blazing temperature around him, Suichan couldn't help but revolve his mind and transported a strand of ancient Yuan power to guard his body. Although he was nearly immune to everything within the fire demon cave after refining the black flame and cultivating into the 9 orifices indestructible body, Suichan still felt a faint sense of discomfort when he came here and faced the magma that was at a temperature of an unknown number of degrees, as well as the source of the black flames that was constantly pulsing in front of him. If it wasn't himself, and any other disciple came, Suichan could almost guarantee that even without the black flames eroding him, he would be refined into ashes by the blazing air currents here in the twinkling of an eye. While gazing at everything in front of him and continuously pondering, Suichan discovered that the black fire that had been refined within his body had actually begun to pulsate on its own, and seemed to show some signs of being eager to try. Without waiting for Suichan to react, he realized that the black fire in his body had appeared on its own, rushed out of his body along his brow, and hovered between 3 feet in front of him, and then drew the black fire in the center of the magma in the ground in front of him, and the two communicated with each other invisibly and were combined together. The black fire that originally existed in the ground was attracted by the flames that appeared within his own body and was constantly being refined. The two are of the same kind in origin. They are the same kind of flame. This kind of refinement seems to make this strand of black fire in my body stronger? Suichen's gaze flickered, his voice low, and he began to infer. In that case, then, refine it. Subsequently, Suichan sat cross-legged at this place, and while protecting his body with his ancient Yuan force, he directly utilized the method of refining flames within the 9 orifices of indestructibility and began to refine this source of black fire underneath the earth. Chapter 085. You want to stay in the fire demon cave? In the center of the ground, a wisp of black flame body rose up and then merged into the wisp of black fire belonging to Suichan. As time continued, the wisp of flame that Suichan belonged to became even more powerful and terrifying, with terrifying energies rippling, which came with an aura that took the hearts of the people. What a powerful flame, Suichan muttered, a glint of essence flowing from his gaze. Like human special god body, royal body, war body, in the flame also exists all kinds of special foreign fire. These foreign fire is often a few powerful flame body out, can burn everything, destroy everything. This black flame, not surprisingly, is one of the foreign flames. Just with Suichen's limited knowledge, do not know what exactly is this flame. Even if one did not cultivate the 9 orifices indestructible body, to be able to have the honor of refining this flame was a heavenly chance, and it would become a great special underpinning for Suichen, and when he fought, harnessing the flames out, he could give his opponents a thunderous blow, which was difficult for at least the same level of powerhouse to counteract. While pondering in his heart and continuously refining the black fire, time passed and unknowingly it was already the 7th day. Suichen, who was in the middle of his cultivation, suddenly moved his ears, seemingly sensing something, and suddenly looked back, rushing in the direction of the cave entrance. A touch of his thoughts probed out, and Suichan heard someone shouting at him in a trance. Listening to that voice seemed to be Li Linger, Yi Qiandi, Xiao Dao and the others, and then there came a majestic medium-thick voice that belonged to Right Protector Xiahou Wu. It's only the 7th day. Why have they appeared? Suichen's face revealed a touch of puzzlement. Then he stopped refining and quickly walked towards the entrance of the cave. At the same time, outside the fire demon cave, quite a number of disciples appeared, each one looking incredibly excited because they knew that today was the day that Suichan would walk out of the fire demon cave. Stepping into the fire demon cave, anyone cannot hold on for a few days. That is, even more powerful existence in the fire demon cave to stay for a long time will be subject to the fire demon invasion. No one can be in the appearance of the power of the fire demon to walk out alive. 7 days had passed, and although Suichan might have turned into white bones or even ashes in many people's minds, they still came to this place with a touch of inquisitiveness. The fire demon cave was opened and a group of people such as Li Linger stepped into the entrance, but apart from Xiahou Wu, the others were a few scornful of the fiery aura of the place, and had no choice but to hide in the rune formation that the 2 guardians were staying in. You guys say, Suichan is still alive. Yi Qiandi looked at the duo in front of him, and even with his calm character, his tone was slightly agitated. Yes, The day after Zhuo came in, he was burned out by the fire demon entering his body. However, just 4 days ago, we witnessed Zhuo appear again. A guardian was speaking. Until today, he was unable to figure out this matter. At his side, another guardian nodded similarly. 1,000 times true, we did speak to each other. And he even asked us how long we had been in here, and after that he walked deeper into the cave. While calling out Zhuo name, Li Linger and the others looked at each other with a puzzled look in their eyes. They were able to believe and accept that Zhuo had not yet died. But similar to what these two people in front of them had said, Zhuo had died and then come alive again for a good reason. When these two combinations were combined, it was intriguing. Although Zhuo was not simple, his own realm was only at the spirit evocation realm, and he had not awakened the indestructible martial soul at all, and after his fleshly body perished and was turned into ashes, it was impossible for him to remake his fleshly body again and survive. And in fact, even a strong person who had stepped into the 5th major realm of Yuanwu practitioners, the martial soul realm, could not last long when stepping inside this fire demon cave. Simply because that fire demon power was simply too terrifying. Zhuo, where are you? Li Linger's face was anxious, filled with worry and apprehension as she kept speaking. You guys, are you looking for me? Just as suddenly, a voice that was familiar to several people appeared ahead. Immediately, a figure came from the depths of the fire demon cave without any haste. His face relaxed, containing a touch of laughter as he looked at the several people. Brother Dust. Little Dagger hurriedly pounced up and opened a big hug at Zhuo. However, relatively speaking, the strength of the knife is after all the lowest of the several people present, but only just stepped into the condensed seal 5 days, simply unable to resist the flaming breath of this place. The whole person was attacked by the flames on the spot, clothes are almost with up. Seeing this, Zhuo couldn't help but laugh. What's the hurry? Not afraid of being burned to death. After saying that, Zhuo waved his right hand, as if an invisible force rushed to wrap around the knife, took a step into the knife's side, and reached out to press his hand on top of the knife's shoulder. The gazes of the few people present all shrank, as they saw that with Zhuo's appearance, the flames that had originally swooped up around the small knife, all of them rushed in all directions and retreated, as if Zhuo was the king of this place, and wherever he passed by, all the flames were incapacitated. And then, Li Linger and Yi Qiandi, who were within the grand formation, also looked at Zhuo in surprise. Brother Dust, come out with us. The law enforcement hall has reduced your punishment to 7 days. Stepping into the runic array with Little Dagger, Zhuo swept a glance at the two guardians who looked stunned, and then he joked to the fearful people in front of him. What kind of person am I? I'm blessed by heaven and earth, and my fortune is heavenly. Not to mention a fire demon cave. Even if it's a more dangerous place, what can you do to me? Zhuo then looked towards Right Protector Xiahou Wu, who was standing on the side. Arching his hand at the latter, Zhuo respectfully said, Thank you, Right Protector. At this time, the Right Guardian appeared here itself is unusual. Zhuo is not unknown. He was targeted by people by entering the fire demon cave to stay for a month of sanction. To that White Crane and his uncle White Elder's temperament, it is not possible to take the initiative to help themselves to mitigate the penalty. It should be someone to intercede for himself, and this interceding person, if not accidentally, is in front of the Xiahou. As for Yi Qiandi and a few others, although it was said that their talent was extraordinary, their potential amongst the sect disciples tended to be at the forefront, and their future was unlimited, it was clear that there was nothing they could do in this matter. Xiahou Wu nodded, narrowing his eyes as he sized up Zhuo. A strand of his thoughts probing about Zhuo's essence, and a moment later a flash of surprise appeared on his face. You're not even injured? In the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in a high position, Xiahou Wu, more than anyone knows the horror of this fire devil hole, although it is today came here, but Xiahou Wu for cannot save Zhuo really do not have much certainty, and even hold the worst intentions, but did not expect that at this moment, sensing a bit, Zhuo good not only but has not been injured, and even its own heritage and aura more powerful than 7 days ago. Into the fire devil hole, if only a few hours may still be able to go out, but stay on 7 days' time can still appear well, even a little damage, even if it is the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace of the Elders or not this ability, Xiahou Wu thought to himself, even if he enters this place 7 days' time, I am afraid that all the power to be used up most of the time. But on the contrary, Zhuo was unharmed, and this scene was really too strange and even a bit demonic when speculated carefully. Let's go out first. Afterward, Xiahou Wu prepared to move. However, right at this moment, Zhuo's sentence caused the several people present to all be filled with surprise and incomprehension. You guys go out first, I'll come out again in a few days, Zhuo said with a smile. What do you mean? You're coming out in a few days? Yi Qiandi felt that his perceptions had been completely turned upside down, Although he had not stayed in this place for as long as Chen had, he had at least felt the horror of this place firsthand now. In a place like this, everyone avoided it, and even if the two guardians had the protection of the rune formation, they still had to come out and walk around every once in a while to refine the unclean aura in their bodies and disappear. But Zuo-chun even said that he would come out after some days? Could it be that Zuo-chun had treated this place as the kind of heavenly paradise suitable for cultivation? Brother Dust, you can't be stupid, right? Little Dagger's eyes widened as he looked at Zuo-chun with some fear. Scram! Zuo-chun glanced at the knife. The so-called fire demonic power here is not much of a threat to me. Instead, it's beneficial to my cultivation. I'll cultivate for a while before I come out. Zuo-chun looked towards Xiahou Wu. A flash of light swept through the depths of Xiahou Wu's gaze, and after an instant of silence, he nodded and spat out a single word, "Good." Taking Yi Qiandi and the other three with him, he stepped out of the fire demon cave. But at the last moment Xiahou Wu turned around and looked at Zuo-chun. "After you step out of the fire demon cave, come and find me." "No problem." Zuo-chun grinned. "But don't forget my 50,000 contribution points." A few people stepped out of the fire demon cave and were noticed by many disciples, and in a matter of moments many of them secretly stirred. Until now they could finally determine one thing. Zuo-chun had already been buried in the fire demon cave. Otherwise he would have long been brought out by the right guardian and the others. Thinking about it, with Zuo-chun's strength, holding on for a day or two might still be possible. 7 days, it was absolutely impossible to hold on. Unfortunately, how many Yuan martial artists have been buried in the fire demon cave since ancient times, including some lofty clan elders, Zuo-chun, who rose to prominence among the clan's disciples in just a few months, becoming the clan's biggest dark horse. And if there were no accidents, it would be possible to top the golden list of true disciples in the future. But now all of this has gone up in smoke, and a dead Yuan martial artist, no matter what extraordinary deeds he had done in the past, will always gradually be forgotten. With the departure of Xiahou Wu and the others, the fire demon cave was reclosed, and countless disciples gradually dispersed. Among them, some quickly rushed towards the flying heaven pavilion whereby he was. "Senior brother Bai, that Zuo-chun has completely died." "Are you sure?" White Crane lay on the bed, his body weak, and looked at the disciple in front of him and said, "To be sure, the right protector and Yi Qiandi's disciples entered the fire demon cave and didn't bring Zuo-chun out. So it's evident that Zuo-chun is afraid that he would have long since been refined by the fire demon and gone up in smoke." This disciple excitedly said. Hearing that Zuo-chun was already dead, White Crane's weak expression unexpectedly seemed to have recovered a few points, and an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, should have died a long time ago. This is what happens when you mess with me, White Crane." Chapter 086 Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame. One day rises, one day fades. From a follower that countless disciples looked down upon, Zuo-chun grew into a true sect disciple at a terrifying speed, and even made the deed of one person single-handedly picking off more than 20 disciples and winning in the end, and the talent revealed was strong and terrifying. But it was of no use, dead is dead. Time passed day by day, the number of disciples who talked about the two words Zuo-chun in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace gradually decreased, to the point where after more than half a month almost no one was talking about Zuo-chun anymore, and these two words had already begun to become a memory that would soon be forgotten. Perhaps, by coincidence at some point in the day, someone will bring it up once in a while as a casual conversation piece. Inside the fire demon cave, another half a month or so passed. Zuo-chun was always meditating and cultivating, constantly refining the strange black fire above that magma. By now the black fire in the earth had already been absorbed and refined by Zuo-chun, and his own base was powerful to an unprecedentedly terrifying degree. The stronger the black fire he belonged to became in the process of refining, it would mean that Zuo-chun's own 9 orifices indestructible body would also become more and more terrifying. Until the 20th day, all the black flames that existed within the fire demon cave were all refined by Zuo-chun, and in the void in front of him, the only black flame that existed was constantly pulsing, emitting a bizarre and powerful aura. Zuo-chun could feel that the essence of this black fire had changed. If it was just a relatively special flame before, then now this flame possessed a real consciousness, just like having a breath of life. Appearing at will, it gave people a powerful feeling of burning everything and devouring everything. Everything has an origin, and Zuo-chun understood that the flame in his body now had a true origin, and could be called a source fire, and the existence of a source fire was almost impossible to disappear, except for being refined by other more powerful flames. Refining the black fire while tempering one's 9 orifices indestructible body was a kind of cultivation in itself, and under this kind of cultivation, even though one didn't deliberately try to raise one's strength, one's own ancient elemental force was still essentially strengthened, and as if the water had flowed into the water, Zuo-chun made a direct breakthrough and crossed over into the fifth heaven of the spirit summoning realm. In terms of realm alone, the spirit-evoking fifth heavenly hall, among the sect disciples already stood at the absolute peak. Even if there were more than 300 true disciples, there were already not many that could suppress Zuo-chun in terms of realm. Moreover, if in a real battle, there were all sorts of underpinnings that existed, even if it was the spirit-evoking sixth heavenly hall, or even the seventh heavenly hall, Zuo-chun might not be scornful of it. It's time to leave, Zuo-chun muttered. The black flames in this place had all been refined by himself, so there was no point in staying here anymore. Turning around and rushing towards the cave entrance, feeling everything around him, Zuo-chun's heart sighed with emotion. Originally, he stepped into this place, was caught in a situation of certain death, who knew that the last moment was a reversal of course, not to mention the life after death, but also got a great chance, refined a powerful foreign fire, and cultivated a 9-body indestructible body, this magical physique. If that white crane knew about his condition, would he be so angry that he would spurt out a mouthful of blood? Opening the cave entrance under the hands of the 2 fire demon cave guardians, Zuo-chun took a step outside the fire demon cave, feeling the completely different aura of the outside world. Zuo-chun's physical body shook, and a powerful aura exploded into the 4 directions of the earth. "Little master, I'm coming out." Zuo-chun's voice was low as he looked around, finally rushing in one direction. Inside the fire demon cave, the firelight lingered all day long, day and night, and when he stepped out of the outside world, Zuo-chun realized that the outside world was already a heavy night, and a full moon was gradually being born. Fortunately, the fire demon cave was located in a remote area, and there were very few disciples walking around this area on weekdays, plus the night was filled with color at the moment. Zuo-chun's appearance was not noticed. Even if Zuo-chun's figure was seen from afar, he naturally would not think of Zuo-chun. Under the shroud of night, Zuo-chun gradually approached the dancing sky pavilion, and from afar, he saw that the lights were not turned off within the pavilion, and it would still be early, so obviously the little ant had not rested yet. Arriving in front of the dancing sky pavilion, Zuo-chun gently knocked on the door. Moments later, the pavilion was opened, and the one who opened the door was Li Linger. Li Linger, who was originally on guard, visibly let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Zuo-chun's appearance, and what appeared along with it was a touch of heartfelt joy as she hurriedly turned around and spoke. "Sister, look who's here? Little ant. I'm back." As Zuo-chun stepped in and saw the white figure in the wheelchair in front of him, his voice couldn't help but be a little trembling. On top of the wheelchair, the young ant looked relieved, and after seeing Zuo-chun appear, although her face did not fluctuate much, there was still a flash of relief. "You've suffered," Auntie said softly. "It's fine, little ant. I was initially in a bit of trouble within the fire demon cave, but in the end, I was blessed by the misfortune." Zuo-chun hurriedly opened his mouth and told something to keep his little ant from worrying. In the ensuing instant, a tiny cluster of black flames emerged from the tip of Zuo-chun's right middle finger. The flames were constantly pulsating in front of Xiaogu and Li Linger. It didn't seem to be conspicuous, but in fact, with the appearance of this black flame, she clearly felt a horrifying pressure that she couldn't speak of. Not only that, this flame around the space are flooded with a touch of almost invisible distortion. It can be imagined, if this flame is a large area of the outbreak, I'm afraid that it is really able to lead to the space of the tremor of chaos. This flame, it's too strong. It's definitely some kind of powerful foreign fire. Could this be the so-called fire demon? Li Linger stared tightly at the flames on Zuo-chun's fingertips and sucked in a breath. Obviously, these days for the so-called fire demon, Li Linger had also explored and knew something, and seeing this scene at this moment, she thought of this on the spot. Zuo-chun nodded his head and said, "This is exactly the fire demon that those people are rumoring about, but the so-called fire demon is nothing but a false and exaggerated statement. This is a kind of foreign fire that has already been refined by me. It's just that I know very little about this aspect of flames. Do you know this kind of flame, little auntie?" The little ant is the same as himself when the same is the clan of the Zuo's imperial clan. It can be said that in some things of insight and cognition than their own to know how much higher this kind of flame, perhaps from the little ant here to get a little bit of half a point of the relevant sayings. On the wheelchair, the woman's eyes condensed above the flame in Zuo-chun's hand, flickering with an intelligent and moving light. After gazing for a moment, she shook her head slightly. "I have indeed seen quite a few fey flames, but this kind of black fire has not been seen in reality." "Oh!" Zuo-chun was slightly disappointed. Although he had refined the black flame, Zuo-chun was not familiar with this kind of flame. If he was able to know a little bit about the characteristics of this flame or something like that, then it would be a huge gain for Zuo-chun, which would enable him to purposefully discover and utilize the unique power of this kind of flame. The world's millions of different kinds of fire, in fact, the number is not quite a lot, roughly divided into 3 types. Heavenly fire, earth fire, beast fire. The so-called heavenly fire is the heaven and earth under the chance of the birth of the flame. In some special space, the region will be appeared, and even some of the flames are fused with each other, will be metamorphosed into a completely new fire. The heavenly fire is the heavens of fire in the largest number of a kind of fire. Second is the earth fire and beast fire. The so-called earth fire is generally within the earth nurtured by the special flame. We all know the endless depths of the earth. There is a rolling magma, perennial existence of unimaginable temperatures and flames. In some of the chances may be born under the different special fire. As for the beast fire, in the foreign fire is relatively ordinary, common, some similar to some fire system of desolate beasts, often will be born to awaken a kind of flame too. This is the beast fire. Of course, the beast fire in the power of relatively weak a lot. However, it is not absolute, similar to the ancient phoenix nirvana when the birth of the flame, such as the ancient true dragon spit out the true dragon flame, etc. The power is extremely horrible. Little ant was opening her mouth. This black fire, it should belong to a kind of earth fire. This flame has existed for countless years. Even experts of the martial soul realm can erode it. Then it's definitely not an unusual foreign fire. Now that I say it, I seem to have some impression that I once read a description of a foreign fire on the source of foreign flame canon. It's very similar to this flame in front of me. When Zhuo-Chan heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly inquired, "What kind of flame is that?" "Black demon heaven devouring flame." The little nun spat out 5 words while her gaze was locked motionlessly on the flame at Zhuo-Chen's fingertips, as if she was speculating on something. What is so powerful about the black demon heaven devouring flame? This kind of foreign fire? Zhuo-Chen looked at his little ant with some puzzlement, slightly disappointed. I don't seem to have heard of any foreign flames known in the continent that are called the black demon heaven devouring flame. Although he wasn't too familiar with this aspect, Zhuo-Chen could understand one thing, but anything that was too outstanding and powerful would tend to circulate and be accepted and known by countless people. For example, the true dragon flame, the ancient Kirin flame, the 3 flavors true flame, the sun sacred flame, and so on. But this so-called black demon heaven devouring flame, Zhuo-Chen had never heard of it, so it must not be famous? Seeing Zhuo-Chen's disappointed face, Xiao Gu smiled faintly. That canonical text has very little description of the black demon heaven devouring flame. It only said that the characteristic of this flame is that it presents a pure black color. Moreover, this kind of flame has a huge devouring power, especially for human beings, desolate beasts, and other living beings that have the breath of life with a terrifying devouring power. Basically, once one is contaminated with the black demon heaven devouring flame, unless one extinguishes the flame with a special means or suppresses it, otherwise, even the most powerful existence will be devoured by this flame. Special means to extinguish the flame or suppress it. Otherwise, even more powerful existences will be devoured by this flame. Oh! Zhuo-Chen couldn't help but appear a flash of interest. In that case, this black flame that he had taken in really possessed the kind of characteristics of the black demon heaven devouring flame, eroding human flesh, devouring life, and refining living beings. However, all special flames tend to have extremely powerful burning and devouring power. Whether this black fire is that kind of flame or not remains to be explored on its own. Let's hope that this flame is really that black demon heaven devouring flame, Zhuo-Chen said, putting the black flame inside his body. Shortly after accompanying his little ant and watching that it was time for her to rest, Zhuo-Chen walked out of the dancing sky pavilion and walked alone towards Right Protector Xiahou Wu's hall. Chapter 087 Fight on My Behalf. When he stepped into the great hall of the protector, Zhuo-Chen saw Xiahou Wu sitting cross-legged within the great hall, as if he knew that he was about to arrive. With strength at the other party's level, there was no longer a need to sleep in the same way as normal people, and Zhuo-Chen naturally wouldn't feel that it was a bit sudden for him to come so late in the night. Greetings to the Right Protector. Zhuo-Chen stepped into the grand hall with a relaxed expression. He and Xiahou Wu were considered extremely familiar with each other, and in front of the other party, Zhuo-Chen did not need to be as restrained as the other disciples. Xiahou Wu opened his eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Spirit Evocation Realm 5th Sky? Very good. Your talent is no longer weak amongst the disciples of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. After saying that, Xiahou Wu's right arm poked out, and an ancient Yuan power spread out, directly carrying a card with a glittering crystal light and handing it to Zhuo-Chen. As soon as he took this card in his hand, Zhuo-Chen's eyes lit up. Rune crystal card? Well, promise. Xiahou Wu laughed. At first, the other party told Zhuo-Chen that as long as he broke the king, he could get a reward of 50,000 clan contribution points. Zhuo-Chen also regarded it as a joke, however, as a clan protector with a high position of power and authority. How could the promises made by Xiahou be easily turned into a joke? 50,000 contribution points, even if it was an ordinary true disciple, it could only be obtained by accumulating them for a year or two by doing tasks. On that day, White Crane only used 10,000 contribution points to make the then Lu Yuan spared the danger of being discovered by the sect and sanctioning his life to kill Zhuo Chen, so it can be imagined. For today's shy Zhuo Chen, getting these 50,000 contribution points is simply too good to be true, and can be exchanged for a large number of pills, secret books, and so on. Zhuo Chen needed this contribution point and naturally wouldn't nag about anything, putting away the rune crystal card. He continued to look at Xiahou Wu. The other party purposely asked himself to make a trip to him when he came out, so naturally, it wouldn't be just for the sake of giving himself 50,000 contribution points as such a thing. Only Xiahou Wu's complexion became a few points more serious as he looked at Zhuo Chen seriously and said, "There's one more thing. I want to know your will." What is it?" Zhuo Chen looked at the other party. "I want you to be my Xiahou Wu's disciple." Xiahou Wu was silent for a moment before he suddenly opened his mouth, and when he spoke these words, the latter's gaze flashed with a powerful glint of essence, carrying a touch of hope. Zhuo Chen was stunned. Accepting himself as a disciple? "I'm sorry, Right Protector. I may be able to do everything else, but this matter, perhaps, cannot be promised." Zhuo Chen shook his head, and a momentary aura of despondency appeared on his face, which was not noticed by Xiahou Wu. As a matter of fact, in this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, everyone was dreaming of having a treatment similar to that of such geniuses as Nalan Shuamai and Long Xinyue, worshipping under the sect elders, protectors, and other masters, and becoming the other party's personal disciple. In that case, not only would their status in the sect jump by thousands of feet, directly possessing the identity of a true disciple, but also being treated completely differently by the sect, coupled with the personal teaching of these people, the future would be unimaginable. Moreover, another point is that if you have an elder-level existence behind you as a backer, unless you have committed a monstrous mistake, otherwise, looking at the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, who would dare to touch a finger of yours? Right Protector Xiahou Wu, looking at the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, in addition to the 3 palace masters, the status is above everyone, that is, the ordinary elders face Xiahou Wu have to give a few points of face. It can be said that on weekdays, Xiahou Wu is strict, but there is no one who does not want to worship in Xiahou Wu's name, become the other party's personal disciple. Such a character personally asked to take Zhuo Chen as his disciple. Yet he was rejected? Xiahou Wu's face changed slightly, his own hallowed Right Protector personally accepting a disciple and being rejected. This was simply a slap in the face on the spot. "Are you sure?" Xiahou Wu looked at Zhuo Chen. Determined. Zhuo Chen's eyes met the other party without budging. The originally relaxed atmosphere within the entire hall seemed to have solidified, becoming cold and dead silent. At some point, looking at Zhuo Chen's stubborn eyes, Xiahou Wu suddenly laughed. Only that smile carried a touch of regret. "You brat, you're practically of the same nature as me back then. Since you don't agree, then this matter will be settled." Zhuo Chen's face was also relieved. In fact, a cool chill went down his back. Don't look at his own relationship with Xiahou Wu on a regular basis, but he had heard a lot of things about the other party. In the clan, disobedience to Xiahou Wu's will of the disciples is not no, but those people ultimately one by one were ruled obediently, and Xiahou Wu's means of ruling people is very simple, that is, 2 words, violence. Zhuo Chen might not give in, but if the other party really made a move, no one would be willing to suffer from that kind of flesh and blood, right? "I'm sorry, Right Protector, 10 years ago, I had sworn that I would never worship anyone in my life again." Zhuo Chen suddenly opened his mouth. If he hadn't suddenly felt that indescribable regret and sorrow from the other party, causing Zhuo Chen's heart to soften, with Zhuo Chen's personality, he wouldn't have been able to explain this sentence. Zhuo Chen could clearly feel that Xiahou Wu's kind of regret was not the regret of not agreeing to the other party himself, but rather an emotion of regret with a faint sense of powerlessness and unwillingness, as well as a kind of ineffable sadness. For some reason, looking at Xiahou Wu's face in front of him, Zhuo Chen was in a trance and actually had the feeling of seeing the other party instantly age a few years. Just more than 10 years have passed. Zhuo Dust cannot forget that incomparably clear scene back then, that in his own heart and parents placed on the same height of the existence of the old man he called master, in his own wasted, chased down the key moment of the exuded and the past days are very different from the cold indifference. From that moment, Zhuo Chen swore that he would never worship anyone in this life, and that one day he would return to that land, stand in front of that person with the most powerful stance, and use his fists to tell the other person, to tell everyone that Lao Zi is back. "That's just it. Just take this. From now on, you will be a true disciple of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace." Xiahou Wu handed Zhuo Chen a true disciple's identity plate. The light golden identity plate shone with a dignified and dazzling light, and on the front side, Zhuo Chen's name was engraved. True disciple? Zhuo Chen's eyes narrowed. The treatment of true disciples in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace was completely different from the others, and Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's cultivation of true disciples reached a level that made countless disciples crazy and envious. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the entire Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, but if there were 10% of the resources, 70% of them belonged to the true disciples, while the other 90,000 or so talents shared the remaining 30% of the resources. With the existence of a large amount of resources, coupled with the embodiment of one's own talent, it could be said that if there were no accidents, the future of any true disciple would have an unlimited future. Cultivate well. It doesn't matter if you don't become my disciple. I know that sooner or later you will reach the top and become the pride of my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. Xiahou Wu resumed his previous stance and looked at Suichan with a faint smile. I look forward to that day. It's a pity, after waiting for so many years, it's not easy for me to come across a disciple that I can see eye to eye with. But I was even rejected. If I had the temper of the past, I would have punched you brat half to death. Xiahou Wu glanced at Suichan. Suichan smiled sarcastically, and then he said, in fact, if you, right protector, have anything that you need a disciple to do or go out and do, a disciple can also do his best to help do so. The other party gave himself such a great benefit. Suichan just walk away is also too much, no merit. Suichan also do not care to take the benefits of others for nothing. Really? Xiahou Wu's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked Suichan up and down. Really? Suichan touched his nose. Good, within 10 years, if you can set foot in the martial soul realm, I want you to fight on my behalf, to go to a battle and defeat someone for me. Xiahou Wu's tone became heavy as he said word by word. Martial soul realm? Seal concentration, spirit evocation, martial fusion, metaphysical transformation, and martial soul. Martial soul realm, for today's Suichan, was an unattainable realm. As far apart as the mountains, there was too far to go in the future if he wanted to step into that step. Stepping into that realm is the true meaning of life metamorphosis of Yuan martial artists. Not only the physical body changes, even the soul will be metamorphosed into a powerful and mysterious state of the martial soul, controlling all sorts of subtle and mysterious transcendent means. This was also a big hurdle. Countless Yuanwu practitioners in the world, I don't know how many of them had practiced hard until they were on their deathbeds, but had never seen the hope of stepping into the martial soul realm. Perhaps, just like those people, one day, Suichan would also stop in front of this hurdle, unable to step over it even if he tried harder. Who is that person? Suichan looked at Xiahou Wu, who seemed to have changed into a different person in front of him. Although the latter was trying his best to suppress his emotions, Suichan could still feel that anger and battle intent radiating from the other party. Feng Yuxiu, the fist sex patriarch. Xiahou Wu spoke in a deep tone. All right, I promise you. Suichan nodded seriously without the slightest hesitation. The fist sect, like the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, was also independent of the jurisdiction of any imperial dynasty or power, transcendent, with a terrifyingly strong foundation. In this Tsangdom domain, it is a first-class great sect. Challenging the patriarch of such a sect, if it was spread out to the outside world, perhaps everyone would only treat it as a joke. The difference was too great. There was no comparison. 10 years later, even if Suichan stepped into the martial soul realm, perhaps the strength of the fist sect leader, Feng Yuxiu, had become even more terrifying. Moreover, on the cultivation path of a Yuan martial artist, talent is only a shortcut that allows you to walk faster and smoother than others, but sometimes walking faster may not be able to reach the ultimate peak, and on the cultivation path that is full of unknowns, there has never been anyone who dares to say that he or she can go all the way forward and never stop. The current Suichan, in the eyes of many people, has extraordinary talent, rising like a black horse, but no one dares to be sure that Suichan will be able to ride on forever. Yes. Xiahou Wu's throat wriggled and a single word burst out. It was as if the entire person had unraveled a knot in his heart, and his powerful aura carried a torrent of ancient Yuan power that filled the entire hall. Chapter 088 Suichan returns. The night was growing late and the earth was silent in all directions. The night passed, and as a dark moon gradually dispersed, the sun rose, and a reddish haze gradually emerged from the depths of the endless 9 heavens. The figures of the disciples walking between the sects also began to multiply, and in the cultivation grounds, a figure poured in to begin the day's cultivation. However, just as some people stepped into the cultivation field, they were stunned by a figure in front of them. Suichan. Some disciples murmured and opened their mouths, their expressions shocked, a touch of incredulity in their tones. The rumor in the sect was that Suichan had died in the fire demon cave, and as these days gradually passed, everyone acquiesced to this fact, and even the people who talked about this matter were few and far between. Unexpectedly, after so many days had passed, the other party suddenly returned, appearing in the training ground for good reason? Who doesn't know the horror of the fire demon cave? Into that inside for such a long time suddenly appeared, the whole person does not seem to be injured appearances just, but instead as the aura appears to be more powerful and terrifying. On many people's faces, a different color soon appeared, and they couldn't help but ponder. Zuo-chun returned. This kind of news, almost in a very short period of time, spread throughout the clan. Originally has been silent a matter in the sudden burst out again in the countless disciples caused a great sensation at the same time, is that some of the senior management of the clan is also the line of sight transferred over. Stepping into the fire demon cave and appearing intact, Zuo-chun was not the first person but to be able to not be injured in the slightest but instead have such an adequate breath from the appearance of the fire demon cave until now, Zuo-chun was the absolute first. In the Fei Tian pavilion, he was lying on the bed, his breath was incomparably weak, and in vain someone panicked and pushed the door and appeared in front of Bai He. "What's up? Don't you know I'm recuperating?" White Crane angrily cursed. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't even get out of bed right now, according to his previous temperament, he would have slapped the other party in the face a long time ago. Left dust has returned. The disciple's face was ugly as he said in a low voice. White Crane laughed out loud on the spot. "Don't tease me, he died in the fire demon cave, and has long since turned into a pile of withered bones and died. It really came back, just now in the cultivation field. I saw it with my own eyes," this disciple said. Poof! A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly. White Crane's face was pale, and his body, which had been recuperating for nearly a month, almost collapsed completely. In White Crane's eyes, Zuo-chun had long since become the past and died in the fire demon cave, and he didn't expect that after a month had passed, the other party had reappeared, coming out alive from the fire demon cave. In the dark, countless gazes coalesced over at the flying sky pavilion, revealing mocking colors as everyone understood what Zuo-chun's return meant. And as the news of Zuo-chun's return spread out, Xiahou Wu, who was the right protector, personally sent out a message. From now on, Zuo-chun is a true disciple of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. After this news came out, it made everyone move, but this time, no one said that Zuo-chun's status was not worthy of its name or something like that. From the fact that Zuo-chun signed a life and death order with Wang breaking and beat that Wang breaking to the point of not knowing whether he would live or die, and then adding this matter of the Fire Devil's Cave, Zuo-chun's strength was obvious to all, and it was completely comparable to that of many of the true transmission disciples, and I'm afraid that it was even among the top of the list among the true transmission disciples. Coming to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace in less than half a year, ascending from a follower to the ranks of true disciples was absolutely unique except for Zuo-chun. Some people secretly speculated that among the disciples of the sect today, I'm afraid that the only ones who are qualified to rival Zuo-chun are the most powerful ones among the true disciples. Other than that, no one can suppress Zuo-chun. For the vibrations he caused, including many disciples appearing in front of him and starting to show their goodwill, Zuo-chun appeared to be bland, and he understood that he was in the position he was in today among these disciples because of what? Strength. Without strength, in the eyes of other people, farts are nothing, even similar to White Crane's uncle and so on. Want to step on their own foot is simply too easy. In the next few days, Zuo-chun was relatively low-key. Every day, in addition to his own cultivation, he urged the knife to improve its strength according to the knife's strength growth rate. I'm afraid that soon it will be able to become an official disciple of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, as Zuo-chun had hoped. As for Zuo-chun's own realm, it could be said that it had now reached a short bottleneck, and he was in no hurry to break through. In these 2 months over, Zuo-chun had been able to raise 1 heavens almost every 10 days or so on average. Even if today's him possessed the powerful talent of 6 ancient elemental seals, the speed of cultivation was not exaggerated to such an unbelievable extent. Zuo-chun understood that this was also mainly due to the reason that he had fused a drop of dragon blood. However, although this dragon's blood was a heaven-defying treasure, and now that it had been refined by himself, not only did his realm grow, but his body even gave birth to a strand of protective true dragon chi as a result. This benefit was not without a price. The human physical body had a kind of adaptability, getting used to this state of constant breakthroughs, but after the power of the true dragon blood was completely fused and refined by himself, there was no longer that possibility of a rapid breakthrough in strength, and at that time there would be a backlash in the physical body. The result of the physical body backlash is commonly known as the fire into the devil, is a robbery. This robbery can pass okay, not pass, that is completely become a waste of time, and even the death of the end of the road. The current Zuo-chun, what he mainly needed was to lay the foundation of the origin, stabilize his current realm and strength, and wait until everything was complete and stable before he could proceed to start breaking through to the next heavens. While taking advantage of this to stabilize his realm, Zuo-chun instead focused on cultivating the ancient Yuan technique, which was naturally very important for a Yuan martial artist as it was the only means of combat. Shadow Blade, Shura Flame Blade. Of the several ancient Yuan technique means that Zuo-chan had practiced, these two were the most powerful. However, ancient Yuan techniques like the Shadow Blade were simply too mysterious, and it was difficult to comprehend the next level in a short period of time, and conversely, Zuo-chen's mastery of the cultivating flame blade had risen to a higher level over the past few days. The Shura Flame Blade, which was originally a sword that was formed by fire, and condensed its own ancient Yuan power as well as the 8 spatial and temporal energies to fight against the enemy, was about the reason that he had refined the Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame. And when Zuo-chan tried to transfer the power of the Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame into the Shura Flame Blade, the power contained in it was obviously greatly enhanced when he chopped it out. This discovery surprised Zuo-chan. Right now, after the Shura Flame Blade was formed, the main source of flame was still the fire power within the heavens and earth, and if he was able to completely transform it into the Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame, the Shura Flame Blade of that time would be unprecedentedly terrifying in terms of its power. At that time, although this ancient Yuan technique itself was only an Earth grade lower grade, however, its true power would definitely not be weaker than an Earth grade middle grade, or even upper grade ancient Yuan technique. As more than 10 days passed since Zuo-chen's return, the gazes that some people had gathered on him due to the arrival of a group of people were finally shifted away. Zuo-chen, who had just finished practicing and walked out from the cultivation field, also saw the appearance of these people. To be exact, it was a young woman who arrived with a group of attendants. Beauty is always striking. These people just appeared in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace will cause many disciples to marvel, countless male disciples' eyes filled with infatuation and admiration of the light. In terms of appearance, this woman placed in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is definitely the kind of pinnacle of the top, one of a kind, able to compete with Nalan Xuedao's existence. There was a true disciple who couldn't hold back and went up to accost him, about as frivolous as it gets, and before he could say a couple of words, he was directly slapped out by the woman with a direct slap, and without waiting for this shocked true disciple to strike, the woman took a step out and directly stepped on his chest. Witnessed this scene of Zuo-chan is not only touching his nose, this guy is unlucky, you pick up a girl to pick up a girl is not, prefer to rely on their own identity of true disciples to flirt with people, this is not asking for fun. However, this woman's strength was somewhat unfathomable, and it was hard to imagine that the other party, whose age appeared to be somewhere between that of Zuo-chen, was able to burst out with such incredible power in an instant. The one who was beaten, if Zuo-chan remembered correctly, should be the 31st ranked existence in the golden list of true disciples, and the realm of strength had already stepped into the 4th heaven of spirit summoning, but he was not the opponent of this woman. How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? Huang Fuyuan lay on the ground, only feeling a hot and spicy piece of his face. Under the gaze of many people is even more ashamed, cannot help but shocked and angry. The woman glanced at Huang Fuyuan. I'm not really interested in knowing what you are, but if you can't keep that mouth of yours under control any longer, you'll probably have to be cut off. After saying that, the woman casually turned around and led the group of people to leave this place, heading deeper into the sect. My Huangfu clan will not let you go. Huang Fuyuan was laughing coldly, finally coming back to his senses. Just as Huang Fuyuan's voice fell, an old man behind the woman suddenly turned his head, a touch of disdain and mockery on his face. Junior, woe is me. Be careful of a few more dead bodies on the edge of the Linjiang River. The moment these words came out, Huang Fuyuan's entire face became momentarily pale, while within the surrounding earth, some disciples who were aware of the situation were all suddenly discolored. Huang Fu source behind the family, look at the Holy Sky dynasty is in the top 3 of the big family. It is said that the old patriarch of the Huangfu clan is the Year and the Holy Sky dynasty's central royal lord together with the War brothers, this kind of heritage terrible power in the mouth of that old man even but so, and even blatantly threaten to threaten? Uncle Mo, do you think that this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, will that Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame exist? According to speculation, the so-called fire demon circulating in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace should belong to one of those 3 kinds of foreign flames. Hopefully it is the Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame. Then Miss You will be saved. As the few people moved forward between them, a vague sound came from them, causing Zuo-chen's eyes to shrink in vain. Black Demon Sky Devouring Flame? These words were not unfamiliar to Zuo-chen. Upon hearing the voices of these people, Zuo-chen was certain that what he possessed was indeed this foreign fire, and it seemed that little Ant was right in her speculation. Chapter 089 Vice Palace Master Summoned. What are the identities of these people who came specifically for the Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame? Zuo-chen secretly pondered, knowing that this group of people were basically going to be disappointed. Inside the Fire Demon Cave, the Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame had already been refined by himself, and from then on regarding the existence of the Fire Demon, it had become a history. But all the foreign fire is extremely precious, Every kind of out of the world will cause a shocking big vibration, will make countless people crazy to come to fight for, 'cause some people's coveting. Fire Devil Cave exists within the Black Devil Heaven devouring flame. That is, very few people recognize this kind of fire, coupled with these years into the Fire Devil Cave basically are dead. The news out of the outside world is only the Fire Devil Cave is very scary, but very few people are able to associate the two words of the fire body. Now that these people came all the way here, and both their identities and strengths seem to be quite uncomplicated, if they knew that this flame was refined by themselves, I'm afraid that the consequences would not be what Swo-chun wanted to see. Swo-chun narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at these people until the figures of these people disappeared in front of him, and only then did he calmly leave. At the same time, what Swo-chun didn't know was that deep within the sect, some of the big names within the Heavenly Palace had already been startled, similar to some of the top streams of elders all appearing, and even a vice palace lord had appeared. Inside the sect hall, the previous woman and a group of people appeared, was greeted by some of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's senior management. On both sides of the hall, those usually high and mighty existences also put down their stature one by one. That is, looking at the woman in front of them in the gaze vaguely also transmits a touch of reverence. Deputy Palace Master Tang, it should be more than a decade since you and I last parted ways, right? On the woman's side, an old man spoke with a smile. 11 years. Huh. My strength has remained stagnant all these years. Yet Brother Mo has already stepped into the martial soul realm. Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's vice sect Master Tang Xiao spoke, a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. It's all just chance. Deputy Palace Master Tang is only one final step away from the martial soul realm. Once he has an epiphany, he can take a step over. The old man smiled, then looked at Tang Xiao. I came this time, but I have an important thing to ask for. Oh, Tang Xiao's face was solemn. Please speak, Brother Mo. If we have the ability, we will do our best to accomplish it. We want to make a trip to the Fire Demon Cave. The old man spoke. Many of the elders present were all slightly changed in color. Tang Xiao said on the spot, Brother Mo, that Fire Demon Cave is extremely dangerous. These years fell a lot of people to go in. That is, we have this kind of strength to step into it, cannot hold out for a long time. What are you going to do there? Help Miss Purple Shirt heal. The old man sighed, then said, to tell the truth, when Miss Z Shirt was born, she was infected with fire poison in her body. These 10 years or so, the adults personally took action and constantly helped Miss Z Shirt suppress the fire poison in her body. Who knows that the fire poison is too horrible? Not only was it not suppressed, but in the past 2 years, the power of the fire poison has become more and more prevalent. At this rate, it won't be long before this fire poison can't be suppressed. Tang Xiao's face changed. Fire poison? He looked at the woman on the old man's side and couldn't help but shrink his pupils slightly. A stream of thoughts probing out, and almost instantly, Tang Xiao's body stomped back 3 steps, his face pale. What a terrifying power of fire poison. Tang Xiao's voice carried a touch of afterthought. His thoughts, even in a flash, was some kind of mysterious power refining away, and that kind of power is not even relentless, has the meaning of passing over, invading the Tang Xiao body. Not Tang Xiao on the spot, will be a wisp of thoughts cut off. I'm afraid that at the moment on the emergence of the trouble. Does treating this fire poison have anything to do with my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's Fire Demon Cave? Tang Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Yes, we have traveled to the great domains and searched for famous doctors. No one can cure this fire poison. But fortunately we have obtained a formula. That is to fight poison with poison. The fire poison in Missy's body is in fact a foreign fire called Tai Erotic Heart Flame. This flame is constantly devouring Missy's life and origin. To truly suppress it and completely eradicate it, there is only one way, and that is to look for a stronger foreign fire to fight poison with poison. As far as we know, such a foreign fire exists within your clan's Fire Demon Cave. It should be the legendary Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame. The old man said. After saying that, everyone present in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, including Tang Xiao, looked at each other in disbelief. Black Demon Heaven Devouring Flame? This seemed to be a very unfamiliar name, and it was surprising that he and the others had never heard of this kind of foreign fire. Unexpectedly, in the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace where they and the others had stayed for many years, there existed a precious foreign flame. A moment later, a glint appeared in someone's eyes. If there really was this kind of flame inside the Fire Demon Cave, then it should be that fire demon without a doubt. Ridiculous, the Fire Demon Cave has existed for countless years. Everyone only treats it as a dangerous place, but they haven't thought about the fact that this so-called fire demon might be a powerful foreign fire. If the Fire Demon Cave truly has that foreign fire in existence, it would naturally be my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's honor to be able to relieve Miss Zishang of her fire poison and treat her injuries. Tang Xiao opened his mouth, and then he was inviting the few people in front of him. All of you, please follow me. Fire Demon Cave. A group of clan executives led by Vice Palace Master Tang Xiao arrived at this place with these people, and moments later, the entire entrance to the Fire Demon Cave was blasted open. The group of people were careful and soon stepped into it. Some disciples saw this scene from afar. Their faces couldn't help but look strange. In particular, the disgruntled Huang Fuyuan also saw this scene in the crowd. A flash of scorn appeared in his eyes, and he quickly suppressed that strange thought within his heart completely. He knew that a guest that even the Vice Palace Master had to receive personally and carefully was not something that he, Huang Fuyuan, including the Huangfu clan behind him, could afford to mess with. Inside the Fire Demon Cave, the crowd appeared, each face showing a look of anticipation, especially the woman who was arched in the center by the crowd. A flash of light also appeared in her slightly haggard beauty eyes. That Mo Lao waved his hand, and immediately, a man stepped out from the back, which stepped into the front and took out a transparent sphere with many runes engraved all over it. The man's hands condensed dense hand seals into the sphere. Immediately, there is a faint ancient yuan power fluctuations from the sphere from the internal transmission. The entire sphere autonomously swept out, hovering in the mid-air in front. Under the watchful eyes of Old Man Mo and the others, the sphere continuously released some sort of mysterious power. However, a quarter of an hour passed, half an hour passed, and at the end of the day, the only thing that could be heard was that the man who was harnessing the crystal sphere frowned and opened his mouth. Lord Mo, here, there is no black demon heaven devouring flame present. What? Elder Mo's face couldn't help but change. He then opened his mouth to ask Tang Xiao, Vice Palace Master Tang, you're the most familiar with this Fire Demon Cave, so I'd like to ask what the so-called Fire Demon power here actually is? Could it be that we thought wrong, and it's not the black demon heaven devouring flame? Tang Xiao sniffed and stepped out of the runic formation that the crowd was based on, personally appearing in the midst of the raging, surging flames within the cave. He began to operate the ancient Yuan power heart technique, refining and absorbing the various energies of the four directions of the earth. However, time continued to pass by, and at the end of the day, a look of surprise and incomprehension appeared in Tang Xiao's eyes. Tang Xiao then explained, those who enter this place will inevitably be unable to resist the erosion of the surrounding flames, and will only be able to run their mind techniques and cultivate while resisting the pressure of the outside world. However, once one cultivates within the Fire Demon Cave, that fire demon will enter the body along with the energy of space and time, and accumulating to a certain extent will cause a backlash. However, today there seems to be something wrong. I have been practicing for most of the day, but there is no erosion of the fire demon's power. Could it be that it is suddenly hidden today? The man who had previously harnessed that crystal ball to sense this place spoke up. If that fire demon is a foreign fire, then it would be impossible to hide, similar to the black demon heaven devouring flame, which is one of the three most devouring foreign fires in the legend. When it encounters humans, desolate beasts and other existences that possess the scent of life, not only will it not hide, but instead, it will appear in a hurry. Saying that, the man's tone shifted and said seriously, if the power of the fire demon suddenly disappeared, then there is only one possibility, that it has been taken in and refined away. Elder Mo and the others looked at each other in dismay, while a flash of disappointment appeared on the woman's face. If the black demon heaven devouring flame was refined, then the fire poison in one's body would not be able to be lifted off, and the future days of enduring infinite pain not to mention. I'm afraid that one would not even be able to live for a few years. Obviously, including Tang Xiao, this deputy palace master, including a group of Yuanwu Heavenly Palace senior management, seems to be for this black devil devouring heavenly flame is not familiar with, and it looks like, for the disappearance of this fire demon power, Tang Xiao and others itself is also a bit unbelievable. Look, Ink Old Man and others also understand, want to find the black devil devouring heavenly flame is afraid that it is difficult. Tang Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm really sorry, the fire demon cave is within my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, but the power of the fire demon has disappeared, and I, the deputy palace master, surprisingly didn't know about it. However, since it was refined, perhaps it's also someone from my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. I can look into this matter, and perhaps I can find it, and heal Miss Zishuang's injuries with the help of that fire demon's power. Tang Xiao continued. In that case, then I'll trouble Deputy Palace Master Tang. If the fire poison in Missy's body can really be cured, this favor from Yuanwu Heavenly Palace will definitely be remembered by Missy and my lord. Elder Mo spoke. Hearing Elder Mo's words, Tang Xiao and some of the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace elders present couldn't help but flash their eyes. Then Tang Xiao spoke directly. I remember, I came to the Fire Demon Cave half a year ago, and at that time, the fire demon power in this place still existed. so check to see if anyone came to the fire demon cave in the past half a year. After saying that, one of the elders quickly just backed away and went down. Responsible for investigating the matter, at the same time, Tang Xiao turned his body and looked at the two fire demon cave guardians standing at the back, his voice carrying a streak of anger. The power of the fire demon here has disappeared, and as guardians, you guys didn't know about it? Neglect of duty, you should be punished. The two guardians of the fire demon cave changed color. They were also wronged. Even though they were the guardians of this place, they were in fact only guarding the errant disciples who entered the fire demon cave from escaping, and were not responsible for anything else. However, to contradict and refute the deputy palace master, they did not have that kind of courage yet. Palace master. Disciples also witnessed the appearance of the fire demon's power the other day. While being terrified, the two seemed to have thought of something and looked at each other at the same time, with one of them suddenly speaking. Chapter 090 Zhuo Chen's explanation. Tang Xiao looked at this person. It's weird to say that not long ago that disciple named Zhuo Chen was punished for entering the fire demon cave, and on the second day after he came in, he was possessed by the fire demon and burned to death on the spot, as we saw with our own eyes. But who knows, by the third night, that Zhuo Chen suddenly appeared in front of the two of us intact. Moreover, he stood outside of the rune formation, surprisingly looking as normal, as if he wasn't afraid of anything here at all. This guardian opened his mouth. This kind of thing really can't be explained if it wasn't for the fact that the deputy palace master and a group of elders and others personally appeared today, giving so much pressure. They probably wouldn't have told this matter outwardly at all, or else I'm afraid that they would be treated as idiots. A person who was clearly dead, even his physical body had been refined to ashes, suddenly appeared intact. It wasn't a joke? Unless that Zhuo Chen was a martial soul realm powerhouse, reshaping his flesh and surviving again. However, even if a martial soul realm existence wanted to reshape their flesh, they would at least need some extremely precious treasures as an aid to do so. The two were originally reporting on this one thing, yet after saying it out loud, it caused a great deal of shock to the people present. Zhuo Chen, Tang Xiao muttered, spitting out those two words, and a face appeared in his mind with them. Bring Zhuo Chen over to me, Tang Xiao hurriedly commanded. Yes, an elder quickly walked out. As this person left, Elder Mo and Tang Xiao exchanged glances, and then a look of hope appeared on their faces. Could it be that the disciple called Zhuo Chen is the one who refined the black demon heaven-devouring flame? Beside Elder Mo, the man who was in charge of the crystal ball shook his head slightly. This possibility, it's too small. The devouring power of the black demon heaven-devouring flame is too powerful. Even if there is an exclusive refining method, at least the strength of the martial soul realm is needed to be able to take in and refine it. This person spoke, and the light in Elder Mo's eyes dimmed again. Martial soul realm? Although they had never seen Zhuo Chen, they at least knew that Zhuo Chen was merely a disciple of this Yuanwu heavenly palace. Yet even if it was the most powerful disciple of this Yuanwu heavenly palace, his strength could not possibly reach as terrifying as the martial soul realm. If even a disciple's strength can reach the martial soul realm, then Yuanwu heavenly palace would not be the same as today's background. I'm afraid that sweeping the entire Congdao domain is a matter of thought, and would have long been the most powerful force in the Congdao domain. However, based on what the two guardians said, if it was true, at least something unusual had happened to that disciple called Zhuo Chen, and some breakthroughs might be able to be found from here. At the back of the sect, an area where the unusual disciples lived, the original clamor suddenly stopped as an elder with a very unusual status in the sect appeared. At the entrance of house number 99, this elder's body stopped, and immediately knocked on the door and stepped inside. Zhuo Chen, who was cultivating, heard the sound and hurriedly was stood up, and instantly saw the appearance of this elder in front of him. Nowadays, Zhuo Chen was a towering true disciple, but because of the reason that there was little ant already residing within the Dancing Sky Pavilion, Zhuo Chen didn't have any other exclusive pavilions, but still resided here with Yi Chendi, and now with the addition of Little Dagger, it was considered that the three of them were living together. Zhuo Chen, you come with me to the fire demon cave. The elder appeared and spoke very directly. The depths of Zhuo Chen's gaze were slightly condensed. What should have come was still here. Those people looking for the black demon heaven-devouring flame naturally couldn't find it, and now they were checking on themselves? However, he didn't refuse, but directly followed the other party out, and the two figures quickly disappeared ahead to the direction where the fire demon cave was located. Along the way, a touch of apprehension and doubt surfaced on Zhuo Chen's face, but all of this was feigned by him to first see what this elder was looking for himself because of and to see the situation. Stepping into the fire demon cave, the crowd in front of him caused Zhuo Chen to be slightly shocked. The group of people from before were indeed here. The deputy palace master had even appeared in person to accompany these people. Moreover, even the sect's elders were present at this place in quite a number. This kind of formation, I am afraid that the identity of these people extraordinary. Thinking of this, Zhuo deeply looked at this woman, not to mention the other party's appearance, but in terms of the aura of honor that emanated from this woman's body intentionally or unintentionally, it was not something that could be compared to an ordinary woman. For a time, many gazes all gathered on Zhuo's body, which in turn caused him to feel slightly uncomfortable. Zhuo, do you know that within this fire demon cave, there exists a foreign fire? Vice Palace Master Tang Xiao suddenly inquired. As he opened his mouth, Zhuo felt the other party's two eyes lock onto him as if he wanted to see something. Foreign flame. The puzzled look on Zhuo's face grew stronger, and then he came to a sudden realization and said, "What the palace master said, could that foreign fire be the power of the fire demon in this place?" Upon hearing Zhuo's reply, the few old men present glanced at each other and instead revealed a slight sense of disappointment. Everyone has a guarded heart. If this left dust asks questions and shakes his head about everything, it would be a bit of a problem, but left dust speculated that the foreign fire is the power of the fire demon in one breath, which is quite puzzling. Not bad. It is indeed the power of the fire demon. I heard them say that you're actually not afraid of the power of the fire demon in this place? Tang Xiao opened his mouth. What is the palace master talking about? How terrifying is the power of the fire demon? Disciple almost died here the last time I came in, Zhuo said in hindsight. Then regarding the fact that you were burned to death by the fire demon's power, and then suddenly came back to life, and still didn't walk out of this place after the 7 days of punishment was completed, but stayed for almost a month before leaving, can you explain this matter? Tang Xiao opened his mouth, his tone was calm, and then he laughed. You don't have to be nervous, we only want to know why the fire demon power, that is, why that foreign fire disappeared, and we want to look for the foreign fire to cure Miss Xixin. We don't have any other intention. Even if you refine the foreign fire, as the Yuanwu Heavenly Palace's Vice Palace Master, I will only be happy to have a disciple like you. Zhuo nodded, the doubt and apprehension on his face slightly slowed down by a few points. Palace Master, when I first came in, I was indeed eroded by the power of the fire demon, but just as my flesh was being refined and I couldn't hold on and fainted, I gained a new lease of life due to a drop of fresh blood, and even my flesh was actually reshaped once again, which in turn caused my disciple's strength to grow by quite a bit. Fresh blood. Not only Tang Xiao but also that old man Mo and the others, all of them appeared with a flash of color. Yes, the drop of blood that disciple obtained by chance, about 30 to 40% of it was refined, and there was still some left that I didn't have the time to refine. Who knows, after helping me reshape my flesh last time, the rest of the blood even disappeared. Zhuo opened his mouth. The regret on his face was intense, as if he had thrown away a heavenly chance. Tang Xiao sniffed. His thoughts broke through the air and added to Zhuo's body, sensing for a moment and then bursting into shock. Dragon Qi protecting the body? Could it be that the drop of blood you mentioned is the blood of a true dragon? What? True dragon blood? Zhuo's voice was surprised and he couldn't help but stomp his feet. That blood? I've only refined 30 to 40% of it, so won't the rest go to waste? Regarding the existence of the true dragon's blood, now Zhuo was no longer afraid of being known, because the blood was fused with himself except for being refined by himself, and with the passage of these days, the essence belonging to the dragon's blood had completely disappeared, and even if someone knew about it, and captured himself, even if he ate himself in one mouthful and refined it away, it was impossible for him to get half of the benefits regarding the dragon's blood anymore. On the contrary, now at this time to personally say it to the Vice Palace Master, along with the many elders in front of him who knew about it, then it would prove his own value and depth. Sure enough, right after Zhuo finished speaking, Tang Xiao spoke in relief. Fate, heavenly fate, you don't need to be disappointed. Originally you refined away that true dragon blood. It was only able to make your base stronger, your strength progressed more rapidly, and you might even step into the ranks of the fusion martial realm in a short period of time. Now instead, it's a blessing due to a disaster. The remaining power of the true dragon blood has been completely fused with you, and even after reshaping your physical body because of the dragon blood, your body truly possesses a strand of indestructible true dragon qi. This is dragon qi protecting your body. Compared to the benefits you would receive if you directly refine that true dragon blood, it's too much. As for the rest of some of the elders present, a flash of blazing heat appeared in their eyes, and everyone was staring closely at Zhuo, with many thoughts surging up in their respective hearts. They had all heard about Zhuo's short-time rise, and now that they heard Zhuo's opening, they understood that this disciple in front of them must have been able to increase his realm so rapidly in a short period of time and have such a strong base because he had obtained such a heaven-defying item as a drop of true dragon blood. Refining the blood of the true dragon and obtaining dragon qi to protect his body, coupled with the fact that today's Zhuo was manifesting 6 ancient elemental seals, looking at the entire sect, but in terms of cultivation talent, Zuo-chan was undoubtedly at the very pinnacle of the ranks, even if, compared to a disciple such as Yi Qiandi, Zuo-chan was still fleshly and mortal in flesh, unable to be compared to a divine body. The so-called flaws could not cover up the excellence of the body, and it was impossible to be perfect in anything. For such a disciple to rise in the future, that potential was terrifyingly unimaginable. It's fine, you can leave first. Tang Zhao's voice had an undisguised excitement. Originally, Zuo-chan was only called to investigate about the foreign fire, but he didn't expect to instead discover a disciple with supreme potential as a result. There was nothing more exciting than this. With Zuo-chan's departure, the few people present relapsed into silence. The clues were broken here in Zuo-chan, and it would be difficult to discover some other clues. The elder who had gone out earlier returned and brought news. Within half a year, there was no one else who stepped into the fire demon cave other than some errant disciples and disciples. A total of 3 people had come in, and other than Zuo-dust, the other 2 had already died. Judging by this terrain, this place all belongs to the earth fire. The black demon heaven-devouring flame should have appeared from the depths of the earth, but it's possible that it has retreated for some reason, but all powerful foreign flames have spirituality. The man holding the crystal ball said, he seemed to have studied the flames, and his words were able to convince the people present. Then leave, we can only look elsewhere. Elder Mo spoke with disappointment, with a touch of heaviness, but he understood how difficult it was to find a foreign fire, not to mention that not every foreign fire was feasible if he wanted to cure the fire poison in the young Mrs. body. Chapter 091 Chun Zixi. The crowd walked out of the fire demon cave, and as Elder Mo and the rest of his party prepared to leave, the girl called Purple Shirt suddenly spoke. Uncle Mo, you guys go first. I want to stay in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace for a while. Purple Shirt looked at the few people in front of her, a touch of redness appearing on her slightly pale face due to her long-term sickness. Stay here. Elder Mo and the rest of his party glanced at each other, and a look of incomprehension passed through their eyes. Going back is also staying. I feel that after coming here, although that black demon heaven-devouring flame is no longer here, the power of the fire poison backlash in my body seems to have been suppressed by a few points. Violet Shirt spoke. After hearing these words, Elder Mo and the others looked at the woman in front of them. The other party's complexion did seem to be quite a bit better than before. Could it be that the foreign fire inside this fire demon cave had disappeared? But there were still a few bits of the power of the foreign fire remaining, able to have a certain suppression effect on Missy's fire poison? When he thought of this, Elder Mo looked at Vice Palace Master Tang Xiao on the side. Tang Xiao laughed on the spot. Miss Purple Shirt staying in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace. This is naturally an honor for us, Brother Mo. You can rest assured that unless my Yuanwu Heavenly Palace is exterminated, I will ensure that Miss Purple Shirt will be safe and sound. All right then, when we find a new foreign flame, we will come and take Miss back. Elder Mo thought for a moment, then nodded. A group of people quickly left the place, and not long afterward, Elder Mo and a group of others left Yuanwu Heavenly Palace under the high-profile farewells of a group of sect executives. But the woman called Purple Shirt stayed behind. This group of people could attract the Vice Palace Master to personally send them off. Their whereabouts naturally attracted the attention of countless disciples. Zuo-chan then knew that these people did not bring that woman with them after they left. For some reason, a touch of strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart, and he felt that there would always be some kind of connection between himself and that woman. However, unlike those disciples who took great pains to get close to this kind of beauty, Zuo-chan inwardly avoided this kind of identity as extraordinary people, or less contact is better, less the benefits did not get, but instead caused a fuss. He is now in control of the black demon heaven-devouring flame. If it is known by some of the people behind the woman, to see these people want to think about the foreign flames of the crazy, it is inevitable that they will not be born with the heart of the covetousness. The appearance of such a woman with an unusual identity and beauty, in fact, from the top of the sect, down to the ordinary disciples, in the entire sect disciples is considered to have caused a small stir, as when Nalan Shuamei just stepped into the sect. As for Zuo-chan, he was bashful. Instead, he was happy to do so. At least it diverted a lot of people's eyes away from himself, and there was too much less trouble, wasn't it? It was just that Zuo-chan's elation didn't last long, and something that made him depressed appeared, and that was, the woman named Chun Zishang made a special trip to find herself on the second day. Brother Dust, that beauty is looking for you outside. Little Dagger ran in with gusto, then said, Tisk, it's worthy of being Brother Dust, actually hooking up such a great beauty without saying a word? After saying that, Little Dagger calmed down for a few moments and then looked at Zuo-chan with a guarded gaze. But, I can tell you, Brother Dust, you can't be unfaithful to sister-in-law Snow Dance. Get lost and go cultivate. Zuo-chan laughed and scolded the little knife. This Chun Zixi came to look for herself. Anyone else would have been afraid that they would have fainted with excitement. But Zhuo Chen's face wasn't very happy. It was calm to the extreme. Walking out of the door, Zhuo Chen saw at a glance Chen Zixiang, who was not far ahead and was being arched in the center by some people. Many disciples were all using their own means, trying their best to show their own extraordinary, probably hoping to attract the attention of the latter. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Chen Zixiang ignored these people from beginning to end. Instead, with the emergence of Zhuo Chen, her gaze brightened up in an instant. Can we talk? Chen Zixiang walked up to Zhuo Chen. Zhuo Chen looked at the latter with a surprised expression. It's you? Miss Violet Shirt. I really don't know where that black demon heaven-devouring flame is. Chen Zixiang laughed, and those intelligent two eyes surveyed Zhuo Chen, as if they were able to see through what was hidden inside you with a single glance, which made Zhuo Chen a little uncomfortable. After being stared at by this Chun Zixi for half a day, Zhuo Chen finally became helpless. All right, let's go over there and talk. Taking Chen Zixiang away from this place, in the midst of the murderous eyes of the many disciples, the two of them eventually disappeared, arriving not far in front of the fire demon cave. I know that the black demon heaven-devouring flame is in your possession. Chen Zixiang's first words when he came to this place caused Zhuo Chen's brows to furrow. Are you willing to listen to me? Chen Zixiang looked at Zhuo Chen. Looking at the woman in front of him, who had come to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace for the first time and had domineeringly and incomparably slapped a true disciple directly to the ground. But at this moment, she appeared to be so weak, and even had a somewhat pathetic posture. Zhuo Chen's heart suddenly welled up with a burst of heartache. It had nothing to do with anything else but the fact that in the latter's body, he seemed to see the shadow of his little aunt. As soon as I was born with a noble status and was regarded by everyone as a pearl in the palm of their hand. But what I didn't expect was that since I came to understand, my memories didn't have the joy that I deserved, but rather pain. Chen Zixiang opened her mouth quietly, both speaking to Zhuo Chen and as if she was talking to herself. Inside my body, there is innately a foreign fire burning. My body. If it weren't for Lord Father's best efforts to help me suppress it all these years, perhaps I wouldn't even have survived to the age of 16. If I want to eradicate the Tai-in erotic heart flame in my body, the only way is to find one of the three great foreign flames, including the black demon heaven-devouring flame. However, foreign flames are hard to find, and trying to find these three great foreign flames is even harder. It was hard to find news of the black demon heaven-devouring flame. Yet only after rushing to this place did I realize that the black demon heaven-devouring flame had already disappeared without realizing it. That day, you said that you hadn't obtained the black demon heaven-devouring flame, but when I stood at your side, I clearly felt that the power of the fire poison in my body seemed to have met its nemesis and retreated. I don't know why you're hiding the fact that you're carrying the black demon heaven-devouring flame, but we really don't mean anything else. We just simply want to cure the fire poison in my body. Chen Zixiang looked at Zhuo Chen. Listening to Chen Zixiang's opening, Zhuo Chen then laughed bitterly, originally thinking that he had hidden himself seamlessly, but he didn't expect to be secretly discovered by this wise girl in the first place. Seriously surveying the Chen Zixiang in front of him, it was after a moment that Zhuo Chen suddenly nodded. Okay, I'll help you get rid of the fire poison in your body. Really? Chen Zixiang's face immediately flushed with surprise, and his entire voice seemed to tremble for a few moments. If the fire poison in my body is lifted, then it is me, Chen Zixiang, who owes you a favor, and my father, my lord, will definitely be happy. And at that time, if you have any requests, even if it's to be the palace master of this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, he will be able to do it for you. Chen Zixiang opened her mouth. Even though these words were somewhat treasonous to Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, she was not afraid of being heard by others at all. Zhuo Chen frowned. I saved you, not for anything. As for what identity or background you have, I don't want to know even more. It's just purely because I saw the shadow of another person in you. Do you understand? Chen Zixiang unexpectedly glanced at Zhuo Chen, but a strange light invisibly appeared in that originally excited gaze. I'm sorry, I understand. Aha! Only then was Zhuo Chen satisfied for a few moments. Immediately afterward, Zhuo Chen became agonized. The problem is, I don't know how to make a move to remove this fire poison. This is simple. I've heard from those divine doctors that Father invited before. If the black demon heaven-devouring flame isn't subdued by someone, it will be troublesome. But if it's controlled by someone, it's actually quite simple. As Chen Zixiang opened her mouth, both of her cheeks slowly turned red, and the entire person became somewhat shy. Different flames of the same species, when they encounter each other, there are often three possibilities. One is to repel each other, the second is to merge with each other and form a new different flame, while the third is for one party to devour the other. The black demon heaven devouring flame is quite a bit more powerful compared to the Tai-yin eroding heart flame in my body, and when the two meet, the Tai-yin eroding heart flame will be devoured step by step, Chun Zishang said. I see. So when do we start? Zhuo Chun looked at Chun Zishang strangely. Wasn't it just to help the other party heal an injury and suppress a fire poison? What was Chun Zishang doing showing such a shy expression? Come to the Smoky Cloud Pavilion in the afternoon. Chun Zishang thought for a moment. Fine. Zhuo Chun nodded. Soon after, it was in the gazes of some disciples who had heard of the incident and were intentionally or unintentionally probing. Chun Zishang walked behind Zhuo Chun with a joyful expression on her face, and the two of them almost disappeared ahead one after the other. Damn Zhuo Chun. What exactly is so good about this guy? No wonder Chen Zixi was indifferent in the face of anyone, but suddenly found such excitement on Zhuo Chun. Could it be that there is some relationship between the two of them? Some of the disciples were talking, and they couldn't help but be clenching their fists. However, when they thought of Zhuo Chen's strength today, each one of them let out a breath. Today's Zhuo Chen was not comparable to that of a few months ago, and even if all of them swarmed, they might not be Zhuo Chen's opponent. Darn it, flowers on. Someone spoke up jealously. After lunch, Zhuo Chun thought about the matter of Chun Zishang, so he went directly to the Smoke Cloud Pavilion to look for Chun Zishang. With Chun Zishang's displayed identity, living in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace, naturally it was also the best treatment. The Smoke Cloud Pavilion was an exclusive pavilion that only true disciples were qualified to have. Relatively speaking, the terrain was good. The environment was secluded and quiet. There were no other buildings or anything in the surroundings so that they wouldn't be disturbed easily. As Zhuo Chun gradually approached the Smoky Cloud Pavilion, many people noticed his appearance, and eventually, after seeing the directions Zhuo Chun had gone, each one of them had astonished faces. It can't be? The relationship has reached such a level that you can enter and exit the Smoke Cloud Pavilion at will. A disciple opened his mouth. Outside the Smoke Cloud Pavilion, with Zhuo Chen's arrival, Chun Zishang seemed to be waiting for him as if she had been waiting for him long ago, and immediately walked out, her pretty face slightly flushed, and brought Zhuo Chun in under the watchful eyes of quite a few people in the shadows. P.S. The plot to a more critical time, this period a little less attention, right, things will be very difficult to see, is combined with the outline, set the next plot, so the 2 days update slow point, please understand, I am the author, to be responsible for the readers, responsible for the book, do not want to write garbage out. Please give me a little time, the update will soon resume at least 10,000 words a day. Thank you all. Chapter 092 Intimate Contact. Stepping inside the pavilion, Zhuo Chen's gaze condensed as he watched Chun Zishang's movements. Chun Zixi's hands condensed all sorts of hand seals, invisibly inducing a piece of space-time energy to strike between the surrounding walls, and almost instantly, Zhuo Chun felt a special kind of power filling the surroundings. Is this rune power? Zhuo Chun couldn't help but ask as he watched Chun Zishang's movements. Well, I carved runic prohibitions to guard this place for the time being, lest anyone covet it. Chun Zishang then replied, before a flash of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. You also dabble in the runic path? Able to feel the power of runes hidden here? Zhuo Chun smiled and shook his head. I dabbled a bit back then, but I haven't touched it for many years. Chun Zixi's eyes were bright. The runic prohibition I inscribed here is an exclusive method passed down to me by my master. Even some Earth-level runic masters can't easily sense it. You were able to instantly sense the power of the runic power of this place. Your talent for the runic path is quite extraordinary. It would be a pity if you don't take part in the runic path. You can enlighten yourself when you have the chance. Zhuo Chun casually replied. Watching Chun Zishang completely open up some of the surrounding prohibitions, and then the two of them looked at each other. Zhuo Chun Isolate Fire said, What should I do? Chun Zishang's pretty face was bright red, her eyes glowing with a strange light, suddenly becoming shy. Ferry the black demon heaven devouring flame into my body. Then you control it to suppress the Tai-yin eroding heart flame in my body, and just keep refining it and dispelling it. Zhuo Chun froze, looking at Chun Zishang in front of him in this posture. And after half a second, a color of embarrassment also appeared on his face. He finally understood why Chun Zishang had this gesture. If he wanted to ferry the foreign fire into the other party, then he had to do one thing: physical contact. If the two of them have a good relationship, similar to their own, and small dance is generally acceptable, but now in this situation, if the physical body is in contact, it seems to be a little too inconvenient. Is there no other way? Zhuo Chun looked at Chun Zishang somewhat bitterly. It seems that there is no more. Tatsuya Zishang lowered her head. It's good that there isn't one. A wry smile appeared on Zhuo Chen's face as he hemmed and hawed. Chan Zishang's eyes widened. What did you say? Didn't say anything, so… Take it off. Let's start after that. Zhuo Chun glanced at Chan Zishang's towering parts and inadvertently rubbed his palms together. Zhuo Chen's gesture made Chan Zishang furious, but in turn, he gained an advantage, invariably dissolving the embarrassment between the two of them. Immediately, one could only see Chan Zishang take out a black eye mask and hand it to Zhuo Chun. Put it on. There's no need, right? Zhuo Chun laughed sardonically. No need? What do you mean? Is it because you want to see something? Chan Zishang said. Suddenly, her charming eyes were extremely seductive as she looked deeply at Zhuo Chun. Zhuo Chun was about to open his mouth when he suddenly saw a dagger appearing in Chan Zishuang's hand at an unknown time, its cold light gleaming, and suddenly it was a coldness at the back of his head. He hastily shook his head and reached out to take that blindfold. You're right, it's necessary to put this on. A few moments later, the two of them sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. Chan Zixie's clothes peeled off, and then Zhuo Chen's hands were pressed against Chan Zixie's back. The fair lady, the gentleman good-martyred, Zhuo Dust as a man in this kind of situation is unavoidable heart, but for him, today came to help Chan Zishang healing just naturally will not think too much wearing a blindfold for Zhuo Dust is simply irrelevant because he is going to black devil devouring flame suppression of each other in the body of the fire venom, need for the control of the flame and the idea of the detection, and see or not to see is not related to. The black demon heaven devouring flame was instantly induced out by Zhuo Chun, and along the 10 fingers of his hands, it was ferried into Chan Zishang's body, and almost instantly, Chan Zishang let out a delicate grunt, her brows furrowed, and her entire body seemed to look as if she was in pain. Zhuo Chun almost immediately determined that there was indeed that Taiyin eroding heart flame in Chan Zishang's body. Otherwise, if a normal person's physical body came into contact with the foreign fire, it would be directly refined and devoured by the fire, and would not look like Chan Zishang in front of him at all. Not long after, as Zhuo Chun rode the black demon heaven devouring flame through the other party's body, an extremely ferocious force erupted, traveling between the channels and meridians, and rushing towards the black demon heaven devouring flame to force it. It was an ice-like breath, extremely cold and overbearing. However, the moment this power came into contact with the black demon heaven devouring flame, it was as if it had met its nemesis and retreated in vain. However, how could Zhuo Chun at this moment let this breath retreat? Under his urging, the black demon heaven devouring flame was like a pale dragon charging down from the 9 heavens, appearing in an absolutely domineering manner with a roar, directly wrapping up that strand of ice-like breath, and then the two merged with each other, and in almost a single glance, the black demon heaven devouring flame devoured this force. As this state continued, gradually, 2 hours passed, and the cold ice power in Chan Zishang's body was swallowed by the black demon heaven devouring flame 8 times in a row. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Zhuo Chun finally frowned and left Chan Zishuang's back with both hands as he softly said, "Let's stop here today." Aha! Chan Zishang's voice was soft, but there was an undisguised excitement. Waiting for Chan Zishang to get dressed, only then did Zhuo Chun remove the blindfold, and he saw that at this moment, the initial pallor between Chan Zishang's entire countenance had diminished quite a bit. The previous Chan Zishang, although the state was stable because of his own strength, was still quite strong, but in fact, there was Taiyin eroding heart flame present in the body, and perennial erosion by this kind of foreign fire. In fact, seriously look at the whole person from top to bottom with a touch of haggard breath. But in the present, this kind of haggard has completely disappeared, and between the cheeks there appeared a touch of healthy rosy breath. Well, Chan Zishang looked at Zhuo Chun, that usual slightly big-headed look was gone. Instead, she slightly avoided Zhuo Chen's gaze. Not bad. Zhuo Chun rubbed his hands. It's very silky. Chan Zishang growled. I am asking you, how is the condition of my body? Has the fire poison cleared? So it's this. Zhuo Chun laughed sardonically, then said with a straight face, that Taiyin eroding heart flame has been in your body for many years. Wanting to remove it in one go is difficult to do with my current strength. I've refined quite a lot of it just now, and the rest of it will probably still take some more time to do so. Probably another 5 or 6 times will be enough. Oh! Chan Zishang was slightly disappointed, but as soon as she felt her current physical state, she was elated again. Thank you. Chan Zishang looked at Zhuo Chun seriously and said in a low voice. Zhuo Chun waved his hand. You don't need to thank me so much. Helping you heal your injuries is also gaining benefits for me. After this Taiyin eroding heart flame is refined by me, it is equivalent to the fusion of the 2 foreign flames, and the black demon heaven devouring flame under my control will naturally become stronger. Cultivating the 9 orifices indestructible body, The most crucial thing was to open up 9 orifices in the body as a place to build the foundation of the physical body's origin, and plant a powerful flame in each orifice, thus laying down the strongest foundation so that there could be a hope for the great completion of the physique. Now it seems, want to find these 9 kinds of foreign flames that can lay the origin of the physical body. The degree of difficulty is afraid of far beyond their own imagination, because unusual foreign flames simply cannot meet the requirements, can only be swallowed by their own originally owned foreign flames. The Tai-in eroding heart flame was considered an extremely powerful foreign fire. Originally, Zhuchun thought that by refining the foreign fire in Chan Zishang's body and controlling the second foreign fire for cultivation, he would be able to make his 9 orifices indestructible body even stronger, thus opening the second orifice, in which case not only would his realm be even stronger, but he might even be able to evolve the 7th ancient elemental seal within his body again. In this way, not only would his realm be 1 step stronger, but even his 7th ancient elemental seal might be able to evolve again. However, the fact disappointed Zhuchun. The Tai-in eroding heart flame could not coexist with the black demon heaven devouring flame in the body at all, and once it came into contact with the black demon heaven devouring flame, it would be completely refined by the black demon heaven devouring flame. In this case, although Zhuchun's fleshly body origin wrapped around its own substrate would likewise become stronger, it was far from the strength that was expected. With a muffled snort, Zhuchun's face suddenly looked a bit ugly, and he hurriedly said to Chan Zishang, "I'll leave first, after I recover. I'll come back to help you heal your injuries." "Is something wrong?" Chan Zishang looked at Zhuchun, whose face was even looking and whose breath was a bit abnormal, and hurriedly asked with concern. Zhuchun smiled bitterly. "Helping you refine the Tai-in erotic heart flame consumed a large amount of thought power. The consumption is a bit severe, but it's not a problem. It can be repaired in 2 days of rest." Although the idea power and ancient yuan power is completely different, but in fact the same important, the idea power consumption is serious, is equivalent to the secular mortals do not rest a few days and nights after the spirit of bad. Imagine, a mortal 3 days and 3 nights did not sleep, the eyes cannot open, walking down the stumble, even if it is full of strength, you let him work again, can dry move, and the power is not enough. Can he do it again? And yuan martial artists is the same. This one is simple. In Chun Zixi's hand, a runic ring flashed, and she directly took out an elixir and handed it to Zhuchun. "This is an elixir that restores the power of thoughts. Eat it and cultivate now." "An elixir that restores the power of thoughts?" Zhuchun looked at the elixir unexpectedly, but he didn't reject it and hastily took it. This state of his own, if he does not recover well, and then a few times, it will definitely be a big problem. Related to his own cultivation on the matters would thus never dare to take it lightly. Just while swallowing the elixir down to go, Chan Zishang suddenly was saying, "Why don't you cultivate?" Cultivate what?" Zhuchun looked at the other party curiously. Chan Zishang frowned. "You don't know how to cultivate Nianli? There are still cultivation methods for Nianli?" Zhuchun was a bit puzzled. He was also considered to be someone who came out from the Emperor clan, and he had a deep understanding of some of the cultivation, even if some of the elders of this Yuanwu Heavenly Palace might not have the same insights as Zhuchun in certain aspects, but Zhuchun still arrayed not knowing that there was any cultivation method for this thing called Nianli. Right at this moment, one could only see Chan Zishang once again take out a runic crystal ball and hand it to Zhuchun. "This is for you." It was at the same time when the two of them were talking in the attic in the outside world. A young man with long hair and a slender figure walked over from the attic where Chun Zixi was located, and on his side, followed by a few Yuanwu Heavenly Palace disciples who were leading the way. "That smoke cloud pavilion, is that where she lives?" The youth spoke. "Yes." A Yuanwu Heavenly Palace disciple nodded respectfully. Chapter 093, Playing with Fire in Front of My Master? "What is this thing?" Zhuchun held the runic crystal ball and asked Chun Zishang. "The method of cultivating Nianli, and some methods of comprehending about the rune path." Chun Zishang spoke. "After you have comprehended the things inside, the next time the consumption of your Nianli won't be so severe, and moreover, it will also allow you to cultivate your Nianli more and more powerfully." Zhuchun frowned and immediately handed the thing back. "You don't need to bring this to me. I said that I didn't help you heal your injuries in order to gain any benefits." The method of thought cultivation was impossible in Zhuchun's impression. Even he had never heard of it when he was in the imperial clan, which proved one thing, that this method was bound to be extremely precious and impossible for everyone to have. No merit, no reward, although he was extremely moved by what was in here. Zhuchun didn't want to get it in this way yet. Chan Zishang dodged away and her pretty face sank. "Are you looking down on me?" "It's not a matter of looking down." Zhuchun shook his head and resolutely handed the item to the other party. "I'll accept the pills, but the method of cultivating Nianli is too precious. This kind of thing, Should be from the rune master, right? Su Tianji again laughed. The real full-time rune master, for their own research out of the exclusive rune means often extremely valued, easily will not spread out. Similar to this method, I'm afraid to search all over the continent. Control of the people are very few. You, even if now gifted to me, after being known by the people, will also be very difficult. Listening to Zuchen's opening, Chun Zixi looked deeply at Zuchan. A smile gradually appeared on her face, and she suddenly changed her tone of voice to ask Zuchan a question. With your talent in Nianli, do you really not have any thoughts of developing in the rune path? Dabbling in the rune way requires chance. A good rune master is too hard to find. In the future, when I have the chance, perhaps I'll come into contact with the rune way. Zuchun answered truthfully. Unlike Yuan martial artists, the number of rune masters is quite rare in the continent. Moreover, the top rune masters are even harder to find. The rune way, although it does not belong to the normal cultivation, but it is closely related to Yuan martial artists, no matter whether it's refining elixirs, weapons, armor, formations, and so on, all of them need to have an intersection with the rune way. Similarly, Zuchan in the future would inevitably need to intersect with the rune way, for example, when he stepped into the third major realm of Yuan martial artist. The Ranggu realm, he would need to refine a weapon that exclusively belonged to himself, and he would need to ask a rune master to use the power of the runes to enchant the weapon. Even, as in the case of the runic rings that Yuanwu practitioners stored their items in, they could only be refined by professional runic masters. It is false to say that there is no idea about the runic way, only that a powerful runic master is too difficult to find. As for ordinary runic masters with Zuchen's eyesight, he has not yet put it in his eyes at all, and if he wants to learn, he will learn the best. Wait for me, Chun Zishang said, and took out a crystal with a shimmering hexagonal starburst from his rune ring. In the next moment, Chun Zishang made a seal with both hands, and within moments, a glittering light exploded from the depths of this hexagonal crystal, illuminating within the entire attic, only to see Chun Zishang actually open his mouth and speak into this crystal. Second grandfather, I have found a disciple for you. Shortly afterward, a sound wave came out from within that crystal. Little girl, what tricks are you playing again? Are you talking about that young man from the Fire Clan? That kid has a bit of talent, but let's wait until he passes my test. Chun Zishang was discreetly furious. What does it have to do with me if he passes the test or not? Second grandpa, I can say this to you seriously. Oh, an old voice came from the depths of the hexagonal starburst. I came across someone who wasn't a rune master, but the rune guardian prohibition I laid down was actually sensed by him in an instant. Chun Zishang spoke. I feel that even if I had cultivated the Nianli decree for 2 years, the strength of my Nianli couldn't even compare to his. What? Within that hexagonal starburst, the voice that was originally bland suddenly became eager and asked sharply, Girl, you didn't lie to me? Second grandpa, I'm busy relieving the fire poison in my body. Do you think I have the leisure to fool around with you? Chan Zishang couldn't help but stare. But of course, the owner of that voice wasn't able to see it. This disciple I accept, you quickly bring him to me. Quickly? The voice coming from within that hexagonal starburst was obviously excited. His tone was urgent, even vaguely with a touch of trembling. Little girl, speak. However, Chun Zishang smiled cheekily and purposely paused for half a second. Don't worry, second grandpa. You'll naturally meet him when the time comes. After waving his hand and putting that hexagonal starburst-shaped crystal directly inside the runic ring, Chun Zishang was the one who looked at Zuchan. How is it? I found a master for you, and he's the one who gave me the numinous power cultivation method inside this crystal ball, so now you can take it, right? Looking at the actions of Chun Zishang in front of him, Zuchan cried and laughed. He didn't expect that Chen Zishang had gone through so much effort to even find himself a master in order to be able to accept the cultivation method inside that runic crystal ball. However, although it is with Chen Zishang just know not long, not too familiar, but also understand the character of this woman, determine things is how to achieve the purpose. All right, I'll accept. Zuchun bitterly smiled as he accepted the runic crystal ball. As for the so-called master that Chen Zishang had taken it upon himself to find for himself, Zuchun didn't think much about it. In his opinion, this was just the general playfulness of Chen Zishang's children. Right at this moment, the door to the pavilion was suddenly pushed open and a youth walked in. As the youth appeared, a voice followed. Senior Sister Violet Shirt, you don't blame me for taking the liberty of coming in, do you? I heard that you stayed in Yuanwu Heavenly Palace for the time being, and I specifically came to take a look at you. The instant the youth stepped into the attic, the joy that was originally on Chen Zishang's face was immediately replaced by a touch of anger from the bottom of his heart. Fire burning? How did you find your way here? Didn't you see that I had set up a runic prohibition? Without my consent, what are you doing barging in? Looking at Chen Zixiang's face, along with that anger satisfaction, there was some hidden disgust, but this color of disgust quickly flickered away. The young man was about to explain, then seeing Zhu Chen's figure, his face suddenly shifted to one side, and his two eyes condensed on Zhu Chen as an invisible aura collided. Who is he? Why is he in your room? Does it matter to you who he is? Chen Zixiang gazed at fire burning, his tone cold. Can you go out now? We still have things to exchange and don't want to be disturbed. Hearing Chen Zixiang's opening, fire burning's face became unsightly. Originally a bit gloomy because of Zhu Chen's presence. At this moment it was even more so as his entire face completely darkened. Zixiang's senior sister? How can you speak to me with such an attitude? Even I can't stay here? Because of this guy? What exactly is he? How could he hide in your boudoir? And even you set up a runic prohibition to keep people from disturbing you. Zhu Chen rubbed his nose. Originally, this fire burning's appearance with a condescending stance made Zhu Chen very upset. But looking at the latter's current appearance, it was also pitiful. Coupled with Chen Zixiang's attitude, it made Zhu Chen's heart somewhat secretly happy. And at the same time, it was a bit strange. It was obvious that these two people knew each other in the past. And it seemed that he and Chen Zixiang had only known each other for a few days. Right? It seemed that Chen Zixiang was speaking for herself? Of course, Zhu Chen didn't want to get involved in the rights and wrongs of these two people. He had experienced enough trouble these days, and needlessly crossing paths with people wasn't something Zhu Chen wanted to see. I'll leave first. I'll come back to you when the time comes, you guys. Talk slowly. After Zhu Chen finished speaking, he gave this fire burning a glance with a pitiful gaze, and was walking towards the door. Stand still. Fire burning took a step out and blocked in front of Zhu Chen. His gaze tightly condensed on Zhu Chen, and invisibly, a killing chance lingered. Zhu Chen's brows were locked. Originally when this fire burning was nothing more than a guy who was jealous for no reason. Now it seemed that he seemed to have misjudged this person. Just because he appeared in Chen Zixi's pavilion, this person even appeared to have a murderous streak against himself. Just as Zhu Chen was about to open his mouth, Chen Zixi's voice resounded once again. He's my senior brother. Well, if you succeed in worshipping the master, you should call him senior brother, of course. If you don't pass second grandfather's test, you won't even have the qualifications to call him senior brother. The shock caused by Chen Zixiang's words seemed to be beyond Zhu Chen's imagination, and Fire Burn's face suddenly changed, his body vaguely trembling. What did you say? What she said, didn't you hear? Get out of the way. Zhu Chen opened his mouth and took a step out. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhu Chen seemed to be a bit stunned as a whole, moving his steps away in a daze, and just watched Zhu Chen leave this place. Ignoring this person, Zhu Chen walked out of the pavilion and immediately went far away. He unexpectedly saw that the figures of quite a few disciples had appeared outside of this originally secluded pavilion at some point in time, and these people's faces immediately became strange and incomparable after seeing Zhu Chen walk out. Boom! Suddenly, a violent wave appeared behind him. Zhu Chen stepped out 10 meters away, and when he looked back violently, he felt a fiery air current erupt, and a golden flaming palm crushed over in the air. Seeking death, Zhu Chen snorted coldly, his right arm trembled, and the same palm blasted out. The two palms fought against each other, and in a split second, Zhu Chen realized that this flaming palm was not an unusual ancient Yuan technique, but an extremely peculiar flame body, similar to a foreign fire. While sensing this, the black demon heaven-devouring flame in Zhu Chen's body had rushed outside his body like a wolf or tiger, and in an instant, a black light spread out, wrapping and refining that golden palm in a swift manner. That originally terrifying golden palm directly disappeared in an instant. The terrifying aura was nowhere to be seen, and only Zhu Chen's body stood in front. At the entrance of the pavilion, Fire Burning let out a muffled grunt as a splash of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Zhu Chen incredulously. You! Fire Burning opened his mouth, ready to speak, yet in an instant, he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire aura weakened in vain. Zhu Chen's gaze was surprisingly calm as he looked at the fire burning in front of him and suddenly grinned, his voice low and incomparable. Playing with fire in front of little master? You're still tender.